Wong Chong groggily opened his eyes, surrounded by an unfamiliar landscape. Where am I? My head aches. Just a moment ago, I was discussing with my friends where to unwind for the night, and suddenly I find myself in the wilderness. Can someone tell me how I ended up here? Ding. The host has awakened. What is that sound? Who is speaking? Wang Cheng inquired. Ding. Greetings, esteemed host. I am the intelligent sprite of the Saiyan system, designated number 57996. Due to your previous life's untimely end and your 30 years of solitary existence without a partner, this system has chosen you out of pity, granting you a chance to relive your life in another world. Huh? What nonsense is this? I died just like that? Are you joking, Ding? Please accept the reality, for it is indeed the truth. So, what other world am I currently in? Wang Cheng asked. The Dragon Ball world. Wang Cheng gasped in shock. What? Dragon Ball? The inhabitants here can obliterate planets at a whim. Are you certain this isn't just a different place for me to perish again? Fear not. With the system by your side, what is there to dread? Wang Cheng replied, what abilities do you possess? Can you grant me an explosive power level, allowing me to dominate the heavens and the earth? What are you thinking? This system is known as the Saiyan system, as the name suggests. The host merely needs to check in daily, and anything from the myriad realms may be acquired. Wang Cheng pondered. Well, since I am here, I might as well make the most of it. I have no ties holding me back this time. I shall not lead a mundane existence. With a system at my disposal, striving for mediocrity is out of the question. System, can I check in now? Wang Cheng asked. Ding. Would you like to initiate today's check-in? Yes. Yes. Please grant me a few billion power levels to play with, Wang Cheng exclaimed. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired max-level combat skills, which have been automatically learned. Wang Cheng instantly felt a surge of combat techniques flooding his mind. System, what is my current strength? How much power do I possess, Ding? The system allows the host to view their own attributes and those of their enemies. Would you like to open the attributes panel? Open it. Wang Cheng commanded. Host. Wang Cheng. Ability, max-level combat skills power level. 5 items. None. Only 5 power levels? That doesn't even qualify as cannon fodder. Wang Cheng lamented. Never mind that. I should first ascertain where I am. Since I have arrived in this world, I must locate the main characters. It would surely be much safer to stick with them for now, Wang Cheng thought. Strolling through the forest, he savored the essence of nature, unaware of how long he had been walking. Suddenly, he heard a commotion ahead, resembling the cries of a child. Upon approaching, he recognized the figure. Could this be Gohan? The tail, the hat, the 4-star Dragon Ball. Wang Cheng asked, whose child are you? How did you end up here alone? Where are the adults? My name is Son Gohan. I can't find my father. Uncle, could you help me find him? Gohan replied. Uncle, am I that old? Wang Cheng internally scoffed. Gohan, where do you live? I'll help you get home. Gohan said, I live on Mount Paozu, but I can't remember how I got here. Wang Cheng sighed. All right, they'll take you around. Your parents must be looking for you too, and we might just run into them. Let's go, Gohan. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until a voice pierced the air, exclaiming, Gohan, at last I have found you. Descending from the heavens was a man with a head resembling that of a crab. Father, Gohan exclaimed joyfully. Gohan, I'm so relieved to have located you otherwise. Shishi would surely have taken my life. Greetings, I am Son Wukong, and I am grateful for your assistance in finding Gohan. Hello, I am Wang Cheng. It was merely a trifling effort, replied Wang Cheng. Chapter 2. Training with Wukong. Since Gohan has been found and Chi-Chi is awaiting our return for dinner, we must take our leave, Wukong remarked. Uncle Wang Cheng, would you like to join us back to Baozi Mountain? Mother-S cooking is simply delightful, Gohan inquired. Wukong added, indeed, now that you've found Gohan, I have yet to express my gratitude properly. Let us depart together. Will we be a bother? Wang Cheng questioned. Not at all, Wukong replied, as he grasped Gohan and Wang Cheng, soaring towards Baozi Mountain. Is this the art of flight? Wang Cheng exclaimed. I wonder if I can sign in and experience such exhilarating freedom. Before long, they arrived at Baozi Mountain, where they met Chi-Chi and indulged in an abundance of the mountain's signature meat dumplings, thoroughly enjoying the warm hospitality of the family. Wukong, can you teach me how to fly? Wang Cheng asked eagerly. Certainly. First, you must learn to sense your ki. How about we rest today and start training together tomorrow? Wukong suggested. Sounds good, Wang Cheng agreed. The following day, the system initiated a new day of sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring key perception and utilization. Wow. The system truly delivers what I need. I adore you, esteemed system. Wang Cheng exclaimed, closing his eyes to sense the surroundings, only to break into a cold sweat. Wukong's ki exuded an overwhelming pressure, even Gohan, when not tapped into his power. And Chi-Chi were stronger than him at that moment. I have a long journey ahead, but with the system, I will surely ascend swiftly, Wang Cheng mused. Wukong appeared at the door and called, Wang Cheng, are you up? Let us begin our training. Coming, Wang Cheng replied. First, I'll teach you how to sense ki. Moments later, Wukong exclaimed, brilliant, Wang Cheng. You sensed your ki so quickly. Now, I will instruct you on how to utilize it. Focus your ki at the soles of your feet. In no time, Wang Cheng was able to hover in the air. Although he couldn't yet achieve the fluidity of Wukong's flight, he had demonstrated remarkable talent. Now I must attend to some tasks. I cannot afford to incur Chi-Chi's wrath for idleness. Practice on your own for a while, Wukong advised. Understood, Wukong, I'll keep myself occupied. In the ensuing hours, Wang Cheng practiced basic combat against the air, exercising his fists and legs, doing push-ups and sit-ups. He also assisted Wukong with some farm chores. After all, he couldn't just eat and stay for free. The day passed swiftly. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 5 magical beans. Thus commenced another day of training. A month had swiftly elapsed since arriving in this world. Today, he would accompany Wukong to visit the turtle hermit's abode. It seemed the plot was about to unfold with the arrival of Raditz. In the original narrative, Raditz possessed a combat power of around 1500, and Wang Cheng knew he could offer little aid, merely following the storyline. Over the past month, the sign-ins had provided numerous valuable items. Opening his attributes panel, he observed, ding, host, Wang Cheng abilities, master-level martial arts, key perception and utilization, flight technique, Kamehameha, protective shield, and Kamehameha learned from Wukong, subsequent prompts omitted, combat power, 380 items, 200 magical beans, small power-enhancing pills. What is a power-enhancing pill? Small power-enhancing pill. Using it will randomly increase the host's combat power by 10 to 100 points. Wow, quickly now. Use it. Ding. The host's combat power increased by 50 points. Ding. The host's combat power increased by another 30 points. Host, Wang Cheng. Ability, mastered martial arts, chi perception and utilization. Chi cannon, diamond shield, turtle school Kamehameha. Combat power, 460. Items, 200 sins of beans. What a thrill. Are we ready? Gohan, Wang Cheng, it's time to set off. Everyone must have gathered at Master Roshi's place. Chapter 3, Goku's brother? Raditz. At Turtle Hermit's house, thanks to Goku's introduction, everyone became acquainted. Suddenly, a sinister aura approached the Turtle Hermit's abode. This energy, who could it be? So formidable. Could it be Demon King Piccolo? Krillin remarked. No, it's not Piccolo. This energy feels entirely unfamiliar, Goku replied. In the blink of an eye, a stranger appeared in the sky, his long hair cascading down to his waist. Surprisingly, no one noticed when he had materialized above them. Beep beep beep. Power levels. Goku, 416. Krillin, 206. Wang Cheng, 200. Hidden energy. Master Roshi, 139. Bulma, 4. Who are you? Krillin inquired. Raditz addressed Goku. You must be Kakarot. You look just like our father. Kakarot? What are you talking about? Goku responded, bewildered. Raditz continued, Kakarot. What is the situation on this planet? Why hasn't it been eradicated? And why do you coexist so well with these people? Have you forgotten your mission on Earth? Who are you? And why do you call me Kakarot? Why would I need to destroy Earth? Goku asked. I am your older brother, Kakarot. We are Saiyans. See our tales? You were sent to this planet as a child to exterminate its inhabitants and sell it off, Raditz explained. Krillin interjected, Hey, are you drunk? What nonsense are you spouting? How could Goku be an alien? If he had a brother, we would know. However, as Krillin tried to approach Raditz, he was swiftly struck by Raditz's tail, sending him flying 5 meters away in silence. Goku! Krillin shouted. Raditz then flew beside Goku and elbowed him away. He seized Gohan, saying, If you wish to save your son, join us, before soaring off. Damn it, Gohan! Goku exclaimed. Are you alright? Wang Cheng asked. That person is incredibly strong. When he sent Krillin flying, I felt his energy. I couldn't move at all, Wang Cheng confessed. Damn it, I have to save Gohan, Goku declared. Wait, I'll go with you. That person's power is immense. The newcomer was clad in green skin, a white cloak, and a headscarf. Piccolo, you've come too, Goku said. That individual is too powerful. We only stand a chance if we join forces. I'm not doing this to assist you. After I eliminate him, I will also end you, Piccolo warned. All right, let us proceed, Piccolo. Wang Cheng. Krillin, I leave you in his care, Goku said. Thus, Goku and Piccolo pursued Raditz's energy trail. Wang Cheng, Krillin, how are you holding up? It hurts so much. That person is truly formidable, Krillin replied. Let us venture forth together, Wang Cheng suggested. Although I may not contribute much, such a battle can yield a wealth of experience. Very well, let us proceed, he continued. As he pursued the energy signatures of Goku and his companions, their auras appeared to have stilled. They must have already commenced the fight. Let us find a suitable vantage point to observe, Krillin remarked. This spot will suffice. As moments passed, the battle intensified, mirroring the original tale. Gohan, witnessing his father being assaulted, was consumed by rage, elevating his power level to 1300, delivering a devastating blow to Raditz. However, Goku's compassion nearly led to his demise at the hands of Raditz, until finally, Piccolo unleashed his signature move, the special beam cannon, resulting in a double knockout. With the conflict resolved, the Supreme Kai took Goku's body away for training on King Kai's planet, while intelligence regarding the Dragon Balls was divulged to Vegeta, indicating that the Saiyan duo would arrive on Earth within a year. An enemy even stronger than Raditz. How terrifying! Krillin exclaimed in panic. What shall we do? Everyone must train in the other world to swiftly enhance their abilities, the Supreme Kai instructed. Subsequently, Gohan was taken away by Piccolo, and the rest of us ascended towards the other world. Chapter 4. The commencement of training. In the preceding chapters, the protagonist played a rather passive role. However, from the Saiyan saga onward, he shall gradually rise to prominence. I am a newcomer. I appreciate your guidance and kindly ask you to point out any issues or mistakes, and I shall rectify them. In the other world, it was not long before Chaozu, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and Yamcha had all gathered. It was here that Goku had trained, and now I, alongside Mr. Popo, shall instruct you all in preparation for the formidable adversaries that await us in a year. In a year's time, I shall implore the Eternal Dragon to resurrect Goku, who is currently undergoing training in another realm, the Supreme Kai announced. Wang Cheng, Goku mentioned that you possess considerable talent. I will ensure you receive rigorous training. Very well, esteemed Supreme Kai. Ding. Would you like to commence today's sign-in? Sign-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Solar Fist. The Solar Fist is quite commendable. Let us begin training. 3 months swiftly elapsed. During these 3 months, aside from signing in, we engaged in mutual combat and cultivation, accumulating over 600 Senzu beans as rewards. Even Master Karen has less stock than I do. System, initiate today as sign-in. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have gained the ability, Pain Growth. System, open the panel. Host, Wang Cheng abilities, max level martial arts, energy perception and utilization, flight technique, Ki Blast, protective shield, Kamehameha, Solar Fist, Wukong Fist, evil containment wave, Pain Growth combat power, 1100 items, 600 Senzu beans. With this physique, I am nearing the prowess of a Saiyan. A typical setup for a character destined to endure suffering. Hey, Krillin, Tien, let us engage in combat and assess our strengths. Alright, I've sensed your energy growing stronger during this time. I have longed for a duel, Tien Shinhan replied. Currently, Tien possesses a combat power of 600, while Krillin is around 540. Engaging in combat with these two may not yield rapid improvement. Perhaps I should have them both join forces. Are you ready, Tien and Krillin? Just as the words left my lips, Tien initiated the assault, launching a punch towards Wang Cheng's head. Wang Cheng quickly raised both arms to block, thinking, how weak. This cannot even induce pain. Wait, what's wrong, Wang Cheng? Come on, all 4 of you together. This will be far more challenging. Tien Han exclaimed in fury. Do you look down upon me? With that, he unleashed a powerful energy blast aimed directly at me. Wang Cheng, however, stood firm, crossing his arms to brace himself against the onslaught. Not bad, not bad. I'm beginning to feel it. Let us continue, he remarked, as Tien Han lunged towards him. A flurry of strikes ensued, fierce as a tiger, Yet Wang Cheng merely defended without countering. Ah, this isn't too intense. Let us end this. In an instant, Wang Cheng appeared behind Tianjin Han and delivered a swift chop to his neck, knocking him unconscious. What? Is he that strong? Krillin, Gohan, and Yamcha gasped in astonishment. His power must have surpassed Goku's by now. Alright, let us give Tianjin a Senzu bean so he can resume training. The upcoming challenge will be a 4-on-1 battle against me. In the cosmos, 2 circular spacecraft sped toward Earth. Simultaneously, in the underworld, Goku was engaged in training with King Kai. In the celestial realm, the 4-on-1 skirmish continued day after day. Ding. Sign in successful. Ding. Sign in successful. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a Power Pill X2. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a Power Pill X2. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a Power Pill X2. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 10 Senzu beans. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a Power Pill. Use the Power Pill to increase your combat strength by 50, 50, 50, 30, 80, 70. It seems the butterfly effect has significantly boosted everyone's abilities compared to the original narrative. Piccolo stands at 3,300, Gohan at 2,000, Tianjin Han at 2,800, Krillin at 2,500, Yamcha at 2,100, and Kaiatsu at 1,800, and this is merely their baseline. At least, compared to the original story, Goku would not be easily overwhelmed. Checking the status panel. Host. Wang Cheng abilities. Mastered martial arts. Energy perception and manipulation. Kamehameha. Protective barrier. Solar flare. Wolf Fang fist. Evil containment wave. Pain growth. Energy blade. Cosmic survival. Instant transmission. Fusion technique. Explosive attack combat power. 10,000 items. 3,000 Senzu beans, here they come. Are you ready? Wang Cheng declared. Sensing 2 sinister energies entering Earth's atmosphere. The Lord of the Gods has informed me that Goku is on his way back. And Bulma is ready to summon the dragon to resurrect him, Krillin added. Alright, everyone, prepare for battle. With 2 loud crashes, 2 massive craters appeared on the ground. As the smoke dissipated, 2 Saiyans emerged. Chapter 5. The initial battle. So, this is Earth. It's rather unimpressive, Vegeta remarked. Hey, you over there. Nappa shouted. Detecting the warriors' combat power through his scouter, which registered their strengths in the hundreds. Which of you killed Raditz? Whereas Kakarot? Bring him forth to meet his demise. Wang Cheng swiftly approached, stating, You must be the companions that Raditz spoke of. Companions? That useless fool was slain by Ymir ants? How pathetic. Nappa, go entertain them. But don't kill them too quickly. That would be dreadfully dull. Such arrogance. Allow me, Piccolo the Demon King, to confront you. That Namekian? To my astonishment, there are indeed Namekians on Earth. It seems you are well aware of the Dragon Ball's whereabouts. You few. Go confront that massive fellow while I deal with the explosive-haired little one. With that, Wang Cheng charged toward Vegeta, transforming into a great ape. Vegeta could serve as an excellent tool for me. Wang Cheng thought to himself. I must compel him to transform quickly. With that resolve, Wang Cheng began to unleash his energy, a wave of white aura radiating from his being. Beep, beep, beep. The scouter displayed readings of 200, 1,000, 3,000, 5,000, 8,000, 10,000, 12,000. How could this be? Vegeta exclaimed in shock. The scouter exploded with a resounding bang. It must be a malfunction. How could the native of this pathetic planet possess a power level exceeding 10,000? With that, Vegeta too began to unleash his energy, a terrifying wave erupting forth. Piccolo and the others felt the immense pressure from both Wang Cheng and Vegeta, leaving them speechless and scrambling to distance themselves for fear of collateral damage. This person is astonishing. He has compelled Prince Vegeta to take this seriously, Nappa remarked. As expected, it wasn't long before Vegeta was on the brink of defeat. How can he be so strong? Damn it, I am a Saiyan prince. How could I lose to such a country bumpkin? Oof, you are finished, he declared, conjuring an artificial moon. Moments later, Vegeta transformed into a great ape and began to unleash his energy. With each surge of power, the pressure intensified, immobilizing everyone in its wake. How do you like that? Prepare to perish, you ants. He roared as he charged at Wang Cheng. With a single punch aimed at Wang Cheng's face, he sent him flying. Before Wang Cheng could regain his senses, the great ape Vegeta concentrated an energy wave and unleashed it toward him. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed, striking true. As the smoke cleared, Wang Cheng was fortunate to have consumed a Senzu bean just in time. He narrowly avoided being obliterated. Indeed, Vegeta in his great ape form possessed a staggering battle power exceeding 100,000. Yet, the pain he felt was exhilarating. How is it that you remain unscathed? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Even with a power level above 10,000, you should not have survived my previous attack. This is exhilarating, Vegeta. Come at me again. Wang Cheng challenged. Your current level is insufficient. He began to unleash his energy once more. A torrent of white gas erupted from him, his battle power soaring to 20,000. What? Piccolo's face turned pale. How could someone withstand such ferocity and emerge even stronger? When did such a figure emerge on Earth? Will I ever dominate this planet again? Haha. Vegeta, let us continue. This time, you shall experience my Wukong fist. With a swift motion, Wang Cheng charged at Vegeta, delivering punches from both sides. Is that all you have? Are you merely tickling me? Vegeta responded smugly, swatting Wang Cheng away with his tail, sending him crashing into the ground. As the smoke dissipated, Wang Cheng rose and charged once more, launching a barrage of energy blasts at Vegeta. With smoke comes the certainty of no harm. Trash is merely trash. Nappa, quickly dispose of those pests. I have no interest in playing anymore. Let us gather the Dragon Balls and attend to serious matters. With that, he lunged toward Wang Cheng, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Vegeta's fists rained down upon Wang Cheng like a tempest, leaving him battered and bruised. His breath weakened significantly. Suddenly, the sky darkened, prompting the onlookers to gaze upward. Was Bulma summoning the dragon? It seemed Goku was on his way back. As long as Goku returns, everything will be fine, Krillin exclaimed excitedly. Kakarot? Is he coming to meet his end? Vegeta retorted arrogantly. Suddenly, Wang Cheng emerged from the rubble, chuckling. Vegeta, you are not as formidable as you think. Chapter 6. Rise in Power. What? Wang Cheng is unscathed. Krillin exclaimed in disbelief. Haha. Vegeta, the real show is just beginning. Wang Cheng's battle power surged to 30,000 in an instant. He unleashed a powerful energy blast at Vegeta and charged forward, the two engaging in fierce combat. Vegeta's fists rained down upon Wang Cheng from all directions, each strike resonating with a thunderous sound. What a thrill. Go harder, Vegeta. Wang Cheng encouraged, his body marred with wounds and blood trickling from his lips. You stubborn country bumpkin, can you withstand a few more of my blows? Wang Cheng then swallowed a Senzu bean, instantly restoring himself to full strength. What are you babbling about? Come at me. Vegeta seethed, his fury igniting a tempestuous aura around him. System, what is Vegeta's battle power in his enraged state? Ding. Character, Vegeta in enraged gorilla state. Battle power, 150,000. Warning. Host, do not overextend yourself. You're doing quite well. The system responded. It appeared that provoking him further was unwise. I needed to endure some more strikes. For such a valuable training opportunity was rare. I began to elevate my own ki. My battle power ascended to 28,000. If I endured a few more hits, I might just breach the 100,000 mark. No more games. I would seriously take the hits. Wang Cheng declared to Vegeta, Vegeta, I will not attack. I will only defend. Let us see if you can defeat me. You insufferable country bumpkin. You infuriate me. With that, Vegeta charged at Wang Cheng, delivering a devastating punch that sent him flying. In a flash, he followed up with a ferocious onslaught. Take this, you cur. Ultimate flash. Wang Cheng hastily consumed another Senzu bean, holding one in reserve, preparing himself for the encounter. Such power. Such pain. Wang Cheng coughed up blood. His upper garments lost to the fray, his body battered, yet still standing. Suddenly, his left arm broke under the strain, prompting him to quickly ingest another Senzu bean and elevate his ki once more. As his ki surged, Wang Cheng began to push against the ultimate flash directed at Vegeta. What tenacity! Such resilience! Vegeta remarked, then exerted force downward, engulfing Wang Cheng in the ultimate flash. As the smoke cleared, a voice called out, Hey, are you alright, Wang Cheng? It was Goku. Goku had arrived. Krillin exclaimed with joy. Ding! The system recognizes the host is gravely injured and on the brink of death, automatically utilizing a Senzu bean. Coughing, Wang Cheng opened his eyes to see Goku before him. You've returned, and I find myself in quite the predicament. Goku replied, Leave the rest to me. You've grown remarkably strong. In just a year, you have become this powerful. Without resorting to my trump cards, I cannot defeat you. Hee but Goku, I am still capable of delivering 10 more strikes without your intervention. Just now, I was careless and did not evade. Allow me to demonstrate the true extent of my current strength. My aura continues to ascend. This presence, Wang Cheng, is formidable indeed. Even with the quadruple Kaioken, I cannot reach such heights. Kakarot, you have arrived. Wait until I deal with this country bumpkin before I turn my attention to you. Whether Vegeta will be the one to triumph remains to be seen. With that, he charged directly at Vegeta. However, Vegeta had no senzu beans to consume, and his energy had diminished significantly. He was no longer in a state of fury. Upon assessing Vegeta's combat power, the system chimed. Vegeta's combat power is 84,000. Indeed, Vegeta's energy has waned considerably. I can now engage him in a proper battle. Come forth, Vegeta. Wang Cheng assumed a fighting stance reminiscent of Ultraman and launched a flying kick toward Vegeta. Chapter 7. Strength Amplified. Vegeta in retreat. Wang Cheng and Vegeta clashed once more. The two hovered midair, their immense power causing the surrounding air currents to whirl chaotically. With sharp eyes, Vegeta gestured with his hands, unleashing a barrage of yellow energy blasts that rained down upon Wang Cheng. Unfazed, Wang Cheng allowed the energy blasts to strike him, relishing the sensation of pain. In an instant, Vegeta appeared behind Wang Cheng, delivering a kick that sliced through the air with a howling wind. Wang Cheng swiftly pivoted, crossing his arms to absorb the blow. The force of the impact trembled the very earth beneath them, sending dust spiraling into the air. What a thrill! Wang Cheng promptly consumed another senzu bean and charged back into combat with Vegeta, their forms flickering like lightning as each exchange of blows generated astonishing shockwaves. Goku remarked, "How incredible! I wish to spar with Wang Cheng. Watching this is truly exhilarating." Krillin sighed, "You truly are a battle maniac, Goku." Vegeta's energy had diminished significantly compared to earlier. The outcome of their battle seemed imminent. Once they finish, I shall have my turn with Wang Cheng, Goku exclaimed with excitement. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Cheng delivered a powerful kick that sent Vegeta plummeting from the sky. Struggling to rise, Vegeta was swiftly assisted by Nappa, who inquired, "Your Highness, are you all right?" "Get away, Nappa. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. How could I possibly be defeated?" With those words, he succumbed to unconsciousness. "You, the bald one, Nappa, was it?" Wang Cheng said, "Take Vegeta and depart. I shall spare his life. When he awakens, tell him I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. After all, having consumed numerous senzu beans, my victory lacks the glory I desire," Wang Cheng mused. "Hey, Wang Cheng, are you truly letting them go? What if? What is there to fear? I have won this time. I can do so again. Besides, Goku has returned, has he not?" "Indeed," Krillin replied slowly. "Goku is the cornerstone of our Earth warriors. You all wait. Prince Vegeta is our hope as Saiyans. His innate talent is unparalleled. Next time, I shall ensure you are all brought low." With that, he hoisted Vegeta and placed him aboard a spaceship, setting the coordinates and departing. "Hey, Wang Cheng, you've become incredibly strong. Let us have a match," Goku exclaimed, brimming with anticipation. "I am quite famished. Perhaps tomorrow? Let us return and indulge in some delicious food." "Sounds good. I have not had my fill in the underworld for quite some time." Yamcha approached and remarked, "Bulma just called. She has invited us over to her house and arranged for some food to be prepared." "Excellent. Let us depart," the group responded, soaring towards Bulma's residence. Upon arrival, the dining table was adorned with an exquisite array of delicacies, creating an atmosphere of sheer delight. System, activate the panel. This time, the enhancement in combat prowess is substantial. Host, Wang Cheng abilities, mastered martial arts, chi perception and manipulation, ki blast, invulnerability technique, Kamehameha, solar flare, wolf fang fist, demon seal wave, pain growth, chi slash, cosmic survival. Instant transmission, fusion technique, big bang attack combat power, 100,000 items. 2, 990 senzu beans 100,000. Next, we shall delve into the Frieza saga. The Earth Dragon is still present. What reason could I possibly have to travel to Namek? If only I had allowed Piccolo to perish. Piccolo responded, "I appreciate that." The following day, as dawn broke, Goku eagerly shouted at the door, seeking a duel. "All right, Goku, wait for me in the other world. We'll fight there. I shall join you shortly." System, commence today's sign-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Leo flying kick. It's certainly better than receiving beans again. With that, Wang Cheng took flight towards the other world. Chapter 8. Journey to Namek in the other world. Goku exclaimed, Wang Cheng, let us begin. I can hardly contain my excitement. Wang Cheng replied, you truly are a battle enthusiast. With that, he assumed the Tai Chi starting posture. Allow me to showcase the fruits of my training under Lord Kai. Goku unleashed a series of battle cries, his body radiating a white aura. Reveal your true strength. This is merely a warm-up. I am aware, just wait and see. The white aura surrounding Goku instantaneously transformed into a crimson hue, his power effectively doubling. Wang Cheng, behold my double Kaioken. With that, he charged at Wang Cheng, only to be effortlessly evaded. You couldn't even touch me, Goku. Is this truly your full potential? Goku sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. I can't maintain the quadruple Kaioken for long. Let us settle this with a single decisive blow. Quadruple Kaioken. Goku's body was enveloped in a brilliant luminescence, akin to the most intense solar winds, radiating an unparalleled force. His hair stood on end like flames ignited. Impressive aura. I shall now attack. Be cautious. Goku dashed towards Wang Cheng with breathtaking speed, a punch accompanied by a whistling wind aimed at him. But Wang Cheng easily seized his arm and executed a shoulder throw, sending Goku crashing to the ground. Goku quickly regained his footing, readying himself for another assault. Goku, return the favor. Leo flying kick. Wang Cheng delivered a swift kick to Goku, extinguishing the Kaioken state. How are you so strong? I couldn't even land a hit with my quadruple Kaioken and ended up on my knees from your kick. I am a once-in-a-millennium genius. The Earth defenders watching were left in awe, astonished by Wang Cheng's prowess in effortlessly overpowering Goku. Wang Cheng turned to ask Piccolo, those two Saiyans mentioned that you are a Namekian? Your strength is already formidable among everyone here. Could there be even stronger individuals from your homeland? Upon hearing about powerful beings, Goku quickly interjected, indeed, I could request Lord Ko to search for Piccolo's homeland. We could pay a visit there as well. With that, Goku began to contact Lord Ko. Through him, they discovered the location of Namek, and the Heavenly Palace had a spaceship once used by deities, which Bulma took to repair. It would be ready in 10 days. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng asked Bulma to install a gravity chamber. I am truly grateful to you, Bulma, for assisting in the spaceship repairs. I shall bring back some local specialties from other planets, he said. Really? That would be splendid. If you could bring back some alien artifacts for me to study, that would be marvelous. Bulma replied. All right, everyone, this time it will be Goku, Piccolo, and myself heading to Namek. We shall meet at Bulma's home in 10 days. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a power capsule, usable to gain between 100 to 1,000 power points. Usage successful. Congratulations, host. You have achieved a battle power of 800. Ding. Sign in successful. You have received a senza bean. Ding. Sign in successful. You have received a senza bean. Ding. 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 Oh, 9 consecutive days of beans. Is everyone gathered at Bulma's house? We're departing. With a loud roar, the spaceship soared into the sky, swiftly breaking free from Earth and ascending into space. Inside the spacecraft, thanks to Bulma's enhancements, they anticipated reaching Namek in 7 days. During this time, the three of them would train in the gravity chamber, as Goku mentioned that King Kai's planet had 10 times Earth's gravity. Now, you two will spar with me in the gravity chamber, he instructed. 7 days later, the sign-in yielded the same beans. Over the course of 7 days, they had adapted to a gravity level of 100 times. Goku's regular state reached a battle power of 180,000, while Piccolo achieved 50,000. Goku's physique is truly impressive. He and I can complement each other perfectly. Had it not been for needing to look after Piccolo, I could have amassed several million in battle power during these 7 days. Approaching Namek. Suddenly, Goku exclaimed, "This is bad. You two hurry back." The voice of King Kai echoed ominously. "Why, Lord Kai?" King Kai responded, "I just detected that the cosmic tyrant Frieza has also arrived at Namek." Cosmic tyrant Frieza? Who is that? Never mind who he is. Goku, you must return at once. That individual is not someone you can contend with. The urgency in King Kai's voice heightened their concern. He must indeed be a formidable opponent, thought Goku, feeling a surge of excitement. Wang Cheng interjected, "Why all the fuss? Let us prepare to land. Lord Kai is overreacting. Our strengths have multiplied several times since we set off. Rest assured, I have developed a technique called instant transmission during my training. Should danger arise, I can teleport back to Earth. Instant transmission? Isn't that a technique of the Yardrats? You managed to comprehend it? Truly a genius. King Kai exclaimed in astonishment. Regardless, take care of yourselves, he warned. Accompanied by a tremendous roar, the spaceship descended like a great bird returning to its nest, safely landing on Namek after stirring up a small cloud of dust. This is indeed the homeland of Piccolo. There is a faint energy to the southeast. Let us investigate. Whoosh. With 3 piercing sounds, the trio soared toward the source of the energy. They arrived at a village, where the bodies of beings resembling Piccolo lay strewn about. What has transpired here? How could so many of Piccolo's kin have perished? Son Goku, what are you saying? Piccolo exclaimed. No, there are still others nearby. I sense a presence. Wong Chong, following this energy, executed a rapid series of high kicks, and suddenly, a purple spherical entity plummeted from the sky. Who are you, daring to ambush me? Do you know who I am? I am Dodoria, a favored warrior of Lord Frieza. This purple sphere can speak as well. Piccolo, handle this creature swiftly. We must confront this so-called cosmic emperor. With a swift motion, Piccolo seized Dodoria by the throat with his left hand and delivered a chilling blow with his right before casting him aside. Wiping the blood from his hands, Piccolo remarked, let us proceed. After all, they are my kin. We shall search elsewhere for survivors. Given Frieza's formidable strength, let us sense the most potent energy on this planet. I can feel it. Such strength. How exhilarating. Let us go. Following the trail of this astounding energy, they soon beheld a circular spaceship. Outside it sat a creature in a baby carriage, in front of which lay 6 Dragon Balls. Truly, this is Piccolo's homeland, replete with Dragon Balls of such size. Ha ha ha. Where did these 3 insects come from? Have you come to pledge your allegiance to me? Hey, you in the baby carriage, we have come here to defeat you, Wang Cheng declared as he surged forward, fueled by rage toward Frieza. Oh ho ho ho. What an impudent little insect you are. Wang Cheng landed a punch on Frieza's face, knocking him from the baby carriage. Ha ha ha. How amusing. It is the first time someone has struck me. The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle. Initially, Frieza did not unleash his full power. Instead, he toyed with Wang Cheng like a cat with a mouse, keen to gauge the extent of his strength. He effortlessly evaded Wang Cheng's attacks while occasionally countering, creating immense pressure on Wang Cheng. Frieza, in his baby carriage phase, boasted a battle power of 500,000, while Wang Cheng, fueled by rage, reached a battle power of 300,000. He found himself on the defensive, which suited Wang Cheng perfectly. Frieza, have you not eaten? Can you muster some strength? Chapter 10, Battle with Frieza. Oh ho ho. You have successfully provoked me, little insect. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed an energy wave toward Wang Cheng. And as the dust settled, Wang Cheng was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, he teleported behind Frieza and delivered a flying kick. Frieza raised his right arm to block, and Wang Cheng swiftly dodged. The two resumed their aerial skirmish, their attacks swift as lightning. Each collision unleashed tremendous shockwaves, causing the earth to tremble and mountains to be leveled. Frieza's fist, imbued with cataclysmic power, hurtled towards Wang Cheng, who could only resort to passive defense. A kaleidoscope of colors erupted between them, as dazzling and terrifying as the cosmic Big Bang. Ha ha ha, what exhilaration! Wang Cheng reveled in the pain, feeling his fighting power surge, and then consumed a senzu bean to further enhance his abilities. Wang Cheng's combat strength had now reached 470,000. Frieza, in his base form, struggled to provide any further increase. He needed to provoke Frieza into transforming. Is this the might of a cosmic emperor? It seems rather lackluster to me. Ho ho ho. This is merely my standard combat power. Wait until you witness my transformation. It reaches a staggering 1,000,000. As he spoke, Frieza began to transform. An eerie luminescence enveloping his form. His muscles swelled, and his once smooth exterior sprouted hard, armored plates that glinted like steel. His body elongated, his tail thickened, capable of shattering boulders with a mere swish. His head morphed as well, with elongated, sharper horns and eyes gleaming with ferocity, his entire presence growing increasingly imposing, exuding a pressure that surged outward like a tidal wave. Piccolo gasped, this energy. It's immobilizing. Wang Cheng felt the oppressive force even more acutely at close range, rendering him nearly paralyzed. What do you think? You strike me as quite the talent. Why not serve under me? Spare me your chatter, if you won't fight. Then prepare to perish. In an instant, Frieza's figure vanished, reappearing before Wong Chong, delivering a punch that sent him hurtling through the air like a severed kite, leaving a streak of blood in his wake. His face contorted in agony, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and dust billowed where he landed. Frieza unleashed a barrage of energy blasts upon Wang Cheng's landing spot. As the smoke cleared, Wong Chong lay in a pit, covered in wounds, checking his combat power, which had increased significantly. After consuming another Senzu bean, he made a provocative gesture towards Frieza and gathered energy for a Kamehameha blast aimed directly at him. Frieza effortlessly deflected Wang Cheng's attack. You dare to provoke me with such feeble strength? What a brave little insect you are, Wang Cheng thought currently. Frieza's power stands at 1,000,000, while I am at 560,000. As long as he doesn't immediately transform into his ultimate form to obliterate me, I can consume a couple more Senzu beans and potentially defeat him. What a splendid strategy. Observing the earth-shattering battle, Piccolo felt a wave of dread wash over him. With my current strength, I can't even comprehend their fight. Where am I? Who am I? This is terrifying. Meanwhile, Goku, restless beside them, felt the blood of a Saiyan boil within him. After all, with the tenfold Kaioken, Goku was stronger than the current Frieza, so he felt no pressure. The clash between Wang Cheng and Frieza raged on, punctuated by a series of sonic booms in the sky, signifying the intensity of their struggle. Chapter 11. Frieza's ultimate form. In a brief span, the two had engaged in a fierce confrontation over 100 times, and Wang Cheng grew more tenacious with each exchange. After consuming another miraculous bean, Wang Cheng began to gather energy. The surrounding air began to swirl, forming a gentle current that converged towards him. Gradually, a radiance enveloped Wang Cheng, intensifying with the passage of time. A white aura ignited around him, symbolizing the accumulation of his strength. As he gathered energy, his power continuously surged, and his combat prowess reached an astonishing 880,000 points. Frieza, astonished, exclaimed, "How is this brat growing stronger with each exchange? He started out merely enduring blows, yet now he is matching me blow for blow. How peculiar. It is quite reminiscent of those bothersome Saiyan monkeys. Frieza, do you have any final tricks left? I've only just warmed up. Can you keep up?" "Humph. This king shall not be underestimated. I still possess 2 transformations. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall reveal my ultimate form. Do not be frightened." As Frieza spoke, the atmosphere around him shifted drastically. His body shrank dramatically, the proportions of his form becoming more harmonious, with fluid muscle definition. Upon completing his transformation, a formidable energy field enveloped Frieza, emanating a purple-black glow akin to flames flickering in the dark. The energy's fluctuations distorted the air around him, as if the very fabric of space was destabilizing under his might. My apologies for the wait. It has been too long since I transformed. My final form boasts an initial combat power of 3 million. Even Goku's tenfold Kaioken would be insufficient against me. It seems the arrival of Goku and Krillin will be delayed, as the Super Saiyan is yet to make an appearance. You are the first to compel me to assume this form, aside from my father, so I shall relish in slowly tormenting you to your demise. Oh ho ho ho. With a mere gesture, Frieza shot a beam that pierced Wang Cheng's thigh, causing him to kneel in agony. In an instant, Frieza darted towards Wang Cheng, delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring into the sky, followed by a decisive blow from above. He relentlessly unleashed a torrent of strikes upon Wang Cheng, who was now battered and bruised, his complexion pale and beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, mingling with blood at the corners of his mouth. Frieza seized Wang Cheng by the head, mercilessly hammering his abdomen. Blood spurted from Wang Cheng's lips. Do you now witness the extent of my power? Ants remain mere ants. Frieza flung Wang Cheng aside, sending him crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. At that moment, Goku and Piccolo prepared to intervene, but suddenly a blinding flash erupted from afar, followed by a shockwave that struck Frieza. Smoke billowed, yet he emerged unscathed. Vegeta, you traitor, dare to ambush me? With such feeble strength, you should not embarrass yourself. Frieza, I have learned from Kakarot that it was you who obliterated our Saiyan planet, Vegeta declared, unleashing his fury and charging at Frieza. With a mere glare, Frieza unleashed a laser that rendered Vegeta unconscious. The audacity of that Saiyan monkey. Vegeta's combat power stood at a mere 240,000 000, inferior even to Piccolo. Suddenly, an astonishing energy surged forth. It was Wang Cheng. He was still alive, and his power had grown even stronger. Goku and Piccolo exchanged astonished looks. Oh, not yet defeated. His vitality remains remarkably resilient. Thus, I shall strike you down once more. The rejuvenated Wang Cheng now possesses a combat power of 1.5 million. The pain I endured was excruciating yet exhilarating. Indeed, the greater the suffering, the more my strength swells. As Vegeta awoke from his slumber after consuming a mystical being, he gazed upon this once defeated rustic who had grown so formidable, leaving him in a state of existential doubt. How could this earthling, this cockroach, a mere low-class warrior, surpass me? Even this green-faced fiend outmatches my prowess. Upon returning to Earth, Vegeta had also mastered the perception and control of energy. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta. Chapter 12, The Reward of Sage Mode. Oh, what a tenacious creature you are. With merely 50% of my maximum energy, I could reduce you to cosmic dust. A purple-black aura enveloped Frieza, growing ever more concentrated. Beep. Warning. Warning. Frieza's combat power has now reached 60 million. Proceed with caution, host. As long as I am not vanquished, I remain invincible. Wang Cheng began to gather his energy, employing instant transmission to launch a preemptive strike against Frieza. However, Frieza remained utterly unmoved, dismissing Wang Cheng's assault as if it were inconsequential. Do you believe yourself powerful? You are not, but a feeble insect. Before me, you all appear as pitiful fools. In an instant, Frieza vanished and reappeared before Wang Cheng, who barely had time to react before being violently kicked away, crashing into the mountainside like a severed kite, the rocks shattering upon impact. With a mere flick of his hand, Frieza unleashed a torrent of energy waves, sweeping towards Wang Cheng and obliterating everything in its path. Under this overwhelming force, Wang Cheng found himself utterly powerless, crushed in agony, his screams drowned by the sound of the energy collision. Coughing violently, he spewed blood. Wang Cheng felt as though his entire body was falling apart. His muscles twisted and spasmed like tightly wound dough, while his bones seemed to be mercilessly hammered. Waves of pain crashing through his nerves like an unrelenting tide, nearly rendering him unconscious. Cold sweat cascaded down, soaking his garments. Each breath felt as though it were slicing through him with a sharp blade, bringing excruciating anguish. In that moment, Wang Cheng was both in pain and elated, relishing the power gained through suffering, a smile involuntarily forming at the corners of his mouth. Yet in Frieza's eyes, this was but a mockery. Frieza unleashed a barrage of attacks upon Wang Cheng, each purple-black energy blast striking him mercilessly. Delightful. Again. More. He consumed being after being, and with each grievous wound, each pang of pain, Wang Cheng's combat power surged rapidly, now reaching 50 million. No longer was he merely a passive recipient of blows. Beep. Would you like to initiate today's check-in? Yes. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have attained Sage Mode. Sage Mode. Wang Cheng exclaimed in astonishment. Beep. This Sage Mode differs from that in the Naruto universe. Upon activation, the host will receive a twofold enhancement with no side effects. Engaging Sage Mode. Wang Cheng's body became enveloped in a cerulean white aura. In terms of appearance, his muscles instantaneously expanded, with veins surging beneath the skin like enraged dragons, twisting as if striving to break free from their fleshly confines. Exhilarating. His combat power reached 100 million. Frieza's total strength was 12 billion. Yet after such a prolonged battle, he had undoubtedly depleted some of his energy, bringing their powers closer in comparison. Frieza, unleash your full potential. You are no longer my adversary. How infuriating. Frieza, undeterred, launched a rapid attack towards Wang Cheng, only to strike at an illusion. Wang Cheng reappeared behind Frieza, delivering a side kick that sent Frieza crashing into the ground. Subsequently, he gathered energy in his right hand, forming a key disc aimed at Frieza. Sensing the imminent threat, Frieza hastily concentrated his energy and sidestepped, but he was a moment too late. His tail was severed. Ah, you wretched brat, you've wounded me, he exclaimed, beginning to unlock his full energy. A brilliant surge of energy erupted around Frieza, radiating like a dazzling supernova shining upon Namek. The powerful waves of energy expanded outward from him, ionizing the surrounding air and creating visible ripples of energy. The definition of his muscles became more pronounced under the influx of energy, each muscle seemingly brimming with cataclysmic power. Chapter 13 concludes, returning to Earth. A clarification on the difference between pain growth and the near-death recovery of Saiyans. When a Saiyan is gravely injured and near death, their combat power multiplies. In contrast, pain growth occurs whenever the body experiences damage and feels pain, enhancing their abilities. The previous opponents were significantly stronger than the protagonist, who, after sustaining severe injuries and being incapacitated, still required the use of senzu beans. This may lead to misunderstandings, suggesting that power increases solely result from near-death recovery. Pain growth is far superior to the innate talent of Saiyans, allowing for considerable power boosts even against evenly matched opponents. After all, Saiyans must be brought to the brink of death to achieve that growth. Moreover, combat power does not collapse. In the original work, Vegeta and Gohan only needed a few treatments to reach several million, while Goku, upon arriving on Namek, reached 3 million after a near-death experience. Conversely, the protagonist endured numerous beatings from Frieza, consumed several senzu beans, and spent an entire day absorbing damage. At long last, behold my full transformation. This power is utterly intoxicating. It is my first time unlocking my complete energy. I must be cautious, for a moment's lapse could result in your demise. Enough with the chatter. Let us fight. The two surged towards each other like lightning, their fists and feet colliding with explosive force, sending clouds of dust soaring. Frieza's fists emitted a purple-black aura, each strike seemingly capable of splitting mountains. Wang Cheng, equally unyielding, was surrounded by a pale blue energy, his counterattacks swift and powerful. Their figures intertwined in the air, the fierce battle causing the very earth to tremble. Watching the clash, Piccolo was left aghast. Returning home was no easy feat. Goku, can you discern their movements? Goku replied. Overwhelmed, they are astonishingly strong. My body trembles. I cannot tell if it is excitement from encountering such formidable foes or fear. Humph. Kakarot. What an extraordinary race the Earthlings are. They surpass even our warrior race, the Saiyans. You, a lowly warrior, have become so formidable while living on Earth. It seems I must visit Earth myself to witness this marvel. Meanwhile, the battle between King Vegeta and Frieza raged on. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance. A green being akin to Piccolo, seizing a bald man. Nappa, you incompetent fool. I entrusted you with the last Dragon Ball, and yet you allowed this pathetic Namekian to capture you. The Namekian advanced towards Vegeta and delivered a powerful punch that sent him flying. Invaders, you have slaughtered countless members of our race. Now you shall pay with your lives. Goku intervened hastily. Wait. The true mastermind is Frieza. Our comrades are engaged in battle with him. The Namekian gazed skyward, contemplating. These two are immensely powerful. They are indeed a calamity for our kind. Greetings. I am Son Goku. What is your name? Do you know this individual beside me? He is a Namekian raised on Earth. I am Nail, he replied, turning to Piccolo. Indeed, he is one of our kin, though I do not recognize him. Perhaps the Grand Elder might have some knowledge. Once King Vegeta has vanquished Frieza, we shall visit the Grand Elder to inquire about Piccolo's heritage. The battle between King Vegeta and Frieza neared its conclusion, both warriors battered and bloodied, gasping for breath. King Vegeta consumed a senzu bean and declared, "This ends now, Frieza." He then gathered energy into a Kamehameha wave. A formidable blue beam erupted forth, roaring like a furious dragon, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. I refuse to accept this. In an instant, the overwhelming energy consumed Frieza entirely. Phew. It is finally over. Frieza's presence has vanished. King Vegeta descended slowly beside Goku and the others. Well, long time no see, Prince Vegeta. Humph. The proud Vegeta huffed. Goku remarked, King Vegeta, this is Nail, a warrior from Namek. He can lead us to the Grand Elder, where we shall learn about Piccolo's lineage. Very well. Let us depart. At the Grand Elder's residence on Namek, Nail announced, Elder, I have brought guests. Please, come in. Greetings, Grand Elder. We hail from Earth in the Milky Way galaxy. Lord King Kai informed us that Namek is Piccolo's homeland, and we have come to seek his kin. The Grand Elder gazed at Piccolo and remarked, You bear a striking resemblance. You must be the child of Cadis. How astonishing that you have safely arrived on Earth. I recall a climatic upheaval on Namek, during which Cadis sent his child to Earth for refuge. I did not expect you to have grown so much, though it seems you are missing a part of your essence. So I truly am an alien. Very well, child. Cadis was indeed a warrior-type Namekian. and his offspring are equally exceptional. If you recover your essence, your potential shall become even greater. Now that we have uncovered Piccolo as heritage, it is time for us to return. Dear friends of Earth, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for all that you have done for Namek. I possess a unique ability to unlock one's potential. However, my vitality is waning, allowing me to bestow this gift upon but one individual. Wang Cheng stepped forward and said, "Then I shall trouble you, esteemed elder." As a beam of white light enveloped them, the elder, increasingly frail, remarked, "This is where I must cease. Your potential is remarkable." The system activated its panel with a chime. Host Wang Cheng. Mastery of martial arts, perception and utilization of Qi, Kamehameha, protective shield, solar fist, wolf fang fist, demon seal wave, pain growth, Qi round slash, cosmic survival, instant transmission, fusion technique, big bang attack, Leo flying kick, Sinin mode, battle power, 90 million. Items, 3,000 senza beans. Elder, here are the senza beans. While they cannot replenish your life force, they will restore your expended energy. Then we shall take our leave. Suddenly, Nail pursued them, exclaiming, "I wish to experience a broader world. Let us assimilate, Piccolo." Fear not. The assimilation will be directed by you. After the process, your strength will be enhanced. Moments later, with Nail's initial battle power exceeding 40,000, Piccolo's power surged to an astonishing 800,000 post-assimilation. In the original narrative, Nail stood at over 40,000, while Piccolo approached 100,000, culminating in a combined power of 1,000,000. Son, I am now stronger than you. Piccolo had yet to witness Goku's usage of the Kaioken times 10. When we return, I shall best you. Wang Cheng collected rare metals on Namek and discreetly stored Frieza's spaceship within the system's space, intending to present it to Bulma for research. After all, it was vital to maintain a favorable relationship with Earth's finest scientist, as he would later rely on her expertise to create a gravity chamber. Homeward Bound. Chapter 14. Divine Power. Having written little thus far, I shall endeavor to add more chapters subsequently. With the unexpected addition of Vegeta and Nappa, the ship felt somewhat cramped, prompting Wang Cheng to teleport them directly to Earth. Earth, Wang Cheng, Kakarot, and the green-skinned creature, I shall train with utmost diligence. When we meet again, this prince shall not falter. With that, he and Nappa soared into the sky. Now, let us return and rest. Wang Cheng also set his course for West City and Bulma's residence. Wow, Wang Cheng, you have returned with such an abundance of treasures. This is splendid. It will keep me busy for quite some time. What are your plans next? I heard from Goku that you have no family or place to stay. Why not reside in my home? Bulma gazed at the dashing man before her, having recently parted ways with Yamcha due to his infidelity. That would be wonderful. I also have nowhere to go. I must ask you to assist me in constructing another gravity chamber with a higher capacity, ideally reaching 500 times gravity, or even more if possible. Bulma replied, "No problem. With all this material and my previous experience, I should be able to create something even greater. I will have the robots prepare a room for you and arrange for meals to be prepared by staff. I must now return to my lab." And with that, she hurried away. Few lying on the soft bed, Wang Cheng mused that there was nothing more comfortable than a moment of tranquility away from battle. Early the next morning, he stretched lazily in bed and thought, having been on Earth for some time now, it is high time I venture out and explore. Thus, he donned his attire and resolved to take a stroll outside. As soon as he stepped outside, he spotted Bulma, deeply engrossed in her experiments. Utterly oblivious to Wang Cheng's arrival, he silently observed her, captivated by the intensity of her concentration. In that moment, he realized he harbored a peculiar affection for this intelligent and passionate girl. However, he did not dwell on it for long. Instead, he simply smiled and greeted Bulma before departing the house. Ding! Today's sign-in has commenced. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained an opportunity to comprehend divine power. Understanding this divine energy could enhance the host's strength and existential level. Wang Cheng hurried back to his room, settled into a meditative position, and began to contemplate the divine energy. Closing his eyes, he regulated his breathing and gradually entered a state of profound immersion. Within the depths of his being, a formidable force surged forth. He felt as though he had transcended into a mysterious realm, enveloped in a radiant glow. As time progressed, a faint luminescence began to emanate from his body, his aura growing increasingly potent. He could distinctly sense his capabilities escalating. When he opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shone within them. He felt as if he had undergone a metamorphosis, brimming with newfound strength. Is this the essence of divine power? Although he had only grasped a fraction of it, his prowess had significantly augmented, raising his combat effectiveness to 150 million. Concentrating the divine energy into specific actions, such as a punch or a ki blast, rendered them over twice as powerful compared to when he lacked such divine enhancement. This was merely a taste of its potential, truly astonishing. With a sigh, Wang Cheng expelled a breath of stale air. Night had fallen, and it seemed he would have to defer his explorations until tomorrow. Time flew by. Having resided in Bulma's home for half a year, their mutual affections remained unspoken, neither daring to break the delicate barrier between them. He pondered how Goku and the others were faring in their training, as well as the haughty Vegeta. Ding! Today's sign-in has commenced. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Dragon Fist. Over the past 6 months, he had accumulated over 10,000 sins of beans and adapted to 500 times the normal gravity. He opened his character panel. Host, Wang Cheng abilities, mastered martial arts, key perception and manipulation, Kamehameha, protective aura, solar flare, wolf fang fist, demon seal wave, pain growth, ki slash, cosmic survival, instant transmission, fusion technique, supernova attack, Leo flying kick, sage mode, dragon fist. Combat power, 300 million items. Senzu beans. Though progress was steady, he felt a tinge of urgency. In 2.5 years, the androids would appear, and he needed to intensify his training. Another 6 months passed. During this time, Vegeta had heard about the gravity chamber and trained here with Goku. But upon adapting to the gravity, he departed, feeling somewhat uneasy. Ding, ding, ding. Ordinary rewards omitted. Chapter 15. Frieza's father and brother having concluded his training for the day, Wang Cheng exited the gravity chamber to find Bulma, who had been waiting patiently. What brings you here? Wang Cheng inquired. I wanted you to see the results of my research, Bulma replied, handing him a notebook filled with an array of intricate formulas and data. As Wang Cheng received the notebook, he found himself increasingly astonished. The depth and breadth of Bulma's research surpassed his wildest imaginings. You truly are remarkable, Wang Cheng sincerely remarked. However, this achievement still contains some imperfections that I need to refine, Bulma replied earnestly. But before that, I wish to unwind a little. Would you accompany me for a shopping excursion? Wang Cheng hesitated, but upon seeing the glimmer of anticipation in Bulma's eyes, he ultimately acquiesced. The two arrived at the bustling commercial center of the city, where throngs of people filled the streets and shops displayed their myriad wares. Bulma excitedly flitted between various stores, selecting items that caught her fancy, while Wang Cheng trailed behind, burdened with an assortment of bags. Despite feeling somewhat fatigued, a profound sense of fulfillment blossomed within him. Hey, Wang Cheng, have you ever had a girlfriend? Bulma suddenly inquired. No, I haven't, Wang Cheng stammered, taken aback by her unexpected question. Then how about I become your girlfriend? Bulma suggested shyly, her cheeks flushed. Upon hearing this, Wang Cheng's heart leapt with joy. He gazed at Bulma and beamed a radiant smile. Sure, today, I am incredibly happy. You can only love me from now on, understood? Bulma playfully threatened. Wang Cheng chuckled and nodded, wrapping his arms around her. Bulma squirmed momentarily but then relaxed into his embrace. I will cherish you dearly, Bulma, Wang Cheng whispered gently. Bulma lifted her gaze to meet his, her face aglow with happiness. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from the sky. Wang Cheng and Bulma looked up to see a colossal spaceship descending slowly. That's, Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. It seems you have new research material, Wang Cheng said, swiftly lifting Bulma and soaring toward the vessel. Upon nearing the spaceship, they discovered that numerous Earth warriors had already gathered around it. Goku and Krillin stared at Wang Cheng and Bulma, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. What on earth is happening? They exclaimed, rubbing their eyes. We are together now. Bulma is my girlfriend, Wang Cheng declared, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Piccolo approached and inquired, who are the occupants of this spaceship? I can sense 2 extraordinarily powerful presences. Who cares? Someone replied. As long as Wang Cheng is here, he even defeated that so-called Universe Emperor, Frieza, the Universe Emperor. It seemed Wang Cheng was now considered the mightiest in the cosmos. The title of the strongest in the universe belongs solely to me, Prince Vegeta. Just wait. One day, I shall surpass you, Vegeta retorted. Following intense gravity training, Vegeta's battle power reached 5 million, whereas Nappa stood at 130,000, and Goku at 4 million. Temporarily called back to farm by Chi-Chi, Vegeta, spurred by Wang Cheng's prowess, had remained in the gravity chamber training diligently. Aside from the essentials of life, Nappa, being a Saiyan, was also formidable. Vegeta had already met the requisite battle power. He just needed one surge of rage to transform. Among the other Earth warriors, Piccolo possessed a battle power of 260,000, while Yamcha had left martial arts to pursue baseball and was absent. Krillin held a power of 20,000, Tien Shinhan 40,000, Kaiatsu 8,000, and Gohan's scholarly focus had reduced his battle power to 2,000. Suddenly, Nappa remarked, "This is Frieza's army spaceship. Could it be Frieza's father, King Cold?" As soon as the words fell, the hatch opened, and Frieza's father, King Cold, emerged first. His icy visage exuding an air of imperious arrogance. Each step he took radiated an overwhelming sense of dread. Behind him, Frieza's brother, Cooler, stood tall, his eyes glinting with a fierce intensity. Further back, the Ginyu Force aligned with precision, their diverse forms, some robust, others peculiar, converging to create a formidable aura akin to a tempest capable of obliterating everything in its path. The very air seemed to solidify in their presence, a harbinger of death silently spreading. Chapter 16. The boy from the future, who could be so heartless as to take the life of my beloved and endearing son, Frieza? He is my pride and hope, the very essence of my being. The thought of him falling victim to such treachery pierces my heart like 1,000 daggers. Vegeta? What are you doing here, you Saiyan monkey? As Frieza's subordinate, surely you know who is responsible for his demise. Vegeta scoffed dismissively, ignoring him. I did it. Surprised. Are you? Who would have thought that Frieza would meet his end at the hands of a somewhat handsome earthling like me? Now that you are aware of this truth, do you still wish to leave here alive? Come forth and accept your fate. Perhaps I can grant you a swift end, sparing you from further agony. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthless nature, leaving you in a state where life is a torment and death an elusive escape, King Cold declared with arrogance. At that tense moment, a dazzling light suddenly flashed, followed by a sleek, futuristic circular machine that descended gracefully to the center of the arena. Accompanied by a soft hum and a surge of air, the hatch slowly opened, and a figure stepped out, none other than Trunks. Dressed in a form-fitting blue battlesuit, he exuded a striking presence, his gaze sharp and resolute, as if it could pierce through any obstacle. Sunlight cascaded upon him, illuminating the strong contours of his face, rendering him utterly captivating. Who is that? Wait, have I arrived in the wrong timeline? How is Uncle Goku back already? And who is that next to King Cold? Where's Frieza? And who are those 5 striking odd poses? Mom, why is she so familiar with a stranger? This isn't even Yamcha. What is happening in this timeline? Trunks exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Kid, where did you spring from? Get out of the way and stop causing a disturbance. King Cold thought to himself. Trunks has indeed arrived. Well, let me deal with these two first before assisting him with the crisis of the future. After all, I am somewhat of a father figure to him. Stepping forward, King Cold delivered a resounding slap to King Cold, sending him flying. Then, unleashing a Kamehameha, he swiftly ended the battle, for King Cold's power level was merely 100 million. Following that, he effortlessly released 5 energy blasts, annihilating the Ginyu Force in an instant. Whoa, this person is incredibly strong, far surpassing my Super Saiyan form. Trunks gasped in astonishment, as everyone stood in shock. Wukong scratched his head and remarked, Indeed, Wong Chong. The gap between us is widening. How could Vegeta be so formidable? I have been diligently training. Wong Chong, brimming with pride, replied, just a little sprinkle of effort. Keeping it low-key, roaring with laughter, he added, I underestimated you, Earthling, but compared to me, King Gula, you still have a long way to go. At that moment, everyone felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Gula. System, what is Gula's combat power? A notification chimed. Gula's combat power is 470 million. Activate Sage Mode. With a thunderous sound, Wong Chong was enveloped in azure and white energy waves. In this Sage Mode, his combat power soared to an astounding 800 million. In a flash, he executed a series of lightning-fast kicks, obliterating Gula's head. Yes, it was a brutal explosion, vividly graphic. I just started dating and was looking forward to studying the character Kuin. I don't have time to waste with you, Trunks thought, his eyes shining with admiration for Wang Cheng. This person is so close to my mother and so powerful. He must be able to help me resolve the crises in the future world. Mom, no? Hello, Aunt Bulma. Who are you? Do I know you? I am Trunks. May I have a moment to speak with you and this uncle? Bulma glanced at Wang Cheng, who nodded, and they stepped aside together. Chapter 17. The Future World, Mr. Wang Cheng. I hail from the future, my mother, Trunks began, glancing at Bulma. Stop. I'm not curious about your parents. You claim to come from the future. Is there a purpose for your visit? Trunks explained. Here's the situation. Half an hour later. So that's how it is. Very well. I will accompany you to the future to eliminate the androids. Wang Cheng said to Bulma. Wait for me at home. I shall return swiftly. Be careful and come back soon, she said, planting a swift kiss on his lips. Hee. I'll settle the score when I return. Piccolo. You heard that conversation, right? 3 years from now, a powerful enemy will emerge. One even stronger than I. Here, take this. Wang Cheng tossed the heart disease medicine Trunks had given him to Piccolo. You often train with Goku and Gohan, right? If he suffers a heart attack, make sure he takes this. I am heading to the future world with Trunks. Earth is in your capable hands. I can see that since you're training in the other world, you've transformed significantly. Don't deny it. You and Gohan get along well. Among us, Krillin lacks strength. Vegeta is too arrogant, and Goku fears his wife. You're the most reliable. I entrust everything to you. If you have the chance, visit the Supreme Kai in the other world. You will be pleasantly surprised. After bidding farewell to everyone, Wang Cheng and Trunks boarded the time machine to the future world. The future world, wow. This place is utterly deplorable. The environment is unbearable, with dust swirling everywhere and garbage strewn about. The air is filled with a nauseating stench. I can hardly bear to stay here for a minute. Hurry, take me to find this so-called android. Let us resolve this quickly and then pack up to head home. Of course, Mr. Wang Cheng. Trunks escorted Wang Cheng to a desolate city, where 2 figures in the distance were wreaking havoc. These were androids 17 and 18. Trunks pointed ahead, and without hesitation, Wang Cheng charged forth to engage in a fierce battle with the androids. In a blur, he appeared before android 17, delivering a powerful kick imbued with divine energy that sent him flying. Swiftly, he maneuvered behind android 18, ensnaring her in a tight embrace. Witnessing his sister's predicament, android 17, filled with rage, gathered his energy to fire a ki blast at Wang Cheng's back. Watch out, Mr. Wang Cheng. Yet, Wang Cheng remained unfazed, allowing the ki blast to strike him. Seizing the moment, android 18 broke free from his grasp and executed a spinning kick, slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh. Wang Cheng sidestepped, not because he feared the kick, but due to its deceptive angle. Following through, he aimed a punch at her chest. Rogue, are you fighting or flirting? Android 18 exclaimed, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Enough of this. Your skills are far too lacking to be entertaining, she declared dismissively. How dare you underestimate us? Android 17, filled with indignation, charged at Wang Cheng. Just as he was about to land a hit, Wang Cheng unleashed a dragon fist, piercing through Android 17's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Upon witnessing her brother's swift demise, Android 18 panicked. Why you? Don't come any closer, she cried, turning to flee. Can you escape? He taunted, unleashing a Kamehameha wave that engulfed her in a bluish energy blast. Done. Trunks, please take me home. Is that it? Mr. Wang Cheng is truly formidable. Trunks responded in awe. I have a suggestion for you. Seek out a certain stout fellow in the other world, who can guide you into the room of spirit and time. A year spent inside equates to merely a day outside. In this world, you would be the sole warrior. And self-improvement is far superior to relying on external assistance. In the original series, Bu's arc showcased Bu training alongside 2 Super Saiyans, and numerous fan interpretations depict him as a dragon god or other powerful entities. As it stands, he is undoubtedly stronger than the current Trunks. Seeking him for training in the other world would be advantageous. After all, he remains alive, while the deities have long since passed. With that, Wang Cheng and Trunks boarded the time machine, returning to the main timeline. Chapter 18. A gentle haven finally back. All right, Mr. Wang Cheng, I shall take my leave now. I will heed your advice, train diligently, and ensure the safety of my mother and the future world. Farewell, Trunks said, departing in the time machine. With 3 years remaining before the android saga commenced, Wang Cheng felt unconcerned. There was ample time. His first destination was Bulma's abode. Bulma, I've returned. Over the past year, the bond between them had deepened, yet they had not acknowledged it directly. Now, the air was thick with unspoken tension, ready to ignite. "Did you miss me, Bulma?" Wang Cheng exclaimed, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "Be gentle. Do you have any idea how strong you are? Are you trying to crush me? Wait, something else poking me." Bulma blushed, her face turning crimson. "Hee. What can I say? My Bulma is simply irresistible." Wang Cheng lifted Bulma in a sudden embrace, swiftly carrying her into the bedroom, where a fierce altercation ensued, marked by intensity and even bloodshed. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Recently, Wang Cheng had spent his days merely signing in, accompanying Bulma on leisurely shopping excursions, and engaging in fights each evening, neglecting his training in the gravity chamber for 2 months. He felt as though his body was on the verge of rusting. He resolved to resume his training upon returning home. He could no longer indulge in the comforts of her gentle presence. As soon as he finished speaking, Bulma entered wearing a sheer nightgown, signaling yet another night devoid of slumber. "Ding. Would you like to initiate today's sign-in?" "Yes, proceed." "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Pegasus Meteor Fist." Afterward, Wang Cheng held Bulma close and drifted back to sleep, for a night spent in combat necessitated rest during the day. While Wang Cheng reveled in this tender haven, Vegeta was diligently training, leaving Nappa to suffer as his sparring partner. Nappa's injuries had yet to fully heal, as there were no healing chambers available here. Time flew swiftly, and before long, it had been a year since Wang Cheng returned from the future world. One day, after completing his sign-in, he was greeted by a beaming Bulma, who joyfully announced her pregnancy. Wang Cheng was overjoyed. At last, he had blood relatives in this world. Gazing at Bulma, he silently vowed to protect her and their child amidst the numerous formidable enemies that lurked in this realm. He realized that after a year of mere enjoyment, his combat prowess had nearly deteriorated. "Bulma, starting tomorrow, I shall train in the other world. The universe is vast, and there are undoubtedly more villains like Frieza. I must safeguard you and our child. I cannot afford to remain in this state of indulgence." "All right, but you must return home at least once a week. No straying or infidelity. I've heard that men often stray when their wives are pregnant. Should you dare, I will ensure you become a eunuch." With that, Bulma made a scissor gesture towards Wang Cheng's groin. "Rest assured, Bulma." Wang Cheng sensed Goku's energy and promptly teleported to Goku's home. Goku, it's Wang Cheng. It has been a long time. Goku, what have you been up to this past year? Have you not been training properly?" Goku scratched his head and replied, "Chi-Chi won't let me train. I have to work the fields every day to support the family. Come on, I'll take you to find Vegeta. It's been ages. Don't you want to fight with me?" "Really? That is fantastic. I've been eager to spar with you," Goku exclaimed excitedly. "But I probably can't match you now. I haven't trained in so long. If only there were a place to train that wouldn't waste time." "You could finish your training and return to work," Wang Cheng suggested, deliberately enticing Goku to mention the hyperbolic time chamber. "Hey, how could I have forgotten about that?" Goku exclaimed, startled. "Wang Cheng, I know of a place where 1 day inside equals a year outside. This way, I can train and return without Chi-Chi scolding me." "Such a place exists?" Wang Cheng feigned astonishment. "Yes, but only 2 people can enter at a time, and each person can only stay for 2 years inside, which equates to 2 days outside. Exceeding the time means you can never come out." "That is sufficient," Wang Cheng mused, contemplating that once his strength reached a certain level, he could transcend dimensions and wield boundless power. "Let us embark on our journey." In the celestial realm, Wang Cheng and Wukong were greeted by a deity. "What brings you here?" the deity inquired. "Esteemed deity, Wukong and I wish to enter the room of spirit in time for training," Wang Cheng replied. "Very well, Wukong. Allow Mr. Popo to escort you there, but remember, you must not exceed 2 days within, otherwise you shall be unable to exit." "Understood, esteemed deity. By the way, could you inform Vegeta to join us as well?" "And Piccolo," Wang Cheng added. "That Saiyan won't cause any trouble, will he?" The deity responded with reluctance. "He won't. Wukong and I will only be in for a day. When I am nearing the end of my training, you can summon him, with an opportunity to enhance his strength. He won't disrupt us." With that, Wukong and Wang Cheng entered the room of spirit and time under Mr. Popo's guidance. Upon stepping inside, they immediately felt the difference in gravity. It was 10 times that of Earth, but to Wang Cheng and Wukong, it was hardly a challenge. The vastness of the space was equipped with ample food, water, and living quarters, with temperatures fluctuating between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees Celsius. And the air was thin with low pressure. Spending a year in such an environment could be quite monotonous. Wang Cheng remarked. Come, Wukong. Let us train individually for a while before we engage in combat. Sounds good. It's just what I need to polish my rusty body, Wukong replied. Thus, Wang Cheng and Wukong immersed themselves in a variety of exercises, resting in their quarters when fatigued, and feasting on the endless supply of food. This regimen persisted for 3 months. System, is it not possible to register here? Wang Cheng inquired. Ding. This is a special space. Registration is only permitted in the real world, the system responded. Very well. Wukong, how about we fight now? After 3 months, Wukong's battle prowess had significantly improved. You'd best unleash your full strength. Otherwise, you might not withstand even a single strike from me, Wang Cheng warned. Wukong assumed a formidable stance and shouted, 20-fold KO can. In an instant, he was enveloped in a crimson aura, his power soaring to 100 million. Wang Cheng contemplated, still too weak. I should toy with him a bit. Or else, he won't even feel the impact of my blows. With that, Wang Cheng leaped forward, closing the distance to Wukong in the blink of an eye. Such speed. I can hardly discern when Wang Cheng appeared. Wukong thought, astonished. Wang Cheng unleashed a powerful punch that sent Wukong hurtling away. Following this, he executed the Pegasus Meteor Fist, unleashing a barrage of punches that struck Wukong relentlessly. Caught off guard, Wukong could only emit cries of distress. For half an hour, Wang Cheng restrained his power while relentlessly assaulting Wukong until he was on the brink of exhaustion, at which point he administered a senzu bean. Wow, Wang Cheng, what manner of being are you? I recall you have another transformation, don't you? In your normal state, you've left me utterly defenseless. You are astonishingly powerful. I tremble in your presence. Thank goodness you are not my adversary. Chapter 19. Super Saiyan, shall we continue, Wukong? Wang Cheng asked. Of course. I feel that after this battle, I have grown significantly stronger. It's quite strange, Wukong replied, still bewildered. Has Vegeta not mentioned anything to you? Wang Cheng questioned. The Saiyans are a warrior race in the universe, inherently combative. Upon experiencing a near-death revival, your battle power significantly increases, Wang Cheng remarked. No wonder Vegeta was so much stronger on Namek after being gravely injured on Earth. It all makes sense now. Does that mean I have a chance to surpass you? Wang Cheng. Hee. I am so excited. Come on, Wang Cheng, let us continue. Bang, bang, bang. After a Kamehameha from Wang Cheng, Goku lay down once more. Alas, I cannot take it anymore. I need to rest. Wang Cheng offered him a senzu bean and said, All right, we have been training for over 10 days. Let us eat something and take a break. By the way, Wang Cheng, where did you get so many senzu beans? I remember that Korin had no stock left. Goku asked curiously. Wang Cheng joked, You've been deceived. In fact, there are plenty left. I took them by force. After all, he is a sage. He is too proud to admit it to you, so don't ask. If you do, I will say there are none left. You should be considerate of Korin's pride. You fool. Oh, I see. Let us go eat. I feel quite hungry now. Wang Cheng and Goku ate, and then returned to their rooms to rest. System check panel. Ding. Host, Wang Cheng. Abilities, mastered martial arts, chi sensory and manipulation, Kamehameha, protective shield, solar flare, wolf fang fist, demon seal wave, pain growth, chi slash, cosmic survival. Instant transmission, fusion technique, big bang attack, Leo flying kick, sage mode, dragon fist, Pegasus meteor fist. Battle power, 2 billion. Items, senzu beans. System. What is Goku's battle power now? Ding. Son Goku's battle power is 10 million. I am increasingly eager for Son Goku to transform into a Super Saiyan quickly, otherwise, my improvement will be minimal. 3 days later, Goku, you really can sleep. You've slept for 3 whole days. Hurry up and continue training. I need to eat something first. Hee. After breakfast, Goku stretched his body. I am ready, Wang Cheng. Let us begin. Today, we want to fight. Why not? Goku. Think back to the time when Gohan fought Raditz. When he saw you being attacked, Gohan, who had never trained, unleashed an aura stronger than yours. I think you should give it a try. Consider something that makes you angry and see if it ignites an astonishing battle power. Something that makes me angry? I can't think of anything. Goku scratched his head. For example, did Chi-Chi cheat on you? What does cheat mean, Wang Cheng? Goku asked, utterly confused. I almost forgot that this fellow is a single-celled idiot. Let us change the approach. Think of it this way. What if Chi-Chi and Gohan were killed? Goku innocently asked. Who would kill Chi-Chi and Gohan? Why would they be killed? Wang Cheng couldn't help but deliver a swift punch to Goku's head. Why did you hit me? That hurt. Are you a foolish pig, Goku? Sigh. Truly hopeless. Just imagine, for instance, one day Frieza resurrects. Or a foe stronger than Frieza appears, and you are no match for him. He kills your Chi-Chi and your Gohan. Goku, however, only heard the part about Frieza resurrecting. A stronger enemy? Where? Isn't there you? Wong Chong, at a loss for words, expressed his frustration. I am utterly exasperated. I too could not defeat that enemy. No one could. They were all slain. Enough. Contemplate this thought. Chi-Chi and Wufan have perished. Shouldn't you be incensed? With that, he turned his back on Goku and resumed his training. Goku stood there in a daze, motionless. Chi-Chi and Wufan slain. Suddenly, Goku let out a primal roar. I shall not permit such a thing to transpire. In that moment, Goku's energy surged violently, his eyes flickering between black and white. His hair standing on end without a breeze. With a whoosh, a golden aura enveloped Goku, his hair rising and transforming into a brilliant gold. His expression cold and resolute. Goku's gaze locked onto Wong Chong, and without a hint of emotion, he charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Wang Cheng's face. Not enough. Not enough. A 50-fold increase merely equates to 500 million. Let us continue. Next, let us assist Goku in stabilizing this state, and subsequently enhance his base form. Wang Cheng executed a series of meteor fist strikes, and Goku was instantly reverted to his normal state, collapsing unconscious. With the amplification of divine power, Wang Cheng's battle prowess of 4 billion allowed him to transcend boundaries. After feeding Goku a healing bean, he awakened immediately, bewildered. What just transpired? Was that truly me? In that state, I was consumed solely by the desire to kill. Just the thought of Chi-Chi and Wufan. Was that a transformation? You couldn't see it. But your hair changed color, and your power was 50 times your norm. Now, familiarize yourself with that sensation and adapt to this transformation. We shall battle again when the time is right. A month later, Goku declared, I am ready. Very well, let us commence. After the previous bout and a month of adaptation and training, Goku's base form had reached 13 million, and his transformed state soared to 6.5 billion. Goku instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Wang Cheng assumed the battle stance of Ultraman. The conflict was imminent. Wang Cheng struck first, launching a ki blast as a test. But Goku sidestepped and swiftly retaliated with a Kamehameha wave. The two exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch. Suddenly, Wang Cheng seized the opportunity, delivering a kick to Goku's abdomen, causing him to stumble back a few steps. Yet, he quickly regained his footing and charged forward once more, engaging Wang Cheng in close combat. The struggle intense and evenly matched. Wang Cheng, witnessing the growth of his battle power, exclaimed in exhilaration. The fight persisted for 3 hours, both warriors utterly exhausted and battered. What a thrill! Wang Cheng, I have finally caught up to you. Goku laughed. Caught up to me? You are still far behind, Goku. Have you forgotten that I have yet to transform? Hee hee. I did indeed forget. Wang Cheng tossed a healing bean to Goku, saying, All right, let us take a break. In the celestial realm, you summon me here? Wang Cheng is absent, indulging in his own whims, is he? If he does not return soon, I shall obliterate this place. Piccolo retorted, What are you boasting about? You only dare act like this in Wang Cheng's absence. Why didn't you exhibit such bravado when he was present? You greenskin monster. Repeat that if you dare, and I will send you to meet Yama. As Vegeta and Piccolo faced each other with palpable tension, two figures emerged from the depths of the temple. These formidable presences left Piccolo astonished, his complexion turning a shade of green. Vegeta, too, found himself immobilized by the overwhelming aura. Vegeta, it has been quite some time, exclaimed Wang Cheng. And Kakarot, how have you become so powerful? What have you two done? Quickly, divulge your secrets to gaining strength. Hey, Vegeta, I have some delightful news to share. Would you care to hear it? Wang Cheng said with a mischievous glint in his eye. What could possibly be more joyous than a method to enhance my power? Oh, it's that our esteemed son Goku can now transform into a Super Saiyan. What? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. How could Kakarot, a mere low-class warrior, become a Super Saiyan? Only I, Prince Vegeta, am worthy of that title. Chapter 20. The Daughter Spoiling Wang Cheng. Please lend your strength. Comment. Don't believe it? Goku, why not demonstrate for him? With a swift motion, Goku transformed into his Super Saiyan state. Vegeta and the others were rendered motionless. This power surpassed even Wang Cheng's. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Truly, the Saiyan race is an extraordinary lineage, Piccolo marveled. Damn it, this low-class warrior Kakarot has once again outpaced me. I refuse to concede. I am the prince of the Saiyans. Just wait. Once I uncover your secrets, I shall surpass you. Well then, I must return home. Vegeta, have Goku inform you where we train and the secrets of transformation. So you too can become a Super Saiyan upon your return with that view. Piccolo, do engage in a thorough conversation with the deity. He likely has wisdom to impart. All right, I shall take my leave. Farewell, everyone. After spending a year in the room of spirit and time, Wong Chong was eager to reunite with Bulma, though she was pregnant. Once Wong Chong departed, Goku and Vegeta explained the situation and the method of transformation before heading home themselves. In West City, the day as sign-in commenced. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the vitality pill. Bulma, why have you returned to the lab? You ought to be resting. You just confirmed your pregnancy yesterday, yet you act as if we haven't seen each other in ages, Bulma remarked, bewildered. Have you thought of names for the baby? She inquired. Well, if it's a boy, we shall name him Wong Tong. If a girl, Wong Tian, he replied. Very well, it's getting late. Let us retire to our room and rest. Wong Chong cradled Bulma's delicate form, tossing and turning, unable to find solace. To Bulma, it felt as though he had only been gone a day, but for him, it had been a full year of restraint. Bulma sensed Wang Cheng's unusual state, sighing. Oh dear, I can't believe you've become like this after just one day without sparring. Very well, I suppose I'll indulge you. With that, she nestled into bed, enjoying a midnight snack, knowing the others would likely find this less appealing. The following morning, Wang Cheng awoke refreshed and began his daily sign-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the ageless pill. What a splendid reward. After being with Bulma for so long, I have yet to gift her anything. This shall be perfect. Bulma, could you come over for a moment? I have a gift for you. A gift? Is it jewelry or perhaps golden ornaments? Cosmetics? I have no need for such trifles. You might as well fetch me a spaceship or something for my research. Are you sure you won't come take a look? This is something no woman could possibly refuse. What could it be? You're being all mysterious. The youth elixir, as the name implies, once consumed, it grants eternal youth. What? Is such a thing truly in existence? Of course. Just yesterday, I teleported to Namek, where the dragon is far more powerful than ours on Earth. I made a wish for a youth elixir. Had it not been for the fact that I have never given you a gift before, I would have wished for your eternal youth directly. Wow. Is that true? I adore you. This gift is simply marvelous. Bulma rushed over to kiss Wang Cheng and then consumed the youth elixir. Thank you, my dear. Is there any need for gratitude between us? An unexpected visitor has arrived, Super Vegeta. What brings you here, Vegeta? Have you completed your training so swiftly? Vegeta arrogantly replied, Wang Cheng. I have come to settle old scores. Given that you had Kakarot reveal the method to me, I will spare your life. I see you've become rather arrogant. Vegeta, are you addressing me? Today, I shall ensure you experience the harshness of reality. Come, let us change venues. Wang Cheng and Vegeta arrived at a vast plain. Today, I will let you witness Super Vegeta. A flash of golden light illuminated the area as Super Saiyan Vegeta made his entrance. Wang Cheng could sense that, at this moment, Vegeta's Super Saiyan form was slightly inferior to Goku's. The system indicated Vegeta's combat power was 500 million, while his base form was 10 million. Eager to defeat Wang Cheng, he focused solely on transforming, neglecting his base form. After all, they had no sins of beans to replenish their energy. Wang Cheng teleported directly to Vegeta and struck him at the neck, causing Vegeta to revert from his Super Saiyan mode and faint. Nappa, take him away. And in the future, do not disturb me unless necessary. Nappa, with a combat power of 300,000, remained in his base form. After Vegeta was swiftly defeated, Wang Cheng's life became considerably more tranquil. His days were filled with signing documents and accompanying Bulma on shopping excursions. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Bulma successfully gave birth to a little princess. With a daughter now in his life, Wang Cheng began to neglect his training, becoming a veritable doting father, spending all his time with her, even making Bulma feel a twinge of jealousy. And so, 2 more years elapsed. Tian, slow down. Don't fall. Daddy. Hold me. I want to fly. All right, my dear, I shall take you soaring into the sky. On a small island to the southwest of the South City, the Earth warriors had gathered, preparing to confront the androids. Where's Wang Cheng? I feel uneasy without him here, Krillin said anxiously. I just called Bulma. And she mentioned that Wang Cheng is playing with their daughter. Goku scratched his head in contemplation. Humph, it is better that he does not come. This prince alone can vanquish all the androids, and you may simply observe the spectacle. Due to Wang Cheng's influence, Goku and Vegeta possess strength surpassing that of the original narrative. The greater their base power, the more significant the enhancement upon transforming into Super Saiyan. It seems there has been a battle in the nearby town. Let us investigate. Upon their arrival, they were met with a scene strewn with corpses, beside which stood a peculiar old man and a rotund figure. Are you the androids? Indeed, as Piccolo had stated, their energy was imperceptible. Vegeta approached, his gaze filled with disdain. You two dare to call yourselves androids? With that, he instantly transformed into his Super Saiyan form, unleashing a formidable aura that caused both the old man and the rotund figure to tremble. Vegeta, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. In a swift motion, Vegeta extended a finger and lightly tapped the rotund figure, who then collapsed. Following this, he delivered a kick toward the old man, who had no time to react before being sent flying. Pathetic, Vegeta scoffed. It seems the true androids are not here. Goku shook his head, suggesting they search the island for possible clues. Thus, the group dispersed, meticulously scouring every corner. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng was at home playing with his daughter, wholly unaware of the events unfolding outside. The rotund android possessed a combat power of 90 million, while Dr. Gero exceeded 100 million. After being defeated by Wang Cheng, Vegeta had diligently trained for 2 years, achieving a base power of 45 million, and his transformation had rendered him significantly stronger than Wang Cheng in his base form, making it entirely natural for him to obliterate the two. Even if these androids absorbed energy, Vegeta's Super Saiyan energy would overwhelm them instantaneously, akin to the creature that exploded from Goku's energy aboard Babidi ship. Upon Dr. Gero's demise, androids 17 and 18 would activate automatically. Cell arrived alongside Trunks when he returned Wang Cheng, mirroring his original appearance by traveling through time. The cell of the main timeline would be consumed by the future cell, thus altering his strength in subsequent chapters, the reasons for which shall not be elaborated further. Chapter 21. Cell up ahead. It seems there is a battle, Piccolo suddenly exclaimed. The group swiftly flew toward the commotion, witnessing a man and woman engaged in combat with a creature resembling a lizard. Below, a man with a red comb atop his head was leisurely walking a bird, while the trio exchanged blows. Vegeta, seizing the moment, charged into the fray, demanding to know who among them was the android, declaring, "Show yourself to this prince and prepare to meet your demise." The man with the comb retorted, "We are all androids created by Dr. Gero." "All of you?" Piccolo exclaimed in shock. Were there not only 2? Having encountered 2 previously, the emergence of 4 contradicted the future boy's account. Who cares how many there are? Be it 1, 2, or an entire legion, they shall all perish before this prince. As his words resonated through the air, an overwhelming aura erupted from the prince, enveloping him in a golden flame, his hair standing on end like blazing fire, each strand gleaming with blinding gold light. Indeed, at that moment, he had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Wang Cheng suddenly appeared beside the crowd, cradling his daughter. "Oh, the battle has begun. I apologize for my tardiness, everyone. So this is your daughter, Wang Cheng? How adorable," exclaimed Klin, reaching out to gently pat the sweet child's head. He then posed a question about whether Vegeta could triumph over the adversaries before them. Absolutely. The transformed Vegeta is remarkably powerful. He can take on androids 17 and 18, and even the current Cell, without breaking a sweat, Wang Cheng mused. Puzzled as to how Cell had appeared so swiftly, his timeline did not align. But what did it matter? After all, he was merely a minor nuisance. The battle was about to commence. Goku felt a surge of frustration, lamenting, "Vegeta is always one step ahead. I yearn to join the fray." Without hesitation, Vegeta charged forward, delivering a swift kick to Android 17, who staggered back under the force. "How dare you ambush me?" 17 roared, retaliating as he clashed with Vegeta. Android 18 swiftly joined the fray, and together they unleashed a combined assault on Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta stood his ground, expertly fending off their attacks with remarkable ease. "You pathetic fools are no match for me," he bellowed defiantly. At that moment, Cell entered the battlefield, observing the skirmish with a smug grin. 17. Allow me to lend you a hand, he declared, vanishing in an instant to appear behind 17. Prepare to be consumed. To the astonishment of onlookers, the massive, menacing figure of Cell erupted into action. His thick, spotted tail lashed out like a bolt of lightning, striking 17 with blinding speed. Before anyone could react, the unprepared 17 was ensnared, and in an instant, Cell exerted his strength, engulfing 17 within his being. 17, cried Android 18, rage boiling within her. You despicable creature. You've devoured 17. I will not let this go unanswered. Suddenly, Android 16 positioned himself protectively in front of 18. Run. He is the ultimate killing machine created by Dr. Gero. You stand no chance against him now, especially with Vegeta lurking nearby. 16 urged. But 17. 18 protested. There is no time for hesitation. I will buy you some time. Now go? 16 insisted. You two were not inherently evil. You were merely created to defeat Goku. I cherish this world, its nature, and its creatures. Hurry, 18. In this timeline, androids 16, 17, and 18 are not malevolent. They have no intention of killing, only one mission, to defeat Goku. Unlike their counterparts from the future timeline, after all, 18 is beloved by many Dragon Ball fans. Think you can escape? It's too late. Haha. Vegeta, I know you well. Dr. Gero's records detail your Saiyan lineage. You crave combat with the strong, don't you? I am aware that I am not your match yet. But once I consume 18, I will achieve my perfect form, and then we shall have a glorious battle. Cell sinisterly proclaimed. Who you consume is of no concern to me. All I know is that today, you and all your fellow androids shall meet your demise at the hands of this prince. Vegeta, are you frightened? Afraid that once I transform into my perfect form, you will no longer be my equal? Cell continued to provoke Vegeta. Humph. Am I afraid? Very well. I shall await your transformation into perfection. With that, he exited his Super Saiyan mode. At this moment, tension gripped everyone, yet Goku wore a smile of understanding. The Saiyans truly are a peculiar race. Vegeta stood resolutely, arms crossed, his gaze cold and indifferent, seemingly having abandoned the thought of further assaulting Cell. Meanwhile, Cell seized the opportunity, darting like lightning towards Android 18, a greedy smile distorting his menacing face, as if she were already in his grasp. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a towering figure suddenly shielded Android 18. It was Android 16. His expression remained impassive, yet his eyes shimmered with unwavering resolve. Undeterred by Cell's ferocity, 16 firmly planted himself, adopting a defensive stance. Cell charged at 16, but in mere moments, he found himself bested. In this life-or-death moment, the previously imposing Android 18 became utterly flustered. Her eyes widened in shock and confusion, as if the world had turned upside down. She stood there, frozen like a statue, utterly immobile. On the other side, Cell recognized this perfect opportunity and lunged toward Android 18 without hesitation. His grotesque visage became even more terrifying at that instant, accompanied by a spine-chilling roar. He approached her with the speed of lightning piercing through the night sky, as the demise of a beautiful woman loomed near. And at the hands of such an unsightly creature, it was time for our valiant hero, the confidant of countless young ladies, to take action. In an instant, Wang Ping appeared beside Android 18, escorting her to safety. Upon witnessing this, Cell turned to attack Wang Ping, but he effortlessly evaded and countered with a Kamehameha wave, forcing Cell into retreat. Who are you to disrupt my plans? Cell bellowed in fury. I am the guardian of countless young girls, and I shall not allow you to harm women, especially beautiful ones. Wang Ping boldly replied. At this moment, Vegeta, observing from the sidelines, felt a surge of astonishment. This man is still incredibly powerful. I thought I had caught up to him over the past 2 years. Android 18 looked at her savior with gratitude and said, Thank you. Dad, I'm going to tell Mom that you're flirting. Mom said to keep an eye on you. Wong Chong hurriedly clarified, Sweetheart, your father is saving lives. Would you really want to see a beautiful sister devoured by that monster? Absolutely not. That monster is too disgusting. Cell, seeking recommendations, seeking comments. Chapter 22. Cell becomes one of us. Hey, that lizard. My daughter says you look utterly repulsive. I offer you 2 choices. First, I can allow you to transform into your perfect form, but only if you refrain from consuming Android 18. Your perfect form is far more pleasing to the eye. At the very least, not repulsive. However, from now on, you must serve as my daughter's bodyguard. Secondly, I shall escort you to meet Dr. Jero. How infuriating. What should I do? This individual is exceptionally formidable. What if I refuse? It would be too unfortunate to perish before I achieve my full potential. I shall feign compliance for the time being. Once I attain my complete form, these individuals will be inconsequential. Very well. I agree to your terms. Now, it is time for me to stretch. I have not made any advancements in far too long and have grown rusty. Wang Cheng unleashed a powerful dragon fist, piercing through Cell. Although Cell had not yet transformed into his complete form after taking a hit, his combat power surged to 3 billion. Various interpretations of Cell's strength circulate online, but moving forward, I shall adhere to my own established parameters. Suddenly, Wang Cheng sprang to his feet and beckoned Cell with a flick of his finger, and in an instant, the two engaged in a fierce battle. At this moment, Cell, having undergone a significant power enhancement, had become extraordinarily formidable. Each of his attacks bore incredible force, akin to a torrential storm unleashed upon the world. When his fist struck Wang Cheng, it resembled the explosion of a bomb, inflicting devastating damage. Wang Cheng felt as though he had been struck by a high-speed train, agony coursing through his body. Nevertheless, he did not flinch. Instead, he gritted his teeth and resolutely withstood Cell's relentless onslaught. As time progressed, Wang Cheng gradually sensed his combat power escalating rapidly. What a thrill. It had been 2 years since he last experienced pain while training with son Wukong, and 2 years since he had made any significant improvements. Wang Cheng concentrated his energy once more and resumed his struggle against Cell. Their battle persisted into the night. No more fighting for now. We shall continue another day. If you still wish to fight, seek out son Wukong and Vegeta. I must return home for dinner. My daughter is hungry. Farewell, everyone. With that, Wang Cheng consumed a senzu bean and flew off, cradling his daughter Sweetie. Cell's mood fluctuated dramatically today. Initially, he feared defeat. But upon growing stronger, he realized that Wang Cheng was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Doubts crept into his mind, yet as the battle wore on, he became increasingly alarmed. Wang Cheng was capable of growing stronger in the midst of combat. At this point, Wang Cheng's aura was nearly on par with his own. The Saiyan near-death recovery is not an endless cycle. I have researched extensively. The original work ceased to mention this phenomenon after the battle with Cell, perhaps due to the author's oversight, especially since later events relied heavily on transformations. Other fan works have mentioned that the Saiyans' near-death recovery depletes their inherent potential, and once that potential is exhausted, it becomes ineffective. If we consider the conclusion of Dragon Ball, without the subsequent Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta should have reached his limit at Super Saiyan 2. Otherwise, given his character, how could he refrain from surpassing Goku? Perhaps due to pride? Yet, he did push himself during the Namek saga. The original author likely felt that possessing such an ability would render the character too invincible, hence their omission in later writings. This narrative shall not negate the Saiyans' near-death recovery, but it will refrain from depicting any outrageous enhancements. Otherwise, it may lead to narrative collapse. After returning home, Wang Cheng had dinner and lulled his daughter to sleep before returning to the room to prepare a midnight snack for Bulma. Ding. Would you like to initiate today's sign-in? Yes, let us proceed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an opportunity for divine insight. Bulma, I wish to meditate for a while. You and Tien should go have your meal without disturbing me. Once I am done, I shall take you both to the amusement park. With that, Wang Cheng proceeded to the gravity chamber, contemplating whether experiencing divine power within its confines would yield superior results. Bulma had successfully engineered a gravity level of 1,000 times Earth-S, but due to her daily commitments with her daughter, she had yet to test it. Wang Cheng adjusted the gravity to 800 times, recognizing that his combat prowess and gravity adaptability were not entirely in sync. Although he would adapt more rapidly, his tolerance would only be marginally enhanced. Referring to the original narrative, after defeating the Saiyans, Yamcha and the others ventured to King Kai's planet, where their battle powers exceeded 1,000. They struggled initially under the 10 times gravity, taking considerable time to acclimatize. Raditz also exceeded 1,000. Yet the Saiyan planet exerted 10 times the gravity of Earth. Under 800 times gravity, Wang Cheng first acclimated for several hours before settling into a cross-legged position, focusing his energies to grasp the essence of divine power. Before long, he entered a state of profound immersion. 5 days later, Wang Cheng opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, it proves beneficial. The system activated, displaying his character panel. Ding. Host. Wang Cheng abilities. Mastered martial arts. Chi perception and utilization. Kamehameha. Shield of the Golden Bell. Solar flare. Wolf Fang fist. Evil containment wave. Pain growth. Chi sphere slash. Cosmic survival. Instant transmission. Fusion technique. Big Bang attack. Leo flying kick. Immortal mode. Dragon fist. Pegasus meteor fist. Serious punch. Wind god leg. Explosive fist. In a state of transcendence, there was no response. The system automatically recorded attendance. Battle power. For billion. Divine power conversion in progress. Current status. 5. Items. Senza beans. System. What is divine power conversion? Ding. Upon reaching 100 in divine power conversion, the host shall ascend to a divine realm. Divine power is derived from combat prowess. The higher the battle power, the swifter the conversion. Days passed, and a year had elapsed since the emergence of Cell. Wang Cheng occasionally spent time with his wife and daughter, while also seeking out Cell for a sparring match. During this period, Goku and Vegeta had also grown considerably stronger. Although Piccolo had become more powerful after fusing with Kami, he still fell short compared to Wang Cheng and his companions. With no formidable adversaries to motivate them, others had even less incentive to train. As for Android 18, having established a family, she ultimately chose to be with Krillin, and they resided together at the Kame house. After fully submitting to Wang Cheng, Cell summoned the Eternal Dragon, who then resurrected Android 17, and together with the repaired Android 16, they tended to small animals. Yamcha ventured into baseball, while Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu set off to travel around the world. One day, Wang Cheng suggested to Bulma, "Shall we embark on a cosmic journey?" "Absolutely." And so, the family of three boarded their spaceship and soared into the cosmos. While navigating the vastness of space, Wang Cheng suddenly sensed a violent aura, prompting him to instruct Bulma to halt the spaceship. "Dad, what's wrong?" Tien inquired curiously. "Stay inside the ship, do not venture out. I sense a ferocious energy. I must investigate." With that, Wang Cheng employed instant transmission and departed the vessel. In the distance, on a small asteroid, Broly was wreaking havoc. No wonder he felt such a presence. It was indeed him. This cosmic expedition was destined to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 23. The battle with Broly. As Broly wreaked havoc, he suddenly noticed a figure above him and charged directly at Wang Cheng. Goodness, he truly is a simple-minded brute, Wang Cheng thought as he deftly evaded Broly's onslaught while scanning the surroundings. Paragus, Broly's father, must be nearby. How could he allow his son to cause such destruction? Then, Wang Cheng caught sight of a shadow, complete with a tail. It had to be him. Paragus was seen mercilessly whipping an alien youth. It appeared they were engaged in such unsavory dealings. Indeed, the Saiyans had not strayed far from their true nature of conquering other planets for profit. At that moment, Paragus noticed Wang Cheng. Seeing Broly struggle to land a hit on him, a cold sweat broke out on his brow. He had encountered a formidable opponent. He quickly pressed a control device to awaken Broly from his fury. "Greetings, esteemed traveler. May I inquire what brings you here?" Paragus asked nervously. "Nothing of great consequence. I merely sensed immense potential in this giant and wished to take a closer look," Wang Cheng replied. "Well, if you have no further business here, my son Broly and I shall take our leave," Paragus said, eager to flee. "Since I'm already here, let your son have a spar with me. Your jest is rather unamusing, my lord. Just moments ago, Broly could hardly graze your attire. Are you mocking an old man? Stop feigning ignorance, Paragus. I am aware of the vast potential within your son. No, you are fully cognizant, but you fear that once he grows strong, he will no longer be under your control, rendering him useless for your cosmic conquests. Am I right?" Paragus broke into a cold sweat. How did this man know such things? Who was he? "Fear not, Paragus. I harbor no ill intentions. I simply wish to engage in combat with this so-called legendary Super Saiyan." No sooner had he finished speaking than Wang Cheng surged towards Broly, delivering a punch that sent him flying. "Quickly, elevate your power, Broly." Untrained and devoid of rage, Broly's combat prowess was merely in the millions. Though he had not undergone formal training, his strength increased with age. Observing Broly's obedient demeanor as he stood behind Paragus, Wang Cheng sighed. "If that is the case, do not blame me for unleashing my ultimate move." He then bellowed, "Kakarot." Broly and Kakarot were born on the same day. Broly's battle power at birth was an astounding 10,000, while Kakarote's was a mere 2. They were placed in adjacent incubation pods. And Kakarote's cries, though mere infantile instinct, irritated and enraged Broly. This stark contrast and initial negative experience planted the seeds of resentment towards Kakarote in Broly's heart. As Wang Cheng's words echoed, Broly's gaze turned fierce, and his aura erupted, unleashing a tremendous force that threatened to topple the surrounding structures. Paragus attempted to restrain Broly, but he had lost control over his son. Broly roared as he charged towards Wong Chong, his speed astonishingly swift, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. He raised his fist and brought it down with tremendous force. Wong Chong sidestepped, evading the blow while launching a counterattack. With a flurry of strikes from the Pegasus Meteor Fist, Broly was sent crashing into a pile of rubble. Yet it was not enough. Broly, urged on by Wong Chong, continued to grow stronger. Suddenly, a flash of green light erupted, and the debris exploded as Broly was enveloped in a swirling green aura. Kakarote, Kakarote. Broly's eyes turned completely white, his physique swelling to several times its former size, muscles rippling with newfound power. This was Broly's transformation into a great ape. Indeed, he had become significantly stronger. His battle power was likely in the tens of millions. Truly, he was a legendary Super Saiyan, an extraordinary force. Even if in the original story he met his demise by the hand of the plot. Wang Cheng's lips curled into a slight smile. He faced the transformed Broly without an ounce of fear. With his hands clenched tightly, he radiated a formidable aura. "Prepare yourself, Broly," he bellowed, charging at the great ape. A fierce clash ensued, each collision generating colossal shockwaves. Wang Cheng maintained the upper hand, his attacks relentless and tempestuous, leaving the great ape Broly struggling to keep pace. Ultimately, with a decisive blow, Wang Cheng sent Broly crashing to the ground. As the dust settled, Wang Cheng stood amidst the ruins, gazing at the fallen Broly. His heart filled with myriad emotions. The disparity in their strengths was immense. Yet, he could offer a chance at redemption. He promptly administered a Senzu bean to Broly. Upon awakening, Broly looked at Wang Cheng with confusion and asked, "Why did you save me?" Paragus quickly stepped forward, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for saving Broly. As you have seen, he is no match for you. Can we leave now?" "Leave? He has yet to fully unlock his potential. This is just the beginning," Wang Cheng replied. "Broly, would you like to become normal and no longer lose control so easily? Is that possible?" Broly inquired. "I do enjoy small animals when I'm not in a rage. Of course, but you must accompany me in battle. But I dislike fighting, and I can't defeat you. Not being able to defeat me now does not mean you won't be able to in the future," Wang Cheng thought to himself, uncertain if the Dragon Balls could assist Broly in his recovery. If Earth's Dragon Balls were insufficient, perhaps those of Namek would suffice. The Eternal Dragon was beyond his reach, but if all else failed, he could have Piccolo teach Broly to cultivate his mental strength to control his emotions. When they encountered the old Kai, with his vast knowledge, he should have a solution. "Broly, you have lived in such a harsh environment. You must not have tasted good food," Wang Cheng continued. "Saiyans are known for their hearty appetites. Wait here while I fetch you something delicious, and then we shall resume our battle." With that, Wang Cheng vanished in a flash of instant transmission. On the spaceship, "Daddy, you're back. Why did you take so long?" Sweet Sweet exclaimed, leaping into Wang Cheng's embrace. "Sweet Sweet, be good. Daddy has made a new friend. Soon, I will take you and your mother to meet him." Wang Cheng had prepared a capsule filled with food, his hand brushing against the spaceship's controls. With a swift motion, he activated the device. With a sudden flash, a spacecraft vanished along with a single sound. In an instant, another vessel appeared in the sky. Paragus, observing the emergence of the ship, assumed it to be an enemy and shouted for Broly to prepare for battle. However, as the hatch opened and revealed Wang Cheng, he quickly regained his composure. Wang Cheng approached Broly, tossing a universal capsule onto the ground with a thud. Instantly, a myriad of exquisite delicacies appeared. "Eat up, Broly. Are all these edible?" Broly inquired, astonished by the aesthetic appeal of the food. Without hesitation, he began to devour the feast voraciously. Paragus, casting a timid glance at Wang Cheng, joined in once he saw no adverse reaction. Indeed, the Saiyans were remarkable. What extraordinary digestive capabilities they possessed. The amount of food before them could sustain 10 individuals for 10 days. "Dad, are they the new friends you mentioned? Their eating habits are so exaggerated. That's nothing compared to how your Uncle Goku eats. Otherwise, you wouldn't find it so astonishing." Bulma commented. Chapter 24. The Battle with Broly 2. Have you finished eating, Broly? Once you're done, we shall commence, Wang Cheng inquired. I'm so full. Burp. Let me digest a bit first. Broly stretched his limbs, focusing intently on Wang Cheng. With a mighty roar, the two lunged at each other, engaging in a fierce confrontation. Their fists collided, sending shockwaves through the surrounding air. Without his rage-induced form, Broly's strength diminished considerably, allowing Wang Cheng to hold his own. As time passed, Wang Cheng sensed Broly's combat prowess escalating. His strikes became increasingly ferocious, each punch imbued with immense power. Truly a legendary warrior. He requires no transformation, simply growing stronger with each clash. Wang Cheng seized an opportunity to exploit a gap in Broly's defense, delivering a serious blow that sent Broly sprawling. Yet, Broly swiftly regained his footing and charged back into the fray. Unbeknownst to them, the battle raged on for several hours. All right, that will suffice for today, Broly. You performed admirably. Let us continue our training tomorrow. With that, Wang Cheng returned to the spacecraft with his wife and daughter for some well-deserved rest. A new day dawned. Ding. Would you like to begin today's check-in? Commence. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 1,000-year kill. Amidst a desolate and expansive landscape, fierce winds howled, swirling clouds of dust. In this chaotic setting, Broly and Wang Cheng stood face to face once more, an intense aura of combat and tension enveloping them. Broly's imposing figure loomed like a mountain, exuding an overwhelming presence. His green skin shimmered with an otherworldly glow, muscles sharply defined and brimming with explosive power. His crimson eyes were fixated on Wang Cheng, as if attempting to see through him. In contrast, Wang Cheng appeared relatively slight. Yet he stood tall and proud like a pine tree, preoccupied with thoughts of the 1,000-year kill he had just received. How am I supposed to utilize this? If I do it wrong, I'll only become a subject of ridicule. The two remained locked in a stalemate, the air around them seemingly frozen. Suddenly, Broly let out a furious roar and launched the first strike. He surged toward Wang Cheng like a cannonball, each step causing the ground to tremble violently. Observing this, Wang Cheng swiftly sidestepped, deftly evading Broly's onslaught, and seized the opportunity to unleash a ki blast aimed squarely at Broly's face. However, Broly was not sluggish in his response. He abruptly raised a hand to block the ki blast. Immediately afterward, he clenched his other fist tightly and swung it toward Wang Cheng with a fierce whoosh of wind. Wang Cheng, undeterred, absorbed the blow with his body. Not bad. I'm starting to feel it, he remarked as he dusted himself off. Stop underestimating me, Broly retorted angrily, then surged forward with heightened energy to assault Wang Cheng once more. Each punch and kick landed on Wang Cheng without any defense, yet he remained resolute. How infuriating. Wang Cheng seized the moment, delivering a serious punch. As the smoke cleared, it was no surprise that Broly had once again been knocked unconscious. Wang Cheng administered a Senzu beam to Broly, and the battle continued. Broly, refusing to concede, charged again and again, only to be brought down repeatedly, leaving Wang Cheng nearly exhausted. In stark contrast, Broly seemed to grow more invigorated with each encounter. Even a normal person, let alone that proud Vegeta, would have been left without the will to fight. Wang Cheng glanced at Broly, who appeared quite exhilarated despite the beatings, a true kindred spirit. System. What is Broly's current combat power? Ding. Broly, the legendary Saiyan, combat power, 90 million. And this was without his transformation. If this continued, and he learned to transform, it would truly be a dramatic turnaround. What a monster. Wang Cheng mused. Broly, I want you to transform and fight me, but given your current strength, I might struggle to control you afterwards. Nonetheless, I am eager to try. Wait, I must first visit Namek and see if I can find a way to manage your uncontrollable power. With that, Wang Cheng vanished in an instant. Upon arriving at Namek, Wang Cheng explained the situation to the new Grand Elder, who promptly gathered the Dragon Balls. Dragon, can you assist Broly in controlling his power? The dragon replied, omitting Namekian phrases. Yes. With a flash of its eyes, the dragon declared, your wish has been granted. Please state your next wish. Then let me maintain my handsome appearance forever. The dragon responded, this is quite simple. With another flash, Wang Cheng felt a warm current flow through his body. Please articulate your third wish. My third wish is for my wife and daughter to be able to survive in the universe. Very simple. Your wishes have all been fulfilled. Farewell. A golden light flashed as the dragon transformed into 7 stones, scattering into the surroundings. Thank you, Grand Elder. My wishes have been accomplished. I must take my leave now. Should you require my assistance in the future, you can contact me through the dragon. Goodbye, Grand Elder. With that, Wang Cheng vanished once more. I have returned, Broly. You will no longer lose control. Shall we begin? What must I do? Broly inquired. Just think of Kakarot. Huh, that 1T work. I don't feel anything for him anymore. Then recall the state you were in during our first battle. Broly closed his eyes and contemplated for a moment. Suddenly, a surge of energy enveloped him. Witnessing the emerald flames swirling around him. His body began to expand, muscles bulging, and his hair standing upright. My goodness, this power. I can hardly withstand it. I recall that the original text did not mention the amplification of the Super Saiyan transformation, yet it seems far more potent than that of Goku and his companions. I must check Broly's battle power. Ding. Broly's battle power. 3 billion. Incredible. A 70-fold increase. No, his energy is still rising. Ding. Broly's battle power. 5 billion. 7 billion. 7. 5 billion. 8 billion. 10. 3 billion. This directly rivals the amplification of a typical Super Saiyan 2, perhaps even surpassing it. Truly monstrous. No wonder he was so ruthlessly defeated in the original narrative. I feel an abundance of power coursing through me. Wong Chong. The game of cat and mouse is about to change. As soon as the words left his lips, Broly's figure flickered, unleashing a terrifyingly potent aura. His robust arms swung with absolute force, striking towards Wang Cheng like a bolt of lightning. Wang Cheng barely registered the movement, unable to perceive Broly's speed. That dreadful power loomed closer, as if to completely engulf him. Alarmed, Wang Cheng attempted to evade, only to find his body lagging behind his thoughts. After Broly sent Wang Cheng flying with a punch, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts upon him. Inside the spaceship, Bulma and Tien exclaimed, Wang Cheng. Daddy. Paragus, astonished, remarked, my son is incredibly strong. It appears Broly possesses the potential of an emperor. In the pit, Wang Cheng coughed up a mouthful of blood and rose to gather his energy. You are just like me. You grow stronger with each battle. Broly exclaimed in surprise. Wang Cheng, exhilarated, replied, the real spectacle has only just begun. Chapter 25, Tai's sister? With a swift motion, Wang Cheng entered sage mode, surrounded by a cerulean white aura. Due to the heightened pain he had just endured, his battle power now reached 10 billion. Wang Cheng, typically at 4 billion, had been relentlessly pummeled by Broly, who was at 3 billion. As previously mentioned, the more pain he experienced, the greater his power became. Bring it on. With a series of sonic booms echoing through the sky, the battle intensified, both warriors growing stronger until their stamina was nearly depleted. Time passed unknowingly as both sustained severe injuries, their strength waning. They exchanged blows, relying solely on sheer willpower to continue. Thud, thud. Both collapsed, utterly exhausted. Inside the spaceship, Bulma and the others hurried outside to assess the situation. Tien, seeing her father's condition, burst into tears. Wang Cheng consumed a senzu bean through the system, instantly revitalized, and then handed another to Paragus for Broly. What a relief, Broly. This battle has yielded significant gains. I must take my leave now. As I originally set out on this journey with my wife and daughter, it was merely a fortuitous encounter with you that has delayed us for several days. You seem to have regained your composure. Upon our return from this journey, we shall invite you and your father to reside on Earth. Kakarot and Vegeta are both there, along with a plethora of delightful creatures and delectable cuisine. Paragus suddenly voiced his disdain, exclaiming, Vegeta is there too? I am aware of your history, as the root of all troubles lies with King Vegeta. With the Saiyan population dwindling, it is essential to cherish what remains. We could send Broly to Earth to give him a thrashing. I possess senzu beans, and as long as he doesn't perish, he can be beaten as many times as desired. Since our benefactor has spoken, I shall heed your words. After all, my son has grown remarkably strong. What of Prince Vegeta? The Saiyan homeworld is no more, and the number of our kin has greatly diminished. Who still cares about his princely status? Just deal with him. Now, Paragus, I shall leave you with some universal capsules. Press this button, and it will provide an abundance of food. Conserve it, for your appetites are quite large, and our supplies are limited. Very well, we shall take our leave. Farewell, Broly. Paragus and Broly watched as the spaceship receded into the distance. Inside the spaceship, I apologize to Bulma. I am sorry for the delay, Bulma. It's quite all right, dear. This is our first venture into space, and without a clear destination. Encountering Broly does count as part of our journey. We are on an alien planet, after all. We are indeed meeting extraterrestrials, she replied. Yes, Daddy. And Uncle Broly is quite nice. Then let us proceed to wherever the winds of the cosmos may take us. In the vast expanse of space, there is no concept of dawn. Upon reviewing the system notifications, it seemed we had been aboard the ship for over 10 days. After such a prolonged period, Sweetie began to exhibit signs of restlessness. Bulma, let us find a more visually appealing planet to land on. It has been over 10 days without encountering a single habitable world. This is exceedingly dull. Not far off, there lay an unnamed planet that bore a striking resemblance to Earth. Brace yourselves, we are preparing for descent. The spacecraft swiftly penetrated the atmosphere of the unnamed planet and landed upon a barren expanse. What is it? Bulma inquired. I sensed 2 faint energy signatures. Does this not indicate that no life forms exist here? I am uncertain how to explain it. Let us investigate, Bulma suggested. Wang Cheng, utilizing instantaneous movement, swiftly appeared before 2 startled individuals. Whoa, who are you? How can there be living beings here? Huh, sister? Is that you, Tai Si? Bulma exclaimed with delight. Is that you, Bulma? My, how you've grown. Sister, what brings you here? How long has it been since you last returned home? And who is this Ultraman beside you? What Ultraman? I am Galaxian Officer Jack. Indeed, he is a Galaxian officer, tasked with apprehending criminals within the cosmos. He accompanies me to seek inspiration, serving as a prototype for a character in my novel. What brings you here? Aren't you the one who always stays in the laboratory? Why venture to other planets? And who is that handsome gentleman? Please introduce him to me. Greetings, dear sister Bulma. I am Wang Cheng, Bulma's husband, and this delightful young lady is our daughter, Tian Tian. Quickly, call out to Tian Tian. This is your Aunt Tai Si. Hello, Auntie. I can hardly believe it. Bulma, you are married now, and your child has grown so much. I suppose it's time for me to return home for a visit. Once I finish my research, I shall return to Earth. The 2 sisters have not seen each other for many years, and their conversation flows endlessly as the day wanes. Very well, I shall not interrupt you any longer. Continue your travels. Jack and I will take our leave now. We shall meet again on Earth in due time. After Bulma departed, Wang Cheng and his family had a light meal, planning to stay on this planet for a day. After all, being here is far better than remaining cooped up in the spaceship. However, the environment resembled Earth too closely, rendering it rather uninteresting. Thus, they decided to move on. Once again, they found themselves in the monotony of flight. Ding, ding, ding. Half a month later, ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the regenerative abilities of Majin Buu. As long as a single cell remains, you can regenerate and restore your body to its entirety. This is splendid. Coupled with the pain growth ability, it is indeed invincible. I can revel without restraint, Wang Cheng exclaimed with excitement. In the fleeting passage of time, Wang Cheng's family had been traversing the vast expanse of the universe for an entire year. This journey was nothing short of wondrous and perilous, though much of their time was consumed by light-speed travel, which occupied a full 2/3 of their journey. The breadth of the regions they explored and the multitude of extraordinary encounters they experienced far exceeded the imagination of ordinary beings. Throughout this lengthy yet exhilarating voyage, Wang Cheng's family traversed from one mysterious and beautiful planet to another. Some planets were adorned with vibrant, colorful vegetation, making them feel as if they were immersed in a fairy tale realm. Others lay desolate and lifeless, where only the howling winds whispered tales of former grandeur. They even chanced upon peculiar extraterrestrial races, beings with shapes and abilities beyond human comprehension. Some resembled colossal octopuses, effortlessly manipulating water flows, while others sparkled like luminous butterflies, their wings capable of unleashing dazzling energy storms. Each new encounter unfolded a unique narrative, some marked by friendly exchanges, sharing cultures and technologies, while others erupted into fierce conflicts, thrilling battles for survival and resources. Regardless of the nature of these experiences, they were indelibly etched in the hearts of Wang Cheng's family. Even though their strength did not significantly increase, the system activated the character panel. Ding. Host, Wang Cheng. Abilities, max-level martial arts, chi perception and utilization, Kamehameha, energy shield. Solar fist, Wukong fist, evil containment wave, pain growth, chi slash, cosmic survival, instant transmission, fusion technique, Big Bang Attack, Leo Flying Kick, Sage Mode, Dragon Fist, Meteor Fist, Serious Punch, Wind God Leg, Exploding Fist, Thousand-Year Kill, Majin Buu's Regenerative Ability, Universal Shattering Palm, Hypnosis, Afterimage Fist. Combat Power, 8 billion. Divine Power Conversion in progress. Currently at 1. Items, Senza Beans, Binding Rope. The Binding Rope, as its name implies, can restrain anyone or even a deity, with the duration of confinement linked to the user's strength. This year, the most splendid rewards for signing in have been bestowed. I humbly beseech the illustrious gentleman to share some complimentary gifts. It merely takes a fleeting 10 seconds of your precious time to view an advertisement, and in return, a token of affection will be granted. My heartfelt thanks. Chapter 26. Organizing a competition, Wang Cheng meticulously packed his belongings and, accompanied by his family, boarded the spaceship. Seated in the co-pilot seat, he was filled with exhilaration. Throughout the past year, they had embarked on numerous adventures in the cosmos, yet at this moment, his greatest anticipation was to return to Earth and reunite with his cherished friends. As the spaceship powered up and entered lightspeed mode, Wang Cheng gazed out the window. The vastness of the universe gradually receded, and the contours of Earth became increasingly distinct. At long last, the spaceship descended onto Earth. Upon exiting the vessel, Wang Cheng inhaled deeply, savoring the familiar essence of his home planet. He was greeted by the smiling faces of his friends, and they embraced one another, sharing their longing and experiences. Krillin, pray tell, has anything noteworthy transpired on Earth during this past year? Wang Cheng inquired. Nothing of great consequence, really. It seems that Cell has not been very well behaved. He disregards everyone, seeking fights to showcase his prowess, causing us to steer clear of him. And then there's Vegeta, who thrives on stirring trouble, provoking Cell by calling him a coward and proclaiming him a lapdog. Krillin recounted the events of the year. Fortunately, although Cell looks down upon us, he hasn't committed any outrageous acts. On the other hand, Vegeta has been bested several times, much to my amusement. Krillin added with a chuckle. What about Goku? Isn't he a battle fanatic? Did he not join in the fray? Heh. Goku sheepishly scratched his head. During this time, I've either been tending to the fields at home or attempting to obtain my driver's license, which I still haven't achieved. Though a battle enthusiast and a training devotee, Goku has a family to care for, with Chi-Chi keeping him in check. Vegeta, on the other hand, is different. Since he is so combative, let us host a grand tournament. Wang Cheng proposed. Are you suggesting we enroll in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Krillin asked. Certainly not. That is a competition for children. Instead, let us hold our event in the other world. Ever since the Supreme Kai merged with Piccolo, the other world has become rather dull. It would be splendid to enliven the atmosphere there. I intend to venture to Namek and seek out someone who can craft Dragon Balls to bring back to Earth as the new deity. And there shall be a mysterious guest attending. Cell, since you have been so unruly lately, always seeking a fight, I shall allow you to have your fill this time. Just don't lose too quickly. Ha. Brother Chong, rest assured, I shall not bring you shame. Only Vegeta stands a chance against me, the others. Vegeta retorted, who do you look down upon? Wang Cheng hastened to set the date. I eagerly await the moment I can best use Cell. I have a secret technique up my sleeve. I have waited so long for this. My target is none other than Wang Cheng. Could it be that Vegeta will transform into Super Saiyan too? Wang Cheng pondered. I spar with you daily, yet I am unaware of any secret technique you possess. You are merely boasting. Cell expressed disbelief. Humph. The truth will reveal itself during the competition, Vegeta declared before soaring into the sky. Wang Cheng, perhaps we should sit this one out. You all are so formidable. If we join, we would merely serve as fodder, Krillin lamented. All right. Then you and Tien can join as spectators. This time, there will be a formidable, mysterious guest, promising an exhilarating competition. Very well, we shall take our leave for now. Do notify us once the time is set. Krillin has also departed with Android 18. Goku approached Wang Cheng, patting him on the shoulder, inquiring about the identity of the mysterious individual. Is he exceptionally powerful? I can hardly wait. Wang Cheng, with a look of exasperation, retorted, what are you so eager about? With your current abilities, you might be knocked down in no time. Hee. Goku chuckled amiably. Bulma and I will head home first. I'll arrange for Sheru to inform you all. Sheru, feel free to find a spot to wait. After concluding, he stored the spaceship and flew back home. Upon arrival, Wang Cheng said to Bulma, I'm going to fetch Broly and the others. Unknown planet hello. Broly, I'm here to take you to Earth, so hurry and pack up. We are setting off. Wang Cheng, your journey has concluded? We have nothing to bring. Let us just go. Very well, both of you. Place your hands on my shoulders. Earth in the luxurious manor of West City. Here is my home. Shortly, robots will escort you to your accommodations. If you need anything, just speak to these robots. Paragus marveled. Has Earth's technology advanced to such a level? It's almost on par with the Zaffrans from back in the day. Broly, I am organizing a martial arts tournament on Earth in a while. You should participate. It has been a year since we last sparred. All right, I'll follow your lead. Wang Cheng, Broly replied. Wang Cheng decided to schedule the competition for a week later and asked Sheru to inform the others. Wang Cheng then set off for Namek to select the successor of the Kai. Namek, after explaining the situation to the elder, he recommended Dondi, who can create Dragon Balls and possesses healing abilities. Excellent. Having a healer among us during the upcoming competition will save me from fetching Senzu beans one by one. Otherwise, I'll have to concoct excuses if Master Roshi sees me. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. In the celestial realm, Bobo constructed an enormous arena, complete with spectator stands and an array of delectable dishes. Bulma, holding Sweetie, along with Krillin, Android 18, the new Kai Dondi, Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, Android 17, 16, and Naba, all took their seats in the audience. As time progressed, the combatants also arrived. Bobo stepped forward to announce the commencement of the draw. After the draw, Bobo proclaimed, "The first match will be between Son Goku and Piccolo. Please enter the arena." Piccolo and Goku assumed their stances, and at Bobo's command, they charged at each other simultaneously, instantly engaging in a fierce struggle. Goku unleashed the Kaioken, while Piccolo retaliated with the special beam cannon. The two exchanged blows relentlessly, neither yielding. The intense battle elicited cheers from the audience. Tan remarked in awe, "I never imagined Piccolo's strength had surpassed ours by such a margin." Indeed, while he was stronger than us before, he could still last several rounds. "Now I can hardly perceive his speed," Krillin lamented. The battle rages on. Suddenly, Goku seizes a fleeting opportunity and delivers a kick that sends Piccolo flying. Piccolo swiftly recalibrates his stance, regaining his balance, yet Goku does not afford him a moment's respite, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. As the smoke dissipates, it becomes evident that Piccolo bears numerous wounds. However, a wicked smile spreads across his face as he addresses Goku. "Did you think this is all my power? To defeat you, I have undergone rigorous training. Although your Saiyan growth is formidable, I shall not yield. I am the great demon King Piccolo." With that proclamation, Piccolo begins to gather his strength. Moments later, his hue deepens to an even more vibrant green. "I apologize for the wait. After extensive research and exploration, I have finally succeeded in developing an entirely new transformation ability. Do not underestimate me, nor naively believe that only you Saiyans can master such a marvelous technique. Now, open your eyes wide and behold. For I shall present to you an unprecedented and formidable form that I have dubbed Deep Green Piccolo." A chuckle escapes Wang Cheng's lips. No worries. Continue watching and fighting. I just happened to think of something amusing." Chapter 27. The tournament continues without a moment's hesitation after transforming. Piccolo propels himself off the ground with immense force, creating a deep crater beneath him. He surges toward Goku like an arrow released from a bow, a whirlwind of power trailing in his wake, as if intending to tear everything asunder. In that instant, Goku finds himself utterly overwhelmed, retreating under Piccolo's relentless onslaught. His once majestic form now appears somewhat disheveled. Piccolo's strikes rain down like a torrential storm, each blow infused with formidable strength and exquisite technique, leaving Goku reeling. Gritting his teeth, Goku struggles to withstand the assault, yet the intensity of Piccolo's attacks escalates, seemingly inexhaustible. Beads of sweat form on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks. However, despite the dire circumstances, the fire of determination blazes fiercely in Goku's eyes. He shows no signs of retreat. With a resounding clash, the two warriors separate, taking their positions on opposite sides of the arena. "Well done, Piccolo. Your training has brought you to this level. I must concede, for I have merely benefited from a near-death recovery. Yet, I refuse to be defeated by you." Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan. Unsurprisingly, the newly transformed Goku is beyond Piccolo's capacity to defeat. The two engage in a flurry of exchanges, but ultimately, Piccolo succumbs, collapsing to the ground. Piccolo is truly remarkable. He has discovered his own transformation method. Though somewhat comical, it has significantly enhanced his combat prowess. Had his base power been higher, today, it would have been Goku who faced defeat, Wang Cheng reflects. Indeed, how has Piccolo trained so effectively? The Saiyans are already a formidable breed. And now we have this new breed of Namekian. I shall refer to him as the Super Namekian. Krillin muses. Do not lose heart, Krillin. You are quite remarkable in the original tale. Friends are the strongest beings in the universe, and my wife is Android 18, who has given birth to a delightful daughter. Truly, a winner in life. Suddenly, Dandy approached Piccolo, asking if he was indeed the wandering tribesman spoken of by the elder. Indeed, impressive. Brother Nuru must have merged with him. Do not move. You are Piccolo, correct? I have heard of you from the elder. I will heal your wounds, Dandy said. Placing his hand on Piccolo, and after a surge of green light, Piccolo was fully restored. What a marvelous ability. This diminutive figure resembling Piccolo, the new god, is rather formidable. He healed Piccolo instantaneously, akin to a senzu bean, Krillin marveled. Once the arena was restored, Bobo stepped to the center of the stage and announced, "The first match has concluded, with Son Goku as the victor. Now, let us welcome the contestants for the next battle, Wang Cheng and Cell." "Is it my turn already?" "Cell, let me witness your progress over the past year," Wang Cheng remarked. "Brother Cheng, may I abstain from fighting?" "Abstain? How could that be? Just imagine. If I were not your match and you knocked me down, I would be beneath your feet, calling you Brother Cell or Brother Ru. Quite a vivid image. Wouldn't you say?" Cell replied with a mischievous grin. "Shall we begin then, brother?" Wang Cheng teased. "Very well, let us commence," Cell responded. At Bobo's command, Wang Cheng slightly elevated his energy, swiftly darting beside Cell and delivering a punch that sent him sprawling, followed by a flurry of kicks to Cell's face, taunting. "This is what you get for wanting to be the big brother, for your incessant smirking, for your arrogant demeanor." "Hey, stop. Enough. I miscalculated. You are truly the big brother. Please, cease your assault," Cell pleaded. "Do you still wish to be a brother? Do you still dare to act arrogantly? You truly harbored thoughts of usurping my position?" I no longer dare, brother," Cell replied. The audience gasped. Wang Cheng has evidently grown stronger. Defeating Cell appears effortless, Piccolo remarked in astonishment. Vegeta, watching intently, clenched his teeth. How can he be this powerful? If I unleash my secret technique, can I truly surpass him? Am I, the esteemed Prince Vegeta, to remain forever in second place? This is infuriating. The second match is claimed by Wang Cheng, Bobo announced. As Cell hastily exited the arena, fearing further blows, the third match was declared, Vegeta versus Broly. It seems Broly is the mysterious guest Wang Cheng mentioned. He appears quite formidable, yet he should not pose a challenge to Vegeta, whose strength is well known, Piccolo commented. Since my brother Cheng has designated him as a mysterious guest, he must be extraordinary. I sense a tremendous pressure emanating from that individual named Broly, Cell stated. Suddenly, Krillin exclaimed, "Look, Broly has a tail. Do you recognize him, Nappa? Is he also a Saiyan?" Nappa replied, "I have not encountered him, but he certainly resembles us Saiyans. Perhaps Prince Vegeta is aware." At that moment, Vegeta, standing in the arena, was already in shock upon hearing Broly's name. "Broly? Is he not the one who possessed a battle power of 10,000 from birth? Wasn't I killed by my father? You must be Vegeta. I am Broly. Your father murdered me and my own father when I was just a child. Surprising. I assent it. I managed to survive through sheer resilience. Perhaps fate deemed that my father and I should not meet our end so soon. I had promised King Vegeta not to take your life, but alas, today my father is preoccupied with caring for the prince's child and cannot witness my triumph over you. However, King Vegeta provided me with a device called a camera, saying I should capture your battered form to show my father later. What a jest this is. Just because you were born with a power level of 10,000, it does not guarantee your strength now. The mightiest Saiyan must be me, Prince Vegeta." With that, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. Broly, feel the wrath of the Saiyan Prince. With Vegeta's fierce shout, both he and Broly charged at each other. Their fists and feet collided, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that left the spectators in awe. Vegeta poured every ounce of his strength into his attacks, which fell upon Broly like a torrential storm. Yet Broly remained unfazed, growing more exhilarated with each strike. How is this possible? Vegeta thought, astonished. He had never encountered such a formidable foe. Suddenly, Broly unleashed half of his power, his aura surging with incredible might, and with a single punch, he sent Vegeta crashing to the ground. The prince gasped in shock. Yet Vegeta did not relent. He struggled to rise, a fierce determination flickering in his eyes. I am the prince of the Saiyans. I shall never succumb to you. Once more, Vegeta charged at Broly, only to be sent flying once again after several exchanges. It seemed that a serious confrontation was inevitable. Humph. Open your eyes wide and behold. Today, you shall witness what a true warrior embodies. I am no longer an ordinary Super Saiyan. I have transcended to a level beyond Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2. Such power is not for the unworthy. Only those endowed with exceptional talent and diligent training can reach this pinnacle. Chapter 28. Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2. The entire realm trembled. Suddenly, Vegeta's golden aura erupted, dazzling like the sun. Lightning danced around him. His muscles tensed and veins bulged. His gaze was sharp as a blade, brimming with fervor for battle and an insatiable thirst for victory. He resembled a deity of war, his overwhelming presence sweeping across the surroundings. The onlookers stared in astonishment as Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2, their eyes wide with shock, mouths agape, as if an invisible hand had seized their throats, rendering them voiceless. Goku's eyes ignited with excitement, captivated by Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 form, radiant as a golden sun and enveloped in crackling lightning. Who would have thought there existed yet another transformation for the Super Saiyan? Having fallen so far behind, I must commit to my training after this match. I remember when I first met King Vegeta, he sought my counsel, and now he has surpassed me by leaps and bounds. Truly, Vegeta embodies the essence of the legendary character from the original tale. Talent is undeniable, and his combat prowess is nearing an astonishing 10 billion. Alas, it seems he is destined to lose even the second position. What do you say, Broly? Are you so astonished by my strength that words escape you? Not only you, but even I find it hard to believe. This power is truly terrifying. I feel invigorated. I, Prince Vegeta, shall claim the title of the strongest in the universe. Ha ha ha. Before me, Broly regards Vegeta with disdain, a subtle smirk betraying his contempt. He gradually straightens up, and an invisible pressure begins to emanate from his form. This oppressive force rolls forth like tumultuous waves, expanding outward in relentless succession. Suddenly, Broly unleashes a mighty roar, his muscles tautening as an overwhelming surge of energy erupts from within him. This energy coalesces into a brilliant green beam, soaring skyward. Concurrently, the very fabric of space trembles under the might of his power. In stark contrast to Vegeta, Broly's aura is palpably more formidable and fearsome. Vegeta's previously confident demeanor shifts to one of gravity, his fists clenched tightly as beads of sweat form on his brow, clearly feeling the immense pressure emanating from Broly. Once their preparations conclude, both warriors charge towards each other, igniting a fierce battle. Vegeta's gaze is electric, his attacks fierce, each punch infused with all his might, his heart roaring. Humph, Broly, I will not be defeated by a monster like you. Yet, Broly's strength surpasses imagination, his beast-like assaults overwhelming Vegeta. How can this brute be so powerful? But I, Vegeta, shall never concede. Gritting his teeth, he continues to fight, his golden aura blazing ever more fiercely. Vowing to determine the victor against Broly, Broly strikes land with brutal force, leaving Vegeta struggling to endure. At this moment, Vegeta's eyes narrow with determination, his indomitable spirit igniting. Broly, you shall not suppress me any longer. I am the Prince of Saiyans. However, Broly's incredible power crushes down with every retaliatory blow. I cannot afford to lose. I must surpass my limits, for the sake of my dignity and pride. With a furious roar, Vegeta once again amplifies his combat power, breaking through his own boundaries. He then gathers his strength, forming a luminous sphere of energy in his hands, hurling it fiercely toward Broly. The sphere, imbued with cataclysmic force, descends upon Broly like a meteor. Broly crosses his arms, bracing himself for the impact. Yet, with a thunderous explosion, he is still propelled backward by the force of the blast. Seizing the moment, Vegeta pursues relentlessly, denying Broly even a moment's respite. In an instant, he appears before Broly in midair, delivering a fierce kick to his abdomen. Struck hard, Broly spews forth a mouthful of blood, plummeting toward the ground. However, just before crashing down, He miraculously regains his footing and charges toward Vegeta with blinding speed. Vegeta is taken aback. He had not anticipated Broly's reckless ferocity. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly employs his most formidable technique to counter this sudden onslaught. Before him, energy surged and light flickered, a formidable aura erupting from within. Yet, in this moment, Broly appeared to have entered a frenzied state of combat, growing ever bolder, heedless of the myriad wounds adorning his body. His robust physique resembled an immovable mountain, each punch imbued with boundless strength and fury, relentlessly pounding towards Vegeta like a tempest. Vegeta gritted his teeth, exerting all his might to withstand Broly's overwhelming assault, but gradually realized that his opponent's power seemed inexhaustible, leaving him increasingly on the defensive. Broly's fists sliced through the air, repeatedly breaching Vegeta's defenses, leaving him weary and beleaguered. After half an hour, Vegeta succumbed to Broly's might, collapsing to the ground. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed on Broly, a flicker of resentment igniting in his eyes. How could I have lost? Vegeta murmured. Broly approached the fallen warrior, suddenly producing a camera and snapping photographs of Vegeta with a series of clicks. Vegeta's eyes widened, his pupils ablaze with fury. His jaw clenched tightly, cheeks puffed with indignation. An indescribable sense of humiliation surged within him, overwhelming all reason and pride. Akin to being gnawed at by countless ants upon his heart, inflicting profound torment. He could scarcely fathom how he had fallen to such depths. For one as proud and self-assured as Vegeta, it was an immense disgrace. Baba stepped into the arena to announce, in the third match, Broly is victorious. Incredible. Broly is indeed formidable. Vegeta suffered greatly even after pushing his limits, the crowd marveled. The fourth match would see Wang Cheng, Goku, and Broly drawing lots, Baba declared. There's no need for a draw. I am no match for either of them, but I wish to fight Broly. Witnessing his battle with Vegeta stirred my blood. Goku proclaimed. Baba glanced at Wang Cheng, who nodded in agreement, and announced, very well, the fourth match will be between Son Goku and Broly. Please take your positions. Wang Cheng interjected, Broly, this is Kakarot, the boy who disturbed your sleep when you were young. You are Kakarot. While Broly, having heard the name, no longer lost control. Encountering the true figure ignited an impulse to confront him, as this Kakarot irked him even more than Vegeta did. Chapter 29, Goku vs. Broly. There stood Broly, towering and muscular, an immovable mountain exuding a terrifying and potent aura that instilled fear in those who beheld him. Broly, you are truly formidable, Goku exclaimed, his eyes filled with awe, yet shimmering with an eager light. I am well aware that I am no match for you, but my hands itch with an insatiable desire to engage you. Even knowing defeat is inevitable. As Wukong spoke, he clenched his fists tightly, seemingly unable to contain his eagerness to engage in a fierce battle with Broly. Kakarot, you, the one raised on Earth, are called Son Wukong, correct? Humph. Since you have foolishly come seeking a beating today, I shall generously oblige. To be honest, I've long found you an eyesore and have been yearning to punish you severely. Broly roared, emanating an overwhelming aura that felt as if it could ignite the very air around him. This oppressive force is akin to Mount Tai pressing down on an egg. I had heard Vegeta mention that Broly possessed a legendary Saiyan bloodline, endowed with unimaginable strength. Yet only upon experiencing it firsthand did I grasp the terrifying extent of his power, which far exceeded my expectations. Indeed, as I sensed the aura radiating from him at such proximity, the crushing pressure enveloped my will, leaving me devoid of even the slightest spark of fighting spirit to resist. Wukong took a deep breath, summoning his fighting spirit, with muscles taut and golden flames surging around him, resembling a blazing sun. His gaze was resolute and sharp. The two stood opposed, their eyes ablaze with boundless combat fervor. The battle erupted in an instant, with Broly launching the first strike, his form flickering like a specter before manifesting before Wukong, delivering a heavy punch imbued with cataclysmic force. Wukong was sent flying, and Broly pursued, his fists and feet raining down upon Wukong like a tempest. At this moment, Wukong found himself utterly overwhelmed, unable to retaliate against Broly's relentless onslaught. Each of Broly's strikes came with the might of thunder, infused with infinite power and ferocity, crashing down upon Wukong. Although Wukong exerted every effort to defend and evade, he could not alter his fate of being mercilessly battered. His body endured Broly's terrifying blows, his garments in tatters, revealing shocking wounds. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Wukong's heart raced with desperation. He desperately sought to counterattack and unleash his ultimate techniques, yet he could not breach Broly's ironclad defenses. A glimmer of despair and unwillingness flickered in his eyes, but reality proved to be ruthlessly unforgiving, leaving him no respite. The battle lasted only 3 minutes, and by this point, Wukong lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Bobo ascended to announce that Broly was the victor of the 4th match. Wukong. Krillin dashed toward Wukong, exclaiming, "Hurry! Dandy, please come and heal Wukong." True to his reputation as the most caring friend of Wukong in Dragon Ball, Dandy flew over. Placing his palm down, a flash of green light illuminating the scene as Wukong's injuries vanished at a visibly rapid pace. As Wukong awoke, he gazed at Broly, saying, "You are truly formidable. Even in my Super Saiyan form, I couldn't muster a counterattack. I will train diligently. Next time we fight, I assure you I won't be as helpless as I was this time." "Humph. With your current skills, you might as well train for 10,000 years. Broly replied disdainfully. Bobo stepped forward and announced, "The final battle will feature Wang Cheng against Broly. We will commence after a half-hour break." The crowd gazed curiously at Broly, engaging in lively discussions. It was uncertain from where Wang Cheng had procured Broly and brought him back. It had been a long time since anyone had witnessed Wang Cheng in combat, and one could only wonder about his current prowess. After all, he was also a human from Earth. Could a mere Earthling truly attain such a level of strength? It seemed that my own martial path could not afford to stall. Even if I could not reach the heights of Wang Cheng or Vegeta, I would resolutely continue my journey in martial arts. Tianjin Fan said with a smile. The spectators began to speculate about Wang Cheng's capabilities. After all, he had managed to bring back the formidable Broly, suggesting his own strength was not to be underestimated. Krillin theorized that Wang Cheng might have mastered some arcane cultivation technique, given the stark disparity in power between Earthlings. Meanwhile, Piccolo surmised that Wang Cheng might have encountered extraordinary experiences during his travels through the cosmos. Amidst the clamor, the half-hour swiftly elapsed, and the final match was poised to commence. Wang Cheng calmly ascended the stage, facing Broly. The two locked eyes, and it felt as if invisible sparks were colliding in the air. The Earth warriors held their breath, eagerly anticipating the unfolding of this climactic duel. In a corner, Vegeta, who had been grappling with self-doubt, stood up, fixated on Wang Cheng, his eyes burning with jealousy. He pondered, who is this Wang Cheng? How can he possess such formidable strength? I must witness who prevails between him and Broly. On the stage, Wang Cheng and Broly exchanged intense glances. The atmosphere thick with tension. Wang Cheng took a deep breath, and the power within him began to surge, instantly entering his ascended state. He darted forward like lightning, launching an assault on Broly. Unyielding, Broly met him head-on, and a fierce battle ensued. The spectators below were left in awe. Compared to the earlier matches where Broly had dominated effortlessly, the clash between Wang Cheng and Broly was nothing short of spectacular. As their combat intensified, each blow resonated with force, stirring gusts of wind around them. Suddenly, Wang Cheng unleashed a Pegasus meteor fist, the force of his punch swirling towards Broly like a tornado. Remarkably, Broly withstood the blow and retaliated with a kick aimed at Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng evaded by sidestepping, soaring into the air for a lightning kick. The exchange continued, with neither side yielding an inch. In that moment, Wang Cheng seized upon a brief opening in Broly's defense, advancing decisively to deliver a serious punch that struck Broly's chest. Broly staggered back, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he did not falter. After regaining his breath, he charged forward once more. Wang Cheng offered no respite, launching a flurry of attacks. His hands moved in a blur, executing a series of strikes that rained down like a tempest. Broly defended and evaded with great effort, struggling to withstand the assault. The Earth warriors watching were electrified, rallying in support of Wang Cheng. After a relentless barrage, Wang Cheng momentarily slowed his pace. Seizing the opportunity, Broly gathered all his strength into a single punch, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Wang Cheng. However, Wang Cheng was already prepared. He deftly evaded Broly's fist and retaliated with overwhelming force. As time progressed, Wang Cheng's advantages gradually became apparent. However, Broly, undeterred by his injuries, grew increasingly formidable. Chapter 30. The ultimate battle. Roaring with fury, Broly's aura surged dramatically. Wong Chong, sensing Broly's immense power, exhibited a look of exhilaration. System. What is Broly's current combat power? Ding. Broly's combat power is 18 billion and still rising. Broly's eyes turned crimson, and his body radiated a brilliant light. Moments later, his combat power soared to 20 billion. Wang Cheng took a deep breath, consolidating all his strength to prepare for Broly's assault. Broly launched a punch at Wang Cheng, who met it with his own fist. The moment their fists collided, the very fabric of space trembled. Suddenly, Broly clasped his hands together, channeling a terrifying energy that coalesced into a massive energy sphere, which he hurled at Wang Cheng with ferocity. Wang Cheng's gaze sharpened as he unleashed the Kamehameha wave, the blue light colliding with the enormous energy sphere, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. How powerful they both are! The onlookers marveled. In the aftermath of the explosion, the two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, the air resonating with the intensity of their energy clashes, growing increasingly frequent as the battle escalated. Suddenly, a figure plummeted at high speed. It was Wang Cheng. The crowd gasped in disbelief at his apparent disadvantage. Broly charged forward, letting out a fearsome roar as his dreadful fist came crashing down. Wang Cheng dodged skillfully, pivoting to seize Broly's arm and, with a mighty shout, sent Broly hurtling away. In a swift motion, Broly halted midair and gathered a green energy blast to launch at Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng braced himself, absorbing the impact of Broly's attack. After the explosion, Wang Cheng's presence had vanished from the arena, leaving only debris scattered about. Wang Cheng. The spectators were paralyzed with shock. Is he dead? Tien stammered. At this moment, Broly gazed at the scene before him, equally bewildered. This isn't right. He didn't seem so fragile in our last battle. What is happening? Broly, this is a competition. You didn't kill Goku or Vegeta, so why unleash lethal force on Cheng? Cell inquired sternly. Aren't you one of the people Wang Cheng brought back? Do you have a grudge against him? Goku readied himself for confrontation, while others assumed defensive stances. Cell stepped forward. Though you are indeed powerful, you killed Wang Cheng, and I should be grateful to you. However, if he is to perish, it must be by my hand. Suddenly, a voice pierced the tension. What are you all doing? Why the hostility? Wang Cheng, you're alive? Piccolo exclaimed, casting his gaze towards the arena, where no remnants of destruction remained. What on earth is going on? Is this some sort of illusion? The crowd was left in utter confusion. Once upon a time, during my cosmic voyage, I encountered a peculiar extraterrestrial being who was being relentlessly pursued by adversaries. Though his combat prowess was modest, he possessed an indomitable spirit. After I intervened to save him, he revealed that he was created by a sorcerer and endowed with cellular regeneration. As long as a single cell remained, he would perpetually revive, akin to the abilities of Cell and Piccolo. In gratitude for my assistance, he bestowed upon me a genetic serum, which, upon consumption, granted me a similar capability. Oh, how remarkable! The vastness of the universe is indeed filled with wonders. Yet, amidst this, Piccolo remained contemplative, harboring doubts about the veracity of Wang Cheng's words. Little did he know the existence of Wang Cheng's hidden system. Startled, Broly inquired, since you are unharmed, shall we resume our battle? Indeed, Wang Cheng declared, unleashing a surge of energy as he struck towards Broly with a powerful fist. A punch, enveloped in a fierce gale, raced toward Broly with astonishing speed. However, Broly's muscles tensed, channeling his strength into his right fist to meet the assault. With a resounding impact, their fists collided, unleashing a whirlwind of energy. Both warriors staggered back a few steps, with Wang Cheng shaking his hand, feeling a slight numbness in his arm. Such formidable strength. No wonder he is the legendary Super Saiyan, Wang Cheng mused. Broly, eyes gleaming with excitement, a common trait among Saiyans, exclaimed, again. He charged once more at Wang Cheng, who stood resolute and engaged in a fierce melee. The onlookers below were drenched in cold sweat. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration, bewildered by the overwhelming strength displayed. Meanwhile, Piccolo observed the battle quietly, sensing that Wang Cheng's power had escalated far too quickly, and that his regenerative ability was peculiarly unsettling. As the clash between Wang Cheng and Broly intensified, neither yielded an inch, with each collision generating waves of energy. Suddenly, Wang Cheng executed a wind god leg, striking Broly squarely in the abdomen. Broly was propelled backward but swiftly regained his composure. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Cheng pursued, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that forced Broly to retreat. At that moment, Broly unleashed his latent potential, his aura surging dramatically, his eyes shimmering with a crimson glow. In response to Broly's heightened power, Wang Cheng focused intently, feeling his own energy surge as he prepared to unleash a devastating explosive punch. Prepare to receive it, Wang Cheng bellowed, as a fiery beam erupted from his fist, hurtling towards Broly. With bated breath, the spectators watched as Broly, unfazed and resolute, crossed his arms before his chest, astonishingly thwarting the attack. In the next instant, the two warriors swiftly distanced themselves, and a green aura erupted from Broly, signifying the emergence of a terrifying power. In the blink of an eye, Broly transformed into a green shadow, vanishing from his position with astonishing speed, leaving even Wang Cheng momentarily bewildered. With a powerful punch, Broly struck him directly, sending Wang Cheng hurtling through the air. Ha 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 ha, what a thrill. In that moment, Wang Cheng could vividly feel the surging power within him, akin to a flood breaching its dam, escalating at an astonishing pace. Were it not for Buu's remarkably abnormal regenerative abilities and the prohibition against using medicine to replenish strength during the match, it would undoubtedly be I who succumbed first from exhaustion at this critical juncture. And that Broly fellow is nothing short of a freak. His rapid growth is truly frightening and unfathomable, as if he were born solely for the art of combat. The two charged at each other once more, their fists colliding relentlessly in the sky. At this moment, the arena reverberated with thunderous sounds. From the current perspective, the two appeared evenly matched, analyzed Goku. Boom! Bang bang bang! The cacophony of clashes in the sky grew increasingly terrifying. Wang Cheng and Broly battled from the air to the arena, and then back from the arena to the air. A fierce gale swept across the entire stage. Chapter 31. Strength reassessed. Neither combatant yielded, pouring every ounce of their power into each move. Wang Cheng, agile as a phantom, darted between Broly's assaults. Broly, on the other hand, wielded immense strength, each punch akin to Mount Tai descending. The spectators were spellbound, witnessing a pinnacle showdown. Suddenly, Wang Cheng seized upon a flaw in Broly's defense, delivering a kick that sent him flying. Broly crashed heavily against the wall but quickly regained his footing, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Come again, he roared. Wang Cheng took a deep breath and charged towards Broly once more. The fierce battle resumed, with blows exchanged like rain and sparks flying. Wang Cheng launched a high kick aimed at Broly's chest, but Broly sidestepped, retaliating with a heavy punch directed at Wang Cheng's face. Wang Cheng ducked and seized Broly's waist, throwing him to the ground. Yet, Broly swiftly rolled back onto his feet, granting no respite to Wang Cheng. With the force of a thunderclap, he unleashed a barrage of attacks, his fists raining down upon Wang Cheng. Gritting his teeth, Wang Cheng persevered, relentlessly seeking an opportunity to counterattack. At last, he spotted an opening and executed a powerful flying kick, striking Broly in the abdomen. Broly, pained, retreated, but Wang Cheng pressed the advantage, unleashing a series of rapid punches that forced Broly to retreat step by step. Ultimately, Wang Cheng landed a decisive blow to Broly's forehead, sending him sprawling. Broly struggled to rise, panting heavily, yet the fire of his fighting spirit showed no sign of waning. This ends here, Broly. I hold the advantage in stamina. Should we continue, it will be you who falters. But truly, you are something of a monster. You have persevered thus far fueled by sheer fighting spirit. Ha ha ha. Oh dear, it's not as formidable as you make it out to be. Truly, it's not that exaggerated. However, we must swiftly decide on a time to engage in a thorough exchange of skills once more. From the moment I took my first breath, I have not encountered a formidable opponent. Throughout the years adrift in the cosmos, while I have faced adversaries, I have easily triumphed over them. Yet, I never anticipated encountering a challenger as formidable as you. Do you recall our last encounter? It was indeed a breathtaking and fiercely contested battle, where victory hung in the balance. This time, I was filled with confidence, believing I was destined to prevail. However, the outcome was utterly astonishing. I found myself defeated once again. But fret not. Next time, I shall exert every effort and employ every strategy to conquer you. At this moment, Bobo ascended the platform to announce that the ultimate champion was Mr. Wang Cheng. The audience erupted with thunderous applause, akin to a roaring tempest. Come, everyone. Let us gather at my home, Wang Cheng beckoned. Bulma has already informed the butler to prepare a feast with a delightful array of delicacies. With a smile, Wang Cheng waved to the audience, then leaped down from the stage, joining Broly as they made their way towards Goku and the others. As they walked and conversed, the atmosphere was congenial and warm. Upon arriving at the party venue, they were greeted by a lavish spread of food and drink. Everyone took their seats, relishing the joyous occasion. Goku, Vegeta, and Broly were fully engrossed in their feasting, their love for food rivaling their passion for battle, consuming vast quantities without a hint of restraint. Piccolo, however, restrained his impulse to investigate Wang Cheng and instead engaged in conversation with Gohan. The delightful moments slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and before long, they found themselves satiated and content, setting down their utensils with satisfied smiles and rising one after another to depart. The once vibrant courtyard, filled with laughter and merriment, gradually fell into silence. In no time, the revelers had dispersed, leaving only Wang Cheng and his family seated quietly at the table. The courtyard now seemed particularly expansive, the space that had once thrummed with life now devoid of energy and vitality. A gentle breeze whispered through, rustling the leaves as if recounting the joyous moments that had just slipped away. Sweet had played so hard that she fell asleep, prompting Wang Cheng to suggest, "Bulma, let us retreat to our chambers for some rest." Ding. Would you like to initiate today's check-in? Yes, please. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received an opportunity to gain divine insight. Wang Cheng informed Bulma of his intention to train and requested not to be disturbed, then soared towards the gravity chamber. With a soft whir of machinery, the gravitational environment was instantly adjusted to 1,000 times Earth's gravity. This immense pressure descended upon him like a mountain upon an egg. Yet Wang Cheng remained unperturbed. He gradually settled into a cross-legged position, seemingly merging with the terrifying gravity. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, beginning to regulate his breathing rhythm. Gradually, his breath became steady and profound, akin to a tranquil lake, devoid of any ripples. Concurrently, his mind began to transcend into a state of profound absorption. In this realm, time and space lost all significance, and the clamor and distractions of the outside world could not touch him in the slightest. He was entirely immersed in the cultivation of his inner self, sensing that mysterious force surging and converging within him, ultimately coalescing into an overwhelming torrent of energy. Time slipped away unnoticed. Only within Wang Cheng's vast, boundless mind did the occasional crisp chime resonate. Yet, at that moment, he was oblivious to it all, utterly absorbed in the profound and enigmatic divine power. It was as if everything in the world had become irrelevant to him. His spirit had long been captivated by that formidable force, unable to extricate itself. Days passed, and suddenly, Wang Cheng's body quivered, his eyes snapping open. He felt a powerful force raging within him, as if it sought to shatter the confines of his flesh. Rising to his feet, he radiated a resplendent glow. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the flow of power, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The system activated the attribute panel. Ding. Host. Wang Cheng abilities. Max level martial arts. Chi perception and application. Qigong cannon. Golden bell shield. Turtle school Qigong. Solar fist. Wolf Fang fist. Demon sealing wave. Pain growth. Qi round slash. Cosmic survival. Instantaneous movement. Fusion technique. Big bang attack. Leo flying kick. Immortal mode. Dragon fist. Pegasus meteor fist. Serious punch. Wind god leg. Explosive fist. 1,000-year kill. Majin Buu's regeneration ability. World shattering palm. Hypnosis. After image fist combat power. 22 billion divine power conversion in progress. 13 items. Senza beans. Binding rope. This harvest was nothing short of monumental. Not only had his combat prowess seen a remarkable enhancement, but more importantly, he had gained an unprecedented understanding of this enigmatic and potent divine power. Yet, this understanding was akin to seeing flowers in a fog, allowing him only to grasp a few distinct elements. Perhaps once the conversion is complete, the nature of it will be revealed. Wang Cheng exited the gravity chamber, discovering Bulma anxiously awaiting him. Upon seeing him, she exclaimed in distress, "If you don't come out soon, I might just break the door down. Do you have any idea how long you've been in there?" "A full half-month." Approaching Bulma, he gently embraced her, saying, "I'm sorry for worrying you, my dear. I encountered a small opportunity and lost track of time. It won't happen again." He then lifted Bulma into his arms and soared towards their bedroom. Chapter 32. Tranquil times. Following the intense competitions, everyone welcomed a rare period of tranquility. Bulma and Wang Cheng relaxed in their estate, with Bulma reclining on the grass under the sun, engrossed in the latest fashion magazine, while Wang Cheng trained at a moderate intensity nearby, occasionally glancing at her with a barely perceptible tenderness in his gaze. At Bowsy Mountain, Goku's family reveled in the pleasures of rural life. Goku sparred with Gohan in the yard, while Chi-Chi watched the father-son duo with a smile, occasionally reminding them not to push themselves too hard. During lunchtime, the family gathered around the table, filled with laughter as they savored the delicious dishes prepared by Chi-Chi. Krillin and Android 18 welcomed a daughter, and they played in the park with their little girl, Marin. Klin gazed at number 18 and Marin joyfully frolicking, his heart brimming with happiness and contentment. In a quaint cabin nestled within the mountains, Tianjin Fan and Dumplings engaged in tranquil cultivation. During their practice breaks, they would savor the delectable treats crafted by Lan Chi, reminiscing about past battles and sharing their aspirations for the future. Meanwhile, Master Roshi lounged in his seaside abode, leisurely watching television, occasionally visited by his disciples who gathered to hear him recount tales of yore. At this moment, Piccolo resided serenely in the other world, accompanied by his fellow Namekian, Dandy. Whenever thoughts of Gohan crossed his mind, he would take Dandy along to the Bun Mountain to visit Gohan's family. The warmth of their familial atmosphere, the friendly smiles, and the boundless affection deeply endeared Piccolo to them. Each visit felt like a journey of spiritual solace for him. In contrast, Vegeta was a restless soul, frequently challenging Broly. After each bruising encounter, he would require Dandy's assistance to seek healing in the other world. Fortunate that the new Supreme Kai possessed such abilities. Otherwise, Vegeta would have spent all his time recuperating. As for Broly, aside from his bouts with Vegeta, he would occasionally drop by Wang Cheng's home for a meal, much to the delight of Tian, who rather liked him. Curiously, Cell had found a stable existence at Wang Cheng's residence, serving dual roles as the head of security and a training partner. As the security captain, Cell utilized his unparalleled strength and keen insight to guard this seemingly ordinary, yet enigmatic estate. Whether day or night, he patrolled the premises like a phantom, leaving no detail overlooked. Even the faintest flutter of a mosquito would not evade his hawk-like gaze. This period of tranquility allowed the inhabitants of the Dragon Ball universe to set aside the tensions of battle and relish the beauty of life, immersing themselves in the warmth of familial bonds, friendships, and love. They understood that such peace was hard-won, and thus cherished each precious and ordinary moment. 3 years later. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the language of the gods. Over the past 3 years, occasional sparring with Broly had rendered the host invincible. Even Broly's growth could not keep pace with Wang Cheng. Cell, frequently serving as Wang Cheng's training partner, had reached a battle power of 20 billion. While Vegeta had rarely challenged Broly in the past 2 years, leaving one to wonder if he had developed a new transformation. Goku remained the same, though he often trained with the King of Worlds, significantly enhancing his strength, likely surpassing 1 billion in his base form. Open the attribute panel, please. Ding. Host, Wang Cheng. Abilities, max level martial arts, chi perception and application, Kamehameha, turtle shell, solar flare, wolf fang fist, evil containment wave, pain growth, chi sphere slash, cosmic survival, instant transmission, fusion technique, big bang attack, Leo flying kick, immortal mode, dragon fist, Pegasus meteor fist, serious punch, wind god leg, explosive fist, 1000-year kill, Majin Buu's regeneration, universe shattering palm, hypnosis, afterimage fist, sky cannon, superpower, destruction beam, language of the gods. Combat power, 60 billion divine energy is currently at 30 completion. Items, divine beans, binding strings. Alas, it will take another 2 years for Majin Buu to commence. Where shall I wander next? The warriors on Earth are no match for me anymore. Oh, I could inquire with King Kai to see if he knows the whereabouts of the God of Destruction. The realm of the God of Destruction should be a place for cultivating divine power. According to the original narrative, the gods of destruction exist in a higher dimension. They embody divine essence and cannot be quantified by mere combat power. Without hesitation, Wang teleported to King Kai's planet. Upon arrival, he unexpectedly encountered Goku. Hey Wang, what brings you here? Goku inquired. I came to ask King Kai a few questions. Wang replied. Since you're here, you might as well help me test my training results. With that, Goku assumed a fighting stance. I see you're itching for a fight. Let me witness your progress over the past 3 years, Wang retorted. You might just be left in shock. Goku declared as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and charged towards Wong. A slight smirk appeared on Wong's lips as he matched Goku's speed. Goku's assaults rained down like a tempest, yet Wong deftly evaded them with his agile movements and exceptional combat skills, not allowing Goku to even graze his clothing. "Ah, damn it, stop dodging," Goku exclaimed. "As you wish," Wong replied, executing a Leo kick that struck Goku in the abdomen. Goku fell to the ground, clutching his stomach and rolling in agony. "How's that, Goku? Care for another round?" "I've only used a fraction of my strength," Wong taunted. "Wait, I have a secret technique," Goku exclaimed. "Huh, ah, 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 ah." The entire King Kai's planet trembled violently. Goku's energy surged rapidly. "All right, this is my training result, the full power of Super Saiyan 2. Wong checked through his system and discovered that Goku's full power Super Saiyan 2 achieved a combat power of 14 billion. "Impressive, but alas, you're still no match for me," Wong remarked disdainfully. Goku wasted no time and dashed towards Wong. Despite the significant disparity in strength, Goku could not land a hit on Wong. "Damn it." Wong seized Goku's arm and kicked him away. Goku adjusted his posture midair, stabilizing himself. "Goku, your training is insufficient. Keep striving, young man," Wong said casually as he unleashed a ki blast, a massive beam of energy hurtling towards Goku. Goku attempted to counter with a Kamehameha, but Wong's attack was overwhelmingly powerful, and Goku was struck down, landing clumsily on the ground. Wong tossed Goku a divine bean, saying, "You shouldn't be testing your training results with me. Instead, you should seek out Vegeta. Trying to challenge me is merely inviting discomfort upon yourself. Besides, you may not even stand a chance against Vegeta now. Perhaps you should consider facing Piccolo instead." Wong approached King Kai and asked, "King Kai, do you know anything about the God of Destruction?" "What? How do you know about the God of Destruction?" King Kai responded, his face filled with fear. Chapter 33. The King of the Universe. Greetings, distinguished gentlemen and ladies. During my cosmic travels, I came to learn of a particular planet that seemingly serves as a culinary haven for Lord Beerus. Initially, I mistook it for a den of cosmic tyrants, only to discover it was a realm ruled by a god of destruction. When I inquired whether this deity was more formidable than the Grand Kai, I was informed that he far surpassed you. Wang Cheng fabricated a response, clearing his throat. Indeed, they spoke the truth. The god of destruction is the most potent deity in this universe, albeit with a rather volatile temperament, prone to obliterating planets at a whim. Take my own King Kai planet, for instance. It was once comparable in size to Earth, but due to inciting Lord Beerus's wrath, it has been reduced to its current state. I am fortunate to retain my position as a King Kai, otherwise I would have ceased to exist. The King Kai wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "By the way, do you know where the realm of the gods of destruction resides?" Wang Cheng queried. The natives of that planet were solely focused on seeking delicacies and had no knowledge of its whereabouts. "I'm afraid I lack such high-level clearance. Those deities are several tiers above me." "Ah, what a predicament. But wait, I could consult the Eternal Dragon." "How foolish of me," Wang Cheng suddenly exclaimed. The King Kai interjected, "The Eternal Dragon will not divulge that information. Even if it knows the location of the God of Destruction's realm, it would not dare to reveal it. Perhaps I know someone who might possess the knowledge," Wang Cheng said with a spark of excitement. "Who could that be, my lord? Please, enlighten me." The King Kai replied slowly, "My superior, the Grand Kai. However, I seldom have the opportunity to meet him. Since you mentioned the Grand Kai, there must be a way to reach him. Please tell me how I might meet with the Grand Kai." The Grand Kai is a martial arts enthusiast who enjoys hosting competitions to scout for promising talents to take under his wing, the King Kai explained. "However, given your current strength, you already surpass the Grand Kai, which complicates matters." "Why is it complicated, my lord? I may not be capable, but there are others who are. Who do you have in mind?" The King Kai inquired. "Well, he is far away yet close at hand." "Are you referring to Goku?" "Of course. Goku's strength should be sufficient to secure the championship, and he will not surpass the Grand Kai as long as he refrains from transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Wang Cheng then glanced at Goku, who appeared utterly bewildered by the conversation. "Huh, what are you all talking about? What is this about a god of destruction and the Grand Kai?" Goku scratched his head in confusion. "Goku, I have a significant mission for you. You must see it through, and upon completion, I shall reward Chi-Chi with 10 million yen. Do not hastily decline. This is not merely a gift, but a reward for your efforts, ensuring that Chi-Chi will no longer prevent you from training." "Ah, all right. That sounds like a fair deal. Then, King Kai, please escort us." But when will the competition be held? I shall check. The King Kai responded as the two antennae atop his head began to sway. Moments later, he declared, I have found the information. A week later, a competition is set to take place, and there is still time to register. In the past, our North Galaxy lacked formidable warriors. We were either plagued by villains like Frieza or rebellious Saiyans. Consequently, we had never participated in such contests. However, with Goku now in our ranks, I can finally hold my head high before my old adversaries. The King of the Worlds expressed joyfully. Thus, Wang Cheng and Goku followed the king to the Grand King Star, where powerful warriors from various galaxies gathered, creating an atmosphere both fervent and tense. The king led them to the registration booth, and Goku was successfully enrolled. In the ensuing week, under Wang Cheng's guidance, Goku underwent rigorous training in preparation for the forthcoming competition. During this time, they encountered other contestants, some of whom were remarkably strong opponents. Meanwhile, the king often gathered with the other three kings, engaging in playful banter and making bets. I wager that Goku will triumph in this competition. The king declared confidently. Haha, you are overly naive. This contest assembles the elite from various galaxies. Victory will not come easily for Goku, retorted the South King. We shall see. Just wait for your defeat. The king shot back defiantly. At last, the day of the competition arrived, and Goku stepped onto the arena with unwavering confidence. His opponent was a formidable fighter from the West Galaxy, whose prowess was not to be underestimated. As the battle commenced, the two engaged in an intense duel, with Goku gradually gaining the upper hand. Ultimately, he defeated his opponent with a powerful Kamehameha wave, securing a victory in the match. Returning to the viewing platform, Goku joined Wang Cheng to observe the subsequent matches. The majority of the competitors appeared to possess strength comparable to Krillin, lacking any exceptional power. There was uncertainty about whether they would encounter the character known as Ribs Rice from the original narrative. After all, Goku alone might not attract the Grand King. Regardless, now that we are at the Grand King Star, I refuse to believe we won't see him, Wang Cheng declared, feeling drowsy in his seat, only to be abruptly awakened by Goku's exclamation. What are you doing, Goku? Why are you making such a ruckus? Wang Cheng complained. Wang Cheng, look at that person on the stage with the high ponytail. He is quite impressive. I sense a formidable power emanating from him, comparable to Piccolo in his deep green state. Wang Cheng glanced at the individual, surmising that this must indeed be Ribs Rice, resembling the animated description. Regardless of whether it is him, as long as he is strong, that is what matters. Look at you getting all excited. Remember not to reveal too much of your strength. It's best to avoid transforming into Super Saiyan 2 if possible, as this fellow likely possesses only peak Super Saiyan 1 power. Ultimately, Goku successfully advanced to the finals, where he faced a mysterious warrior from the South Galaxy. Upon entering the arena, they exchanged names, and indeed, it was Ribs Rice. The battle commenced, with neither side yielding an inch, creating an electrifying spectacle that left the entire arena in awe. Goku, without transforming, found himself struggling. He initially unleashed a 20-fold Kaioken against Ribs Rice, who effortlessly evaded Goku's assault. Observing this, Goku resolved to unleash his ultimate technique, the Kamehameha wave. He gathered all his energy, preparing to direct it towards Ribs Rice. At that moment, Rib Rice unleashed its ultimate technique, the Thunderbolt Cannon. Two powerful energy waves collided in the air, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Goku was pushed back several steps by the force of the blast, while Rib Rice remained steadfast and scathed. Goku marveled at Rib Rice's strength. With a slight smile, Rib Rice remarked to Goku, "Your power is commendable, yet insufficient. If this is all you can muster, victory will surely elude you." With that, Rib Rice launched another attack with remarkable speed, leaving Goku unable to evade. As the strike approached, Goku, in a moment of desperation, unleashed a furious roar and transformed into a Super Saiyan. In Chapter 34, Champion Goku, transformed Goku effortlessly dodged Rib Rice's assault. Seizing the initiative, Goku surged forward like a bolt of lightning, his fist charged with immense power, aimed directly at Rib Rice. Reacting swiftly, Rib Rice sidestepped and countered with a punch. But Goku nimbly evaded, quickly following up with a sweeping kick that sliced through the air. Rib Rice leaped into the sky, evading the strike, then dove down with the ferocity of a thunderstorm, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Goku. Undeterred, Goku met Rib Rice's onslaught with the formidable strength of a Super Saiyan, each collision erupting in astonishing energy waves that cracked the ground beneath them. Goku bellowed, releasing a barrage of Kamehameha waves. Rib Rice danced with agility, conjuring an energy shield to deflect each wave. In an instant, he accelerated, appearing behind Goku and delivering a powerful kick. Struck, Goku was propelled forward but executed a swift somersault in midair, regaining his balance and charging once more at Rib Rice. The two engaged in an even more intense close-quarters battle, their speed dazzling to behold. As the fight progressed, Goku's power surged, his golden aura intensifying, while Rib Rice matched him with a relentless flow of energy. Suddenly, Goku seized an opening and delivered a kick that sent Rib Rice flying. He crashed heavily against a wall but quickly rose, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Taking advantage of the moment, Goku unleashed his ultimate move, the Kamehameha Wave, a colossal sphere of energy hurtling toward Rib Rice. Eyes wide with determination, Rib Rice summoned all his strength to defend, yet the might of the Kamehameha exceeded his expectations. Shattering his defenses, he was struck by the energy wave, soaring backward until he collided with a distant mountain. Breathing heavily, Goku gazed at the fallen Rib Rice and declared, "You have lost, Rib Rice. I never anticipated encountering such a worthy adversary here." Rib Rice coughed up a mouthful of blood and replied, "You are formidable. Having participated in several competitions, I have never faced such a predicament. I suspect this is not your full strength. The universe is vast, and I realize I have been but a frog in a well. Nevertheless, I shall continue to train diligently, and next time, victory will undoubtedly be mine." With the referee's announcement, Goku was declared the champion. "Lord Kai, I sensed a formidable energy earlier. Following it, I saw an old man carrying a speaker observing from above. Is that not Lord Kai?" Wang Cheng inquired. After all, Wang Cheng found these gods quite peculiar. The king of the worlds enjoys cold humor, while the Grand King is a bit of a jester. Now that Wukong has triumphed in the competition, can we approach him? Not so fast. We must await the summons from the Grand King, replied the king of the worlds. Moments later, the Grand King soared to the very center of the sky. What an exhilarating match. This contestant, Son Wukong, has proven himself remarkable, defeating the Rib Rice who has spent some time learning under my tutelage. The peace of the universe relies on young talents like you. Are you the Grand King? Wukong inquired. I have a friend with some questions for you, if that would be permissible. You are the champion of this event, and you have presented me with a vibrant spectacle. I would be pleased to meet your friend. Where is he now? The Grand King replied slowly. Ah, splendid. My friend is waiting below with the King of the Worlds, Wukong exclaimed with delight. Thus, Wukong followed the Grand King to Wang Cheng's side. Greetings, Grand King. I am Wong Chong, a martial artist from Earth. I apologize for the interruption, but I wish to consult you regarding a matter. The North King hastily interjected, Grand King. Wang Cheng has vanquished the universe-threatening Frieza and his legion, and he has also subdued the rampaging Saiyan Broly. His contributions to the cosmos prompted me to bring him to you. Ah, I see. What is it that you wish to inquire about? Speak freely. I seek to know. Grand King, if you are aware of the whereabouts of the God of Destruction. The Grand King's expression shifted dramatically. Where did you learn of the God of Destruction? Did the North King inform you? He then cast a wary glance at the North King. The North King, drenched in cold sweat, quickly clarified, No. It was not I who spoke of it. Wang Cheng encountered a native while traveling through the universe, who mentioned it while preparing food for Lord Beerus. The Grand King pondered for a moment before responding, I do not know. Wang Cheng, North King, Wukong. To put it plainly, there are many things I am unaware of in this universe. I am not omniscient. Furthermore, both the North King and I cannot truly be considered legitimate gods. In human terms, we are akin to false deities, assigned by true gods to oversee our respective domains. I was selected by the King of Worlds to manage the universe. Yet it is vast, and I appointed the 4 kings of the North, South, East, and West to assist in its governance, each fulfilling their duties. The underworld has its king Yanluo, and Earth has its own deities to oversee it. Then surely you must know where the King of Worlds is located. Wang Cheng implored. I do not know, replied the Grand King. Wang Cheng, North King, Wukong. Ah, but that being is the supreme God who governs the creation of life. How could I possibly know where he resides? Typically, he communicates directly with me when there are tasks to be undertaken. However, it has been an exceedingly long time since I received any instructions from the King of Worlds. Nearly 5 million years, perhaps related to that turbulent event in the universe. Turbulence in the universe? What is that? Wukong inquired curiously. I am uncertain myself. I have merely heard from the previous Grand Kai, who in turn received the information from his predecessor. Traditionally, the Grand Kai is appointed by the Kaioshin, yet since the upheaval in the universe, the Kaioshin has refrained from issuing any directives. The lifespan of a Grand Kai typically spans around 200,000 years, which has led the former Grand Kai to appoint the next candidate independently. Over the years, there has only been one occurrence involving a god of destruction, and thereafter, no further news of any supreme deities has emerged. It appears we must await the Kaioshin's visit to Earth in 2 years' time. In light of the absence of news, we shall take our leave, Grand Kai. Regrettably, we possess no information you seek. Following this, Wang Cheng and the others bid farewell to the Grand Kai and return to the Kaioshin planet. Goku, do you wish to continue your training with the Grand Kai? Indeed. I intend to train diligently for a while longer, striving to surpass you at the earliest opportunity. Surpass me? Wang Cheng scoffed with disdain. You are still 2,000 years away. Hey, Wang Cheng, let us hold another competition then. Next time, I shall not be defeated so swiftly. Very well. On this day 2 years hence, the Heavenly Realm shall host the second competition, and you shall be the one to notify everyone. Well then, I take my leave. Until we meet again, Goku. With that, Wang Cheng executed a swift instant transmission. A plea for likes and comments. I extend my gratitude to all the esteemed readers here. Chapter 35. 2 years later, upon returning to Earth, Wang Cheng diligently signed in each day, accompanying his wife on leisurely outings, taking his daughter to amusement parks, and engaging in sparring sessions with Vegeta and Broly. Life unfolded rather comfortably. 2 years later, in the Heavenly Realm, a group was busily preparing for the forthcoming competition when, suddenly, a flash of white light revealed 2 mysterious figures, one tall and one short. Their arrival was accompanied by an enigmatic aura, as if the very air around them had grown dense with tension. When they presented themselves before the gathered crowd, the atmosphere shifted to one of palpable anxiety, an invisible pressure compelling everyone present to fall silent, their gazes fixated upon the newcomers. Who are you? Piccolo inquired. You are Piccolo, I presume. I am the Kaioshin, the deity who creates all things. Piccolo's complexion drained to a ghostly pallor, tinged with a hint of green, as he stammered in disbelief. The Kaioshin? He pondered inwardly. Could such a deity truly exist? Why have I never heard of this before? Yet, this overwhelming presence emanating from a higher being is undeniable. Since merging with the deity, my sensitivity to divine energies has heightened, yet I was unaware of any gods beyond the Kai. At that moment, Wang Cheng approached with measured steps, his gaze scrutinizing the mysterious figure who claimed to be the Kaioshin, and with a hint of perplexity he inquired, Are you truly the fabled Kaioshin? The Kaioshin slightly lifted his chin, a proud expression gracing his features as he confidently replied, Indeed, if you harbor doubts, you may inquire with the Grand Kai or verify with that green fellow beside you. With that, he pointedly gestured towards Piccolo. Pic extended his hand, gently wiping the cold sweat that continuously trickled down his forehead. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. I cannot be entirely certain that person is indeed the Supreme Kai, but the overwhelming pressure emanating from the depths of his soul is a force I have never felt from the revered King Kai before. At that moment, a voice echoed in Wang Cheng's mind. Wang Cheng, the individual beside you, is indeed the Supreme Kai. Though I have never encountered him, that aura is unmistakable. The person next to him is his attendant. It would be wise for you to show proper respect. Very well, if you are indeed the Supreme Kai, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to Earth? How dare you speak to the Supreme Kai in such a manner? Scolded the imposing figure with purple skin nearby. Indeed, the king has commanded me to respect the Supreme Kai. Yet that does not grant you the liberty to shout at me, Wang Cheng retorted. He then addressed the Supreme Kai, stating, I grant you face as the Supreme Kai. But should I choose to withdraw that respect, I could reduce you to cosmic dust. With that, Wang Cheng swiftly dispatched the Supreme Kai's attendant, pinning him to the ground. Will you bark again? Why have you fallen silent? You dare to blaspheme the divine. The attendant stammered. Speak another word, and I shall slay a god today. The Supreme Kai stood in shock. Even he could hardly perceive Wang Cheng's speed. Wait a moment, Mr. Wang Cheng, I sincerely apologize. My attendant has a rather poor temperament, and I assure you, I will discipline him upon our return. We are here to discuss a matter of importance. The Supreme Kai hurriedly interjected to prevent further conflict. A poor temperament? I am more than willing to assist in correcting that. Is this the attitude you adopt for a serious discussion? Wang Cheng replied. I truly apologize, Mr. Wong Chong. The Supreme Kai insisted. Jebet, you should promptly rise and apologize to Mr. Wong Chong. Reluctantly, Jebet offered an apology. Mr. Wong Chong, prior to my arrival on Earth, I consulted the great King Kai. He informed me of the many formidable martial artists residing here, and upon meeting you, it is indeed as he described. Get to the point, Wong Chong urged, sensing a shift in the Supreme Kai's demeanor to one of grave seriousness. Taking a deep breath, the Supreme Kai slowly continued. After arduous investigations in the realm of the Supreme Kai, I have uncovered shocking news. The malevolent sorcerer Babidi has manifested upon your planet. As he spoke, his voice trembled involuntarily, as if the dark sorcerer were lurking nearby. Even more alarming, if Babidi is truly here. It signifies that the legendary Majin Buu may also be hidden within your midst. You may be unfamiliar with the name Majin Buu, but trust me, he is an exceedingly wicked entity, possessing a terrifying power capable of obliterating the world. Should he succeed, the entire Earth would plunge into an abyss of irretrievable doom. As he articulated his concerns, he gestured emphatically, striving to convey the enormity of Majin Buu's threat. TCH, what nonsense about sorcerers and demons. I could effortlessly handle it all on my own. Vegeta scoffed dismissively. You are indeed Vegeta, appearing formidable. Yet you remain oblivious to the terror that is Majin Buu, a catastrophe for the universe. In the past, several Supreme Kais attempted to confront him, only to meet their demise. And it was ultimately the South Supreme Kai who, at great personal cost, managed to seal Majin Buu away, sacrificing himself in the process. Do not dare to compare me with you feeble beings. This is merely my usual aura. When I transform into a Super Saiyan, you shall be utterly astonished. A Super Saiyan? A mere branch of the Saiyan lineage? Following the demise of the previous Supreme Kai, this young Supreme Kai was woefully uninformed. Lacking knowledge of Super Saiyans and the existence of the gods of destruction, he was a novice. And it was only when the elder Supreme Kai emerged that he was enlightened with such crucial knowledge. Humph, an imbecile, and he dares to call himself a Supreme Kai. Vegeta turned away, muttering angrily as he departed. Supreme Kai, are you aware of the universe tyrant Frieza? Krillin interjected. Vegeta and the others could easily dispatch him. Recovering, Jebet chimed in. Frieza is of such low caliber that our Supreme Kai could eliminate him with ease. What does that signify? You, a mere attendant, have no right to speak here. Step aside, Wang Cheng admonished Jebet, who promptly complied, standing quietly behind the Supreme Kai. In the original narrative, Jebet was indeed quite arrogant, looking down upon Goku and his companions before transforming. Supreme Kai, where is that exceptionally powerful entity you mentioned, this Majin? Goku inquired eagerly, determined to engage in battle before Wang Cheng and the others could. I have detected his location. You should accompany me. It would be prudent to bring along more strong fighters. Babidi has utilized dark magic to control several formidable demon kings in the demon realm. And we must not be careless, the Supreme Kai warned. Enough talk. Let us set forth swiftly to resolve this matter and return in time for the tournament. Krillin remarked. We shall refrain from complicating things. Given the strength of Tien and Kairatsu, our presence would not be of much assistance. We will await your return here in the other world. Very well, I shall go with Goku and Vegeta. Sharu, you and Broly shall also remain in the other world. This time, I shall refrain from intervening. I have entrusted Goku with this task. Upon hearing Wang Cheng's words, the Supreme Kai hastily objected. No, Mr. Wang Cheng. Majin Buu is truly terrifying, and those allies Babidi has brought from the demon realm pose a significant threat. We ought to bring more fighters. I have stated that it is unnecessary. Goku and Vegeta are sufficient. If need be, I shall provide support from the rear. Should you utter another word of nonsense, I will summon the dragon to transport Majin Buu to the Supreme Kai's realm. In truth, the dragon could not accomplish this due to insufficient power. The Supreme Kai, alarmed, quickly conceded, no more discussion. We shall proceed as you suggest, Mr. Wong Chong. Esteemed audience, I humbly beseech your support. I implore you for likes, comments, and encouragement for updates. Chapter 36. Babidi while in flight. Wang Cheng inquired of the Supreme Kai, Respected Supreme Kai, from where do you cultivate your divine power? Suddenly, the title Lord left the Supreme Kai momentarily flustered. Mr. Wang Cheng, you are far too gracious. The prowess I possess was bequeathed to me after the demise of the former Supreme Kai. At that time, I was but a child, and the specifics elude my understanding. However, it is undeniable that the realm of the Supreme Kai is imbued with a greater abundance of energy than the realm of mere mortals. Very well. After we vanquish the formidable Majin Buu, I shall pay a visit to your Supreme Kai's domain without awaiting his consent. Thus, Wang abruptly accelerated ahead. I know not how long we flew when we chanced upon a spacecraft nestled in an expansive void. It is within that vessel that Babidi resides. Let us proceed with caution and infiltrate stealthily. Babidi possesses little combat prowess. We merely need to avoid falling under the thrall of his dark sorcery. I have declared it before. Regardless of the Majin or Babidi, I shall single-handedly resolve them all. And you, claiming to be the Supreme Kai, barely resemble one with your shifty eyes and furtive demeanor. Acknowledging my need for the Supreme Kai's assistance, Wang hastily intervened. Enough, Vegeta, refrain from further remarks. After all, he is a new Supreme Kai, still quite young. Let us extend him some patience. Wang's comment only exacerbated the situation as Jebet turned crimson with indignation. An affront. This is a blatant insult to you, Supreme Kai. Enough, Jebet. Do mind your tongue, lest you find yourself in dire straits again. This time, I may not be able to rescue you. I fear no indignities as long as we can thwart Babidi. Jebet boldly proclaimed, his chest swelling with pride, as if the Supreme Kai were his very own. Look, the ship's hatch has opened, Goku exclaimed with astonishment. Emerging from the vessel was a diminutive alien accompanied by a towering figure. The Supreme Kai's countenance turned pale as he trembled, exclaiming, Babidi. Indeed, it is he. And that towering figure behind him cannot be the Demon King Dabura from the Demon Realm. At that moment, the Supreme Kai's thoughts spiraled into despair. This is disastrous. How shall we combat this threat? Had I known, I would have brought more allies. As he turned to communicate with Wang about retreating to reassess our strategy, he found Goku and Vegeta engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors. What on earth are you doing? The Supreme Kai gasped in horror. Are you truly so oblivious? Supreme Kai? Surely you can recognize a simple game of chance, Vegeta mocked. No, that is not what I meant. I am referring to the fact that our foes have revealed themselves. We're playing rock, paper, scissors. The winner shall face them first, Goku replied, his expression one of innocent sincerity. I win. Vegeta, that means I'm up first. Goku declared joyfully. Old friend, since you've arrived, why hide away? Babidi's voice suddenly echoed, although he remained at the hatch. This must be Babidi's sorcery. He has detected our presence. It appears we have no choice but to fight with all our might. The Supreme Kai's demeanor shifted to one of fervent resolve, perhaps accepting the grim possibility of not returning alive. Suddenly, the Demon King Dabura lunged at Goku. Goku, be careful, the Supreme Kai shouted urgently. With a reassuring smile cast back at his comrades, Goku charged toward Dabura. As the distance between the two narrowed, Goku's aura surged with intensity. Huh, Goku shouted, channeling all his strength into a punch aimed at Dabura. However, the strike met only empty air. What? Goku exclaimed, taken aback, as an overwhelming force struck him from behind. Bang! He was sent flying by the impact. Ha ha, fool! Dabura's laughter echoed through the air. My dear Supreme Kai, what kind of worthless fighter have you brought to his demise? He is unworthy of my attention, Babidi taunted. Goku, rising from the ground, chuckled. Ha ha ha. Sorry everyone. This guy is indeed formidable, but I was merely warming up. Kakarot, can you stop playing around? If you can't handle it, let me take over. You're such a fool. Vegeta impatiently remarked. All right, Vegeta. I promise to get serious. After all, I won the rock, paper, scissors, and you, the proud prince, shouldn't go back on your word. You all underestimate me, the king of the demon realm, Dabura. While you chat, prepare to meet your end. Enraged, Dabura lunged at Goku with a powerful punch. Goku dodged to the side, swiftly counterattacking with a series of kicks. Dabura evaded and sought an opportunity to retaliate. The battle intensified, with neither side yielding. As Goku adapted to Dabura's fighting style, he launched a fierce assault. Utilizing instant transmission, he maneuvered behind Dabura and unleashed the Kaioken, striking forcefully against Dabura's back. Dabura winced in pain, pivoting to retaliate with a punch, but Goku deftly avoided it and seized the moment to unleash a Kamehameha wave. The energy blast shot towards Dabura like a cannonball, propelling him several meters away. As the smoke cleared, Dabura, fuming with rage, stood up. radiating dark energy as his power rapidly escalated. With a thunderous roar, he charged at Goku with lightning speed. Goku was startled and quickly employed instant transmission to evade. Yet Dabra seemed to anticipate his movements, closely pursuing him. Goku repeatedly activated instant transmission in an attempt to distance himself, but Dabra relentlessly followed. In desperation, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan and prepared for direct confrontation. Channeling all his might, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave, while Dabra retaliated with a torrent of flames. The two formidable attacks collided, generating a colossal shockwave. Goku was forced back several steps, while Dabra remained unscathed. Damn it, this guy is incredibly strong. He is nearly at Super Saiyan level 2. Goku marveled inwardly. Yet, he did not relent and charged towards Dabra once more. At that moment, Dabra revealed a sinister smile, preparing to unleash his secret technique. As Goku approached, Dabra spat at him. Vegeta, what the? Supreme Kai, that is Dabra's signature move, petrifying saliva. Those struck will turn to stone. Kakarot, that fool. I'm infuriated that he could be defeated by mere spit. Vegeta gazed at the petrified Goku, exclaiming in exasperation. Without hesitation, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and charged at Dabra, exhibiting none of the indecisiveness typical of the former Saiyan prince. Chapter 37. Vegeta's Dark Transformation. As the newly transformed Vegeta focused intently, a formidable aura emanated from him. Such power. No wonder Mr. Vegeta claimed he could handle this situation alone. It truly seemed plausible. The Supreme Kai was overwhelmed with excitement. Meanwhile, Jebet was sweating profusely, realizing the formidable adversaries they faced. In the air, Vegeta easily overpowered Dabra, sending him flying with a swift kick before unleashing a ferocious energy wave. Dabra cried out, Lord Babidi, save me. With Dabra's final scream fading into silence, he ceased to exist in this realm. As Dabra perished, Goku restored to his original form. What just happened to me? Goku asked, bewildered. You fell victim to Dabra's petrifying attack and turned to stone. However, once Mr. Vegeta dispatched Dabra, you returned, the Supreme Kai explained. Kakarot, you are utterly worthless, bringing shame upon our Saiyan lineage. To hesitate against such an opponent is disgraceful. Vegeta berated Goku. Thank you, Vegeta, for saving me. I promise I won't be like this again. There won't be a next time. You are not to participate in the upcoming battle. It should have been my turn. Hurry back to compete. I am eager to face Broly and Wong Chong, Vegeta said, casting a challenging glance at Wong Chong. How infuriating. Where did these individuals come from? I initially thought they were mere jesters, yet Dabra was dispatched so swiftly. The energy from the battle here has been absorbed, but it's still insufficient to revive Majin Buu. What should we do? The inept crew on the ship couldn't even handle Dabra, let alone someone capable of eliminating him. We must stall for as long as we can. At that moment, Babidi began to panic. They were still halfway short of the energy needed to resurrect Majin Buu. Babidi used his magic to transport Wang Cheng and his companions to a desolate planet. Pui, the next phase is up to you. Avoid direct confrontation and just stall until Majin Buu absorbs enough energy. As you command, Lord Babidi. Where are we? Why are we suddenly not on Earth? Goku queried with curiosity. This must be Babidi's doing. He has magically altered our surroundings. The Supreme Kai elucidated. Suddenly, a figure resembling Frieza's third form appeared. Before he could utter a word, Vegeta obliterated him with a swift energy wave. Listen, that pathetic Babidi, get him out here immediately, along with that so-called Majin. I am growing impatient, Vegeta declared, his frustration palpable. Meanwhile, Babidi, observing Wong Chong and his group from his ship, stumbled upon something intriguing. In an unexpected turn of events, Vegeta found himself possessed by an insidious heart, prompting him to unleash his magical prowess to exert control over himself. Suddenly, he sensed a transformation within his body. A rising tide of agitation surged through him, igniting a fierce anger at the thought of being relegated to the position of Earth's perennial third or even fourth strongest warrior. His latent power began to swell. Observing this anomaly, the Supreme Kai hastily approached him, inquiring, What troubles you, Mr. Vegeta? Are you unwell? With a cry of despair, Vegeta clutched his head, shouting, Get away. He swatted the Supreme Kai aside with a forceful blow. As Vegeta's energy escalated rapidly, he transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, his power continuing to amplify. The Supreme Kai thought to himself, so the darkened Vegeta has indeed emerged. His strength surpasses that of a typical Super Saiyan 2. As Vegeta's aura intensified, a brilliant flash illuminated the scene, heralding the arrival of Majin Vegeta, surrounded by crackling lightning and an increasingly vibrant golden aura. He bore a sinister grin directed at Wang Cheng. I have grown weary of waiting. Come, Wong Chong, let us engage in battle. I have awaited this confrontation for 2 years, only to be interrupted by this so-called Supreme Kai. And the likes of Majin Buu and the Demon King are nothing but trifles, wasting my time. You've grown arrogant, Vegeta. I have no desire to engage you right now. I have my own matters to attend to. Let Goku handle you. Wang Cheng casually declined Vegeta's challenge. How dare you, Wang Cheng? Do you underestimate my prowess as a prince? Vegeta bellowed in outrage. It is not that. Goku is equally formidable now. You two should fight first. I truly have pressing issues. With that, he seized the Supreme Kai and teleported away. Curse you, Wang Cheng. Once I finish with Kakarot, I shall deal with you. Vegeta vowed. Goku, it has been quite a while since we last fought. Allow me to measure your growth. Goku stepped forward, instantly entering full-powered Super Saiyan 2. His gaze resolute as he faced Vegeta. Observing this, Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smirk, his confidence surging. Though Kakarot had become significantly stronger, could a lower-class warrior truly surpass an elite Saiyan like himself? The two stood locked in a tense standoff, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Suddenly, Vegeta launched an assault, darting towards Goku with incredible speed, unleashing a flurry of powerful strikes. Goku deftly evaded, countering with his own formidable attacks. The battle raged on, each combatant refusing to yield. Mr. Wang Cheng, should we not depart? Mr. Vegeta's condition is quite alarming. He appears to be under Babbidi's dark magic. I am aware, but fret not. Babidi cannot control Vegeta. This is intentional. He seeks a worthy adversary. Regrettably, I have no inclination to fight him. Let Goku entertain him for a while. However, their energy could be absorbed by Majin Buu, and the consequences would be dire. I implore you, Supreme Kai, you are truly overreacting. You underestimate the prowess of Wukong and Vegeta while overestimating the terror of Majin Buu. Mr. Wang Cheng, I am aware of your formidable strength. Yet you have not witnessed the sheer malevolence of Majin Buu. If he were to be resurrected, the entire universe would be doomed. The Kaioshin implored earnestly. At this juncture, Mr. Wang Cheng, let us return to the Kaioshin realm. There exists a divine sword there, said to have existed for millions of years, and no one has ever succeeded in drawing it. Perhaps you could give it a try, if you manage to pull it out. We need not fear Majin Buu any longer. According to ancient texts preserved in the Kaioshin realm, this divine sword possesses boundless power and unparalleled sharpness. Even without that sword, I would not fear Majin Buu. Now take me to see it. At last, I can venture to the realm of the gods to cultivate divine strength. I hope the Kaioshin realm will not disappoint me. Chapter 38. The Old Kaioshin, the Kaioshin realm. So this is the Kaioshin realm. The energy system is indeed distinct, with faint divine energy fluctuations permeating the air. Wang Cheng closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surrounding divine energy changes. Mr. Wang Cheng, you are the first human to arrive in the Kaioshin realm. Where is the sword? Wang Cheng inquired. Follow me. Moments later, they approached a stone pillar upon which a sword was embedded. Mr. Wang Cheng, this is the Kaioshin sword. You may attempt to draw it. It is said that one who succeeds will gain supreme power. Wang Cheng grasped the hilt with both hands and pulled with all his might. But the Kaioshin sword remained immovable. What it stuck? Wang Cheng had anticipated an effortless extraction, but he found himself thwarted. Fear not, Mr. Wang Cheng. After all, it is a divine sword, not something that can be easily withdrawn. The Kaioshin proclaimed with pride. Wang Cheng paid no heed to the Kaioshin and tightened his grip on the hilt, exerting force, his arm muscles taut, veins bulging on his forehead. Initially, the Kaioshin sword remained still, seemingly mocking Wang Cheng's hubris. Undeterred, Wang Cheng gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength once more. The air around him seemed to ripple with his effort. With a fierce roar, the Kaioshin sword trembled slightly. Wang Cheng sensed a glimmer of hope and pulled with renewed determination. At long last, through his relentless endeavor, the Kaioshin sword was slowly drawn forth. Standing triumphantly with the divine sword in hand, Wang Cheng remarked, "It feels particularly heavy, but otherwise, it seems unremarkable." Disappointment tinged his voice. The Kaioshin stood in astonishment. Could it truly have been drawn? Suddenly, Wang Cheng felt a surge of divine energy emanating from the sword. Could this energy belong to the old Kaishin? With a swift motion, a disheveled Jebbet appeared before them. Wah, my lord Kaishin, why did you leave without waiting for me? Vegeta and son Wukong are far too powerful. I was nearly obliterated by the aftershocks of their battle. Huh, what are you doing here? Mortals are not permitted in the Kaishin realm. Who allowed your presence? Jebbet gazed at Wang Cheng and inquired, Who granted you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Is it because this is your domain? Feeling emboldened now? Wang Cheng cast a disapproving glance at Jebbet, who suddenly broke into a cold sweat, nearly forgetting that this individual was also quite formidable. Is that the sword of the king? You actually drew the divine sword. It is said that even the king of worlds cannot wield it, and yet you, a mere mortal, have managed to do so. Jebbet stared in astonishment at the divine sword in Wang Cheng's grasp. Ahem. Enough, Jebbet. You should take a moment to rest over there. Mr. Wang Cheng is my esteemed guest. The king of worlds awkwardly interjected. I cannot draw it. Do you need to keep emphasizing that? This Jebbet is truly lacking in wit. Wang Cheng stood quietly to the side, wholly engrossed in examining the fabled sword of the king. His gaze was fixed intently on the blade, contemplating the justification he would provide to shatter it, thereby releasing the former king of worlds. Meanwhile, not far away, Jebbet and the king of worlds were not idle. They carefully retrieved a crystalline orb from their garments. This orb emitted a faint glow, resembling a resplendent pearl. They gently placed the orb on the ground, clasped their hands together, and began to concentrate their energies to cast a spell. As they chanted incantations, the orb gradually brightened, revealing a vivid scene of Goku and Vegeta engaged in a fierce battle. At that moment, both Goku and Vegeta unleashed their most potent techniques, their forms darting through the air in a dazzling display, each clash resonating with cataclysmic sounds and waves of energy. The King of Worlds and Jebbet watched the unfolding battle in the orb with bated breath, their brows furrowed in concern. This won't he do? The damage and energy they expend will only serve as sustenance for the resurrection of Majin Buu. What should we do? They turned to Wang Cheng, hoping he would intervene. Do not concern yourself with them. Let us first test the power of this sword. Wang Cheng replied nonchalantly. This divine sword is remarkably sharp. Wait while I procure a piece of the hardest mineral in the universe for a demonstration. Upon his command, the King of Worlds conjured a piece of Cassium steel. Are you ready? I shall cast it forth. As the divine sword swung towards the Cassium steel, it seemed as though time itself had come to a halt. Crack! The King of Worlds exclaimed, while Jebbet stood bewildered. What? Wang Cheng remarked. This is the mineral you selected, the one you confidently claimed to be indestructible. Do not blame me. To his astonishment, the proud King of Worlds had attempted to deceive him with a counterfeit. Suddenly, a plume of white smoke emerged from the severed sword. As the mist dissipated, a diminutive figure appeared before them, a rotund, elderly man with a head of unruly white hair and a somewhat lecherous appearance. Who are you? Where did you emerge from? Jebbet questioned. Wait, why are you dressed in the King of Worlds attire? Were you released from your seal by this junior? The old man directed his gaze at the King of Worlds. Ah, indeed. I am the Kaishin from 15 generations prior. Having offended a formidable entity, I was sealed within this sword. It appears that you, my junior, possess remarkable strength to have liberated me. A Kaishin from 15 generations ago, you are, in essence, a revered ancestor of mine. It was this individual beside me, known as Wang Cheng, who extracted the divine sword. We were merely testing its sharpness, not expecting to inadvertently release you. A human? The ancient Kaishin turned to Wang Cheng and remarked, humans have become this powerful? You, a distinguished Kaishin, find yourself eclipsed by a mere human. Truly, the successors of the Kaishin are becoming increasingly lackluster. If that esteemed one were to learn of this, it would surely lead to, cough cough. Pray, esteemed Kaishin, you have lived for so long. You must be aware of the Destroyer God, yes? The Destroyer God? How did you come by that knowledge? Humans are not privy to the existence of the Destroyer God or the Kaishin. It must have been revealed by my junior. Bringing a human into the Kaishin realm already breaches protocol, and to divulge such information is truly negligent. Oh, ancestor, it was not I? I was unaware of any Destroyer God. Is it not only us Kaishin who exist in the universe? Who was your predecessor? How could you be so uninformed, yet ascend to your position? Such irresponsibility. The Kaishin lamented, Ancestor. My predecessor and the other Kaishin from the 4 cardinal directions were all slain by the fiend Majin Buu, leaving only me. At the time, I was merely a substitute for the East Kaishin, thrust into this role with only one attendant, Jebet. What manner of creature is Majin? Ah, never mind. Since I have returned, I shall diligently impart the essential knowledge of divinity to you. That young human, since you are aware of the Destroyer God, you must also comprehend his terrifying nature. What is your inquiry regarding him? The ancient Kaishin inquired, his expression one of curiosity directed at Wang Cheng. I seek to cultivate divine power. Initially, in the cosmos, I learned of the Destroyer God's existence. Subsequently, I inquired with the Kaishin and the Grand Kai. Yet none had knowledge until I encountered the Kaishin, who too was uninformed. However, I sensed a faint ripple of divine energy within the realm of the Kaishin. Now that you are here, I believe you can assist me in addressing my predicament. Oh, esteemed deities, I humbly request a rating at the conclusion of this chapter. My deepest gratitude. Chapter 39. Bu. The ancient Kaishin approached Wang Cheng for a closer examination, nodding and then shaking his head in contemplation. Something feels amiss. How can a mere human possess a ripple of divine energy? Perhaps it is due to my exceptional talent, Wang Cheng replied. So, esteemed Kaishin, could you assist me in my training? Indeed, ancestor, please lend your aid to Mr. Wang Cheng. Once he grows stronger, we shall no longer fear Majin Bu. Look at your aspirations. Once I have imparted the necessary knowledge, you will understand that Majin Bu is of no consequence. The ancient Kaishin gazed at his successor with a mixture of disappointment and determination. At this moment, Jebet stepped forward to address the ancient Kaishin, saying, My lord, since you are a deity from 15 generations ago, you must possess great prowess. Of course, the ancient Kaishin affirmed. However, do not expect me to vanquish that being known as Majin Bu. My greatness does not pertain to combat prowess. I possess the extraordinary ability to awaken the latent potential within individuals. Wang Cheng, come and take a seat here. I shall assist you in unlocking the power that resides within you. Since you harbor divine strength, there is little I can impart, and you must embark on your own journey of exploration. As far as I am aware, even deities acquire their powers from higher beings. Even the god of destruction reaches a certain level through cultivation before being endowed with divine strength. In my understanding, no one has ever cultivated divine strength independently until you. I will help you unleash your potential, and I hope that when your power grows, you will confront the god of destruction on my behalf. For it is that old rascal who sealed me within this sword. The Kaishin exclaimed with indignation. How do you suppose I could confront the god of destruction? Wang Cheng retorted. Do not play coy with me, young one. I have lived long enough to have encountered all manner of beings. Moreover, your ability to cultivate divine strength as a mere human signifies an extraordinary destiny ahead of you. I am not suggesting that you confront him right now. Now, sit still while I awaken your potential. As the Kaishin's words fell, he began to concentrate, invoking the power to awaken Wang Cheng's latent abilities. Wang Cheng felt a surge of formidable energy coursing through his body, and every cell within him rejoiced. Meanwhile, the battle within the crystal ball was nearing its climax. Vegeta was seen bellowing in fury. Earth, why must you, Kakarot, this lowly warrior, surpass me? Super Saiyan 3, what a magnificent transformation. You have hidden your strength so well. Kakarot. At this moment, Vegeta's emotions were akin to that of a man who had tasted bitterness. He had believed that his years of arduous training would suffice. Although his chances against Wang Cheng were slim, he had expected to at least secure the position of second best, perhaps even matching Broly. Yet, Kakarot had surprised him first. Now, Vegeta found himself relegated to fourth place. Back in the Kaishin realm, the Kaishin was focused on awakening Wang Cheng's potential. The old Kaishin, observing through the crystal ball, marveled. Have mortals become so formidable? This Son Goku possesses such strength? Vegeta is slightly weaker, yet remarkably impressive. Young one, do you claim that this Majin is stronger than either of them? The old Kaishin inquired. I am uncertain, ancestor. I was just a child at that time. Merely hearing tales, came the reply. Just tales frightened you so? And you call yourself a deity? The old Kaishin felt an overwhelming urge to throttle his junior. However, ancestor, the previous Kaishins were not like me, lacking guidance. They were strong, yet they all fell to Majin Bu. Even the mightiest Kaishin sacrificed themselves to seal Bu away. Alas! Enough of this. It is not your fault. After all, you have not witnessed the world. Once Wang Cheng's potential is fully awakened, confronting the Majin Bu you mentioned will be a breeze, even with these two from the crystal ball in tow. Old Kaishin, How long will this take? It is quite dull, just waiting here. The old Kaioshin circled around Wang Cheng, performing peculiar movements. Your potential is substantial. The first stage will require 3 days. Wang Cheng responded, Earth? Ha! Marvelous. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you both. The energy required for Majin Buu is now fully replenished. In appreciation of your contributions, I offer you an opportunity to serve me. Otherwise, once Buu awakens, you shall both meet your demise. Humph. So even trash dares to mock me? Do you truly believe I am as malleable as clay? With that, Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy wave towards the egg of Majin Buu. You lack martial integrity. Launching a sneak attack before he is even fully resurrected. My Buu, let us depart, Kakarot. We must return to the other world. I wish to see if your Super Saiyan 3 can contend with that aberration, Broly, as well as King Choppa. One wonders where that individual has wandered off to. In the realm of the Kais, Vegeta's brilliance thwarted the resurrection of the fiend, relieving us of our incessant anxiety, while the Supreme Kai and Jebet celebrated exuberantly. Look at your pitiful aspirations, the old Kai remarked, lacking words. Furthermore, as a Supreme Kai, do you not sense it? Sense what? O ancestorial figure? You are utterly useless. Do you not feel that sinister aura? If all goes awry, it will be catastrophic. On Earth, something is amiss, Vegeta. Do you feel it? An exceedingly malevolent and formidable presence. Indeed, I sense it. Was that earlier blow insufficient to vanquish the demon? Suddenly, white vapor enveloped the sky. When it dissipated, a rotund pink figure materialized before them. Goku, I'm so hungry. The pink giant, without uttering a word, unleashed a beam of pink energy with astonishing speed. Vegeta, still recovering from battle, had no time to react and was struck directly, transforming into a chocolate bar. The pink entity, Majin Buu, opened his mouth and inhaled, devouring the Vegeta chocolate with a satisfying crunch. At that moment, Goku exclaimed. The pink giant, having consumed Vegeta, unleashed a surge of energy, turning his attention to me. I shall transform you into candy. Goku promptly transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and charged toward the pink behemoth, engaging in a fierce battle. The two warriors exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the Kai's realm were left in utter astonishment at the swift turn of events. The pink giant was now beyond what Goku could contend with. Recent exertions had left Goku drained, and after a few exchanges, he could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan 3 form, reverting to his base state. Just as the pink giant was about to turn Goku into candy, he was rescued by the timely arrival of Broly and Piccolo. Krillin swiftly transported Goku to the other world for healing. At that moment, Broly surged into battle, grappling fiercely with the pink giant, who was left utterly defenseless. Majin Buu, you cannot lose. I rely on you to conquer the universe. Babidi shouted from below, drawing the attention of Piccolo. This individual must have the ability to control that pink creature. If we eliminate him, will Vegeta not be restored? In the heavenly realm, Piccolo observed everything transpiring in the lower world, contemplating that Majin Buu's transformation of Vegeta into chocolate, akin to what he did to Dabura, would allow for restoration post-destruction. After uttering these thoughts, Piccolo swiftly appeared behind Babidi. Who are you? What do you intend to do? Before Babidi could conjure his magic to flee, Piccolo swiftly rendered him utterly incapacitated. After Babidi's demise, Piccolo discovered that the pudgy pink creature was not subjected to any constraints. It appeared his concerns were unfounded. He could only annihilate Majin Buu and then ascertain whether Vegeta would revert. If that failed, he would have to rely on the dragon to intervene. In the sky, the pink creature was enduring a merciless beating from Broly, who was indeed formidable. Known as the second strongest being in the universe, with the first being the king. The existence of the god of destruction was unknown to the onlookers at that moment. The pink creature, after being struck once more, became increasingly enraged, its visage contorted, as smoke began to emit from several orifices atop its head. Broly refrained from pressing the attack, deeming the creature beneath him at that moment. The pink creature appeared to be engulfed in both rage and suffering, as though it were resisting something. With the smoke billowing forth, its body began to swell, and cracks appeared in its skin. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, the creature disintegrated into two forms of Buu, one black and one pink. The black Buu exuded a more malevolent aura, appearing leaner, while the pink retained its original form, albeit significantly weakened. The pink Buu emitted a peculiar howl towards the leaner Buu before lunging at it. The lean Buu, with a slight smirk, deftly evaded the attack and retaliated with a kick that sent the pink Buu flying, subsequently unleashing a dark spell that transformed the pink Buu into a cookie, which he devoured. After consuming the pink Buu, the lean Buu began to swell, his power surging exponentially, far surpassing that of the pink creature at the time of his absorption of Vegeta. His intellect also appeared significantly enhanced, as he simultaneously assessed his two adversaries. Upon completion of his transformation, the Buu no longer bore a dark hue. Instead, he manifested with pink skin, appearing even more robust. He glanced at Broly, sensing a formidable threat from him, and then turned his gaze towards the diminutive green figure, opting to charge directly at Piccolo without hesitation. Broly, observing from the sidelines, exhibited a calm demeanor, seemingly disinterested in intervening, as he knew resurrection was possible through the dragon. Piccolo, noticing Broly's lack of intention to engage, felt a surge of trepidation and promptly entered a deep green state to defend himself. The lean Buu, invigorated by the sight of the suddenly empowered Piccolo, unleashed a powerful punch, which Piccolo attempted to block with his arms. A sharp crack echoed as Piccolo's arms shattered under the force. So powerful, even in my deep green state, I cannot withstand a single blow. The lean Buu then seized Piccolo by the head, employing black magic to transform him into candy, which he consumed. Following Piccolo's demise, the lean Buu's power surged once more, and he looked upon Broly with a sense of pride, yet Broly remained unfazed, even displaying a hint of disdain. Buu felt a surge of disdain and roared as he charged towards Broly, eager to demonstrate his strength. However, Broly effortlessly dodged Buu's attack with a swift movement. In retaliation, Broly unleashed a ki blast that struck Buu directly. Although Buu was sent staggering backwards, he quickly regained his footing and launched a fiercer assault. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not inflict any significant damage upon Broly. Conversely, every strike from Broly inflicted excruciating pain on Buu. Ultimately, Broly unleashed a green energy wave that obliterated Buu, leaving nothing but a heap of flesh. He had anticipated that absorbing others would significantly enhance his power, yet the outcome was disappointingly mundane. It seemed only Wang Cheng could truly ignite his fighting spirit. From the moment the pudgy figure was consumed, Broly had discerned that Buu's absorption of others would enhance his strength, leading him to wonder how Buu would fare after absorbing Piccolo, only to find the results unsatisfactory. Perhaps Piccolo was simply too weak. In that moment, had Piccolo still been present, he would undoubtedly have remarked, "Have you heard the words of the wise? What a splendid display of Versailles." Just as Broly relaxed his guard, a mass of pink, viscous substance began to creep toward him. Suddenly, this viscous mass adhered to Broly. From a distance, Buu's form reappeared, seemingly unscathed, and he laughed maniacally, proclaiming, "You were careless. Once I absorb you, I shall be invincible in the universe." Ha! What the hell? How is this possible? Wasn't he just obliterated? Broly pondered. Then, he recalled how Wang Cheng had also been reduced to fragments in the celestial realm only to regenerate. Could it be that this creature possessed a similar ability? If so, that would be utterly formidable, capable of devouring others to enhance combat prowess, and yet impervious to defeat. In disbelief, Broly found himself in a most humiliating predicament, toyed with by one he deemed inferior. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Broly was completely engulfed by the pink viscous substance, which then surged toward Buu. Merging with him, the Kaioshin, observing through a crystal ball, were left in shock, realizing that the unfolding events had surpassed their expectations. They had initially believed Broly would easily triumph over Buu, yet he was instead devoured. At that moment, Goku and the others arrived on the scene. They gazed at Buu, sensing an unprecedented aura of power. "Krillin, you all should retreat. I will stay behind to hold him off and find a way to contact Wang Cheng. He may be our only hope of stopping Buu," Goku declared, clenching his fists and preparing for a desperate battle. "Goku, be careful. You mustn't die," Krillin urged, before flying towards the celestial realm with Tien and the others. Just then, Buu's body began to transform. His muscles swelled, and his power surged. A blinding light erupted from within him, shooting skyward. "This is bad. He is about to break his limits," the Kaioshin exclaimed. "Stay calm. As long as I can awaken Wang Cheng, we should not encounter any major issues. You need to contact Goku on Earth. We are relying on him to buy us some time, ideally 3 to 5 days. Kaioshin, Jebet, Ancestor, can't you pick up the pace? I feel that at this moment, Goku is not just struggling for days. Even a few minutes seem exceedingly daunting. Alas, there is little I can do but wait. After all, Bu cannot reach the realm of the Kais. Once Wang Cheng is ready, I shall seek vengeance for them. In the original narrative, little Bu learned to teleport to the Kai's realm. However, in this tale, Bu lacks such an ability, hence he cannot locate it. Nor is there any reason for him to arrive. Kais, Jebit, impressive. The Kai contacted Goku, informing him that Wang Cheng was in training, urging him to buy some time. Goku smiled wryly and replied, I shall do my utmost. He fixed his gaze intensely upon the formidable adversary before him, feeling an unprecedented weight of pressure swell within his chest. Yet, in the face of such a daunting foe, Goku showed no signs of retreat. Drawing a deep breath, he concentrated all his power, and in a flash of light, he successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3. At this moment, even in the state of Super Saiyan 3, Goku could feel the relentless pressure emanating from his opponent, truly a despairing adversary. Chapter 41. Bu 3 Goku inhaled deeply and shouted at Bu, Bu, if you have the capability, come at me. No sooner had the words left his lips than he charged towards Bu. However, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Goku's attacks were utterly ineffective against Bu. With a mere flick of his hand, Goku was sent hurtling away, struggling to rise from the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of Goku's mouth. He understood that his strategy to delay time was futile, yet he refused to surrender. Time and again, he charged at Bu, only to be repelled repeatedly. In the realm of the Kais, Wang Cheng, feeling utterly bored, suddenly received a system notification. The Kai's realm was devoid of day and night. Ding. Would you like to initiate today's sign-in? A full day has passed. Let us proceed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the wish modification skill. Could you explain why this skill has emerged, and what is this modification nonsense? Ding. This skill requires character binding to be utilized. Upon successful binding, it disregards distance, instantaneously healing the bound individual's injuries to their optimal state. The modification effect randomly steals combat power from the healed individual. What a splendid skill. Let us bind it to Son Goku. Ding. Binding successful. Current bound character, Son Goku. Remaining binding slots, 4. Is this not akin to that game mechanism? Let us use them all. Bind Broly, Vegeta, Cell, and the last one for Piccolo. Ding. Binding successful. Remaining slots, 0. System, apply the wish to Son Goku. Ding. Application successful. The battered Goku was instantly revitalized to full health. What just happened? How did Mr. Son Goku suddenly recover to peak condition? Did he consume one of those magical beans from Earth? At this moment, Goku was equally bewildered. Yet, the beating continued. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have randomly stolen 100 points of combat power from Son Goku. 100 points? Are you jesting? Truly, this is quite random. Why not a few hundred billion instead? Lord Kai, I kindly ask you to convey a message to Goku, urging him to lure Bu into the room of spirit and time for battle. My wife and children remain on Earth. We cannot afford to risk an explosion. Kai, Jebit, I initially thought you had a brilliant plan to communicate, but it appears you are merely concerned for your family. Goku, can you hear me? Mr. Wang Cheng has instructed me to inform you that you can lead Bu to the room of spirit and time. We must not allow Earth to be harmed. The Kai adjusted the message, fearing that Goku might overhear and become unsettled. Bu, having consumed so many souls, you are indeed formidable. Do you dare to join me in another location? I find my hands tied on Earth. No matter where we fight, you are no match for me. Surrender now. If I weren't keen on prolonging our encounter, I would have transformed you into candy already. Are you afraid? Since you wish to play, let us relocate. It would be far more enjoyable. There is an even stronger opponent waiting there. Are you sure you do not wish to join? Very well, lead the way, Bu replied. And together they ascended to the other world. The inhabitants of the other world were alarmed to see Goku arrive with Bu, panicking at the presence of this harbinger of destruction. Mr. Popo, Bu and I are heading into the room of spirit and time. Goku signaled to Mr. Popo, who understood and watched as Goku and Bu entered, subsequently sealing the door behind them. Once inside, Bu sensed something amiss. After all, he had absorbed Piccolo and inherited his intellect. Where's this? Something feels wrong. You are deceiving me. Patience, Goku replied, a smirk playing upon his lips. Yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of despair and determination. He slowly raised his hand, pointing at the door, now shattered and in ruins. Do you see? This gateway to the outside world has been utterly destroyed. Now, regardless of your struggles, we can no longer step outside this place. Given this, why not engage in a life-and-death duel here and settle things once and for all? Upon hearing this, Buu's fury erupted, his eyes widened. Veins bulging on his forehead as he snarled, "You seek death." In an instant, he launched himself at Goku like a bolt of lightning. His right arm swinging with tremendous force aimed at Goku. Bang, bang, bang. Within minutes, Goku found himself battered and bruised. Struggling to rise, he wiped the blood from his lips, a resolute glimmer igniting in his eyes. "Bu, is this truly all your power? It seems you are not as impressive as I thought." With a resounding shout, Goku radiated a brilliant golden light, his energy surging exponentially. He transformed once more into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level. Like a blazing meteor, he charged at Bu, unleashing a flurry of relentless attacks. Their fierce battle sent tremors throughout the entire space, while Kai and Jebet anxiously observed the scene through the crystal ball. Kai marveled silently at Goku's remarkable ascent in power, while Jebet voiced his concerns, but he still cannot overcome Bu. If this continues, he may face mortal peril. Wang Cheng, too, monitored Goku's health status through the system. Ever vigilant, the system utilized a wish on Wukong. Ding! Congratulations to the host for randomly acquiring 10,000 points of combat power from Sun Wukong. The image of Wukong in the crystal ball suddenly appeared revitalized. Bu, Wukong, the 3 deities of the King Kai realm. What have you done? How did you suddenly recover? Do you possess the same constitution as me, Majin Bu? Wukong scratched his head, feeling a tad embarrassed, and replied, "To be honest, I am not quite sure what happened either." Bang! A figure fell to the ground. "Let us see how you recover this time." Bu knocked Wukong down once more, but chose not to consume him. Instead, he observed Wukong. Ding! Congratulations to the host for randomly acquiring 500,000 points of combat power from Sun Wukong. With a swish, Wukong rose and transformed into Super Saiyan 3, charging at Bu, only to be knocked down yet again, before rising once more. At this moment, Bu was on the verge of tears. In this vast and boundless universe, Majin Bu had always been renowned for his unparalleled might and tyrannical nature. His cataclysmic power and unparalleled regenerative abilities instilled fear in countless strong beings. And having devoured many formidable fighters on Earth, he fancied himself atop the hierarchy of combat prowess. However, at this juncture, Majin Bu widened his eyes, filled with astonishment and fury, muttering, "Is there truly a foe more tenacious than me, Majin Bu, in this world?" Thus, time and again, no matter how hard Majin Bu exerted himself to defeat Wukong, the latter always managed to miraculously recover at critical moments and swiftly escape. Not only that, but with each life-and-death confrontation, Wukong's strength would significantly increase, gradually narrowing the gap between him and Majin Bu. At this moment, Majin Bu finally realized that he might be facing a formidable adversary. If this battle continued, he would undoubtedly be finished. Meanwhile, in the King Kai realm, Wang Cheng was overjoyed. Within just half a day, he had stolen 300 million points of combat power. And this was still random and unstable. Sometimes it was a few hundred points, other times it was several million. The more requests for updates, the more he would release each day. They were his motivation for writing. Chapter 42. Invincible Bu. At this point, Bu had lost all desire to continue fighting. He merely wished to escape, trapped within the room of spirit and time, with anger building within him. His colossal and distorted form began to tremble violently, and his already formidable aura surged uncontrollably. Bu's eyes turned crimson, filled with boundless rage and murderous intent. He howled at the heavens. Every muscle in his body taut to the extreme, as a terrifying power surged forth from within him. The surrounding space seemed unable to withstand this force, beginning to warp and crack. Bu roared once again, his power erupting like a raging tempest. The entire room of spirit and time shook violently, the overwhelming shock reducing everything inside to dust. "This is bad," Wukong shouted, rushing towards Bu in an attempt to stop him. With a colossal bang, the space shattered completely. Utilizing this world-destroying power, Bu broke free from the confines of the room of spirit and time and escaped. Wukong hurriedly pursued Bu. In the realm of the Kaioshin, the grim realization dawned upon the Kaioshin that the adversary had managed to escape. A visage laden with trepidation, he pondered the fate that awaited them. "Oh, ancestors, what shall we do? How much longer must we endure this ritual? Fear not, came the assurance. Let Goku persevere for a moment longer. Given the current circumstances, it seems that the need for Wang Cheng's intervention may no longer be necessary. Although the means by which Goku had abruptly regained his strength remained a mystery, the Saiyan lineage proved itself formidable. Their ability to restore power even on the brink of death, albeit at the cost of depleting their own potential, was nothing short of astonishing. Each resurrection from the precipice of demise felt akin to a pact with the devil, trading future growth for immediate might. This method of acquiring strength was as awe-inspiring as it was fearsome. Oh, ancestors! Goku and his companions have attained such immense power. What further sacrifices of potential growth could they possibly make? Their prowess has already left us gods in astonishment. Truly, it is a rarity to behold. Yet, the cosmos harbors beings far mightier than Goku and Majin Buu. Should they rely solely on the reckless expenditure of their potential, they would inevitably confront insurmountable barriers in the future. This combative approach of the Saiyans, while yielding significant power in the short term, is ultimately a perilous gamble. Suddenly, Wang Cheng interjected, "Esteemed Kaioshin, fret not. Goku and the others did not solely rely on the brink of death to achieve their strength. They have also undergone rigorous training. Were it not for that, their potential would have been exhausted long ago." This revelation made sense. Individuals who continually transcend their limits would see their potential evolve and expand. Each assault on one's own boundaries is a profound excavation and reconfiguration of potential. It is this relentless spirit of advancement that paves the way to true strength. Those who merely depend on transient bursts and the depletion of potential will ultimately face insurmountable obstacles. In contrast, the true strong integrate their cultivation into every moment of existence, allowing their potential to evolve through persistent refinement, becoming an unshakable force within the universe. Wow, ancestor, your wisdom is truly profound. No wonder you are a god who has lived for millions of years. The Kaioshin gazed at the erudite old Kaioshin with admiration. Meanwhile, on Earth, Goku navigated through the ruins of the city, his keen senses fully unleashed in an attempt to detect even the faintest trace of Buu's presence. This fiend has concealed his energy, making it difficult for me to locate him. As Goku closed his eyes to concentrate on the essence of Buu, he was ensnared by a viscous portion of Buu that had been separated in advance. Suddenly, Goku's eyes flew open, alarm coursing through him. The sticky substance rapidly enveloped him, rendering him immobile. He struggled fiercely to break free from this binding, yet the viscous material tightened around him as if it possessed a will of its own. Damn that Buu! Goku roared, feeling the surge of power within him ignite, a golden aura erupting forth. Yet, to his dismay, the sticky substance absorbed his energy, making escape increasingly arduous. In the distance, Buu's maniacal laughter echoed, "Ha ha, Son Goku, since you can continuously heal, I shall simply devour you whole." With gritted teeth, Wukong's eyes radiated unwavering determination and resilience. He understood that he could not afford to surrender at this moment. Otherwise, the earth would descend into irreparable ruin. Straining with all his might to break free from the viscous bindings, he saw Buu advancing towards him with thunderous steps, each footfall causing the ground to tremble. "Today marks your demise, son Wukong." Buu beckoned with a crooked finger, and the thick substance swiftly engulfed Wukong before returning to Buu's form. As Buu absorbed Wukong, his body began to convulse violently, muscles swelling and bones cracking ominously. The once pink skin darkened gradually, emanating a sinister black aura. Buu's figure grew more colossal, his muscle definition becoming increasingly grotesque. His eyes glimmered with a malevolent crimson light, and a plume of black energy smoke escaped his mouth. Transformed, Buu let out a chilling cackle. "Huh? Now, I am invincible." The aura surrounding him was wild and chaotic, as if it sought to consume everything in its vicinity. The entire earth trembled under his terrifying pressure, the sky itself tainted with his wicked power. At that very moment, those in the heavenly realm felt the oppressive, almost tangible evil aura bearing down upon them. Their bodies weighed down as if by 1,000 burdens, rendering them utterly immobile. Even the slightest movement of a finger seemed a distant dream. This malevolent energy surged forth like a tidal wave, relentlessly spreading outward. Far away in the realm of the King of Worlds, Wang Cheng and his companions, despite being distanced from Earth, could still acutely sense the spine-chilling, fear-inducing evil aura. This presence seemed alive, penetrating the boundless void and burrowing deep into their very souls, causing the King of Worlds and Jebit to tremble involuntarily. Ancestor, what shall we do now? Can Mr. Wang Cheng eradicate the current Majin Buu? The King of Worlds, Saiyan, sat on the ground, inquiring of the old King of Worlds. I cannot say for certain. Buu has absorbed so many powerful beings that I can no longer perceive him clearly. He may have reached that realm, replied the old king. What realm is that? Ancestor, please do not speak in riddles. You wouldn't understand. We must await the conclusion of the ritual to see how far Wang Cheng can advance. After all, my abilities typically complete within 24 hours. But the potential within that lad is beyond my comprehension. I even doubt my capacity to fully unlock his latent power. Therefore, I believe that once he completes the ritual, there may be a turning point. Otherwise, we may need to rely on that individual. That individual? Who is it? Saiyan inquired. That individual is the one who has shown appreciation for my work. Chapter 43, The Invincible Buu 2. My Lord, King of Worlds. Please communicate with Cell on Earth and request him to hold the line, assuring him of his safety at my behest, Wang Cheng suddenly stated. Wukong and the others have all been defeated. Can Cell handle it? Saiyan asked uncertainly. Whether he can or cannot, he must go. If Cell cannot, then you shall. Wang Cheng looked disdainfully at the trembling Saiyan Dicho before him. At this moment, Buu was wreaking havoc on the surrounding cities. Suddenly, Cell received a transmission from the Supreme Kai. Wang Cheng has instructed you to confront him. It will ensure your survival. You are aware of the consequences if his wife and daughter are harmed. Confront him? Isn't that tantamount to walking into a death trap? I could summon Bulma and Tien to my side for protection, but to face Buu? That would be courting danger. The message had been conveyed. The decision was left to him. Cursed capitalists, Wang Cheng, he muttered. Yet, ultimately, Cell chose to comply. As Buu continued his rampant destruction, he spotted Cell and inquired. Which foolish bird has flown in here, seeking to be crushed? How dare you underestimate me? Cell retorted, for he was once the second strongest on Earth. With a fierce determination, Cell vanished like a specter, only to reappear before Buu in the blink of an eye. His right fist, imbued with a fierce wind and tremendous energy, struck towards Buu with unparalleled force. However, Buu stood unwavering, not even flinching at the impending blow. He remained steadfast, absorbing Cell's powerful punch with his broad face. A resounding crash echoed, shaking the very fabric of space. Cell's full-force strike merely caused Buu to sway slightly. At that moment, Buu lifted his right arm and delivered a devastating counterattack with blinding speed and unimaginable force. Cell had no time to react and was propelled backward by this overwhelming strength, skidding for several hundred meters before barely regaining his footing and spitting out a mouthful of blood. That was merely a casual strike, yet it inflicted an unbearable pressure upon Cell. Fear and despair flooded his mind, echoing a singular thought. Can I truly contend with such a formidable opponent? Perhaps I should just apologize and flee. But alas, it was too late. Majin Buu slowly raised his immense arm, his colossal palm aimed directly at the distant Cell. In an instant, a heart-stopping wave of energy surged from Buu's palm, swirling like a vortex as it gathered surrounding energy. In the blink of an eye, a radiant energy sphere, brimming with unfathomable power, coalesced in his hand. With a swift motion, Buu hurled the energy sphere towards Cell like a bolt of lightning. The air was torn asunder in its wake, producing a cacophony of piercing shrieks. The sheer force seemed capable of obliterating everything in its path, leaving no doubt as to its destructive potential. This is the end. Wang Cheng has deceived me, Cell thought in despair, unleashing a Kamehameha wave towards the incoming energy sphere. Then, the explosion erupted. Buu turned and walked away, casting not even a glance back, exuding an unwavering confidence in his own prowess. How could Wang Cheng bear to witness Cell's demise? At this moment, he was intently monitoring Cell's health through the system, barely clinging to life. Cell lay in a 10-meter-deep pit, more than half of his body obliterated, lacking even the strength to employ the regenerative abilities granted by the Cell's cells. He was on the brink of death, his current state suggesting that he could perish at any moment. The system activated a wish for Cell. Ding. Activation successful. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully siphoning 5,000,000 points of combat power from Cell. Opening the attributes panel. Ding. Host, Wang Cheng. Abilities, max level martial arts. Chi perception and manipulation, Kamehameha, protective shield, solar fist, wolf fang fist, demon seal wave, pain growth, chi round slash, cosmic survival, instant transmission, fusion technique, Big Bang attack. Leo flying kick, Sage mode, Dragon fist, Pegasus meteor fist, Serious punch, Wind god leg, Exploding fist, 1000-year kill, Majin Buu's regeneration ability, World shaking palm, Hypnosis, Afterimage fist, Sky cannon. Superpower, Destruction beam, Divine language, Wish modification. Combat power, 180 billion, with 80 of divine power conversion completed. Items, Senza beans, Binding rope. Ding. The host is currently undergoing potential enhancement from external sources, with 60 progress. Only 60? It seems Cell needs to endure a few more beatings. I'm not dead. My injuries have completely healed. Cell stood up, moving his body, and then unleashed energy, significantly enhancing his strength. What is happening? He truly did not deceive me. Wang Cheng is remarkably powerful, capable of remote manipulation. This is bad. Buu had flown towards West City. Cell hurriedly erupted with energy, chasing after Buu's aura. Fortunately, Buu, while wreaking havoc in the city, had not ventured far. Buu looked at Cell, who bore no injuries, with a look of astonishment. This reminded him of the despair he felt in the hyperbolic time chamber. Could it be a situation akin to Son Goku's? No, such a scenario must not occur again. It would be utterly devastating. I shall absorb him directly. With the guidance of the Supreme Kai, Cell understood Buu's abilities. He must not confront the transformation beam head-on, and he needed to observe whether anything had fallen from Buu's body and if there was any pink, viscous substance around. At this moment, Cell was solely focused on luring Buu elsewhere, executing a series of royal combat tactics before swiftly fleeing in the opposite direction. Buu, watching Cell turn and run, was left utterly perplexed. Ding. Would you like to initiate today's sign-in? Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a single use of divine power refinement. Would you like to use it? Use. Suddenly, it felt as if thousands of ants were gnawing at Wang Cheng's heart. Every inch of his skin felt scorched by fierce flames. Muscles seemed to be mercilessly pierced by countless steel needles, stirring within him. And his bones were pounded relentlessly as if struck by a heavy hammer. The excruciating pain threatened to shatter him, every nerve trembling and wailing, as if his body was no longer his own, but a tormenting purgatory. In the realm of the King of Worlds, 3 individuals gazed in bewilderment at Wang Cheng, who was suddenly engulfed in excruciating pain. What on earth is happening, ancestor? Is it customary for someone to endure such agony during your ritual? I have no idea, replied the King of Worlds. This ability of mine should be painless. How could it have turned out this way? What shall we do now? Perhaps you should halt the process immediately. Otherwise, I fear Mr. Wang Cheng may succumb to the pain. Chapter 44. The transformation of Wang Cheng, the old King of Worlds, hastily interrupted the ceremony designed to unleash potential, yet Wang Cheng's suffering showed no signs of abating. Ancestor, what should we do? Our hopes rest solely upon Mr. Wang Cheng. If you ask me, whom shall I inquire? This is my first encounter with such an occurrence. Yet the lad's aura does not seem to weaken. On the contrary, it appears to be growing stronger. Come closer, both of you. He seems to have lost some weight. Let us wait a bit longer. The intensity of his pain seems to have lessened since the onset. Perhaps he harbors secrets unknown to us. There is no need for alarm. This statement seemed more like a self-reassurance from the old King of Worlds. Time passed, though it was unclear how long, and Wang Cheng gradually began to find his equilibrium. The system activated his character panel. Wang Cheng sensed that he was markedly different. He could not articulate how, but he felt immensely powerful, as if he could obliterate an entire galaxy with a single punch. Ding. Host. Wang Cheng abilities. Mastery in martial arts, energy perception and utilization. Energy cannon, protective bubble, turtle-style Kamehameha, solar fist, Wukong fist, demon sealing wave, pain growth, energy slice, cosmic survival, instantaneous movement, fusion technique, cataclysmic attack, Leo flying kick. Immortal mode, dragon fist, Pegasus meteor fist, serious punch, wind god leg, explosive fist, 1000-year kill, Majin Buu's regeneration, universe shattering palm, hypnosis, afterimage fist, sky cannon, superhuman strength. Destruction beam, divine language, wish modification combat power, 999. 9 billion realm, pseudo-god realm items. Immortal beings, binding rope system notification. The host's divine power has been fully transformed. Only one step remains before entering the realm of divinity. System, what does this pseudo-god realm signify? And how is my combat power 999? 9 billion? Is this where I am stuck? Even Majin Buu boasts several hundred billion. Ding. The realm signifies that the host's internal energy has transitioned from mere chi to divine power. The combat power can be understood as experience points. How do I assess my current strength? After all, others still rely on chi and possess combat power. Ding. Even with extraordinary talent, an ordinary person cannot surpass a true divine being without entering the divine realm. The longer one neglects the cultivation of divine power, the more the mortal body will struggle to endure, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences. As Wang Cheng opened his eyes, he was instantly startled. What are you all doing so close? Maintain your distance. My inclinations are perfectly normal. Young man, how do you feel? Just now, you appeared as if you were wearing a mask of torment. What transpired? Was there an issue with my ritual? The old king of worlds scrutinized every aspect of Wang Cheng's form with wide, observant eyes. I find myself in a state of confusion, as an unsettling sensation of convulsions courses through my body, accompanied by a pain akin to having my bones ground to dust. By the way, how long did that state of distress last? What has become of the earth? Alas, the earth has perished. For unlike Goku, Sheru was not graced with such fortune, and thus, devoid of any mysterious power to restore him, he met his demise at the hands of Buu, leading to the earth's destruction. What? How could this transpire? And where has Buu vanished to? Hold on, let me investigate. You continue your search. I shall make a journey to Namek to utilize the Dragon Balls to resurrect the earth and those who have fallen. The old Kai, with a grave expression, interjected, I advise you to refrain from excessive use of those orbs in the future. Overindulgence may lead to the accumulation of negative energy, culminating in unfathomable disasters far more dreadful than the current menace posed by Buu. In the distant past, spanning millions of years, the enigmatic Dragon Balls have indeed existed. Reflecting upon those times, the sheer number of Namekians who created these wondrous orbs was astonishing, surpassing the total population of humanity on Earth today. However, as the saying goes, where there is abundance, desire flourishes. Over time, the aspirations of these Namekians grew ever more inflated. Eventually, one fateful day, their excessive and frequent reliance upon the Dragon Balls summoned forth a terrifying calamity in the form of a monstrous entity known as the Evil Dragon. This ferocious beast, upon its emergence, unleashed a cataclysmic force, obliterating the once thriving Namek in the blink of an eye, reducing it to mere ruins. Yet, the Evil Dragon did not cease its rampage. It wandered through the vast cosmos, leaving a trail of relentless destruction and perpetually spreading its chilling negative energy. What happened in the end? Do tell us, ancestor. You're killing me with suspense. Ultimately, a deity appeared and vanquished it. The old Kai replied slowly after sipping his tea. Was it the god of destruction? Xian inquired curiously. No, it was an angel. An angel? So, ancestor is implying that this divine being, revered as an angel, saved the universe. The old Kai playfully nudged Xian and said, Indeed, you are quite astute. Yes. No need for hostility. Regardless, Wong Chong, remember this. Strive to avoid using the Dragon Balls in the future. Understood, old Kai. Even if another evil dragon were to emerge. Fear not, for I shall return from Namek and astound you all with my prowess. With that, Wang Cheng began to sense the presence of the Namekians. Suddenly, a shout from Jebit broke the silence. I have located Majin Buu. Where is he? Wang Cheng asked. He is on the Supreme Kai's planet. Wang Cheng's heart raced. He knew the formidable power of Majin Buu, and that his companions would surely be annihilated. Moreover, the souls of the righteous martial artists residing on the Supreme Kai's planet would be irrevocably lost if they were killed again. Thus, Wang Cheng promptly instructed Jebit to use the Kai's specialized instant transmission to transport him to the Supreme Kai's planet. Jebit's instantaneous teleportation requires no perception of energy and is not bound by targets. It can reach any location. In no time, they arrived at the Grand Kai's planet. At that moment, Majin Buu was preparing to absorb Raboku rice and others. Suddenly, he noticed the appearance of Wang Cheng and Jebit. After delivering Wang Cheng, Jebit hurriedly teleported away again. Buu's eyes widened, fixating intently on Wang Cheng, who had suddenly appeared before him, a surge of intense unease and vigilance swelling within him. For he sensed an extreme danger emanating from Wang Cheng. Yet curiously, despite the palpable menace, there was not a trace of energy fluctuation from him. It was as if he were an ordinary person, devoid of any formidable power. However, Buu understood well that anyone who could instill such profound discomfort could not merely be as simple as they appeared. He pondered silently. Who exactly is this individual? What accounts for this bizarre situation? You are Majin Buu, aren't you? Wang Cheng suddenly spoke. You are the one who killed all the people on Earth, right? What? You are also an Earthling? How peculiar to have a survivor among the ruins. Why come here to deliver yourself? Buu arrogantly retorted. My wife and daughter perished with the destruction of Earth. Thus, you must die today? Wang Cheng's eyes blazed with fiery intensity, a wrathful inferno raging within. His gaze seemingly intent on reducing everything before him to ashes. Since they are dead, let me send you to meet them, he declared. Do not overly thank me. Remember my name, Good Samaritan. Chapter 45. The might of Wang Cheng above the Grand Kai's planet. Wang Cheng stood with an imposing presence. His gaze icy as he scrutinized Majin Buu. Buu launched the first assault, rushing at Wang Cheng with bared claws, unleashing a powerful energy wave from his mouth. Yet, Wang Cheng neither dodged nor flinched. He merely raised a hand and effortlessly dissipated the energy wave. Seeing this, Buu roared in fury, swinging his massive fists toward Wang Cheng. In a flash, Wang Cheng appeared behind Buu and delivered a soaring kick that sent Buu flying hundreds of meters away. Buu crashed heavily to the ground, and before he could rise, Wang Cheng reappeared before him like a specter, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches that rained down upon Buu, leaving him utterly defenseless. Is this the extent of the legendary Majin's power? Wang Cheng mocked. Ah, detestable human. I will surely kill you. Buu seethed, unleashing his full strength. In that instant, Roboku Rice and the others felt the Grand Kai's planet begin to tremble violently, as though the very planet were on the verge of being torn asunder. The earth emitted a deep rumble, and massive fissures spread like a spider's web, consuming everything in their path. Simultaneously, the sky became overcast with clouds so thick they resembled ink, completely obscuring the once bright sunlight. Then, dazzling lightning streaked across the heavens like dancing silver serpents, accompanied by deafening thunder that resonated throughout the firmament. The thunder echoed like a stampede of 1,000 horses, a force reminiscent of a colossal tide, instilling fear in all who bore witness. The entire King Kai's planet was engulfed in a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, evoking an unsettling chill. Wang Cheng stood unwavering like a mountain, his form exhibiting not the slightest tremor. His gaze was as serene as a still pond, fixed upon the source of the tremendous commotion before him. A subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth as he queried, Are you ready? The clamor you have created is indeed formidable. Yet, I wonder if the power gained from such tumultuous efforts can truly match this grand spectacle. After all, superficial flair is insufficient. We must ascertain whether there has been a genuine enhancement in strength. Majin Buu, with a sinister grin, retorted, Do you think my reputation is merely fabricated? Moreover, I have absorbed and fused with several powerful beings. Today, you shall join their ranks. Come, become a part of my strength. With that, Majin Buu lunged towards Wang Cheng. His massive physique resembled a moving hill, stirring a tempest in his wake. Buu swung his robust arms, the wind from his fists howling as they barreled towards Wang Cheng's face. Yet, Wang Cheng merely lifted the corners of his mouth, displaying a hint of disdain. In a swift motion, he evaded Buu's seemingly ferocious strike with ease. Frustrated by his failure, Buu unleashed a flurry of punches, shadows of his fists raining down. However, Wang Cheng moved with the grace of a specter, effortlessly weaving through Buu's onslaught, rendering each of Buu's blows futile. Suddenly, Wang Cheng accelerated, appearing behind Buu in an instant, executing a powerful kick known as the Rio Flying Kick, striking Buu squarely on the back. Buu stumbled forward, struggling to regain his footing, but before he could stabilize himself, Wang Cheng darted to his side, delivering a precise punch to Buu's side. Buu howled in agony, attempting to retaliate, yet Wang Cheng denied him any opportunity. Wang Cheng swiftly gathered energy in his hands, a formidable force coalescing at his fingertips. He unleashed this energy towards Buu, who was struck and sent hurtling backward, crashing into a series of mountains. Nonetheless, Wang Cheng did not relent in his assault. He soared into the pit, continuing to rain down relentless strikes upon Buu. Under the barrage of Wang Cheng's attacks, Buu's form contorted, his cries of anguish echoing through the air. Had Wang Cheng not been holding back and for Buu's terrifying regenerative abilities, he would have perished countless times by now. The three deities of King Kai's realm, observing through a crystal ball, were momentarily rendered speechless. Their previously calm expressions were swiftly replaced by astonishment, eyes wide and mouths agape, as if frozen in place by a spell. How is this possible? King Kai, stammering, uttered incredulously. Although we have often heard from Earthlings of Mr. Wang Cheng's great strength, I never imagined it to be to this extent. Majin Buu lacks even the capacity to retaliate. Jebbet rubbed his eyes vigorously, fearing he was hallucinating. To think that Majin Buu could be so easily overwhelmed. Wang Cheng's power is simply beyond comprehension. The old Kai, gazing vacantly at the crystal ball, murmured to himself, such a fierce battle, such a staggering disparity. Has Wang Cheng truly reached the realm of the divine? Their gazes were firmly fixed upon the crystal ball, their hearts awash with astonishment and uncertainty, utterly captivated by the spectacle before them. Wang Cheng stood to the side, observing the fallen Majin Buu, his countenance devoid of any expression, as though the confrontation was merely a trivial skirmish. The once fearsome visage of Majin Buu was now suffused with terror, the malevolence in his eyes having evaporated, replaced by profound despair and entreaty. Please, spare me. Majin Buu's voice trembled as his immense form curled into itself, attempting to appear more pitiable. Yet, Wang Cheng remained unmoved, gazing at him coldly, declaring, "You have committed countless atrocities. Today marks your demise." Majin Buu continued to plead desperately, "I realize my errors. I shall never transgress again. Just spare me, and I shall do anything you wish." Suddenly, Wang Cheng unleashed a strike, obliterating the viscous matter that had been spawned by Majin Buu. This audacious creature dared to attempt to absorb him. The shattered viscous substance erupted into myriad tiny droplets, momentarily suspended in the air, only to swiftly coalesce again, resembling a sinuous serpent as it lunged toward Wang Cheng. With a disdainful snort, Wang Cheng emanated a formidable aura, creating an invisible barrier that repelled the encroaching viscous mass, thwarting its advance entirely. "Ignorant fool," Wang Cheng bellowed, delivering another powerful punch that scattered the viscous matter, transforming it into wisps of black smoke that dissipated into the atmosphere. Witnessing this, Majin Buu's fear intensified, yet he remained undeterred, continuing to manipulate the other fragmented parts to mount an assault. "If I can absorb him, I shall undoubtedly become invincible in this universe." Majin Buu shouted frantically, as those decomposed fragments surged toward Wang Cheng from all directions. Unfazed, Wang Cheng's eyes glimmered with scorn. "You believe you can absorb me? Such delusions." His aura erupted violently, conjuring a tempest of energy that instantly shredded the encroaching viscous matter. Yet, Majin Buu, undeterred, commanded more fragments to charge forth, saturating the space with chaotic attacks. Wang Cheng, growing impatient, gathered his energy into a Kamehameha wave directed at Buu. A brilliant blue radiance shimmered in his hands as energy coalesced into a gigantic, resplendent sphere. With a fierce roar, the Kamehameha surged forth like a devastating blue torrent, intent on annihilating Majin Buu. Buu's eyes widened in terror as he attempted to withstand the overwhelming assault, only to realize, in horror, that his own power seemed diminutive in the face of this onslaught. The Kamehameha pierced through his defenses, striking his body directly. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated, luminescence radiating outward as Majin Buu's form was engulfed by the Kamehameha, shaking the very ground of the battlefield with the force of such immense energy. As the thick smoke began to dissipate, clarity returned to the scene. The crowd anxiously fixated on the spot where the malevolent Majin Buu had once lingered, only to find it utterly desolate, devoid of any trace of his existence. Not even a single cell remained. Wang Cheng inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and extended his perceptive abilities to their utmost limits, meticulously scanning every inch of the vast King Kai's planet. His mind functioned like an invisible net, gradually enveloping the expansive terrain. As seconds ticked by, he finally opened his eyes, a look of relief gracing his features. He could ascertain that no trace of Majin Buu's presence lingered upon the King Kai's planet. Chapter 46. Special training having confirmed the absence of Buu's energy. Wang Cheng journeyed to Namek, seeking the Dragon Balls. Upon his arrival on Namek, fierce winds howled as he resolutely advanced toward the location of the Dragon Balls. When he finally stood before the orbs, he took a deep breath and commenced the summoning of the Eternal Dragon. With a brilliant flash of light, the magnificent form of the dragon materialized in the sky, its authoritative voice resonating, "State your wish." Without hesitation, Wang Cheng declared, "I wish for Earth to be restored to its original state, and for all those slain by Majin Buu to be resurrected." The second-generation Grand Elder of Namek had improved the process, allowing for multiple resurrections at once. The dragon's eyes shimmered with light as it responded, "Your wish shall be granted." Instantly, a miraculous radiance enveloped the cosmos. Earth began to be reformed, and the once destroyed cities and lands gradually regained their vitality. Those who had been mercilessly killed by Majin Buu returned to the world one by one. Witnessing this, Wang Cheng's face lit up with a smile of contentment. "Please state your third wish," the dragon's authoritative voice echoed once more. "Let Goku's family receive several hundred billion zeni. This way, Goku can train without worry, providing me with invaluable experience and combat prowess." This wish was straightforward, and upon its completion, the dragon's eyes flashed with a crimson light. "Your wishes have all been fulfilled. Farewell." With all his wishes realized, Wang Cheng bid farewell to the Namekians and arrived at the Kaioshin realm. The Kaioshin, Shin, remarked, "At last, Majin Buu has been vanquished. Thank you, Mr. Wang Cheng, for your hard work." His voice carried a note of relief and gratitude, and his previously tense demeanor relaxed. Jebet chimed in, "Indeed. Who could have anticipated that Wang Cheng would be so powerful, effortlessly resolving this tremendous dilemma?" The old Kaioshin gazed into the vast universe, reflecting, "May this battle usher in a genuine era of peace across the cosmos." Though weariness marked their faces, a glimmer of hope for the future shone in their eyes. "Wang Cheng, what is your current strength? Have you reached that realm yet?" The old Kaioshin inquired with uncertainty. "Well, I am close. I have not entirely attained that level yet, but with further training, it should come swiftly." "Unbelievable. I never imagined I would witness a mortal ascend to divinity," exclaimed the old Kaioshin. "Your lifespan is no longer bound by mortal limits. Perhaps you can indeed assist me in avenging myself upon that individual. How about this, young Wang Cheng? You shall become the candidate for the Kaioshin. As you continue your cultivation over the years, I shall take you to confront the formidable opponents." Wang Cheng pondered that the god of destruction, Beerus, would awaken in another decade. "In this time, I will return to train Goku and the others. At that point, I cannot fathom how a single being, even one as powerful as the strongest god of destruction, could prevail against a multitude. Indeed, old Kaioshin, but I shan't remain here for long. There is no need for you to linger. Your strength has reached impressive heights, and there is little left for us to teach you. It seems I am the one benefiting from your prowess, and I shall not restrict your freedom. You may pursue whatever endeavors you wish." "Very well, I shall return to Earth now. Should anything arise, simply send me a telepathic message." With that, Wang Cheng eagerly departed for Earth to reunite with his wife and daughter. Upon returning home, Wang Cheng swept Bulma into his arms and carried her to their room. Bulma, initially startled, soon felt a warm blush spread across her cheeks, playfully scolding, "Oh dear, why are you in such a rush?" Wang Cheng merely grinned mischievously, quickening his pace. Once inside the room, he gently laid Bulma on the bed and leaned in close, his eyes imbued with affection and tenderness. Bulma's heart raced as she slightly closed her eyes, anticipating the sweet moments to come. Ding. "Would you like to initiate today as sign-in?" Ding. Noticing that the host is currently engaged with his wife, Bulma, and unable to sign in, automatic sign-in has been executed. Ding. "Congratulations. The host has successfully signed in and received the gravity domain." 3 days later. "Oh dear, are you trying to kill me?" 3 whole days. Bulma exclaimed. Her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger as she glared at Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng, with a satisfied smile, embraced her tightly, saying, "My dear, were these 3 days not delightful?" Bulma wriggled free from his grasp, fuming, "Delightful? I feel like I'm falling apart." Wang Cheng quickly apologized, "It was my fault. I shall be more mindful in the future." Bulma shot him an exasperated look, declaring, "If this happens again, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Now, let us hurry and grab something to eat. So much has happened recently. You should go and comfort our precious daughter." In the evening, Wang Cheng summoned Goku, Vegeta, Broly, Cell, and Piccolo to the other world. "You have all witnessed the enemy we faced. There is no telling what greater threats await us in the future. Therefore, I will be training you all. I think I'll pass. Compared to you monstrous beings, my strength is insignificant," Piccolo remarked. Goku quickly stepped forward to reassure. "Don't say that, Piccolo. You are strong. It's just that you lack the transformations we Saiyans possess. Besides, look at Wang Cheng. He is human and has trained to become this powerful. Can I truly compare myself to him? He possesses an unfathomable recovery ability and an array of extraordinary skills. Enough with your whining, green-skinned creature. If you wish to train, stay. If not, be gone. Don't waste my time. Vegeta interjected before turning to Wang Cheng. What methods do you have to enhance my strength? I now concede that you are the strongest in the universe. You are indeed extraordinary, but I refuse to be anything less than the second strongest in the cosmos. Prince Vegeta. And you, Broly? Will you train with me? Just focus on your training. I will heed your advice. Vegeta, what about my pride as a Saiyan? Piccolo, Goku. I'm unsure why Chi-Chi agreed to my training, but count me in. Cell, bro. Can I decline? What do you think? Sure thing, bro. I'll train alongside you. All right, let us commence. Pair up, choose your partners, and inform me of your selections in 10 minutes. Begin your preparations. I am indifferent. I can train with anyone, Broly stated coolly, arms crossed. Vegeta scoffed and declared, Kakarot, you shall be with me, the prince. Consider yourself fortunate, lowly warrior. Hee, very well. Vegeta, I suppose I shall partner with Broly, the formidable giant. Not a bad choice. With his strength, if Wong becomes the leader and pits us against each other, he alone could take on both of you. Piccolo. 10 minutes later, Wang Cheng approached and said, Are you all prepared? My training has only 2 phases. The first phase involves acclimatization under increased gravity, which I will augment unpredictably. The second phase is combat. Quite simple, understood? But there is no gravity chamber here, Goku inquired. You need not worry about that. I have my methods. At this moment, Wang Cheng examined the gravity realm's introduction. Upon activating the gravity field, anyone within its influence whose strength is lower than the host's can have their pressure adjusted at will. Those with equal strength will experience half the effect, equivalent to a 5-tier suppression, while those stronger than the host will require individual exploration. I am uncertain myself. Wang Cheng inhaled sharply. This is remarkable. Invincible at the same level. I have now reached the pseudo-divine realm, and against a true deity, I should still possess some fighting capability through the gravity field. Chapter 47. Special Training 2. Wang Cheng promptly activated the gravity field, allowing Goku and the others to train within it. In an instant, a formidable pressure enveloped them, and Goku and his companions felt as though they were burdened by an immense weight. This gravity is overwhelming. Vegeta gritted his teeth, striving to stand upright. Goku, however, maintained a resolute gaze and began to move. This is an excellent opportunity to enhance my power. I feel so heavy. I can hardly move. Cell slumped to the ground. Comparatively, Broly experienced significantly less pressure than the 3 of them. Wang Cheng observed from the side and remarked, You 4 have excessively utilized the Saiyan near-death power-up. So for the first phase, I require you to transcend your limits. Goku wiped the sweat from his brow, panting heavily. Rest assured, Wang Cheng, we shall accomplish this. Vegeta clenched his fists, his eyes resolute. Humph, I shall not be outdone by anyone. Wang Cheng nodded slightly. Good, let us begin. Do not disappoint me. Piccolo, meditate alone at the edge of my field. Practicing your mental strength under pressure will yield great results. And Cell, cease your antics. You may gradually acclimate from the periphery. As Wang Cheng's words concluded, Goku and the others, under the weight of gravity, embarked on their arduous training. A month has swiftly passed, and everyone has adapted quite well. Now gathered in the area closest to Wang Cheng, the proximity brings with it an escalating pressure. Over this month, you have all performed admirably. You may now take a few days to return home and visit your loved ones. Upon my return, we shall embark on the second phase, where battles will commence. Upon returning home, Wang Cheng engaged in a fierce battle with Bulma that lasted 3 days and nights, after which he devoted an entire day to joyfully accompany his daughter, Tian, to the amusement park. Bulma, I must now train in the celestial realm, and it may be quite some time before I return home, he informed her. Bulma's smile immediately faltered, her eyes brimming with reluctance and concern. Are you leaving again? All you ever do is train. How long will this absence be? Wang Cheng gently grasped Bulma's hand and spoke softly. My dear, in order to better protect our world and safeguard you, I must become stronger. Bulma bit her lip and replied, All right, enough of this. You know I understand you. The battle fanatic, prioritizing cultivation over your wife and daughter. Hurry along now. Wang Cheng embraced Bulma, placing a tender kiss upon her forehead. Wait for my return. Back in the celestial realm, Wang Cheng addressed the assembled individuals. Are you all prepared? Goku exclaimed, I can hardly contain my excitement. Vegeta interjected, Fool. With the groups now adjusted, Piccolo stepped forward, as he would not adhere to the groupings. opting instead for a random selection. Let Piccolo and Cell demonstrate their progress. Piccolo and Cell emerged, while the others naturally vacated a space. Both sides assumed their combat stances. Suddenly, Piccolo transformed into a deep green state, unleashing a roar as he lunged towards Cell. Cell, displaying a smirk of disdain, met Piccolo's assault head-on. The two collided with a resounding force, sending ripples through the surrounding air. Piccolo's fist struck like a tempest, yet Cell effortlessly dodged, occasionally countering with strikes of his own. "Humph, Piccolo, do you really believe you can defeat me?" Cell mocked. With unwavering resolve, Piccolo retorted, "Enough with your taunts. Do not underestimate me. Our training methods are the same. I am not inferior to you. Who do you think you are?" With that, the two resumed their fierce struggle. Piccolo's hands danced, green energy flickering at his fingertips, each strike accompanied by a sharp wind. Cell, agile and unyielding, deftly evaded Piccolo's lethal blows while delivering ruthless counters. Piccolo executed a flying kick towards Cell, who blocked it with his arm, the tremendous impact sending both combatants stumbling back several meters. In an instant, Cell charged forward. Engaging Piccolo in close-quarters combat, their fists colliding with a dull thud. As time elapsed, both warriors began to tire noticeably. Breathless, Piccolo steadied himself, determination shining in his eyes. He concentrated, placing his fingers on his forehead to gather his energy, then shouted, "Demonic Convergence Energy Cannon." A powerful beam of energy shot forth toward Cell. In response, Cell unleashed a Kamehameha wave. The two beams clashed in midair, engaging in a fierce struggle that distorted the surrounding space with their overwhelming power. After the explosion, Piccolo lay exhausted on the ground, gasping for breath, sweat cascading down like rain, soaking the earth beneath him. Meanwhile, Cell stood tall, bearing some wounds, yet evidently still brimming with energy. With an air of arrogance, he gazed down at Piccolo, tauntingly proclaiming, "Piccolo, it seems you are finished. This is the chasm that separates us." Struggling to lift his head, Piccolo displayed no trace of fear in his eyes. "Cell, do not revel too soon. I will surpass you one day." "Very well, enough of this. Allow me to assist you in your recovery," Wang Cheng declared, feigning a few arm movements before discreetly invoking a wish through the system. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have randomly siphoned 50,000 points of combat power from Piccolo." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have randomly siphoned 100 points of combat power from Cell." "Such a paltry amount." Cell exclaimed, "This ability. It is precisely the same as when I was healed instantly during my battle with Bu. So it was you, my elder brother. No wonder the Supreme Kai once assured me of my survival, even though I ultimately perished. That was due to an unforeseen circumstance during my training," Wang Cheng explained. "No bother, elder brother. In any case, I was revived in the end. And your ability is truly remarkable. You can use it from such a distance. You are practically a deity. No, even gods do not compare to your prowess." After all, that Supreme Kai seemed rather unimpressive, Cell remarked obsequiously to Wang Cheng. "Oh, I remember now. During the battle with Majin Bu, I sensed it as well. It was indeed your doing. You are truly astonishing." Goku responded, coming to the realization. Vegeta and Broly, however, appeared utterly bewildered. "What are you all talking about? We cannot comprehend." Wang Cheng indeed exuded an air of mystery, his abilities seemingly boundless. What manner of being is he? Piccolo pondered, convinced that he could not possibly be a mere earthling. "Enough speculation. Let us proceed to the next round," Vegeta announced. "Goku, you and I shall face off now." "Humph, Kakarot, this time I shall not be defeated," Vegeta declared, arms crossed, his expression steeped in pride. Goku scratched his head and chuckled. "Vegeta, let us see if your strength has indeed progressed." The two stood facing each other, their auras gradually intensifying. Vegeta made the first move, vanishing in a flash, appearing before Goku, and launching a punch aimed at his face. Goku sidestepped, retaliating with a kick. Their speeds were astounding, their figures intertwining in a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving the onlookers breathless. Chapter 48. A monumental surge stopped testing the waters. Kakarot, unleash your true strength. Transform into Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta commanded. No sooner had he spoken than Goku erupted in radiant light, golden brilliance illuminating the arena. His hair extending down to his waist as he transformed into Super Saiyan 3. In response, Vegeta, not to be outdone, roared fiercely, unleashing a powerful aura that surged from within him, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 as well. His golden hair danced in the wind, his eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. Haha, Vegeta, you too can transform into Super Saiyan 3. Let us engage in a proper contest. Goku laughed heartily. Humph. Today I shall surely defeat you, Kakarot. Vegeta responded through clenched teeth. In an instant, their figures flashed and collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave that caused the surrounding space to crack. As Super Saiyans clashed, the formidable auras of Goku and Vegeta intertwined, enveloping the battlefield in a golden radiance. Goku, agile and swift, struck with fists that sliced through the air, while Vegeta attacked fiercely, his legs moving like lightning, showing no mercy. Their speed reached astonishing heights, creating golden afterimages as their punches met, erupting in tremendous energy fluctuations. Vegeta, your strength has improved significantly, Goku exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Enough chatter, Kakarot. I will win this battle, unless you transform ahead of me again. Vegeta roared, his onslaught intensifying. The ground around them cracked under the force of their might, sending debris flying and creating a chaotic scene. The battle between Goku and Vegeta grew increasingly intense. In a flash, Goku teleported behind Vegeta and delivered a powerful kick. Vegeta, quick to react, turned and blocked with his arm, the impact forcing him back a few steps. With a fierce gaze, Vegeta gathered energy in both hands and unleashed a powerful energy wave toward Goku. Unfazed, Goku thrust his palms forward, absorbing the energy wave and then forcefully pushing it back, prompting Vegeta to narrowly evade by sidestepping. Haha, Vegeta, that won't do. Goku chuckled. Vegeta snorted in response. Don't get too proud, Kakarot. They charged at each other once more, fists and feet colliding, each impact sending ripples of energy through the air. The battle had persisted for the better part of the day, leaving Goku and Vegeta wholly immersed in their conflict. Suddenly, Vegeta leaped high into the air, his hands moving rapidly to execute the prince's technique, unleashing countless energy spheres that rained down upon Goku. With unwavering determination, Goku darted through the gaps between the energy spheres with remarkable agility. Vegeta, such attacks cannot harm me, Goku shouted. Vegeta smirked. This is merely the prelude. No sooner had he spoken than he dove down, delivering a crushing blow toward Goku. Goku crossed his arms to shield himself, the tremendous force causing the ground beneath him to instantly indent. They remained locked in a stalemate for a moment before simultaneously exerting their strength, pushing each other back. At this point, their energies were somewhat disordered, yet their fighting spirit burned even brighter. Those two are quite enduring. A victor should emerge soon, Piccolo remarked to Cell from the sidelines. Indeed, their growth in power is astonishing. Cell sighed deeply, recalling how he could have bested them tenfold in the past. Meanwhile, Broly was visibly restless. Over an hour passed, and as the battle neared its climax, both Goku and Vegeta found their stamina nearly depleted. Yet their movements showed no signs of faltering. Vegeta, breathing heavily, still radiated defiance and resilience in his gaze. Kakarot, this is my final move. He gathered all his power into his palms, unleashing a colossal energy beam that surged forth. Wukong exerted his final strength, unleashing a formidable energy akin to the Kamehameha wave in a bid to withstand the oncoming force. The two energies collided, resulting in a stalemate, and the surrounding space seemed unable to bear the immense pressure, beginning to warp. Ultimately, amidst a dazzling burst of light, both energies dissipated simultaneously, and the two combatants collapsed to the ground, gazing at one another before bursting into hearty laughter. Vegeta, let us call this a draw, Wukong remarked. Vegeta scoffed. Next time, I will surely triumph. Thus, the fierce battle concluded with their shared mirth. In an instant, Wang Cheng executed a feint, and Wukong and Vegeta swiftly returned to their original states. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have randomly stolen 10 million combat points from Vegeta. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have randomly acquired 500,000 combat points from Sun Wukong. Through the system, Wang Cheng realized that the Saiyan race is indeed favored by the divine. They possess the ability to transcend their physical limitations through transformation, which explains the astonishment of the gods upon witnessing Super Saiyan Blue in the original narrative. Mortal power, upon transforming, attains a divine realm. However, the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3 cannot reach the divine state. Not even a pseudo-god can achieve it. Among them, perhaps only Broly's Super Saiyan 3 approaches the realm of a pseudo-god, thereby providing me with a greater opportunity to acquire combat experience points. I wonder how much is truly required to attain the divine realm. Ding. Would you like to initiate today as sign-in? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a single use of divine power body refinement. The final skirmish was set to involve Piccolo, Wukong, and Vegeta teaming up against Broly. I shall experiment with a special technique in the hyperbolic time chamber, and once I return, we shall commence. Wasn't the hyperbolic time chamber destroyed? Wukong inquired. Only the entrance was obliterated. All of you possess the strength to effortlessly break through the space now. Wang Cheng responded before entering the chamber. Taking a deep breath, Wang Cheng gradually settled into a meditative position. System, activate divine power body refinement. As the refinement began, his body involuntarily trembled, yet he gritted his teeth, remaining silent. Damn, this is truly painful. Even with prior experience, the ordeal remained maddening. Time passed slowly, and a faint glow began to emanate from Wang Cheng's form. Sweat cascading down as he persevered, continuously pushing his limits. Finally, it's complete. Wang Cheng opened his eyes, inhaling deeply as he whispered. System, display character panel. Ding. Host. Wang Cheng abilities. Mastered martial arts. Chi perception and utilization. Chi cannon. Golden bell shield. Turtle school Kamehameha. Solar fist. Wolf Fang fist. Demon seal wave. Pain growth. Chi round slash. Cosmic survival. Instant transmission. Fusion technique. Supernova attack. Leo flying kick. Sage mode. Dragon fist. Pegasus meteor fist. Serious punch. Wind god leg. Explosive fist. Millennium kill. Majin Buu's regeneration. Universe shattering palm. Hypnosis. Afterimage fist. Sky cannon. Superhuman strength. Destruction beam. Language of the gods. Wish modification. Gravitational field combat power. 27 trillion realm. Pseudo-divine realm items. Senza beans. Binding rope still in the pseudo-divine realm. I wonder how much experience is required to reach the divine realm. It's time to venture out. As Wang Cheng emerged from the room of spirit and time, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, causing everyone present to feel an immense pressure. The atmosphere grew dense, prompting the onlookers to involuntarily hold their breath. Goku's eyes widened in astonishment. This pressure is formidable. Vegeta furrowed his brow, a mix of shock and stubborn defiance evident in his gaze. Wang Cheng maintained a calm demeanor, surveying the crowd, his aura unabated. Piccolo swallowed hard, murmuring, to what extent has he elevated? At that moment, Wang Cheng gently raised a hand, causing the surrounding space to exhibit signs of distortion. The group gasped in awe, shaken by the magnitude of his power. Let us begin. Chapter 49. 3 against Broly Goku. Vegeta and Piccolo stood poised, ready to confront Broly. Broly's towering figure radiated an intense, savage energy, his eyes brimming with primal ferocity and combat fervor. Goku clenched his fists, his aura surging. Broly is exceptionally strong. Everyone, be cautious. Vegeta scoffed. Humph, what is there to fear? If Wang Cheng says to go all out, I can handle this myself. Piccolo, with a grave expression, remained focused on Broly, prepared to counter his assaults. At Wang Cheng's command, Broly unleashed a thunderous roar, the shockwave causing the ground to tremble. He charged at the trio like a ferocious beast. Goku swiftly moved to meet Broly, their fists colliding with a force that made the air crackle. Vegeta seized the moment to launch a kick at Broly's midsection from the side. However, Broly merely shifted slightly, evading the strike effortlessly, and retaliated with a powerful energy wave aimed at Vegeta. Seeing this, Piccolo swiftly formed hand seals, generating an energy shield to absorb the blow. This guy is too powerful, Piccolo exclaimed. Gritting his teeth, Goku urged, don't falter, keep attacking. He transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his golden aura blazing fiercely, his power surging dramatically. Vegeta, not to be outdone, also ascended to Super Saiyan 3, the immense energy causing the very fabric of space to quiver. Piccolo's muscles bulged, his green skin glowing as he entered his ultimate battle mode. As Broly beheld the transformations of the three warriors, he felt not an ounce of trepidation. Instead, his excitement surged. With a thunderous roar, his aura intensified. What exhilaration! It had been ages since he felt such a thrill. Watch how I bring you three to your knees. Humph! Such grandiloquence. Without further ado, Piccolo launched the first attack, his form like a flash of lightning, dashing to Broly's front in the blink of an eye, unleashing a powerful punch. Broly raised his arm to block, and where their limbs collided, a tremendous energy storm erupted. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta launched a surprise attack from behind, firing an energy beam at Broly. Broly sidestepped, the beam narrowly grazing past him. Goku thrust both hands forward, channeling the Kamehameha wave, a formidable energy surge sweeping towards Broly. Once more, Broly amplified his power, a ferocious energy radiating around him, his eyes turning crimson as if ablaze. Goku and the others felt the weight of this terrifying pressure, their expressions turning grave. How much more power does this fiend possess? Vegeta gritted his teeth. Is it true that the legendary Saiyans possess such incredible talent? Despite our similar training, Goku's disbelief was palpable. Broly let out a deafening roar, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. He charged forward with blinding speed, instantly reaching Goku and delivering a crushing blow. Goku barely managed to defend himself, yet was sent sprawling back several meters by the sheer force. Piccolo quickly summoned all his strength, conjuring a powerful energy shield in an attempt to halt Broly's advance. However, with a mere flick of his hand, Broly shattered the shield, leaving Piccolo gravely injured on the ground. Vegeta roared in fury, channeling all his energy into his hands, forming a colossal energy sphere which he hurled at Broly. Unfazed, Broly braced himself against the impact. The energy sphere exploded upon contact but inflicted little damage upon him. The system announced, Piccolo, utilize the wish. Ding. Congratulations, host, for randomly stealing 3 million points of battle power from Piccolo. Instantly rejuvenated, Piccolo, astonished for a moment, rejoined the fray. Broly's assault grew increasingly ferocious, each punch and kick imbued with cataclysmic power. Goku skillfully evaded, while simultaneously seeking an opening in Broly's defenses. Vegeta incessantly unleashed energy waves, striving to disrupt Broly's movements. Meanwhile, Piccolo awaited the perfect moment to unleash the special beam cannon. Yet, Broly appeared utterly indifferent to their onslaught. His body was as unyielding as steel, rendering their attacks ineffectual. Suddenly, Broly clasped his hands together and slammed them downwards, unleashing a powerful shockwave that radiated outward from his core. Goku and his companions were thrown back, crashing heavily to the ground. Damn it! Goku rose, blood trickling from his mouth. A glimmer of resolve flickered in Vegeta's eyes. I cannot concede defeat to him. Piccolo wiped the blood from his lips, shouting, let us attack together. The three warriors charged once more at Broly, Goku's gaze resolute, his entire being focused into his fist, embodying an indomitable spirit. Vegeta's golden aura blazed fiercely, his speed reaching its zenith. With both hands shimmering with an enigmatic radiance, Piccolo prepared to unleash a formidable skill. Broly, grinning menacingly at the three approaching figures, raised his arms in anticipation of their assault. Goku was the first to reach him, his fist colliding with Broly's arm, producing a thunderous sound that rippled through the surrounding space. Vegeta followed suit, delivering a kick aimed at Broly's abdomen, only to have it thwarted by Broly's palm. At that moment, Piccolo swung his hands, sending forth a powerful energy lasso towards Broly in an attempt to bind him. With a furious roar, Broly broke free from the rope and retaliated with a punch that sent Piccolo hurtling backward. The system recorded the actions of Piccolo, Goku, and Vegeta, announcing, Ding. Congratulations, host, for randomly stealing 500,000 points of combat power from Piccolo. Ding. Congratulations, host, for randomly stealing 80,000 points of combat power from Goku. Ding. Congratulations, host, for randomly stealing 50 points of combat power from Vegeta. The restored trio gazed at Wang Cheng with confusion. I wish to ascertain the limits of Broly's training. Piccolo, you may step down now, for your role in this battle has concluded, Wang Cheng declared. Piccolo replied, I shall remain ready to restore both of you, with but one request, to draw out Broly's utmost limits. Hey, Wang Cheng, didn't you mention that continuously utilizing Saiyan passives would exhaust our potential, which would be detrimental for the future? Goku asked, scratching his head. Well, one cannot simply refrain from recovery when injured. Once your potential is depleted, you will not gain further strength from recovering from severe injuries. But as long as you continually surpass your own limits, there's nothing to worry about. You seem to possess a remarkable understanding of us Saiyans, Vegeta remarked, eyeing Wang Cheng with curiosity. Of course, I forgot to mention, I am now a candidate for the King of Worlds, Wang Cheng proclaimed. Vegeta scoffed derisively. You aspire to be a candidate for that trivial position? The King of Worlds is utterly useless, merely a backup. What are you thinking? The King of Worlds possesses little combat power. They merely oversee the creation of planets and life. Isn't that still weak? Vegeta retorted. Are you itching for a fight? Wang Cheng shot a stern glance at Vegeta. Broly, make sure to give this guy a proper thrashing. He walks around with that perpetual sour expression. It's time to teach him a lesson. You need not instruct me. I intend to thoroughly pummel these two. Broly said, casting a provocative look at Vegeta and Goku. Please leave a favorable review at the end of the chapter. Chapter 50. Fusion Warriors. Thus, the three resumed their intense battle. Goku and Vegeta stood side by side, their eyes firmly fixed on Broly ahead. Goku was the first to launch an attack, darting towards Broly like a specter, instantly appearing at his left side and delivering a powerful punch. Broly reacted with remarkable speed, sidestepping the blow and countering with a punch of his own. Goku quickly retreated, evading the fierce strike. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta attacked from the right, his leg slicing through the air as he aimed a kick at Broly's waist. Broly raised his leg to block, the two limbs colliding with a dull thud. With one attacking from the left and the other from the right, their cooperation was seamless, their techniques flowing one after another. Yet, Broly's immense strength allowed him to respond effortlessly, showing no signs of fatigue. Vegeta, this guy is quite formidable, Goku shouted. Vegeta let out a cold snort. Enough chatter. Let us continue. Goku surged forward once more, his aura blazing with renewed intensity, while Vegeta, refusing to be outdone, pushed his power to its utmost limits. Broly, incensed by their relentless assaults, roared to the heavens, unleashing a formidable energy that sent both Goku and Vegeta staggering back several meters. The battle escalated, each warrior exerting their full strength, unwilling to yield an inch. Goku's gaze was fixed, every cell in his body ignited by the fervor of combat, his form darting like lightning as he unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon Broly. In contrast, Vegeta showcased his proud fighting style, each attack infused with a fierce momentum, striving to breach Broly's defenses. Broly's bellow echoed, his power seemingly boundless, no matter how ferociously Goku and Vegeta struck. He absorbed their blows and retaliated with unyielding force. Each punch and kick he delivered bore the capacity to annihilate. With a sudden instant transmission, Goku appeared behind Broly, launching a powerful kick aimed at his back. Yet, as if he possessed eyes on the back of his head, Broly pivoted sharply, using his elbow to block the incoming attack. Seizing the moment, Vegeta unleashed a devastating energy wave directed at Broly. Remarkably, Broly did not evade. Instead, he braced himself and endured the full force of the energy wave, emerging unscathed. At this juncture, the energy fluctuations from their clash had warped the very fabric of the surrounding space, yet the fierce confrontation persisted, with victory still hanging in the balance. These Saiyans are truly extraordinary. It seems I must intensify my training and develop a transformation of deep green, Piccolo murmured to himself. Wong Chong observed the conflict, remarking that Goku and Vegeta were nearing the limits of mortal capability, while Broly's potential remained unfathomable. I must stoke the flames further. Enough, Wang Cheng suddenly shouted. His voice rang out sharply amidst the chaos, causing Goku, Vegeta, and Broly to freeze in their tracks. Wang Cheng approached slowly, exuding a mysterious and formidable aura that drew the attention of all present. This battle has lost its meaning. You two are approaching your limits. At this rate, you cannot defeat Broly. Goku wiped the sweat from his brow, panting as he replied, Wang Cheng, what should we do then? You're right, I've reached my limit. Broly is truly a monster. Vegeta frowned, retorting, Humph, you think you can just call for a halt? I haven't had my fill yet. Broly wore a disdainful expression. You're the one who hasn't had enough. What did you say? Vegeta snapped angrily. Enough with the bickering, Vegeta. I intend for you both to cease fighting so I can teach you a special technique before you face Broly again. What technique? Goku inquired. Fusion technique. What is the fusion technique? Piccolo stepped forward. The fusion technique combines the powers of two individuals, making them stronger. The extent of their strength depends on their abilities prior to fusion. Now, I will teach Goku and Vegeta how to fuse. Moments later, what is this ridiculous motion? You expect me, the proud Saiyan prince, to perform such a humiliating act? I would rather be mercilessly beaten by Broly. Do our proud Saiyan prince not wish to grow stronger? If not, then please take your leave. Vegeta exclaimed, anger evident in his voice. How shall it be? Do you intend to depart, or not? Kakarot, what are you dawdling about? Come and practice the movements. Goku urged. Piccolo interjected, while Wang Cheng remarked. What has become of the proud Saiyan prince? Vegeta and Goku stood solemnly on the expansive training ground, both prepared to practice the fusion technique. They began to adopt various peculiar postures as dictated by the fusion process. Vegeta's movements appeared somewhat rigid, revealing his discomfort. Vegeta, your movements must be precise, otherwise, the fusion will fail, Wang Cheng reminded him. With a huff, Vegeta retorted, enough of your prattle, I am aware. However, during their initial attempt, their movements did not synchronize perfectly, resulting in a failed fusion. Damn it, once more. Vegeta fumed. They adjusted their stances and began anew. Though they achieved fusion the second time, a large and rotund figure materialized before them. Piccolo remarked, while Wang Cheng looked on, and Broly exclaimed, what expressions are you all wearing? I have succeeded. I am now the mightiest warrior. With that, Broly stepped forward and delivered a punch that sent the large fusion entity flying. Half an hour later, frustration mounted as Vegeta declared, damn it, another failure. This is undoubtedly your fault, Kakarot. Goku scratched his head, replying, you can't blame me entirely, Vegeta. During the fusion, you stepped on my foot. Calm down, Vegeta. Let us carefully recall the movements and try once more. Taking a deep breath, they prepared for a third attempt. This time, their focus was unwavering. Each movement executed with utmost precision. Vegeta clenched his jaw, determination gleaming in his eyes, while Goku wore a serious expression, leaving no room for laxity. Their forms began to converge, postures aligning, as a radiant light enveloped them. When the brilliance subsided, a formidable new warrior stood in the training ground. His physique was tall and robust, muscles defined, exuding an unparalleled aura of strength. His gaze combined Goku's nimbleness with Vegeta's pride. Broly, sensing the presence of this new warrior, felt a hint of pressure and curiously scrutinized the fusion fighter. Humph, now you witness the power of our fusion. Are you trembling in fear? At that moment, Piccolo stepped forward and inquired, what shall we call you, now that you are fused? Are you still Vegeta or Goku? I am neither Vegeta nor Goku. My new name is Vegeto, he proclaimed. Enough talk. I can hardly wait to engage you. Broly's face was now filled with a fierce fighting spirit. Chapter 51. The Fusion Warrior 2. Vegeto stood proudly, facing Broly, who radiated an unrelenting ferocity. Broly launched the first attack, hurtling towards Vegeto like a cannonball, the wind from his fists howling. Vegeto sidestepped effortlessly, dodging the blow, and countered with a punch to Broly's abdomen. Broly grimaced in pain, letting out a furious roar as he unleashed his full power, attacking Vegeto with reckless abandon. Calm and composed, Gogeta deftly deflected each of Broly's relentless attacks. Is this all you've got, Broly? Gogeta taunted. Broly, incensed, felt his energy surge violently. He leapt into the air, delivering a fierce kick aimed at Gogeta's head. With arms crossed, Gogeta absorbed the blow, the force of the impact fracturing the ground beneath them. Gogeta's gaze intensified, and he retaliated with a flurry of rapid punches that sent Broly staggering backward. Damn it! Broly roared, charging forward once more. His eyes were bloodshot, muscles taut, each step causing the ground to tremble. Meanwhile, Gogeta remained unfazed, arms crossed, observing Broly's approach with quiet confidence. Just as Broly closed in, Gogeta vanished from sight. Broly lunged forward, missing his target, only to find Gogeta above him, descending with a powerful stomp. The sudden strike caused Broly to stumble precariously, but he quickly regained his footing and swung a fist at the airborne Gogeta. Gogeta effortlessly dodged the blow, landing behind Broly and delivering an elbow strike to his back. Broly lurched forward, turning to unleash a barrage of energy blasts. Gogeta, unhurried, extended his hands to form an energy shield before him, absorbing all the incoming blasts. The clash of energies warped the surrounding space, and the shockwaves reverberated outward, leveling nearby mountains and displacing the earth. Seeing this, Broly became increasingly frenzied, his power surging like a raging inferno. Broly bellowed again, muscles bulging, veins protruding as he funneled his strength into his fists, charging recklessly at Gogeta. With a steely gaze, Gogeta lowered his shield to meet Broly head-on. Their fists collided once more, and in that moment, time seemed to freeze. The entire space enveloped in blinding light. As the brilliance faded, Gogeta and Broly staggered back several paces. Gogeta breathed heavily, while blood trickled from the corner of Broly's mouth. Still refusing to concede, Broly? Gogeta inquired. Broly wiped the blood from his lips. You think it's that easy to make me surrender? Before he could finish, he unleashed an even more ferocious surge of power, his aura resembling a tumultuous tsunami, spreading wildly around him. Gogeta furrowed his brow, his expression turning serious. It seems you truly are a formidable opponent. Broly laughed maniacally, his form vanishing only to reappear before Gogeta, delivering a punch infused with the intent to obliterate. Gogeta quickly braced himself, yet the sheer force of the blow pushed him back several steps. Astonished by the strength, Gogeta swiftly adjusted his stance and counterattacked. The two were soon locked in a fierce exchange, each collision triggering earth-shattering explosions. The surroundings laid waste. This cannot continue, Gogeta thought to himself, his gaze sharpening as he transformed into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level. His hair instantaneously lengthened, radiating a dazzling golden glow, while a powerful aura surged forth like a tempest. Broly sensed the resurgence of Vegeta's strength, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes, soon replaced by an overwhelming frenzy. In a blink, Gogeta appeared before Broly, delivering a thunderous punch with immense force. Broly raised a hand to block, yet was sent staggering back several meters by the blow. Broly, this ends now, Gogeta proclaimed with fervor. His hands moved with remarkable speed, unleashing a barrage of energy spheres that hurtled toward Broly. Under the relentless assault of these energy orbs, Broly sustained numerous wounds but remained steadfast, refusing to fall. At that moment, Broly's physique underwent further transformation. His muscles expanded even more, emanating a ferocious aura. Sinister patterns emerged on his skin, each pulsating with a malevolent glow. The very air around him seemed ignited by his presence, seething with heat and agitation. Gogeta widened his eyes in astonishment, internally marveling at the monstrosity before him. Yet, he did not waver. Rather, an even fiercer fighting spirit surged within him. Broly let out a deafening roar, the sound waves manifesting as tangible shockwaves that surged toward Gogeta. With crossed arms, Gogeta erected an energy shield to withstand the sonic assault. The shield cracked under the sustained pressure of the sound waves, compelling Gogeta to amplify his energy output just to maintain his ground. Meanwhile, Broly charged forward once more, each step causing the ground to tremble as if an army marched behind him. Gogeta inhaled deeply, concentrating all his energy to its zenith, preparing to confront Broly's impending onslaught. Broly closed in, his colossal fist slicing through the air with a howling wind aimed at Gogeta. Gogeta sidestepped, simultaneously delivering a kick to Broly's abdomen. Broly, unyielding, absorbed the blow as if impervious to pain, and seized Gogeta's ankle, hurling him with great force. Gogeta was flung violently against a distant mountain, which crumbled under the impact. Emerging from the debris, he tasted blood at the corner of his mouth, stunned by Broly's overwhelming strength. Yet, his resolve remained unshaken. Suddenly, Gogeta lost control. A flash of light separated Goku and Vegeta, signaling the end of their fusion. At that moment, Broly teetered on the brink of madness, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury as he lashed out at everything around him. Wang Cheng swiftly intervened, his form darting like lightning to confront Broly. He formed a seal with his hands and hurled a vial. Cease this at once. Demon Seal Wave. Wang Cheng's eyes widened with rage as he unleashed a deafening roar. His muscles tensed, gripping the mysterious and formidable power like an enraged lion. He channeled it forward toward Broly. In an instant, a brilliant green light erupted from Wang Cheng's hands, racing toward Broly like a bolt of lightning. The luminous energy swiftly coiled around Broly's form, ensnaring him like a serpentine titan, binding him tightly within its grasp. Broly sensed the overwhelming force and struggled desperately to break free from its confines. Yet the green energy remained remarkably tenacious, ensnaring him tightly. As the verdant glow intensified, Broly ultimately succumbed, his form spiraling into a luminous streak that shot straight into a pre-prepared bottle. Subsequently, Wang Cheng produced a yellow talisman and affixed it to the vessel. Wow, Wang Cheng, you actually know Master Wu Tian's magical sealing technique. That's incredible, Goku exclaimed, his face a portrait of astonishment. Beside him, Piccolo appeared visibly unsettled. He was the foremost authority on the magical sealing technique. Please give a rating at the end of the chapter. Thank you immensely. The errors in the names of the fused warriors have been rectified. Chapter 52. Angel Whis Vegeta stepped forward, inquiring, what transpired? Why did the fusion between Kakarot and me suddenly separate? And why did Broly lose control? The fusion has a time limit of only half an hour. Broly's power surged too rapidly for his body to manage, resulting in his uncontrollable frenzy. "He should be fine after a brief period in the bottle," came the explanation. The system prompted Goku and Vegeta, "Make a wish." In an instant, the two of them reverted to their original states. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have randomly stolen 5 million points of combat power from Son Goku." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have randomly stolen 1 billion points of combat power from Vegeta." Alright. Broly should be regaining consciousness now. Piccolo, tear off the seal and release him. Piccolo approached, ripping the talisman to free Broly. "What happened to me?" Broly asked, bewildered as he gazed at the group. Goku stepped forward and explained, "Broly, your power surged too quickly, causing you to lose control and attack wildly." "Well, it seems you were the one to stop me," Broly remarked, looking at Wang Cheng. As they conversed, a mysterious light suddenly descended from the heavens. When the radiance dissipated, a mysterious figure wielding a staff appeared before them. He floated gracefully in midair, tall and clad in a robe as white as snow, its sleeves billowing gently in the breeze, seemingly merging with the surrounding zephyrs. His eyes resembled a profound starry sky, shimmering with enigmatic and wise illumination, as if capable of perceiving all the secrets of the universe. In his hand, he grasped a golden scepter topped with a resplendent gem, pulsating with mysterious and potent energy waves. The arrival of this enigmatic figure enveloped the entire space in an aura of sanctity and inviolability. Goku widened his eyes, warily asking, "Who are you? What brings you here?" The mysterious figure smiled softly, his expression as gentle as a spring breeze. "I am Whis, the Angel of Universe 7. Goku scratched his head, puzzled. "Angel? What is that?" Whis patiently elaborated. "Angels are beings that maintain the balance of the universe, tasked with overseeing the actions of the gods of destruction." Vegeta approached, his gaze cautious. "What is your purpose in coming here?" Whis gently waved his staff, responding, "I sensed an unusual fluctuation of energy in this vicinity, so I came to investigate." Piccolo, astonished, gasped, "What did you mean by Universe 7? Whis gently raised his staff and spoke softly. "The universe is not a singular entity, but rather a multitude of parallel universes. The realm you inhabit is the 7th universe. Each universe possesses its own unique rules and destinies." Goku's eyes widened in astonishment. "How wondrous! Are there warriors in other universes as formidable as we are?" Whis smiled enigmatically and after a moment replied, "In some universes, the warriors possess powers that far exceed your imagination." Vegeta clenched his fists, his expression defiant. "Humph. I refuse to believe that." Whis' gaze swept over the group, eventually settling on Wang Cheng. "Just now, I sensed a remarkable surge of energy emanating from this planet. It is you, isn't it? I can perceive your uniqueness. You are nearing the divine." Whis' eyes bore into Wang Cheng's as he spoke. Wang Cheng felt somewhat flustered under Whis' attention. "Lord Whis, I merely assisted my uncontrolled companion in managing his power." Goku leaped over with excitement. "Wow, Wang Cheng, you are truly impressive." Vegeta scoffed, "So what if you are close to divine? You have yet to attain it." Whis chuckled, "Nevertheless, it is quite extraordinary. To cultivate divine power as a mortal is akin to scaling the heavens." Wang Cheng's gaze hardened. "No matter how arduous, I shall not relent. I will certainly take that step." Goku, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, "Indeed. Let us strive together, and we will undoubtedly grow stronger." Vegeta gritted his teeth. "Humph. I refuse to be outdone by anyone." Whis nodded gently. "Such determination is commendable. However, the path to divinity is fraught with thorns. It demands not only immense strength, but also a pure heart and a profound understanding of the laws of the universe." Piccolo pondered. A pure heart and comprehension of the laws. That is no easy feat. Whis turned to Wang Cheng and inquired, "Are you interested in becoming a candidate for the God of Destruction?" Wang Cheng replied, "But I am already a candidate for the Supreme Kai." Whis raised an eyebrow slightly. "That does not conflict. Becoming a candidate for the God of Destruction will grant you even greater power and status." Goku scratched his head. "That is quite a difficult choice." Wang Cheng. Vegeta, unimpressed, retorted, "Humph, what is there to hesitate about? Clearly, you should choose to be a candidate for the God of Destruction. What about the Supreme Kai?" Wang Cheng asked Whis. Whis gently shook his head. "You need not worry about that. I will explain it to the Supreme Kai. The key lies in your own desire." Goku patted Wang Cheng on the shoulder. "Wang Cheng, whatever you decide, we will support you." Vegeta crossed his arms. "Humph, stop being wishy-washy and make your decision." Wang Cheng bit his lip, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Lord Whis, I am willing to become a candidate for the God of Destruction, but I will not forget my responsibilities as a candidate for the Supreme Kai. Whis smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. From this moment forth, you must prepare for rigorous training. Finally, having reached this juncture, Wang Cheng thought to himself, I can now train with the angels. Mr. Whis, since you are here on Earth, allow me to extend my hospitality. I shall notify my family to prepare a banquet. There will be an abundance of delicious food. Knowing that both angels and gods of destruction are food enthusiasts, he thought strategically. Whis responded with a smile. That sounds delightful. I eagerly anticipate it. Upon returning home, Wang Cheng summoned the robot to bring forth an array of exquisite dishes. The table was adorned with culinary delights emanating an enticing aroma, featuring steaming dumplings with thin skins and generous fillings, golden and crispy roasted duck served with scallions, cucumber, and sweet bean sauce, as well as meticulously prepared sweet and sour pork ribs, their vibrant hue glistening and their flavor a perfect balance of sweet and tangy. Weiss gazed at the sumptuous spread, his eyes sparkling with surprise. This truly appeared to be an opulent feast. Wukong, unable to contain his excitement, swiftly grabbed a pair of chopsticks and devoured a piece of roasted duck. Delicious, absolutely delightful. Vegeta and Broly, shedding their reservations, dove into the feast with fervor. Wang Cheng, smiling, encouraged, please, everyone, make yourselves at home and enjoy. Weiss delicately picked up a dumpling and after savoring it, he could not help but praise. The flavor of these dumplings is simply exquisite. The fillings combination is impeccable, rich in texture and harmony, leaving a lingering aftertaste. He then sampled the roasted duck, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, the skin is crispy, the meat tender, and the aroma is remarkable. The culinary technique is truly exceptional. Turning to Wang Cheng with a beaming smile, Weiss remarked, such delectable food has given me a profound appreciation for Earth's culinary culture. Thank you for your generous hospitality. May I take some to go for Lord Beerus, who is also a connoisseur of fine cuisine. In truth, he intended to indulge himself, as Beerus was still asleep. Of course, that is no problem. Wang Cheng promptly instructed the butler to pack a portion of every dish for Weiss to take along. Following the dinner, Bulma interjected, Wukong, you're off with Mr. Weiss for some time, right? Off to train again, I presume. You and your incessant training. You neglect your wife and daughter. You must be learning bad habits from Wukong. Wukong retorted, I'm being blamed here. My training is for the purpose of better protecting you and Tien, rest assured. I'll use instant transmission and return often. Mr. Wang Cheng, we must depart. Weiss announced. Mr. Weiss, might I accompany you? I wish to train alongside you. Vegeta implored, his expression earnest. Weiss furrowed his brow, seemingly hesitant. Wukong chimed in. You're quite cunning, Vegeta. Lord Weiss, I could go as well. Weiss, with a touch of exasperation, smiled gently. Mortals are not permitted in the God of Destruction realm. Mr. Wang Cheng is currently a candidate for the role of God of Destruction and may enter for training. Only if Lord Beerus consents may others join. Very well. With a flash of light, Wang Cheng and Weiss vanished from sight. Half an hour later, Weiss announced, this is the realm of the God of Destruction, Mr. Wang Cheng. So, Weiss, what kind of training do you intend for me next? You have already begun to touch upon the divine realm, so we shall forego the ordinary training. I will directly teach you divine skills. With a flourish of his staff, Weiss instantly drew Wang Cheng into the staff space. The divine energy here is abundant. But the Dragon Ball world does not possess the concept of techniques. I wonder how to absorb it, Wang Cheng pondered. What are you daydreaming about, Mr. Wang Cheng? Next, I shall impart to you the divine skill known as liberation of ultimate intent. Wang Cheng, regaining his composure, was filled with anticipation and determination. I shall dedicate myself to this learning. Vis smiled gently. This endeavor is far from simple. It requires your utmost concentration to perceive the flow of energy around you and to allow your body to respond instinctively. With that, Vis began to demonstrate, his form moving like a phantom, his motions fluid and natural. Now, Mr. Wang Cheng, it is time for you to contemplate this on your own. Nodding in acknowledgement, Wang Cheng took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and endeavored to absorb the essence of Vis's movements and energy. As moments ticked by, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, yet he remained immersed in his contemplation. This is incredibly challenging. Truly, it is a divine skill. Ding. Would you like to initiate today as sign-in? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the nebula technique, which allows you to absorb cosmic energy to refine your divine power. How fortuitous. Since I cannot grasp the liberation of ultimate intent, I can instead practice the nebula technique. Wang Cheng settled onto the ground, his hands forming seals, and the energy surrounding him began to grow denser. His breathing became steady and prolonged, each exhalation and inhalation seeming to engage in a dialogue with the spiritual essence of the universe. As time progressed, the air around him appeared to be drawn in, swirling gently around him and forming tiny vortices. Unbeknownst to him, a layer of faint luminescence gradually enveloped his body, within which it seemed as though stars were twinkling. Time flew by, and 10 days had elapsed since Wang Cheng commenced his practice of the nebula technique. This had visited several times during this period. Observing Wang Cheng's progress in silence, his gaze occasionally revealing approval, yet tinged with a hint of perplexity. This does not seem to align with the comprehension of liberation of ultimate intent. To sit in meditation for half a year without a clear purpose is indeed strange. Although his strength has significantly increased. How curious. On one particular day, while immersed in his training, Wang Cheng suddenly opened his eyes, which sparkled as if they contained the cosmos. I feel an indescribable sense of comfort. At that moment, Vis entered, witnessing Wang Cheng's awakening. You have finally roused. You managed to meditate for 10 days while attempting to comprehend the liberation of ultimate intent. 10 days? To be precise, it has been more than 10 days. The flow of time within the staff's space differs from that of the outside world. It is as if you have spent nearly 20 years inside. Wang Cheng responded. So I am quite curious about what you did while remaining motionless for 20 years. You possess remarkable talent. Surely, you did not require such an extended period to grasp the liberation of ultimate intent. Moreover, I sensed no trace of its energy during those 20 years. Though your strength has indeed grown immensely, I cannot elucidate this situation either, Vis. The moment I closed my eyes to contemplate your movements, it felt as if I transcended into a state of oblivion, with vast energies entering my body, providing a warm sensation. Upon awakening, that feeling dissipated. Well, I have never encountered a situation quite like yours. Nevertheless, your increase in strength should not be regarded as a misfortune. However, it appears that the liberation of ultimate intent may not be suitable for you, considering your prolonged lack of understanding. I'm afraid I've disappointed you, Whis. Disappointment is hardly the word. One need not master the ultra instinct to attain the status of a god of destruction. Achieving a certain level of power suffices, although mastering ultra instinct places one among the elite of the gods of destruction. I understand, Whis. Having been away from home for so long, I plan to visit. Would you care to join me for a delightful meal? That sounds utterly irresistible. But I have matters to attend to and may not be able to accompany you this time. No worries, Whis. I shall return in a few days and bring you some delicacies. I am immensely grateful. Wang Cheng sensed the energy on Earth and felt reassured that Goku and the others had grown formidable. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to teleport back from such a distance. With a swift motion, Wang Cheng vanished. Whis gazed at the spot where Wang Cheng had just been, murmuring, that young man truly is an enigma. On Earth, at this moment, Vegeta was bathing in a river when Wang Cheng unexpectedly appeared before him. Vegeta, are you a ghost? You appeared out of nowhere. Apologies. I sensed your energy and returned directly from the realm of the gods of destruction. Back so soon. You haven't been expelled, have you? Of course not. Only a genius warrior like myself deserves to cultivate in the realm of the gods. Indeed. You, Prince Vegeta, are a prodigy. Enough chit-chat. I must return home. With that, Wang Cheng instantly teleported back to his residence. He opened his character panel. Beep. Host. Wang Cheng abilities. Max level martial arts energy sensing and manipulation Kamehameha defensive barrier solar flare wolf Fong fist demon seal wave pain growth energy / cosmic survival instant transmission fusion technique supernova attack Leo kick sage mode dragon fist meteor fist serious punch wind god leg explosive fist 1000-year kill Majin Buu's regeneration universal shock palm hypnosis afterimage fist sky cannon super ability destruction beam language of the god's wish. Modification gravitational field nebula technique combat power experience 100 trillion realm first stage of god realm items Senzu beans binding rope first stage of god realm. How is this system categorized? Beep. Please explore on your own. Damn. It seems I need to have a thorough discussion with Whis about the classifications within the god realm next time we meet, not to mention what realm he occupies. It has been 10 days since I last saw Bulma. It appears another intense battle awaits. Chapter 54. First Encounter with Whis Beep. Would you like to initiate today's sign-in? Let us begin. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Ultra Instinct Sign. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Wang Cheng pondered, why is it Ultra Instinct Sign? A perfect mastery would have sufficed. Due to my frequent absences from home, I chose to remain and spend quality time with my family this time, occasionally delivering takeout to Whis in the realm of the gods. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the normal Ultra Instinct. 3 years, and I finally managed to unlock it. Without the system space, I would have filled an entire room with Senza beans. He opened his character panel. Beep. Host. Wang Cheng ability. Mastered martial arts. Chi perception and application. Chi cannon. Indestructible shield. Turtle school Qigong. Solar fist. Wolf Feng fist. Demon ceiling wave. Pain growth. Chi circle slash. Cosmic survival. Instant transmission. Fusion technique. Big bang attack. Leo flying kick. Sage mode. Dragon fist. Pegasus meteor fist. Serious punch. Wind god leg. Explosive fist. 1000-year kill. Majin Buu's regeneration. Universal earth-shattering palm. Hypnosis. Phantom fist. Sky cannon. Telekinesis. Destruction beam. Divine language. Wish modification. Gravitational field. Nebula technique. Tenfold turtle school Qigong. Constant state of ultra instinct combat power. 500 trillion realm. Second stage of god realm items. Senza beans. Binding rope. Wang Cheng felt the wondrous power of ultra instinct coursing through his body, as if establishing a subtle connection with everything around him. It was an extraordinary sensation. I must find someone to test this out, he murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. Who should I approach? In the god of destruction realm. He exclaimed, Hey Whis, come help me test my new form. Whis looked at Wang Cheng with astonishment. What have you done, Wang Cheng? You've actually managed to stabilize Ultra Instinct. This is truly remarkable. Even Lord Beerus, despite his laziness, has only reached the second stage of Ultra Instinct after millions of years. Whis, may I challenge you? I wish to gauge the difference in our powers. With utmost pleasure. Whis replied. The two stood facing each other, the air around them seemingly solidifying due to their immense aura. Whis smiled gently. Wang Cheng, let me witness your current strength. With a serious expression, Wang Cheng clasped his hands together and said, Please, Whis, enlighten me. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Cheng launched his attack, his form darting forward like lightning, closing in on Whis. Unfazed, Whis sidestepped gracefully. Wang Cheng followed up with a barrage of techniques, each infused with tremendous power. Whis effortlessly countered Wang Cheng's strikes, occasionally offering guidance. Your application of power lacks precision, and your speed could use improvement. Ultra Instinct is merely a divine martial art. When faced with a stronger opponent, it proves ineffective. Thus, enhancing your own realm in conjunction with Ultra Instinct will yield greater results. As these words echoed, Wang Cheng grew increasingly fierce, channeling his entire might into his fist and delivering a serious punch aimed at Whis. The strike sliced through the air with an astonishing force. Whis's gaze sharpened, and he extended his palm, successfully absorbing the blow. However, his arm trembled slightly, revealing his astonishment at Wang Cheng's newfound strength. Well done, Wang Cheng, but it is still insufficient, Whis exclaimed, suddenly exerting his power and sending Wang Cheng staggering back several steps. Regaining his footing, Wang Cheng surged forward once more, and their battle intensified, causing the surrounding mountains and trees to shatter under their combined might. While engaging in combat, Whis continued his instruction. Wang Cheng, pay attention to your breathing rhythm. The explosive force must align with the adjustment of your breath. Taking heed of this advice, Wang Cheng diligently adjusted his breathing, and indeed, he found the utilization of his power to flow more smoothly. Whis remarked, in the midst of battle, one must not only focus on the opponent's movements, but also perceive the flow of their energy, anticipating their next move. Following Whis's guidance, Wang Cheng concentrated his mind to sense the fluctuations in Whis's energy. Gradually, his responses became more composed. Well done, Wang Cheng. Now, attempt to concentrate your power into a single point for a burst attack, Whis instructed, deftly sidestepping Wang Cheng's punch while countering with a palm strike. Wang Cheng quickly contemplated Whis's words and endeavored to concentrate his strength in the ensuing assault. He inhaled deeply, gathering all his energy into his right fist. which gleamed with an intense light as he propelled it forward with an unstoppable momentum toward Vis. A flicker of admiration crossed Vis's eyes as he extended his palm to gently block the blow, yet he felt a formidable force behind it. Excellent, Wong Chong. You've made significant progress, but it's still not perfect, Vis stated. While concentrating your power, you must also pay attention to your balance and defense. Wang Cheng nodded, swiftly adjusting his stance to launch another attack. This time, his speed increased, and his power coalesced even more, resembling a cannonball hurtling towards Vis. Vis calmly sidestepped while extending a finger to lightly tap, unleashing an invisible force that momentarily halted Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng, do not neglect your defense while attacking. The enemy's counterattack often comes unexpectedly, Vis admonished seriously. Gritting his teeth, Wang Cheng steadied himself, re-evaluating his strategy. His gaze grew resolute as he rapidly recalled Vis's previous teachings and his own shortcomings in combat. At this moment, Wang Cheng's breath gradually steadied. No longer did he attack with reckless urgency, but instead focused on defense, seeking vulnerabilities in Vis's techniques. Observing this, Vis's lips curled into a slight smile. Well done, Wang Cheng. Understanding the importance of calm contemplation is key to advancement. Wang Cheng remained silent, wholly engrossed in observing Vis's every movement. Time seemed to stand still in that instance, his heartbeat distinctly audible. Suddenly, he detected a subtle flaw in Vis's actions. His eyes brightened, and like a flash of lightning, he launched his attack. The wind from his punch howled, striking with the force of a battering ram directly towards Vis's vital points. Vis was momentarily taken aback, surprised at how swiftly Wang Cheng seized the opportunity, yet he reacted with incredible speed, swiftly preparing his defense. Bang! Their fists collided with a resounding crash, causing the surrounding air to ripple. Wang Cheng felt a tremendous recoil, his arm tingling, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to yield an inch. Vis, too, was slightly shaken by the force, inwardly marveling at Wang Cheng's tenacity. Wang Cheng, you are impressive, but now, I shall be serious, Vis declared, his aura suddenly surging dramatically. Wang Cheng inhaled deeply, his eyes betraying no fear. Bring it on, Vis. Vis smiled faintly, and in an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, launching an assault towards Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng sensed a blur before him, a powerful pressure bearing down upon him. He hastily sidestepped while retaliating with a punch. However, Vis's speed was simply too swift, causing his attacks to repeatedly miss their mark. Wang Cheng, your speed is still too slow. Vis's voice resonated in Wang Cheng's ears. Anxiousness welled within Wang Cheng, yet he endeavored to calm himself, focusing intently on perceiving Vis's movements. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He ceased to blindly follow Vis's pace and instead attuned himself to the subtle shifts in the surrounding air currents. As Vis launched another assault, Wang Cheng refrained from hastily countering, and at the critical moment, he deftly sidestepped with the flow of the air, elegantly evading Vis's lethal strike. A flicker of surprise flashed in Vis's eyes. Indeed, you've learned to adapt. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Cheng retaliated with newfound agility in his fist techniques, no longer confined to rigid forms. Please provide feedback. I will rectify any shortcomings. Chapter 55, Beerus Awakens. Alright. Wang Cheng, that's enough for today. Your rate of growth is astonishing. I believe it won't be long before Lord Beerus finds himself outmatched by you. As Wang Cheng retracted his fists, his breath still somewhat labored, he humbly responded to Vis, you flatter me. Vis, I have many areas in which I must improve. Vis smiled and shook his head. There is no need for such modesty. Continue your efforts. The future you is boundless. By the way, Vis, I have been meaning to ask you, how is the realm of the gods delineated? Vis, with his arms crossed, replied slowly, the classification of divine realms is rather intricate. Since you are already a candidate for a god of destruction, I shall explain how the powers of the gods of destruction across the 12 universes are structured. Most gods of destruction possess strength around the 7th tier of the divine realm, while some with comparatively lesser power hover around the 5th tier, such as Arak from Universe 5 and Ewan from Universe 1, both of whom are evenly matched, situated in the mid to late stages of the 5th tier. Meanwhile, in Universe 9, Sidra is at the mid-stage of the 6th tier, and in Universe 2, Helios is at the late stage of the 6th tier, with the god of destruction from Universe 12 at the late stage of the 6th tier as well. Universe 11's Vermouth is at the mid-stage of the 7th tier. Universe 8's Liquor is also at the mid-stage of the 7th tier. Universe 6's Compa occupies the mid-stage of the 7th tier. And Universe 3's Moscow is at the late stage of the 7th tier. Universe 10's Rumshire is at the late stage of the 8th tier, while Universe 4's Quatella is at the early stage of the 9th tier. Our own Universe 7's Lord Beerus is at the mid-stage of the 10th tier. And among the 12 gods of destruction, only Lord Beerus has mastered Ultra Instinct, possessing the formidable strength to challenge the remaining 11. What tier are you in, Whis? After all, you are Lord Beerus's master. You will find out in due time. Knowing too much at your current stage may not be beneficial. Very well, Whis. I shall focus on my training and aim to defeat the weakest god of destruction in a year or so. That's an admirable ambition. But consider that each god of destruction has trained for hundreds of thousands of years, if not longer. Although your talent is extraordinary, you may need several 100,000 years of training to surpass a god of destruction. What an uproar! You disturbed my delightful slumber. A furious roar echoed from a distance. Oh no, Lord Beerus has awakened. Isn't it good that he has awoken? Why are you so alarmed, Whis? It's not alarm, it's concern. Lord Beerus is known for his irritable temperament. A moment's lapse can lead to calamity for the surrounding planets, which may fall victim to his wrath. The number of planets in the realm of destruction has dwindled. I shall take my leave now, Whis, for I have no desire to be on the receiving end of Lord Beerus's formidable strength at the pinnacle of divine power. With that, Wang Cheng swiftly teleported away. Whis inquired, "Excuse me, Whis, whom were you just speaking to? What transpired in the realm of destruction?" The commotion was so great that I hardly managed to sleep. Nothing much, Lord Beerus. However, a plethora of intriguing events unfolded during your slumber, Whis replied. What intriguing events? Do share, Beerus prompted. Your assistant, Frieza, has met his demise, Whis stated. Beerus paused, momentarily taken aback, then casually remarked, if he is dead, then so be it. He was merely an expendable pawn. However, I imagine very few in the universe could have vanquished him. Do you know who was responsible for his demise? According to the information I have gathered, Wang Cheng was the one who defeated Frieza, Whis revealed. Wang Cheng, you say? Who is he? Lord Beerus. Wang Cheng is the candidate I have found for you as the next god of destruction on Earth. Intrigued, Beerus asked, Oh, a candidate? I hadn't planned on retiring yet. Have you already selected my successor? How formidable is this candidate? Whis smiled as he responded. His strength is commendable, and his potential is vast. With training, he could very well become an exceptional god of destruction. Raising an eyebrow, Beerus retorted, Humph, I shall see for myself. How long until we reach Earth? We should arrive in just over 20 minutes, Whis answered. With a flicker of light, Whis and Beerus set off towards Earth. Hello, Wang Cheng. I didn't anticipate my visit would be so swift. Wang Cheng gazed at Whis, who was accompanied by a purple cat. Surely, this was the god of destruction, Beerus. How fascinating. Whis, you could have given me a heads up about your arrival, especially bringing Lord Beerus along. Please allow me a moment to have my butler prepare a feast. Upon hearing the mention of food, Beerus's ears perked up with interest. Ahem. So, you are the candidate Whis has found for me? Beerus inquired. Yes, Lord Beerus. Wang Cheng affirmed. Beerus scrutinized Wang Cheng, remarking, Your strength is commendable. At such a young age, you have reached the divine realm through mortal training. Impressive. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Beerus. Please, both of you, allow me to lead you to the dining hall, where we can enjoy a meal and converse. Wang Cheng ushered Whis and Beerus to the banquet hall. As Beerus beheld the lavish spread before him, his mouth nearly watered with anticipation. Ahem, Lord Beerus. Please be mindful of your demeanor. Whis reminded him. What should I be mindful of? My candidate is among friends. It matters not. With that, Beerus dashed to the table. Overwhelmed by the array of delectable dishes, Whis chuckled beside him. Lord Beerus, take your time. The culinary delights here are truly exceptional. Beerus frowned slightly before sampling a slice of cake, his eyes lighting up in delight. This is quite delicious. He then seized a skewer of grilled meat, taking a hearty bite with a look of satisfaction. I never expected such exquisite flavors to emerge from this humble earth. Whis smiled, my lord. This is merely a fraction of what awaits your palate. There is much more to savor. Beerus, with his mouth stuffed with food, mumbled, not bad. He then turned to Whis and inquired, Pray tell, have you been indulging in this delightful cuisine on Earth while I slumber? Whis, appearing slightly embarrassed, replied with a smile. Indeed, Lord Beerus, I occasionally partake in such delicacies. Beerus shot him a glare. Humph. How dare you enjoy this in my absence? Was quickly explained, my lord. Please forgive me. I intended to discover even more exquisite dishes before bringing you along. With a dismissive grunt, Beerus continued to savor the food. This time I shall let it pass, but do not conceal such pleasures from me in the future. At that moment, Bulma approached, her curiosity piqued. Mr. Whis. Who is this? Whis smiled and introduced. This is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Bulma gasped, slightly anxious. Ah, welcome. I hope you enjoy Earth's culinary offerings. Beerus glanced at Bulma but remained silent, focusing on his meal. Lord Beerus, how rude of you. This lady is Mr. Wang Cheng's wife, Whis interjected. Beerus, with a muffled acknowledgement, seemed to prioritize the feast over all else. Oh dear Lord Beerus, please uphold your divine image. All this food was prepared by Ms. Bulma. With his mouth full, Beerus grumbled, Humph, as long as I enjoy it, that suffices. This woman has done well. And she is also the wife of a candidate for God of Destruction, one of our own. Bulma's eyes widened in surprise. What? A candidate for God of Destruction? Whis chuckled and clarified. Indeed, Ms. Bulma, your husband, Wong Chong, is a candidate for that honor. Bulma, momentarily taken aback, was unsure how to respond. Please, grant a rating at the end of the chapter. I am deeply grateful. Chapter 56. Goku challenges the God of Destruction. The meal lasted a full 2 hours. Beerus, rubbing his round belly, asked, Wong Chong, I have heard there are survivors of the Saiyan race on your planet? Wong Chong replied, Yes, Lord Beerus. Do you seek them for something? A mysterious smile crept onto Beerus's lips. I am merely curious. I have heard that the son of King Vegeta resides on Earth. Wong Chong cautiously responded, Yes, Lord Beerus. They are named Son Goku and Vegeta. Beerus stood and stretched. Come, take me to meet them. Please wait here. I shall summon them for you. Wong Chong replied eagerly. Beerus frowned slightly. Very well, be swift. Wang Cheng nodded quickly and hurried off to find Son Goku and Vegeta. Before long, Wang Cheng returned with Son Goku, Vegeta, and Broly before Beerus. Beerus surveyed the group and remarked, So, you are the Saiyans? Son Goku scratched his head and cheerfully said, Lord Beerus, it is an honor to finally meet you. Vegeta, however, maintained a serious demeanor, fists clenched tightly. Oh, you must be the son of King Vegeta. You bear a striking resemblance. Beerus noted, directing his gaze at Vegeta. Vegeta, gritting his teeth, retorted, Humph. That is all in the past. Beerus chuckled lightly. The past? The history of the Saiyans is but a fleeting moment in my eyes. As Sun Wukong interjected, he remarked, Lord Beerus, enough of the past. On our journey here, Wang Cheng has been raving about you being the mightiest deity in this universe. May I engage in a spar with you? Beerus regarded Sun Wukong with keen interest and replied, Oh, you possess quite a bit of audacity, but I assure you, I shall not hold back. Sun Wukong, exhilarated, chuckled, Hee, that's what makes it exciting. Vegeta, with a look of concern, shouted, Kakarot, don't be reckless. He is the god of destruction. Are you tired of living? Wang Cheng, face-palming in exasperation, muttered, I knew this fool would act this way. I should have refrained from mentioning that Lord Beerus is the strongest in the universe. Broly, observing with a bemused expression, commented, if he didn't behave this way, he wouldn't be called Sun Wukong. Whis stepped forward with a smile, saying, Haha, how amusing. It is the first time a mortal dares to challenge Lord Beerus. Wang Cheng, this fellow named Sun Wukong is rather entertaining. Hee, this guy is a fool. The moment he hears of a powerful opponent, he yearns for a fight. Perhaps it is a common trait among Saiyans. Look at Broly beside us. He too is itching for a battle, albeit less impulsively than Wukong. Wang Cheng, do you not wish to test your strength against Lord Beerus? Whis inquired. I shall refrain from seeking misery. I cannot even defeat the weakest god of destruction, let alone Lord Beerus. As they spoke, the group arrived in an open area. Wukong assumed a combat stance and declared, Lord Beerus, I am ready to attack. Beerus, arms crossed and looking relaxed, replied, Come then, let me see your prowess. With a mighty shout, Wukong dashed forward like lightning, aiming a punch directly at Beerus. Beerus merely sidestepped, effortlessly evading the attack, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. Is this the extent of your speed? Undeterred, Wukong intensified his assault, his fists and feet striking like the wind towards Beerus. Yet, Beerus merely parried with ease, a flicker of surprise gleaming in his eyes. Somewhat interesting, but still insufficient. Gritting his teeth, Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing a surge of power that enveloped him in a ferocious aura. Beerus observed and remarked, "This level of strength indeed possesses the capability to eradicate Frieza." Wukong roared, charging at Beerus once more, each punch accompanied by a fierce gust. Yet he could not even graze Beerus. "Damn it! Lord Beerus, stop merely dodging." Wang Cheng, Vegeta, Broly, fool. Whis, Wukong, transform into Super Saiyan 3. Unleash your utmost strength. Or else a mere breath from Lord Beerus could obliterate you. Wang Cheng shouted at Wukong. Broly, perplexed, questioned, "I can sense that even with all my strength, I would not stand a chance against this god of destruction. Are you suggesting he should transform into Super Saiyan 3? You are overthinking it, Broly. I suggest he transforms into Super Saiyan 3 because it is more acceptable to be dispatched by a single finger from Lord Beerus than to be annihilated by a mere breath." Broly. Upon hearing Wang Cheng's words, Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and charged at Beerus. Beerus scoffed, "This little trick is hardly impressive." He casually flicked his finger at Wukong's head, sending him flying through the air. Wukong crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. At that moment, he had reverted from his Super Saiyan 3 form, gasping for breath, sweat pouring down his face, struggling to rise. Accept the punishment from the divine. How dare a mere mortal disrespect a god and challenge him? Since you have failed, you shall perish along with this planet. Upon finishing his words, Beerus concentrated a purple energy sphere in his palm. "Wait, Lord Beerus. You cannot destroy Earth." Wang Cheng hurriedly intervened. "Fear not, you are my candidate. Let Whis protect your family. The rest shall be obliterated along with the planet. If you insist on this course of action, I am afraid I must intervene." The system activated the binding immortal rope against Beerus. Suddenly, a yellow rope appeared out of thin air, binding Beerus. "What is this? It can actually restrain me." Beerus exclaimed in shock. "Quick, Vegeta, Broly, take this opportunity to stop Beerus." The binding immortal rope won't hold him for long. Wang Cheng, where did you acquire this miraculous item that can bind Lord Beerus?" Whis inquired, astonished. "I'll explain later. We must first prevent Lord Beerus from acting." The system bestowed a wish upon Wukong. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have randomly stolen 1 billion points of combat power from Sun Wukong." Broly unleashed all his energy and charged at Beerus. Just then, a flash of yellow light indicated that the binding immortal rope's effect had expired. Wang Cheng realized that binding the peak of Beerus's divine realm was indeed overly ambitious. His own strength was insufficient. Had he possessed the 8th tier of the divine realm, he might have been able to keep Beerus restrained indefinitely. Freed from his bonds, Beerus was now furious. As he glared at the approaching Broly, he launched an energy blast that sent Broly flying. "Wang Cheng, how dare you show disrespect to a god? You will no longer be my candidate. Today, you shall all face annihilation." "This is unfair, Lord Beerus. You threatened to destroy my home over a mere disagreement." Wukong merely wished to spar with the strongest in the universe. He meant you no harm. A god should not be so unreasonable. "Fine. Then I shall relinquish this ridiculous candidacy." At that moment, Whis stepped in to mediate. "Lord Beerus, Wang Cheng makes a valid point. If you destroy Earth, where will you find those delectable dishes in the future?" "Whis, even you are siding against me? Aren't you angels supposed to be neutral?" "I am not. Oh Lord Beerus, if you insist on destroying Earth, then so be it. At most, you will simply be deprived of your delicious barbecues and cakes in the future." "Humph. Very well, for the sake of food, I shall spare the Earth," Beerus conceded. "Wonderful, but do not rejoice too soon. After all, you just spoke to me so disrespectfully. I still need to teach you a proper lesson. Come on, all 4 of you, face me. Let me show you the might of a god of destruction, and then you shall see if you dare to act so brazenly before me again." Chapter 57. United against Beerus, let us witness the might of the most formidable god of destruction, Lord Beerus. With a chilling gaze, Beerus unleashed an overwhelming aura, warping the very fabric of space around him under the pressure of his power. Utterly oblivious to their fate, Beerus raised his hand, gathering a terrifying energy within his palm. "Goku, Vegeta, Broly, unleash your utmost strength," commanded Wang Cheng. The 3 warriors exchanged resolute glances, their eyes brimming with determination. Goku erupted with energy once more. Vegeta transformed into his most powerful form, while Broly radiated a ferocious aura. Together, they shouted in unison and charged towards Beerus. In an instant, Beerus vanished, reappearing behind Broly, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying. Seizing the moment, Vegeta launched a punch. But Beerus effortlessly caught his fist and flung him aside. Witnessing this, Goku summoned all his might to unleash an energy wave, only for Beerus to dismiss it with a mere flick of his hand. Is that all you can muster? Beerus taunted. The trio rose from the ground, undeterred, and once more charged at Beerus, their eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. Beerus raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by their persistence. Goku was the first to reach Beerus, unleashing a flurry of punches, the wind howling with each strike. Vegeta and Broly flanked him, each executing their most powerful techniques. Beerus sneered, his aura intensifying, creating an invisible pressure that temporarily subdued the three warriors. Do you truly believe this will suffice to defeat me? You are sorely mistaken, Beerus declared. In the distance, Whis shook his head and remarked to Wang Cheng, are you not going to intervene? While these three are indeed among the mightiest of mortals, they remain mere mortals. After a few more exchanges, they will surely be defeated. Wang Cheng responded with a mysterious smile. Whis, what could my intervention possibly change? This is an opportunity to gauge their limits, particularly Broly's. Since I met him, I have yet to witness his full potential. In truth, he sought to gain experience. At that moment, the trio was once again sent flying by Beerus, crashing violently into a distant mountain peak, which crumbled under the impact, debris cascading down. Goku struggled to rise from the rubble, blood trickling from his mouth, yet his gaze remained resolute. Vegeta seethed with anger, unwilling to accept defeat so easily. Broly, panting heavily, felt his rage intensifying. Damn it, the god of destruction is far too powerful, Vegeta shouted. Goku wiped the blood from his lips. Yet we cannot surrender. Broly roared to the heavens and charged at Beerus once more. Beerus scoffed, oblivious to your own demise. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a tremendous force that sent Broly hurtling through the air once again. Broly crashed heavily to the ground, creating a massive crater. Struggling to rise, he found his body battered and bruised. Goku and Vegeta, witnessing this, were filled with fury and dread. The system initiated a wish for Goku, Vegeta, and Broly. Ding. Congratulations. The host has randomly stolen 1 million battle points from Goku. Ding. Congratulations, host, for randomly acquiring 100 million points of battle power from Vegeta. Ding. Congratulations, host, for randomly obtaining 300 million points of battle power from Broly. In the sky, Beerus looked down at the three who had returned to their prime, utterly baffled. What is this? How come you three are not injured at all? Beerus inquired. Below, Whis turned to Wang Cheng and said, I noticed you performed some peculiar movements earlier. It seems you aided their recovery. Your ability is quite impressive, long-distance healing that rivals even our angelic lineage. You flatter me, Whis. It is merely a trivial technique. I did not expect them to recover so swiftly, Wang Cheng replied modestly. Whis smiled slightly, yet this cannot alter the final outcome. As Wang Cheng conversed with Whis, the restored trio launched themselves at Beerus once more. Raising an eyebrow, Beerus sneered, still not giving up? Goku roared defiantly, we won't surrender until the very end. Vegeta followed closely, while Broly remained silent, his rage boiling over as he lunged at Beerus like a ferocious beast. Beerus, arms crossed, showed no intention of dodging. Just as the trio's strikes were about to land, a cold glint flashed in Beerus's eyes as he unleashed a powerful energy wave, sending them crashing away once again. Fools. Unaware of their own limitations, Beerus scoffed. Goku, Vegeta, and Broly fell heavily to the ground, struggling to rise but racked with excruciating pain. See, Wang Cheng. Even if you can continuously heal them, their opponent is Lord Beerus. With just a slight exertion, they would be finished, Whis remarked. Wang Cheng remained silent, summoning the system in his mind to grant a wish for the three of them. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations, host, for randomly acquiring 5 billion points of battle power from Goku, Vegeta, and Broly. Once restored, Goku turned to Vegeta and declared, let us fuse, Vegeta. Vegeta retorted, humph. Do we have to perform that embarrassing maneuver again? How infuriating. You fuse while I buy time. I'll hold him off for 10 seconds at most, so hurry. With that, Broly erupted with energy, maximizing his power as he charged at Beerus. Then let us begin, Vegeta. Humph. Fushown. As the two performed their odd movements, a brilliant light flashed. The fusion warrior Gogeta emerged. Instantly, Gogeta entered Super Saiyan 3 and charged toward Beerus. Beerus observed the fused duo with interest. Oh, a fusion of two? This could be intriguing. Gogeta did not respond but accelerated, unleashing a barrage of thunderous punches upon Beerus. Beerus smirked, easily parrying Gogeta's attacks. Your power has indeed increased, but it is still insufficient. With unwavering determination, Gogeta bellowed, his aura surging once more, and his attacks grew increasingly ferocious. Debris flew. Dust clouded the air, and every strike from Gogeta bore the weight of lethal intent, while Beerus countered with an array of intricate techniques. Take this. Gogeta clasped his hands together, gathering a tremendous energy, and hurled it toward Beerus. Beerus pushed forward, countering with an equally formidable force. Two formidable forces collided, producing a thunderous roar that resonated through the very fabric of space, as though it were on the brink of being torn apart. Vegeta gasped for breath, yet the fire of determination within his eyes remained undiminished. Beerus shook his slightly numbed arm and remarked, "Not bad, not bad. To push me to this extent. You deserve commendation." Gritting his teeth, Vegeta retorted, "This is still insufficient. I must defeat you." Beerus threw back his head and laughed heartily. "Haha, you possess courage. But mere courage is not enough." Vegeta recalibrated his energy, feeling it surge anew. "Then allow me to showcase my resolve." With that declaration, he soared forward once more, re-engaging Beerus in battle. Suddenly, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, host has randomly stolen Broly's 30 billion battle power. Broly, join me." Upon hearing this, Broly erupted with an overwhelming aura. Entering the fray, his presence was charged with ferocity, each step causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Beerus, witnessing this, felt a flicker of surprise. This fellow's power has increased once again. Broly roared, swinging his massive fist toward Beerus. Beerus sidestepped, countering with a punch, only to have Broly block it with his arm. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta launched his own assault from the opposite side, charging at Beerus. Ha ha ha. Impressive, these three. They have actually compelled Lord Beerus to exert 10% of his strength. Whis remarked with a smile. Only 10%? Truly, Beerus is the mightiest destroyer. The battle among the three continued. Vegeta pressed his attack from another angle, catching Beerus in a pincer movement. Yet, Beerus remained unflustered. He swiftly vanished, reappearing high in the sky, evading their onslaught. "Do you think such tactics can confound me?" Beerus bellowed, as he rapidly gestured with his hands, unleashing a barrage of energy beams toward Vegeta and Broly. Both Vegeta and Broly evaded the oncoming beams, which struck the ground and triggered a series of explosions. Amidst the billowing smoke, Broly charged forward once more, his body marred with wounds, yet his gaze burned with increasing ferocity. Vegeta followed closely, their combined might surging as they renewed their challenge against Beerus. As they neared Beerus, he thrust an energy sphere forward with great force. The sphere shot forth like a miniature star, distorting the very fabric of space in its wake. Vegeta and Broly exchanged a resolute glance, shouting in unison as they channeled all their strength into their fists. Their fists radiated with brilliant light as they clashed forcefully against the energy sphere. In an instant, a blinding explosion of light erupted, engulfing the entire planet in its brilliance. Beerus squinted downwards, secretly astonished by the courage and strength displayed by the two. As the light gradually faded, Vegeta and Broly remained suspended in the air, panting heavily and covered in injuries. "Humph, they still have a bit more fight left in them," Beerus commented. With a playful smile adorning his lips, Wukong declared, "Lord Beerus, we shall not easily succumb." Broly nodded vigorously in agreement. The atmosphere was thick with tension and fervor. Suddenly, a flash of light signaled the moment of fusion. Wukong and Vegeta exchanged startled glances. Lord Beerus, please wait a moment. We shall fuse again." Wukong scratched his head, feeling a touch of embarrassment. "Beerus, Weiss, Wong Chong. Ding. Ding. Congratulations, host, for randomly stealing 2 billion points of battle power from Son Goku and Vegeta. Ding. Congratulations, host, for randomly stealing 60 million points of battle power from Broly. You three take a breather. Allow me to engage Lord Beerus for a few rounds." Wang Cheng stepped forward. Let us fight together. I admit you are formidable, but our opponent is a god of destruction. Can you handle it?" Vegeta remarked. "Indeed, Wang Cheng, let us join forces. Lord Beerus is simply too powerful. However, I wish to test my limits alone now." With that, Wang Cheng leaped forward, striking a heroic pose reminiscent of Ultraman. "You can no longer contain your eagerness to fight," Beerus observed. "Watching your battle has stirred my competitive spirit. Then let us commence." Wang Cheng stood before Beerus, his gaze resolute and unyielding. Beerus regarded him with intrigue. Do you dare challenge me alone? Wang Cheng inhaled deeply. How can one know without trying? As he spoke, a formidable aura surged from him, stirring the very air around. Beerus was slightly taken aback, realizing the boy had reached the second stage. The two clashed in an instantaneous whirlwind of strikes, neither yielding. Every move Wang Cheng executed brimmed with strength and determination. Despite the formidable opponent he faced, he showed no signs of retreat. Beerus, increasingly astonished, had not anticipated Wang Cheng could endure for such a duration under his onslaught. You possess some skill. Beerus intensified his attacks. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, desperately defending against Beerus's strikes. His body bore numerous wounds, yet they swiftly healed. You possess quite the recovery ability, Beerus remarked, astonished. Wang Cheng panted heavily, his injuries multiplying, and his healing capacity began to falter. Surrender. You could never match my strength, Beerus coldly asserted. Wang Cheng, teeth clenched, declared, I shall not yield until the final moment. A flicker of irritation crossed Beerus's eyes as he amplified his assault, forcing Wang Cheng to retreat repeatedly. Such strength. The disparity is immense, and my healing is becoming ineffective. Wang Cheng then swallowed a senzu bean, shouting as he entered his sage mode. In this state, he reached the pinnacle of the second stage of divine realm. Yet it was still insufficient. Lord Beerus, take this, a Leo flying kick. Wang Cheng soared into the air, aiming a kick towards Beerus's feline visage. Beerus crossed his arms, then retaliated with a kick to Wang Cheng's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. Wang Cheng crashed heavily to the ground, a cloud of dust billowing around him. He struggled to rise, yet was met with a wave of excruciating pain coursing through his body. With such meager abilities. You dare challenge me? Beerus scoffed. Wang Cheng, gritting his teeth against the agony, stood up once more, his eyes radiating an indomitable spirit. I have not yet lost. Beerus chuckled. Then I shall plunge you into utter despair. With that, he charged at Wang Cheng again. At that moment, Wang Cheng felt the pain from Beerus's assault intensify, but within him surged a thrill. It was an abundance of experience points, far more than what he could acquire through skill theft. Had he known, he would have entered the fray from the very beginning. After a relentless barrage, Beerus abruptly halted, exclaiming, Hey, Wang Cheng, you're not dead, are you? Wang Cheng painfully crawled from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and with a cold snort declared, Humph. Do you really think such feeble attacks could kill me? You underestimate me greatly, Lord Beerus. Beerus raised an eyebrow. You have quite the resilient tongue. But to withstand my assault for this long is no small feat. Wang Cheng straightened himself, swallowing a senzu bean, and fixed a determined gaze upon Beerus. This is merely the beginning. He then unleashed the full extent of his energy. What? Wang Cheng has actually reached the third stage. How much time has passed? Whis exclaimed in astonishment. Beerus, observing Wang Cheng's surge in power, remarked, Truly, they are a troublesome lot, each and every one of them. He then unleashed 30% of his own strength and charged at Wang Cheng. As Wang Cheng felt the overwhelming aura of Beerus bearing down upon him, he did not waver. Instead, he bellowed defiantly and met the oncoming force. The two collided instantaneously, and the violent energy created fissures in the surrounding space. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, desperately resisting the might of Beerus. Kid, this is the chasm that separates you and me. Beerus taunted amidst his assault. Wang Cheng's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted back, The gap can be bridged. I will not surrender. Infuriated by his determination, Beerus intensified his power, causing Wang Cheng's body to tremble, his knees gradually buckling. Hopelessly stubborn. Beerus roared. Blood trickled from the corner of Wang Cheng's mouth, yet his gaze remained resolute, fixated on Beerus. Enough, Lord Beerus, Wang Cheng, let us cease for a moment. After such a prolonged bout, let us partake in some nourishment. Whis suddenly appeared between the two, interjecting. Upon hearing the mention of food, Beerus's demeanor shifted entirely as he grasped Whis's arm, inquiring eagerly, Where? Lead me to it. This earth, if nothing else, has these delectable treats that one cannot resist. Could you kindly rate the chapter? Thank you immensely. Chapter 59. Cultivation in the Cosmos. As they flew back to the God of Destruction's realm, Beerus remarked, Whis, the candidate you found is quite impressive. To truly secure him, I shall need to exert at least 50% of my power. Moreover, this fellow has broken through during battle. Initially, he was at the second stage of the divine realm, correct? Whis responded with a smile. Indeed, Lord Beerus. Wang Cheng possesses the most formidable talent I have ever witnessed, even surpassing that of the gods, including yourself. Whis, your assessment of him is remarkably high. It is rare for anything to pique the interest of you angels. It appears that you hold high expectations for Wang Cheng. Lord Beerus, you may not have noticed, but this Wang Cheng is quite enigmatic. He possesses a healing ability that transcends distance, akin to that of an angel, along with the ability to break through boundaries during combat, and that mysterious rope. Beerus paused for a moment and slowly replied, I have a peculiar feeling. If this young man, Wang Cheng, were to reach the sixth stage of the divine realm, he could potentially use that extraordinary rope to strike me. Indeed, Lord Beerus. Furthermore, as far as I know, such a thing does not exist in our universe. As for the other universes, I have not heard my siblings mention anything of the sort. This individual is truly shrouded in mystery. Lord Beerus, do you know what is most peculiar? Whis inquired cryptically. What is it? I have delved into Wang Cheng's past. It is utterly blank. Moreover, when you were fighting, I inquired with Goku and the others. Goku mentioned that he met Wang Cheng approximately 8 years ago, and at that time, he was merely an ordinary person. To grow from that to the level of a deity in just 8 years. Beerus exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, Lord Beerus. The most significant aspect is not merely the 8-year power increase. 8 years ago, there was no such individual as Wang Cheng on Earth. It was as if he appeared out of thin air. What do you mean, Whis? Is he not human? Could he be from the Dark Demon Realm? No, Lord Beerus. If he were from the Dark Demon Realm, I would have sensed it. Never mind. It would be too complicated to explain to you. Huh, why bother with such details? He is already my candidate. Even if there are issues, surely Lord Zeno and the Grand Minister will be aware. Indeed, Lord Beerus. It is certainly not a matter for you to concern yourself with. You should focus on your own duties, as there remains much to be done. If Lord Zeno were to discover this. At the mere mention of Lord Zeno inspecting his work, Beerus bristled with anxiety. By the way, I already have a candidate. Let him assist me with my tasks. It is settled then. I am so tired. I shall return and have a good sleep. All right then. Lord Beerus, I will notify him. However, he may not be willing to comply, considering you sleep for decades. The accumulated work is quite substantial. If he dares to refuse, I shall simply destroy the earth next time. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, Lord Beerus, Wang Cheng is also a candidate for the Kaishin. If you treat him so harshly, he may very well resign. Beerus remarked, there is something I feel compelled to say. Earth, after battling with Beerus, what are your thoughts? You three? Wang Cheng inquired. Broly spoke first, he is strong. Even if I were to face 100 Kakarotes and Vegeta simultaneously, I would not feel the same sense of helplessness and pressure as I did against Lord Beerus. Goku exclaimed, Vegeta, you say that again. Come out. Even if I cannot defeat you today, I shall fight you. All right, that's enough. Vegeta, do share your thoughts. Vegeta replied, Allow me to speak, Wang Cheng. When facing Lord Beerus, it is indeed difficult to muster any fighting spirit, and we cannot sense his energy, which is why our every attack seems to miss him. Goku spoke earnestly. Broly. Indeed, Vegeta turned his head aside. Vegeta. This is because Beerus is a god, and you are mere mortals. Gods cultivate divine energy. While you cultivate ki. Wang Cheng began to explain slowly. Divine energy? How does one cultivate it? Goku inquired. This is precisely the focus of my upcoming special training for you. Vegeta suddenly interjected. Then why are we still talking? Let us get started. Very well, Vegeta. You shall fetch Piccolo. We will commence as soon as he arrives. Me? Why not let Kakarot go? They are more familiar with each other. If you refuse to go, you shall not participate in the training. Wang Cheng threatened. Damn it. I can't believe I've stooped to being an errand boy. After a moment of hesitation, Vegeta set off to find Piccolo. A short while later, Vegeta returned with Piccolo. I've brought him. Can we start now? Vegeta said, visibly displeased. Next, I shall infuse each of you with a surge of divine energy, and then you will gradually comprehend it. Wang Cheng settled into a cross-legged position and began to operate the nebula technique. As he did so, a tremendous cosmic energy gathered around him. This vast cosmic energy gradually flowed into Wang Cheng's body, where it was filtered into divine energy. Subsequently, Wang Cheng condensed 4 streams of divine energy in his palms and infused them into Goku and the others. Goku and his companions instantly felt a strange energy coursing through their bodies. Is this what Wang Cheng refers to as divine energy? Goku wondered, his face a mask of confusion. Sensing the energy, Piccolo promptly seated himself cross-legged and began to meditate earnestly. Goku and the others followed suit, closing their eyes, yet unsure of what to do next. Just as they were about to inquire of Wang Cheng, they realized he had already vanished. At that moment, Wang Cheng had returned to his room, cradling Bulma. What is going on? Goku and the others are still outside, Bulma said, her face flushed with shyness. Isn't it more thrilling that they are out there? Bulma playfully hit Wang Cheng and exclaimed, You're getting worse. Wang Cheng, seizing Bulma's hand, leaned closer to her ear with a mischievous smile and said, a man must be bad for a woman to love him. Bulma's heart raced, and she wished to break free, but Wang Cheng tightened his grip, whispering, Dear, don't be shy. Ding. Would you like to activate today's check-in? Activate. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained a fragment of the law. Collecting 4 fragments grants you a random insight into the law. Law fragments. It appears that the culmination of cultivation in any realm is inextricably linked to the laws. Perhaps I should check on the others. I wonder if they have gleaned any insights. Wang Cheng walked to the center of the courtyard, observing the 4 with their eyes tightly shut. Upon sensing, he discovered that Piccolo was the first to enter a meditative state. Goku, however, had fallen asleep with his eyes closed. Vegeta, despite his closed eyes, betrayed his impatience through his expression. Broly too struggled to enter a meditative state. Never mind them. I'll let them consult Piccolo later. Taking this rare moment of tranquility, I shall take Sweetie to the amusement park for some fun. Please give this chapter a rating. Thank you immensely. Chapter 60. The profound enhancement of the group. Many days later, Goku and his companions finally entered a state of heightened awareness. Piccolo was the first to achieve this state. At that moment, a faint green luminescence enveloped his body, and his aura was calm and profound. His mind was immersed in the exploration of power, striving to touch the higher realms of divine strength. In contrast, Vegeta gritted his teeth, veins protruding from his forehead, driven by his relentless competitive spirit. He poured every ounce of effort into comprehending divine power, his aura fluctuating between wild ferocity and restrained calmness, as if he were wrestling with the obsessions within his heart. Goku and Broly exhibited relatively little change, their auras remaining comparatively serene. Goku's simplicity of mind, perhaps due to his lack of complexity, allowed him to focus solely on martial arts. Broly, too, possessed a pure heart, cherishing small creatures, yet his overwhelming strength rendered him uncontrollable at times, leading to bouts of madness. His nature, however, remained inherently benevolent. Wang Cheng casually unleashed 4 streams of divine energy, infusing them into their bodies before teleporting to the realm of destruction. In the realm of destruction, a rare visitor indeed. Wang Cheng, what brings you here? Have you forsaken the comforts of the gentle realm? Whis teased. Wang Cheng, feeling a tad sheepish, scratched his head and replied, I wish to retreat within your staff for some contemplation. Whis, arms crossed and intrigued, gazed at Wang Cheng. The fact that you would abandon the gentle realm suggests a breakthrough is on the horizon. Not quite. I have imparted the methods of divine cultivation to Goku and the others. They are all in a state of enlightenment. I must enhance my own strength as well, lest I fall behind these Saiyans. They truly possess remarkable talent. Without your presence, each of them could potentially qualify as candidates for the god of destruction. Whis remarked. By the way, Whis, where's Lord Beerus? Surely he hasn't succumbed to slumber again. Not at all. One wonders how long he will sleep this time. If Lord Beerus continues in this languid manner, he may awaken unable to best you. Whis jested. What a joke, Whis. If Lord Beerus hears this, he will surely unleash his wrath upon me. However, my next ambition is to defeat the weakest god of destruction, Iwan. What do you think, Whis? Is it feasible? Given your talent, I believe that in about 10 years, you could stand toe-to-toe with Lord Iwan, Whis stated earnestly. Well, I shall not linger further, Whis. I will enter now. Please keep an eye on Earth for me, and when I return, I shall treat you to some delicacies you have never tasted before. Haha, that is a promise. If it's not to your liking, the next time Lord Beerus is enraged, I may not be inclined to assist. Speaking of which, I nearly forgot to thank you, Whis, for helping Lord Beerus save face last time. Otherwise, he truly would have obliterated Earth. With that, Wang Cheng flew into Whis' staff. Within the staff space, Wang Cheng sat cross-legged, initiating the nebula technique, feeling a warm, indescribable comfort enveloping his body. However, this comfort did not last long. As the technique delved deeper, the surrounding energies surged towards him with fervor, the immense pressure causing his body to tremble slightly. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, striving to maintain the flow of the technique, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He understood that this was a critical moment for breakthrough, and any hint of complacency was unacceptable. Suddenly, a mysterious radiance ignited within him, followed by a surge of formidable energy that began to rampage through his meridians. Wang Cheng was momentarily startled, yet quickly regained his composure, attempting to harness this newfound power. However, as time passed, the outside world had unknowingly drifted into 3 months. On this day, Wang Cheng abruptly opened his eyes, 2 beams of brilliance shooting forth from them. He slowly rose to his feet, exuding a powerful yet restrained aura. The energy surrounding him seemed to tremble slightly in response to his presence. The system activated the character panel. Ding. Host, Wang Cheng. Abilities, Master-level combat skills. Chi perception and utilization, Chi cannon, Golden Bell shield, Turtle School energy wave, Solar fist, Wolf Fang fist, Demon seal wave, Pain growth, Chi round slash, Cosmic survival, instant transmission. Fusion technique, Big Bang attack, Leo flying kick, Sage mode, Dragon fist, Pegasus meteor fist, Sirius punch, Wind god leg, Explosive fist, Millennium kill, Majin Buu's regeneration, Universal shocking palm. Hypnosis, Residual image fist, Sky cannon, Superhuman strength, Destruction beam, Language of the gods, Wish modification, Gravitational field, Nebula technique, Constant free state ultimate skill. Combat power, 1, 5 trillion. Realm, mid-stage of the 3rd level of Divine Realm. Items, Combat, Binding immortal rope, Law fragment 1. The 3rd level. Coupled with the constant free state ultimate skill, I should be capable of contending with those in the mid-stage of the 4th level of Divine Realm. Alas, the Sage mode cannot stack with the free state ultimate skill. During my last battle with Beerus, using Sage mode rendered the constant free state ineffective. Beyond the Divine Realm, the enhancement of Sage mode has become insufficient. It seems I will no longer need it. Upon exiting the staff space, Whis looked at Wang Cheng in astonishment and remarked, "In just 3 short months, you have grown even stronger. Not too shabby. Well, I shall take my leave then. Do visit Earth when you have the time." With that, Wang Cheng vanished in an instant. Back on Earth, upon returning home, Wang Cheng found Goku and the others in the courtyard, indulging in a feast. "Wang Cheng, you're back. We have a surprise for you." Goku mumbled through a mouthful of food. "Oh, a surprise? It seems you all have made significant gains." After finishing their meal, Goku and the others accompanied Wang Cheng to the heavenly realm. Let me show you our new forms," Goku said with a mysterious smile. "Piccolo, you go first." Stepping forward, Piccolo bellowed. His muscles bulged, and his green skin shimmered with an even deeper hue as his aura surged dramatically, causing the air around him to grow intensely hot. Once transformed, Piccolo declared, "This is a new transformation I developed through my comprehension of divine power. I call it Super Deep Green." At that moment, Vegeta and Goku also activated their new forms. Unsurprisingly, Super Saiyan Blue. Broly, too, transformed into the same blue hue. Yet he was the transcendent version, the strongest among the 4. Through his perception, Wang Cheng discerned that Piccolo had reached the early stage of the 1st level of Divine Realm, while Goku and Vegeta were in the late and mid stages respectively, with Broly being even stronger. Having reached the mid-stage of the 2nd tier of the Divine Realm, it is no wonder he possesses the transcendent bloodline. Recently, where has Cell been? Have any of you seen him? That fellow, witnessing our enhanced powers, has retreated into the hyperbolic time chamber for training, Piccolo remarked. Alas, this guy, once brimming with confidence due to his modest strength, has now been left in our wake, finally realizing the need to exert himself. Piccolo, go fetch him. Shortly thereafter, Piccolo returned with Cell in tow. Chapter 61, Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta, Cell, find a tranquil spot in the other world and settle down. I shall infuse divine energy into your being for your contemplation. With a single hand, Wang Cheng gathered a sphere of divine power and thrust it into Cell's body. In an instant, Cell felt a surge of pure energy within him and swiftly ascended deeper into the divine realm. At that moment, Wang Cheng suddenly turned to Vegeta and said, "Vegeta, I can see the fighting spirit in your eyes. You believe your strength has grown, and that you are ready for a challenge, correct?" Wang Cheng, I have awaited this day for far too long. Today, I shall engage you in battle," Vegeta declared with an air of arrogance. Wang Cheng smiled slightly and replied with calm composure. "Vegeta, it seems you are quite confident." Vegeta crossed his arms, his gaze filled with determination. "Enough of the chatter, let us fight." With a mighty shout, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, the immense energy radiating from him causing the surrounding space to tremble. His eyes glinted sharply as he fixed his gaze upon Wang Cheng. "Wang Cheng, prepare to witness the power of my new transformation." Wang Cheng remained unfazed, nodding in acknowledgement. "Impressive, Vegeta, but that is insufficient." Vegeta roared and charged forward once more, the winds howling with each punch, each strike imbued with cataclysmic force. Wang Cheng effortlessly dodged left and right, evading every attack with ease. "Vegeta, do not waste your efforts." Wang Cheng then called out to Goku. "Come join us, Goku. I wish to witness the strength you both possess after your Super Saiyan Blue fusion. Humph. As long as I can defeat you, I shall not mind performing such embarrassing actions. Come forth, Kakarot." In a flash of light, the fused warrior Vegeta made his entrance. Vegeta stood with arms crossed, exuding absolute confidence as he coldly addressed Wang Cheng. "Wang Cheng, today marks your downfall." Yet, Wang Cheng merely smiled lightly, his demeanor relaxed. "Vegeta, do not speak too soon." Without further ado, Vegeta vanished and instantly appeared before Wang Cheng, launching a punch directly at him. Wang Cheng sidestepped, effortlessly evading the swift strike. Vegeta followed up with a flurry of rapid attacks, fists blurring in motion, the air crackling with energy. Wang Cheng responded methodically, skillfully avoiding or blocking each blow with precision. "Is this all you are capable of, Vegeta?" Wang Cheng taunted. Vegeta, incensed, felt his aura surge dramatically as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue once more, enveloped in a blue flame, distorting the very fabric of space around him. At this moment, Vegeta had reached the pinnacle of the second tier of the divine realm. Vegeta bellowed, "Wang Cheng, today marks your defeat." Before his words could fully resonate, he charged like a cannonball towards Wang Cheng, each punch carrying the weight of annihilation. Wang Cheng sidestepped gracefully, delivering a powerful punch that sent Vegeta flying. "You cannot defeat me with such tactics," Vegeta exclaimed. "I have mastered the divine skill of Ultra Instinct. In this state, my body and consciousness are separate, allowing me to instinctively sense imminent dangers and respond with reflexive attacks and defenses, free from the constraints of thought. You cannot touch me unless your strength surpasses mine by a significant margin." Furious, Vegeta roared, his blue aura intensifying around him. In contrast, Wang Cheng remained calm, his form light and fluid, as if he were one with the environment. Vegeta launched another assault, his fists howling through the air with immense force aimed at Wang Cheng. With a slight shift of his body, Wang Cheng effortlessly evaded the oncoming strike. Vegeta followed up with a swift kick, but Wang Cheng raised his hand to block it. The seemingly casual motion successfully absorbed Vegeta's ferocious attack. "Do not underestimate me," Vegeta shouted, quickening his pace with renewed fury, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Yet, Wang Cheng moved through this tempest of blows with ease, each dodge and block executed with precision. "Damn it, Wang Cheng, stop evading." Vegeta's eyes burned with rage, his energy becoming increasingly unstable. Remaining composed, Wang Cheng chuckled lightly. "Vegeta, mere anger will not suffice." Vegeta, hearing this, became even more agitated, his energy fluctuations spiraling out of control. At that moment, Wang Cheng's gaze sharpened. "Enough, Vegeta. It's my turn." In an instant, he appeared behind Vegeta, delivering a devastating Pegasus meteor fist that left Vegeta sprawled on the ground, his fusion shattered. "How could you be so powerful?" Vegeta seethed, frustration evident in his voice. "I thought I could catch up to you, but now it seems like a mere joke." Slamming his fist into the ground, Vegeta interjected, "Your current opponent is not me, but Broly. Thus, the three of you must battle Broly without using fusion." The system activated a wish for Vegeta and Goku. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have randomly stolen 500 billion points of combat power from Goku and Vegeta. You may begin. Piccolo transformed into his super deep green state, charging towards Broly, while Goku and Vegeta followed suit, transforming into their super blue forms to attack. Broly, witnessing their successful transformations, let out a furious roar and ascended to his ultra blue form, towering at 7 meters with muscles bulging. He launched a punch at the approaching Piccolo. Piccolo's expression shifted in alarm as he hastily raised his arm to defend, but the sheer strength of Broly's punch sent him hurtling backward. How can this guy be so powerful? Piccolo thought, stabilizing himself in shock. Goku and Vegeta exchanged determined glances, simultaneously attacking Broly. Yet, Broly stood firm, absorbing their strikes. The immense force causing the surrounding space to warp momentarily. This guy is a monster. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Goku, wearing a serious expression, replied, "We must not let our guard down. Let us combine our full strength." With that, the energy surrounding Goku and Vegeta surged once more, radiating a brilliant light. They unleashed their most formidable techniques upon Broly. With a roar that echoed through the heavens, Broly's muscles bulged, and he astonishingly withstood the full force of both attacks. How is this possible? Goku's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his face. Vegeta bellowed, "Keep going. I refuse to believe we cannot bring him down." At that moment, Broly suddenly launched a counterattack, his fists imbued with terrifying power, aimed directly at Goku and Vegeta. Chapter 62. The terror of Ultra Blue. Goku and Vegeta hastily dodged. Yet Broly's assault was too swift. The edges of their garments were shredded by the fierce winds. "This guy is absurdly strong." Vegeta gasped, his eyes filled with frustration. Goku furrowed his brow and declared, "Vegeta, we cannot fight separately. We must coordinate our efforts to stand a chance." Vegeta gritted his teeth and replied, "Fine. I'll follow your lead." In an instant, they were in perfect harmony, advancing towards Broly from opposite sides. Broly, however, showed no fear, meeting Goku and Vegeta head-on with both hands. Another violent collision ensued, the powerful energy waves causing the surrounding mountains to crumble. Goku and Vegeta were propelled back several dozen meters, their arms trembling ever so slightly. "This guy is far too powerful. We cannot continue like this," Vegeta shouted. Goku's gaze remained resolute. "Don't give up. We will surely find his weakness." At that moment, Broly abruptly halted, seemingly gathering an even greater force. Seizing the opportunity, Goku and Vegeta exchanged knowing glances and charged forward, intent on interrupting Broly's build-up. However, as they approached, an invisible force repelled them. "This is bad. His defenses have intensified," Goku exclaimed. Vegeta's face was a mask of fury and frustration. "Is there truly no way to defeat him?" "Vegeta, we cannot falter," Goku shouted. Vegeta gritted his teeth in response. "Let us give it everything we've got." Just as Broly was about to unleash his power, Goku and Vegeta surged forward simultaneously. Their figures moved like lightning, intertwining with Broly in an instant. The clash of energies ignited the very air around them. "Huh!" Goku let out a fierce roar, his fist driven by an unstoppable momentum towards Broly. Vegeta, refusing to be outdone, executed a flying kick aimed at Broly's vulnerable points. Taken aback by their sudden onslaught, Broly's form wavered slightly. However, he quickly regained his footing, a glimmer of anger and disdain flashing in his eyes. "Do you truly think you can defeat me?" Broly roared, his power surging once more, sending Goku and Vegeta sprawling away. They crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. "Damn it, this guy is too strong." Vegeta struggled to rise. Goku wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his determination unwavering. "It's not over yet. We'll go again." They charged at Broly once more, the battle reaching a fever pitch. Broly's strikes grew increasingly ferocious, each punch carrying the force to annihilate worlds. Goku and Vegeta poured every ounce of their strength into defense, their bodies now adorned with countless wounds. "This cannot continue. We must devise a new strategy," Goku exclaimed to Vegeta as he deftly dodged incoming attacks. Vegeta, panting heavily, replied, "What can we do? This fiend is an indomitable monster." Just as despair began to envelop them, a spark of inspiration ignited within Goku. "Vegeta, let us concentrate our strength to strike at a particular weakness," Goku proclaimed loudly. A glimmer of hope flickered in Vegeta's eyes. "All right, I'm with you." The two swiftly repositioned themselves, channeling their energy into their hands. Broly, sensing their intent, unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks in an attempt to thwart them. His onslaught resembled a tempest, forcing Goku and Vegeta to evade and maneuver desperately, searching for the opportune moment to strike. "Now," Goku shouted, charging alongside Vegeta towards Broly. Their speed was akin to lightning, drawing near to Broly's vulnerability. However, just then, Broly emitted a thunderous roar, and a wave of formidable energy erupted from within him, forming an invisible barrier. Goku and Vegeta were hurled backward by the force of the energy, struggling to regain their footing. How can he be so powerful? Vegeta gasped, his face etched with frustration. Gritting his teeth, Goku urged, "Do not give up. We can prevail." Regaining his composure, Vegeta's gaze hardened with resolve. "All right, let's give it another go." They once more gathered their strength, light shimmering in their hands. Broly sneered menacingly as the barrier grew increasingly fortified, exchanging a knowing glance. Goku and Vegeta simultaneously unleashed their full power, charging towards the barrier. At the moment their strength collided with it, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. The brilliance was blinding, rendering it difficult to behold. After a brief moment, the light began to wane, and Goku and Vegeta breathed heavily, noticing a hairline crack in the barrier. "There's hope," Vegeta shouted with exhilaration. Seeing this, Broly's expression darkened, and he intensified his energy output in a desperate attempt to mend the barrier. Gritting his teeth, Goku declared, "We cannot afford to give him the chance. Press on." The two summoned their strength once more, pouring every ounce of their being into the impending strike. With a resounding crack, the barrier shattered, dissolving into countless fragments that swirled through the air. Without hesitation, Goku and Vegeta surged toward Broly's weak point. Yet, just as they were on the verge of success, Broly suddenly sidestepped, evading the critical strike. "Damn it!" Vegeta roared in anger. Goku's eyes narrowed. "Do not stop. Continue the assault." They launched another attack on Broly, who was now thoroughly incensed and unleashed an even more terrifying power. Energy surged across the battlefield, and the very fabric of space seemed on the brink of tearing apart. Under this immense pressure, Goku and Vegeta's movements gradually slowed. "This cannot go on. Our stamina is depleting rapidly," Vegeta said with difficulty. Goku, panting yet resolute, replied, "Even if there is but a glimmer of hope, we must not surrender." At that moment, Broly suddenly clasped his hands together, a colossal energy sphere coalescing in his grasp. Wukong and Vegeta felt a tightening in their hearts upon witnessing this scene. With a fierce shout, Wukong unleashed a surge of energy, while Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, summoned his final reserves of strength. Yet, the might of that energy sphere was overwhelmingly formidable, its radiance blinding. As the brilliance faded, Wukong and Vegeta collapsed to the ground, their energies waning. At that moment, Wong Chong appeared between the three, exclaiming, "What a spectacular duel! That's enough. Broly, you may rest now." The system granted a wish for Wukong, Vegeta, and Broly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for randomly stealing 120 billion battle points from Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Broly. Alright everyone, return to rest. Piccolo, just keep an eye on Cell. Soon, I will take you all to challenge Lord Beerus. Wukong and the others clamored for support. Chapter 63. Turmoil in the underworld. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Throughout this time, Wang Cheng had yet to gather all 4 fragments of the loss. With no enemies resurfacing on Earth, the group lacked motivation for cultivation. Wukong focused on family, and his youngest son, Goten, was born. Observing the remarkable hybrid talents of Wukong's offspring, Vegeta found a woman from Earth and had a son named Bejia. Broly, alongside androids 17 and 16, took on the role of a wildlife ranger in a nature reserve dedicated to caring for and protecting the wild animals from poachers. One day, while basking in the sun, Wang Cheng received a message from King Kai. "Wang Cheng, there's been an incident." "What has happened, my lord?" Wang Cheng instantaneously teleported behind King Kai. Startled by Wang Cheng's sudden appearance, King Kai shuddered and replied with concern, "The underworld is in chaos." The little spirit responsible for managing the soul cleansing machine under Yama's supervision neglected his duties, failing to replace the storage tank in time, which caused the soul cleansing device to explode, unleashing malevolent thoughts throughout the universe. This dark essence has now corrupted the little spirit's body, transforming him into a gigantic monster that is wreaking havoc in the underworld, capable of resurrecting souls. As a result, the laws of the underworld are in disarray, and many evildoers have returned to the human realm. The likes of Raditz, Frieza, and his minions, whom you once vanquished, have escaped, vowing to return after a period of training to exact their revenge on you. Upon hearing this, Wang Cheng's expression shifted to one of intrigue. He slowly responded, "Do they truly believe that a mere period of training will enable them to defeat me? Such delusions are laughable." King Kai, displaying concern, cautioned Wang Cheng, "Do not underestimate them. The Grand Kai once mentioned that Frieza's race is quite extraordinary. They are notoriously cunning and deceitful. They may very well devise formidable tactics. Wong Chong crossed his arms and smiled confidently. Even if they possess new tricks, I remain unafraid. I was able to defeat them before, and I can do so again. King Kai furrowed his brow, his tone solemn. Wong Chong, do not take their vengeful intentions lightly. Frieza is meticulous and ruthless. This time, he will undoubtedly come prepared. Wang Cheng's gaze was resolute as he looked into the distance. Lord of the Realm, I understand your concerns for me, but I am fully prepared. No matter the tricks they employ, I shall confront them head-on. The Lord of the Realm shook his head in resignation. Very well. Let us first address the current troubles in hell. Since it is a creature born of malevolent thoughts, let us name it the malicious thought wave. The original text did not specify who bestowed this name, or perhaps I simply cannot recall. Wang Cheng nodded and said, there is no time to waste. We must set forth at once. The two surged towards the direction of hell. Upon their arrival, they found the malicious thought wave wreaking havoc, unleashing torrents of black energy beams. So you are the malicious thought wave? How weak. Wang Cheng scoffed. The malicious thought wave turned its head, its blood-red eyes brimming with fury, and opened its enormous maw to emit a deafening roar. The Lord of the Realm, seeing this, quickly cautioned, be careful. This creature is not easily dealt with. Yet, Wang Cheng merely smiled derisively and darted towards the malicious thought wave. In the air, he deftly maneuvered to evade the energy beams it expelled, and in the blink of an eye, he was before it, delivering a powerful punch. The force of his blow sent the creature hurtling backwards. However, the malicious thought wave quickly regained its balance, an eerie black light enveloping its form. As if its strength had surged dramatically, Wang Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly and coldly remarked, interesting, but this is where it ends. The malicious thought wave roared in rage and lunged at Wang Cheng, who remained unperturbed and delivered a calculated punch. This strike landed squarely on the malicious thought wave, causing its massive form to burst apart like a balloon. Yet, the black smoke did not dissipate. Instead, it rapidly coalesced, and the malicious thought wave was reborn in a more terrifying form, now adorned with menacing spikes that exuded a chilling aura. Still not giving up? Wang Cheng snorted disdainfully. The Lord of the Realm watched anxiously, fully aware that a being sustained by malevolent thoughts would not be easily vanquished. Suddenly, the malicious thought wave began to spin at high speed, creating a black whirlwind that surged towards Wang Cheng. In response, Wang Cheng unleashed the wind god's leg, leaping into the whirlwind like a cannonball. A brilliant light erupted from within the vortex, accompanied by the agonized howls of the malicious thought wave. As the light faded, the creature lay defeated on the ground. The Lord of the Realm breathed a sigh of relief and approached with a smile. Well done, Wang Cheng. I did not expect you to have grown to such an extent. Yet, Wang Cheng's expression bore little joy. Instead, it was tinged with gravity. My lord, this is likely just the beginning. The Lord of the Realm paused, taken aback. What do you mean? Hasn't the malicious thought wave been eliminated? Wang Cheng gazed skyward and slowly replied, this malevolent power will not dissipate easily. There may be an even greater force lurking behind the scenes, orchestrating all of this. At that moment, the surrounding space began to distort, and a black fissure gradually appeared. A colossal black hand emerged, seizing the malicious thought wave's body and pulling it into the rift. The expression on the face of the King of Worlds darkened, indicating that you were indeed correct. The situation is far more complex than it appears. Wang Cheng called out towards the rift, demanding to know, who are you? Why are you doing this? The voice replied with a mocking tone, who I am is of no consequence. What matters is that the entire universe will soon be enveloped in darkness. After this declaration, the surrounding space instantly reverted to normal. Wang Cheng furrowed his brows, realizing that this matter had surpassed their understanding. Lord King, it seems I must venture to the realm of destruction. Upon arriving in the realm of destruction, Wang Cheng found Whis staring intently at the sky, lost in thought. Whis, Wang Cheng exclaimed. Ah, Mr. Wang Cheng, you have arrived. Whis responded, regaining his composure. Wang Cheng swiftly approached Whis and, following his gaze towards the heavens, inquired with concern. Whis, what has transpired? Why do you bear such a troubled expression? Whis sighed softly. Wang Cheng, I fear that a great calamity is imminent. I have sensed an exceedingly malevolent and powerful force awakening. Wang Cheng's heart sank. I came to seek you for an important matter, which may be related to the power you have sensed. He then recounted the events that had transpired in the underworld to Whis. Whis's frown deepened as he listened. It appears that these events are indeed interconnected. Wang Cheng's demeanor turned grave. Whis, do you have any idea who is behind this? Whis crossed his arms. As of now, it remains unknown, but we must swiftly find a breakthrough. Otherwise, should that malevolent force fully awaken, the consequences would be dire. Just then, the god of destruction, Beerus, strolled over, yawning. What is all this commotion about? Wong Chong and Whis hurriedly briefed Beerus on the situation. Beerus's expression grew serious upon hearing their account. Humph. Whoever dares to threaten my universe, I shall see what manner of fiend they are. Wang Cheng turned to Beerus and asked, Lord Beerus, do you have a strategy to counter this? Beerus, arms crossed and exuding arrogance, replied, First, we must locate that individual. Whis, do you have any leads? Whis shook his head slightly. Not at the moment, but I will do my utmost to investigate. Wang Cheng's brow tightened, his anxiety intensifying. Beerus, growing impatient, urged Whis. You must hasten. I have little patience for delays. Whis's expression shifted. This is not good. Wang Cheng quickly inquired, Whis, what is it? Whis spoke with a grave countenance. This malevolent power originates from the dark demon realm. The mastermind behind it. Beerus interjected, It seems I must pay a visit to the Omni King's palace. This matter has exceeded our understanding, and I must report to the Grand Minister and the Omni King. Beerus furrowed his brow. Hurry back, Whis. Whis nodded, and with a flash, disappeared from sight. Wang Cheng and Beerus anxiously awaited his return. After an indeterminate amount of time, with Whis still absent, Beerus began to grow restless. Why hasn't Whis returned yet? Wang Cheng felt unease creeping into his heart, wishing for good news from Whis. At that moment, Whis finally reappeared. His complexion was exceedingly grim. Lord Beerus, the situation is dire, he said. Beerus, anxious, inquired, What is happening? Speak at once. Whis took a deep breath and gravely replied. The Grand Zeno and the Grand Priest regard this matter with utmost seriousness. However, even the Grand Zeno's powers cannot penetrate the dark magic realm. Furthermore, the Grand Zeno has stated that if this issue remains unresolved, the entire universe may face annihilation. Wang Cheng's heart trembled. What shall we do? Beerus clenched his teeth. I shall not remain idle. Wang Cheng turned to Whis and asked, What can I do? Whis shook his head. The Grand Priest has indicated that if the mastermind is from the dark magic realm, your current strength is merely that of cannon fodder. Not just you. Among the 12 universes, only Lord Beerus can barely be considered a stronger cannon fodder. Beerus retorted, Whis, is that any way to speak? The dark magic realm lies beyond the Grand Zeno's dominion. It is said that the ruler of the dark magic realm possesses strength on par with the Grand Priest himself. Whis abruptly ceased his discourse. Wang Cheng curiously inquired, Why have you stopped, Whis? Knowing so much at this point serves little purpose. Focus on your training. The Grand Zeno will soon host a martial arts tournament for the 12 universes to select individuals of sufficient strength to train in the Grand Zeno's palace. Beerus remarked slowly, It seems an inevitable battle with the dark magic realm looms ahead. Indeed, Lord Beerus, for with supreme beings like the Grand Zeno and the Grand Priest around, we 12 universes feel little sense of crisis. The strength of the destroyers is hardly commendable. Back when there were 18 universes, Whis continued, the average strength of the destroyers was at the 9th tier of divine realm, with the strongest even reaching the angelic level. Yet, after millions of years, the destroyers have become significantly weaker, with only Lord Beerus maintaining 9th tier strength. Upon hearing this, Beerus's expression darkened. Whis, your words are rather unflattering. Whis smiled slightly. Let us not dwell on that. Wang Cheng, do you intend to stay and train? We are uncertain when the tournament will be scheduled, but during this time, I hope you will train diligently to secure a selection by the Grand Zeno. Beerus, with a nonchalant demeanor, commented, Does Wang Cheng's strength even require comparison? Surely he will be selected. Whis shook his head. Lord Beerus, I have heard that there are already beings in other universes surpassing the destroyers. Beerus was taken aback. What? Is there someone even more monstrous than Wang Cheng? To surpass a destroyer, they must be at least at the 6th tier of divine realm. Standing nearby, Whis interjected, That may not be entirely accurate. After all, Wang Cheng has only trained for a few years. Surely the being who surpasses the destroyers has not achieved such strength in just a few years. Wang Cheng furrowed his brow and declared solemnly, Regardless of how formidable the opponent may be, I shall give my all. As for my training, I shall heed the arrangements. Beerus crossed his arms, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Cheng. Humph, lad, it's commendable to possess such spirit, but do not merely speak without action. Whis nodded gravely. Wang Cheng, this opportunity is rare. The Grand Zeno selection is of great significance. You must not exhibit any negligence. Wang Cheng solemnly replied. I understand and shall not disappoint your expectations. Beerus erupted into laughter, exclaiming, ha! Such spirit is commendable. This god of destruction has high hopes for you. Whis, smiling beside them, interjected, Lord Beerus, you cannot continue to laze about in slumber. We are understaffed for the impending confrontation against the forces of the Dark Demon Realm. The god of destruction must also take to the field. You wouldn't want Wang Cheng to assume your role so soon, would you? Other universes have already unveiled beings surpassing the gods of destruction. It is time for you to commence rigorous training. Beerus scoffed, muttering, this deity is not idling away in sleep. However, if it must be special training, so be it. I shall not be outdone by this young lad. Wang Cheng smiled and suggested, very well. Whis, I shall bring Goku and the others over. They possess considerable talent. Whis pondered briefly before responding, that sounds good. The more, the merrier. With that, he executed a swift, instant transmission back to Earth. Upon returning to Earth, Wang Cheng instructed Piccolo to summon Goku and the others to the realm of the gods of destruction. He addressed Goku and the others. Would you like to train in the god of destruction's realm? Goku's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Is that really possible? That is an opportunity one cannot miss. Vegeta crossed his arms, exuding pride. Humph, if it makes me stronger, I shall go without hesitation. Cell scratched his head, uncertain, with my current strength. Will I be able to keep up? Broly chuckled. I don't mind either way. I'll follow your lead. Piccolo, however, wore a serious expression and inquired. Has something happened to Wang Cheng? Wang Cheng internally lamented, Piccolo's mind works too quickly. Thank you all for your support. I will continue to strive to write each subsequent chapter well. Chapter 65. Gratitude to the Benefactor. 9-1, for the generous reward. Wang Cheng arrived in the God of Destruction's realm with Goku and the others. As soon as they stepped into this mysterious domain, Goku eagerly gazed around, exclaiming, wow, the energy here feels so different. Broly, sensing the wild energy, let out an exhilarated roar, the powerful aura radiating uncontrollably. Beerus frowned, quiet down, you big oaf. Vegeta scoffed. Rube, do not embarrass yourself here. Broly shot a glare at Vegeta, but was promptly restrained by Wang Cheng. Everyone, keep it down. This is not a place for frivolity. Piccolo remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Cell was somewhat anxious, closely trailing behind Wang Cheng. At that moment, Whis approached Goku and the others, stating, Wang Cheng has likely informed you. My training is quite rigorous and strenuous. Goku grinned. Whis, we are not afraid. Vegeta scoffed again. Humph, no matter how strict. We can endure. Whis smiled slightly. Very well, but do not complain afterward. With that, Whis waved his staff, and everyone found themselves adorned with gravity suits conjured by Whis, instantly feeling as though colossal mountains pressed upon them. Goku struggled to take a step forward, sweat pouring down like rain, yet he grit his teeth and shouted, this weight is no match for me. Vegeta clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly, but his eyes brimmed with determination. I will not be outdone by you, Kakarot. Piccolo's breath quickened, yet he resolutely advanced step by step. Broly roared, forcibly acclimating to the oppressive gravity with his immense strength. In stark contrast, Cell appeared ashen. Each step forward a monumental struggle. As time elapsed, Goku's strides grew more assured, prompting him to attempt a run. Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, hastened his pace in response. Despite gasping for air, Piccolo pressed on without faltering. Once Broly adapted to the gravity, he began fervently honing his offensive techniques. Meanwhile, Cell was barely holding on, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Whis, I shall also retreat into your staff for seclusion, Wang Cheng declared as he approached Whis. Whis nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. I hope you achieve a breakthrough. Within the confines of the staff space, Wang Cheng settled into a meditative posture, initiating the nebula technique. As the technique circulated, energy surged around him, flooding into his being and gradually transforming into divine power. Outside, Goku and the others were equally engrossed in their arduous training. As time trickled by, Wang Cheng exhaled a cloud of stale air and slowly opened his eyes, uncertain of how long had passed. Rising to stretch his limbs, he activated the attributes panel. Ding! Host, Wang Cheng abilities. Master-level martial arts chi perception and manipulation Kamehameha defensive barrier solar fist wolf fong fist demon seal wave pain growth chi circle / cosmic survival instant transmission fusion technique big bang attack Leo. Flying kick immortal mode dragon fist meteor fist serious punch wind god leg explosive fist millennium kill Majin Buu's regeneration universal shockwave hypnosis phantom fist sky cannon psychic power destruction beam divine language wish. Alteration gravity field nebula technique normal state ultimate technique combat power 3000 trillion realm midstage of the fourth divine realm items Senzu beans binding rope law fragments x2 indeed. As one progresses, the challenges to elevate one's realm become increasingly formidable. Upon exiting the staff space, Wang Cheng was startled to find Beerus confronting a plump version of himself in midair. It appeared that Kampa and Beerus had arrived. Beerus, why is there another version of you? The god of destruction of the seventh universe seems rather lively today, Kampa remarked, eyeing Wang Cheng's sudden appearance. Beerus shot Kampa an exasperated glance. Humph, this is none of your concern. Mind your own business. Wang Cheng regarded Kampa with curiosity, pondering the reason behind the sixth universe's god of destruction's unexpected visit. Could it be that he sought the Super Dragon Balls prematurely? Kampa crossed his arms, a smirk gracing his lips. I heard you all are engaged in rigorous training. Perhaps I can offer some guidance. Goku scratched his head. Really? That would be fantastic. However, Vegeta scoffed. We don't need your guidance. We can manage on our own. Kampa's expression darkened. Show some basic respect when addressing a deity. Boy, is this how you educate your universe, Beerus? At that moment, Wang Cheng interjected. Lord Kampa, if you wish to impart some wisdom, let us see if your strength is worthy of it. Upon hearing this, Kampa's eyes widened in disbelief as he bellowed. You dare to provoke me, boy? Wang Cheng stood tall, unflinching, and retorted, whether it is provocation or not, you shall find out. Beerus, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but chuckle, seemingly eager to witness Kampa's embarrassment. Goku and Vegeta shared an expression of anticipation, eager to see the extent of Wang Cheng's current abilities. Fury surged within Kampa as he raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy directed at Wang Cheng. In a swift motion, Wang Cheng evaded the onslaught with remarkable agility. What is this? Bardos inquired, glancing at Whis. Your instincts are correct, sister. It is the Ultra Instinct. And Wang Cheng now possesses the same mastery as we angels do, Whis elucidated calmly. Upon overhearing their conversation, Kampa's heart tightened. Even so, his realm is inferior to mine. He remains no match for me. Wang Cheng, catching wind of his words, smirked defiantly. That may not be the case. With that, his energy surged once more, his speed creating countless afterimages. Kampa found himself momentarily overwhelmed, receiving a powerful punch from Wang Cheng that forced him to stagger back. How infuriating! Kampa seethed, gathering a violet orb of energy in one hand. I advise you to steer clear. Boy, this is the signature technique of a god of destruction. Don't find yourself obliterated. Wang Cheng's lips curled into a stubborn smile. And what of a god of destruction? I intend to see just how formidable this technique truly is. Kampa's eyes gleamed with fury. You are courting death. The violet energy intensified, radiating a blinding brilliance that dimmed the surroundings. Wang Cheng's aura continued to ascend, his gaze resolute and undaunted. At that moment, the violet energy surged forth like a roaring beast. Wang Cheng stood his ground, thrusting his hands forward as a beam of white light erupted from his palms, clashing with the violet energy head-on. Experiencing the destructive force firsthand was no small ordeal for Wang Cheng. He was far from immune to the laws of destruction. He felt as though his very being was on the verge of being torn apart, every inch of his skin racked with excruciating pain. Yet, amid this agony, his energy only grew stronger. In a short span, the experience gained from suffering outweighed the benefits of siphoning Goku and the others' combat prowess. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth against the torment, secretly reveling in his growth. I seek your support. Thank you for your love and encouragement. Chapter 66. The battle with Kampa. However, Kampa remained oblivious to Wang Cheng's transformation, relentlessly amplifying his output of destructive energy. Boy, let's see how long you can endure. Kampa cackled. With a mighty roar, Wang Cheng pushed back against Kampa's destructive energy, which detonated before the god of destruction, sending him staggering back in shock. You little brat, how could you achieve such a feat? Kampa gritted his teeth. Wang Cheng, panting yet focused, retorted, Lord Kampa, this is far from over. At that moment, the atmosphere around them became palpably tense. Goku and the others watched anxiously, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Vegeta clenched his fists. Wang Cheng, I shall become a man as powerful as you. Beck was taken aback, his face turning pale as he could not tear his gaze away from the battlefield. Broly and Cell, on the other hand, were exuberantly shouting in support of Wang Cheng. Kampa let out a grunt of determination. Very well, let us battle once more. No sooner had he spoken than he launched another assault, this time with even more ferocity. Warping the surrounding space, unfazed, Wang Cheng charged forward, and the two immediately clashed again. The sound of fists slicing through the air echoed, energy surged forth, and chaos enveloped the battlefield. The intensity of the conflict between Wang Cheng and Kampa escalated, their moves growing increasingly vicious. Wang Cheng moved like lightning, skillfully evading Kampa's relentless strikes while seizing the opportune moments to counterattack. Kampa roared in fury, each blow infused with boundless wrath. Yet, Wang Cheng remained composed, his breath steady. As the spectators anxiously watched this fierce confrontation, Wang Cheng suddenly unleashed a surge of formidable power, momentarily forcing Kampa back several steps. Kampa, his expression one of astonishment, incredulously exclaimed, You actually broke through? This is truly absurd. To advance in the midst of battle, are gods even allowed to live? Wang Cheng smiled slightly, maintaining his calm demeanor as he replied, Lord Kampa, is it not difficult to break through during combat? Such is a commonplace occurrence that should not evoke surprise. Beerus interjected, Do you hear the words of the man? Goku and the others chimed in as well. Kampa, gritting his teeth, retorted, Humph, do not get too cocky. Even if you have transcended, you are still no match for me. With that, he gathered his strength anew, preparing for another round of assault. Wang Cheng, unperturbed, struck a ready stance and responded, Then I humbly request your guidance, Lord Kampa. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kampa charged like a furious lion, his fists roaring through the air as if they could tear apart the very fabric of reality. Wang Cheng deftly sidestepped, and Kampa's fist crashed into the ground beside them, sending debris flying and creating a massive crater. Kampa followed up with a swift kick, the power behind it fierce. Wang Cheng crossed his arms to defend, yet the overwhelming force sent him sprawling back several dozen meters. Regaining his footing, Wang Cheng instantaneously appeared behind Kampa, delivering a powerful punch. Kampa reacted with remarkable speed, turning to block with his arm, resulting in a deafening clash that sent ripples through the surrounding space. Kampa roared, unleashing a flurry of punches, each imbued with inexhaustible strength. Wang Cheng evaded with agility, seizing opportunities to counterattack. Suddenly, he accelerated, charging at Kampa, who extended his hand in an attempt to seize him. At the last moment, Wang Cheng ducked under Kampa's armpit, delivering a kick to his back. Kampa stumbled forward a few steps, turning around with fury etched across his face. At that moment, Beerus and Whis exchanged astonished glances. Beerus quietly remarked, This Wang Cheng is quite remarkable. How did such talent come to your attention? Whis smiled gently, Sister. This is also a matter of fate. However, this battle is indeed exhilarating. Hearing their exchange, Kampa's anger intensified, and his attacks grew even more ferocious. Wang Cheng remained composed, each dodge and counter perfectly timed. His movements were ghostly, weaving seamlessly through the gaps in Kampa's barrage. Kampa gathered a massive sphere of energy in his hands, hurling it forcefully towards Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng concentrated his energy to unleash a turtle school Kamehameha, colliding with the energy sphere. A thunderous explosion resonated through the heavens, shaking the surrounding peaks of the divine realm to their very cores. Both Wang Cheng and Xiang Pa were staggered back several paces by the shockwave of the blast. Wang Cheng felt a surge of blood rise within him, a metallic taste filling his throat, almost causing him to spew blood. Yet he endured, his gaze unwavering as it fixed upon Xiang Pa. At this moment, Xiang Pa appeared somewhat disheveled, his hair in disarray and his breath slightly erratic. Yet his eyes still sparkled with fighting spirit. You possess some skill, kid. Xiang Pa gritted his teeth and declared. Wang Cheng responded with a cold snort. Is Master Xiang Pa's strength already at its limit? Xiang Pa, in a fit of rage, laughed mockingly. Humph. You are truly an insufferable pest. With that, he charged once more, his right fist descending like a meteor toward Wang Cheng. The wind from his punch reached Wang Cheng before the fist itself, stinging his cheek painfully. Wang Cheng swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding Xiang Pa's blow. Immediately, he retaliated with a kick aimed at Xiang Pa's abdomen. Xiang Pa blocked with his left hand while his right seized Wang Cheng's ankle, hurling him away with great force. Wang Cheng executed a somersault in midair, landing gracefully. He rapidly closed the distance to Xiang Pa, unleashing a barrage of punches, akin to raindrops falling from the sky. Xiang Pa crossed his arms in defense, bracing against Wang Cheng's relentless onslaught. Each clash of their fists produced a dull thud, sending ripples through the surrounding air. Suddenly, Xiang Pa raised his knee, driving it toward Wang Cheng's chest. Wang Cheng pressed down with both hands to block the strike, then grasped Xiang Pa's knee, twisting it with all his might. Xiang Pa, in pain, let out an enraged roar as he retaliated with a fierce kick aimed at Wang Cheng's head. Wang Cheng hastily released his grip and leaned back to evade. The two exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch. Each of Xiang Pa's attacks carried an aura of destruction, while Wang Cheng adeptly deflected each crisis with his effortless mastery. Their figures danced across the battlefield, moving at a speed that left onlookers in awe. In a flash, Wang Cheng appeared above Xiang Pa, his fist imbued with rampant energy descending like a meteor. Unfazed, Xiang Pa crossed his arms to meet the blow. A resounding impact erupted, compressing the air around them and generating visible shockwaves. Seizing the moment, Xiang Pa executed a swift turn, launching a kick toward Wang Cheng's waist. Wang Cheng reacted swiftly, blocking with his left hand while delivering a fierce punch to Xiang Pa's leg. Xiang Pa grimaced in pain, retracting his leg, then swiftly unleashed a flurry of energy beams directed at Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng evaded gracefully, his movements ghostly as the energy beams missed their mark, creating massive craters upon striking the ground. Wang Cheng surged forward, transforming into a streak of light. Xiang Pa joined his hands together, conjuring a colossal energy shield before him. Wang Cheng collided with the shield, producing a shrill sound of friction as sparks flew. Wang Cheng clenched his teeth, fervently channeling the power within him, striving to breach Xiang Pa's shield. Radiant light erupted between his body and the shield, as if he aimed to ignite the very fabric of space. Xiang Pa's expression turned grave, his arms trembling slightly, clearly under immense pressure. He let out a thunderous roar, the brilliance of his shield intensifying, forcefully propelling Wang Cheng away. Wang Cheng executed a swift somersault in midair, landing gracefully on his feet. A flicker of resolute determination flashed in his eyes as he surged forth once more towards Xiang Pa, akin to an arrow released from a bow. This time, he was engulfed in an inferno, transforming into a veritable deity of flames. Observing this, Xiang Pa felt a surge of urgency. He pulled the energy of his shield into his hands, bracing himself for Wang Cheng's impending assault. In an instant, Wang Cheng closed the distance, his fist colliding with Xiang Pa's shield once again. This clash unleashed a shockwave that rippled outward, causing nearby mountains to tremble and rocks to cascade down. While deep fissures marred the ground beneath them, a resounding boom echoed, as both Wang Cheng and Xiang Pa were thrust backward by the sheer force of the recoil, landing several meters apart. The spectators, witnessing the ferocity of this confrontation, were rendered speechless. Goku's eyes widened in awe as he murmured, "This battle is astonishing." Vegeta clenched his fists, his expression tense and focused. Sweat beads rolled down Piccolo's forehead, his lips quivering slightly. This conflict surpasses all imagination. Broly, flushed with excitement, bellowed, keep going," while Cell shouted, "Come on, big brother. Defeat that purple fatso." After a brief separation, Wang Cheng and Xiang Pa faced each other once more. Wang Cheng gasped for breath, his garments tattered, yet his gaze burned with indomitable spirit. Xiang Pa, equally unsteady, regarded Wang Cheng with a hint of admiration in his voice. "You, young man, have pushed me to this extent. You have every right to be proud." Wang Cheng smirked slightly, replying with a light chuckle, "Enough chatter, Lord Xiang Pa. Let us continue." With that, he vanished in a flash, charging once more at Xiang Pa unfazed. Xiang Pa met him head-on. Wang Cheng's speed resembled that of lightning, reaching Xiang Pa in the blink of an eye as he unleashed a powerful straight punch. Xiang Pa sidestepped, countering with a hook. Wang Cheng ducked to evade, executing a swift kick aimed at Xiang Pa's lower body. Xiang Pa leapt, twisting in midair to deliver a fierce kick towards Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng crossed his arms to absorb the blow but was still pushed back several steps by the immense force. He pushed off the ground, charging forward again to engage in close combat with Xiang Pa. Their exchanges were rapid and intricate, a dazzling display of skill. Wang Cheng delivered an elbow strike, which Xiang Pa blocked with his palm, attempting to throw him off. Seizing the momentum, Wang Cheng spun free from Xiang Pa's grasp and launched a soaring kick towards his chest. Xiang Pa managed to shield himself, stepping back slightly from the impact. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a surge of energy, forcing Wang Cheng away. Wang Cheng stabilized himself in midair, his gaze fixed intently on Xiang Pa. The onlookers held their breath, their hearts racing. Goku clenched his fists, silently cheering for Wang Cheng. Vegeta's eyes remained focused, analyzing the combat techniques of both fighters. Piccolo, tense and anxious, felt the tension rise. Just as the crowd anticipated the battle to persist, both Wang Cheng and Xiang Pa suddenly withdrew, the radiance surrounding them gradually dissipating. Xiang Pa gazed at Wang Cheng and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Young man, today's battle shall end in a draw. We shall fight again another day." Wang Cheng consumed a celestial bean, instantly healing his injuries. He then tossed a celestial bean to Xiang Pa, saying, "My lord, if you consume this bean, your wounds and vitality will be restored, and we can have a splendid duel next time." Xiang Pa caught the celestial bean, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes, and without hesitation, placed it in his mouth. In an instant, his injuries healed at a visible pace, and his breath gradually steadied. "Young man, you possess quite the resourcefulness. This bean is remarkable, rivaling the healing abilities of Bados, and it even provides a sense of satiety," Xiang Pa remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng replied with a grin, "Lord Xiang Pa, your strength is formidable. I merely look forward to our next exhilarating confrontation. Do visit our Earth when time permits. We have not only these wondrous beans, but also an array of culinary delights." Xiang Pa raised an eyebrow, a hint of interest in his expression. "Oh, culinary delights? That is certainly worth considering." Wang Cheng crossed his arms confidently, asserting, "Lord Xiang Pa, you will undoubtedly enjoy them." At that moment, Wukong approached with a cheerful demeanor, saying, "Wang Cheng is correct. The cuisine on Earth will surely captivate you." Seizing the opportunity, Wang Cheng continued, "Lord Xiang Pa, our Earth's gastronomy is incredibly diverse, featuring flavors that range from sweet to sour, bitter to spicy, and everything in between." Xiang Pa licked his lips, his gaze filled with anticipation. "That sounds promising. Do enlighten me about the specifics." Wang Cheng smiled as he described. "There's the steaming hot pot, where various delectable ingredients swirl in a bubbling broth. The flavor is simply exquisite. And then there's the crispy and succulent roast duck, with a crunchy skin and tender meat, wrapped in thin pancakes with scallions and sweet sauce. One bite, and you'll be utterly satisfied." Xiang Pa swallowed, urging, "Continue, continue." "And let us not forget the soft and sweet pastries, the exquisite sushi, and the spicy, fragrant crayfish," Wang Cheng narrated vividly. Xiang Pa waved his hand dismissively. All right. I have made my decision. I must go and taste these delights. Beerus, you one tea mind, will you?" Beerus, having appeared beside them unbeknownst, rolled his eyes and retorted, "Humph, you gluttonous pig, always mooching off others." Xiang Pa scoffed, "What's wrong, skinny ribs? Are you displeased?" Wang Cheng quickly interjected, "It is our honor for Lord Xiang Pa to join us." Beerus sighed in resignation, Fine, let us go together." As the group prepared to teleport back to Earth with Wang Cheng, a rift appeared in the sky. From within the chasm, brilliant light surged forth like a tidal wave, blinding the onlookers. Amidst the radiance, a figure gradually emerged, exuding an aura of immense sanctity and power, transforming the atmosphere into one of solemnity and reverence. As the light dimmed, the onlookers finally beheld the visage of the newcomer. He was tall and handsome, radiating an air of infinite authority, clad in a flowing white robe that billowed in the wind. The robe was adorned with intricate and mysterious runes, each shimmering with a faint glow, as if imbued with boundless arcane power. His gaze was deep and oceanic, possessing the ability to unveil the secrets of all existence. The high priest, as Whis and Beerus simultaneously gasped, they promptly bowed their heads in deference. Both Beerus and Kampa abandoned their previous nonchalance and hastily knelt, respectfully exclaiming, "Great Supreme Kai." The Supreme Kai nodded lightly, his gaze sweeping over them with calm authority. "Rise, there is no need for such formality." Trembling with trepidation, Beerus and Kampa stood up, their heads still bowed, unwilling to meet the Supreme Kai's eyes. The Supreme Kai turned his attention to Wang Cheng. a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. You, young man, possess considerable skill to have fought Kampa to such a standstill. Taking a deep breath, Wang Cheng replied respectfully, "Thank you for your kind words, Great Supreme Kai." Suddenly, the Supreme Kai looked towards Kampa, stating, "Kampa, as a god of destruction, it is unbecoming of you to neglect your responsibilities and engage in reckless combat here. And you, Beerus, as an angel, your failure to intervene and your complicity in this folly is equally unacceptable." Kampa broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly bowed his head in contrition. "Great Supreme Kai, I acknowledge my mistake. In a moment of impulse, I acted without regard. And it was not Beerus's fault. I implore your forgiveness." Beerus quickly followed suit. "Great Supreme Kai, I admit my negligence and oversight and am prepared to accept the consequences." The Supreme Kai's gaze sharpened, his tone grave. "Do you comprehend the weight of a god of destruction's duty? It pertains to the balance and stability of the universe. Your reckless actions put the order of the cosmos at risk." Kampa fell silent, daunted into inaction. After a moment's contemplation, the Supreme Kai continued, "Given that no irreparable consequences have arisen from this incident, I shall grant you leniency for now. However, upon your return, Kampa must diligently fulfill his duties, and Beerus must enhance his oversight. Should such behavior occur again, severe punishment will befall you. Thank you, Great Supreme Kai, for your mercy. We shall certainly remember your words." Kampa and Beerus chorused. "Having nearly forgotten the pressing matter at hand, I, in consultation with Lord Zeno, have decided to hold a martial arts tournament for all the universes 3 days hence in the Null Realm. At that time, Lord Zeno will select exceptionally talented contestants, whom I will personally mentor. Conversely, universes that perform poorly will face repercussions. The competition will be a chaotic melee, with contestants from all universes entering the fray together. Those thrown off the stage will be deemed eliminated. Killing is prohibited, and restorative items are forbidden. The victorious universe will not only receive my guidance and cultivation, but also gain a single opportunity to utilize the Super Dragon Balls. However, should any universe exhibit exceedingly poor performance, Lord Zeno may preemptively erase them from existence, including their god of destruction." The Supreme Kai's expression turned solemn as he spoke. Upon hearing his words, the atmosphere in the room plummeted to an icy tension. Kampa's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. "What shall we do?" "I do not wish to be erased." Wong Chong, his face grave, inquired, "Great Supreme Kai, is there a limit to the number of participants allowed?" The Supreme Kai lifted his gaze slightly and responded, "Each universe may have no more than 10 participants." With that, he announced, "I shall proceed to notify the other universes. Take heed of your actions." His expression remained impassive, and his voice resonated with an ancient authority that brooked no dissent. As his words faded, he waved his sleeve gently, his form vanishing into the shimmering rift of mysterious light. As the figure of the Grand Priest vanished into the rift, the fissure began to slowly close. Wang Cheng lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before lifting it to declare, "In that case, we must carefully select our contestants." At this moment, Kampa regained some of his energy and gritted his teeth, saying, "Humph, we must choose the strongest warriors. My 6th universe cannot afford to perform poorly. Beerus, let us hasten back to select our fighters." Beerus replied, "Whis, Lord Beerus, Kampa and I shall take our leave now." With that, he and Kampa soared into the sky. Goku leapt up in excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, the tournament will definitely be thrilling." Vegeta, crossing his arms, snorted dismissively, "Humph, this is not a time for frivolity. We are unaware of Lord Zeno's selection criteria. If we perform poorly, our entire universe could disappear." Goku scratched his head and grinned, "Vegeta, don't be so tense. We just need to fight with all our might." Vegeta shot Goku a glare. "You fool, this is no joke. This time is serious." Wang Cheng stepped forward and stated, "Vegeta is right. Goku, we must tread carefully." Goku, sobering up, nodded earnestly, "Understood, let us all do our best." Beerus interjected from the side, "Enough chatter, Wang Cheng. You are to select the 10 contestants. Make haste." Wang Cheng, with a grave expression, nodded, "Yes, Lord Beerus, I will choose wisely." Goku leaned in, "Wang Cheng, don't forget to pick me." Vegeta, with an air of pride, remarked, "Humph, you don't need to say, he knows to choose us both." Wang Cheng looked at them and said, "Goku, Vegeta, you will surely be on the list." Piccolo approached, "Count me in." Broly also called out, "And me." Cell scratched his head, "Count me in too." Wang Cheng nodded. That makes 6 of us. We still need 4 more. Vegeta suggested. Add that fellow Nappa and that bald-headed, three-eyed guy, or those 3 androids. After a moment of thought, Wang Cheng replied, Nappa has decent strength. Let us select him. As for the androids, 16, 17, and 18 have formidable power. They shall be the ones. Everyone nodded in agreement. At this moment, Beerus spoke slowly. Now that the candidates are decided, we shall bring them to the God of Destruction realm for 3 days of intensive training. 3 days later, in the Void realm, an expansive and enigmatic space served as the battlefield for the tournament hosted by Zeno. Here, there were no blue skies or white clouds, no mountains or rivers. Only an endless void that seemed capable of consuming all. The somber hue enveloped the space, instilling a sense of oppression and an unknown terror. A colossal circular arena floated in the emptiness, its diameter spanning thousands of meters, constructed from a hard and mysterious material that shimmered with a faint glow. The edges of the arena bore no protection. A fall would signify elimination. Above the arena, countless eyes observed intently. Zeno and the Grand Priest sat high above, their figures exuding an air of sanctity and inviolability. The diminutive form of Zeno radiated boundless authority, making it difficult for anyone to gaze directly upon him. The High Priest, with a solemn countenance, gazed calmly down upon the arena, as if everything lay within his grasp. The gods of destruction from various universes stood nearby, their expressions tense, acutely aware of the significance of this contest, which bore the fate of the universes they safeguarded. Among the participants, some were eager, their fists clenched, while others wore grave expressions, their hearts filled with trepidation. With a command from the Omni King, the competition commenced. The contestants surged towards the center of the arena like arrows released from a bow, and in that instant, a dazzling array of energy illuminated the space. The sounds of battle reverberating through the void, heralding the beginning of a breathtaking struggle for survival. The individuals from Universe 7 encircled Wang Cheng, their expressions serious and focused. Goku, fists tightly clenched, spoke with unwavering determination. Wang Cheng, shall we charge directly? Or should we charge directly? Vegeta scoffed. Enough with the chatter, Kakarot. Follow Wang Cheng's lead. Wang Cheng surveyed the group, inhaled deeply, and declared, everyone, remain calm. We must unite and cooperate. Numbers 16, 17, and 18, along with Nappa, provide support. Goku and Vegeta will form one team, while Broly and Cell will form another. You 2 teams will engage head-on, and I shall be ready to assist you at any moment. Goku responded resolutely. I'm with you, Wang Cheng. Vegeta coldly remarked. I sensed an overwhelming pressure just now. It seems the other universes are formidable as well. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Cheng revealed. I heard from Whis that there exists an individual in another universe who surpasses the gods of destruction. The revelation startled everyone. Goku's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, surpassing the gods of destruction? That poses a serious challenge. Vegeta frowned and gritted his teeth. Humph, no matter who it is, I shall not be intimidated. Piccolo, with a grave expression, cautioned, we must not let our guard down. We need to approach this with utmost caution. The others displayed hints of concern. What shall we do? Cell clenched his fists. Regardless, we shall fight with all our might. Broly scoffed. What if he surpasses the gods of destruction? We can still take him down. Wang Cheng, feeling a surge of responsibility, proclaimed loudly, all right, everyone, prepare yourselves. When an opponent approaches, we will act according to our plan. Just then, the contestants from Universe 10 charged forward. They moved with agility and fierce determination. Wang Cheng's eyes sharpened as he shouted, according to our plan, Goku, Vegeta, you will face them head-on. Without hesitation, Goku and Vegeta dashed forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the participants from Universe 10. Goku's fists and feet struck like the wind, while Vegeta unleashed ferocious energy attacks, momentarily suppressing their opponent's offensive. Can Goku and Vegeta take on all 10 of them? After all, they are formidable warriors from their universe. Piccolo expressed his concerns. Wang Cheng replied slowly, do not worry. Observe closely, they are like a scattered bunch, with only their leader possessing remarkable abilities. The strength of the others is comparable to that of the former Frieza and is hardly a concern. Piccolo furrowed his brow, continuing to observe the battlefield intently. Goku and Vegeta had already engaged with the 10 adversaries. Goku moved like the wind, instantly appearing before an enemy, delivering a powerful punch that sent one opponent reeling. Vegeta, not to be outdone, radiated a golden aura as he unleashed an energy wave at the foe. However, given their overwhelming numbers, Goku and Vegeta found it challenging to secure a swift victory. Yet, as Wang Cheng had noted, their coordination was rather chaotic, with each fighting independently. Seizing an opportunity, Goku activated the Kaioken, his power surging dramatically as he felled another opponent. Vegeta, too, unleashed his full strength, kicking a nearby adversary into the air. Wang Cheng shouted from the sidelines, "Goku, Vegeta, be wary of that leader's technique. He can misalign his energy and actions, creating illusions that make it difficult for you to discern his true position through energy detection. Do not engage him head-on. His ability is taxing, and it will eventually falter." Upon hearing this, Goku and Vegeta immediately distanced themselves from the leader. Goku panted slightly, remarking, "So that's how it is. I almost fell for it." Vegeta scoffed. "This guy indeed possesses some tricks." The leader, Wabni, saw them retreat and mocked. "What's the matter? Are you afraid?" Goku grinned. "Humph, just wait until your ability wears off, and see how long you can maintain that bravado." Vegeta crossed his arms, casting a cold glare at Wabni. "You can only prance around for so long." Wabni launched another attack, misaligning his energy and actions to create numerous illusions, rendering Goku and Vegeta unable to detect his true energy. They ceased their assault on him and turned their attention toward the remaining warriors of Universe 10. As those warriors saw Goku and Vegeta charging towards them, fear etched across their faces. "Don't come near." Goku instantly appeared before one warrior, delivering a punch that sent him flying. Vegeta concentrated energy in his hands and unleashed it upon a group of enemies, the powerful energy wave enveloping them instantly. Cries of agony erupted as the warriors of Universe 10 fell one after another. Witnessing this scene, Wabni roared in fury, "You too." Yet, his limited strength could not halt Goku and Vegeta. The duo fought in perfect harmony, moving through the battlefield as if it were uninhabited, leaving a trail of defeated Universe 10 warriors in their wake. Piccolo shouted from the sidelines, "Well done. Keep pushing." At this moment, the team from Universe 10 had descended into chaos, their warriors scattering in disarray, completely losing the will to fight. Wabni bellowed angrily, "Get yourselves together." But his shouts fell on deaf ears. Seizing the chance, Goku and Vegeta quickened their assault, their figures weaving through the crowd. Every strike accompanied by a powerful surge of energy. Under their relentless onslaught, the warriors of Universe 10 continued to fall one after another. Wang Cheng observed the crumbling ranks of Universe 10 with a sigh of relief, yet remained vigilant, closely monitoring the situation on the battlefield. The once orderly formation of Universe 10 had now become a disarrayed spectacle. On the ground, the injured lay in agony, groaning in pain, yet unable to receive aid from their companions. Goku looked on, feeling a pang of compassion. "Kakarot, this is not the time for your saintly heart to emerge. We must swiftly cast these individuals off the stage." Vegeta reminded Goku. Nodding in acknowledgement, Goku retorted, "You're so annoying, Vegeta." "Humph, I worry you might act foolishly. Like letting them off the hook," Vegeta replied. Goku chuckled, "I understand the significance of this competition. For our universe, for Chi-Chi and Gohan, I shall not show mercy." Vegeta responded, "As long as you understand, perform well. The great deities above are watching. Don't let your foolishness lead to your erasure." Goku. In a flash, the duo swiftly eliminated all 9 competitors from Universe 10 from the arena. Wabuni, realizing the dire situation of being left alone, unleashed his full power in an instant. A radiant glow enveloped him, and the powerful energy fluctuations caused the very fabric of space to tremble. The members of Universe 7 felt a tightness in their chests, fearing he was about to make a desperate last stand. However, to everyone's astonishment, Wabuni turned and fled. Goku was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. "This guy? He's actually running away." Vegeta scoffed, "What a coward." After Wabuni's retreat, the match continued. The members of Universe 7 remained vigilant, fully aware that even stronger adversaries awaited them. The system activated a wish for Goku and Vegeta. The power inherent to Wang Cheng was outside the competition rules. After all, the existence of the system was beyond even the Omni King's detection. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have randomly stolen 1,000,000 points of combat power from Goku and Vegeta. Fortunately, there were no significant injuries, merely a depletion of stamina. The competition pressed on, when suddenly, the members of Universe 6 approached Wang Cheng and the others. Wang Cheng's gaze sharpened. Watching the advancing Universe 6 with caution, he called out, "Everyone, be careful, prepare for anything." Goku clenched his fists, his aura surging, stating, "They come with ill intent." Vegeta coldly snorted, "Let them come, if they dare to act recklessly. We shall strike." Then, a figure resembling Cell from Universe 6 shouted, "Friends from Universe 7, do not be alarmed. We are not here to fight." Wang Cheng furrowed his brow and inquired, "Then what is your purpose?" The cell-like figure explained, "You must be Wang Chong, as Lord Kampa mentioned. My name is Hit. Lord Kampa said that after the competition begins, we may choose to ally with your Universe 7. Wang Chong scrutinized Hit, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. "Your strength is considerable. Securing a good ranking should not be difficult for you." Hit replied expressionlessly, "This competition is exceedingly complex, with many foes." Lord Kampa stated that Universes 6 and 7 are brother universes and should assist one another. Thanks to Red Wine Drunk Coffee for the love-powered energy. Chapter 70, United Against Adversity. Wang Cheng frowned, pondering the credibility of this statement. Goku, however, appeared somewhat excited, exclaiming, "That is splendid. Let us defeat the other universes together." Vegeta maintained a vigilant demeanor, coldly remarking, "Humph, let us first ascertain whether you truly possess sincerity." Hit remained expressionless. Yet a glimmer of resolve shone in his eyes as he responded, "The current circumstances allow no room for doubt. Trust or mistrust shall reveal itself on the battlefield." Wang Cheng surveyed Hit and the other members of Universe 6, declaring, "Very well, let us unite against external threats, but remain on guard. Hit, please introduce the participants from your universe." Hit nodded, stepping forward as he spoke softly. "This is Kaba, a Saiyan from Universe 6. Kaba approached, greeting Wang Cheng and the others. "Additionally, we have Kale and Caulifla. Though they are female warriors, their combat prowess surpasses that of Kaba." Caulifla smiled broadly, while Kale shyly lingered behind. Hit continued, "When we sought you out, the other 6 competitors had already been eliminated." Goku and the others responded, "So? It seems that your Universe 6 is not here to unite against foes, but rather to seek refuge." Cell scoffed. Hit's gaze hardened as he retorted, "Do not speak nonsense. We come with genuine intentions of collaboration." Caulifla, with her fiery temperament, immediately replied, "Humph, don't misrepresent us. We have no need for refuge." Although Kale was timid, she mustered courage to assert, "Indeed, we can fight as well." Wang Cheng interjected, "Now is not the time for disputes. What do you know about the strength and origins of the enemies you faced?" Hit shook his head, "I am uncertain. Those adversaries appeared suddenly and employed peculiar tactics. They swiftly subdued their opponents and eliminated them by unknown means." Vegeta crossed his arms, disdainfully scoffing, "It seems they are merely cowardly rats, hiding in the shadows." Piccolo, with a serious expression, declared, "Regardless, they will undoubtedly be formidable. If we are to cooperate, we must devise a strategy." Wang Cheng nodded in agreement, "Precisely. We cannot engage blindly." Hit, "You are more familiar with the enemy's attack patterns. Please share your thoughts." Hit replied gravely, "In my view, we should first consolidate our defenses. I have observed that several powerful beings from various universes have yet to engage, conserving their strength. Not all participants are exceptionally strong. Some are of average ability. We can strike once they have weakened each other." Goku scratched his head, musing, "But wouldn't that be a bit too passive? I prefer to take the initiative." The others turned their attention to Goku. Caulifla jumped up, exclaiming, "I agree with Goku. Defending endlessly is dull. Let us charge in and give those guys a good beating." Kale quietly echoed, "Sister is right." Hit frowned at this suggestion, deeming it overly reckless. The capabilities of those opponents remained unknown, and a hasty assault would only lead to losses. Vegeta smirked, "Humph, Hit, are you afraid? Saiyans do not retreat into their shells." At that moment, Wang Cheng stepped forward, saying, "Everyone, let us refrain from hasty arguments for now. Hit's proposal holds merit, as it ensures a reduction in unnecessary casualties. However, Goku and Caulifla are not mistaken either. For a proactive assault may indeed disrupt the enemy's strategy. Therefore, let us divide into 2 teams. One shall adhere to Hit's defensive tactics while seeking opportunities, led by Goku, who will spearhead the other team to actively scout the enemy's position. Should they encounter adversaries, they are to engage and retreat, promptly relaying information back to us." After a moment of contemplation, the group nodded in agreement. "Very well, Goku, you shall team up with Caulifla, while Vegeta pairs with Kaba, and Broly with Kale. By the way, How many of you from Universe 6 can transform into Super Saiyans? Wang Cheng inquired, glancing at the trio of Caulifla. Caulifla responded with confusion, while Kaba asked, Mr. Wang Cheng, what is a Super Saiyan? The members of Universe 7 looked on, with Vegeta proudly declaring, you don't even know that? A Super Saiyan is a formidable transformation unique to our Saiyan race, granting us powers and speed far beyond our normal state. Kaba, curious, inquired, what does one need to become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta, with impatience, replied, it requires immense rage or an intense will to win, and you, my boy, have a long way to go. Wang Cheng chuckled, no need to be so harsh, Vegeta. Perhaps Kaba will achieve it in the future. Kaba clenched his fists resolutely, proclaiming, I will strive to become a Super Saiyan. Wang Cheng shouted, forget about that for now. Your 3 teams can set off. When not engaged in battle, Goku, you can share your transformation experiences with them. Goku responded with a smile, no problem. The 3 teams swiftly commenced their planned actions. Before long, Goku and Caulifla found themselves facing competitors from Universe 4. Goku engaged solo against the likes of Caulifla, Ganos, Damon, Nink, and Vegeta, leaving Caulifla to contend with the remaining foes. In the arena, Goku stood composed at the center, unperturbed by the encroaching adversaries. Caulifla struck first, unleashing a flurry of violet beams towards Goku. With a swift motion, Goku evaded effortlessly. Seizing the moment, Ganos attempted a sneak attack from behind, swinging his colossal fists. Goku executed a backflip, evading the blow while delivering a kick to Ganos' chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. Observing this, Damon and Nink simultaneously unleashed powerful energy waves. Goku crossed his arms defiantly, absorbing the assault, then surged forward, instantly appearing before Damon and delivering a punch that sent him hurtling away. At that moment, Vegeta unleashed a peculiar spell, warping the surrounding space. Yet, Goku remained unfazed, utilizing his keen perception. He swiftly identified a flaw in Vegeta's spell and shattered its constraints with a decisive blow. Suddenly, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, turning to Caulifla and stating, this is the Super Saiyan transformation. Caulifla's eyes widened in awe as she beheld Goku's golden hair and the radiant aura surrounding him, filled with both shock and admiration. Goku continued, channel your rage and strength, strive to break through your limits. With that, Goku re-entered the fray, his speed and power noticeably amplified, as he effortlessly overwhelmed Damon, leaving him without a chance to retaliate. Caulifla took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and endeavored to sense the power that Goku spoke of. At that moment, Gamasilaris and Xiangcha seized the opportunity to launch an attack on her, their strikes poised to connect. In an instant, Goku appeared before Caulifla, intercepting the blow. Do not lose focus, Caulifla. Believe in yourself, Goku urged. Caulifla opened her eyes, her gaze now imbued with determination. Once more, she attempted to awaken the latent power within her, and a faint glow began to envelop her body. Thanks to my brother's love and support. Chapter 71, Elimination of the Fourth Universe. As Goku contended with the assaults from the warriors of the Fourth Universe, he kept a vigilant eye on Caulifla's progress, shouting, keep it up, Caulifla, maintain your concentration. Caulifla gritted her teeth, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as the glow intensified, her hair fluttering slightly in the energy surge. However, at that moment, Ganos noticed Caulifla's transformation. Breaking free from Goku's engagement, he charged toward her, intent on disrupting her breakthrough. Goku, quick on his feet, appeared before Ganos and delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying, roaring, do not interfere. Feeling Goku's protection, Caulifla was filled with newfound strength, and the glow erupted fiercely around her. Her hair transformed into a radiant gold, powerful energy swirling about her. I did it, Caulifla exclaimed with exhilaration. Goku smiled, excellent. Now let us fight together. Caulifla, brimming with enthusiasm, joined the fray, dashing toward Ninka with lightning speed. Before he could react, she struck him squarely in the abdomen with a punch, causing him to double over in pain. Meanwhile, Goku faced off against Damon and Vegeta. Damon swung a massive battle axe at Goku, who deftly sidestepped and countered with an elbow strike to Damon's back, sending him stumbling forward. Vegeta seized the moment to cast a barrage of ice spikes toward Goku. With a mighty shout, Goku unleashed his energy, instantly melting the ice projectiles. Caulifla followed up with a spinning kick that connected with Ninka's chin, sending him flying. Observing this, Gavi unleashed energy beams from both hands. but Caulifla nimbly leaped and dodged them. Taking advantage of Majira's momentary distraction, Goku teleported behind him and kicked him toward Damon, causing them both to collide and fall to the ground. Genos scrambled to his feet and charged at Caulifla again, his fists charged with formidable power. Unfazed, Caulifla met him head-on, their fists clashing with a thunderous sound that reverberated through the air. At that moment, Goku confronted the reapproaching Gavi and Ninka, delivering rapid punches that created phantom-like afterimages, forcing them to retreat. Caulifla and Genos found themselves in a deadlock, but she suddenly unleashed an even greater surge of power, pushing Genos back. On the battlefield, energy clashed continuously, radiance flickering as Goku and Caulifla gradually gained the upper hand, just as they began to dominate their opponents. Damon and Majira from the fourth universe exchanged glances, seemingly conveying a silent signal. Suddenly, Damon leaped high into the air, emanating a strange black energy, while Majira clasped her hands together, reciting incantations, seemingly bestowing a spell upon Damon. Wukong sensed something amiss and called out to Caulifla, "Be cautious. They may be preparing a new tactic." No sooner had he spoken than Damon descended with a ferocious strike towards Wukong and Caulifla, unleashing a powerful shockwave that radiated from his very being. Wukong swiftly pulled Caulifla back, teleporting a short distance to evade the force of the blast. Caulifla regained her composure, a flicker of anger in her eyes, charging forward with even greater speed. Before Damon could react, Caulifla struck him on the head with a swift kick, leaving him dazed. Meanwhile, Wukong seized the opportunity presented by the interruption of Majira's spell, appearing behind her in an instant and delivering a heavy punch that caused her to spit blood. At that moment, Kawi and Genos regrouped, launching another assault on Wukong and Caulifla. Kawi waved her arms, sending forth countless energy spheres towards the duo. With a fierce roar, Caulifla's aura intensified, and she deftly swatted each energy sphere away with her hands. Wukong confronted Genos, and the two engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. Each of Wukong's punches bore tremendous strength, gradually overwhelming Genos. Suddenly, Caulifla spotted a flaw in Kawi's defense. With a burst of speed, she dashed behind Kawi, delivering a powerful elbow strike that sent Kawi crashing to the ground with a scream. At that moment, Wukong also identified a weakness in Genos' defense, landing a kick squarely in Genos' abdomen that sent him flying. The competitors from the fourth universe, battered and bruised, could no longer mount an effective offense. Wukong and Caulifla stood on the battlefield, their golden hair flowing in the wind, their formidable presence evoking a sense of awe. Just as they believed the battle was nearing its conclusion, the fallen Nink suddenly rose, his body twisting, muscles bulging, and his eyes turning blood red. Wukong furrowed his brow, alertly watching Nink, who let out a roar that unleashed powerful sound waves in all directions. Caulifla covered her ears and exclaimed, "How has this guy suddenly gained so much strength?" Wukong replied gravely, "It appears to be his hidden trump card. However, we shall not be intimidated." Nink charged towards Wukong like a mad beast, each step causing the ground to tremble. Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and met Nink head-on, engaging in an intense clash where neither could gain the upper hand. Caulifla watched Wukong's Super Saiyan 2 form with envy. Noticing that Nink had left himself vulnerable while attacking Wukong, Caulifla shouted, "Wukong, I shall assist you," and soared towards Nink's back. Sensing Caulifla's approach, Nink attempted to turn and defend himself, but was firmly entangled by Wukong. Caulifla's strike landed accurately on Nink's back, eliciting a cry of pain from him as he stumbled forward. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong followed up with a powerful uppercut that sent Nink soaring into the air. Before Ninka could even touch the ground, Wukong and Caulifla simultaneously unleashed waves of energy, their brilliant beams converging and striking Ninka midair. Accompanied by a thunderous roar and blinding light, Ninka plummeted heavily to the ground, falling silent. At last, the ordeal was over, and Caulifla let out a long sigh of relief. Wukong smiled at her, saying, "You performed admirably, Caulifla." Wiping the sweat from her brow, Caulifla grinned. "I owe it all to you, Wukong. Without your guidance, I wouldn't have achieved this breakthrough so easily." Wukong waved his hand dismissively. "It is your own potential that has brought you here. Now, you must strive to maintain this newfound strength." Chapter 72. The Proud Warriors. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vegeta and Kaba were facing dire straits against the Proud Warriors of Universe 11. Each member of this formidable team stood tall, exuding an air of arrogance and power. At the forefront, Dispo crossed his arms coldly, gazing at Vegeta and Kappa. Do you dare to obstruct our path? Vegeta shot back with fierce determination. Humph. Do not underestimate us. Kappa swallowed hard, but feigned composure. In an instant, Dispo vanished from his position. Vegeta's heart raced as he quickly sidestepped. Yet he was grazed by Dispo's fist, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Vegeta! Kappa exclaimed in alarm. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta warned, stay focused, Kappa. Watch their movements. On another front, Kunz and Taba launched their assault on Kappa. Despite his vigorous resistance, the disparity in their strengths began to overwhelm him. Back with Vegeta, Dispo's relentless attacks rained down like a tempest, forcing Vegeta to evade and counter while his anger simmered. Damn it, I will not be defeated here. Vegeta roared, his energy surging dramatically. Dispo sneered, your struggles are in vain. With that, he accelerated again, transforming into a flurry of illusions that made it difficult for Vegeta to track him. Vegeta's forehead bulged with tension, and suddenly, he seized an opportunity. Unleashing a punch with all his might, colliding with Dispo's fist in an explosive clash that caused the ground beneath them to crater. However, the proud warriors exhibited seamless teamwork, denying them any respite. Taba and Kunz took advantage of the stalemate between Vegeta and Dispo, swiftly advancing towards Kappa. Gasping for breath, Kappa's eyes shone with determination. I will not go down easily. He bore the pain and charged at the enemies once more. Seeing Kappa on the verge of collapse, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his golden aura surging fiercely, hair standing on end, electricity crackling around him. Dispo, sensing Vegeta's transformation, felt a chill run down his spine but pressed on with his assault. He leaped forward, delivering a kick aimed at Vegeta, who stood his ground. Absorbing the blow with his arm, the force of the impact creating a dent in the earth. Vegeta retaliated with a powerful punch, slicing through the air with a howling wind, aimed directly at Dispo's face. Dispo quickly leaned back to evade, yet the force of the punch still grazed his cheek, leaving a stinging pain. At this moment, Quincy seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Vegeta. He swiftly maneuvered behind Vegeta and unleashed a powerful punch. However, Vegeta seemed to possess eyes on the back of his head. With a deft sidestep, he evaded the assault and retaliated with a forceful elbow strike, landing squarely on Quincy's chest. Quincy coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body propelled backward. Observing this, Taba clasped his hands together, summoning a colossal energy sphere, which he hurled towards Vegeta. With a furious roar, Vegeta enveloped the energy sphere in his aura and, with a tremendous exertion, dissipated it into the air. In a flash, Vegeta appeared before Taba, delivering a devastating knee strike. The sound of breaking bones echoed as Taba doubled over in agony, collapsing to the ground in a fetal position. Meanwhile, Tisbro charged forward, his speed generating a series of afterimages. A smirk curled on Vegeta's lips, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. He pinpointed Tisbro's trajectory and unleashed a straight punch. Tisbro attempted to dodge, only to find his movements slowed to a crawl before Vegeta. Receiving the full brunt of the blow, he was launched like a cannonball, crashing into several large trees before finally coming to a halt. Gab watched in awe, his heart brimming with admiration for Vegeta's might. As time flowed, the battle had raged for over 3 hours, with competitors from various universes engaged in fierce combat. For instance, fighters from Universe 2 and Universe 3 were left battered and bruised, ultimately ambushed and eliminated by those from Universe 9. This sight infuriated the Omni King, leading him to erase Universe 9 from existence. The remaining competitors looked on in horror, their eyes filled with dread. Meanwhile, in a corner of the arena, several members of Universe 7 were engaged in a discussion with Wang Cheng. Number 17, arms crossed and face stern, inquired, Wang Cheng, what shall we do next? 3 universes have already been eliminated, 1 completely erased. We cannot continue this way. We must consolidate our strength. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Cheng responded, Hit. You go find Goku and Caulifla. Piccolo, seek out Broly and Kale. Once you locate them, regroup with Vegeta. Hit said nothing further, vanishing in an instant. Piccolo acknowledged the directive and swiftly departed in another direction. Taking a deep breath, Wang Cheng stated, Let us set forth as well. I sense a formidable energy emanating from Vegeta's position. He cannot handle it alone. Is that the one surpassing the god of destruction you mentioned, brother? Asked Sheru. Wang Cheng shook his head. I am not entirely certain, but we must hasten our approach. With that, Wang Cheng led numbers 16, 17, 18, and Sheru, alongside Naba, toward the source of Vegeta's energy. Meanwhile, Vegeta found himself in a precarious situation once again. Jillian preferred tranquility, thus he commanded the others to withdraw, declaring that he would personally eliminate the unruly youth with golden hair. The members of the Pride Squad stepped back, and a towering figure resembling a gorilla, adorned with 2 tufts of white beard, approached swiftly. His physique was robust, with muscles as solid as iron. Tispo remarked, "Tropo, we can handle this guy." However, Tropo waved his hand dismissively, his voice low and resolute. "This is my battle. You all should step aside." Tispo frowned, reluctantly retreating a few paces with the others. Vegeta regarded Tropo with a cold smirk, taunting, "Humph, you seem quite confident. Soon you shall regret facing me alone." Tropo's gaze was piercing, fixed intently on Vegeta, exuding an air of absolute confidence and authority. Suddenly, his aura erupted, unleashing a formidable pressure that surged towards Vegeta. "Enough of the chatter. Let me witness your true power." Vegeta, undeterred, unleashed a furious roar, his golden aura flaring dramatically, powerful energy waves radiating from him. With a surge of fierce combat spirit, he challenged, "Humph, come forth. Let us see your true capabilities." A smirk curled at the corners of Tropo's mouth as he stated, "Prepare to meet your demise, boy." Before his words faded, Tropo vanished, reappearing before Vegeta, his colossal fist roaring through the air towards him. Reacting swiftly, Vegeta sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the devastating blow. Tropo's fist collided with the ground, creating a thunderous impact, leaving a massive crater and sending debris flying. "Impressive." Tropo grunted, launching another attack, his legs sweeping towards Vegeta like a tempest. Vegeta leaped into the air, then dove down to deliver a kick atop Tropo's head. Tropo raised his arm to block, and with a resounding clash, both fighters were pushed back a few steps. "Seems like this golden-haired punk has some skill," Tropo remarked, his expression growing more serious. Vegeta smirked. "This is just the beginning." With a thunderous roar, Tropo radiated immense energy, distorting the very air around him as he charged at Vegeta once more. Chapter 73, Vegeta vs. Tropo. Vegeta sensed the overwhelming pressure, his brow furrowing, yet his eyes reflected no hint of retreat. Tropo, akin to a raging beast, unleashed punches and kicks imbued with cataclysmic power. Vegeta, relying on his agility and indomitable spirit, deftly evaded and countered. Bang! Tropo's fist grazed Vegeta's cheek, a fierce wind following, leaving a crimson mark. "Damn it!" Vegeta bellowed, his aura igniting with fervor as he unleashed a fierce punch that collided directly with Tropo's fist. The sheer energy of their clash sent shockwaves through the surrounding space, the ground beneath them cracking and collapsing under the strain. Gritting his teeth, Tropo intensified his power output, striving to overpower Vegeta in one decisive blow. Vegeta, however, stood resolute, veins bulging on his forehead as sweat cascaded down like rain. At that moment, the aura surrounding Vegeta underwent a sudden transformation, shifting from golden to blue as he ascended to Super Saiyan Blue. The azure flames danced around him like ethereal blue fire. Rising fiercely, Vegeta's gaze sharpened, seeming to pierce through all obstacles. Observing this, Topo's expression grew serious for an instant, but quickly returned to one of confidence. Vegeta initiated the assault, moving with lightning speed to close the distance between himself and Topo, unleashing a punch imbued with radiant blue energy. Topo raised his hand to block, and a resounding bang echoed as waves of energy rippled through the space surrounding them. The force of Vegeta's blow forced Topo to stagger back a few steps. Before he could regain his footing, Vegeta followed up with a swift kick, moving so quickly that only a blue afterimage remained. Topo barely managed to evade, yet the edge of his clothing was singed to ashes by the blue energy. What astonishing speed, Topo thought in astonishment. Vegeta offered no respite, his fists raining down upon Topo like a tempest. Topo found himself on the defensive, momentarily overwhelmed. With a resounding thud, Vegeta's fist struck Topo's chest, eliciting a pained groan and a trickle of blood from his lips. "This is the power of Super Saiyan Blue," Vegeta roared triumphantly. Topo wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes igniting with fierce rage. "Don't get too cocky." No sooner had he spoken than his energy surged again, the powerful waves distorting the space around him. His muscles tensed, veins bulging, reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption. Vegeta sneered, "Show me what you've got." With a mighty roar, Toppo vanished from sight. Vegeta's heart raced as he concentrated to sense Toppo's position. Just then, Toppo reappeared behind him, delivering a heavy punch. Vegeta reacted with remarkable speed, sidestepping and countering with a punch of his own. Toppo deftly avoided it and retaliated with a kick, accompanied by a howling wind. Vegeta raised his arm to block, the powerful impact forcing him back several steps. "Oomph, let us see how long you can endure." Toppo pressed the attack, his fists striking like meteors toward Vegeta. Vegeta dodged and weaved, searching for an opportunity to counter. Suddenly, he seized the moment between Toppo's strikes, lunging forward to ram his shoulder into Toppo's chest. Toppo was knocked back a few steps, and before he could recover, Vegeta followed up with a kick to his abdomen. "Ah!" Toppo roared in fury. "It seems I have no choice but to unleash my full power." Toppo descended into a frenzied state of battle. His gaze turned fierce and menacing, his aura becoming chaotic and violent. The others from Universe 11 gasped in shock. "Toppo, he is forsaking justice to embrace the power of a destroyer." Vegeta stood ready, his gaze fixed intently on Toppo. Toppo charged forward with astonishing speed, his fist imbued with a malevolent force aimed directly at Vegeta's face. Vegeta swiftly raised his arm to block, and with a dull thud, the tremendous impact left his arm tingling. Before Vegeta could regain his composure, Toppo executed another sweeping kick, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Vegeta leaped into the air, narrowly evading the strike. However, Toppo's relentless assault followed swiftly. He clasped his hands together and brought them down forcefully upon Vegeta. With no avenue for escape, Vegeta braced himself to absorb the blow. Energy surged throughout his body, converging in his hands as he collided with Toppo's attack. A deafening explosion ensued, and the ground beneath them instantly caved in, creating a massive crater. Toppo laughed maniacally, launching a subsequent offensive with reckless abandon, his strikes devoid of any discernible pattern yet brimming with destructive force. Under this tempest of blows, Vegeta began to struggle. "This cannot continue," he mused inwardly. Drawing a deep breath, he recalibrated his state and suddenly unleashed a tremendous surge of energy that pushed Toppo back several paces. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta retaliated with fists and feet as swift as lightning, each strike landing with precision upon Toppo's vulnerabilities. Though Toppo was wild in his frenzy, he began to reveal openings under Vegeta's accurate onslaught. Vegeta capitalized on this chance, delivering a powerful uppercut that sent Toppo's chin upwards, propelling his body backward. Yet, Toppo quickly regained his balance and charged again. His eyes bloodshot, he roared, emanating an aura of annihilation, surrounded by violet flames. His speed surpassed that of before, and in an instant, he was upon Vegeta again, fists raining down like a storm. Vegeta gritted his teeth, straining to fend off Toppo's onslaught. Each collision sent ripples of energy through the air, igniting it with crackling sounds. Boom! One of Toppo's punches broke through Vegeta's defenses, landing heavily on his chest. Vegeta grunted and fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Defeated, he lay heavily on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with indignation. At that moment, Wang Cheng and others rushed over, and upon seeing the fallen Vegeta, Wang Cheng quickly invoked a healing wish. Ding! Congratulations to the host for randomly stealing 12 billion points of combat power from Vegeta. Toppo gazed at the rejuvenated Vegeta, saying, "So there's a caretaker, but first, I shall deal with you." With that, Toppo vanished from sight, charging towards Wang Cheng at breakneck speed. Yet, Wang Cheng remained unfazed. Just as Toppo was about to reach him, a blue figure swiftly interposed itself before Wang Cheng, none other than the rapid approaching Super Saiyan Blue Goku. "Your opponent is me," Goku declared calmly. Vegeta interjected, "Kakarot, stay out of this. This man is mine." Goku turned to Vegeta, his gaze resolute. "Vegeta, this foe is formidable. We must unite." Vegeta scoffed, "I don't need your assistance. I can handle this myself." Observing their exchange, Toppo erupted in laughter. "Stop your squabbling. None of you will escape." With that, he clenched his fists, his energy surging once more, a powerful pressure radiating outward. Exchanging a knowing glance, Goku and Vegeta nodded in unison, simultaneously unleashing their formidable auras. Goku vanished, charging towards Toppo, his fist glowing with a blue luminescence. Toppo raised his hand to block, and the two were locked in a fierce stalemate. Vegeta seized the opportunity to transform into Super Saiyan Blue and launched a side attack, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Toppo's waist. Toppo, with swift reflexes, evaded to the side while simultaneously throwing a punch at Vegeta. In an instant, the three warriors became embroiled in a fierce battle, the surrounding space trembling under the force of their immense energy. Goku's strikes were as swift as lightning, while Vegeta's techniques were both fierce and forceful. Despite the relentless assault from the two, Toppo maintained his composure with remarkable ease. In Chapter 74, Super Blue Kaioken, Goku moved like a wraith, suddenly appearing behind Toppo and delivering an elbow strike to his back, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Toppo sidestepped the blow and countered with a punch aimed at Goku. Goku adeptly bent down to evade, allowing Vegeta to charge forward with a powerful straight punch aimed at Toppo's face. Toppo raised his arm to block, the tremendous impact forcing him to take a small step back. Before Vegeta could press the attack, Toppo unleashed a swift kick that caught Vegeta off guard, striking him in the chest and sending him flying. Witnessing this, Goku shouted loudly, his blue aura flaring even more intensely as he unleashed a flurry of punches, enveloping Toppo within a storm of strikes. Calm and collected, Toppo swiftly maneuvered his arms, successfully blocking most of Goku's attacks. This guy is incredibly difficult to deal with. Goku gritted his teeth. Vegeta charged back in, coordinating with Goku to assault Toppo from both sides. Toppo, unfazed, wore a disdainful expression, confident in his ability to handle the two of them. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Toppo vanished in an instant. Goku and Vegeta felt a jolt of alarm, swiftly becoming vigilant of their surroundings. Suddenly, Toppo reappeared behind Vegeta, delivering a fierce kick to his back. Taken by surprise, Vegeta stumbled forward. Seizing the moment, Goku leaped into action, aiming a punch at Toppo's face. Toppo raised his hand to block, while his other hand transformed into a knife-like strike aimed at Goku's neck. Goku leaned back just in time, narrowly avoiding the blow. Vegeta regained his footing and turned to attack once more, creating a pinching effect alongside Goku. Toppo smirked slightly as he moved his hands rapidly, forming an energy shield in front of him that absorbed both of their assaults. Such attacks are utterly ineffective against me, Toppo exclaimed mockingly, his laughter echoing across the battlefield, filled with arrogance and contempt. Gritting his teeth, Goku's blue aura surged dramatically. Then allow me to show you something even more formidable. Tenfold Kaioken. With Goku's furious shout, his energy exploded once again. The blue flames intertwined with red, sending powerful waves of energy radiating outward from him. A flicker of seriousness crossed Toppo's face, as he sensed the terrifying power emanating from Goku at that moment. Vegeta, eyes wide, silently marveled, Kakarot, this guy. In a flash, Goku appeared before Toppo, his speed so overwhelming that Toppo barely had time to react. Goku's fist, imbued with cataclysmic force, hurtled towards Toppo, who hurriedly raised his hand to defend himself. Bam! A resounding crash reverberated as Toppo was relentlessly driven back by a single punch, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground. Seizing the advantage, Goku advanced without mercy, unleashing a flurry of blows akin to a tempest upon Toppo. The latter found himself relegated to a state of passive defense, utterly incapable of mounting a counterattack. How could this fellow suddenly become so formidable? A mix of astonishment and fury surged within Toppo's heart. His gaze was clouded with disbelief and a hint of panic. Faced with Goku's onslaught, he began to flounder. Each of Goku's punches was imbued with the overwhelming power of tenfold King-Kai, causing the air to crackle with sharp, explosive sounds. Toppo attempted to retaliate. Yet each time he raised his fist, Goku's assault had already struck him. Ah! Toppo roared, his energy surging wildly, yearning to break free from Goku's oppressive hold. But Goku offered him no respite, delivering a kick to Toppo's abdomen that sent him hurtling through the air. Toppo tumbled several times before barely regaining his composure. Impossible. I will not be defeated by you, he shouted defiantly. Goku, however, coldly regarded him and declared, today marks your downfall. The spectators were awash with astonishment, mouths agape and eyes wide. Vegeta stood rooted in place, his stance poised for support, muttering to himself, that Kakarot, always a step ahead of me, the wretch. Toppo wore an expression of incredulity. He had believed Toppo would effortlessly handle Goku and Vegeta's combined efforts. Yet the sudden surge of Goku's power left him shaken. How could this be? Captain Toppo is being overwhelmed. The other members of the Pride Troopers exchanged glances. each reflecting shock in their eyes. Wang Cheng squinted, a hint of surprise playing on his features. Goku always manages to astonish. Piccolo smiled and nodded gently. It appears that old Sun has once again surpassed his limits. Kale clenched her fists tightly, her voice trembling with excitement. Go, Son Goku. Meanwhile, Caulifla and Kaba cheered enthusiastically. Goku is incredible. From a distance, warriors from other universes were equally captivated by Goku's might, whispering among themselves. Is this truly the warrior of Universe 7? Astounding. The variations in expressions and reactions were manifold, yet all were undeniably awestruck by the formidable power Goku exhibited at that moment. Wang Cheng glanced towards the rear of the Pride Troopers, where an individual resembling a superhuman lay in a lotus position, eyes closed in meditation. He mused, this must be Jiren. What is Jiren's current state? Ding. Character, Jiren. Realm, late stage of the 7th realm of the gods. Remarkably strong. Truly a being who transcends even the gods of destruction. Considering the original narrative, it was indeed a battle of attrition, compounded by plot twists. After all, Jiren has surpassed the gods of destruction, excluding Beerus and the god of destruction of mice. The gods of destruction from the 11th universe are indeed formidable in the original work, far beyond the capabilities of Goku and Vegeta. Wang Cheng addressed Piccolo and Cell, saying, the battle between Goku and Toppo has drawn the attention of other universes, and their strengths are not particularly impressive. You two should finish this swiftly. I will provide support as needed. There is a more powerful adversary here, and we cannot allow the other universes to seize the opportunity. With a serious expression, Piccolo replied, rest assured, I shall handle these minor nuisances. Cell, grinning, felt his muscular form ripple with intensity, declaring, do not worry, brother. I will ensure they do not return. With that, the two charged towards the enemies from other universes. Piccolo pointed his finger, murmuring incantations, and unleashed a formidable energy wave that surged towards the foes. Cell, moving like a phantom, appeared amidst the enemies, employing both fists and feet, each strike imbued with lethal force. The cannon fodder from other universes attempted to counter with their unique techniques, yet found themselves overwhelmed by the might of Piccolo and Cell. The remaining members of the Proud Team from the 11th universe also joined the fray. Meanwhile, the battle between Goku and Toppo raged on, with Toppo beginning to show signs of fatigue. His breath quickened and grew labored, each exhale akin to a struggle to draw air. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, cascading down his cheeks and splattering onto the already cracked ground beneath. His once piercing gaze now appeared dulled, revealing an undeniable weariness. His movements lacked the agility and swiftness of before. Each attack and defense was noticeably sluggish and burdensome. The once powerful strikes now felt as if weighed down by immense burdens, diminishing both speed and strength. Goku, keenly aware of Toppo's decline, seized the opportunity to escalate his assault. Like a bolt of lightning, he appeared to Toppo's left, delivering a swift sidekick. Toppo barely raised his arm to block, but the tremendous impact left his arm numb, causing him to stagger to the right. Before Toppo could regain his balance, Goku materialized behind him, landing a heavy punch squarely on his back. Toppo let out a muffled grunt and lurched forward, nearly collapsing to the ground. Toppo, you can no longer hold on, Goku shouted. Clenching his teeth, Toppo strained to stand upright, roaring defiantly, I will not fall easily. Yet, his voice lacked its previous conviction, now tinged with the struggle of a waning force. At that moment, Toppo's energy was chaotic, fluctuating between strength and weakness, clearly on the brink of collapse. He gasped for air, his chest heaving violently, each breath a laborious endeavor. His erratic energy flickered like a candle in a tempest, poised to extinguish at any moment. Toppo's body trembled, not from rage or excitement, but from the overwhelming exhaustion and depletion he had endured. His muscles were taut to the utmost, yet they could not stave off the waning of his strength. The once powerful and stable violet aura enveloping him now flickered erratically, dimming and brightening in a disconcerting dance. The fluctuating waves of energy made it exceedingly difficult for him to maintain his balance. Sweat cascaded from his forehead and cheeks, pooling upon the ravaged ground beneath him, a canvas marred by the scars of battle. In his eyes, the pride and confidence that once resided there had been supplanted by fatigue and resignation. Ultimately, with Goku's Kamehameha strike landing squarely, Toppo could no longer withstand the onslaught. His legs buckled, and he fell heavily to his knees. His hands hung limply at his sides. His head bowed low, gasping for breath as though each inhalation were a profound torment. Goku observed him in silence, the blue aura surrounding him gradually receding. Having exited the state of Kaioken, Goku too was beset by pain and breathlessness. "Toppo, you have lost," he declared. His voice quiet, yet resonating with clarity in the stillness of the battlefield. Toppo's body trembled slightly. He endeavored to lift his head to utter something, but ultimately only managed to part his lips, yielding no sound. His gaze was rife with despair and defiance, the remnants of his former grandeur utterly extinguished. Vegeta approached, casting a disdainful glance at Toppo's disheveled state. "This is the consequence of your arrogance," he scoffed. A notification chimed. "Congratulations. Host has randomly stolen 50 billion points of battle power from Son Goku." As time passed, few competitors remained in the arena. In the recent chaos, the 3 androids from Universe 7 and that of Universe 6 had been eliminated. Piccolo had been revived 11 times before he could exchange himself for a formidable opponent from Universe 1. Due to their earrings, Kale and Caulifla from Universe 6 had evaded elimination. Universes 5, 8, and 12 each had one remaining contestant, all surpassing Toppo's God of Destruction form and power. Only Jiren stood alone from Universe 11. Jiren remained still, resembling an immovable mountain, his gaze profound and indifferent, devoid of fear or wavering. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew increasingly tense. The contestants from various universes were secretly gathering their strength, bracing themselves for the impending brutal conflict. Wang's expression turned grave as he swiftly surveyed the remaining competitors, his mind racing to orchestrate the matchups. He addressed Goku and Vegeta. "Goku, you will face the contestant from Universe 8. A fierce battle intent ignited in Goku's eyes as he charged toward his opponent. "Vegeta, you will confront the fighter from Universe 5. Vegeta huffed disdainfully before vanishing in a flash of light. Wang then turned to Caulifla, Kale, and the fused form of their earrings. "You and Cell will battle against Universe 12's Caulifla." They responded in unison, their eyes resolute. Taking a deep breath, Wang looked at Broly and said, "The strongest one is entrusted to you. I will oversee the battlefield." Broly nodded confidently. "No problem. You won't have the chance to intervene. Just watch my performance." His towering figure emanated a ferocious aura, his green hair billowing in the wind, his gaze imbued with overwhelming confidence and an insatiable thirst for battle. Wang Cheng gazed at Broly, a flicker of concern flickering in his heart, yet he nodded in agreement. Broly transformed into his Super Saiyan blue form, laughing maniacally as he charged towards Jiren, each step reverberating through the ground. His roar echoed like thunder, causing his opponent to shudder. Jiren remained stoic, bracing himself for the onslaught. In an instant, Broly closed the distance, his robust right arm sweeping through the air like a colossal pillar, accompanied by a howling wind. Jiren reacted swiftly, evading effortlessly with a deft sidestep. As Broly's strike missed, he stamped his left foot violently onto the ground, creating a massive crater. Harnessing the recoil, his left fist shot towards Jiren with blinding speed. Jiren crossed his arms, absorbing the punch, the tremendous force propelling him backward several steps. Before he could regain his balance, Broly had leaped high into the air, descending upon Jiren like a mountain crashing down. Jiren narrowed his eyes, an immense aura erupting from him, repelling Broly away. In midair, Broly executed a flip, landing firmly and charging once more like a cannonball. His speed was akin to lightning, appearing before Jiren in an instant, unleashing a flurry of punches like rain. Jiren, agile on his feet, deftly dodged Broly's relentless assault. Suddenly, he spotted an opening and delivered a swift side kick aimed at Broly's waist. Yet, Broly did not evade. He took the blow head-on and seized Jiren's leg, flinging him several dozen meters away. However, Jiren adjusted his form mid-air, landing steadily. "Haha, come again." Broly cackled, his aura growing increasingly ferocious. He clasped his hands together, an immense energy coalescing in his palms, forming a colossal energy sphere which he hurled towards Jiren. In response, Jiren thrust out his hands, summoning an equally formidable energy that surged towards the sphere. Upon collision, a tremendous explosion ensued, radiating brilliant light and illuminating the entire battlefield. Amidst the swirling smoke, the figures of Broly and Jiren flickered in and out of view, the intensity of their battle escalating. Chapter 76. Broly versus Jiren. As the remnants of the explosion lingered, Broly surged forth like a wraith towards Jiren. his fists ignited with blue energy flames, each strike emanating searing heat. Jiren's gaze sharpened, his hands moving rapidly to form an energy shield before him, absorbing Broly's ferocious onslaught. Witnessing this, Broly let out a furious roar, his power erupting anew. His fists raining down upon the shield like meteors, each impact producing a deafening cacophony. The shield began to fracture under Broly's relentless barrage, prompting a frown from Jiren as he summoned his strength to thrust Broly back. Seizing the moment, Jiren formed seals with his hands, murmuring incantations as a mysterious rune materialized before him, transforming into a beam of light that shot towards Broly. Unfazed, Broly opened his mouth wide, unleashing a powerful energy wave that collided with the beam. The two forces locked in a stalemate, warping the very fabric of the surrounding space. "Break for me," Broly bellowed, amplifying his energy wave to shatter the beam. Yet, in that instant, Jiren had already appeared behind him, delivering a swift kick to his back. Broly staggered forward a few steps, regaining his composure before turning around, his eyes ablaze with fury, muscles bulging as if on the verge of eruption. Clenching his fists, he unleashed a flurry of punches towards Jiren, a tempest of strikes that dazzled the eye. Jiren, elusive as a wisp, navigated the barrage with grace, suddenly accelerating to an unimaginable speed, transforming into a specter that materialized before Broly. His fist struck with the swiftness of lightning, each blow landing with precision upon Broly's form. Broly sought to defend himself, but Jiren's onslaught was overwhelming, leaving no time for reaction. A resounding thud echoed as Jiren's straight punch slammed into Broly's abdomen, the tremendous force contorting his body into a shrimp-like position. Before he could recover, another hook connected with his jaw, sending a few bloodied teeth flying from his mouth. Jiren showed no signs of relenting. His legs moved like a whirlwind, delivering a relentless series of kicks. Broly's chest, abdomen, and legs were pounded mercilessly, his body involuntarily retreating under the barrage. Each kick resonated with a thunderous impact, leaving deep imprints on his flesh and rendering his attire tattered and torn. Jiren suddenly leaped high into the air, executing a swift turn before delivering a devastating kick to Broly's shoulder. The force of the impact was as if a mountain had fallen upon him, sending Broly crashing to the ground, creating a sizable crater. As he attempted to rise, Jiren closed in, planting a foot firmly on Broly's chest, rendering him immobile. "Is this truly your strength?" Jiren remarked coldly, with increasing pressure from his foot. Broly's face contorted in agony as he struggled to rise, yet Jiren's formidable strength held him firmly in place. Jiren abruptly lifted his leg and delivered another punishing blow to Broly's cheek, causing his head to snap to the side, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet, his eyes remained wide with rage, a deep growl emanating from his throat. Jiren unleashed a rapid flurry of energy beams, cascading upon Broly like a torrential downpour. Wherever the beams struck, Broly's skin charred and smoke billowed from his body. Broly let out a tortured scream, eyes bloodshot, yet his aura intensified with ferocity. Seizing the moment, Jiren swiftly appeared behind Broly, delivering an elbow strike to his spine. A crack echoed through the air as Broly's body jolted violently. However, just when Jiren believed victory was within his grasp, Broly unexpectedly seized Jiren's arm, flinging him with tremendous force. Jiren was propelled through the air, tumbling before regaining his footing. Broly slowly rose from the ground, his body trembling slightly, yet the fire of rage in his gaze blazed even brighter. He stood tall, breathing heavily, wounds visible and grievous. Yet his fighting spirit soared higher than ever. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiren's eyes before he charged at Broly once more. His fists moved with such speed that the afterimages were nearly imperceptible. A relentless barrage of punches descended upon Broly like a torrential downpour. Gritting his teeth, Broly shielded his head with his arms, enduring the tempestuous assault. Suddenly, Jiren executed a spinning kick, striking Broly's knee. Broly's leg buckled, nearly forcing him to kneel. Yet, through sheer willpower, he straightened himself once more. At this moment, Broly was battered and bruised, his body stained with blood, yet his gaze remained fixed on Jiren. As if to declare, "I shall not fall." Jiren pressed his palms together, accumulating a formidable energy within his hands. He thrust them outward, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged toward Broly. With a fierce roar, Broly erupted in a brilliant blue glow, meeting the oncoming force head-on. The explosion resonated with a deafening roar, enveloping the battlefield in a veil of smoke, obscuring the scene. As the haze began to dissipate, Broly was seen half kneeling, his body swaying precariously, yet he still resisted the urge to collapse. Jiren, arms crossed, regarded Broly with a cold, detached demeanor and stated, "You have no more chances." Broly lifted his head, a feral grin emerging upon his face. "Is that so? But I have not yet lost." With that proclamation, the radiance surrounding Broly surged once more, his energy becoming even more tumultuous and chaotic. He charged at Jiren with unprecedented speed and ferocity. Jiren furrowed his brow slightly, sidestepping Broly's reckless assault. Broly's fist struck the ground with tremendous force, sending debris flying. Seizing the moment, Jiren delivered a swift kick to Broly's back, causing him to stumble forward. But he quickly pivoted to face Jiren again. Broly had succumbed to a frenzied state, attacking Jiren with reckless abandon, disregarding his own defenses. Jiren effortlessly evaded his strikes, occasionally retaliating, each counter inflicting significant damage upon Broly. Yet, Broly seemed impervious to pain, continuing his savage onslaught. His eyes, now stained with blood, bore the appearance of a demon risen from the depths of hell. As Broly's attacks grew increasingly chaotic, Jiren seized the opportunity, sidestepping to deliver a precise knife-hand strike to Broly's neck. Broly paused momentarily, and Jiren capitalized by raising his knee to strike Broly's abdomen. Broly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body propelled backward. However, he twisted midair, lunging once more at Jiren. Jiren swiftly formed a series of hand seals, conjuring a potent energy wave before him. "Go," he commanded, sending the energy wave hurtling toward Broly. Remarkably, Broly did not evade. Instead, he braced himself and absorbed the impact. The explosion enveloped him, and as the light faded, Broly knelt on one knee, blood seeping from his numerous wounds. "Why do you not give up?" Jiren inquired, perplexed. Broly raised his head, a defiant grin on his lips. "I will not lose." With that, he staggered to his feet, unsteadily advancing toward Jiren. Jiren sighed softly, realizing the situation. "Very well, let us bring this to a close." With his hands joined, he gathered a cataclysmic energy within his grasp. The energy radiating from Jiren's hands grew increasingly resplendent, as if it sought to illuminate the entire battlefield. Yet Broly, undeterred by his grievous wounds, pressed forward with labored determination. Just as Jiren was poised to unleash his lethal strike, Broly let out a thunderous roar, his previously dim aura rekindling with an even greater intensity. A fresh surge of power erupting from within him. Jiren, momentarily taken aback, hesitated in his movements. In that fleeting instant, Broly surged forward, delivering a punch infused with ferocious strength. Jiren hastily raised his arm in defense, resulting in a deafening clash that sent ripples of energy surging through the surrounding space. Remarkably, Jiren was staggered back several steps, incredulity etched across his face. How was it possible that Broly could unleash such formidable power? At that moment, Broly's eyes had transformed entirely into a vivid green, his muscles swelling, veins prominently visible. He offered no response to Jiren, instead launching himself once more into a relentless barrage of attacks. Broly's strikes fell like a tempest, each punch carrying the potential to shatter mountains and split the earth. Jiren, no longer dismissive, focused intently on countering the onslaught. As their fists collided, waves of energy rippled outward, the surrounding air distorted by the intensity of their clash. Broly's strength seemed inexhaustible, his assault growing increasingly ferocious, disregarding his own injuries. Jiren, astonished, had not anticipated that Broly could muster such overwhelming combat prowess despite his grave condition. With another violent collision, both warriors were forced to retreat. Blood trickled from the corner of Broly's mouth, yet his gaze was resolute and fervent. Taking a deep breath, Jiren steadied himself and charged forward once more, resolved to unleash his full strength to conclude the battle. Watching from below, Wang Cheng marveled at Broly's tenacity, exclaiming that he truly embodied the essence of a Super Saiyan. Broly had surpassed his limits multiple times in mere moments, reaching the 4th tier of divine mastery. Truly astonishing. Jiren, now fully committed, recognized the vast disparity in their realms. Broly was not at his peak condition and would likely falter within 10 exchanges. However, given the current circumstances in the arena, the advantage still lay with his side. At this juncture, the fierce confrontation between Broly and Jiren had escalated to a fever pitch. Jiren's hands moved with precision, channeling immense energy into a colossal energy sphere, which he forcefully propelled toward Broly. Unfazed, Broly crossed his arms before him, bracing himself to withstand the impact. As the energy sphere made contact, it erupted in a blinding flash, the tremendous force carving deep furrows into the ground beneath Broly's feet. Yet he gritted his teeth, resolutely refusing to yield an inch. "Break from me," Broly bellowed, his aura surging once more, gradually forcing the energy sphere back. Jiren's expression shifted as he intensified his energy output. At that moment, both warriors found themselves locked in a stalemate, the surrounding space fracturing under the weight of their overwhelming power. Broly's body began to tremble, clearly having reached its limit, yet his gaze remained resolute. Suddenly, he unleashed a thunderous roar, expending the last remnants of his strength to forcefully push the energy sphere back. Jiren, caught off guard, was struck by the energy ball and sent flying backward. Exhausted, Broly collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes tightly shut, and the muscles on his face twitching from extreme fatigue. At that moment, Wang Cheng flew to Broly's side and made a peculiar gesture. Instantly, Broly's injuries began to visibly heal. "Congratulations, host. You have randomly stolen 10 trillion points of combat power from Broly. Go assist Vegeta. I will handle things here," Wang Cheng declared with unwavering determination. Broly replied, "I still wish to battle that fellow who resembles a salted egg." Wang Cheng furrowed his brow and shouted, "Do not be obstinate. The situation with Vegeta is dire. You must hurry." With a clenched jaw and a reluctant glare at Jiren, Broly turned and soared toward Vegeta's direction. Wang Cheng then regarded Jiren and said, "You are the one who has surpassed your universe's god of destruction, are you not? Show me your full strength in battle, for I too possess power that transcends the gods of destruction." Jiren coldly fixed his gaze upon Wang Cheng and slowly replied, "Such arrogance. Let me witness the so-called power that surpasses the gods of destruction." With that, Jiren's aura surged dramatically, a formidable pressure assailing Wang Cheng like a tangible force. Yet, Wang Cheng stood undaunted, firmly rooting his feet to the ground, and unleashed a powerful aura of his own to counter Jiren's pressure. "Come forth," Wang Cheng bellowed, charging towards Jiren with a fist enveloped in a brilliant radiance. Jiren sidestepped effortlessly, evading Wang Cheng's attack, and countered with a punch aimed at Wang Cheng's back. Anticipating this, Wang Cheng swiftly turned, blocking Jiren's fist with his arm. The collision of their powers produced a thunderous sound, rippling through the surrounding space. With the enhancement of his constant state of ultimate freedom, Wang Cheng experienced a significant boost in strength, gradually reaching parity with Jiren. His form became ethereal, darting across the battlefield like a specter, each movement leaving a trail of afterimages that made it difficult for Jiren to pinpoint his exact location. Wang Cheng's attacks grew increasingly ruthless, each punch and kick imbued with terrifying might. His strikes were executed with precision and efficiency, as though instinctively delivering the most accurate and effective blows. Faced with Wang Cheng's relentless onslaught, Jiren could not help but abandon his earlier disdain and focused entirely on defense. However, the barrage of Wang Cheng's attacks surged like a relentless tide, gradually overwhelming Jiren. "Huh!" Wang Cheng shouted, launching a powerful flying kick aimed directly at Jiren's face. Jiren hurriedly raised his arm to block, only to be forced back several steps by the sheer force of the impact. Seizing the advantage, Wang Cheng pressed forward, combining punches and kicks, momentarily forcing Jiren into a defensive position. The intensity of Wang Cheng's assaults escalated, while Jiren searched for an opportunity to counterattack amidst the relentless barrage. Suddenly, Jiren seized upon a minuscule flaw in Wang Cheng's technique and unleashed a powerful punch. Wang Cheng reacted with remarkable agility, sidestepping the blow. However, Jiren's fist grazed his shoulder, eliciting a spray of blood. Yet, Wang Cheng seemed impervious to the pain, his wound healing rapidly, and he harnessed this momentum to deliver a spinning kick aimed at Jiren's chest. Jiren crossed his arms to defend, but was still propelled backward by the sheer force of the attack. "Well done. You possess considerable skill." A flicker of admiration crossed Jiren's gaze, yet his assault continued unabated as he lunged toward Wang Cheng once more. A confident smile graced Wang Cheng's lips. This was merely the beginning. His figure flickered and vanished, leaving behind only a series of afterimages. On the battlefield, the two combatant silhouettes intertwined, their energies colliding and igniting a spectacle of radiant light and tremendous shockwaves. The intensity of their confrontation escalated, with each of Wang Cheng's strikes infused with the agile and ferocious essence of his technique. Jillian, undeterred, exhibited seemingly boundless strength. Each counterattack placed immense pressure on Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng darted like lightning, appearing instantaneously behind Jillian, his fist imbued with cataclysmic energy. Yet Jillian, as if possessing eyes in the back of his head, evaded with a deft sidestep and retaliated with an elbow strike. Wang Cheng narrowly leaned back to escape the blow and executed a somersault to create distance. Your skills are commendable, but to defeat me, you must do better, Jillian declared loudly. Wang Cheng scoffed, not so fast. Before his words had fully dissipated, he charged forward again, radiant light emanating from him, illuminating the entire battlefield. Chapter 78. Wang Cheng vs. Jillian 2. Wang Cheng struck like a bolt of lightning, closing in on Jillian in an instant, his fists and feet combining in a flurry of swift attacks that left onlookers breathless. Jillian remained composed, skillfully neutralizing each of Wang Cheng's onslaughts with precise counters. The space around them warped under the force of their clash, resonating with thunderous booms. Wang Cheng's resolve solidified. He understood that against a formidable opponent like Jillian, even the slightest lapse could lead to his downfall. Focus, he shouted, channeling all his energy into his right fist, which he aimed to deliver a crushing blow to Jillian. Sensing the might behind this strike, Jillian did not underestimate it. He crossed his arms in a bid to withstand the force. With a resounding crash, the powerful energy surged forth, causing both fighters to stagger backward. Wang Cheng steadied himself, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, yet his fighting spirit remained undiminished. He wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes ablaze with an intensified fervor for battle. Such a minor injury would not deter him. That unwavering gaze seemed capable of piercing through any obstacle. At that moment, Wang Cheng's aura did not wane due to his injury. Rather, it surged with greater vigor. With each breath, he stirred the surrounding energy, his muscles taut and veins prominent, akin to a beast poised to unleash its fury. The very air around him appeared ignited by his presence, quivering slightly and forming visible ripples. The ground beneath him could scarcely bear the weight of this unseen pressure, fracturing with fine cracks. Jillian regarded Wang Cheng with newfound respect. To have endured under my command until now, he possesses a certain degree of skill. Wang Cheng scoffed, dismissing the words with a wave. Enough chatter, let us continue. With that, he surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. His form transformed into a streak of light, swiftly closing the distance between him and Jillian. His fist, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, hurtled towards Jillian's face, infused with his indomitable will and boundless fury, as if seeking to obliterate any obstacle in his path. Jillian's gaze sharpened as he swiftly raised his arm to block. A resounding crash echoed as a powerful shockwave erupted between the two, distorting the surrounding space. The force of Wang Cheng's punch compelled Jillian to retreat several steps. Yet, Wang Cheng offered no respite. He unleashed a relentless barrage of assaults, fists, feet, elbows, knees, each limb becoming a lethal weapon. His movements were as swift as lightning, leaving onlookers bewildered. Under this tempest of strikes, Jillian could do little more than defend, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Each of Wang Cheng's blows bore a relentless momentum, as if he sought to utterly dismantle Jillian. Boom! A series of collisions rang out, the residual energy wreaking havoc and cratering the ground around them. Wang Cheng's speed intensified, his strength magnified, driven solely by the singular conviction to defeat this formidable foe before him. Jillian's defenses began to falter, subtle wounds appearing upon his body. Just as a slight opening emerged in Wang Cheng's assault, Jillian seized the moment, launching a punch that struck squarely against Wang Cheng's chest. The impact sent Wang Cheng hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, he sprang back to his feet almost instantaneously, charging once more at Jillian. Wang Cheng's velocity reached its zenith, conjuring a tempest as he appeared before Jillian in the blink of an eye. He roared in fury, delivering a punch imbued with all his strength and resolve. Jillian squinted slightly, crossing his arms in preparation to meet this incoming strike. Bang! Another deafening sound reverberated, as if the very fabric of space would shatter under the immense force. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, exerting even greater strength, striving to breach Jillian's defenses. Jillian felt the weight of Wang Cheng's blow, beads of sweat forming on his brow, yet he steadfastly resisted. Time seemed to stand still, the two locked in a stalemate, neither willing to yield an inch. Everything around them faded into obscurity, their figures starkly illuminated amidst the swirling tempest of energy. Veins bulged on Wang Cheng's forehead, large droplets of sweat cascading down his cheeks, yet his gaze remained resolute, emitting low, primal growls. Jillian's expression grew grave, astonished by Wang Cheng's tenacity and explosive power. Able to hold his ground for such duration. Wang Cheng bellowed, his strength surging once more, forcing Jillian back a half-step. Startled, Jillian had no time to react as Wang Cheng pressed the advantage, launching a flurry of punches and kicks that fell upon Jillian like a torrential downpour. In this moment, Wang Cheng seemed to metamorphose into a deity of battle, each strike imbued with a cataclysmic ferocity. Jillian, no longer holding back, met Wang Cheng's frenzied onslaught with all his might. The intensity of their energy clash escalated, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. As if on the brink of collapse, the gods of destruction in the audience widened their eyes. Their gazes fixated on the fierce battlefield where Wang Cheng and Jillian engaged in a tumultuous struggle. Their prior whispers dissipated, replaced by a chorus of awestruck gasps. The ferocity of their confrontation was astonishing. The god of destruction from Universe 8 could not help but exclaim, his voice laced with incredulity. Meanwhile, the god from Universe 11 furrowed his brow, a grave expression etched upon his face. It was truly remarkable that someone could push another to such extremes. He clenched his fists, seemingly influenced by the palpable tension of the battlefield. The aftershocks of this battle evoke a sense of threat within me, remarked the god of destruction from Universe 1, his eyes reflecting both admiration and a hint of reverence. Among the awestruck gods, Beerus, arms crossed and an air of nonchalance about him, spoke up. "Oh, look at this fervent exchange. However, it is merely that." He raised an eyebrow and surveyed the battlefield, noting Wang Cheng's commendable performance, affirming his worthiness as a candidate of this deity. A subtle smile graced Beerus's lips as he continued. "When I first discovered him, I recognized his extraordinary potential. It is hardly surprising that with a few nudges from me, he has achieved this level." Whis chuckled softly from the side, interjecting, "Lord Beerus, do refrain from embellishing. Wang Cheng's accomplishments are largely attributed to his own diligence and innate talent. Moreover, let us not forget, Lord Beerus, that I have been the one guiding Wang Cheng's training while you have often been in slumber." Beerus shot him a glare, retorting, "Nonsense. Were it not for my illustrious reputation instilling fear in him, would he possess the motivation to train so diligently?" Whis shook his head in resignation. "Lord Beerus, your reasoning is rather tenuous." Beerus's expression shifted, his voice rising. "Regardless, Wang Cheng is a warrior under my command. His glory is my glory." Whis let out a gentle sigh. "Very well, Lord Beerus, your word shall prevail." The Grand Minister observed the commotion among the debating gods from above the arena. Clearing his throat, his voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. "Silence." These words held immense weight, instantly silencing the raucous crowd. The Grand Minister continued, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction and reproach. "Look at you all, reduced to squabbling over the battle of mere mortals. Your gaze is as sharp as a blade. Some of you are even outmatched by these mortals and remain oblivious to self-reflection." His voice grew more resolute. "Are you content to be surpassed by these mortals? Do you not aspire to elevate your own powers and serve Lord Zeno more effectively?" Some of the destructive gods, chastised by the high priest, bowed their heads in shame. Others, their faces flushed, exhibited a hint of panic and unease in their eyes. Chapter 79, Wang Cheng versus Jillian. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Wang Cheng and Jillian raged on. Wang Cheng's eyes blazed with an indomitable fighting spirit, his entire being converging powerfully into his fists. Each strike infused with an unstoppable momentum. His figure darted like a phantom through the void, leaving behind a series of indistinct afterimages. Jillian, steadfast as a mountain, wore a stern expression, his gaze betraying unwavering resolve. In the face of Wang Cheng's tempestuous onslaught, he remained unruffled, deftly countering each of Wang Cheng's attacks with graceful movements of his hands. With a fierce roar, Wang Cheng's aura surged dramatically, a formidable wave of energy erupting from within him. He unleashed the celestial horse meteor fist, with fist winds transforming into countless sharp beams of light that surged toward Jillian. Jillian narrowed his eyes slightly, a powerful force emanating from him as he pressed his palms together and thrust forward, forming an unyielding shield that repelled Wang Cheng's radiant assault. Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated as the clash of energies created a powerful shockwave, warping the surrounding space. Both Wang Cheng and Jillian were forced back several paces by the force. Gritting his teeth, Wang Cheng steadied himself and charged forward once more. His speed reached its zenith. Appearing instantaneously before Jillian, his fists descending like a torrential downpour. Jillian, undeterred, retaliated with swift and powerful counterattacks, engaging Wang Cheng in a fierce close-quarters combat. As time ticked away, Wang Cheng suddenly discerned a minuscule flaw in Jillian's defense. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a serious punch, channeling all his strength into that singular blow. Jillian sensed the impending danger but was too late to evade fully. Wang Cheng's fist landed heavily upon him, causing Jillian to grunt as his body was propelled backward. Yet he quickly regained his composure, standing firm once more. Wang Cheng, you are indeed formidable. But defeating me will not be so simple, Jillian bellowed, launching himself at Wang Cheng again. His figure streaked like lightning, slicing through the air with relentless fervor. Every muscle in Jillian's body tensed, power coursing beneath his skin like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Wang Cheng, unwavering, faced Jillian head-on, clenching his fists. The energy within him surged like a roaring river, converging powerfully in his hands. He understood that this would be a grueling confrontation, yet his conviction remained unshaken. Jillian's speed was blinding, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Wang Cheng. He unleashed a heavy punch, the wind from his fist howling with immense pressure. Wang Cheng sidestepped nimbly, skillfully dodging the blow. However, Jillian's assault did not cease. He followed up with a swift kick, as rapid as the wind. Wang Cheng crossed his arms, absorbing the impact of the kick. The tremendous force propelled him backward, leaving deep grooves in the ground. Yet, he quickly adjusted his stance and surged forward once again. The two figures became instantly entwined, exchanging blows with relentless vigor, each strike producing tremendous energy waves that reverberated throughout the surrounding space. Jillian's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, his punches imbued with formidable strength, each movement containing boundless power. In contrast, Wang Cheng countered with agile footwork and clever techniques, meticulously searching for any chink in Jillian's armor. With a resounding crash, they collided once more, both retreating several steps. Jillian, panting heavily, still radiated an indomitable spirit. Wang Cheng bent slightly, hands resting on his knees as he sought to regulate his breath, yet his gaze remained fixed on Jillian, devoid of any hint of retreat. Wang Cheng, you are a worthy adversary, but today, victory shall be mine. Jillian bellowed once again, charging forward with renewed fervor. Wang Cheng straightened, a confident smile gracing his lips. Let us see about that. He fearlessly surged ahead, plunging them both into yet another fierce bout. Jillian moved like lightning, his fist striking with the swiftness of the wind, each punch accompanied by a whistle that seemed to tear through the very air itself. Wang Cheng darted about like a nimble swallow, deftly evading Jillian's powerful blows. Yet, Jillian's onslaught resembled a tempest, offering Wang Cheng no respite. Suddenly, Jillian leaped into the air, performing a swift rotation, his legs sweeping towards Wang Cheng like a whirlwind. Wang Cheng, quick as a flash, crossed his arms defensively, absorbing the impact of the strike. With a thunderous crash, he was propelled backward several steps, the ground beneath him cracking under the immense force. Nevertheless, he did not falter. With a mighty roar, he unleashed a surge of even greater power. His feet struck the ground with explosive force, propelling him towards Jillian like a cannonball. His fists shimmered with brilliant light, exuding an unstoppable momentum. Upon witnessing this, Jillian clasped his hands together, forming a robust defensive barrier. Wang Cheng's fists collided with the barrier, erupting in a blinding flash, powerful energy rippling outward. A crack appeared in the defensive wall, causing Jillian's expression to shift. He had not anticipated such strength from Wang Cheng's strike. Seizing the moment, Wang Cheng unleashed a barrage of punches upon the barrier. With a resounding explosion, the defense finally crumbled under the relentless assault. Jillian staggered backward, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet he would not concede easily. Wiping the blood away, his gaze hardened further. He waved his hands, sending forth beams of energy that surged towards Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng deftly dodged, evading most of the projectiles, though a few grazed him, leaving shallow wounds. With a fierce roar, Wang Cheng's aura intensified once more as he gathered energy for the Kamehameha. Jillian, receive my technique, he declared, thrusting the powerful energy wave towards Jillian. The Kamehameha soared forth like a blazing blue sun, its brilliance overwhelming, the potent energy distorting the space around them. The surging force howled, as if intent on consuming everything in its path. Jillian's expression hardened. Facing this formidable onslaught, he could not afford to be careless. He took a deep breath, a formidable aura radiating from his entire being. With swift movements, he formed seals with his hands before him, attempting to withstand Wang Cheng's Kamehameha. The Kamehameha surged forth with the force of an avalanche, producing cacophonous cracks in the space it traversed. Jillian's defenses trembled incessantly under the might of the Kamehameha. His teeth clenched as he fought to endure. Wang Cheng's forehead bulged with veins, pouring every ounce of his strength into this strike. The brilliance of the Kamehameha intensified, its speed accelerating. Finally, cracks appeared in Jillian's defenses, his expression grave. Yet, he did not yield. Instead, he unleashed a more potent force, striving to turn the tide. However, Wang Cheng's Kamehameha was unstoppable, breaking through Jillian's defenses in an instant. Struck by this overwhelming force, Jillian was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing violently against a distant cliff. Boom! The cliff crumbled instantaneously, debris scattering in all directions. Jillian slowly rose from the rubble, his body marred with wounds, yet his gaze remained filled with indomitable spirit. Wong Chong, your technique is indeed formidable, but I shall not fall so easily, Jillian proclaimed, charging once more towards Wang Cheng. Chapter 80. Painful Growth. Who uses whom? Who says what? Wang Cheng, observing Jillian's advance, felt a surge of caution within. He knew this battle was far from over. Jillian, like a specter, swiftly approached Wang Cheng, unleashing a heavy punch, the wind of his fist howling with boundless fury. Wang Cheng sidestepped, retaliating with a kick aimed at Jillian's abdomen. The two exchanged ferocious blows, each strike igniting ripples of energy with their clashes. The surrounding environment shattered under the weight of their immense power. Jillian suddenly leaped high into the air, palms pressed together. Murmuring incantations, a radiant light erupted from his form, a terrifying energy coalescing in his hands. Wang Cheng, taste this, Jillian bellowed, hurling the energy sphere towards him. Wang Cheng's pupils constricted. Faced with this onslaught, he dared not delay. With quick movements, he constructed an energy shield before him. When the energy sphere collided with the shield, a blinding brilliance erupted, the tremendous force causing the ground beneath Wang Cheng to fracture. Gritting his teeth, he strained to maintain the shield, determined to prevent the energy sphere from breaching his defenses. Boom! With a resounding impact, the shield finally succumbed to the energy sphere's overwhelming power, shattering into fragments. Wang Cheng was struck by the residual shockwave, hurtling backward and slamming against a massive boulder. The rock disintegrated into dust, and Wang Cheng slowly rose from the debris, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Jillian, you are indeed formidable. Wang Cheng wiped the blood away, yet his eyes betrayed no hint of retreat. Jillian scoffed. Wang Cheng, you are at your wit's end. Will you not concede? Wang Cheng laughed heartily. Concede? That word does not exist in my vocabulary. With that, he summoned the full extent of his power, a powerful aura emanating from him, muscles taut, veins protruding, his gaze sharpened, as if capable of piercing through all. With a resounding shout, he darted forward like a streak of lightning towards Jillian. Aware of the impending threat, Jillian did not hesitate, focusing intently on countering Wang Cheng's assault. Wang Cheng unleashed a punch with remarkable speed, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind. Jillian deftly sidestepped and retaliated with a punch of his own. Wang Cheng nimbly bent down to evade, swiftly following up with a sweeping kick aimed at Jillian's lower body. Jillian leaped into the air, executing a series of rapid kicks towards Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng crossed his arms to absorb the blows, then seized Jillian's ankle and forcefully tossed him aside. Jillian adjusted midair, landing gracefully on his feet. He charged once more at Wang Cheng, their fists clashing in a cacophony of sound. Suddenly, Wang Cheng executed a swift teleportation, appearing behind Jillian and delivering a kick to his back. Reacting quickly, Jillian spun around, using his arm to block the strike. What incredible speed! Jillian marveled internally. Wang Cheng grinned. I can go even faster. With that, he accelerated, moving rapidly around Jillian, making it difficult for him to track his movements. Closing his eyes, Jillian relied on his sense of qi to gauge Wang Cheng's position. Just as Wang Cheng prepared to strike again, Jillian abruptly opened his eyes and seized Wang Cheng's fist with precision. They were locked in a stalemate, each exerting tremendous force against the other. Sweat beaded on Wang Cheng's forehead, yet his gaze remained resolute and unyielding. Suddenly, he summoned his strength, breaking free from Jillian's grasp, and executed a spinning kick aimed at Jillian's head. Jillian leaned back to evade, countering with a punch that shot forward like a cannonball, slicing through the air towards Wang Cheng's face. Wong Chong reacted swiftly, narrowly dodging the fierce blow by tilting his head. However, Jillian's assault did not relent. His strikes came in relentless waves, akin to a tempest. Jillian executed a side kick, his left leg sweeping out with a whistling sound. Wang Cheng leaped to avoid the kick, but Jillian swiftly altered his attack, launching a right punch from below, targeting Wang Cheng midair. Wang Cheng crossed his arms to absorb the blow, the immense force causing him to momentarily falter before being propelled backward. In midair, he adjusted his stance and landed firmly on his feet, his eyes ignited with renewed determination as he charged towards Jillian once more. Wang Cheng unleashed the celestial horse meteor fist, his punches creating a dazzling flurry of shadows that bewildered the eye. Jillian remained composed, his defense impenetrable, successfully blocking each of Wang Cheng's attacks. The two fists collided once more, producing a deep thud. A powerful wave of energy radiated outward, igniting the surrounding air and sending ripples through the atmosphere. Seizing the opportunity, Jillian stepped forward, thrusting his left palm directly at Wang Cheng's chest. Wang Cheng evaded to the side while his right fist surged towards Jillian's abdomen. Jillian slightly contracted his torso, using his elbow to shield against the strike. Both combatants were drenched in sweat, yet their movements showed no signs of fatigue. With a sudden pivot, Jillian raised his right leg high, striking down towards Wang Cheng with the force of thunder. Wang Cheng lifted both hands to catch the leg, then forcefully attempted to throw Jillian off balance. Utilizing this momentum, Jillian executed a somersault in midair, landing securely on the ground. Wang Cheng, your prowess truly leaves me in awe, Jillian remarked. A smile curled at the corners of Wang Cheng's mouth as he replied, you are not to be underestimated either, but today victory shall be mine. No sooner had the words left his lips than an even more formidable aura erupted from his being, the energy around him surging like tumultuous waves, radiating outward in relentless succession. A resolute gleam flickered in Wang Cheng's eyes, as if fueled by an eternal flame that would never extinguish. Sensing the shift in Wang Cheng, Jillian felt a tightening in his chest, yet his demeanor remained composed and unyielding. He understood that the impending battle would be fraught with greater challenges. In a flash, Wang Cheng materialized at Jillian's left side, unleashing a powerful left hook that sliced through the air with an unstoppable force. Jillian swiftly raised his left arm to block, but the sheer power of Wang Cheng's punch sent him staggering back several steps. Before Jillian could regain his footing, Wang Cheng, like a specter, reappeared behind him, delivering a swift kick to his back. Jillian reacted with remarkable speed, rolling forward to evade the strike. However, Wang Cheng's assault was relentless. He clasped his hands together, conjuring a massive sphere of energy and hurled it toward Jillian. With no time to dodge, Jillian braced himself, catching the energy sphere with both hands. It trembled violently in his grasp, as if on the verge of detonating. Gritting his teeth, he exerted every ounce of strength to push the energy sphere back. Observing this, Wang Cheng did not retreat. Instead, he spread his arms wide, boldly advancing toward the energy sphere. At the moment of contact, his radiance surged immensely and astonishingly. He absorbed the energy sphere into his very being. A primal roar escaped Wang Cheng's lips, his body emanating a chilling aura. He charged at Jillian once more, his speed reaching unparalleled heights, leaving behind only fleeting afterimages. Jillian remained wholly focused, continuously fending off the tempestuous barrage of Wang Cheng's attacks. Though numerous wounds adorned his body, he persevered with indomitable spirit. Wang Cheng, defeating me will not be an easy feat, Jillian declared with conviction. Wang Cheng let out a cold chuckle. Then let us put that to the test. Chapter 81. The Ultra Blue 20-fold Kaioken. Meanwhile, the battles involving Goku and the others had drawn to a close. Each was gasping for breath, bearing injuries of varying severity, yet all eyes were fixated on the fierce confrontation between Wang Cheng and Jillian. Goku stood with arms crossed, brow furrowed, his gaze filled with concentration and astonishment. He observed the dazzling techniques and the terrifying energy fluctuations exchanged between Wang Cheng and Julian. Pondering to himself, their strength has ascended to such heights. It is truly beyond imagination. Vegeta stood beside Goku, his expression grave, fists clenched tightly. He felt a mix of admiration for the might of Wang Cheng and Julian, alongside a tinge of dissatisfaction, privately resolving, I must become stronger. I cannot afford to lag behind them. Cell's eyes widened, mouth agape, rendered speechless by the spectacle before him. His heart brimmed with admiration for Wang Cheng. This is the true battle of the strong. It is astonishing, truly worthy of being the elder brother, indeed remarkable. Kafura embraced herself, her beautiful visage adorned with awe. The prowess displayed by these two individuals was simply beyond comprehension, she softly remarked. Broly, standing nearby, appeared to be restless. Jiren surveyed the surroundings, realizing that only Wang Cheng's side remained. The resentment and indomitable spirit within him ignited like a raging inferno, stimulating every nerve in his body. His eyes blazed with fierce anger, and his body began to tremble as an overwhelming, suffocating aura erupted from within him. The surrounding space warped under the weight of this power, and the light seemed to be devoured by its intensity. Wang Cheng sensed the shift in Jiren, a tightness gripping his heart, yet his expression remained resolute. With a mighty roar, Jiren vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, Wang Cheng found Jiren before him, a heavy fist crashing into his chest. Wang Cheng hastily raised his arms to defend, but the force was as crushing as a mountain, sending him flying. Before he could regain his footing, Jiren reappeared behind him, delivering a swift kick to his back. Wang Cheng let out a muffled grunt as he was propelled forward, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a halt. Stand up, Wang Cheng. This is just the beginning, Jiren bellowed. Gritting his teeth, Wang Cheng slowly rose, his gaze filled with defiance. He charged at Jiren once more, his fist whistling through the air. Jiren neither dodged nor flinched, instead seizing Wang Cheng's fist with his palm and flinging him away. This time, Wang Cheng crashed heavily against a massive boulder, which shattered into dust upon impact. Spitting blood, he still valiantly stood up. Jiren offered no respite, charging again with a relentless barrage of attacks, each strike raining down upon Wang Cheng like a torrential storm. Wang Cheng fought desperately to defend himself, but his defenses crumbled beneath Jiren's overwhelming assault. Countless wounds marred his body, blood staining his garments. Yet he refused to surrender. Each time he was knocked down, he rose again to continue the fight. Wang Cheng conceded. You cannot match my strength. Jiren shouted. Impossible. I will never yield. Wang Cheng roared defiantly as he charged at Jiren again. Jiren smirked coldly, bringing his hands together to gather a formidable energy. With a sudden thrust, he unleashed a colossal energy wave towards Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng's eyes widened in realization of the wave's immense power. Nevertheless, he did not falter. Instead, he concentrated all his strength into his hands, attempting to withstand the oncoming force. However, the energy wave was far too potent, rendering his resistance insignificant. It struck him directly, sending his body hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string. Struggling to rise, Wang Cheng shouted to Goku and the others. Jiren has broken through, and his power has increased. You all must join me. I need to recover. Goku furrowed his brow, his gaze steadfast as he faced Jiren. All right, we shall fight together. Vegeta snorted in determination, his muscles tensed as his super blue aura erupted forth. Caulifla and Cell also prepared for battle, their eyes filled with resolve. In Broly's eyes, an overwhelming desire for battle surged as he anticipated the chance to engage with you once more. Goku was the first to charge forward, his form resembling a streak of blue lightning, instantly arriving before Jiren. With unwavering determination, he swung his fists toward Jiren. However, Jiren merely raised a hand, effortlessly deflecting Goku's assault. Vegeta swiftly followed suit, letting out a fierce roar as he unleashed a powerful strike. Jiren sidestepped with ease, avoiding the attack effortlessly. Cell, Broly, and Caulifla launched their assaults from various angles, yet Jiren traversed through their onslaught with the grace of a leisurely stroll, countering their efforts with remarkable ease. Damn it, this guy is too strong. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Goku activated the Kaioken tenfold, his aura intensifying, and both his speed and strength significantly enhanced. Nevertheless, Jiren remained unfazed, adeptly neutralizing their advances with impeccable timing. Jiren's might was formidable, and their combined efforts failed to inflict any substantial damage upon him. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng sat cross-legged on the ground, diligently regulating his energy and recuperating his strength. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and an inner anxiety welled up. Everyone must hold on until I recover. He then feigned a few gestures for effect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for randomly siphoning 50 trillion battle power from Goku, Vegeta, Cell, and Broly. On the battlefield, Goku and his allies, now fully restored, intensified their assaults. Yet they could not breach Jiren's formidable defenses. A hint of disdain flickered across Jiren's face as he suddenly unleashed a surge of power. A tremendous energy wave erupting from his being, sending Goku and the others staggering back several meters. Damn, it seems I have no choice but to use the 20-fold Kaioken. I just hope my body can withstand it, Goku muttered through gritted teeth. Before he could finish his thought, a powerful aura enveloped Goku, the azure flames surging dramatically. His muscles taut and veins bulging. The surrounding space quivered under the weight of his immense power. Caulifla looked at Goku with concern. Goku, don't do anything reckless. This is too dangerous. Yet Goku paid no heed, shouting, 20-fold Kaioken. He then charged toward Jiren like a shooting star. Sensing the sudden surge in Goku's strength, a flicker of surprise crossed Jiren's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Goku's speed reached its zenith, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Jiren, unleashing a punch imbued with cataclysmic force. Jiren crossed his arms, bracing himself to absorb the blow. Bang! A tremendous reverberation echoed, the sheer force of the impact causing those nearby to be pushed back several steps. Goku and Jiren found themselves locked in a stalemate, Goku's forehead bulging with veins, sweat pouring down like rain. Yet, he grit his teeth, relentlessly channeling his energy into his fist. Jiren began to exert his own force, gradually pushing Goku's fist back. Kakarot! Vegeta shouted anxiously from the sidelines. Goku roared in defiance, once more unleashing his strength in an attempt to regain the upper hand. However, his body began to falter under the immense strain, minute cracks appearing in his skin, blood oozing forth. This can't continue. Goku's life is in jeopardy. As Goku felt an overwhelming urgency to assist, he suddenly sensed his body rejuvenating, evidently thanks to Wang Cheng's healing. In Chapter 82, with gratitude to the child who loves original liquor for their generous support, the restored Goku engaged in combat against Jiren using the Ultra Blue Kaioken at 20 times its power. Each of his strikes emanated unparalleled strength and velocity, as though the very fabric of space were being rent asunder by his punches. Goku, moving like lightning, unleashed a torrential onslaught upon Jiren. Jiren, with a grave expression, remained fully focused, deftly evading Goku's lethal blows. Jiren, brace yourself, Goku bellowed, delivering a powerful straight punch. Jiren crossed his arms, absorbing the impact. Yet the tremendous force compelled him to stagger back. However, before he could regain his footing, Goku's relentless assault continued unabated. Vegeta, witnessing Goku's additional transformation, felt a surge of indignation ignite within him. Damn that Kakarot, always one step ahead. He roared, his aura beginning to swell with ferocity. His muscles bulged, strength surging as his eyes gleamed with fury. I, Vegeta, shall never concede to you. With a fierce cry, Vegeta shattered his own limits, augmenting his power instantaneously. Joining the fray, Vegeta allied with Goku to besiege Jiren. His strikes were swift and fierce, each one imbued with an ardent desire for victory. Meanwhile, Broly, on the opposite flank, launched his own assaults on Jiren, growing more formidable with each engagement. His wild fighting style proved to be a considerable headache for Jiren. Ignoring all defense, Broly attacked with reckless abandon. When Broly's fist struck Jiren, the latter's body quivered slightly, yet he quickly retaliated with a kick. Broly, seemingly unfazed, pressed forward. Seizing the moment while Jiren countered Broly, Goku unleashed an energy wave towards him. Jiren sidestepped, the energy wave detonating behind him in a cloud of dust. Vegeta seized the opportunity, rushing in front of Jiren, unleashing a barrage of rapid punches that forced Jiren to retreat. With a furious roar, Jiren erupted with a powerful energy, sending Goku, Vegeta, and Broly reeling backward. You lot, don't get too cocky. Jiren's gaze turned even more ferocious. Goku chuckled. Jiren, today marks your downfall. With that, he charged forward once more, with Vegeta and Broly closely in tow. The trio's attacks intertwined, creating a dazzling display of light. Under this overwhelming onslaught, Jiren began to find himself ensnared. Gritting his teeth, Jiren summoned all his strength to withstand the trio's relentless assault. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, and his breathing grew labored. Goku's Kaioken was devastating, each punch leaving Jiren's arms tingling. Vegeta's strikes were cunning and vicious, always targeting Jiren's vulnerabilities. Broly, relentless and desperate, fought with abandon. Internally, Jiren lamented, taken aback by the formidable unity of the three warriors. This cannot continue. I must unleash my full power, he resolved, steeling himself for the impending confrontation. He inhaled deeply, his energy surging once more. In an instant, the surrounding space was enveloped by his power. Goku and the others sensed Jiren's transformation, their expressions growing increasingly grave. Everyone, be cautious, Goku urged. With a sweep of his hands, Jiren unleashed a formidable wave of energy that surged towards the three. Goku, Vegeta, and Broly swiftly executed their defensive techniques. However, the force of this energy wave was overwhelming, breaching their defenses in an instant. The trio was struck by the energy, sent hurtling backwards. Gasping, Goku rose from the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Vegeta and Broly were also injured, yet their resolve remained unshaken. Ding! Congratulations to the host for randomly stealing 30 trillion battle power from Goku, Vegeta, and Broly. At that moment, Wang Cheng ascended into the air, positioning himself among the four. I have nearly recovered. You all should rest. I shall bring this match with Jiren to its conclusion. Goku, Vegeta, and Broly exchanged glances, nodding in agreement as they gradually retreated to the side. Wang Cheng turned to Jiren, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze, and said, Jiren, I apologize for winning this match through such a round-robin method, but I assure you, I will face you in a fair battle in the future. Jiren, panting heavily, scoffed. There is no need for apologies, such is the nature of combat. However, I look forward to your so-called fair duel. Wang Cheng nodded slightly, his aura steadily rising. Jiren, prepare yourself. With that, Wang Cheng vanished from sight, reappearing before Jiren to deliver a serious punch. Jiren evaded, countering with a strike of his own. Their fists collided in midair with a resounding thud, powerful energy rippling outward. Wang Cheng continued his assault, his legs kicking out like a whirlwind, while Jiren crossed his arms to block the onslaught. Yet, Wang Cheng's strength was immense, forcing Jiren to stagger back several steps. Do you think this will be enough to defeat me? Jiren roared. Wang Cheng smiled. How can one know without trying? Immediately, Wang Cheng formed a hand seal, unleashing a potent beam of energy aimed directly at Jiren. Jiren swiftly maneuvered his hands, conjuring an energy shield before him to deflect the beam. The battle intensified as the two exchanged blows, each demonstrating remarkable combat skills and resilience. Wang Cheng suddenly leaped high into the air, gathering an extraordinarily potent energy. Jiren, taste my ultimate flash. With a fierce shout, the energy beam hurtled towards Jiren. Jiren's gaze sharpened. He poured all his strength into a defense against the impending strike. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. As the haze gradually dissipated, Jiren was seen kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. Wang Cheng descended slowly, looking at Jiren and declaring, Jiren, you have been defeated. Jiren let out a cold snort, struggling to rise, but his injuries hindered his movements. Wang Cheng stepped forward, extending his hand. Stand up, your strength is undeniable. I look forward to a fair one-on-one battle next time. After a moment's hesitation, Jiren grasped Wang Cheng's hand, using it for support to rise. Jillian gazed at Wang Cheng with a complex expression and declared, next time, I shall grow stronger. Even if you all come at me together, I will bring you all down. Wang Cheng patted Jillian on the shoulder and replied, I too shall not remain stagnant. Next time, I alone will suffice. The two exchanged a smile, and the tense atmosphere from their fierce battle finally began to ease at that moment. Wang Cheng turned to Kaifila and asked, what say you? Will you descend alone, or shall we collectively send you down? Kaifila responded, I wish to challenge Wukong. Upon hearing this, Wukong stepped forward with a grin, saying, then let us battle. In an instant, Kaifila unleashed a formidable aura, her eyes brimming with the thirst for combat. Wang Cheng retreated slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he warned, Wukong, this girl is not to be underestimated. For one of her fusion materials bears the same legendary bloodline as Broly. Wukong nodded, taking his stance. Kaifila's form flickered, and she appeared before Wukong, launching a punch. Wukong sidestepped, countering with a retaliatory strike. Their fists collided midair, producing a dull thud. Kaifula's attacks were like a torrential storm, while Wukong responded with agility, refusing to yield an inch. Huh! Kaifula exclaimed, her energy surging once more, her moves becoming increasingly fierce. Wukong, undeterred, let his power swell, transforming into Super Blue and engaging in a fierce counterattack against Kaifula. In that moment, the arena was filled with the sound of whistling fists and surging energy. Kaifula spun and delivered a kick, which Wukong blocked with crossed arms, the tremendous impact forcing him back a few steps. Kakarot, focus. Don't let yourself be defeated by a newly transformed female Saiyan. Vegeta shouted from the sidelines. Wukong steadied himself and charged once more. The two exchanged blows, neither willing to give ground, each collision causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Suddenly, Kaifula thrust her hands forward, unleashing a powerful energy wave towards Wukong. With narrowed eyes, Wukong instantaneously moved, evading the attack. Don't run, Wukong, Kaifula called out. Wukong appeared behind her, grinning. If you have the skill, then catch me. Kaifula pivoted and launched another assault on Wukong, the battle escalating in intensity. Chapter 83. The conclusion of the tournament. Each of Kaifula's punches carried a frenzied power, causing the air to crackle with explosive sounds. Wukong moved with fluid grace, weaving through Kaifula's onslaught like a specter. Arc! Kaifula roared, her energy radiating with increasing brilliance as she rapidly swung her arms, creating a dense barrage of fist shadows that enveloped Wukong. With focused determination, Wukong elevated his energy, withstanding Kaifula's relentless assault. Kaifula, your strength is commendable, yet still insufficient, Wukong bellowed, exerting his power to push Kaifula back several steps. Kaifula steadied herself, a stubborn smile gracing her lips as she retorted, Wukong, do not underestimate me. With that, she charged once more, moving faster than before. Unfazed, Wukong met her head-on. The clash of their fists and feet echoed like thunder, shattering the ground beneath them with the force of their powerful impacts. As Caulifla suddenly executed a spinning kick, Goku deftly sidestepped, retaliating with a punch. Caulifla raised her arm to block, yet the sheer force of Goku's strike sent a tremor through her limb. How can this guy possess such strength? Caulifla marveled inwardly. Nevertheless, she did not falter. Instead, she intensified her assault on Goku. Her strikes fell upon him like a tempest, fists whistling through the air as they relentlessly rained down. Goku remained composed, his form fluid like a fish gliding through water, skillfully evading the majority of Caulifla's attacks. Humph. Let's see how long you can dodge. Caulifla bellowed, her eyes bloodshot and hair wildly whipping about, fueled by an overwhelming surge of energy. Goku smiled slightly, taunting. If you've got the skill, then hit me. This remark ignited a fiery rage within Caulifla, unleashing an even greater power that warped the very space around her. She clasped her hands together, summoning a colossal sphere of energy, which she hurled toward Goku. Goku's gaze sharpened as he swiftly conjured a Kamehameha, a beam of azure light shooting forth to collide with the energy sphere. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated, enveloping the battlefield in a shroud of smoke. As the mist began to dissipate, Caulifla was seen half kneeling, gasping for breath. Not yet. She gritted her teeth and rose once more, charging at Goku. With astonishing speed, she closed the distance, launching a kick that sliced through the air. Goku sidestepped, countering with a punch, only for Caulifla to block it with her arm. Bang! Their forces clashed, emitting a dull thud. Caulifla utilized the recoil to propel herself backward, executing a flip before rushing in again. She unleashed a barrage of energy waves aimed at Goku. Unfazed, Goku swiftly maneuvered to avoid the onslaught. However, Caulifla's relentless attacks did not wane, while firing energy waves. She pressed closer to Goku. For a moment, he found himself overwhelmed, sustaining several blows from Caulifla. Yet, he quickly regained his footing and began to retaliate. Caulifla, your attacks are futile against me. Goku roared, his aura surging once more, his fists imbued with immense power as they met Caulifla's in a direct confrontation. Boom! This collision was even more fierce, causing the ground to cave in, forming a vast crater. Caulifla was pushed back several meters, her arm trembling slightly. Yet her resolve remained unyielding. Goku, I shall not concede easily. She charged forward once again. Observing her determined advance, Goku's expression transformed into one of profound admiration. He inhaled deeply, feeling his energy surge violently, muscles taut, power coalescing within him. "Caulifla, brace yourself," Goku shouted, instantly activating the Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken X10. Caulifla sensed the overwhelming force emanating from Goku, her heart racing, but it was too late to halt her charge. In an instant, Goku appeared before her, his fist imbued with cataclysmic strength, ready to strike. Kafura gritted her teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to withstand the onslaught. However, the sheer might of Goku's punch was overwhelmingly formidable. At the moment their fists collided, a tremendous shockwave of energy erupted from their point of contact. Kafura let out a pained scream, feeling an irresistible force that threatened to shatter her arm. Goku showed no mercy, unleashing a barrage of rapid punches, each infused with the terrifying power of the Super Blue Tenfold Kaioken, the winds from his strikes howling like thunder. Kafura desperately attempted to evade and defend, but Goku's speed and strength were insurmountable. She could hardly withstand his assault. Bang! Another punch landed squarely in her abdomen, sending her hurtling backward like a cannonball, tracing an arc through the air. Kafura coughed up blood, her complexion paling instantly. Yet before she could even touch the ground, Goku was already in pursuit, his presence relentless. "It's over, Kafura," he shouted, swinging his fist once more. Boom! With a deafening crash, Kafura's body slammed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, she lay unconscious on the ground. Goku stood a short distance away, gazing at her with a twinge of reflection in his heart. He approached slowly, crouching down to assess her condition. At that moment, Kafura appeared pallid, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, her breath faint, and the energy fluctuations around her nearly extinguished. Goku sighed softly, understanding that this battle had posed an immensely challenging trial and opportunity for growth for Kafura. Thus, the martial arts tournament concluded successfully. The Grand Minister gradually walked to the center of the arena, drawing the gaze of all present, enveloping the venue in silence. His eyes scanned each contestant as he spoke. "In this fierce competition, I witnessed your struggle, your perseverance, and the spirit of continually surpassing yourselves for the sake of victory. This encapsulates the true essence of the tournament." He paused, then continued, "Regardless of victory or defeat, you have all grown through this battle, which will become a treasured asset on your journey ahead. I hope you will carry this courage and resilience back to your respective universes, contributing to the maintenance of peace and justice across the cosmos." He then announced, "I will now select several participants with exceptional talent from this tournament to train in the palace of the Omni Kings. Additionally, I invite a representative from Universe 7 to step forward and articulate your wish. I shall summon the Eternal Dragon." The Grand Minister's expression remained impassive. Wang Cheng, the King of Universe 7, stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the Grand Minister. The Grand Minister nodded slightly before addressing Wang Cheng with solemnity. "Congratulations. You have emerged victorious in this tournament. As a reward, you shall have one opportunity to summon the Eternal Dragon." Wang Cheng hesitated before asking, "Can this wish restore the universe erased by Lord Zeno?" The Grand Minister regarded him with surprise, inquiring, "Are you certain you wish to use this wish on another universe?" "I am certain, Grand Minister," Wang Cheng affirmed. "Very well, as you wish. You may withdraw now." After a brief moment, a dragon larger than the Milky Way emerged in the skies of the Void Realm. With the fulfillment of wishes, the dragon vanished. Subsequently, the Grand Priest meticulously surveyed the crowd, his gaze pausing and sweeping over each individual, seemingly evaluating their potential and future possibilities. He then solemnly announced, "Wang Cheng of the 7th Universe and Jiren of the 11th Universe, you two shall accompany me to the palace of the Omni King. Additionally, those like the participants' son Goku and Topo will be instructed by the angels of our universe. It may not be long before you are assigned challenging tasks, facing unexpectedly formidable foes. Therefore, I urge everyone to diligently cultivate upon your return." After this, the figures of the Grand Priest and the Omni King vanished from sight. Wang Cheng and Jiren heard but a single directive: to return and prepare for the angels or the Kaioshin to escort them to the palace of the Omni King. Chapter 84. The palace of the Omni King. Wang Cheng and Jiren exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with complex emotions. Wang Cheng inhaled deeply and remarked, "This will be an unprecedented challenge." Jiren nodded slightly, recognizing it as an excellent opportunity to prove himself. Whis escorted Wang Cheng and the others back to Earth, where Bulma organized a grand celebratory feast. At the banquet, the lights sparkled, the music was joyous, and laughter echoed, creating an extraordinarily vibrant atmosphere. Surrounded by admirers, Wang Cheng radiated the joy of victory, yet a hint of contemplation regarding future challenges lingered in his eyes. Wang Cheng, you have truly brought great honor to our seventh universe, Beerus exclaimed with a smile, raising his glass. Wang Cheng reciprocated, lifting his cup in acknowledgement. This is the result of everyone's collective effort. At that moment, Whis interjected, Wang Cheng, when do you plan to visit the palace of the Omni King? After a moment of thought, Wang Cheng replied, I intend to spend some time at home with my wife. Having just finished the competition, I consider it a time for rest. Whis smiled gently, nodding in agreement. Indeed, cherish the moments spent with family. Beerus, however, gazed sternly at Wang Cheng, warning, listen here. Young man, the palace of the Omni King is not a place for indiscretion. Once there, you must exercise utmost caution and reverence towards the Grand Priest and the Omni King. Otherwise, no one can save you. Wang Cheng earnestly responded, Lord Beerus, rest assured, I am not like that fool Goku. At that moment, Goku, with his mouth full of food, exclaimed in bewilderment. The room erupted in laughter. The banquet concluded amidst joy and laughter, and the guests gradually departed. After bidding farewell to Beerus and Whis, Wang Cheng and Bulma retreated to their room. Back in the realm of destruction, Beerus gazed at the sky, marveling. Wang Cheng's rate of growth is astonishing, truly beyond imagination. Whis, standing elegantly beside him, smirked slightly and teased, Lord Beerus, this merely indicates your own laziness. If you were to train as diligently as Wang Cheng, your power would have already reached the level of an angel. Upon hearing this, Beerus frowned and shot a glare at Whis, retorting, Whis, all you do is make sarcastic comments. I am indeed a destroyer. How could I, like him, engage in ceaseless training? Whis gently shook his head and replied with a smile, Lord Beerus, do not make excuses. Wang Cheng, a nameless individual, has ascended to his current stature through sheer determination and an unwavering pursuit of strength in such a brief span of time. And you? You are perpetually indulging in culinary delights and slumber, showing little regard for your cultivation. Beerus's expression darkened slightly as he retorted, I am merely conserving my energy. Besides, my power as Beerus is not so easily surpassed. Whis maintained his smile, yet his tone turned serious. Lord Beerus, do not be overly confident. If this continues, the next time you encounter Wang Cheng, you may find yourself at a disadvantage. His potential is immense, and each breakthrough he achieves is astounding. If you remain complacent, it is only a matter of time before he surpasses you. Beerus fell silent for a moment before snorting dismissively, even if he grows rapidly. Surpassing me will not be so simple. However, you do raise a valid point. It seems I cannot afford to relax too much. Whis nodded, saying, It is best that you think this way, Lord Beerus. I believe that with a little effort, you can maintain your dignity as a destroyer. Beerus ceased speaking, his gaze deepening in thought, seemingly contemplating his future training regimen. A month later, the morning sun cast a gentle glow upon the earth as Wang Cheng stood before his home, having packed a few boxes of versatile capsules. Bulma stood before him, her eyes filled with reluctance. She stepped forward, smoothing out the creased edges of his clothing, her voice quivering slightly. Wang Cheng, I do not know how long you will be gone. You must take care of yourself. Wang Cheng grasped Bulma's hand, smiling reassuringly. Do not worry, I will be fine. When I return from my training, I will be stronger. Bulma fought back tears, nodding, I know, but I just cannot bear to part with you. Wang Cheng, moved by the sight of her reddened eyes, felt a surge of gratitude and guilt. Bulma, thank you for your unwavering support and companionship. While I am away, please take care of yourself. Bulma produced a small communication device from her pocket and handed it to Wang Cheng. This is a new communicator I developed. No matter the distance, we can stay in touch. Remember to call if you miss us. Wang Cheng accepted the communicator, carefully stowing it in his backpack. Rest assured, I will. At that moment, the wind tousled Bulma's long hair, and she brushed it aside, her gaze never leaving Wang Cheng. Safe travels, and return soon. Wang Cheng nodded emphatically, then, in an instant, teleported to the realm of destruction. Upon his arrival, he spotted Beerus and Whis waiting for him from a distance. Beerus crossed his arms, his expression grave as he stated, Now that you're here, stop dawdling. Let us depart. Wang Cheng hastened forward. Whis, let us set off. Whis gracefully waved his staff, and a brilliant light enveloped them, their figures vanishing from sight. When they reappeared, they stood before the grand entrance of the king's palace, a magnificent edifice exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Wang Cheng could not help but take a deep breath, feeling both anxious and filled with anticipation. Weiss glanced at him and advised, once inside, you must exercise utmost caution in your words and actions. Wang Cheng solemnly nodded, following Weiss as they slowly entered the grand palace. Upon stepping into the palace, Wang Cheng was awestruck by the spectacle before him. The interior was suffused with resplendent light, and the walls and floor appeared to be composed of enigmatic energy, shimmering with extraordinary hues. At the center of the palace, the sovereign sat upon an enormous throne, flanked by two formidable bodyguards, while a high priest stood slightly to the side, his demeanor calm and dignified. Wang Cheng tread carefully behind Weiss, each step taken with great caution, fearful of any misstep. Weiss approached the sovereign and the high priest, bowing respectfully as he announced, Your Excellency, the sovereign, and Your Excellency, the high priest, I present Wang Cheng. Seated upon the grand throne, the diminutive figure of the sovereign emanated an aura of infinite authority. With wide eyes, he glanced at Wang Cheng and, in a childlike voice, said, let him come closer. The high priest tilted slightly, his gaze warm as it fell upon Wang Cheng, and nodded gently. Wang Cheng's heart raced, his breath quickening with nervousness, yet he maintained a facade of composure as he stepped forward with a somewhat stiff gait. After all, this seemingly innocent child possessed the power to obliterate everything with but a gesture. As he approached, Wang Cheng mimicked Weiss's earlier gesture. Bowing deeply and speaking with a quiver in his voice, Your Excellency, the sovereign, and Your Excellency, the high priest, I have arrived. The sovereign tilted his head, a playful smile gracing his features. Do not be so tense. Focus on your training, he encouraged. Wang Cheng promptly replied, Yes, Your Excellency. At that moment, the high priest interjected, From this day forth, you shall train here. You must not exhibit the slightest negligence. Wang Cheng lifted his gaze to the high priest, his expression resolute as he responded, Rest assured, Your Excellency, I will give it my all. The high priest nodded slightly, and then turned to Weiss. Weiss, you may return now. Weiss bowed once more and departed. The high priest then addressed Wang Cheng. Follow me. The 11-dimensional Jillian has already arrived a fortnight earlier than you. Wang Cheng's heart tightened as he pondered. Jillian has been here for such a long time. It seems I must redouble my efforts. He quickened his pace to keep up with the high priest, declaring, Your Excellency, I will not be outdone by Jillian. The high priest smiled faintly. It is commendable to possess such determination, but the path of training is far from simple. They traversed corridors aglow with mysterious light, and Wang Cheng curiously surveyed his surroundings, his heart brimming with a mix of excitement and trepidation for the unknown. At last, the high priest halted before a closed door, stating slowly, This is your training ground. You may enter. Taking a deep breath, Wang Cheng pushed open the door. Inside, Jillian sat cross-legged, emanating a formidable aura. Rising to his feet, Jillian nodded slightly at Wang Cheng and said, Wang Cheng, I look forward to progressing alongside you. Wang Cheng replied, Let us see who can achieve a greater breakthrough during this cultivation. The high priest observed the two and remarked, Enough of this idle chatter. Let us commence. The room was suffused with a rich divine energy, and Wang Cheng and Jillian swiftly entered their meditative states to begin their training. Wang Cheng settled into a cross-legged position and initiated the nebula technique. With his eyes gently closed and his expression tranquil as water, he gradually regulated his breath, allowing his mind to descend into an ethereal serenity. His spine stood erect, reminiscent of a robust pine tree, unwavering and steadfast. After a brief moment, he focused his spirit inward, summoning the latent power within him. At his dantian, a chaotic vortex began to swirl slowly, initially feeble and sluggish, yet gradually accelerating, akin to a miniature nebula brimming with infinite potential. As the vortex gained momentum, strands of external energy began to infiltrate Wang Cheng's body, coursing through his intricate meridians. These meridians resembled ancient riverbeds, now welcoming a torrential flood. Wherever the energy flowed, it brought forth a subtle tingling sensation, as if countless tiny insects were gently gnawing at him. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, beads of sweat cascading down like rain. Nevertheless, his resolve remained unyielding. enduring the pain and guiding the energy to continue its journey. Gradually, a faint blue luminescence emerged around him, shimmering erratically like stars twinkling in the night sky. Concurrently, his breathing grew heavier and more prolonged, each inhalation resonating with a rhythm that seemed to echo through the cosmos. As the nebula technique continued to operate, the energy finally broke through the barriers of his meridians, flooding his body unhindered, transforming into divine power. Wong Chong trembled slightly, yet maintained his seated posture, resembling an immortal statue, silently enduring the agony of transformation. Time became an elusive concept as he eventually opened his eyes, which now sparkled with the brilliance of stars, the light gradually receding to reveal clarity once more. He exhaled a long, deep breath, the exhalation materializing as a white mist dissipating into the air. Wang Cheng felt as though he had been pulled from water, his clothes drenched in sweat, clinging to him. Yet a look of satisfaction illuminated his face. Testing the mobility of his limbs, he heard a series of crackling sounds from his joints, reminiscent of popping beans. Wang Cheng steadied himself, beginning to sense the changes within his body. He could distinctly feel that his divine power was now more robust and pure than before, and his meridians had expanded significantly, as if capable of accommodating a greater flow of divine energy. He raised his hands, clenched his fists, and a powerful sense of strength surged within him. A subtle smile graced his lips, radiating confidence, though it was quickly replaced by a furrowed brow. Despite the substantial gains from this session, he recognized the long road ahead, realizing that he still fell short compared to true powerhouses. Ding. Would you like to begin today's check-in? Default on Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a fragment of the law. System opens character panel. Ding. Character: Wang Cheng. Abilities: low-level rewards hidden, pain growth, buzz recovery, wish modification, nebula technique, gravitational field, normal state of ultimate freedom, noting previous comments about excessive wordiness. Irrelevant skills and celestial beings will no longer be mentioned. Combat power: 960 quintillion, experience points, realm, late stage of divine realm, 8th level, items, countless celestial beings, binding rope. 3 law fragments. Wang Cheng took a deep breath to calm himself, then stepped forward with a somewhat heavy gait towards the room's exit. Upon entering the temple, the high priest began to scrutinize Wang Cheng with astonishment, exclaiming, "Jillian reached saturation within half a month and emerged, yet you have taken much longer. However, judging by your appearance, it seems you must have made significant gains over these 2 years." Wang Cheng mused inwardly. "What can I say? I have a system." He nodded and replied, "Indeed, Master High Priest. My cultivation over these 2 years has greatly enhanced my abilities." Jillian approached, his gaze tinged with curiosity. "Wang Cheng, it seems your progress is remarkable." Wang Cheng looked at Jillian with confidence and said, "Jillian, I look forward to sparring with you again to assess the results of these 2 years." Jillian narrowed his eyes slightly, a spark of determination igniting within him as he responded, "Wang Cheng, I too am eager to see how far you have advanced in these 2 years." A smile crept onto Wang Cheng's lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "I believe this duel will be extraordinary. I can hardly wait." Jillian crossed his arms, a serious expression on his face. "Then let me witness whether your accumulated strength can withstand me alone." Wang Cheng stepped forward, an aura subtly emanating from him. "Jillian, do not underestimate my cultivation over these 2 years. It will surely astonish you." Jillian scoffed derisively. "Anyone can boast. Let us see the truth in your actions." Wang Cheng laughed heartily. "Very well. Let us see." Chapter 86. Return home. At this moment, the high priest observed the charged atmosphere between the two and smiled. "Very well. Let us use the martial arena of the All-King Palace to test your skills against one another." Wang Cheng and Jillian stood facing each other, the tension in the air palpable. Wang Cheng's gaze was piercing, fixed intently on Jillian as his aura gradually intensified. Jillian, too, wore a solemn expression, his muscles taut and ready to strike at any moment. "Begin," commanded the high priest. Jillian was the first to launch an attack, his form like lightning as he surged toward Wang Cheng, the wind of his punches howling with ferocity. However, Wang Cheng remained composed, effortlessly sidestepping the assault. Observing this, Jillian escalated his ferocity, employing both fists and feet in an attempt to force Wang Cheng into revealing a flaw. Yet Wang Cheng moved with the ease of a leisurely stroll, weaving through Jillian's onslaught with a calm smile. Suddenly, Wang Cheng struck, He unleashed a punch that appeared simple, yet contained a terrifying force. Jillian quickly raised his arms to block, only to feel an overwhelming power that sent him staggering back several steps. Before Jillian could regain his footing, Wang Cheng closed the distance with lightning speed, his legs striking like a whirlwind in a series of rapid kicks. In a moment of haste, Jillian faltered in his defense, only to be struck squarely in the chest by Wang Cheng, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. Quickly regaining his composure, Jillian's eyes were filled with shock and resentment as he launched himself at Wang Cheng once more. Yet, the speed and strength of Wang Cheng far surpassed his expectations. In an instant, Wang Cheng materialized behind Jillian, delivering another powerful blow. Jillian let out a pained grunt, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The ensuing battle became a one-sided display of dominance by Wang Cheng. No matter how hard Jillian tried, he could not land a single hit, instead finding himself utterly overwhelmed. Ultimately, Wang Cheng unleashed a formidable energy wave. Jillian, exerting all his strength to resist, was still propelled backward by the overwhelming force, crashing against the edge of the arena and collapsing, unable to rise again. Standing proudly, Wang Cheng looked down at the battered Jillian and remarked, "Jillian, it seems I have the upper hand this time." Struggling to rise, Jillian wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes reflecting both reluctance and a hint of admiration. "Wang Cheng, I did not expect you to have improved so significantly." The high priest, observing from the side, wore a satisfied smile. "Wang Cheng, your performance is indeed remarkable. And Jillian, do not be disheartened. Continue to strive forward." Nodding, Wang Cheng replied, "This victory is merely a new beginning. I shall continue to surpass my limits." Jillian clenched his teeth, declaring, "Wang Cheng, next time I will surely surpass you." Wang Cheng responded with a smile, "I look forward to that day, as it will drive me to grow even stronger." With that, Wang Cheng entrusted the high priest to return him home. With a wave of his hand, the high priest conjured a rift in space-time before them. "Crossing this rift will lead you to the realm of the god of destruction of the seventh universe," he announced in a calm yet authoritative voice. Wang Cheng gazed at the shimmering rift, taking a deep breath, filled with admiration and wonder. The high priest's power was unfathomable. When would he attain such excellence? Capable of opening the void with a mere gesture? Wang Cheng mused softly. "Thank you, high priest," he said, bowing slightly before stepping boldly into the rift. Upon entering, he felt the surrounding space distort, a tremendous pressure bearing down from all directions, as if attempting to crush his very being. Nevertheless, Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, channeling his inner strength to withstand the onslaught. Moments later, he found himself back in the seventh universe. Where is everyone? Goku and Vegeta should be training in the god of destruction's realm, right? And neither Lord Beerus nor Whis are here. Could something have happened? Wang Cheng pondered aloud. He swiftly teleported back to Earth. Upon returning home, he sensed the familiar auras of Goku and the others, realizing that Lord Beerus must have been tempted by Earth's delectable cuisine. But wait, there was also an unfamiliar yet strangely familiar presence. Who could it be? He then instantly appeared before the group, his figure materializing with a gentle breeze. His gaze quickly swept over the familiar faces, finally resting on one that seemed slightly unfamiliar yet bore a hint of familiarity. "Wang Cheng, you have finally returned," Wukong said with a smile. Bulma rushed into Wang Cheng's embrace, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "You actually remembered to come back. You've been gone for 2 years without a word. When one leaves for training, at the very least, they should return occasionally. 2 years. Do you have any idea how I have managed without you?" Wang Cheng, feeling a wave of guilt, gently caressed Bulma's head and softly reassured her, "I am truly sorry for the worry I've caused you these past 2 years. This time, I promise I won't leave again." Bulma lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Wang Cheng. "Are you being sincere? You must not deceive me again." Their companions observed the scene in silence, their faces adorned with expressions of understanding and comfort. Beerus stood with arms crossed, leaning slightly forward, his intense gaze fixed on Wang Cheng as if attempting to peer into his very soul. His feline features were marked by a serious demeanor, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he said, "Wang Cheng, allow me to witness the fruits of your training over the past 2 years." Sensing Beerus's penetrating gaze, Wang Cheng felt a tightening in his chest, aware that the god of destruction was eager to assess his strength. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his posture and replied, "Lord Beerus, I shall not disappoint you." Beerus chuckled, an aura of pressure emanating from him, causing the atmosphere around them to grow heavy. Then let us not dilly-dally. Make your move. Suddenly, Wukong interjected, Lord Beerus, you and Wang Cheng can spar at any time. We must first address the pressing issue concerning Trunks. Wukong's face bore an expression of urgency and sincerity, his bright eyes fixed intently on Beerus, his hands instinctively gesturing. Beerus halted abruptly, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face as he frowned at Wukong. Humph, you audacious monkey, how dare you interrupt me? Wukong recoiled slightly but remained resolute. Lord Beerus, Trunks has returned from the future, bringing with him a crisis that threatens the entire universe. This is far more significant than a mere spar. With a dismissive grunt, Beerus relaxed his fists, crossing his arms and casting a sidelong glance at Wukong and Trunks. Very well, let us hear what this young man has to say. Wukong sighed in relief and approached Trunks, patting him on the shoulder. Trunks, quickly tell Lord Beerus about the situation in the future. Trunks nodded, taking a deep breath as he began to narrate the despairing future ahead. Chapter 87. The future timeline. Trunks spoke with a grave expression, his voice low. In the future, a remarkably powerful and malevolent being has emerged, claiming to be a god. He bears an identical visage to that of Uncle Wukong. He possesses unmatched strength, rendering all our resistance futile. The earth lies in ruins, countless lives extinguished. Wukong furrowed his brow, inquiring, what exactly is this being? It is no wonder you attacked me upon seeing me. At that moment, Whis stood quietly to the side, contemplating, before asking, you are Trunks, correct? You say you hail from the future. Time travel is a grave offense. Trunks replied, and who might you be? Wukong promptly stepped forward and said, Trunks. This is Lord Whis, the attendant and teacher of Lord Beerus. And this is Lord Beerus himself, the god of destruction of the seventh universe. Trunks exhibited a look of astonishment and, seemingly bewildered, inquired, a god of destruction? Is there such a deity? Isn't the Supreme Kai the only god in the universe? Wukong scratched his head and smiled as he explained, Trunks, you may not be aware, but Lord Beerus is indeed the most powerful deity in the cosmos. If you encounter any difficulties, you can seek Lord Beerus's assistance from the future timeline. Beerus crossed his arms and, with an air of arrogance, remarked, Humph. This god is not so easily persuaded. However, if the situation is truly dire, I might consider intervening. Trunks, skeptical, glanced at Beerus and then at Wukong, saying, Uncle Wukong, are you certain that Lord Beerus will help us? Wukong grinned widely and replied, Trunks, trust me, although Lord Beerus has a rather irritable temperament, he is dependable in critical moments. At that moment, Vegeta could not contain himself and interjected, Humph, Kakarot, do not flatter this god of destruction. Beerus shot Vegeta a glare, saying, Vegeta, have you become overconfident? Do you seek a fight? Vegeta huffed and turned his head away, choosing silence. Wang Cheng stepped forward and stated, Trunks, this is not the time for such discussions. We should focus on how to resolve the impending crisis. Trunks nodded, his expression turning serious as he grasped Wang Cheng's arm, saying, Yes, we cannot afford to waste any more time. I traveled back in the time machine to bring you along to the future to eliminate that foe. Wang Cheng paused momentarily, then with determined eyes, replied, Trunks, if that is the case, let us depart at once. Wukong shouted from the side, Wang Cheng, Trunks, I want to go too. Vegeta, with a proud demeanor, added, Humph. Count me in. Trunks appeared troubled and said, Uncle Wukong, the time machine has limited capacity, and the future is exceedingly perilous. Wukong eagerly interrupted, Trunks, do not underestimate us. We can resolve the crisis more swiftly together. Vegeta, arms crossed and head held high, asserted, Indeed, we shall not be a burden. Wang Cheng contemplated for a moment and suggested, Trunks, let them join us. After all, Vegeta is your father in the future. Trunks reluctantly nodded and remarked, Fine, but this relationship is utterly convoluted. The group squeezed into the time machine, the space feeling quite cramped. As Trunks activated the time machine, a brilliant light flashed, propelling them toward an unknown and perilous future. The machine emitted a deep rumble, shaking violently. Everyone hold on, Trunks shouted. After an indeterminate amount of time, the light gradually dimmed and the time machine stabilized. We have arrived. Trunks' voice came out hoarse. The hatch slowly opened, and a wave of decay and ruin rushed in. The sight before them caused everyone to gasp. The city had been reduced to rubble, smoke wafted through the air, and the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, devoid of sunlight. Is this the future? Wukong murmured. Vegeta gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Those despicable fiends have wrought such devastation here." Trunks took a deep breath and warned, "Everyone, be vigilant. The enemy may be lurking nearby." No sooner had he spoken than a chilling laughter echoed through the surrounding ruins. "Ha ha ha. Trunks, you little rodent, you finally emerged from your hiding place." The group instantly heightened their alertness, scanning their surroundings with keen eyes. Goku furrowed his brow and shouted, "Who goes there? Show yourself." At that moment, a shadow slowly rose from the distant debris, exuding a formidable aura that pressed upon them. As the figure drew closer, the very air around them seemed to grow heavy with tension. Before them appeared a face strikingly identical to Goku's. A sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, while his violet eyes sparkled with madness and cruelty. His jet-black hair stood erect like flames, each strand seemingly imbued with boundless malevolent power. Beside him stood another figure, tall and with alabaster skin that stood out starkly against the darkness. His expression was contorted, rife with disdain and bitterness towards the world. Green earrings sparkled ominously at his ears, and his flowing white robe billowed in the wind, unable to obscure the chilling aura that emanated from him. "Ah, Wang Cheng, what brings you to this time and space? And Goku and Vegeta as well?" The doppelganger of Goku turned his gaze towards the time machine behind Wang Cheng and suddenly realized, "I see now. It was Trunks who brought you here with the time machine." Wang Cheng's eyes narrowed sharply as he fixed his stare on Black Goku, feigning ignorance as he queried, "Who are you, and how do you know me?" Black Goku sneered and replied, "Since you are so blissfully ignorant, allow me to enlighten you before your demise. I am Zamasu, and you may also refer to me as Black Goku. This individual beside me is another Zamasu from a different timeline. We were once candidates for the Supreme Kai of Universe 10. I had the privilege of witnessing the tournament hosted by Lord Zeno, and I was astonished that mere mortals like you could wield divine power. I sought to exchange my body with either you or Jiren through the Super Dragon Balls, but discovered that you two resided in a peculiar space, impervious to the Dragon's reach. In the end, I was compelled to traverse alternate timelines in search of your past, but to my shock, Wang Cheng, you possessed no past. Thus, I had no choice but to settle for Goku." Black Goku continued, "Humanity is rife with sin and ugliness, unworthy of existence. By merging my essence with Goku's perfect form, I shall become the ultimate force to realize this grand objective." A frenzied expression crossed Black Goku's face as he declared, "We traverse through time with our rings, systematically eradicating humanity, plunging the world into despair and chaos." Zamasu beside him raised his arms and proclaimed, "This is a sacred purification, and you foolish mortals dare to obstruct it." Vegeta roared in defiance, "Your twisted ambitions are utterly deranged. Today, I shall end your tyranny here." Black Goku scoffed dismissively, "You, Vegeta? Merely an insignificant insect." Chapter 88. Zamasu Vegeta, incensed by the words of Black Goku, widened his eyes and felt his hair stand on end as his energy surged dramatically. "Humph, arrogant fool, allow me to demonstrate my prowess." Vegeta bellowed as he charged at Black Goku, his fists brimming with potent energy, stirring up a tempest in his wake. Black Goku effortlessly sidestepped Vegeta's assault, countering with a crushing blow to Vegeta's back. Vegeta grunted, staggering forward a few steps, yet quickly regained his balance and pivoted to launch another attack on Black Goku. Meanwhile, Zamasu was not idle. He wielded his hands to unleash a barrage of dark energy beams directed at Wang Cheng and his companions. Wang Cheng nimbly dodged the beams while Goku seized the opportunity to gather energy, preparing for a formidable strike. Trunks, anxious and eager to assist, found himself at a loss for a suitable moment to intervene. Just as the fierce clash between Vegeta and Black Goku reached its zenith, Goku finally amassed enough energy, shouting, "Kamehameha!" A powerful blue energy wave surged forth towards Black Goku. Black Goku's expression shifted slightly as he was compelled to momentarily abandon his confrontation with Vegeta to counter Goku's onslaught. He crossed his arms, attempting to withstand the formidable force. Observing this, Zamasu hastened his attacks, striving to disrupt Goku's focus. Wang Cheng soared into the air, landing beside Trunks, producing a bag of sunflower seeds, tearing it open, and offering a handful to Trunks. Trunks, taken aback, gazed incredulously at Wang Cheng. "Mr. Wang, do you still have the presence of mind to snack at a time like this?" Wang Cheng chuckled, "No need to be anxious. With them engaged in such a fierce battle, we can afford a brief respite. It gives me a chance to observe how much Goku and Vegeta have grown over the past 2 years. Trunks shook his head in resignation. You truly have an extraordinary sense of calm, yet he accepted the seeds. At that moment, Black Goku and Zamasu took notice of their antics, furiously exclaiming, "You two fools dare to underestimate us." Wang Cheng, unfazed, replied, "What's the rush? Those two are more than enough to deal with you." Enraged, Black Goku and Zamasu intensified their onslaught, eager to dispatch Goku and Vegeta swiftly before turning their attention to Wang Cheng. Sensing the escalation of their adversaries' attacks, Goku and Vegeta exchanged knowing glances and, in unison, elevated their powers. Vegeta roared as he transformed into a Super Saiyan Deep Blue, his aura swelling dramatically as he charged at Black Goku. Goku transformed into a standard Super Saiyan, hurtling towards Zamasu. Black Goku, taken aback by Vegeta's sudden surge in strength, found himself retreating under the relentless assault. Simultaneously, Zamasu struggled against Goku's overwhelming pressure. Witnessing this turn of events, Wang Cheng discarded the sunflower seed shells, clapping his hands as he stood. Vegeta is impressively formidable. In this deep blue form, he is nearing the 5th tier of divinity. Unwilling to be outdone, Black Goku transformed into his rose form, a powerful malevolent aura radiating from him. He smirked at Vegeta, declaring, "It is not only you who can transform. I can as well. I call this transformation rose. Let me show you my true power." The two clashed instantaneously, their tremendous energies causing the surrounding ruins to crumble. In the deep blue form, Vegeta resembled a god of war descending upon the battlefield, each attack exuding a force capable of overwhelming mountains, driving the rose-hued Black Goku to retreat. In a flash, Vegeta appeared behind Black Goku and delivered a powerful kick, catching him off guard and sending him soaring through several crumbling buildings. Before Black Goku could regain his balance, Vegeta swiftly followed up with a heavy punch to his abdomen, causing Black Goku to double over in pain. "How dare you be so arrogant before me?" Vegeta roared, unleashing a barrage of energy waves that struck Black Goku with precision. Black Goku's aura became chaotic, and for the first time, a glimmer of fear and panic flickered in his eyes. Vegeta offered no respite, charging forward again, combining fists and kicks, each strike infused with immense power. Black Goku attempted to fight back, but he appeared utterly powerless against Vegeta's relentless onslaught. "This is the chasm that separates you from me, vile creature," Vegeta declared, leaping high into the air, gathering energy in his right fist before crashing it down. Struck by the forceful blow, Black Goku spat in fury, "Wretched human, you merely rely on fleeting luck and strength to suppress me. This universe is meant to be ruled by gods, and you lowly beings dare to challenge divine authority." His eyes burned with furious flames, his face contorted in extreme anger, saliva flying from his mouth in his frenzied rage. "I will not be defeated so easily. You will learn that the wrath of a god is beyond your endurance." As Black Goku roared, he struggled to rise from the ground, his body swaying as if it would collapse again at any moment. Yet his fierce gaze remained fixed on Vegeta. Breathing heavily, he continued to shout, "You insects will pay dearly for your actions today." The malevolent aura surrounding him surged once more as he attempted a final struggle. His body trembled slightly, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Yet his murderous glare grew ever more ferocious. "Vegeta, you detestable human, you will regret your actions today." With arms crossed and an air of disdain, Vegeta replied, "Humph. Still defiant even at death's door. Your so-called divine power is utterly insignificant before me." Black Goku erupted into laughter. "Ha! Vegeta, do not let pride blind you. Soon, I shall tear you to pieces." He then called out to Zamasu in the distance, "Zamasu, I need your assistance." Meanwhile, the battle between Goku and Zamasu grew increasingly effortless for the latter. Zamasu appeared to possess no more than a level 2 power. "What is happening? This weakling seems invincible, no matter how hard I strike," Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Zamasu wore a sinister smile. "Son Goku, you cannot kill me. I am immortal." Goku furrowed his brow and launched another punch at Zamasu, but no matter how it seemed to shatter him, he always managed to reassemble. "What sorcery is this?" Goku shouted, growing increasingly frustrated. Zamasu chuckled with pride, proclaiming, "This is the power of the divine, a concept beyond your mortal comprehension." Gritting his teeth, Wukong retorted, I refuse to believe there is no way. He began to amass a more formidable energy, preparing to unleash a full-force strike. At that moment, Zamasu heard the urgent call of Black Wukong. Zamasu, come quickly to my aid. The voice of Black Wukong was filled with desperation and distress. Thanks to the benevolence of red wine drunk coffee. Chapter 89. The fusion of Zamasu furrowed his brow, a flicker of hesitation crossing his gaze, yet in an instant, he transformed into a beam of light, racing toward Black Wukong. By this time, Black Wukong was battered and bruised, and upon seeing Zama's approach, a glimmer of hope shone in his eyes. As Zama's landed, the two stood facing each other, their hands clasped together, emanating an enigmatic radiance. The light intensified, enveloping their forms completely. Within the brilliance, their bodies began to merge, their outlines becoming indistinct. A powerful wave of energy surged forth from the light, causing surrounding debris and dust to be swept into the air. Wukong and the others instinctively took several steps back, watching the luminous spectacle with caution. Moments later, the light gradually receded, revealing a new figure before them. Tall and muscular, he exuded a chilling aura of terror. His face bore the alluring wickedness of Black Wukong on one side and the grotesque distortion of Zama's on the other, his eyes shimmering with intertwined hues of purple and green. Ha! Now, I am invincible. The fused being laughed maniacally. Wukong and his companions felt a tightening in their chests at the sight of this powerful and malevolent entity. Vegeta clenched his teeth, declaring, "Do not think that your fusion can intimidate us. We will still bring you down." The fused being sneered, "Foolish mortals, allow me to demonstrate my might." With that, he vanished in a flash, reappearing before Vegeta and delivering a thunderous punch. Vegeta, caught off guard, was sent flying. Seeing this, Wukong rushed forward to catch Vegeta. "Are you all right?" he inquired with concern. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, "I'm fine. Let's go all out." After an arduous battle, Wukong and Vegeta finally managed to bring the fused Zamasu crashing to the ground, panting heavily, their clothes drenched in sweat. "At last, he has fallen," Vegeta exclaimed. However, Zamasu suddenly struggled to rise again, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "You cannot kill me. I am immortal." Wukong frowned. "What shall we do now? Can we not defeat him?" Zamasu laughed maniacally. "Feel free to unleash your full power. I cannot be vanquished." Just then, Wang Cheng suggested, "We should summon the god of destruction of this universe to obliterate Zamasu directly." Wukong quickly responded, "That is indeed a viable plan. But how do we locate the god of destruction?" Zama's face twisted into a triumphant, maniacal grin as he sneered. "Do you truly believe that finding the god of destruction will resolve your predicament? How naive. I have already orchestrated everything. As a candidate for the Kaishin, I am aware that the destroyer and the Kaishin are one and the same. Those foolish beings remain utterly oblivious to my grand design. One by one, I shall eradicate the Kaishin, relishing in their demise amidst despair. The sensation is simply exquisite." His eyes gleamed with a mad delight as he continued, "With the death of the Kaishin, the destroyers tethered to their lives shall also perish. Ha ha! There is no one left in this universe capable of judging me. As for the angels, bereft of their corresponding destroyers, they shall be plunged into slumber, unable to interfere with my actions." Listening to Zamasu's words, Goku and the others were filled with shock and fury. Goku clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "You heartless monster! How could you commit such heinous acts?" Vegeta's eyes widened with rage. "Yet even without the destroyers, we will not allow your schemes to succeed." Zamasu laughed arrogantly. "You ignorant insects fail to comprehend my magnificent plan. This universe shall be purified under my dominion, and all inferior beings shall be eradicated." Trunks shouted in anger, "Your so-called purification is merely a means to satisfy your own selfish desires. The notions of a madman like you can never come to fruition." Zamasu cast a cold glance at Trunks. "Humph. You insignificant human dare to comment on the will of a god." Trunks tightened his grip on his sword, declaring, "Regardless, we shall fight to the bitter end. We will never allow you to prevail." Zamasu scoffed, "Your determination is meaningless before me. Without the destroyers, you stand no chance." At that moment, Goku took a deep breath and asserted, "Even without the destroyers, we will defeat you with our own strength to safeguard the peace of this universe." Vegeta concurred, "Indeed, we will not be intimidated by your words." A glint of malice flashed in Zamasu's eyes. "Then come at me. I shall show you what despair truly entails. Wang Cheng suddenly stepped forward, stating, Zamasu, have you forgotten that I am still here? His voice was deep and powerful, his gaze exuding absolute confidence. Zamasu glanced at Wang Cheng with disdain, sneering, you? I admit you are indeed strong, but I am immortal. What can you do? Wang Cheng's lips curled into a mocking smile. Immortal? Zamasu, do not let your arrogance blind you. With that, Wang Cheng unleashed the binding celestial rope. A rope radiating a mysterious glow flew from his hand, swiftly darting towards Zamasu like a serpent. The binding celestial rope arced gracefully through the air, ensnaring Zamasu's body tightly in an instant. Zamasu was initially taken aback, but soon he struggled angrily, shouting, What is this? Release me. Wang Cheng formed hand seals, intoning incantations to strengthen the binding power of the rope. It constricted tighter and tighter, causing Zamasu's body to emit cracking sounds. Zamasu. This binding celestial rope is not something you can easily escape from. Wang Cheng sneered. Zamasu's expression grew increasingly grim as the malevolent aura surrounding him surged wildly, striving to break free from the rope's grasp. However, the binding rope of the immortals was as indestructible as a fortress, firmly ensnaring him. Wukong and Vegeta, witnessing this scene, were taken aback. Vegeta remarked, I almost forgot that Wang Cheng possesses this miraculous rope. Wukong nodded in agreement. Indeed, this very rope was once used to bind Lord Beerus. Upon overhearing their conversation, Zamasu roared in fury. What? Even Beerus was ensnared by this rope? You reckless fools. Once I break free, I shall tear you to shreds. At that moment, Trunks suddenly inquired, Mr. Wang Cheng, Zamasu is trapped now, but we still cannot kill him. What shall we do next? Wukong scratched his head and replied, Right. Perhaps we should search for his weakness? We might uncover something crucial. Vegeta scoffed. Humph. This fellow is so tenacious. Locating a weakness will not be easy. Wang Cheng spoke slowly. I cannot kill him either. The flickering hope that had ignited in everyone's hearts dimmed once more. Wukong, in a panic, exclaimed, Then what should we do? Merely binding him is not a solution. After a moment of silence, Wang Cheng stated, Although I cannot slay him, we can take him back and let Lord Beerus annihilate him directly, or, at worst, deliver him to Lord Zeno for immediate erasure. Chapter 90. The battle with Beerus. Upon hearing this, Trunks and the others were momentarily stunned. Then Wukong clapped his hands, saying, Yes, how did I not think of that? However, Vegeta furrowed his brow and remarked, But Zamasu is cunning. Can the binding rope hold him indefinitely? Last time, Beerus escaped in an instant. Wang Cheng replied nonchalantly, Beerus could not be restrained because his power far surpasses mine, but with Zamasu's strength, the binding rope can certainly contain him for tens of thousands of years. Hearing this, the tension among the group eased somewhat. Wukong smiled. That's good. Let us hurry and depart to avoid any unforeseen complications. Vegeta nodded. Indeed, we must be swift. Trunks added, I hope everything proceeds smoothly. Thus, they all squeezed into the time machine along with the thoroughly bound Zamasu. It was exceedingly cramped, so Wang Cheng mischievously suggested, Wukong, you and Vegeta can cling outside the time machine. Wukong. Vegeta, in a flash of white light. Wang Cheng and the others returned to Earth in the primary timeline. As soon as they landed, the surrounding crowd gathered in astonishment. What is happening? Wukong and the others are back. Kiki rushed over, relieved to see Wukong unharmed. Wukong, I'm so glad you're safe. Vegeta impatiently interjected, Stop the chatter. We have important matters to attend to. Wang Cheng addressed the crowd. Everyone, please disperse. We need to take Zamasu to see Lord Beerus as swiftly as possible. Although filled with curiosity, the crowd obediently scattered. Lord Beerus and Lord Whis were in the backyard by the pool, enjoying ice cream. With a grave expression, Clin solemnly addressed Wang Cheng. The group hurried to the backyard, where they found Beerus and Whis leisurely indulging in exquisite ice cream. Casting a lazy glance at them, Beerus inquired, Why the haste? What has transpired? Trunks stepped forward respectfully, stating, Lord Beerus, we have captured Zamasu, but we are unable to eliminate him and must request your intervention. Beerus set down his ice cream, glancing at Zamasu, bound by the sacred binding rope, and furrowed his brow. This fellow truly is a nuisance. As soon as he spoke, a formidable and terrifying aura emanated from Beerus, causing the very air around them to feel as though it had solidified. He raised his right hand, gathering a sphere of purple destructive energy in his palm, its brilliance flickering ominously. Zamasu, sensing the lethal force, began to struggle desperately, the sacred binding rope taut against him. Destruction, Beerus commanded, thrusting the destructive energy towards Zamasu. In an instant, the energy collided with Zamasu, radiating a blinding light. Zamasu's pained howl echoed as his body began to disintegrate under the impact of the destructive energy, transforming into specks of starlight. Yet, before he vanished completely, Zamasu cursed frantically, "You shall all meet a grim fate." His voice dwindled until it faded entirely into the void. Beerus exhaled softly, retracting his power as tranquility returned to the surroundings. After eliminating Zamasu, his gaze shifted toward Wang Cheng, revealing a hint of provocation and curiosity. "Now that the trouble of the future has been resolved, shall we engage in a proper duel?" Wang Cheng, far from being flustered, responded with unwavering determination and confidence. "Lord Beerus, I would be honored to spar with you." Beerus raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by Wang Cheng's reaction, before chuckling. "Haha, do not let me down." No sooner had he spoken than Beerus vanished from sight. Unperturbed, Wang Cheng deftly evaded the swift strike from behind, guided by his keen instincts. Observing this, Beerus's eyes sparkled with appreciation. Quite interesting. Immediately, a barrage of attacks rained down upon Wang Cheng like a tempest. He responded with composure, his movements agile, showcasing both steadiness and confidence. Skillfully, he thwarted Beerus's relentless assaults while occasionally striking back. "Not bad at all, young Wang Cheng. Your strength has significantly evolved," Beerus proclaimed. With a smirk, Wang Cheng replied, "Lord Beerus, this is merely the beginning." With that, his aura surged once more, channeling all his energy into his fists as he engaged in an even fiercer clash with Beerus. Beerus scoffed, "Arrogant brat, let me see just how capable you truly are." Wang Cheng moved like lightning, the wind howling around his fists, each punch imbued with unyielding momentum. Beerus, undeterred, met him blow for blow, their fists colliding with earth-shattering force, making the surrounding space tremble ever so slightly. Such immense power. It seems Lord Beerus has not been idle these past 2 years. Wang Cheng marveled internally. Yet his hands continued their relentless dance. Beerus wore a serious expression, his previous disdain replaced. "Wang Cheng, it seems that your strength has significantly increased over the past 2 years under the tutelage of the Grand Priest." Wang Cheng replied with a smile. "It is indeed an honor to receive praise from Lord Beerus, but I shall not rest on my laurels." At that moment, their battle intensified, radiating a brilliant light that was almost blinding. The onlookers were left utterly astonished. Goku widened his eyes in disbelief. Wang Cheng is actually able to match Lord Beerus blow for blow. Vegeta clenched his fists, murmuring to himself, "This guy has become remarkably strong." Trunks looked on in astonishment. "Mr. Wang Cheng is truly formidable. It's simply unbelievable." As the clash between Wang Cheng and Beerus grew ever more fierce, their fists intertwined and light erupted all around. Each of Wang Cheng's attacks showcased his ultimate mastery over power, while Beerus's counterattacks emanated divine authority and strength. Wang Cheng moved like a phantom, suddenly appearing at Beerus's left side, launching a hook punch accompanied by a roaring wind. Beerus reacted swiftly, sidestepping the blow, and countered with a wave of energy directed at Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng performed a backflip, narrowly evading the attack, and landed to charge forward once more, delivering a rapid series of kicks, each as swift as lightning. Beerus crossed his arms to defend, the tremendous force of the impact pushing him back several steps. A flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes. "Wang Cheng, you have truly pushed me to my limits." Wang Cheng smiled faintly, his gaze unwavering. "Lord Beerus, the battle is far from over." At that moment, the space around them twisted under the weight of their tremendous power. Whis observed quietly from the side, a look of admiration gracing his face. "Wang Cheng's strength is indeed remarkable. It is rare to witness such a balanced confrontation with Lord Beerus. After all, over the past 2 years, Beerus had requested me to assist him with much training." Beerus laughed heartily. "Haha, Whis, this young man has truly surprised me. If I had continued to slack off these past 2 years, I would have faced great embarrassment today." With that, Beerus launched another offensive, gathering immense energy in his hands, radiating a blinding brilliance. Wang Cheng took a deep breath, channeling all his strength into his palms to meet Beerus's assault. As their powers collided, the world seemed to fall into silence. Suddenly, a cataclysmic energy storm erupted, reducing nearby mountains to dust and causing the earth to fracture. Yet, Wong Chong and Beerus remained steadfast, their gazes locked, their fighting spirit undiminished. Wang Cheng roared, "Lord Beerus, receive this move." A resplendent aura enveloped him, akin to blazing flames, as he charged at Beerus like a warrior of the gods. Unfazed, Beerus met Wang Cheng head-on, and the two once again engaged in a fierce clash. The intensity of their battle escalated, each encounter sending tremors through space and unleashing torrents of energy. Wang Cheng's strikes were as swift and fierce as a tempest, each move infused with immense power, his eyes ablaze with indomitable spirit. "Lord Beerus, let us determine our fates," he proclaimed. Beerus, equally focused, was enveloped in a blazing purple aura. "Humph, young one, come at me with all you've got." Their clash transformed the very atmosphere, as onlookers in the distance struggled to breathe under the overwhelming pressure, nearly losing their balance. Goku clenched his fists, shouting with fervor, "Wang Cheng, give it your all." Vegeta furrowed his brow, astonished within. "I can't believe Wang Cheng has grown this strong. Under this deep blue sky, I might not last 10 rounds." Trunks gazed at Wang Cheng with admiration, exclaiming, "Mr. Wang Cheng, you are incredible." Whis smiled softly, commenting, "This battle is truly spectacular." Both Lord Beerus and Wang Cheng exhibit awe-inspiring prowess. At that moment, Wang Cheng suddenly leaped into the air, spinning gracefully before hurtling down towards Beerus with the force of a thunderbolt. Beerus raised his hands, bracing himself for the impending blow. With a resounding explosion, the space around them shattered, creating a colossal black hole, a powerful pull striving to engulf them. Yet, Wang Cheng and Beerus, fortified by their formidable strength, steadied themselves and stood face to face once more. Breathing heavily, Beerus remarked, "Wang Cheng, you have indeed impressed me, but now I shall unleash my true power." A smirk graced Wang Cheng's lips. "Lord Beerus, that is precisely my intention." No sooner had he spoken than Beerus's aura surged dramatically, enveloped in a blaze of purple light that resembled raging flames. His gaze sharpened, as if capable of piercing through all. Wang Cheng felt the immense pressure, yet showed no sign of retreat. Drawing a deep breath, his inner strength surged like a tempestuous tide, radiating a white glow that harmonized with Beerus's purple light. With a mighty roar, Beerus vanished, reappearing before Wang Cheng, his fist imbued with world-shattering might. Wang Cheng's focus sharpened as he crossed his arms to absorb the blow. The impact was tremendous, driving Wang Cheng's feet into the ground up to his knees. Yet, he gritted his teeth and endured. "Well done, you can withstand my punch," Beerus praised. Wang Cheng gathered his strength, pushing Beerus's fist aside before launching a swift side kick towards his waist. Beerus sidestepped, retaliating with a powerful palm strike. They exchanged blows at a pace so rapid that it left spectators breathless. The surrounding space grew increasingly unstable under their overwhelming energies, fissures of darkness appearing and vanishing. Onlookers tightened their fists, too tense to breathe. Goku's eyes widened in shock. This battle between them is terrifying. Vegeta, grim-faced, acknowledged, "I never imagined Wang Cheng could contend with Beerus to this extent." As Wang Cheng and Beerus clashed fiercely once more, both unleashed their full potential. Wang Cheng's aura flickered dramatically as he summoned every ounce of his strength for one final strike, the wind from his punch howling with an unstoppable momentum. Beerus's gaze sharpened, and with a mighty roar, an immense energy erupted from him, forming a formidable shield. Wang Cheng's fist struck against the barrier, and after a momentary stalemate, his strength began to wane. Seizing the opportunity, Beerus unleashed a powerful counterforce that sent Wang Cheng sprawling several meters back. He crashed heavily to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Struggling to rise, his legs buckled, and he fell once more. Beerus slowly approached Wang Cheng and remarked, "Wang Cheng, you have performed admirably, yet you still lack a fraction." Wang Cheng responded with a bitter smile, "Lord Beerus, your prowess is indeed unfathomable, but I shall strive to grow stronger." The onlookers hurried over from a distance. Goku expressed his regret, "So close, Wang Cheng." Vegeta patted Wang Cheng on the shoulder. "To have fought Beerus to this extent, you have every reason to be proud." Trunks inquired with concern, "Mr. Wang Cheng, are you all right?" Wang Cheng shook his head. "I am fine, merely unable to defeat Lord Beerus this time." Beerus regarded Wang Cheng and said, "Your potential is immense. Given time, perhaps." The crowd gazed upon Wang Cheng, their hearts filled with admiration. Goku stepped forward and patted Wang Cheng's back. "Wang Cheng, you are already remarkable, even in defeat. You have maintained your dignity. Vegeta, arms crossed, displayed a rare semblance of acknowledgement. To have contended with Beerus to such a degree, you have earned our pride. Trunks' eyes brimmed with admiration. Mr. Wong Chong, I aspire to be as powerful as you in the future. Krillin joined in, smiling. Wong Chong, you have brought honor to humanity. Whis smiled approvingly from the side. Wong Chong, it seems your training at the King's palace has yielded significant gains. Wong Chong consumed a senza bean and replied, Lord Whis, my training at the King's palace has indeed allowed for tremendous breakthroughs. Yet I still fall short compared to Lord Beerus. Beerus, arms crossed, remarked, Humph, recognizing the gap is good. Nonetheless, such progress is commendable. Wong Chong, brimming with humility, declared, Lord Beerus, I shall continue to exert myself and narrow this gap. Goku leaned in with a broad grin. Wong Chong, you are already impressive. Next time, let's train together and surely become even stronger. With matters concluded, Trunks returned to his time, while Whis and Beerus departed for the realm of destruction, and the others dispersed to their own homes. Wang Cheng took a deep breath, relishing the rare tranquility, Bulma, during this time. I shall not go anywhere, but stay home to be with you. A delightful and sweet smile blossomed on Bulma's face, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Really? Wang Cheng, that would be wonderful. Wang Cheng grasped Bulma's hand tightly, gently stating, of course it's true. After enduring so many storms, I now only wish to be quietly by your side. On a day 6 months later, a notification chimed. Ding. Would you like to begin today's check-in? Let us commence. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a fragment of law. With 4 fragments now gathered, would you like to synthesize a random law? Wang Cheng gazed at the prompt box before him, his heart a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Taking a deep breath, his gaze gradually solidified with determination. Let us take a chance. Synthesize. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth and issued the command. Instantly, the 4 fragments radiated a dazzling brilliance, intertwining and merging in the air. The light intensified, nearly blinding him. He anxiously awaited the outcome, silently praying for the synthesis of a powerful and useful law. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the law of devouring. Would you like to fuse it immediately? Without hesitation, Wang Cheng replied, fuse. No sooner had he spoken than a formidable and overwhelming force surged into his body. He felt his veins throb painfully, as if this power might burst him apart. Wang Cheng clenched his teeth, striving to remain conscious while guiding this force through his body. However, the might of the devouring law was excessively potent. Cracks began to appear on his skin, blood seeping forth. Hold on. Wang Cheng, you can do this. He encouraged himself inwardly. As time passed, his consciousness began to blur. Yet his willpower remained unyielding. Just as he felt he could endure no longer, the energy within him suddenly softened, beginning to merge with his body. Slowly, he opened his eyes, discovering that his body emitted a layer of dark light, with energy continuously flowing into him. Is this the power of the devouring law? As he sensed the transformation within, his heart brimmed with astonishment. He tentatively threw a punch, and the surrounding air compressed instantaneously, erupting with a thunderous boom. Wang Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief at the sheer magnitude of this power. At that moment, he could distinctly feel energy from all directions converging toward him, rapidly absorbed by his body. Ecstatically, he raised his hands, light shimmering in his palms. With this devouring law, I could even contend with angels. A fierce fighting spirit ignited within his eyes, as he envisioned himself battling angels. Without further ado, Wang Cheng executed a swift teleportation to the realm of destruction. Ah, a rare visitor. Wang Cheng, what brings you to my realm of destruction today? Beerus, reclining leisurely in a rocking chair, inquired. Wang Cheng crossed his arms confidently and replied, Lord Beerus, I've made a slight improvement in my strength recently, so I sought you out for a spar. Upon hearing this, Beerus nearly toppled from his chair, staring at Wang Cheng in disbelief. What? It's only been 6 months, and you think you can defeat me? Wang Cheng smirked. Lord Beerus, let us not get ahead of ourselves. If I win, you mustn't take it to heart. Beerus placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. You think you can win against me? That is simply a fool's dream. Come, let me teach you a lesson and show you the true gap in our powers. Wang Cheng ceased his banter, and with a flash, charged toward Beerus. Unfazed, Beerus waved his hand dismissively, only to be taken by surprise as Wang Cheng deftly sidestepped and lightly tapped him on the back. Was taken aback. Turning to glare, you have some skill, kid. Wang Cheng replied with a grin, "Lord Beerus, this is just the beginning." No sooner had he spoken than a powerful aura erupted from Wang Cheng, causing the surrounding space to tremble. In an instant, he appeared before Beerus like a flash of lightning, his fist hurtling towards him with a roar of wind. Seeing this, Beerus quickly raised his arm to block. But at the moment of contact, Wang Cheng's fist emanated a peculiar pulling force, and Beerus felt the energy in his arm being voraciously consumed by Wang Cheng. What a bizarre ability. Beerus's expression changed dramatically as he hastily retreated, simultaneously unleashing a wave of energy towards Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng did not evade. He allowed the energy wave to strike him. The moment the wave made contact, it flickered with brilliance, and the energy was continuously devoured by Wang Cheng. How could this be? Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief. Beside him, Whis was equally astonished, unable to close his mouth in shock. This was unprecedented. Wang Cheng could actually absorb energy. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Cheng pressed the attack, each strike accompanied by formidable absorption power, leaving Beerus struggling to cope. "Lord Beerus, receive this next move," Wang Cheng shouted, his fist glowing ever brighter, with the force of absorption intensifying. Beerus gritted his teeth and once again summoned all his strength to defend, yet his energy continued to be relentlessly consumed by Wang Cheng. What kind of monster is this? Beerus lamented internally. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng grew more invigorated with each confrontation. The absorbed energy bolstered his momentum, rendering him seemingly unstoppable. His every strike bore the weight of thunder, forcing Beerus to evade and defend continuously. Wang Cheng's speed escalated, his figure becoming elusive, akin to a specter, making it difficult for Beerus to predict his movements. "Lord Beerus, today you are destined to fall at my hands," Wang Cheng bellowed, his voice brimming with confidence and dominance. Breathing heavily, Beerus felt a surge of anxiety. This fellow's abilities are far too uncanny. If this continues, my defeat is inevitable. At that moment of distraction, Wang Cheng launched another rapid assault. His fist streaked toward Beerus's chest like a bolt of lightning. Unable to evade in time, Beerus was struck hard. However, as Wang Cheng's fist made contact, the force of absorption surged wildly, drawing forth the energy within Beerus like a flood breaking through a dam. "Ah!" Beerus cried out in agony, his body trembling as his strength rapidly waned. Whis watched in astonishment, having never witnessed such a potent and peculiar ability. This Wang Cheng, he carries an aura of laws. Could this strange absorption power be a manifestation of law? Whis was filled with confusion and shock. At that moment, Wang Cheng radiated a brilliant light, having absorbed a significant amount of Beerus's energy, resembling an invincible war god. Chapter 93. Defeating Beerus. Beerus glared with wide eyes and bellowed, "You brat, do not be so arrogant. Behold my destructive energy." As he spoke, he gathered a ball of terrifying purple-black energy between his hands, warping the surrounding space with its sheer force. However, Wang Cheng showed no fear, instead displaying an expression of excitement. "Come at me, Lord Beerus." With a fierce throw, Beerus hurled the destructive energy towards Wang Cheng. As it passed through the air, the space shattered, resonating with thunderous roars. Unperturbed, Wang Cheng extended his hands forward, and the overwhelming destructive energy, upon contact, was swiftly devoured as if it were a mere drop in the ocean. "How is this possible?" Beerus exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. He could not fathom that his ace destructive energy was so easily neutralized by Wang Cheng. Beside him, Whis wore a look of astonishment, murmuring, "This law of absorption is astonishingly powerful, capable of consuming even destructive energy. It's truly remarkable." Feeling the surge of newfound strength within him, Wang Cheng laughed heartily. "Lord Beerus, do you have any more tricks up your sleeve?" Grinding his teeth, Beerus once again concentrated more destructive energy, preparing for a renewed assault. Veins bulged on his forehead. His eyes filled with determination. "This time, I shall see how you absorb it." The destructive energy he conjured was even larger than before, emanating a sense of annihilation that destabilized the surrounding space. Yet, Wang Cheng remained calm, a smirk playing on his lips. "Come at me, Lord Beerus." With a roar, Beerus propelled the massive energy sphere toward Wang Cheng. The sphere howled through the air, tearing apart the void, leaving behind black fissures. Wang Cheng stood his ground, arms outstretched in welcome. As the energy sphere made contact, a mysterious glow enveloped him, resembling a colossal vortex that voraciously consumed the destructive energy. Beerus's eyes widened in shock as he watched his attack dissipate gradually. No, it's impossible. In a frenzy, he intensified his energy output. Yet he could not alter the fate of his destructive energy being swallowed whole. I refuse to believe this. Beerus roared, channeling all his strength into the energy sphere, his body trembling as he exerted himself to the utmost. Nevertheless, Wong Cheng's absorption power resembled an infinite chasm. No matter how much destructive energy surged forth, it was all effortlessly devoured. Beerus's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. What sort of sinister ability is this? His voice trembled with despair and frustration. Wong Chong, on the other hand, appeared relaxed, even taking the liberty to jest. Lord Beerus, perhaps you should conserve your strength. Beerus, unwilling to relent, continued to pour forth energy, though his breath grew increasingly faint. Whis urgently called out, Lord Beerus, stop. At this rate, you will injure yourself. Yet, Beerus was consumed by his obsession, impervious to the warning. At that moment, Wang Cheng suddenly clasped his hands together, causing the incessantly flowing destructive energy to halt abruptly. In the next instant, a powerful force rebounded it back towards Beerus. Beerus was struck by his own energy and was sent hurtling backward,
crashing heavily to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Amidst the swirling dust, Beerus struggled to rise, his body swaying, his eyes filled with exhaustion and disbelief.
How could this happen? His voice was weak and trembling, devoid of its former grandeur. Wang Cheng slowly approached Beerus, a victorious smile gracing his face. Lord Beerus, do you concede? He inquired. Beerus gritted his teeth, still yearning to stand and continue the fight, but as soon as he moved, a wave of searing pain coursed through him, causing him to collapse once more. Whis hurried over to assist Beerus. My lord, you have done your utmost. Wang Cheng's abilities are far too peculiar, and we must acknowledge his strength, Whis advised. Beerus shot a fierce glare at Wang Cheng, ultimately bowing his head in resignation. Very well, this time you have bested me, young one. His tone was laced with reluctance, yet also a hint of admiration. Wang Cheng slightly bowed, replying, Thank you for your gracious concession, Lord Beerus. He then offered Beerus a Senzabine, and in an instant, Beerus was restored to his peak condition. Wang Cheng smiled and said, Shall we have another go, Lord Beerus? Beerus widened his eyes and huffed. What do you mean, another go? With your bizarre abilities, how can one even fight? It's utterly unfair. Wang Cheng spread his hands innocently, replying, My lord, you cannot blame me. I cannot control the powers I possess. Beerus, exasperated, retorted, You insolent brat. I have traversed the cosmos for countless years and have never encountered such unreasonable tactics. Wang Cheng grinned mischievously, Lord Beerus, why don't we engage in a different contest instead? Beerus frowned and asked, What shall we compete in? Wang Cheng's eyes sparkled with mischief. How about a contest to see who can eat the most delicacies? Upon hearing this, Beerus's eyes lit up. Humph, I shall not be defeated in this. Whis shook his head helplessly from the sidelines. You two are truly a source of both amusement and exasperation. Beerus snorted, Enough chatter, let us begin. As the competition commenced, Beerus devoured his food voraciously, his speed astonishing. Wang Cheng, refusing to be outdone, matched his pace. Before long, a significant portion of the food before Beerus had vanished, and Wang Cheng was not far behind. Whis observed their antics and could not help but laugh. This is hardly a competition, it's a battle of gluttony. With his mouth stuffed, Beerus mumbled indistinctly, This young one can eat quite a bit. Wang Cheng swallowed a mouthful and replied, Do not underestimate me, Lord Beerus. Just then, Beerus let out a loud burp, noticeably slowing down. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Cheng quickened his pace. Oh no, I can't take it anymore, Beerus exclaimed, patting his belly. Wang Cheng triumphantly laughed. Lord Beerus, it seems I have emerged victorious this time. Unbeknownst to Beerus, everything he consumed would be completely devoured. Beerus, indignant, declared, Humph. I will definitely win next time. The three shared a knowing smile, and the realm of the gods of destruction was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Weiss smiled and said, All right. Your competition has indeed added a great deal of amusement to this realm of destruction. I kindly urge everyone to take a moment to contribute with a gesture of goodwill. Chapter 94. Playing with Beerus suddenly. With a mischievous grin, Beerus remarked, I have a rather intriguing idea. Both Wang Cheng and Weiss turned their curious gazes towards him, and Wang Cheng inquired, Lord Beerus, what have you conceived? Beerus blinked and replied, Isn't Wang Cheng my candidate? We shall challenge candidates from other universes, and if there are none, the god of destruction shall enter the fray personally. The mere thought of those lofty beings being thoroughly bested by Wang Cheng brings me immeasurable joy. Wang Cheng paused momentarily, then laughed. Now, that is indeed an exhilarating notion. Weiss furrowed his brow slightly, and said, Lord Beerus, might this provoke discontent among the other universes? With his arms crossed and excitement radiating from him, Beerus's body trembled slightly with exhilaration as he responded, What is there to fear? Those beings are lethargic in their strength. I am merely spurring them onward. As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together, eager to embark on their venture. Weiss sighed in resignation. Lord Beerus, your impulsiveness is ever present. But is this truly prudent? Wang Cheng chimed in from the side. Weiss, Lord Beerus has a valid point. Perhaps this will ignite the fighting spirit of the other universes. Have you forgotten what transpired last time? The foes we face in the future will be exceedingly formidable. Weiss's expression shifted to one of solemnity as he acknowledged, indeed. The previous events made us acutely aware of the looming threats. Seizing the moment, Beerus pressed on, Precisely, Weiss. We cannot remain idle. We must incite the others to heighten their prowess. Wang Cheng nodded with resolute determination. Furthermore, through our confrontations with other universes, we can gain a clearer understanding of our shortcomings, thus preparing ourselves more thoroughly for the battles ahead. Weiss remained silent for a moment before finally sighing in resignation. Very well, since you are so insistent, I hope this endeavor truly unfolds as you envision. Beerus, exhilarated, raised his fist triumphantly. Of course. Let us proceed to Universe 6. The trio then set forth towards Universe 6. Along the way, Beerus began to envision the scene of Wang Cheng vanquishing his adversaries, repeatedly exclaiming, Ha! Once Wang Cheng steps forth, who can rival him? Those beings will surely be left in utter disarray. Meanwhile, Weiss continued to harbor concerns, his brow furrowed as he sighed. Lord Beerus, you ought to pray that our unauthorized venture into other universes remains undiscovered by the Grand Priest and the Omni King. Otherwise, even I shall face repercussions. Dismissively, Beerus waved his hand. What is there to worry about? Once we have taught those beings a lesson and elevated everyone's strength, the Omni King may even commend us. Weiss shook his head in exasperation. Lord Beerus, your optimism is boundless. But what if? There is no what if. Beerus interrupted, Wang Cheng. Prepare to showcase your prowess to the inhabitants of Universe 6. Wang Cheng nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Lord Beerus. As he spoke, the trio had already arrived above the realm of destruction in the 6th universe. The god of destruction, Kampa, along with Vados, emerged slowly, their expressions tinged with wariness. Skinny skeleton, what is the meaning of this? What brings you to our 6th universe? Beerus crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. Kampa, there's no need to be so tense. I'm here to help you enhance the strength of your candidate. Kampa scoffed dismissively. Spare me your pretenses. Do you really think you possess such benevolence? Besides, I am in my prime and have no intentions of retirement, nor am I seeking candidates. Vados interjected softly, Lord Kampa. Be cautious, there may be a trick afoot. Impatiently, Beerus retorted, enough of this nonsense. If there are no candidates, why not engage in a spar with Wang Cheng yourself? Kampa furrowed his brow. Humph, skinny skeleton, do not think I am unaware of your intentions. You merely wish to flaunt your candidate's prowess. Beerus laughed heartily. And if that is the case, do you fear him? At that moment, Wang Cheng stepped forward, cupping his hands respectfully. Lord Kampa, I humbly ask for your guidance. Kampa assessed Wang Cheng with a hint of trepidation, then replied guardedly, the last time we met, you managed to hold your ground against me. With Beerus so brazenly confident, I shall not accept this challenge. Upon hearing this, Beerus leapt up in disbelief. Kampa, you coward. You dare not accept the challenge. Kampa shot Beerus an annoyed glance. Humph. Do not provoke me. I will not fall for your trap. This is clearly a scheme, and I shall not foolishly leap into it. Wang Cheng stepped forward once more. Lord Kampa, are you afraid? Kampa retorted defiantly. Nonsense. How could I, Kampa, be afraid? I simply see no need to waste my time with your antics. Vados attempted to persuade him. Lord Kampa, perhaps you should. But Kampa interrupted. No, I said I will not accept. Beerus, hands on his hips, sneered, Kampa. If you refuse today, you shall hold your head low before the other gods in the future. Kampa's expression shifted, caught in a moment of hesitation. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Humph, if it must be, then so be it. You may think you're bold, but beware. Anger me, and I shall unleash my destructive energy upon you. Wong Chong, undaunted, replied with a smile. Then let us see what transpires in our duel, Lord Kampa. Beerus, brimming with excitement, shouted, begin. Let us not waste any more time. Kampa's demeanor sharpened, and he instantly released a formidable aura, causing the surrounding space to tremble under its weight. However, in the face of Kampa's overwhelming pressure, Wang Cheng appeared remarkably composed. He nimbly maneuvered through Kampa's assaults, a faint smile gracing his lips. As Kampa grew increasingly furious, he intensified his attacks, unleashing a barrage of energy strikes like a tempest upon Wang Cheng. Yet, Wang Cheng effortlessly deflected each ferocious onslaught with a mere flick of his hand. With leisure, he remarked, Lord Kampa, your strength seems rather lacking. Kampa's face flushed with rage as he bellowed, You insolent brat, do not be so arrogant. At this moment, Xiangpa had completely lost his sanity. He resolved to unleash his full power, gathering a terrifying sphere of destructive energy in his hands, distorting the surrounding space. Die! Xiangpa roared as he hurled this formidable force of destruction towards Wang Cheng. Yet Wang Cheng remained unperturbed, calmly pushing his hands forward, gradually absorbing the potent destructive energy. Xiangpa was momentarily dumbfounded, staring blankly at Wang Cheng, unable to articulate a response for a long while. How is this possible? Regaining his composure, Xiangpa angrily shouted, Beerus! You bastard, you have deceived me. Bardas, equally astonished, had not anticipated that Wang Cheng would so effortlessly counter Xiangpa's full-force attack, even absorbing his destructive energy. Beerus, chuckling heartily at the scene, taunted, Xiangpa, it seems your skills are lacking. Wang Cheng smiled and said, Lord Xiangpa, I concede. Thank you to the Dragon of Love for shrimp and radish soup, and Wine Drunk on Coffee for their support. Chapter 95. The Cosmic Patrol fuming with rage and humiliation. Xiangpa bellowed, This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. His body trembled slightly with fury. Bardas hurriedly approached, attempting to soothe Xiangpa. Lord Xiangpa, please calm down. Xiangpa shoved Bardas aside. Glaring at Wang Cheng and Beerus, his eyes ablaze with fury. You conspired against me. Wang Cheng replied calmly, Lord Xiangpa, this is merely a fair contest. There is no conspiracy here. Beerus continued to mock, Xiangpa, you simply cannot accept defeat. At this point, Xiangpa's rage had reached its zenith, disregarding all caution. He charged at Wang Cheng once more, seeking to make a final stand. Wang Cheng deftly sidestepped, causing Xiangpa to lunge wildly and nearly tumble to the ground. Lord Xiangpa, perhaps you should take a moment to calm yourself, Wang Cheng suggested. Panting heavily, Xiangpa stood in place, his gaze filled with resentment and despair. Just then, a commanding voice echoed from the sky. Enough. Everyone looked up to see the Grand Minister's figure slowly materializing. With an impassive expression, the Grand Minister addressed them. What sort of chaos is this? What a disgrace. Both Beerus and Xiangpa quickly lowered their heads, too intimidated to speak. The Grand Minister turned his gaze towards Wang Cheng, stating, It has been some time since we last met, and I see your strength has improved considerably. The Dark Demon Realm has been rather restless lately. But under my and Zeno's watch, they dare not overstep their bounds. However, there are still some minor nuisances. I entrust you to resolve them. Wang Cheng nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Grand Minister, I shall not fail in my mission. Beerus interjected, Wang Cheng, do not bring me disgrace. Wang Cheng smiled confidently. Lord Beerus, you need not worry. Whis added, Wang Cheng, the beings from the Dark Demon Realm are cunning. You must proceed with caution. Wang Cheng responded, I will act prudently, Lord Whis. The Grand Minister then announced, the Divine Realm has established a cosmic patrol. Initially, I intended for the gods of destruction to join, but they have shown no ambition. Some have even been surpassed by the mortals of their own universes. Therefore, I hereby appoint you, Wang Cheng, as the captain of the Cosmic Patrol, with the authority to mobilize all personnel from the 12 universes that are not gods of destruction. Wang Cheng felt a jolt within, acutely aware of the weight of responsibility that had been placed upon him. He straightened his posture and solemnly declared, Esteemed High Priest, I am profoundly grateful for your trust, and I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to fulfill this mission. The High Priest nodded slightly, his gaze imbued with anticipation. Wang Cheng, this appointment bears significant implications for the safety of the entire universe. You must not take it lightly. The destroyers have grown complacent in their long-standing comfort, while threats to the universe continue to escalate. I entrust this grave responsibility to you, hoping you will instill discipline within the ranks and lead the security force to safeguard universal peace. Wang Cheng clenched his fists, responding with unwavering conviction, I understand. Esteemed High Priest, I will promptly assemble a fitting team and devise stringent training and operational plans. The High Priest expressed his satisfaction, saying, Excellent. Remember, every action you take represents the dignity and justice of the divine realm. Proceed with utmost caution. Wang Cheng nodded earnestly, indeed. In a flash of light, the High Priest vanished. Once he departed, Wang Cheng turned to Xiang Pa with a serious demeanor, stating, Lord Xiang Pa, as the newly appointed captain of the Universe Security Force, I require the reassignment of Zit, Kair, and Califura from your ranks to join our team for the preservation of universal peace. Xiang Pa's eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, What? Wang Cheng, are you deliberately targeting me? Zit and the others are my most capable warriors. How can you simply take them away? Wang Cheng patiently explained, Lord Xiang Pa, this is for the safety of the entire universe and not a personal affront to you. Zit, Kair, and Califura possess exceptional strength and will undoubtedly play pivotal roles in the security force. Xiang Pa retorted angrily, Absolutely not. If something were to happen in our sixth universe, must I, as a destroyer, handle it personally? Wang Cheng's gaze remained resolute, refusing to yield. Lord Xiang Pa, this is the authority bestowed upon me by the High Priest, and I hope for your cooperation. Xiang Pa gritted his teeth, his expression grim, yet fully aware of his inability to defy the High Priest's orders. Eventually, he resignedly waved his hand, saying, Humph, so be it. You may take them, but if anything goes awry, I will hold you accountable. Wang Cheng inclined his body slightly, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your support and cooperation, Lord Xiang Pa. I would appreciate it if you could escort them to the realm of the destroyers in the 7th universe, as Vis and I also need to make a trip to the 11th universe. Xiang Pa scoffed, I understand. Hurry along, and do not linger before me. Wang Cheng and Vis promptly set off for the 11th universe. Upon their arrival, they found Wei Mei indulging in delectable cuisine. Noticing Wang Cheng and Vis's presence, Wei Mei set aside his food with an expression of discontent, saying, Vis, why have you brought a human here? Vis smiled and replied, Esteemed Wei Mei, Wang Cheng is no ordinary human. He is the captain of the Universe Security Force, personally appointed by the High Priest, and has come to discuss important matters. Wei Mei frowned, asking what matters. Speak quickly. Do not interrupt my enjoyment of this feast. Wang Cheng stepped forward, stating, Esteemed Wei Mei, we wish to take Jillian and Tuapa with us. Wei Mei suddenly slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet and shouting, No. They are the pinnacle of combat power in my 11th universe. How can I allow you to take them? Wang Cheng spoke with a measured tone. Lady Wei Mei, the threat from the dark demon realm grows increasingly severe. Jillian and Tuopo could play a more significant role within the Cosmic Patrol, jointly safeguarding the peace of the universe. Wei Mei crossed her arms and scoffed. Humph, that sounds eloquent. But why should I trust you? Wang Cheng replied, Lady Wei Mei, the situation is dire. If we do not unite, every universe may soon find itself in peril. Wei Mei, dismissive, retorted, Do not attempt to intimidate me with such words. My 11th universe fears no dark demon realm. Wang Cheng's gaze sharpened as he said, Lady Wei Mei, your obstinacy may very well bring disaster upon the 11th universe. Infuriated, Wei Mei emanated a powerful aura and declared, You dare threaten me? I am a god of destruction, under the jurisdiction of Lord Zeno. Your insolence today will not go unpunished, and even the Grand Priest cannot touch me. Wang Cheng remained undaunted, his own aura rising steadily as he countered, Lady Wei Mei, I mean no offense. I only seek the safety of the universe. If you persist, we shall settle this matter with our strength. Wei Mei, furious yet amused, responded, Very well, you audacious fool. Today, you shall witness the might of a god of destruction. With that, Wei Mei launched a powerful wave of energy towards Wang Cheng. He deftly sidestepped, evading the attack with ease. As the crowd urged, Please lend a hand and give a click to spread the love. Wang Cheng appeared to handle Wei Mei's onslaught casually, but in reality, his devouring principle had quietly taken effect. Each contact with Wei Mei's energy was silently absorbed by him. Wei Mei unleashed wave after wave of attacks, yet Wang Cheng skillfully evaded them, gradually sensing her strength waning without understanding why, which only fueled her frustration. You insufferable brat, do not grow arrogant. She bellowed, intensifying her assault. Wang Cheng continued to navigate her strikes with apparent ease, occasionally retaliating, leaving Wei Mi increasingly flustered. Despite her labored breaths, she could not land a single blow on him. Gritting her teeth, she concentrated a purple destructive energy in her hands. A sphere of annihilation, radiating destruction, formed in her grasp, warping the very fabric of space around it. Die! Wei Mi hurled the destructive energy towards Wang Cheng. However, to her astonishment, as the potent energy approached him, it was gradually devoured. As if it were nothing more than a drop in an ocean. Wei Mi's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? She gasped. While standing nearby, Makalita was equally stunned, covering her mouth in shock and exclaiming, "My lord, this." Wang Cheng smiled slightly and said, "Lady Wei Mi, it would be wise for you to concede." Wei Mi's face flushed with anger as she roared, "As a god of destruction, how could I possibly surrender to you?" Yet, beneath her fierce exterior, a hint of panic and uncertainty crept into her voice. Wang Cheng crossed his arms and, with a relaxed demeanor, remarked, "Dear Wei Maida, your strength is waning. While I grow ever more formidable, the outcome of this encounter is self-evident." Wei Maida, panting heavily, glared with a mixture of resentment and fury, exclaiming, "What sorcery have you employed, young man, that allows you to devour my energy?" Wang Cheng chuckled softly. "This is no sorcery. It is merely a reflection of your inferiority." At that moment, Wei Maida, fraught with urgency, attempted once more to gather energy for an attack, but he soon discovered that no matter how hard he tried, the energy he amassed dissipated rapidly, as if consumed by an insatiable black hole. Margarita shouted anxiously from the sidelines, "My lord, be cautious." Wei Maida clenched his teeth, feeling powerless as his body trembled from the substantial loss of power. Observing Wei Maida's disarray, Wang Cheng slowly proposed, "Wei Maida, if you agree to allow Jillian and Tua Pa to accompany me, this conflict can come to an end." Wei Maida found himself caught in a profound struggle between his dignity and the undeniable reality before him. Ultimately, he sighed deeply and conceded, "Very well, take them." A victorious smile spread across Wang Cheng's face as he expressed, "Thank you, Wei Maida, for your sagacious choice." Wei Maida turned his head away, unwilling to meet Wang Cheng's gaze any longer, his fists clenched tightly, his body still trembling with anger and indignation. Margarita, observing Wang Cheng's triumphant demeanor, felt a spark ignite within her. Her large, round eyes widened in disbelief, and with a toss of her head, her twin tail swayed as she angrily shouted at Wang Cheng, "Hey, you arrogant fool! Do you truly believe you can act so brazenly just because you defeated Lord Wei Maida? I shall teach you a lesson today." Wang Cheng furrowed his brow slightly as he regarded the tempestuous young woman. Vis rushed forward to intervene, stating, "Sister, angels must maintain neutrality and refrain from engaging in this conflict." Margarita, hands on her hips, let her noble disposition erupt as she retorted loudly, "Neutrality, you say? I care not. This insufferable brat is so full of himself. If I do not show him the consequences of his arrogance, he will never learn that the 11th universe is no playground for him." With that, she dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, instantly appearing before Wang Cheng. With a swift motion of her delicate hand, a radiant beam of energy shot forth like a sword aimed at him. Startled, Wang Cheng quickly sidestepped to evade the onslaught. Yet Margarita pressed her advantage, her arms weaving as torrents of energy surged forth, each wave brimming with formidable power, causing the surrounding space to crackle ominously under the strain. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Wang Cheng knew he could not remain passive. An invisible force emanated from him, striving to consume the energy that Margarita unleashed. However, her power was overwhelming. Although his absorption had some effect, a portion of the energy still escaped and inflicted harm upon him. Yet, with pain comes the reminder of one's resilience. The surging tides of energy relentlessly battered Wang Cheng's defenses, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge and sweat to cascade down like rain. Gritting his teeth, Wang Cheng endeavored to amplify the potency of the devouring principle, striving to diminish Makalita's assault. Yet, Makalita's onslaught intensified, her voice ringing out, "Let's see how long you can endure." The brilliance of the energy surged, resembling a multitude of resplendent stars crashing down upon Wang Cheng. He found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Each beam striking his defenses sent tremors throughout his body. Bloodshot eyes reflected his unwavering resolve to resist. Makalita's energy appeared to take on a tangible form, intertwining to create an enormous web of energy that enveloped Wang Cheng. He exerted every ounce of strength to resist, but the overwhelming pressure began to bend his knees. Is this all you can muster? Makalita's gaze was laced with disdain as she gestured again, summoning more energy, filling the entire space with her dazzling light. Wang Cheng felt as though he were caught in a vortex of energy. The surrounding pressure grew increasingly oppressive, destabilizing his devouring principle. At that moment, Wang Cheng unleashed a furious roar, channeling all his energy to its zenith in an attempt to break free from the terrifying energy shackles. However, Makalita's assault shadowed him, leaving no room for respite. His body had reached its limits, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained resolute. Observing this, a flicker of surprise ignited within Makalita. She did not anticipate that Wang Cheng could endure such formidable attacks. Still unwilling to concede, she taunted, amplifying her energy output once more. Wang Cheng clenched his jaw and managed to utter, "You think it's that easy to make me surrender?" His devouring principle surged with fervor, causing subtle fluctuations in the surrounding energy. Makalita furrowed her brow, sensing signs of her energy being countered, yet she quickly steadied herself and intensified her assault. Wang Cheng's body endured immense agony, but his will grew increasingly resilient. Suddenly, he perceived a flaw in Makalita's attack and concentrated all his energy on that point. With a thunderous crack, a fissure appeared in Makalita's energy web. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Cheng broke free from the restraints and swiftly retreated, gasping for breath. Anger flashed across Makalita's face. She had not anticipated that Wang Cheng could breach her defenses. "Not bad, you've got some skill," she remarked, preparing to unleash an even more formidable attack. Just as tensions reached a critical point, Vis dashed between the two, arms outstretched, exclaiming, "Stop! Cease fire!" Makalita glared at him, her voice sharp as she retorted, "Vis, do you dare to interfere? I will take you down as well." Her exquisite features contorted in anger, her twin ponytails swaying violently with her emotions. Weiss furrowed his brow and said, "Sister Margarita, do not act impulsively. Such conflicts are devoid of purpose." Margarita paid no heed to him, her fists clenched, energy shimmering around her knuckles. Mind your own business. Today, I shall teach this arrogant fellow a lesson." Weiss remained resolute in front of her, his expression grave as he replied, "Sister, do not forget the duties of an angel. We must maintain neutrality and composure." Margarita, ablaze with fury, retorted, "Neutrality? How can I tolerate his blatant provocation of the dignity of Universe 11? Step aside." With that, she attempted to bypass Weiss to continue her assault on Wang Cheng. In a swift motion, Weiss blocked her path once more, urging, "Sister, heed my counsel. If this continues, matters will only worsen." Margarita, consumed by rage, shouted, "If you don't step aside, do not blame me for being impolite." The energy radiating from her intensified, igniting the very air around them. Yet Weiss remained unfazed, firmly stating, "Sister, please calm yourself. Wang Cheng is appointed by Father. Do you not fear incurring his wrath with your actions?" At the mention of their father, Margarita trembled slightly, her anger momentarily replaced by hesitation. However, she quickly bit her lip and stubbornly declared, "Even if he is appointed by Father, so what? His arrogance is intolerable." Weiss, his brow furrowed, continued to persuade her, "Sister, Father's decisions carry profound significance. Wang Cheng's arrival is for the sake of universal peace. We ought not to act on impulse." Margarita scoffed, crossing her arms defiantly. "For universal peace? I see him only as a provocateur against our Universe 11. Weiss sighed in resignation. "Sister, Wang Cheng does not intend to provoke. Rather, it is Lord Beerus who has assumed an air of superiority. After all, Wang Cheng is also the captain of the Universe Guard, appointed by Father, possessing the authority to mobilize all personnel across the universes." Weiss added, "The Dark Demon realm is stirring restlessly. Look at the destroyers now. They are complacent, their powers stagnating. Wang Cheng's presence is beneficial. If mortals can defeat destroyers, shouldn't they reflect upon themselves? Take Lord Beerus, who, as the mightiest destroyer among the 12 universes, has also been impacted by Wang Cheng, leading him to strive harder. His strength now approaches that of an angel." Margarita frowned, countering, "Even so, that does not justify his audacity in our Universe 11. Weiss patiently explained, "Sister, this is not audacity, but rather motivation. Wang Cheng's emergence instills a sense of urgency in the complacent destroyers, which is advantageous for the balance and development of the entire universe. Moreover, in the face of the Dark Demon Realm threat, we must unite rather than engage in internal strife. Margarita fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating Weiss's words. Yet still reluctant, she replied, "Even if you speak truthfully, it is still quite embarrassing for Lord Beerus." Weiss gently shook his head. "Sister, a momentary embarrassment can yield strength and security for the universe. Is that not worth it?" Margarita bit her lip and finally spoke slowly. "Very well. I shall let it go this time. But should Wang Cheng act in such a manner again, I shall not be so forgiving." Weiss smiled and nodded. "It is good that you can see reason, sister." Margarita huffed lightly, saying, "Humph. I hope Wang Cheng truly proves to be, as you say, playing a significant role in countering the Dark Demon Realm. Otherwise, I will not let it rest." Weiss reassured her, "Sister, have no worries. Wang Cheng's strength and determination are evident. I believe he will achieve great things." At that moment, Wang Cheng stepped forward and said, "Miss Margarita, I sincerely apologize for any offense caused earlier. Everything I do is for the safety of the universe, and I meant no disrespect." Margarita glanced at him and replied, "I shall trust you this once, but should you engage in any misconduct in the future, I will not spare you." Wang Cheng nodded solemnly. "Thank you, Miss Margarita. I shall be cautious with my words and actions, and I will not betray everyone's expectations." Weiss interjected, "In that case, let us hasten to our important business and quickly summon Jillian and Tuo Pa to collectively address the threat from the Dark Demon Realm." Although Margarita still felt somewhat uneasy, she recognized that this was not the time for grievances, so she used her staff to notify Jillian and Tuo Pa to come to the Divine Realm. Before long, Jillian and Tuo Pa arrived in haste. Jillian wore a serious expression, while Tuo Pa looked puzzled. Tuo Pa was the first to speak. "Lady Margarita, why the urgency in summoning us?" Margarita glanced at Wang Cheng and replied, "The Divine Realm has established a cosmic guard, with Wang Cheng as its captain. He is here to recruit both of you to confront the Dark Demon Realm." Jillian nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Wang Cheng, saying, "It has been a while. Wang Cheng, I can sense that you have grown stronger since your time at the All-King Palace. Truly a prodigy." Wang Cheng smiled modestly, responding, "Jillian, you have not been idle either. I trust your strength has also improved considerably." Jillian maintained a calm demeanor, "Yet, perhaps I still fall short in comparison to you. In this endeavor against the Dark Demon Realm, we will need your guidance." Wang Cheng replied earnestly, "If we unite our efforts, we shall surely overcome this unknown threat." Tuo Pa chimed in, "Humph, regardless of the Dark Demon Realm, with Jillian in action, they shall return empty-handed." Margarita admonished, "Do not underestimate them. The Dark Demon Realm is shrouded in mystery. The movements we have detected thus far are merely the minions. The truly formidable entities are not to be taken lightly, even by us angels." Wang Cheng nodded gravely. "Miss Margarita is correct. Even against mere minions, we must remain vigilant." Upon hearing Wang Cheng's address, Margarita frowned and retorted, "What do you mean by Miss Doubletail? Address me as Lady Margarita." Wang Cheng quickly corrected himself. Yes, Lady Margarita. It was an oversight on my part." Turning to Margarita and Weiss, Wang Cheng spoke with sincerity. "Miss Margarita, Lord Weiss, I am grateful for your assistance in the 11th universe. Now that the threat from the Dark Demon Realm looms near, I must take Jillian and Tuo Pa back to the 7th universe to prepare." Margarita furrowed her brow slightly. "Hurry and leave. Jiren and Topo. Wang Cheng, how did you provoke Lady Margarita?" Wang Cheng, "I am grateful to Evil Valley for powering us with love." Chapter 98, The Arrival of Gak Ultraman. Wang Cheng, accompanied by Jiren and Topo, returned to Earth in the 7th universe. As soon as they landed, they were surrounded by Son Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, Broly, Kale, Caulifla, Cell, and Hit. Son Wukong, with an eager expression, said, "Wang Cheng, you're finally back. I heard from Lord Beerus that a security team has been established. Count me in." Wang Cheng nodded, ready to respond when Bulma rushed over. Her face filled with urgency. "Wang Cheng, there's trouble. My sister has returned and says it's urgent." Wang Cheng, puzzled, asked, "Bulma's sister? Why has she come back so suddenly?" Vegeta, arms crossed, replied, "Let's go see what's happening." The group followed Wang Cheng. Upon arrival, they saw Bulma's sister, Tais, standing in the room, her expression grave, accompanied by a figure resembling Ultraman. Tais quickly addressed them. "Wang Cheng, something has happened." Wang Cheng furrowed his brow and asked, Sister Tais, what is going on? The Ultraman beside Tais spoke. I am Gak from the Galactic Patrol. A terrifying individual has escaped from our galactic prison. Gak took a deep breath and continued. This fugitive is named Moro, possessing incredibly fearsome magical powers. His body seems to be an inexhaustible source of dark energy, capable of continuously drawing and releasing immense power. 1,000,000 years ago, Moro was sealed and imprisoned by the Grand Supreme Kai, but now he has escaped and allied with villains like Frieza. We are doomed. Gak's face was filled with fear. Vegeta scoffed. A being that even the Grand Supreme Kai could defeat is nothing to be afraid of. That Frieza? I could eliminate him with a mere finger. You Ultraman are truly timid. Gak frowned and responded seriously. Mr. Vegeta, do not underestimate Moro. He was sealed by the Grand Supreme Kai, sacrificing half of his divine power, not defeated, and after all this time, he has likely absorbed countless evil powers in the galactic prison, his strength far surpassing what it once was. As for Frieza, he was rescued from the underworld by the Dark Demon Realm, so he must have gained power from there as well. Vegeta huffed. Humph, stop with the alarmist talk. I'm not afraid. Son Wukong stepped forward. Vegeta, it's better to be cautious and not underestimate our foes. Vegeta shot a glance at Son Wukong. Kakarot. Do not let others' strength diminish your own. Piccolo shook his head. Vegeta, this is not the time for bravado. We must tread carefully. Vegeta impatiently replied, I know, enough already. Wang Cheng pondered for a moment and said, regardless, we must prepare thoroughly and understand our enemy's situation before taking action. Cauliflower agreed. Wang Cheng is right. Blind arrogance is not wise. Vegeta crossed his arms and fell silent, yet his eyes still betrayed his disdain. At this moment, the usually silent Hit spoke up. Regardless of the enemy, caution is always prudent. Underestimating our opponents often leads us into unforeseen predicaments. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Hit, muttering, Humph, you certainly talk too much. Goku quickly intervened. All right, everyone, let's not quarrel. We should focus on how to respond. Piccolo calmly assessed the situation, stating, we must first send someone to gather more intelligence about Moro and the Dark Demon Realm. Knowing ourselves and our adversaries will ensure our invincibility in battle. Gak promptly added, I just received news from Myers that Moro and Frieza have gone to Namek, likely seeking the Dragon Balls to restore Moro. It is said that although Moro escaped from prison, he has been sealed for 10 million years. He probably wishes for the Eternal Dragon's assistance in regaining his youth. The group was taken aback by this revelation. Vegeta gritted his teeth, declaring, we absolutely cannot allow them to succeed. Goku clenched his fists and asserted, then we must hasten to Namek. Wang Cheng, with a serious expression, remarked, since this involves the Dark Demon Realm, it is not merely Moro and Frieza we face. We cannot act as a whole. Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo, you three will head to Namek. I can heal you at any time, so just charge ahead. Goku beamed. Haha, with your assurance, we can charge in fearlessly. Vegeta scoffed. Enough chatter, let's move. Without further delay, the trio boarded Gak's spaceship, setting course for Namek. In the original tale, Goku's first journey to Namek took only a week, but as a space patrol vessel, this ship should be swifter. Let's estimate a day. Though the original text does not specify the speed. Wang Cheng surveyed the group and continued, Sheru, take the Dragon Ball radar to locate the Dragon Balls and wish for all members of our galactic patrol to possess the ability to survive in space. Understood, brother. Sheru replied, promptly retrieving the radar from Bulma and departing. The others remained behind, awaiting his return. I will visit the god of destruction. Wang Cheng stated before disappearing in an instant. In the realm of destruction, Beerus lounged lazily in his chair. Upon noticing Wang Cheng's sudden arrival, he slightly opened his eyes. Oh, what brings you here? Lord Beerus, where's Whis? Wang Cheng inquired. It seems he was summoned by the Grand Minister for a meeting at the King's palace. Do you need him for something? Beerus asked nonchalantly. There's news from the Dark Demon Realm. The Galactic Patrol has just arrived on Earth and reported that Moro, who was imprisoned in the Galactic Prison, has been rescued by individuals from the Dark Demon Realm, Wang Cheng said with a grave expression. Yet, I cannot shake a sense of foreboding. Beerus raised an eyebrow and asked, what sort of premonition? Wang Cheng's brow furrowed as he replied, logically, I sent Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo to Namek. Their opponents are only Moro and Frieza. 10 million years ago, even the Supreme Kai could seal Moro. Surely Goku and the others are stronger now. and Frieza is even weaker. However, I feel inexplicably uneasy, as if something is amiss. Beerus crossed his arms and pondered for a moment, then remarked, "This does seem rather suspicious, but I cannot articulate why. If Whis were here, he could assist in investigating further." Wang Cheng sighed, expressing his hope that Wukong and the others would manage to navigate their predicament successfully. Beerus tilted his head slightly, remarking, "Humph. If those three cannot handle such a trivial matter, it would be quite embarrassing." Wong Chong, filled with apprehension, responded, "While that may be true, what if unforeseen circumstances arise?" Beerus interrupted him, "Stop overthinking and await the news." Wang Cheng nodded helplessly, yet his worries remained unabated. As everyone eagerly prepared for their fortunes, they encouraged each other to spread love and positivity. Chapter 99. Golden Frieza. Meanwhile, Wukong and his companions had arrived on Namek. As soon as they landed, Wukong exclaimed joyfully, "Haha, we've finally made it." Gak, visibly anxious, stated, "I'll wait for you aboard the ship. My combat abilities are limited, and I fear I might hinder you." Wukong smiled reassuringly. "All right, just take care of yourself." Vegeta scoffed, "Coward." Piccolo shot Vegeta a glare. "Don't say that. Everyone has their own role to play." Gak awkwardly chuckled. "Then I wish you all good luck." Wukong stretched his limbs. "Okay, let's head out." Vegeta charged forward in a specific direction. "Follow me." Wukong and Piccolo closely tailed him, and soon their figures vanished into the distance. Gak, watching them depart, took a deep breath, returned to the ship, and silently prayed for their safe return. Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo swiftly searched for Moro on Namek. The eerie silence of the planet heightened their vigilance. Suddenly, Piccolo halted, whispering, "Wait, I sense an ominous presence approaching." Almost as soon as he spoke, a swarm of bizarre creatures surged forth from all directions, encircling them. Vegeta roared, "These minions dare to obstruct our path." With that, he unleashed a formidable surge of energy, instantly sending several monsters flying. Wukong matched his fervor, utilizing his fists and feet to swiftly dispatch the surrounding foes, while Piccolo maintained a calm observation of their surroundings. After an intense battle, the creatures were finally vanquished. The trio pressed onward until they arrived at a vast valley shrouded in thick mist, obscuring the view within. Piccolo cautioned, "Everyone be careful. There may be an ambush inside." At that moment, Frieza's voice echoed from the valley. "Oh ho ho, Saiyan monkeys, you've finally arrived. Today marks your demise." Vegeta retorted sharply, "Frieza, you despicable fiend, after resurrecting, you still dare to show your face? It seems fate has granted me the opportunity to personally end your life." Frieza's expression darkened as he sneered, "Vegeta, you arrogant wild monkey, today is not like any other. During my time training in the dark magic realm, I am no longer the boy I once was." Vegeta, his eyes ablaze with fury, shouted, "Frieza, you shameless scoundrel. Even if you have grown stronger, I will still make you regret the day you crossed paths with me." Wukong exclaimed urgently, "Vegeta, do not act rashly. First ascertain his strength." Frieza laughed heartily, "Son Goku, spare me the pretense. None of you shall leave here alive today." Piccolo, his expression grave, cautioned, "Everyone be vigilant. This fellow appears to have undergone considerable changes." With a flourish of his hands, Frieza unleashed a formidable wave of energy that radiated outward. Vegeta, gritting his teeth, charged forward, declaring, "I intend to see just how formidable you truly are. Kakarot, you and the green-skinned fiend stay out of this. The vengeance of the Saiyans must be exacted by me, the Saiyan Prince." Goku, helpless, shouted, "Vegeta, please. Do not be reckless." Piccolo frowned. "This guy is as stubborn as ever." Frieza sneered, "Vegeta, do you truly believe you can defeat me?" Vegeta roared, "Enough of your chatter. Prepare yourself." No sooner had he spoken than he darted forward, launching the first strike. His fists, propelled by a fierce gale, aimed squarely at Frieza. Frieza effortlessly sidestepped, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. The two exchanged blows, initially testing each other's mettle. Vegeta's energy began to swell, golden light radiating from him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. In this form, Vegeta's speed and strength surged dramatically. Each of his strikes carried the force of a tempest. Yet, Frieza remained unfazed, easily deflecting Vegeta's onslaught while occasionally countering, leaving Vegeta momentarily flustered. Frieza taunted, "Is this all you've got, Vegeta? The Saiyan monkey is merely mediocre." Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury, his rage amplifying his energy to a fever pitch. He let out a thunderous roar, and his golden aura deepened, transmuting into a brilliant blue. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, his newfound power rendering the very air around them seemingly dense with energy. He lunged at Frieza once more, his attacks now more ferocious and relentless. Each punch bore the destructive potential of a cataclysm, forcing Frieza to abandon his carefree demeanor and engage seriously. Vegeta's fists rained down upon Frieza like a torrential storm, leaving the latter scrambling to defend and evade. Amid the assault, Vegeta shouted with fervor, "Frieza, experience my might." As Frieza began to feel overwhelmed, he realized the sheer magnitude of Vegeta's power post-transformation. They momentarily separated, and with a look of disdain, Vegeta remarked, "You have indeed grown stronger, but alas, I am no longer the Vegeta of old." Frieza smirked wickedly. "Do you believe this is the extent of my power?" As soon as he finished speaking, a radiant golden light enveloped Frieza, intensifying until it engulfed his entire form. His muscles expanded, bones cracking ominously as his body grew larger. Within the golden radiance, Frieza's skin gleamed like resplendent gold, radiating blinding brilliance. His eyes turned a blood-red hue, exuding an aura of malevolence and insatiable wrath. As the light receded, a pure golden Frieza materialized before the astonished onlookers. Frieza laughed triumphantly. "Ho ho ho! Allow me to grandly introduce my new form, Golden Frieza. Are you afraid, Vegeta?" Vegeta snorted disdainfully. "Humph, it's merely a change of skin. What is there to be proud of?" Frieza's expression darkened. "You insolent fool. I shall make you pay dearly for your arrogance." With that, Frieza lunged at Vegeta with blinding speed, creating a fierce gust of wind. Vegeta stood his ground, resolutely meeting the assault. The two clashed instantaneously, and the immense energy from their confrontation caused the ground beneath them to cave in, sending debris flying. Frieza's onslaught came like a torrential storm, and Vegeta gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand the barrage. Goku shouted from the sidelines, "Vegeta, hang in there." Piccolo clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on the battlefield, ready to provide assistance at a moment's notice. Vegeta thought to himself, "This fellow's power has indeed surged considerably, but I shall not concede easily." With a furious roar, he unleashed an even greater force, momentarily pushing Frieza back. Frieza steadied himself, sneering, "Vegeta, how long do you think you can endure?" Vegeta retorted, "Until I utterly defeat you." Chapter 100. Black Gold Frieza. Frieza launched another attack, his fists and feet striking like golden lightning, each blow infused with tremendous power. Vegeta fought valiantly, numerous wounds adorning his body, yet his gaze remained unwavering. "Vegeta, give up. You can never hope to match me." Frieza shouted triumphantly. Vegeta spat defiantly, "Dream on, Frieza." Just then, the sky above Namek darkened ominously. "This is bad," Piccolo exclaimed. Moro had successfully summoned the dragon. "Curse it." Frieza laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha. It seems Moro has succeeded. The games are over. And now I shall deal with all of you." In an instant, the golden aura enveloping Frieza morphed into a profound darkness, resembling an endless abyss. As the surrounding light was consumed by the force of this malevolence, his muscles swelled further, veins bulging, each sinew seemingly brimming with apocalyptic power. His skin took on a black and gold hue, radiating an eerie glow, and the red light in his eyes intensified, sending chills down one's spine. Vegeta sensed an unprecedented pressure. He clenched his jaw, his energy surging dramatically, the blue glow around him deepening, akin to the vast expanse of a starry universe. His hair elongated and stood more erect, emanating a formidable energy wave as he successfully transformed into his deep blue form. Goku, no longer hesitating, bellowed as golden light erupted from his being, gradually shifting into a profound blue, his aura powerful and stable as he too transformed into super blue to join the fray. Piccolo inhaled deeply, his green skin shimmering with a mysterious light that intensified until it became a super deep green, his physique growing taller and more robust, muscles sharply defined. The battle erupted in an instant. Black Gold Frieza moved with astonishing speed, darting between the three like a phantom. His fists, imbued with dark energy, struck with astounding might. Vegeta charged ahead, engaging Frieza in a direct confrontation. The collision of their fists produced a deafening sound, while the tremendous energy unleashed caused the ground beneath them to shatter instantly. Goku launched an attack from the side, delivering a swift kick towards Frieza. who deftly evaded by sidestepping. In retaliation, Frieza unleashed a dark energy beam, aimed directly at Goku, who narrowly dodged the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo unleashed a formidable wave of energy, yet Frieza merely waved his arm casually, dispersing the energy with ease. As the battle raged on, the trio found themselves increasingly at a disadvantage. Frieza's onslaught grew more ferocious, leaving both Vegeta and Goku adorned with numerous wounds, while Piccolo gasped for breath. This state of affairs was untenable, Goku exclaimed. Vegeta gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Damn it! How can he be so powerful after transforming?" Piccolo, panting heavily, insisted, "We cannot surrender. There must be a flaw." Frieza cackled wickedly, declaring, "Submit to your doom." With that, he embarked on another wave of brutal attacks. Goku and Vegeta exchanged determined glances, nodding in unison before unleashing their potent energy, surging towards Frieza. Frieza, with a contemptuous smirk, waved his hands, conjuring a dark energy barrier that repelled their assault. The impact sent Goku and Vegeta tumbling backward. Seizing the moment, Piccolo formed a colossal energy sphere and hurled it at Frieza. However, Frieza effortlessly sidestepped, causing the energy sphere to detonate behind him in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Frieza remained unscathed, sneering, "Is that all you can do?" Vegeta roared in defiance. "We have yet to unleash our full potential." Frieza crossed his arms, scoffing, "Humph, your bravado will not save you." In an instant, Frieza vanished, reappearing before Goku and delivering a crushing blow. Goku raised his hands to block, only to be sent staggering back by the immense force. Exploiting this opening, Vegeta attacked from behind, but Frieza, seemingly aware of every move, evaded with ease and retaliated with a kick to Vegeta's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. Observing this, Piccolo swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations as a green energy beam shot forth towards Frieza. Unperturbed, Frieza extended a hand, effortlessly grasping the beam and crushing it, causing it to dissipate into nothingness. Pathetically weak, Frieza bellowed with maniacal laughter. Gritting his teeth, Goku charged once more, engaging Frieza in close combat. Vegeta and Piccolo, refusing to yield, flanked Goku, intensifying the battle. The clash of energies warped the very fabric of the surrounding space. As Goku fought valiantly against Frieza, he shouted, "Piccolo, you must retreat. Go find King Kai for assistance. Vegeta and I will hold him off." Piccolo hesitated momentarily, but the unwavering resolve in Goku's eyes compelled him to act. "You must endure," Piccolo shouted, turning towards the ship and taking flight. Frieza, intent on intercepting Piccolo, was met with Vegeta's furious assault, who unleashed his full power in a punch directed at Frieza, roaring, "Your fight is with us." Seizing the opportunity, Wukong's aura underwent a remarkable transformation, enveloping his form in a radiant white glow. Free and unfettered, he proclaimed with a fervent shout, as his speed and strength ascended to an entirely new realm. Frieza's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He can still grow stronger. However, he quickly donned a disdainful demeanor, arrogantly declaring, "But before me, the black gold Frieza. You are merely children." With that, the dark energy surrounding Frieza surged once more, and he deftly maneuvered his hands, unleashing a barrage of black energy beams toward Wukong and Vegeta. Utilizing the keen perception afforded by his newfound state, Wukong adeptly evaded the onslaught while inching closer to Frieza, intent on delivering a decisive blow. Meanwhile, Vegeta valiantly defended against the energy beams, creating openings for Wukong. Don't waste your efforts," Frieza bellowed, intensifying his assault. The battlefield was engulfed in a formidable energy, blinding light flashing as the ground trembled beneath them. Despite sustaining numerous injuries, Wukong and Vegeta's resolve remained unyielding. They showed no signs of retreat. "Even in death, I shall not allow you to succeed," Vegeta shouted through gritted teeth. Wukong echoed his sentiment, "Indeed. We must hold out until Piccolo returns." King Zeno, the god of destruction, had summoned the Kaioshin to observe through his crystal orb the unfolding drama, noting the dwindling vitality of Wukong and Vegeta. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding. "Congratulations. The host has randomly stolen 200 trillion battle power from Son Wukong and Vegeta." In that instant, Wukong and Vegeta on Namek felt a surge of vitality and healing. "Has King Zeno intervened?" Vegeta exclaimed in delight. Wukong's eyes sparkled. To accomplish such a feat from this distance is truly remarkable. With renewed vigor, Wukong and Vegeta charged at Frieza once more. Wukong's strikes descended like a tempest, each blow infused with the exquisite finesse of his free and unfettered state. His form danced unpredictably, his speed dazzling, fists whistling through the air as they struck at Frieza. Vegeta, too, exerted his full power, a radiant blue energy encircling him, his gaze resolute and fierce. Each punch was accompanied by a roar, as if he sought to unleash all his pent-up fury. Yet, Black Gold Frieza remained unfazed. Effortlessly, he sidestepped Wukong's assaults while parrying Vegeta's powerful blows with a smirk of derision gracing his lips. With such meager skills, you dare to challenge me? Truly, a fool's errand. Frieza taunted. Gritting his teeth, Wukong hastened his onslaught, his fists becoming phantom-like as they relentlessly pursued Frieza. But Frieza merely shifted his stance, evading Wukong's flurry of strikes and retaliating with a swift kick to Wukong's abdomen, sending him hurtling away. Is this the so-called free and unfettered state of yours, son Wukong? Hardly impressive. Frieza mocked. Seizing the moment, Vegeta surged forward, launching a furious barrage against Frieza. However, Frieza merely raised an arm, effortlessly blocking all of Vegeta's assaults. Vegeta's eyes widened in fury. Frieza, do not revel in your triumph here. Frieza laughed heartily. Fume in anger, despair in your plight. Your struggles are utterly meaningless before me. With that, Frieza waved his hands, unleashing a formidable wave of dark energy that surged toward Goku and Vegeta. They hastily executed defensive maneuvers, striving to withstand the onslaught of this potent energy wave. Yet, the sheer force of the dark energy sent them reeling back several meters. Before they could regain their footing, the golden Frieza charged forth like a specter. He delivered a fierce kick to Vegeta's chest, causing him to emit a muffled groan of agony, blood spilling from his lips as his body hurtled away like a projectile. Vegeta, Goku shouted in anger, rushing toward Frieza. With a cold smirk, Frieza pivoted and struck Goku with a powerful punch. Goku hastily raised his arm to block, but the overwhelming force left his limb numb. Do you truly believe you can save him, son Goku? Frieza mocked. Gritting his teeth, Goku retorted. Frieza, do not be so arrogant. Frieza aimed another kick at Goku. He barely evaded it, only to be caught off guard by Frieza's elbow strike to his back. Goku collapsed to the ground, pain etched across his face. Frieza approached the fallen Vegeta, stepping on his back. Vegeta, you repugnant Saiyan monkey, today marks your demise. Vegeta's eyes brimmed with rage and defiance. He struggled to lift his head, roaring, Frieza, you wretched scum, if you have the guts, kill me. Frieza chuckled coldly. Humph, eager to die? It is not so simple. I shall savor your torment, allowing you to experience the essence of despair. As he spoke, Frieza intensified his pressure, forcing Vegeta lower, causing cracks to form in the ground beneath him. In the distance, Goku struggled to rise, calling out to Frieza. Frieza, release him. Frieza glanced at Goku dismissively. Son Goku, you cannot even save yourself, yet you wish to rescue him? Gritting his teeth, Goku charged once more, but Frieza merely waved his arm, sending a dark energy blast that hurled Goku back again. Goku crashed heavily to the ground, his body battered and bruised, yet his gaze remained resolute. Vegeta gasped for breath, shouting, Kakarot, do not concern yourself with me, flee. Return to find the king. Goku declared, No, Vegeta, we shall fight together. Frieza sneered, how touching. Yet this changes nothing. You shall both perish here. Vegeta's eyes reddened, straining against Frieza's oppressive foot. Kakarot, do not make a futile sacrifice. You must go. Goku clenched his fists, his body trembling with rage. I will not abandon you to flee alone. Frieza's smile grew increasingly sinister. Then you shall die together. Raising his other foot, he prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Vegeta. At that critical moment, both Vegeta and Goku suddenly regained their strength. The god of destruction's realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for randomly acquiring the formidable combat power of Son Wukong and Vegeta, amounting to an astonishing 150 trillion. It seems necessary to dispatch reinforcements. For Black Gold Frieza is indeed powerful. Let Jiren and Broly take a trip, especially considering the presence of a Moro as well, Wang Cheng murmured to himself. In an instant, Wang Cheng teleported back to Earth, handing Jiren a handful of Senza beans, approximately 40 to 50. Then, with another swift movement, he transported both Jiren and Broly to Namek. Why did Wang Cheng refrain from intervening directly? A single action from him would conclude the battle. Much like in the original narrative, where Beerus chose not to act, for once he did, the subsequent events would lose their momentum. Meanwhile, Frieza was perplexed, his crimson eyes widening in astonishment as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. His gaze cut through every corner like a blade, missing no minute movement. What is happening? How could this be possible? Frieza whispered, his voice laced with confusion and unease. His brow furrowed deeply, forming a pronounced crease. With no one else present, how could these two suddenly regain their strength? Was there some mysterious force aiding them from the shadows? As he pondered, Frieza spun around, searching for any potential hidden ally. Anxiety flickered in his eyes, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. What on earth is going on? This situation, beyond my control, cannot be permitted. Frieza raged internally, his emotions a tempest of fury and bewilderment. Could it be that they possessed some extraordinary ability or technique? His gaze returned to Vegeta and Wukong, scrutinizing every movement and expression in search of answers. Yet, no matter how he analyzed the scene, the enigma remained unsolvable. This uncertainty filled Frieza with an unprecedented sense of fear and threat. At that moment, Frieza had shed his previous arrogance and pride, replaced instead by profound confusion and dread of the unknown. However, he soon forced himself to suppress the growing fear, assuming an aggressive stance once more. Roaring defiantly, "No matter what, I will utterly defeat you." Vegeta scoffed, "Frieza, today marks your demise." With that, he vanished from sight, appearing instantaneously before Frieza, his fist imbued with tremendous power aimed at his opponent. Frieza sidestepped the blow, countering with a punch of his own. Their fists collided once more, the sheer force of energy distorting the space around them momentarily. Despite the relentless efforts of Vegeta and Wukong, they found themselves gradually overwhelmed in their confrontation with Frieza. The might of Black Gold Frieza seemed boundless, each assault carrying cataclysmic force. Just as Vegeta and Wukong found themselves in a dire predicament, Jiren and Broly arrived just in time. Upon Jiren's emergence, he radiated an aura of immense power and authority, darting towards Frieza like lightning, his fists slicing through the air. Broly, with a furious roar, his muscles bulging, unleashed a wild surge of strength, joining the fray. Together, the four warriors launched a concerted, all-encompassing assault against Frieza, who began to falter under their combined might. Just as the crowd believed victory was within reach, the sinister figure of Moro suddenly materialized. He hovered in the air, exuding an aura of malevolence and mystery, his face adorned with a mocking smile. "Frieza, why have you yet to eliminate these bothersome nuisances? Have you not claimed your invincibility in the universe?" With a flick of his wrist, he taunted, "Everyone, lend a hand and ignite your love. My heartfelt gratitude." Chapter 102. The terrifying powers of Moro. Frieza glared furiously. "Come and try if you dare," merely spouting empty words. Moro chuckled coldly, slowly extending his palm. And a formidable force erupted instantaneously, drawing energy from the surrounding planets like a tidal wave into his grasp. His body shimmered with an eerie light, and his power surged exponentially. The expressions of those present shifted drastically as they felt the oppressive dread emanating from Moro. In a flash, Moro appeared before Goku, his speed astonishingly swift. Goku hastily swung his fist in defense, only to find his strength seemingly devoured by Moro, leaving him weak and powerless. Vegeta, witnessing this, roared and charged forward to assist, but a mere wave of Moro's arms sent him hurtling away with overwhelming force. Not to be outdone, Jiren and Broly unleashed their most formidable attacks simultaneously. Yet, Moro merely smiled faintly, a mysterious glow enveloping him as he replicated their assaults, returning them with even greater ferocity. The four warriors stood stunned, never before encountering such an insurmountable foe. Moro struck again, his hands weaving as countless dark energy spheres hurtled toward them. They desperately dodged and deflected, yet still suffered grievous injuries from the explosive impacts. "Ha! Before me, Moro, you are all but ants." He cackled, intensifying his onslaught. His eyes glinted with a sinister red hue, and as he gestured, torrents of immense energy surged toward the four. In an instant, Moro appeared before Broly, his speed rendering reaction impossible. With claw-like hands, he gripped Broly's neck tightly. Broly struggled fiercely to free himself, but Moro's strength was insurmountable, rendering him immobile. "Humph, let me absorb your abilities." Moro scoffed, as a strange light emanated from his palm, entering Broly's body. In mere moments, all of Broly's powers were siphoned away by Moro. Seeing this, Jiren hastily unleashed a powerful energy wave, attempting to thwart Moro. However, unperturbed, Moro opened his mouth and swallowed the attack whole. Relishing the act with a satisfied expression, "This paltry assault poses no threat to me," Moro proclaimed arrogantly. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, jointly launching their full-force attacks. Yet, with a mere gesture, Moro unleashed an overwhelming power that surged from within them, causing them to collapse, pallid and drained, their energy seized by Moro. At that moment, Moro turned his gaze toward Frieza, declaring, "Frieza, allow me to share with you the essence of my strength." With that, he transferred a portion of his energy to Frieza. Frieza's form was enveloped by a surge of formidable energy, emitting a pained roar as his aura ascended, astonishingly returning to peak condition, even surpassing it. "Haha, this power is simply magnificent," Frieza exclaimed with exhilaration. Moro sneered, "After the enhancement from that Lord of the Dark Magic Realm, I believe I could defeat 100 of my former selves from 1,000,000 years ago. You lot stand no chance whatsoever." Goku, struggling to rise from the ground, gritted his teeth and declared, "Even so, we shall not surrender." Vegeta, too, fought to stand, glaring fiercely at Moro and Frieza. "Defeating us will not be so simple." His eyes burned with indomitable fury, wounds reopening as he moved, yet he paid them no heed. "Humph, Moro, and you too, Frieza. Do not think this will make us yield," Vegeta shouted, his voice resonating with resolve and determination. Moro cast a disdainful glance at him. "You foolish wretch. Do you truly believe your meager resistance holds any significance?" Vegeta scoffed. "Even if it means my demise, I shall take you down with me." Frieza, with a mocking tone, responded, "Vegeta, cease your bravado and accept your fate." His narrow eyes squinted, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. "Do you truly think, in your current frail state, you can stir up any turmoil? Desist your futile struggles. They will only amplify your humiliation." Vegeta glared fiercely at Frieza, his teeth grinding audibly. "You shameless fiend, every word that escapes your lips fills me with disgust. Even if I have but a breath left, I shall never bow to you." Frieza crossed his arms, laughing uproariously. "Haha, Vegeta, your foolish arrogance will only hasten your demise. Look at you now, like a lost dog, still posturing." Vegeta's forehead bulged with veins. "Frieza, I shall make you pay dearly for your arrogance." With that, he gathered his strength once more, preparing to charge at Frieza. A brilliant blue aura radiated around him, crackling with electricity, every muscle taut, as if a volcano ready to erupt. Vegeta had once again transcended his limits. "Even if I perish today, I will take you down with me," he roared, his legs propelling him forward, shattering the ground beneath him as he launched towards Frieza like a cannonball. Frieza merely chuckled. "You overestimate yourself." He casually raised a hand, conjuring a sphere of dark energy in his palm to meet Vegeta's onslaught. Just as Vegeta was about to collide with Frieza, Goku suddenly appeared at his side, shouting, "Vegeta? Wait." Together, Vegeta paused momentarily, then nodded, and the two walked side by side, their auras merging into a singular, formidable force that surged toward Frieza. The brilliance of this combined power blazed like a burning sun, distorting the very fabric of space around them. Upon witnessing this, Frieza's expression shifted to one of grave concern as he swiftly conjured a robust barrier of dark energy before him. The clash between their united assault and Frieza's energy shield erupted in a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves that flattened the surrounding peaks and carved immense craters into the ground. Vegeta and Goku gritted their teeth, relentlessly channeling their strength into the attack, their radiance intensifying as it gradually subdued Frieza's dark energy. Cold sweat began to bead on Frieza's forehead. He had not anticipated such terrifying power from their alliance. "Breakthrough!" Goku and Vegeta shouted in unison, and the radiant force pierced through Frieza's energy barrier, hurtling directly toward him. Frieza's eyes widened in terror, realizing it was too late to evade. At that critical moment, however, Moro intervened, unleashing a beam of dark energy aimed at Goku and Vegeta, compelling them to abandon their assault on Frieza and turn to counter Moro's surprise attack. "Curse you!" Vegeta glared at Moro, knowing he would meddle. Moro sneered. "Did you truly believe you could vanquish Frieza so easily? What naivety!" Meanwhile, Frieza seized the opportunity to catch his breath, his gaze filled with resentment and indignation. Goku, observing both Moro and Frieza, declared solemnly, regardless of the circumstances. We shall not retreat. Vegeta echoed. Indeed, we will defeat you once and for all today. Chapter 103. Deep Blue Gogeta Frieza. Moro, your malevolence ends here. Vegeta clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. I, Vegeta, swear by the honor of the Saiyans, you shall pay dearly for your transgressions. His aura surged once more, the powerful energy waves igniting the surrounding air with heat. Moro scoffed, such bravado. What do you think you can accomplish? Vegeta retorted fiercely. You'll find out soon enough. In a flash, he darted toward Moro like a specter. Moro's eyes narrowed as he raised his hand to unleash a wave of black energy. Vegeta deftly evaded, reappearing behind Moro and delivering a swift kick. Moro reacted swiftly, pivoting to block the attack with his arm. Simultaneously, Goku rejoined the fray, harmonizing with Vegeta to launch a renewed onslaught against Moro and Frieza. After consuming the Senzu beans, Broly and Jiren swiftly entered the battle. Broly, akin to a ferocious beast, caused the ground to tremble with each step, his muscles bulging with astonishing power as he struck a mighty blow against Frieza. Frieza sidestepped the attack, retaliating with a dark energy strike that impacted Broly's back. With a thunderous roar, Broly did not retreat. Instead, he lunged more fiercely at Frieza, gripping the latter's arm tightly in an effort to wrench it apart. Meanwhile, Jiren, moving like a specter, materialized behind Moro, delivering a powerful kick infused with immense energy. Unfazed, Moro pivoted and caught the blow with his palm, effortlessly tossing Jiren away. Goku unleashed the Ultra Instinct technique, moving with the swiftness of lightning, launching relentless attacks around Moro and Frieza. His fists and feet struck like a tempest, each blow imbued with formidable force. Seizing the moment, Vegeta gathered energy, releasing a brilliant blue energy beam that shot directly at Frieza. Crossing his arms, Frieza braced himself against the attack, but was still pushed back several steps. Taking advantage of the chaos, Moro unleashed a swirling vortex of black energy from his mouth, enveloping Goku, Vegeta, Broly, and Jiren within its grasp. The force struggled valiantly against the overwhelming force of the confinement. Ha ha ha, is this all you are capable of? Moro cackled, amplifying his energy output. Frieza, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a barrage of dark energy beams towards the trapped quartet. Gritting his teeth, Goku radiated a brilliant light, finally breaking free from the energy vortex. He charged towards Frieza, engaging him in close combat. Vegeta, Broly, and Jiren, too, extricated themselves from their binds and launched a renewed assault on Moro and Frieza. However, the overwhelming might of Frieza and Moro rendered their every counterattack a perilous endeavor. The battle escalated, the very fabric of space quaking under the tremendous energy surges. Dazzling lights flickered amid the thunderous roars. Moro, with sweeping gestures, unleashed torrents of dark energy that tore through space, creating fissures of blackness wherever they flowed. Goku, darting like lightning, navigated through the energy deluge, seeking a weakness in Moro's defenses. Yet, Moro's onslaught resembled an inescapable net, making proximity nearly impossible for Goku. Vegeta's eyes glowed crimson as he concentrated all his strength into his fists, each swing carrying the weight of cataclysmic power. Yet, Frieza deftly evaded his strikes, countering with precision and forcing Vegeta into a defensive stance. Broly roared, his body seemingly aflame, the surge of energy incinerating everything in his vicinity. Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, Moro sent Broly crashing into a distant mountain, which crumbled upon impact. Jiren, brow furrowed, exuded unwavering determination. He employed a mysterious martial technique, conjuring numerous phantoms around him in an attempt to bewilder Moro and Frieza. However, Moro merely scoffed, launching a potent energy wave that pierced through the illusions, striking Jiren in the chest, causing him to spit blood as he knelt, one knee on the ground. Ha ha! You cannot defeat us, Moro proclaimed with triumphant laughter. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Goku shouted, I will not give up until the final moment. Broly urged, Kakarot, fuse with Vegeta. I will hold them off with Jiren for a while. After fusion, we should be able to overcome them. Broly's voice resonated like thunder, causing the very air around him to hum with intensity. His eyes were wide, muscles taut, each sinew seemingly brimming with boundless power. I am prepared. Even if it costs me my life, I shall buy you time. Broly's aura surged once more, a formidable energy wave warping the space surrounding him. Jiren nodded slightly, his expression resolute as he declared, "Fear not. We shall not allow them to disrupt your fusion easily." He clasped his hands together, gathering a potent and enigmatic force in his palms, ready to confront the impending battle. Goku glanced at Vegeta, who clenched his teeth and stated, "At this juncture, we have no choice." They swiftly positioned themselves together, initiating the fusion sequence. Meanwhile, Frieza and Moro sensed their intentions and attempted to rush in to thwart them. "Not on my watch," Broly bellowed, standing like an immovable mountain before them. He struck out with a fist, channeling his ferocious strength directly at Frieza. Frieza sidestepped, only to be struck by a beam of energy unleashed by Jiren, causing him to momentarily falter. Moro shouted in fury, "Get away from me." He unleashed a torrent of dark energy towards Broly and Jiren. Undeterred, Broly and Jiren simultaneously exerted their might, executing their most formidable techniques to counter the oncoming wave of darkness. In an instant, light and energy clashed, engulfing the battlefield in chaos. On the other side, as brilliance flashed, the fusion was successful, and Vegeta emerged. The overwhelming aura of Vegeta swept through the area, rendering all present speechless. His radiant glow shone brilliantly, as though a war god had descended from the infinite depths of the cosmos. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta transformed into his deep blue state, enveloped in a profound azure light, while powerful energy waves caused the surrounding space to vibrate. Vegeta launched the first offensive, vanishing and reappearing in front of the black gold Frieza. Before Frieza could react, Vegeta's fist struck like a cannonball, landing squarely on Frieza's abdomen. Frieza doubled over in agony, blood spilling from his mouth. Vegeta followed up with a kick to Frieza's chin, sending him soaring into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Moro attempted a sneak attack from behind Vegeta. However, Vegeta seemed to possess a sixth sense, effortlessly evading the strike. As black gold Frieza plummeted from the sky, Vegeta teleported beneath him, delivering an uppercut that propelled him skyward once more. Subsequently, Vegeta clasped his hands together, conjuring a colossal energy sphere and hurling it at black gold Frieza. Boom! The energy sphere detonated upon impact, leaving Frieza's body scorched and crashing heavily to the ground. At that moment, Jiren and Broly consumed Senzu beans, restoring their stamina and energy. Joining the fray, Jiren moved like lightning, instantly appearing before Frieza, unleashing a flurry of rapid assaults, seizing the opportunity to strike while he was vulnerable. Chapter 104. Riding the winds, Jiren's fists fell like a torrential storm, each strike imbued with a fierce gale, leaving Frieza utterly defenseless. Desperately, Frieza shielded his head with his arms, yet the ferocity of Jiren's onslaught shattered his defenses in an instant. Bang! 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 Jiren's fists relentlessly pounded upon Frieza's form, producing a series of dull thuds. Frieza's body trembled like a leaf caught in a tempest. Just then, Broly charged forward, his massive physique exuding an unparalleled aura, causing the ground to quiver with each stride. "Frieza, meet your demise," Broly bellowed, his fist akin to a colossal hammer, crashing down upon Frieza with tremendous force. Having barely withstood Jiren's assault, Frieza had no time to catch his breath before being struck by Broly's mighty blow, sending him hurtling through the air in a graceful arc. However, neither Broly nor Jiren intended to relent. In a flash, Jiren appeared at the spot where Frieza was about to land, delivering a swift kick that propelled Frieza skyward once more. Broly followed suit, leaping high into the air, fists clenched tightly, and descended upon Frieza with unyielding power. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Frieza was driven into the ground, creating a massive crater. Dust billowed forth, and the surrounding rocks splintered under the impact. Upon landing, Broly immediately seized Frieza by the ankle, yanking him from the pit and swinging him back and forth in midair like a whip. Meanwhile, Jiren unleashed a barrage of energy beams, striking Frieza with pinpoint accuracy. Frieza cried out in agony, his black gold armor in tatters, blood gushing from his wounds. "You wretched fiends!" Frieza struggled to roar, though his voice had grown weak and feeble. Broly and Jiren paid no heed to his futile protests, continuing their tempestuous assault. As Broly swung his fists, he exclaimed, "This guy can really take a beating. How is he still standing?" Jiren, unwavering in his relentless onslaught, replied, "But it won't last much longer. Let's intensify our efforts." Broly's fists rained down upon Frieza like meteors, each strike infused with his fury. Let us see how much longer he can remain arrogant. Jiren's blows were sharp and precise, targeting Frieza's vital points. Even the toughest can reach their limit. Under the relentless barrage from both warriors, Frieza trembled, blood continuously spilling from his mouth, yet his eyes, brimming with resentment, remained fixed upon Broly and Jiren. With a powerful kick, Broly sent Frieza flying several meters away, shouting, "I want to see how much more he can endure." Frieza struggled to rise from the ground, blood trickling from his lips, despair flickering in his gaze. But he still mustered the strength to shout, "Don't celebrate too soon." Broly disregarded his taunts entirely, closing the distance in an instant, lifting his foot once more, poised to deliver an even more ferocious attack. Frieza attempted to evade, but his injured body was too slow to react in time. At the very moment Broly's foot was about to descend, Moro suddenly appeared, positioning himself before Frieza. Enough! With a sweeping motion of his hands, a formidable surge of dark energy surged toward Broly and Jiren. Just as this malevolent force was poised to strike them, Gogeta materialized in an instant. His form akin to a bolt of blue lightning, appearing before the two. "Moro, daring to divert your attention to save Frieza while battling me," Gogeta bellowed, his voice imbued with fury and disdain. Instantly, the azure radiance enveloping Gogeta surged dramatically, manifesting into a powerful energy shield that resolutely absorbed Moro's dark energy. The collision produced a violent explosion, emitting blinding light, as the surrounding space warped under the impact of such immense power. "Umph, you foolhardy wretch," Gogeta scoffed coldly, his form flickering as he lunged towards Moro. Moro's expression darkened, his hands weaving swiftly as streams of dark energy coalesced before him into a massive sphere of shadow. Undaunted, Gogeta propelled his fist, imbued with boundless strength, directly toward the dark sphere. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as the black sphere shattered, scattering countless dark shards. Unyielding, Gogeta's fist surged forth toward Moro's chest. Moro hastily sidestepped, yet the wind generated by Gogeta's punch grazed him, causing him to stagger back several paces. "Today marks your demise, Moro," Gogeta roared, launching a ferocious onslaught anew. His fists and feet rained down upon Moro like a tempest, leaving the latter with no choice but to desperately defend and evade. Gogeta's speed reached its zenith, each blow carrying an oppressive weight. His left fist struck with the force of thunder against Moro's abdomen. As Moro raised his hand to block, Gogeta's right fist struck at an oblique angle toward his cheek. Moro, reeling from the impact, struggled to regain his balance, only to be met by a sweeping kick that landed heavily against his side. With a muffled groan, he was sent hurtling away by the overwhelming force. Gogeta swiftly pursued, unleashing a relentless barrage in midair. Each of his strikes contained cataclysmic power, gradually dismantling Moro's defenses. Crash! Gogeta's fist connected with Moro's chest, causing him to spew forth a stream of black blood, his eyes wide with terror and despair. Without granting Moro a moment's respite, Gogeta seized his shoulders and drove his knee into the latter's abdomen. Moro's face contorted in agony, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Is this all you can muster?" Gogeta taunted, delivering another punch that howled through the air, inflicting fresh wounds upon Moro. His arrogant laughter resonated through the skies. "Moro, you are nothing more than this." As he spoke, he slowed the tempo of his attacks, as if to mock the now defenseless Moro. Folding his arms across his chest, a sneer plastered on his face, he proclaimed, "I expected you to be formidable, yet you are merely a fragile wretch." Vegeta deliberately halted his assault, standing still as he beckoned Moro with a finger, taunting him to rise and continue the fight, imploring him not to lie there like a coward. With great effort, Moro attempted to stand. But in the very moment he was about to rise, Vegeta delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing back to the ground. "Huh, I relish witnessing your pitiful state." Just then, Vegeta felt a peculiar sensation coursing through his body. The fusion's power began to wane. A flash of light illuminated the scene. "This is bad. The fusion time is up," Goku exclaimed anxiously. Vegeta glared at Goku in fury. "It's your fault. If you hadn't been so reckless, we could have dispatched him sooner." Goku retorted defiantly, "And what about you? You're no different. The fusion of Vegeta is led by you." Vegeta shot back. Seizing the opportunity, Moro struggled to his feet, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Huh, your doom is at hand." Jiren and Broly swiftly advanced. Jiren urged, "You two need to fuse again. We'll hold them off." Broly nodded in agreement. "Stop dawdling. Hurry." Meanwhile, Frieza had reverted to his normal form, lying amidst the ruins, weakly muttering, "Damn it, this time I've truly faltered." As Goku and Vegeta prepared to fuse anew, a tremendous rift suddenly tore open in the sky, emanating an eerie purplish-black glow. From this chasm emerged two colossal figures. Leading the charge was the evil containment wave, his already imposing physique now appearing even more monstrous and fearsome. Cloaked in a shroud of black mist, his skin bore a deep, shadowy hue, as if saturated with unending darkness. His eyes glinted with a cruel, crimson light, exuding malice and wickedness. Following closely was Majin Buu, whose once pink form had transformed into an inky black. His rotund body seemed to harbor boundless malevolent power, causing the ground to tremble with each step. The jovial demeanor he once possessed was replaced by a cold, merciless countenance. Upon their arrival, they addressed Moro and Frieza with disdain. "What a pair of useless beings! If it weren't for your remaining utility, our master wouldn't have sent us to rescue you." In their presence, Moro and Frieza appeared diminutive and feeble. Frieza bowed his head, unable to meet their gaze, while Moro forced himself to speak. "We have done our utmost. They are exceedingly troublesome." The evil containment wave scoffed, his dark mist swirling ominously. "No more excuses. If it weren't for your potential usefulness, humph." Majin Buu grinned wickedly. "Enough chatter, let us eliminate them." As he spoke, a formidable aura radiated from him, rendering the surrounding air nearly palpable. Goku and Vegeta halted their fusion process, cautiously eyeing the formidable newcomers. The situation had undoubtedly worsened, Goku furrowing his brow. Vegeta clenched his teeth, declaring, "No matter, one at a time, or two together, we shall face them." Exchanging glances, the evil containment wave and Majin Buu charged forward, setting the stage for an even more intense battle. Goku and his companions braced themselves, prepared to confront these sudden adversaries. In a flash, the malevolent energy wave appeared before Goku, unleashing a powerful punch imbued with dark forces. Goku swiftly raised his hand to defend himself, but the sheer force of the blow sent him staggering back several dozen steps, his arm tingling with numbness as he internally marveled at the overwhelming strength of the malevolent energy wave. Meanwhile, Majin Buu charged towards Vegeta. With a furious roar, Vegeta unleashed a wave of energy, yet Majin Buu did not flinch. He absorbed the attack with his body. The energy wave erupted upon contact, seemingly having no effect on him. Majin Buu grinned maliciously, seized Vegeta by the shoulder, and hurled him away like a cannonball, crashing into the ground and creating a large crater. Jiren and Broly, witnessing this, rushed forward to assist. Jiren employed his formidable martial arts, aiming at the malevolent energy wave. However, the wave deftly evaded his attack, delivering a swift kick to Jiren's abdomen, causing him to grunt in pain, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Broly charged at Majin Buu, swinging his massive fists with relentless determination. Majin Buu responded with a mocking laugh, easily catching Broly's punch before countering with a swift blow that sent Broly flying. Goku surged forward once more, his body enveloped in a golden aura as he unleashed his strongest attack. Yet, the malevolent energy wave merely waved his hand, effortlessly dissipating Goku's strike and following up with a punch to Goku's chest that made him feel as though several ribs had cracked, leaving him in agony on the ground. Vegeta scrambled from the crater, lunging at Majin Buu again. As Majin Buu stomped down, Vegeta narrowly evaded, leaving a massive footprint in the earth. Jiren attempted a surprise attack from behind the malevolent energy wave, only to be detected. The wave pivoted and delivered a kick to Jiren's chin, sending him soaring through the air. Broly, filled with rage, charged at Majin Buu once again. With a flick of his hands, Majin Buu unleashed a wave of dark energy that enveloped Broly, who writhed in torment within its grasp. The four of them, under the relentless onslaught of Majin Buu and the malevolent energy wave, found themselves utterly powerless, bloodied and battered. Their bodies bore countless wounds, and their breaths grew increasingly faint. "Huh, do you really think you can resist?" The malevolent energy wave laughed triumphantly. Majin Buu joined in with a sinister chuckle, intensifying the assault on Goku and his companions. Goku, struggling to rise from the ground, wiped the blood from his lips, yet his eyes remained resolute with indomitable spirit. "I cannot fall here," he shouted, charging once more at the malevolent energy wave. The wave sneered, "A fool who knows no bounds." He raised his hand, gathering a powerful dark energy in his palm before thrusting it towards Goku. Struck by this force, Goku was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Seeing this, Vegeta roared in fury, Kakarot. He recklessly charged towards the malevolent energy wave, unleashing a barrage of energy waves. However, these attacks were as feeble as a flickering candlelight before the wave, easily brushed aside. In retaliation, the malevolent energy wave struck Vegeta's face with a punch, causing his cheek to swell instantly. Jiren and Broly refused to yield, exchanging a knowing glance before nodding in agreement. Jiren unleashed his ultimate technique, his entire being radiating a brilliant light, a formidable aura causing the surrounding space to quiver slightly. Broly, entering a state of rage, saw his physique swell, muscles bulging with terrifying power. The two charged simultaneously at Majin Buu, who merely responded with a disdainful smile. He clasped his hands together, conjuring a massive black energy sphere that he hurled toward Jiren and Broly. A thunderous explosion ensued, engulfing Jiren and Broly in a blaze of energy. As the radiance receded, they lay on the ground, battered and bruised, their energy levels alarmingly diminished. Goku struggled to rise once more, gazing at the malevolent energy wave and Majin Buu, his heart heavy with despair. Was there truly no hope? Fusion. It was their only recourse. Goku shouted loudly. Jiren, enduring his pain, retrieved several senzu beans from his pocket, distributing them among Goku, Vegeta, and Broly. Goku accepted a bean, swallowing it whole, and instantly felt a considerable restoration of his strength. He turned to Vegeta and declared, Vegeta, we must succeed in our fusion this time. Vegeta gritted his teeth and replied, it seems we have no other choice. They began to assume the fusion stance, preparing for the merge. Seeing this, Moro panicked, shouting, quickly, stop them. They must not succeed in fusing. However, Majin Buu crossed his arms, a look of scorn on his face, proclaiming, what can their fusion accomplish? Merely a desperate struggle. The malevolent energy wave coldly chuckled, let them fuse. I am eager to see how formidable they can truly be. As they dismissed the situation, the fusion of Goku and Vegeta commenced. An exquisite light enveloped them, their forms gradually merging into one. As the brilliance diminished, Vegeta made his grand entrance. Vegeta reveled in the immense power coursing through him, a slight smile gracing his lips, his eyes brimming with confidence and authority. Without a moment's hesitation, he instantly transformed into his deep blue state, enveloped in a profound azure glow. Powerful energy fluctuations resonating through the air. Vegeta bellowed, prepare to meet your demise, you wretches. He then advanced with resolute strides toward Moro and his companions. Each step he took caused the ground to tremble slightly, leaving deep impressions in his wake. His speed was astounding, creating a whirlwind that sent debris and dust swirling around him. Chapter 106. The terrifying melee. Vegeta was the first to strike, his form like lightning as he appeared before Majin Buu in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. Majin Buu was quick to react, using his robust arms to block the blow, yet the force of the impact still forced him to stagger back a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, the malevolent energy wave launched a side attack, dark energy coalescing into a blade aimed at Vegeta's midsection. Vegeta deftly sidestepped while simultaneously delivering a kick to the energy wave's chest. The blow connected, causing the energy wave to grunt in pain and retreat. At that moment, Moro began to chant, his hands weaving in intricate patterns, a vortex of black energy forming before him, swirling ominously toward Vegeta. Vegeta clasped his hands together, an immense energy surging forth from his palms, colliding with the dark vortex in a brilliant explosion of light, as if the very fabric of space were about to be torn asunder. You vile fiends, today marks your doom. Vegeta bellowed. Majin Buu let out a boisterous laugh. Do you truly believe you can defeat us? Such delusions are laughable. The evil containment wave echoed. Do not be so arrogant, boy. Moro hissed ominously. Prepare to meet your end. The battle intensified. Although Vegeta was formidable, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage against the combined onslaught of Moro and his companions. Majin Buu's fists rained down upon him, each strike imbued with colossal power. Vegeta could do little but evade and defend, already marked with numerous wounds. The dark energy attacks from the evil containment wave further drained Vegeta's strength, his speed and power slowly becoming subdued under the trio's relentless assault. This cannot continue. He gritted his teeth, struggling to persevere. Just as Vegeta seemed on the brink of collapse, Jiren and Broly charged forth. Jiren unleashed his formidable martial arts, each punch radiating with dazzling brilliance, forcing Majin Buu to retreat. "Vegeta, we are here to assist you," Jiren shouted. Broly barreled toward the evil containment wave, his ferocious strength demanding respect. "You scoundrels shall not ruin our plans." The evil containment wave roared in fury. With Jiren and Broly's support, the tide of battle began to balance. Vegeta seized the opportunity to catch his breath, recalibrating his focus before rejoining the fray. He and Jiren coordinated their efforts, launching a fierce assault against Moro. Vegeta's strikes fell like a tempest, while Jiren's energy blasts continually rained down upon Moro. The latter appeared somewhat beleaguered under their combined onslaught, furiously declaring, "Do not celebrate too soon." Meanwhile, Broly and the evil containment wave were locked in a fierce stalemate. Despite Broly's overwhelming power, the evil containment wave showcased exceptional combat skills, leaving neither side with a clear advantage. "Let us see how long you can endure," Broly roared. The battlefield was ablaze with energy, light intertwining in a spectacular display. Vegeta and his allies engaged in a breathtaking life-and-death struggle against Moro and his companions. Vegeta soared into the air, unleashing a potent energy beam directed at Majin Buu. Buu crossed his arms in an attempt to shield himself, yet was still pushed back several paces. Seizing the opportunity, Jiren lunged at Moro, landing blow after blow, forcing Moro into a defensive stance. "Do you think this is enough to defeat me?" Moro roared, his dark energy surging dramatically, sending Jiren flying. Witnessing Jiren's injury ignited Broly's fury, his strength surging once more as he delivered a powerful punch to the evil containment wave's midsection, causing it to double over in agony. "Everyone, we must not allow them a moment's respite," Vegeta shouted. In unison, the group responded, once again launching an assault against Moro and his comrades. The battle reached a fever pitch, with both sides unleashing their full potential. Vegeta concentrated his energy into a colossal sphere, hurling it toward Majin Buu. Unable to evade in time, Buu was struck by the energy ball, his body propelled away. As the malevolent energy wave manifested, it sought to rescue the demon Buu, yet was thwarted by Broly, who obstructed its path. "Your adversary is me," Broly declared with a resounding voice. Seizing the opportunity, Moro launched a surprise attack on Gogeta. A surge of dark energy aimed at his back. However, Jiren, alert to Moro's maneuvers, soared in to shield Gogeta, enduring the blow. "Jiren!" Gogeta exclaimed in alarm. Blood trickled from Jiren's lips, yet he resolutely urged, "Do not concern yourself with me. Continue the fight." Gogeta's eyes widened with fury as he turned to confront Moro, vowing, "You shall pay for this." The battlefield lay in ruins, both sides exerting every ounce of their strength for ultimate victory. In close combat, Gogeta and Moro exchanged fierce blows, each strike echoing with tremendous force. "Today marks your demise, Moro," Gogeta roared. Moro retorted with a cold smirk, "The outcome remains uncertain." Both combatants bore the marks of battle, their conditions a harrowing sight. Gogeta's azure aura dimmed, his once pristine battle attire now tattered, revealing numerous wounds upon his skin, with blood continuously seeping forth. Jiren's garb was in tatters, his hair disheveled, each breath a laborious effort, and his injuries lay deep enough to expose bone, yet his gaze remained resolute. Broly, too, bore countless scrapes and bruises, his once ferocious aura now chaotic, sweat mingling with blood as it dripped. Moro was not faring any better. His black robe lay in shambles, the marks of Gogeta's previous assaults evident, and the fluctuations of dark energy had lost their steadiness. The body of the malevolent energy wave exhibited multiple indentations, its once formidable dark power now appearing somewhat feeble, with a glint of fatigue and madness in its eyes. The demon Buu, cloaked in darkness, was riddled with wounds, and even his nearly invincible regeneration abilities seemed to falter. Nevertheless, neither side displayed any intent to retreat. Their fighting spirit remained indomitable. Gogeta gritted his teeth and proclaimed, "Even so, we shall not be defeated." At that moment, Jiren retrieved a handful of senzu beans from his pocket, distributing them among the group. "Fortunately, we have an ample supply of senzu beans. Everyone, restore your strength." Gogeta accepted a bean and swallowed it whole, feeling a surge of powerful energy coursing through him, alleviating much of his pain. Broly, without hesitation, consumed a bean as well, his wounds visibly mending at an astonishing rate. Witnessing this, Moro's expression darkened further. "Damn it. Even if you recover, what difference will it make?" The malevolent energy wave and demon Bu also hurriedly adjusted their states, bracing for the impending, even more intense confrontation. Feeling his strength returning, Gogeta clenched his fists, declaring, "This time, I shall utterly vanquish you." Meanwhile, what was Wang Cheng doing at that moment? He had completely forgotten to replenish Goku and Vegeta's energy. Chapter 107. The Fallen Angel. The narrative diverges here. After escorting Jiren and Broly to Namek, Wang Cheng attempted to teleport back to Earth, only to find his powers malfunctioning. Following a flicker of light, he discovered himself on an unfamiliar, desolate planet. Before he could gather his thoughts, a figure gradually materialized before him. Wang Cheng focused his gaze and felt a tightening in his chest. Standing before him was an angel. However, this angel emanated a dark and malevolent aura, clearly not of benevolent nature. "Wang Cheng, I am aware of your remarkable talents. The captain of the cosmic guard established by the divine realm. Today, you find yourself in my grasp. Such misfortune befalls you," the fallen angel coldly declared, a hint of disdain lacing their voice. Wang Cheng furrowed his brow, watching the figure warily. "Who exactly are you? Your attire resembles that of Vis and his companions. Yet your aura is distinctly sinister. Did you bring me here?" The fallen angel scoffed. "Foolish mortal. I am Hector, a fallen angel, not one of those obedient. Ordinary angels you are familiar with. As for your presence here, it is due to the interest of a certain lord in you. I am here to extend an invitation for you to join the dark demon realm. I hope you do not lack the wisdom to accept." Wang Cheng glared at Hector. "That lord? Huh. Regardless of who it is, I shall never join your malevolent ranks." Hector's gaze turned colder. "Do you comprehend the consequences of your refusal? The power of the dark demon realm is beyond your imagination. Join us, and you shall gain boundless strength and glory." Wang Cheng stood tall, proclaiming, "I seek justice and light. The so-called power and glory you offer are naught but illusions built upon darkness and evil, which I disdain." Hector narrowed his eyes. How obstinate. "Then allow me to demonstrate the terrifying power of the dark demon realm." With that, Hector gestured with his hands, and dark energy swiftly coalesced around him, forming a massive black energy sphere. Observing this, Wang Cheng immediately channeled his own energy, creating a protective barrier in front of him. Hector forcefully propelled the energy sphere towards Wang Cheng. "Taste the might of darkness." The energy sphere collided with the protective barrier, producing a deafening roar and scattering light in all directions. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, striving to maintain the barrier, yet his body trembled from the immense impact. "How does it feel, Wang Cheng?" "This is merely an appetizer," Hector mocked with a triumphant grin. Wang Cheng bellowed, "Do not revel in your triumph. This power is insufficient to make me yield." Hector snorted, "Ignorant fool." He once again concentrated dark energy, this time transforming it into countless black blades that shot towards Wang Cheng. Darting swiftly, Wang Cheng evaded the onslaught of blades, but their sheer number left several cuts upon his body. Blood stained his garments, yet his gaze remained resolute. "Hector, your tactics will not defeat me." Hector's expression darkened. "Let us see how long you can endure." He clasped his hands together, summoning dark energy to form a colossal vortex above him, a powerful suction pulling Wang Cheng towards its center. Wang Cheng fought against the pull with all his might, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. He unleashed all his strength, breaking free from the grasp of the vortex and charging towards Hector. A tempestuous aura of energy enveloped Wang Cheng's form. His gaze ignited with an indomitable fury, each step he took causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Hector, upon witnessing Wang Cheng's advance, felt a tightening in his chest. He could sense the unusual power surging within Wang Cheng. In an instant, Wang Cheng stood before Hector, his fist propelled forward, accompanied by a howling wind. Hector hastily raised his arms to defend, and with a resounding crash, he was forced back several steps, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Hector clenched his teeth, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Wang Cheng offered no respite, launching a relentless series of assaults. His strikes rained down like droplets of rain, each blow infused with astonishing strength. Hector found himself in a state of disarray, constantly evading and defending. "Enough," Hector bellowed, unleashing a surge of dark energy that formed a formidable shockwave, temporarily pushing Wang Cheng back. Steadying himself, Wang Cheng charged once more. At that moment, Hector suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation of power, and his expression grew grave. His gaze fixed intently on Wang Cheng, he mused, Such a unique and potent ability you possess. How fitting it would be for you to become a demon lord. Why not join us? Wang Cheng scoffed. Not a chance. Hector continued. Wong Chong, I can feel the potential within you. Should you choose to ally with us, the resources of the Dark Demon Realm will be at your disposal, elevating your strength to unimaginable heights. Wang Cheng glared fiercely. I will never consort with darkness. Your actions are an affront to justice. Hector furrowed his brow slightly. How obstinate you are. I almost feel reluctant to kill you. Yet, should you persist in your defiance, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Wang Cheng retorted, then come. Let us see who perishes here today. With that, the power within Wang Cheng surged once more, his aura growing ever more ferocious. Hector twirled his hands, dark energy coalescing into a black spear, which he thrust toward Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng sidestepped, seizing the spear and flinging Hector away with great force. Hector regained his composure midair, his eyes blazing with fury. He launched another assault, dark energy transforming into countless blades that hurtled toward Wang Cheng. With arms outstretched, Wang Cheng appeared to absorb the blades into an invisible force, causing them to vanish without a trace. Hector, witnessing this, felt a surge of astonishment. What manner of power is this? Seizing the opportunity, Wang Cheng surged forward, engaging Hector in an even more intense close-quarters combat. Fists collided, legs clashed, and each contact erupted with potent waves of energy. Amidst the fierce exchange, Hector keenly sensed something amiss. He realized that with each attack he directed at Wang Cheng, a portion of his energy seemed to be devoured by an unseen black hole, disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng grew ever more formidable in this battle, his aura intensifying. This man can actually consume my energy. Hector was taken aback, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Wang Cheng's eyes widened, and he roared in fury, relentlessly attacking Hector. Each punch he threw sliced through the air with ferocious speed, and every kick contained immense force. As Hector defended against Wang Cheng's onslaught, he pondered his strategy. He could not afford to prolong this battle. It was imperative to resolve it swiftly. A glimmer of determination flickered in Hector's gaze. He resolved to unleash his full power, inhaling deeply as dark energy surged within him. The once black energy shimmered with an even deeper hue, warping the surrounding space and causing it to creak under the weight of this formidable force. Hector launched a punch with lightning speed, and Wang Cheng, unable to evade in time, was struck squarely in the chest. His body flew backward like a projectile, crashing into several towering trees. Coughing up blood, Wang Cheng struggled to rise from the ground. Before he could steady himself, Hector appeared before him in an instant, delivering a swift kick to his abdomen. Wang Cheng was sent flying once more, rolling several times across the ground. This is the fate that awaits those who dare oppose the Dark Demon Realm. Hector sneered. Chapter 108. Angel versus Angel. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth and rose again, his gaze unwavering. Hector gave him no respite, unleashing a flurry of dark energy waves in rapid succession. Wang Cheng dodged left and right, but several of the energy waves struck him, inflicting numerous injuries. He cried out in agony, yet his resolve only intensified. The dual forces of pain and absorption meant that as long as he was not defeated in one blow, he would only grow stronger. Hector furrowed his brow, filled with confusion and astonishment. What was wrong with this guy? How could he grow stronger even after sustaining such severe blows? Slowly, Wang Cheng rose from the ground, his body trembling slightly, but emanating a chilling aura of power. Hector, your attacks only serve to amplify my strength. Wang Cheng's voice was as cold as the abyss itself. Hector gritted his teeth in frustration. Humph. No matter how strong you become, you will perish here today. With that, Hector charged forward again, dark energy coalescing around his fist as he aimed to deliver a fatal blow to Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng did not flinch or evade. He met Hector head-on. Their fists collided once more, and this time, the surrounding space seemed unable to withstand the force, cracking with a sharp sound. In an instant, a blinding light erupted, as if countless stars had simultaneously exploded. A powerful shockwave radiated from their point of contact, wreaking havoc in all directions. The earth was upheaved, trees reduced to splinters, and a fierce wind howled, as if intent on consuming everything in its path. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, the muscles in his face contorting from the tremendous effort. In his eyes, there was no hint of retreat, only an unwavering determination and resolve. Hector, too, refused to yield. Veins bulged on his forehead as dark energy surged forth from within him, striving to suppress Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng, you are seeking your own demise. Hector roared. Wang Cheng let out a cold laugh, saying, who is to die remains uncertain. The two forces were in a relentless struggle, neither yielding to the other. The surrounding space had become exceedingly unstable, with black fissures appearing as if the very fabric of this realm was on the brink of collapse. Wang Cheng felt his power surging within him. The force of the law of devouring was raging inside, gradually assimilating Hector's energy into his own. However, despite having numerous trump cards, Wang Cheng found himself somewhat overwhelmed. After all, Hector was a fallen angel, his strength unfathomable, and the prolonged, fierce confrontation had drained both his stamina and vitality. In this moment of crisis, a figure suddenly appeared. The dual-tailed Margarita stood nearby with her hands on her hips, her white pigtails dancing in the wind, exuding a playful and adorable charm. Oh my, this is quite the commotion, she said with a cheerful smile. Wang Cheng, panting heavily, retorted irritably. You with your pigtails are still in the mood for banter, while I'm about to be flattened. Margarita placed her hands on her hips, her eyes wide with indignation as she exclaimed, what do you mean pigtails? You rude fellow, I came to rescue you out of goodwill, and you speak to me like this. Wang Cheng, gasping for breath, replied helplessly, all right, I admit my mistake, Mississippi. Please lend me a hand. Margarita pouted, humph. That's more like it. But seeing you in such a sorry state is truly hard to suppress a laugh. Wang Cheng shot her an exasperated look. Even at a time like this, you can still find humor? I'm truly at my wit's end. Margarita blinked and smiled. Don't be in such a rush. I want to see how this traitor has progressed over the years. Wang Cheng shouted anxiously, what are you still watching for? If you keep staring, I might truly meet my end here. Margarita, seemingly unconcerned, replied, oh dear, you're so weak that taking a few more hits won't matter. Wang Cheng was nearly spitting blood from indignation. Is it just a few calls of pigtails? You really hold a grudge. Margarita stamped her foot, playfully scolding, what about pigtails? You mustn't call me that. While struggling against Hector's attacks, Wang Cheng exclaimed, all right, I was wrong. Is that not enough? Pigtails are the best. Especially. Margarita crossed her arms and turned her head away. Humph, now you know your mistake? Too late. Wang Cheng, drenched in sweat, pleaded desperately, Miss, I implore you. First help me deal with this guy, and you may punish me however you wish afterward. Only then did Margarita turn back, a smirk gracing her lips. You said it. Once we deal with him, let's see how I handle you. Wang Cheng grimaced, fine, as long as you can handle this fellow, do as you please with me. Margarita huffed, humph, now we're talking, just you wait. Before her words had fully left her lips, Margarita's form flickered and she instantly appeared before Hector. With her arms gracefully moving, pink lights swirled around her limbs like ribbons. Observing this, Hector roared in fury, dark energy surging from his palms, transforming into a bolt of black lightning aimed directly at Margarita. Margarita remained unhurried, gracefully sidestepping as a streak of black lightning struck the ground, creating a substantial crater. The corners of her mouth curled upward as she thrust her hands forward, and a cascade of pink radiance transformed into countless luminous arrows, hurtling towards Hector. He promptly unfurled a dark shield to defend himself, and the arrows collided with the shield, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. Breakthrough, Margarita exclaimed, amplifying her power. The arrows intensified in brilliance, ultimately breaching the dark shield and striking Hector. He emitted a muffled groan as numerous tiny wounds appeared upon his body. With eyes wide in fury, dark energy coalesced behind him, manifesting as a pair of enormous black wings. With a powerful flap, a tremendous storm of darkness surged towards Margarita. Margarita clasped her hands together, and the pink radiance coalesced into a circular protective barrier before her. The dark tempest crashed against the shield, resonating with a thunderous roar. Yet Margarita remained steadfast in her stance. Is this all you can muster? She taunted. Hector gritted his teeth, rapidly forming seals with his hands while intoning an incantation. Suddenly, a multitude of black runes materialized around his body, flickering with an eerie luminescence, as a terrifying pressure enveloped the atmosphere. Margarita's expression grew serious. She quickened her hand movements, the pink radiance becoming increasingly vibrant. Dark curse, Hector bellowed, as the black runes surged forth towards Margarita. Guardian of light. Margarita retorted. as the pink radiance coalesced into a colossal luminous shield enveloping her. The black runes collided with the shield, resulting in a violent explosion. The aftermath of the detonation distorted the surrounding space, causing both Margarita and Hector to stagger back a few steps. Catching her breath, Margarita's resolve intensified. Now, it is my turn to retaliate. She raised her hands high, and the pink radiance converged within her grasp, forming a resplendent sword of light. With a swift motion, Margarita darted towards Hector. Unfazed, he brandished a long knife, forged from dark energy, to meet her charge. The clash of blade against blade erupted in a shower of sparks as their powers clashed, rendering their contest indecisive for the moment. Thanks to Red Wine Drunk Coffee for the love-powered energy. Chapter 109. The two unite to capture the fallen angel as Margarita and Hector remained locked in combat. Their forces clashed incessantly, causing the surrounding space to tremble under their formidable impact. "Humph, little girl, you are ultimately no match for me," Hector sneered, the dark energy surging once more in an attempt to overpower Margarita. Margarita gritted her teeth, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, yet her gaze reflected unwavering determination. "Do not celebrate too soon," she cried, as her pink radiance erupted anew, a fresh surge of power emanating from within her. The luminous sword became even more dazzling, gradually forcing Hector's dark blade back. Hector's expression shifted, taken aback by Margarita's hidden strength. Seizing the opportunity, she pursued with fervor, sweeping the radiant sword towards him with a mighty sword aura. Hector hastily dodged, but was nonetheless grazed by the sword aura on his shoulder. "Curse it!" he exclaimed in frustration. Hector roared furiously, his dark wings sweeping powerfully, unleashing a myriad of black feathers that shot towards Margarita like arrows. Unfazed, Margarita spun gracefully, her radiant sword forming a shimmering barrier around her, deflecting the onslaught of black feathers. "Wang Cheng, do not just stand idly by. Let us strike together and apprehend him. We cannot allow him to escape," Margarita called out, her voice clear and resolute. Upon hearing her, Wang Cheng immediately rallied his spirit, responding, "All right, let us attack together." With that, he gathered his strength once more, his body aglow with radiant light. Margarita, wielding her luminous sword, glimmered even more brilliantly as she resembled a pink lightning bolt. Charging towards Hector. Sensing impending doom, Hector's resolve faltered, and he attempted to flee. "Think you can run? Not so easily," Wang Cheng bellowed, instantly employing a technique of teleportation to position himself directly in Hector's path. Hector's expression darkened as he unleashed torrents of dark energy, striving to break through Wang Cheng's blockade. Gritting his teeth, Wang Cheng resisted the overwhelming force of darkness, exclaiming, "Margarita, hurry." Margarita, swift as the wind, arrived at Hector's rear in the blink of an eye. With a flourish of her radiant sword, she unleashed a powerful sword aura aimed directly at Hector's back. Aware of the imminent threat, Hector had no choice but to turn and defend himself. At that moment, Wang Cheng seized the opportunity to attack, his fists imbued with formidable power, striking fiercely at Hector. Caught between two adversaries, Hector appeared increasingly disoriented. Margarita, recognizing the perfect moment, allowed her sword to shine brilliantly. "Perish!" she cried, her sword thrusting forward like a comet. Aimed straight at Hector's chest. Caught off guard, Hector was unable to evade, and the luminous blade pierced him, disrupting his dark energy. Wang Cheng followed up with a kick to Hector's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. "We finally subdued him," Wang Cheng sighed in relief. Margarita approached Hector, declaring, "This wretch is a traitor to the angels and must be delivered to the Grand Priest for judgment." Wang Cheng swiftly produced the binding rope, which shimmered with an otherworldly light. Cautiously, he approached Hector, murmuring an incantation. The binding rope seemed to possess a life of its own, flying towards Hector and ensnaring him tightly. Hector struggled, attempting to break free from the bindings, but the rope constricted ever more, rendering him utterly motionless. "Do not waste your strength," Wang Cheng scoffed coldly. Margarita observed the tightly bound Hector and said, "Let us proceed. We shall take him to the royal palace at once." Wang Cheng nodded, following closely behind her. As they traversed through layers of mist, they navigated numerous mysterious spatial passages. The scenery around them shifted continuously, sometimes revealing a dazzling starry sky, other times presenting strange, swirling vortices of energy. Margarita's twin tails danced in the wind, her steps light yet resolute. while Wang Cheng remained ever vigilant, refusing to let his guard down. At last, a magnificent palace emerged before them, towering into the clouds. It exuded an air of sanctity and majesty. "We have arrived," Makalito announced. At the entrance of the temple, a radiant light flickered as the high priest emerged, his figure exuding an air of boundless majesty and enigma. Makalita and Wang Cheng bowed respectfully. "Esteemed high priest, we have brought the fallen angel, Hector," Makalita announced. The high priest nodded slightly, his gaze falling upon Wang Cheng, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Wang Cheng, it has been 2 years since we last met, and your strength has ascended to the realm of angels. This truly astonishes me." The high priest's voice was gentle yet profound. Wang Cheng humbly lowered his head, replying, "Your Excellency, you flatter me. If not for Miss Makalita's timely arrival, I might have perished." Makalita raised her chin and retorted, "Umph. At least you possess a modicum of conscience, recognizing my significance." The high priest smiled faintly, saying, "However, Wang Cheng, enduring such a perilous battle sufficiently attests to your strength and resolve." Wang Cheng hurriedly added, "It is all due to your teachings, Your Excellency, that I dare not exhibit even a hint of complacency." The high priest turned his gaze towards Hector, a stern authority glinting in his eyes. "Hector, as an angel, you have strayed from the righteous path. What is the reason for this?" Hector raised his head, his eyes filled with resentment. "Those so-called rules and constraints prevent me from unleashing my true power. The dark demon realm has granted me freedom and the opportunity to pursue greater strength." The high priest shook his head, sighing. "It is indeed tragic to be blinded by power and lose oneself." Wang Cheng could not restrain himself. To betray justice in the pursuit of that so-called freedom and strength is utterly unforgivable. Makalita concurred, "Indeed, he has sullied the glory of angels." The high priest pondered for a moment, then declared, "First, imprison him. I shall deliberate on how to proceed." Wang Cheng and Makalita responded in unison, "Yes, Your Excellency." Subsequently, the two escorted Hector out of the hall. Along the way, Makalita remarked to Wang Cheng, "This ordeal was truly perilous, though it turned out to be a close call." Wang Cheng nodded, "Indeed, we must exercise greater caution. We know not what dangers may await us." Makalita laughed, "What is there to fear? With me around, any difficulty can be resolved." Wang Cheng chuckled wryly, "You are an angel and must maintain neutrality. Your assistance this time won't violate the angelic principles, will it?" Makalita crossed her arms and huffed. "Dealing with a treacherous fallen angel does not constitute a breach of neutrality. The neutrality of angels exists to preserve the balance and order of the universe. And those who betray the light and descend into darkness have already disrupted that balance. My actions are merely rectifying the chaos." Wang Cheng nodded thoughtfully. "While that may be true, I still worry this could bring you unnecessary trouble. After all, the rules of angels are notoriously stringent." Makalita raised an eyebrow. "What is there to fear? I act with integrity. As long as my conscience is clear, I can handle any trouble that arises. Moreover, if one does not dare to stand against evil, what claim can they have to be an angel?" Wang Cheng could not help but admire Makalita's resolve and courage. "You are right. I have been overthinking this." Makalita gently patted Wang Cheng's shoulder, urging him not to be so overly cautious. "What we are undertaking is a righteous endeavor, and I trust that the high priest will comprehend our intentions." Wang Cheng responded with a heavy sigh, "I hope so. Nevertheless, I am genuinely grateful to you for your support. I must hasten back. I am anxious about the situation on Namek." Chapter 110. Strengthening power. After bidding farewell to Makalita, Wang Cheng raced towards Namek with utmost urgency. Upon his arrival, he discovered that the battle had nearly reached its conclusion. The battlefield lay in ruins, shrouded in smoke and chaos. Jillian was half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. His body riddled with wounds, his clothing stained crimson with blood. Wang Cheng hurried over, inquiring, "Jillian, how are you faring?" Jillian lifted his head, casting a weary glance at him. "I am still alive, though the morrow is exceedingly difficult to contend with." It was then that Wang Cheng realized the supply of the magical beans he had provided to Jillian had been entirely exhausted. He silently rejoiced, for without the strength bestowed by those beans, this battle could scarcely have endured to this point. At that moment, Moro and his companions were equally fatigued, exchanging glances that revealed a mixture of despair and defiance. Gritting his teeth, Moro commanded, "Retreat." As he spoke, he opened a rift in space, preparing to escape. Just then, Wang Cheng arrived in the nick of time, positioning himself before the rift. Thinking of fleeing? It won't be that simple, he bellowed. Moro glared at Wang Cheng with malice. Warning, stay out of this, kid. With a cold smirk, Wang Cheng retorted, you dare to commit such heinous acts on Namek and expect to escape? Today marks your doom. A glint of ferocity flashed in Moro's eyes as he and his comrades charged at Wang Cheng. Undaunted, he met them head-on, unleashing his most formidable techniques in a desperate struggle for survival. The clash of their powers resulted in colossal explosions, warping the surrounding space under the force of their confrontation. Each of Wang Cheng's strikes was fueled by an unquenchable rage, his movements swift and decisive. Though Moro and his companions appeared weary, they continued to resist with all their might. As the standoff persisted, a colossal hand suddenly emerged from the rift, exuding an aura of darkness and malevolence. It seized Moro and his three companions, swiftly retracting back into the rift. Wang Cheng attempted to intervene, but was too late. He gazed at the vanishing rift, filled with fury and frustration. Damn it, they've escaped, he shouted, striking the ground in frustration. Jillian approached him, saying, do not blame yourself too harshly. They cannot elude us forever. They have sustained significant injuries and will likely refrain from causing harm for some time. Rising to his feet, Wang Cheng declared, we must quickly locate their whereabouts. We cannot afford them a moment's respite. At that moment, Goku and the others gathered around. Wang Cheng, what shall we do next? Goku inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Cheng replied, let us return to the God of Destruction's realm. The adversaries we face this time are nearly all familiar faces. A consequence of the dark demonic realm, their strength now extraordinary. It is uncertain how they will appear upon our next encounter. Thus we must diligently strive to enhance our own capabilities. Jillian nodded, his expression grave as he remarked, you speak the truth. This battle has made me acutely aware that we cannot afford the slightest lapse in vigilance. The others expressed their agreement. And soon Wang Cheng employed instantaneous movement to return the group to the God of Destruction realm. Upon arrival, the atmosphere was serene and harmonious, starkly contrasting with the chaotic warfare of Namek. The members of the Cosmic Guard began their individual training, each one engrossed and resolute in their determination to grow stronger before the next crisis descends. Wang Cheng also planned to enter seclusion, fully cognizant of the importance of properly refining the energy he had recently absorbed. Simply consuming energy without refinement would render his power somewhat superficial, a potential fatal flaw when confronted by formidable foes. Wang Cheng entered the realm of Weiss's scepter, preparing to commence his period of introspection. Ding. Would you like to initiate today's sign-in? Ding. Congratulations, host, for gaining an insight into the laws of time. The sudden notification startled Wang Cheng momentarily, but soon an uncontrollable joy surged within him. He understood the rarity and potency of the laws of time. This was undoubtedly a monumental opportunity. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, he settled into a cross-legged position, ready to immerse himself fully in the comprehension of the time laws. He closed his eyes and delved deep into his consciousness. Initially, everything around him seemed to vanish, leaving only a chaotic darkness. Wang Cheng endeavored to maintain tranquility in his mind, reaching out to grasp the enigmatic laws of time. Gradually, indistinct images began to materialize in his thoughts. He beheld the river of time, flowing relentlessly, carrying with it the endless passage of years. As he attempted to approach this river, he discovered himself hindered by an invisible force. Undeterred, he continually adjusted his state, seeking a means of breakthrough. After numerous attempts, Wang Cheng finally perceived a pulse of the time laws. Following this pulse, he cautiously merged his consciousness with it. In an instant, a torrent of information regarding time flooded his mind, inducing a wave of dizziness. Yet, Wang Cheng clenched his teeth, resolutely refusing to let his consciousness shatter. Indeed, the laws of time are profoundly intricate. He mused internally, with just this single insight, I could reverse time by a second. Do not underestimate this second. In the midst of battle, it is pivotal, capable of determining the outcome of conflict. Wang Cheng then began to compress the ethereal divine power within him. He guided this divine energy through his meridians, becoming increasingly refined and pure with each revolution. However, this process was far from effortless. The ephemeral divine energy was akin to a mischievous child, having been siphoned from others, always attempting to evade Wang Cheng's control. He had to concentrate all his mental faculties, wielding formidable willpower to restrain it. Sweat drenched Wang Cheng's garments, but he remained utterly oblivious. His face occasionally betrayed a grimace of agony, only to be illuminated by a fleeting glimmer of enlightenment. As time gradually passed, the divine energy within him, continually compressed, became as solid as tempered steel, merging seamlessly with his innate powers. Subsequently, he commanded the nebula technique to commence its operation within his being. Wong Chong felt a warm current rising from his dantian, coursing gently through his meridians, widening and fortifying them as it flowed. The power of the nebula technique shone with a brilliance akin to a galaxy. With each cycle of its operation, his aura grew increasingly profound and stable. A slight sheen of perspiration formed on Wang Cheng's forehead, yet his gaze became ever more resolute. The power within him surged like a roaring river, tumultuous yet meticulously controlled, flowing in an orderly manner. The surrounding energy was irresistibly drawn towards him, coalescing into a visibly swirling vortex of power. This energy streamed into his body unceasingly, rapidly refined and integrated into the ceaselessly operating nebula technique. Wang Cheng's body trembled slightly. He could sense each cell rejoicing, greedily absorbing this formidable force. Yet, he dared not relent, wholly focused on guiding the flow of energy, fearful of the slightest misstep. As one cycle concluded, Wang Cheng exhaled a long, murky breath, which shot forth like an arrow, leaving a deep mark upon the stone wall ahead. At that moment, an overwhelming aura radiated from Wang Cheng, and as he slowly opened his eyes, they sparkled as if adorned with stars. Rising to his feet, he stretched, and his bones crackled in response. Chapter 111. Challenge to Weiss. Wang Cheng took a deep breath, feeling the tumultuous power within him, and a confident smile crept across his lips. Open character panel. Ding. Host. Wang Cheng. Abilities. Pain growth, booze regeneration, wish magic modification, nebula technique, gravitational domain. Constant state of ultimate freedom, devouring laws. Combat power, Tengai. Realm, late stage of the first level of Divine King. Items, binding immortal rope, standing still. He reveled in the immense and vast power surrounding him, filled with a sense of wonder. He murmured softly, "So this is the realm occupied by angels. With my current strength, facing a fallen angel will surely not be as harrowing as last time." Recalling his previous fierce battle with the fallen angel, a shiver ran down Wang Cheng's spine. At that time, he had been utterly powerless against the overwhelming dark forces of the fallen angel, forced to resist desperately amidst peril. Yet now, having entered the realm of the Divine King, he could distinctly perceive the metamorphosis of his power. The divine energy within him surged like an expansive galaxy, inexhaustible, each fragment imbued with the potential to annihilate the world. He attempted to channel his divine energy, and the surrounding space instantaneously warped. Unable to bear the weight of such formidable pressure, Wang Cheng smiled confidently. This absolute mastery over his power provided him with unparalleled reassurance. Emerging from the staff space, his eyes brimmed with confidence. He gazed towards Weiss in the distance, inhaled deeply, and proclaimed, "Weiss, today I challenge you." His voice reverberated through the vast expanse, and Weiss, hearing the challenge, exhibited a flicker of surprise on his face, though he quickly regained his composure and smiled, saying, "Wang Cheng, it seems you have made yet another breakthrough. Allow me to witness the extent of your progress." Wang Cheng, not one for excessive words, suddenly unleashed a formidable force of the devouring law, enveloped in a shroud of black light, distorting the very space around him. Upon seeing this, Weiss did not underestimate him. With a gentle wave of his staff, a surge of divine power emerged, countering Wang Cheng's devouring law. The two forces collided instantly, producing a resounding echo that shook the atmosphere, sending ripples through the air and fracturing the ground beneath them. Wang Cheng flashed forward like a specter, employing both fists and feet, each strike imbued with the potent force of devouring, attempting to breach Weiss's defenses. Weiss, however, responded with poise. His movements were graceful and swift, effortlessly neutralizing Wang Cheng's assaults while simultaneously launching timely counterattacks. With a fierce roar, Wang Cheng charged at Weiss once more, his eyes ablaze with indomitable spirit. "Weiss, do not underestimate me." Weiss smiled faintly, casually remarking, "Young man, your fervor is commendable, but it is still insufficient." With that, he vanished in a flash, evading Wang Cheng's fierce onslaught, and with a delicate point of his staff, directed a gentle, yet powerful force towards Wang Cheng. Sensing this power, Wong Chong did not evade. Instead, he concentrated the force of the devouring law in his arms, bracing himself to absorb the impact. With a thunderous crash, he was pushed back several steps. Yet he quickly regained his footing and charged anew. Haha, this is quite interesting. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Weiss's eyes as he wielded his staff with increasing speed, sending beams of light, like piercing swords toward Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng dodged and weaved with the grace of a phantom, shouting, "Weiss, such attacks will not bring me down. Then receive my next strike," Weiss declared, swinging his staff violently, summoning a powerful whirlwind that enveloped Wang Cheng. Struggling to maintain his stance within the tempest, Wang Cheng formed a black shield of the devouring law to withstand the gale's relentless pull. "Weiss, I will not concede easily." He gritted his teeth, forcing his way out of the whirlwind and charging once more at Weiss. At this moment, Beerus widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Wang Cheng is actually able to contend with Weiss to such an extent. How much potential does he possess?" Vegeta, his gaze fixed intently on the battlefield, marveled inwardly. "Can I still catch up to him? How infuriating. What kind of training has he undergone?" Weiss remained unperturbed, smiling as he said, "Wang Cheng, your strength indeed surprises me, but it is still far from enough to defeat me." Upon hearing this, Wang Cheng's resolve flared even stronger. His eyes widened as the force of the devouring law surged within him, the black light resembling blazing flames. "Weiss, do not underestimate me," Wang Cheng roared, launching yet another assault. In a flash, he appeared before Weiss, fists charged with furious power ready to strike. With a gentle sidestep, Weiss effortlessly evaded the ferocious attack, simultaneously wielding his staff with a graceful flourish. An invisible force surged toward Wang Cheng's abdomen. Wang Cheng let out a muffled groan but utilized this momentum to execute a backward flip, propelling himself toward Weiss with vigorous force. This time, his hands pressed together. He concentrated the power of the devouring law into a dark energy sphere, which he propelled towards Weiss with great effort. Weiss's expression turned serious. The tip of his staff radiated a brilliant light as it collided with the black energy sphere. A thunderous explosion resonated through the air, sending ripples throughout the surrounding space. Seizing the opportunity amidst the dissipating shockwave, Wang Cheng vanished and reappeared behind Weiss, delivering a swift kick aimed at his back. However, as if he possessed eyes on the back of his head, Weiss spun around instantaneously, using his staff to block Wang Cheng's strike. Yet, Wang Cheng's assault did not waver. His hands moved rapidly to form seals, conjuring a multitude of black runes that transformed into a barrage of dark arrows directed at Weiss. Weiss twirled his staff, creating a circular shield that deflected the arrows one by one. "Wang Cheng, your attacks are fierce, but they are insufficient to breach my defenses," Weiss declared. Gritting his teeth, Wang Cheng retorted, "Then how about this?" With a thunderous shout, he channeled all his strength into the devouring law, and the black light around him swelled, enveloping his entire form. He charged towards Weiss like a black sun. A flicker of seriousness crossed Weiss's eyes as he grasped his staff with both hands, chanting incantations. A sacred and potent force surged from the staff to meet Wang Cheng. Their powers collided once more, generating an impact far greater than before, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Wang Cheng was forcefully propelled away, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yet, he quickly sprang back to his feet, charging at Weiss once more, undeterred. Weiss raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Wang Cheng, your perseverance is commendable, but such brute force will not secure victory." Wang Cheng roared defiantly, "How would I know if I don't try?" At that moment, his clothing was in tatters, exposing numerous small wounds across his skin, yet he paid them no heed, focused solely on breaching Weiss's defenses. Once again, he gathered his strength, a vortex of devouring law energy forming between his hands, as energies from around him were frantically drawn into it. "Weiss, brace yourself," he shouted as he hurled the vortex toward Weiss. Unfazed, Weiss lightly tapped his staff, conjuring a radiant barrier to intercept the swirling force. However, to his surprise, the power began to consume the luminous shield, causing Weiss's expression to shift. He intensified his output. Seizing this moment, Wang Cheng leapt into the air, aiming a kick at Weiss. Weiss was forced to abandon the barrier's maintenance and sidestep to evade the strike. Yet, Wang Cheng swiftly altered his approach, raining down punches like a torrential storm upon Weiss. Weiss dodged while counterattacking, each of his strikes perfectly neutralizing Wang Cheng's offensive. "Wang Cheng, Though your strength is formidable, your application lacks finesse, Weiss commented. Wang Cheng panted heavily and replied, I will show you my progress. Weiss chuckled softly. I shall await it with bated breath. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, summoning the remnants of his dwindling strength, as the power of devouring laws coalesced in his hands into a formidable black long sword, its blade shimmering with an eerie luminescence. Grasping the sword with both hands, he swung fiercely at Weiss, the air itself tearing apart with the force of his strike. Emitting a sharp, whistling sound, a flicker of surprise crossed Weiss's eyes as he raised his staff to block the fierce blow. Bang! Another resounding clash echoed, the immense impact causing Wang Cheng's hands to bleed profusely, yet he seemed impervious to the pain, striking again and again at Weiss. Weiss continuously parried Wang Cheng's relentless assaults, remarking, Wang Cheng, your tenacity is indeed commendable. Wang Cheng remained silent, his eyes filled with unwavering determination and fervor. Meanwhile, Beerus and the others watched in astonishment. Beerus muttered to himself, this Wang Cheng is truly a battle maniac. Vegeta scoffed, humph, merely a display of bravado. He cannot possibly contend with Weiss. Goku, however, pumped his fists in excitement, shouting, Wang Cheng, don't give up. Keep fighting. Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Vegeta, stating, do not underestimate this lad's fighting spirit. To engage Weiss to such a degree is already remarkable. Vegeta paused, then conceded, perhaps he truly can create a miracle. In that moment, Wang Cheng erupted with a furious roar, his aura surging once more as the black long sword blazed with renewed brilliance. With bloodshot eyes, he declared, Weiss, receive my final strike. He poured every last ounce of his strength into the sword, which instantly transformed into a fearsome black dragon, lunging ferociously toward Weiss. Weiss's expression turned grave as his staff radiated with brilliant light, forming a colossal shield of energy. The black dragon collided violently with the light shield, distorting the surrounding space with the sheer force of their clash. Beerus widened his eyes in alarm, exclaiming, this power is terrifying. Vegeta, too, was taken aback by the overwhelming energy, muttering, this fellow. Goku, exhilarated, cheered yes. Wang Cheng, go for it. Amidst a cacophony of blinding light and thunderous sound, a profound calm gradually settled. Wang Cheng knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, his long sword having vanished. Weiss remained standing, composed. Yet a glimmer of appreciation shone in his eyes. Wang Cheng, you performed admirably, Weiss remarked. Wang Cheng quickly consumed a senzu bean and inquired, Weiss, what is your realm? Weiss smiled gently, replying, my realm is the 6th tier of the God King level. Your ability to battle me to this extent is commendable. Each tier in the God King realm is not easily surpassed. Therefore, Wang Cheng, you have done exceedingly well. Lord Beerus has diligently trained and attained the realm of the God King, yet his combat prowess pales in comparison to yours. Wang Cheng, upon hearing this, felt a mix of astonishment and a hint of pride. He gazed at Beerus and remarked, your achievement in reaching the God King realm is a testament to your formidable strength. I merely rely on an indomitable spirit in battle. Beerus's complexion slightly flushed as he scoffed, humph, young lad, do not get too complacent. I simply have yet to fully master the powers of the God King realm. Whis chuckled softly, Lord Beerus, the cultivation of the God King realm involves more than just an increase in strength. It also necessitates a breakthrough in one's mental state. Wang Cheng's mindset in battle is evidently more resolute and pure than yours. Beerus shot a glare at Whis. You always have a knack for uttering things that irk me. Wang Cheng hastily interjected, Lord Beerus, I am confident that with continued effort, you will surely unleash the true power of the God King realm. Beerus crossed his arms. Naturally, I shall not remain forever behind this young lad. At that moment, Son Goku approached, scratching his head. Wang Cheng, you and Lord Beerus are both so formidable. You must teach me more in the future. Wang Cheng replied with a smile. Goku, your potential is immense as well. Let us strive together. Vegeta, with a serious expression, observed Wang Cheng and Beerus, secretly competing within himself. I, Vegeta, shall not be outdone by you two. After the light-hearted banter, Wang Cheng began to analyze the current predicament, his countenance grave, and his tone laden with concern and vigilance. Everyone, the situation is far more dire than we anticipated. Frieza has now attained his black gold form, his power surpassing that of all other destroyers, except for Lord Beerus. The rapidity of his strength's ascent is truly unfathomable, and the energy contained within that black gold form is utterly terrifying. Beerus furrowed his brow, realizing that even former sycophants had grown to such an extent. Wang Cheng continued, "Moreover, Moro possesses particularly nefarious abilities akin to my devouring power, yet seems even more malevolent and elusive, complicating our battles tremendously." Son Goku clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. That fellow is indeed a formidable adversary. Wang Cheng nodded gravely. The demon Bu who escaped from hell has also become significantly stronger, nearly reaching the level of Lord Beerus. His almost immortal body, combined with his newfound strength, is undoubtedly a tremendous threat. Vegeta snorted. That monster has always been a nuisance. Wang Cheng proceeded, additionally, the malevolent energy wave that was rescued back then has also seen a substantial increase in power. Each of these adversaries has grown exceedingly strong. Piccolo expressed his concerns. How is this possible? How could they become so powerful in such a short time? Wang Cheng inhaled deeply. That is precisely the issue. After joining the Dark Demon realm, their rate of ascension has been alarmingly swift. Though these villains are undoubtedly gifted individuals, it took considerable time and effort for you, Goku, to cultivate to the divine level. The foundation of the Dark Demon realm is by no means simple. A flicker of anger flashed in Beerus's eyes. Humph. The Dark Demon realm undoubtedly harbors unspeakable secrets and is supported by formidable forces. Whis remarked. The rapid enhancement of these villains in such a short span suggests that the Dark Demon realm possesses some unique method or substantial resources. Wang Cheng clenched his fists. Regardless of the circumstances, we must swiftly identify their weaknesses. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Goku's expression was resolute. Indeed, we cannot allow them to act with impunity. Vegeta turned to the group. However, our understanding of the Dark Demon realm is alarmingly limited, which poses our greatest challenge. Wang Cheng frowned. Given the current situation, the Dark Demon realm's ambitions are far from mere domination. They appear to be orchestrating a far more sinister plot. Piccolo spoke urgently. What shall we do then? We cannot simply wait in despair. Beerus declared loudly. We must take the initiative. We cannot let them lead us by the nose. Wang Cheng nodded. Lord Beerus is correct. We must enhance our intelligence-gathering efforts while simultaneously strengthening our own powers. Goku was eager. I will double my training efforts to ensure we can defeat them. Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, added, I shall not be bested by any of you. At that moment, a heavy tension filled the air, as if a great storm were on the horizon. Wang Cheng fixed his gaze into the distance. Whoever stands behind the Dark Demon realm, we must be thoroughly prepared to face this arduous battle. Beerus crossed his arms. Humph, I shall not be afraid of them. Whis cautioned, yet we must not act recklessly. A comprehensive plan is essential. The group fell into deep contemplation, pondering their next course of action. After a while, Wang Cheng broke the silence. I propose we split up. Some of us will focus on gathering intelligence, while others concentrate on training and devising countermeasures. Everyone agreed. Goku said, then Vegeta and I will train. Piccolo solemnly stated, I will seek out the Kaioshin for some earrings. In the event of a formidable opponent, we could fuse directly, which might enhance our chances. Wang Cheng nodded. That is a commendable idea. I will go, as I possess the instant transmission. Goku scratched his head. Then we shall commence our training, striving to elevate our power post-fusion. Vegeta scoffed lightly and followed Goku as they departed. A minute later, Wang Cheng returned with a bag filled with earrings. He looked at Kale and Broly and said, I suddenly have an idea, though I am uncertain of its feasibility. Kale and Broly turned to him with curiosity, and Kale inquired, What is your idea? Wang Cheng's gaze was intense as he said earnestly, You both are Saiyans. If you fuse using the earrings and then fuse again with Goku and Vegeta's earrings, we might birth an extraordinarily powerful warrior. Kale and Broly exchanged astonished glances. Kale hesitated. Is that feasible? Such a complex fusion has never been attempted. Broly, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Who cares if it works or not? We will only know if we try. At this moment, Goku and Vegeta approached, with Goku scratching his head and remarking, It sounds intriguing, but can it truly succeed? Vegeta, crossing his arms, scoffed, Wang Cheng, your idea is utterly insane. Wang Cheng replied resolutely, How can we know without trying? The enemies we face are formidable. We must explore every avenue to enhance our strength. After a brief silence, they ultimately decided to proceed. Kale and Broly donned their earrings to fuse, and amidst a dazzling radiance, they successfully merged into one. The newly formed warrior stood tall, towering at nearly 3 meters. His physique was imposing and muscular, exuding an aura of boundless power. He wore a simple tank top, his chest robust and rippling with muscles like undulating mountains. His facial features were a synthesis of Kale and Broly's traits. His eyes blazed like fiery embers, embodying Broly's wildness and Kale's determination. His prominent nose bore the rugged lines of Broly while retaining a subtle uplift reminiscent of Kale. His lips were full and pressed tightly, conveying a sense of resolve. His hair showcased an extraordinary hue, a blend of Kale's green locks and Broly's black strands, cascading in a dark green mane that danced with the wind. Reminiscent of a descending deity, his forehead was broad, with pronounced brow ridges, and his arched eyebrows were sharp as lightning. His ears were pointed, imbued with a hint of liveliness. His arms were thick and powerful, with veins coiling like snakes. When he clenched his fists, his joints cracked ominously, as if capable of crushing anything. His legs were sturdy as columns, firmly rooted, giving the impression that he was one with the earth. Overall, this new fusion warrior radiated an overwhelming presence, as if igniting the very air around him, instilling awe in those who beheld him. Once Kale and Broly completed their fusion, their formidable aura gradually subsided. He stepped forward, surveying the crowd, and declared in a deep, powerful voice, "I am Kaibro, the embodiment of Kale and Broly's powers, destined to fight for justice." The others gazed at him, awestruck by his mighty presence. At that moment, Vegeta and Goku resolved to perform the earring fusion as well. Vegeta, with a serious demeanor, tightly grasped his earring, stating, "Kakarot, don't hold me back this time." Goku responded with a smile, "Vegeta, let's become stronger together." The two donned their earrings simultaneously, and in an instant, a brilliant light erupted, enveloping their bodies entirely. Within the radiance, their forms began to merge. Vegeta's tall stature intertwined with Goku's agile figure, their muscular lines reconfiguring as their bones emitted cracking sounds. Their energies clashed and fused in the process. As the light gradually receded, the fused figure emerged. He possessed a well-proportioned and elongated physique, combining Vegeta's athleticism with Goku's agility. His gaze reflected both Vegeta's pride and confidence, along with Goku's innocence and determination. His facial contours were sharp, with a resolute chin and a straight nose. He wore a blue martial arts uniform that billowed in the wind, complemented by loose black trousers tucked into white boots. The fused warrior moved his body slightly, causing subtle ripples in the surrounding space. He clenched his fist, a surge of immense power emanating from his palm. "I am Vegeta. The mightiest Saiyan has arrived." The onlookers gazed at him with eyes brimming with anticipation and awe. Chapter 114. Goku and Vegeta. Kabal looked at Vegeta, a fierce battle spirit igniting within his eyes. "Vegeta, let us fight side by side and see who is more powerful." Vegeta smirked and replied, "Kabal, let us see who can make a greater impact in battle." Wang Cheng interjected, "Stop. This is not the time for a duel. You must quickly attempt the fusion technique once more." Upon hearing this, both Kabal and Vegeta reined in their auras. Vegeta crossed his arms confidently. "What harm is there in trying?" Wang Cheng urged, "Time is of the essence. Enemies may appear at any moment. The more fusion methods we possess, the greater our strength." Kabal nodded, "Very well, let us begin." Vegeta, without hesitation, assumed the posture for the fusion technique. Facing each other, they extended their arms, palms aligned, and began to synchronize their movements. Their bodies bent slightly, their motions perfectly in unison, exhibiting remarkable harmony. However, during their initial attempt, just as they were on the cusp of successful fusion, an energy fluctuation occurred, resulting in failure. Gasping for breath, Kabal remarked, "This fusion technique is indeed challenging to control." Vegeta gritted his teeth again. Wang Cheng anxiously exclaimed, "Focus your minds and maintain energy balance." With renewed determination, they attempted a second time, their expressions grave. The air around them thickened as if weighed down by their power. Under the tense gaze of the spectators, their bodies began to merge, but midway through, a deviation occurred, leading to yet another failure. Vegeta slammed his fist into the ground in frustration. "Damn it." Kabal reassured him, "Do not despair, we will succeed." Wang Cheng encouraged, "Stay optimistic. I believe you can achieve it." Taking a deep breath, the two resumed their positions, preparing for a third attempt. This time, their gazes were resolute, their energies finely tuned. Kabul and Vegeta's movements became increasingly fluid, their energy fluctuations gradually stabilizing. The onlookers clenched their fists in anxious anticipation, holding their breath as they watched intently. As the fusion progressed, their bodies drew closer, radiance blossoming from the points of contact. The brilliance intensified, enveloping them entirely. Just as everyone believed success was imminent, the light flickered abruptly and then dimmed. The fusion failed once more. Kabul panted heavily, sweat trickling down his cheek. This fusion technique is more difficult than expected. Vegeta furrowed his brow, yet his eyes betrayed no hint of surrender. But we cannot give up. Once more, Wong Chong echoed, "Yes, do not lose heart. I believe in your capabilities." After a brief respite, they plunged into a new attempt. With their fourth fusion, their movements were sharper than before, and their control over their energy became more intricate. The radiance once again illuminated the surroundings, this time with no erratic fluctuations, but rather a steady intensification. The two figures gradually merged, their outlines becoming increasingly distinct. At long last, the brilliance faded, signifying a successful fusion. A brand new and formidable warrior materialized before the onlookers. He stood tall and imposing, his muscular physique sculpted to perfection, emanating an overwhelming aura of dominance. His resolute visage bore the characteristics of four individuals. It possessed Goku's agility and innocence, Vegeta's pride and confidence, Kale's tenacity, and Broly's wildness. Slowly, he opened his eyes, which sparkled as if containing an infinite expanse of stars. He spoke, "I am Gyroda, the amalgamation of the powers of Goku, Vegeta, Kale, and Broly." His voice resonated deep and powerful, seemingly capable of piercing the very souls of those present. All gazed upon him in awe. Piccolo and Jiren stood with mouths agape, eventually exclaiming, "This is simply too powerful." Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression grave. Such terrifying strength is unprecedented. With a gentle wave of his hand, Gyroda caused ripples to spread through the surrounding space. The ground beneath him cracked instantaneously, shards of rock levitating into the air. Wong Chong, trembling with excitement, remarked, "This power has surely surpassed all imagination." Sensing the surging energy within him, Gyroda confidently declared, "With my presence, no enemy is to be feared." The aura emanating from him raged like a tempest, nearly unbalancing all in attendance. The original green-golden flames of Kale, the blue flames of Vegeta and Goku, and Broly's turquoise flames intertwined, coalescing into a resplendent yet fearsome luminescence. Gyroda clenched his fist slightly, as if the very fabric of space was grasped within his hand, producing a series of cracking sounds. The onlookers were filled with hope, yet simultaneously awestruck by his formidable prowess. At that moment, Beerus approached, scrutinizing Gyroda from head to toe, and said, "Young man, allow me to test the extent of your power." Gyroda maintained his composure and nodded slightly. "Lord Beerus, I welcome your guidance." In an instant, Beerus unleashed a tremendous aura, violet energy swirling around his form. He vanished and lunged towards Gyroda. Unperturbed, Gyroda raised his hand and effortlessly deflected Beerus's assault. Taken aback, Beerus launched an even fiercer attack, the wind from his punches howling. Gyroda moved like a phantom, evading each strike with ease. And even his occasional counterattacks exerted immense pressure on Beerus. After a brief exchange, Beerus halted, panting heavily. "Well done, young man. This power is indeed formidable." Gyroda smiled, saying, "I am honored, Lord Beerus." Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd felt an even greater surge of confidence in Gyroda. Piccolo proclaimed, "With Gyroda by our side, we shall surely overcome those formidable foes." However, Toppo, with a serious demeanor, cautioned, "But we must not let our guard down. Our enemy's strength should not be underestimated." Gyroda fixed his steadfast gaze upon the horizon, proclaiming, "No matter how powerful the adversary, I shall give my all." Wang Cheng gazed at Warlord, a fierce battle spirit surging within him as he declared, "Warlord, allow me to test the depths of your strength." Warlord responded with a subtle smile and a nod. "Very well, Wang Cheng, let us begin." No sooner had the words left his lips than Wang Cheng erupted with formidable power, his form darting forward like lightning towards Warlord. His fist, imbued with a fierce gust of wind, aimed straight for Warlord's face. Unperturbed, Warlord gracefully sidestepped the blow, countering with a swift motion that unleashed a tremendous force back at Wang Cheng. Startled, Wang Cheng swiftly crossed his arms to defend. Yet he was still pushed back several paces. Regaining his footing, he marveled at Warlooda's astonishing strength, yet he did not falter. Instead, he charged again. This time, he unleashed a series of intricate techniques, seeking to exploit any vulnerabilities in Warlooda's defenses. However, Warlooda remained unfazed, every movement executed with precision, deftly neutralizing Wang Cheng's attacks. Meanwhile, Jillian and Tuopo watched in awe. Jillian furrowed his brow, exclaiming, Warlooda's prowess is truly terrifying. Despite Wang Cheng's considerable strength, he gains no advantage against him. Tuopo concurred, indeed. It appears we have underestimated his capabilities. Bick, equally astonished, murmured, this power is beyond imagination. On the battlefield, Wang Cheng's resolve only grew fiercer, his assaults intensifying as he unleashed his full might. Observing this, Warlooda began to take the encounter more seriously, his aura suddenly amplifying, each strike radiating immense pressure. Chapter 115, A Task Awaits. Faced with Warlooda's overwhelming presence, Wang Cheng remained composed. He understood that his devouring power was pivotal, thus, he cleverly employed this ability during the confrontation. Each time Warlooda's blows came forth, Wang Cheng did not merely defend at the moment of contact. He sought to absorb a portion of the force, converting it into his own energy. Initially, Warlooda's attacks rained down like a tempest, leaving Wang Cheng to barely respond while he searched for openings. However, as time progressed, Wang Cheng gradually attuned himself to Warlooda's rhythm, evading a powerful punch. He deftly brushed his palm against Warlooda's arm, activating his devouring power and quietly drawing energy into himself. This newfound strength swiftly coursed through him, replenishing his waning stamina. Warlooda, oblivious to Wang Cheng's subtle maneuver, continued his relentless assault. Yet, the prolonged intensity began to take its toll, subtly altering Warlooda's breathing. Wang Cheng, keenly perceptive, sensed this shift and felt his confidence swell. His approach transformed. He no longer confined himself to defense and evasion, but began to retaliate. As he sidestepped Warlooda's kick, he unleashed a punch enveloped in a black glow born of his devouring power. Warlooda raised his hand to block, only to feel an unusual force attempting to consume his energy. At this moment, Warlooda furrowed his brow, realizing that Wang Cheng's strength had not diminished with the prolonged battle. Rather, it seemed to be escalating. Seizing the fleeting moment of distraction from Warlooda, Wang Cheng unleashed a series of relentless attacks, each infused with a devouring force that steadily eroded Warlooda's strength. The latter's aura grew increasingly unstable, manifesting in a notable decline in both his attack speed and power. In stark contrast, Wang Cheng, invigorated by the consuming energy, appeared to draw upon an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Onlookers Jillian and Tuopo were taken aback by the unfolding spectacle. Jillian, with a serious countenance, remarked, Wang Cheng's devouring power is remarkably peculiar. It continuously replenishes him during combat, tipping the scales unfavorably for Warlooda. Tuopo concurred, indeed. I did not anticipate such a turn of events in this battle. Bick, his eyes wide with astonishment, murmured, this devouring force is an extraordinary ability. On the battlefield, Wang Cheng's advantage became increasingly apparent. His every maneuver was executed with fierce intensity, radiating an overwhelming momentum. Warlooda began to struggle, beads of sweat forming on his brow as his breath became labored. Sensing the opportune moment, Wang Cheng launched a full-force assault, striking Warlooda, who could not fully defend himself, and was forced back several paces. Wang Cheng pursued his advantage relentlessly, denying Warlooda any respite. Gritting his teeth, Warlooda attempted to bolster his aura, striving to reverse the tide. But his depleted strength rendered his efforts ineffective. At that moment, Vis's voice rang out, enough. This ends here. Wang Cheng and Warlooda halted their actions. Though fatigued, Wang Cheng's eyes sparkled with exhilaration and satisfaction. Warlooda, astonished, gazed at Wang Cheng and admitted, I did not foresee the true potency of your devouring power. I underestimated you. Wang Cheng replied with a smile, you are formidable as well. Without the devouring force, I might not have stood a chance against you. A gathering of spectators encircled them, expressing their admiration for this extraordinary and dynamic clash. Bick, filled with respect, proclaimed, Wang Cheng, your mastery of the devouring power has become increasingly refined. It is truly impressive. Jillian approached, addressing both Wang Cheng and Warlooda. This has been a contest of high caliber, and I have gained much from it. Tuapu nodded in agreement, stating, "Witnessing such a battle has made this journey worthwhile." At that juncture, Vis interjected, "Through this combat, you all should have gleaned valuable insights. Moving forward, in the face of unknown adversaries, we must unite and strive harder." The group nodded in unison, determination and resolve evident in their gazes. Moments later, a flash of light signaled the end of Werleoda's fusion time. His form instantaneously divided into four: Goku, Vegeta, Kale, and Broly. Though all appeared somewhat fatigued, their eyes still sparkled with the fervor of battle. Wang Cheng stepped forward, declaring, "Since the experiment was a success, Julien and Tuapu, prepare a few pairs of earrings each. Bic, Shalu, and also Hit and Caulifla, you may all partake in the endeavor." Julien nodded, responding, "Indeed, it is wise to make ample preparations." Tuapu echoed, "Understood." Bic exchanged glances with Shalu, stating, "Let us hope this endeavor elevates our strength significantly." Shalu scoffed, "Just don't hold me back." Hit and Caulifla appeared relatively calm. Caulifla remarked, "Let us give it a try. Perhaps a surprise awaits us." The group busily prepared, the atmosphere heavy with tension and focus. Suddenly, Whiss's staff flickered, emanating a mysterious light that projected a clear image in the air. The figures of the Omni King and the High Priest materialized before them. Startled, everyone promptly bowed in respect. The High Priest, with a grave demeanor and a steady, powerful voice, announced, "A rift has appeared in the sixth universe. The situation remains unclear and may conceal great danger. I hope Wong Chong will lead the universe patrol to investigate." Wong Chong stepped forward, solemnly declaring, "Yes, esteemed High Priest, we will certainly accomplish this task." The Omni King chimed in with a childlike voice, "Be sure to do well. If you succeed, I shall promote you upon your return." The High Priest continued, "The emergence of this rift is quite peculiar. Our preliminary observations indicate that the energy fluctuations it emits are exceedingly chaotic. You must exercise caution and avoid rash actions." Wang Cheng nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, esteemed High Priest, we shall proceed with care." Son Goku leaned in, asking, "Wang Cheng, could this be an enemy's scheme?" Vegeta scoffed, "Regardless of that, we will find out once we go." Piccolo's expression was serious. "We cannot afford to be careless." Wang Cheng surveyed the group, stating, "Prepare yourselves, everyone. I have a foreboding sense that we will encounter formidable foes. This time, the entire Universe Patrol will mobilize." The group responded in unison, "Yes." Son Goku, brimming with excitement, bounced around, exclaiming, "Haha! Finally, another grand battle awaits us." Vegeta shot him a disdainful glance, admonishing, "Kakarot, do not be so reckless. You may endanger your life." Caulifla and Hit engaged in a hushed discussion of tactics, their eyes filled with determination. Jiren and Topo stood quietly nearby, exuding an aura of immense pressure. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng meticulously planned the course of action, his brow furrowed as he contemplated various potential scenarios. At that moment, Whis approached, advising, "Wang Cheng, exercise utmost caution during this mission. The energy from that rift is exceedingly peculiar. It could very well be the work of the Dark Demon Realm." Wang Cheng's expression grew more serious as he clenched his fists, stating, "If this is indeed a scheme from the Dark Demon Realm, we may be facing an extraordinarily arduous battle." Whis nodded solemnly, asserting, "The Dark Demon Realm has always been shrouded in mystery. Their methods are often cruel and ruthless. Nevertheless, we must not waver." Son Goku leaned in with unwavering resolve, proclaiming, "No matter the Dark Demon Realm, I am not afraid." The group nodded in agreement, their spirits uplifted. Vegeta interjected with a stern warning, "Do not be complacent, Kakarot. Have you forgotten how precarious our last encounter was?" Son Goku scratched his head, grinning, "Oh, Vegeta? That was merely an accident. It won't happen this time." Vegeta glared at him, retorting, "Humph, it better not be so. If your negligence puts everyone in peril, I will not spare you." Wang Cheng hastily interjected, "Enough. This is not the time for quarrels. Everyone prepare to embark." Son Wukong stretched his limbs, his eyes brimming with determination. "Let us set forth. I, Son Wukong, shall unveil the mysteries hidden within this fissure." Wang Cheng retrieved several packets of divine beans from his pocket, distributing them to Julien, Tuapa, Zite, and the others. These divine beans can swiftly restore energy and heal wounds in critical moments. Make sure to keep them safe. Julien accepted the beans with a slight nod. "Thank you." Tuapa curiously examined the beans in his hand. "Are they truly as remarkable as they seem?" Zeitz silently stowed the beans away, his gaze remaining composed. Subsequently, the group boarded the transdimensional cube, setting off towards the sixth universe. The cube darted swiftly through the cosmos, with the surrounding stars rapidly receding. Wang Cheng felt a twinge of anxiety within, uncertain of what awaited them. Before long, they arrived at the sixth universe, where Kampa and Beerus awaited their arrival. Kampa, with a look of urgency, exclaimed, "At last, you've arrived." The fissure appeared so suddenly, leaving us utterly perplexed. Beerus, with an air of elegance, suggested, "Follow us." The group trailed behind Kampa and Beerus, hastening towards the direction of the fissure. Along the way, Wang Cheng marveled at the wonders and vastness of the sixth universe. Eventually, they reached the site of the fissure. The surrounding space was distorted, emanating a disconcerting wave of energy. Wang Cheng inhaled deeply as he gazed at the colossal fissure. "This is the challenge we must confront," Kampa remarked. "Since the fissure's emergence, nearby planets have been affected, their energies becoming exceedingly unstable." Beerus added, "Moreover, we sense a malevolent force seeping from within." Wang Cheng furrowed his brow, declaring, "Regardless, we must ascertain the situation inside." The group nodded in agreement. Preparing to enter the fissure, Kampa and Beerus stated, "We must remain here in the sixth universe, just in case. We wish you good fortune." Without hesitation, Wang Cheng and the others resolutely stepped into the fissure. In a flash of light, they beheld a stunning planet, lush with greenery, its mountains and rivers harmoniously arranged, resembling a paradise untouched by time. As they reveled in the beauty of the scene, a few familiar figures emerged. Majin Buu twisted his rotund body, wearing a peculiar smile. Frieza stood with arms crossed, his icy gaze sending chills down the spine. Moro exuded an aura of malevolence, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Cooler wore a menacing expression, his eyes glinting with ferocity, while the evil thoughts wave surrounded itself with an eerie glow. Behind them stood 7 figures clad in attire akin to that of the god of destruction, each exhibiting distinct demeanors, some haughty, some indifferent, and others filled with curiosity. Majin Buu spoke first, his voice tinged with a youthful tone. "Ha, we meet again." Frieza shrieked. "This time, you shall not escape." Moro ominously stated, "Prepare to meet your demise." Cooler gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Wang Cheng, did you expect this? I have been resurrected." The evil thoughts wave chuckled wickedly. "Hee. This shall be an entertaining battle." The 7 individuals clad in the garb of destruction remained silent, yet an overwhelming aura emanated from them, rendering the air thick and oppressive. At that moment, the man standing furthest to the left stepped forward. He was tall and muscular, with a fierce glint in his eyes as he declared, "I am Akumo, once the ruler of the 14th universe, mercilessly erased by the Omni King. Fortuitously, I was rescued by the Dark Demon Realm, granting me the opportunity for vengeance. We are not alone. There are also 7 fallen angels among us." "Humph, the one has already fallen to your hands." Wang Cheng furrowed his brow, his gaze unwavering as he fixated on Akumo, retorting, "That is his just deserts. You chose to ally with the Dark Demon Realm. You shall not meet a favorable end." Akumo erupted into a hearty laugh, his voice causing the surrounding leaves to tremble and fall. "Foolish boy, do not be so arrogant. Defeating a single angel does not equate to conquering us all." Sun Wukong leapt to Wang Cheng's side, his golden aura blazing fiercely as he shouted, "No matter how many of you there are, I am not afraid." Akumo cast a disdainful glance at Sun Wukong, scoffing, "A mere Saiyan dares to boast here." Vegeta snorted derisively, his azure energy flaring up. "Do not underestimate us. Today you shall witness our might." Frieza interjected with a mocking tone, "Humph, a bunch of ignorant fools. Soon enough, you will be the ones lamenting." Moro chuckled ominously, "Do not rush, let us play with them a little." Jiren, arms crossed and calm, stated, "Words are futile. Let us engage directly." Toppo stepped forward, his energy surging, "Just as I wish." Hit narrowed his eyes slightly, vanishing in an instant only to reappear behind Akumo, delivering a swift kick. Akumo reacted swiftly, turning to block with a powerful punch. Wang Cheng, furrowing his brows, sensed that each of these gods of destruction aligned with the Dark Demon Realm surpassed, even Kampa, each at least at the 8th tier of divinity. Observing Wang Cheng's grave demeanor, Sun Wukong reassured him, "Do not worry, I am not intimidated by them." Wang Cheng shook his head with a bitter smile, "Wukong, this adversary is formidable. We cannot afford to be careless." Vegeta gritted his teeth, declaring, "Humph, no matter their strength, we will fight to the end. Wang Cheng inhaled deeply, advising, everyone, be cautious and try not to scatter. We must not allow them to pick us off one by one. At that moment, Majin Buu bounded over, laughing. Oh dear, do not be so tense. Let us have some fun. Jiren swiftly positioned himself in front of Majin Buu, coldly commanding, get back. Majin Buu, startled by Jiren's imposing presence, took a few steps back. Wang Cheng continued, moreover, 6 more fallen angels have yet to reveal themselves. We do not know where they lie in wait, preparing to deliver a fatal strike. Topo furrowed his brow. This indeed presents a significant dilemma. Hit remained silent for a moment before stating, we can only take it one step at a time. Wang Cheng gazed skyward, silently praying. I hope Whis and the others can come to our aid. Surely this situation does not contravene any angelic principles. Without support, we will find it exceedingly difficult to cope. Khalifa clenched her fists and declared, regardless of the circumstances, we must not falter. Piccolo echoed her sentiment. Indeed, even if we meet our demise, we shall not allow them to prevail. As the tension among the group escalated, Akomo spoke again. Do not engage in futile struggles, surrender. And perhaps you may spare your lives. Wang Cheng retorted fiercely, not a chance. We shall never bow to evil. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged, heralding an imminent fierce battle. Chapter 117. The Great Melee. Akomo initiated the assault, his form darting like lightning as he surged toward Wang Cheng and his comrades. Jiren stepped forward to confront Akomo head-on. Their clash generating a powerful shockwave that rippled through the surrounding space. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong maneuvered behind Akomo, launching a punch. However, Akomo reacted with remarkable speed, sidestepping the attack and retaliating with a kick aimed at Sun Wukong. Vegeta, witnessing this, unleashed an energy wave in an attempt to thwart Akomo. Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, Akomo dispersed the energy wave effortlessly. Meanwhile, the other gods of destruction, including Moku, joined the fray, engaging in chaotic combat with Wang Cheng and his allies. Majin Buu rampaged across the battlefield, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. Piccolo employed his unique abilities in an attempt to restrain Majin Buu's movements, but the overwhelming strength of Buu rendered Piccolo's efforts nearly futile. Khalifa and Hit coordinated their attacks, clashing fiercely with Moku. Moku's strikes were fierce and relentless, leaving Khalifa and Hit struggling to defend themselves. Topo and Tull were locked in an intense battle, their powers evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. Wang Cheng observed the unfolding situation with growing anxiety. The 6 rogue angels had yet to reveal themselves, and his side was gradually succumbing to the pressure. He saw Sun Wukong being repelled by Akomo's formidable force, crashing heavily to the ground with blood trickling from his mouth. Vegeta too found himself at a disadvantage in his skirmish with Moku, panting heavily and exhausting his energy. Although Khalifa and Hit demonstrated remarkable synergy, they could only manage to protect themselves against their powerful adversaries, sustaining numerous wounds in the process. The confrontation between Topo and Tull had reached a stalemate, with both sides straining to maintain their ground without achieving a decisive advantage. Piccolo's situation was also dire. The overwhelming strength of Majin Buu left him scrambling to keep up, and his magical attacks seemed to have little effect. Despite Jiren's formidable prowess, he too appeared somewhat overwhelmed by the multitude of strong foes. Wang Cheng was engulfed in urgency, acutely aware that this impasse could not persist. At his current level, dealing with the remaining gods of destruction posed no challenge. It would be best to eliminate them swiftly and then assist Wukong and the others, while also harnessing the power of devouring. With a steely gaze, Wang Cheng's aura surged dramatically as he resolved to unleash his full strength for a swift conclusion. He darted through the battlefield like a specter, appearing before one of the gods of destruction in an instant. Before the deity could react, Wang Cheng delivered a punch enveloped in a layer of dark, devouring energy. The god of destruction hastily attempted to defend, but was violently pushed back several steps by Wang Cheng's overwhelming force. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Cheng advanced, his palm pressed firmly against the chest of his opponent, unleashing a torrent of devouring energy. The destroyer felt his powers siphoned away, akin to a dam bursting, his eyes widening in terror. No, he cried out in despair, yet could not escape Wang Cheng's grasp. With a cold snort, Wang Cheng absorbed the stolen energy into himself, then delivered a powerful kick, sending the weakened destroyer flying. Without a moment's pause, he charged toward another destroyer. This one, sensing the formidable threat posed by Wang Cheng. Attempted to flee, but Wang Cheng's speed was unmatched. He caught up in an instant, employing the same devouring force once more. His movements were swift and decisive, each strike imbued with an unyielding spirit. The surrounding foes were taken aback by his sudden and explosive display of power. Sun Wukong, witnessing Wang Cheng's might, shouted with exhilaration. Wang Cheng, splendid work. Vegeta exhaled a sigh of relief. With Wang Cheng's overwhelming display, the pressure upon them significantly lessened. Wang Cheng maneuvered through the battlefield with ease. One by one, the destroyers fell before his devouring power, their combat effectiveness waning. His aura grew ever stronger, his gaze resolute and merciless. At last, aside from a few of the most formidable destroyers, the rest had been vanquished by Wang Cheng. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and rushed to aid Sun Wukong in his struggle against the enemy. Like a bolt of lightning, Wang Cheng sped towards Sun Wukong, who was currently engaged in a fierce battle with a powerful destroyer, his body bearing numerous wounds. "Wukong, I come to your aid," he called out, and without delay, he launched a punch toward the destroyer. The adversary was forced to divert his attention to Wang Cheng's assault, granting Sun Wukong a moment to catch his breath. Wang Cheng's fist, imbued with tremendous force and devouring energy, struck the destroyer, who felt a strange power tugging at his own energy, panic rising within him. "What is this force?" he exclaimed in horror. Wang Cheng sneered. "This is the power that shall send you to the underworld." With that, he unleashed the full might of his devouring energy, relentlessly draining the destroyer's strength. Inspired by this, Sun Wukong regained his vigor and joined Wang Cheng in their assault. Together, they pressed the destroyer, who gradually faltered, ultimately being sent flying by Wang Cheng's punch. Having dealt with this foe, Wang Cheng and Sun Wukong swiftly turned their attention to Vegeta, who was being besieged by two destroyers, his situation dire. Without a word, Wang Cheng plunged into the fray, his overwhelming presence forcing the two adversaries back. "Vegeta, hold strong," he called out. Vegeta gritted his teeth, replying, "Less talk, let us finish them quickly." The trio combined their strengths, soon driving the two destroyers into retreat. One attempted to escape, but Wang Cheng pursued, using his devouring energy to deplete its power. At this point, the tide of battle began to shift favorably for Wang Cheng and his allies. However, Akumo and a few other formidable destroyers continued to resist fiercely. Wang Cheng regarded them with a glint of determination in his eyes. It is time to put an end to this. He unleashed another surge of power, charging forward alongside Sun Wukong and Vegeta toward Akumo and the others. Wang Cheng surged forward with the ferocity of a lion pouncing upon its prey. Observing this, Akumo let out a furious roar and met the charge with all his might. The clash of their powers generated a tremendous shockwave, reducing the surrounding mountains and trees to mere dust. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, undeterred, launched their own assaults against the other gods of destruction from either side. In an instant, the battle escalated to a fervent climax. Wang Cheng's devouring force relentlessly eroded Akumo's strength, leaving the latter increasingly beleaguered. Yet, he fought valiantly, desperately seeking an opening in Wang Cheng's defense. "You shall not prevail." Akumo gritted his teeth, declaring defiantly. Wang Cheng let out a disdainful laugh, retorting, "Your struggle is in vain." At that moment, Akumo unleashed a devastating technique, a surge of dark energy hurtling toward Wang Cheng. Unfazed, Wang Cheng pressed his palms together and absorbed the entirety of the energy. "What? How can this be?" Akumo's eyes widened in disbelief. Seizing the opportunity while Akumo was momentarily dazed, Wang Cheng delivered a powerful punch to his chest. Akumo screamed in agony as he was sent flying. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Vegeta gradually gained the upper hand, rendering their opponents utterly defenseless. Chapter 118. The Great Melee. 2. Wang Cheng showed no signs of respite. In a flash, he charged toward the other struggling gods of destruction. Each of his strikes bore the weight of thunder, instilling fear in the hearts of his adversaries. "Everyone, give it your all. Let us vanquish these foes once and for all," Wang Cheng bellowed. Inspired, Sun Wukong and Vegeta intensified their onslaught. The gods of destruction, once fiercely resisting, had now completely lost their spirit to fight. Just then, a sinister laughter echoed from the sky. The group looked up to see the 6 renegade angels finally revealing themselves. "Haha, did you think victory was yours?" The lead angel stated coldly. The 6 angels emanated a formidable aura, causing the momentary relaxation of Wang Cheng and his allies to tighten once more. No matter how many foes come, we shall not fear, Sun Wukong declared through gritted teeth. Wang Cheng nodded in agreement, asserting, indeed, let us unite our strength. The group re-engaged in battle, fiercely clashing with the 6 traitorous angels. The angels' attacks were sharp and precise, plunging Wang Cheng and his companions into a grueling struggle. Nevertheless, they persisted, coordinating their efforts to withstand the angels' relentless onslaught. In the heat of battle, Vegeta was unfortunate enough to be struck by one of the angels and fell to the ground. Injured, Vegeta, Sun Wukong roared in fury, his power surging as he launched a frenzied counterattack against the angel responsible. Wang Cheng, utilizing his devouring power, endeavored to weaken the angel's strength. However, the might of these angels far surpassed his expectations, rendering his efforts less effective. This cannot continue, Wang Cheng thought anxiously. Just as despair loomed over them, Whis and the other supporting angels suddenly unleashed their power, executing formidable skills that temporarily subdued the onslaught of the renegade angels. Now's our chance, attack, Whis commanded. Seizing the moment, Wang Cheng and his allies unleashed their full might. In a moment, the battlefield was illuminated with radiant light, energy surging in abundance. The defector angels, ensnared in a fierce struggle, were being dragged by Whis and other angels. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng darted forward like a flash of lightning, heading straight for Frieza and Majin Buu. Noticing Wang Cheng's approach, Frieza's lips curled into a sinister grin, thinking, what an overconfident fool. He gathered a sphere of violet energy between his hands and hurled it at Wang Cheng with force. Wang Cheng's eyes narrowed, and with a deft sidestep, he evaded the energy ball, closing the distance towards Frieza in an instant. He unleashed a powerful punch, the wind from his strike howling with fierce momentum. Frieza crossed his arms in an attempt to block the blow. There was a resounding crash as Frieza was pushed back several steps, his arms trembling slightly as he was taken aback by Wang Cheng's formidable strength. Observing this, Majin Buu let out a roar, charging towards Wang Cheng with his massive frame. Wang Cheng nimbly pivoted, his footwork fluid as he dodged Buu's assault. Majin Buu crashed into a colossal rock, reducing it to mere dust. Damn it, he bellowed, angrily swinging his robust arms once more at Wang Cheng. Unfazed, Wang Cheng moved like a specter, weaving through Buu's onslaught. He seized the moment and delivered a sharp kick to Buu's abdomen, eliciting a furious roar from the creature. At that moment, Frieza seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack from behind, firing a beam of energy towards Wang Cheng's back. As if he possessed eyes at the back of his head, Wang Cheng swiftly turned, extending his palm to intercept the energy beam with sheer force. Is that all you've got? He taunted. Frieza's expression darkened as he intensified his energy output. With a sudden jolt, Wang Cheng rebounded the energy beam back towards Frieza, who hastily dodged it. In the fervent clash with Frieza and Majin Buu, Wang Cheng held his ground resolutely, each of his strikes precise and powerful, leaving his foes struggling to defend themselves. Moro then joined the fray, casting peculiar spells that unleashed black strands of energy towards Wang Cheng. He leaped to evade the binding threads, simultaneously forming hand seals to emit a potent energy wave that repelled Moro. Guldo, lurking nearby, saw a fleeting opening and lunged at Wang Cheng. However, Wang Cheng's reflexes were lightning quick. He executed a spinning kick that struck Guldo squarely on the cheek, leaving him dazed. As the battle raged on, Wang Cheng grew more formidable, radiating an overwhelming aura that instilled great pressure upon Frieza and his allies. Yet they refused to relent, continuing their relentless assault against him. The sky above the battlefield erupted with dazzling flashes and thunderous explosions from the clashes of energy. Amidst the onslaught of foes, Wang Cheng stood like an invincible war god. As he fought, he called out, "Goku, Vegeta, hurry and fuse with the earrings." Just then, Majin Buu suddenly turned, charging towards the 7 defeated gods of destruction. With a sinister grin, he opened his gaping maw and proclaimed, "Ha! Let all of you become my power." A wave of pink transmutation magic shot forth from his mouth, enveloping the 7 helpless gods in an instant. Before their eyes, the bodies of the 7 destroyers began to contort, forcefully drawn into the being of Majin Buu. As Majin Buu's form swelled, his muscles bulged, emanating an aura of terrifying magnitude. His eyes turned crimson, as if ablaze with boundless fury. Wang Cheng sensed this overwhelming power, and his expression grew grave. "This is bad," This creature's strength has surged alarmingly. Wang Cheng thought to himself, realizing the dire situation. At this moment, Majin Buu had ascended to the realm of the God Kings. His aura was wild and chaotic, causing the surrounding space to buckle under the pressure, manifesting fissures throughout. Majin Buu let out a thunderous roar, his voice reverberating with might. Ha ha ha, who dares oppose me now? He stomped the ground violently, causing it to shatter, with countless stones hurtling towards Wang Cheng and his companions. Wang Cheng swiftly conjured a defensive barrier, an energy shield materializing before him, blocking the incoming debris. Everyone, be cautious, this adversary is formidable, Wang Cheng shouted to his comrades. Upon hearing Wang Cheng's warning, Sun Wukong and Vegeta understood the gravity of the situation. It seems we have no choice but to fuse, Sun Wukong declared. Vegeta nodded in agreement, and the two hastily donned their earrings. However, Majin Buu would not grant them this opportunity. He vanished from sight, reappearing before Sun Wukong and Vegeta, raising his massive fist to strike. Observing this, Wang Cheng leaped towards Majin Buu, attempting to thwart his attack. You shall not approach them, Wang Cheng bellowed. His eyes ablaze with fury, his aura surging violently. Faced with the dramatically enhanced Majin Buu, he harbored no intentions of retreat. With the swiftness of lightning, Wang Cheng charged at Majin Buu, his fists aglow with radiant light, each strike imbued with devouring power. Majin Buu sensed the peculiar force of absorption, and a flicker of unease surged within him, yet he roared defiantly, charging toward Wang Cheng's onslaught. Their fists collided in a cacophony of power. The radiant force of absorption erupted, and Majin Buu felt an overwhelming pull, his strength uncontrollably siphoned away. What sorcery is this? Majin Buu roared, struggling to break free, but it felt as though Wang Cheng's fist was glued to his own. Wang Cheng's gaze was icy, a determined smirk gracing his lips. This is the power that will lead to your demise. With that, he intensified the force of absorption. Majin Buu's arm began to tremble. He desperately sought to retaliate, swinging his other fist towards Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng deftly dodged, countering with a series of powerful kicks, each strike resonating with force against Majin Buu's form. Majin Buu winced in pain, his body recoiling slightly. Yet Wang Cheng pursued relentlessly, his fists raining down upon Majin Buu like a torrential storm. The devouring force continued to erode Majin Buu's strength, and his aura grew increasingly chaotic. Finally, fear flickered in Majin Buu's eyes. He had never encountered such a tenacious opponent. Chapter 119, The Great Battle 3. Wang Cheng continued to battle Majin Buu with his absorbing power. His figure resembled that of a wraith, every movement stirring a tempest. Wang Cheng's hands danced, the power of devouring transforming into strands of black light that ensnared the demon Majin Buu. Majin Buu roared in fury, attempting to break free from the shackles of the black light, yet the devouring power clung to him tenaciously, as if it were a malignant growth. He wildly swung his fists, unleashing formidable waves of energy in an effort to repel Wang Cheng. However, Wang Cheng, agile and nimble, effortlessly evaded Majin Buu's assaults. Seizing the opportunity amidst Buu's onslaught, he unleashed the power of devouring once more, the black light penetrating deeper into Buu's form, relentlessly siphoning his strength. Yet, Majin Buu's regenerative abilities had been amplified by the dark demon realm. The power just consumed swiftly replenished. His colossal body shimmered with an eerie glow, wounds visibly mending with alarming speed. Moreover, having absorbed the power of 7 destroyer gods, his might grew even more formidable. Suddenly, Majin Buu erupted with a surge of tremendous energy, shattering the black light that bound him. His eyes blazed crimson as he lunged toward Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng swiftly retreated, his hands forming seals with remarkable speed, incantations spilling from his lips. Before him materialized a massive black vortex, emanating a formidable pull. Majin Buu's body was involuntarily drawn toward the vortex. He struggled with all his might, limbs bracing against the force, desperate to escape its grasp. Yet, the vortex's power was overwhelming, inching Buu closer and closer. Just as he was on the brink of being consumed, he let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a powerful energy that disrupted the vortex. Wang Cheng's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated Buu's tenacity. At that moment, Majin Buu's strength surged anew, his attacks growing increasingly ferocious. Wang Cheng continuously shifted his position to evade Buu's strikes, all the while searching for a chink in his armor. Although Buu's onslaught was potent, it bore a certain chaotic disarray. Wang Cheng astutely discerned this, and, seizing an opening during Bu's assault, surged forward in an instant. The power of devouring was unleashed once more, this time with all of Wang Cheng's might concentrated. The black light pierced through like a razor-sharp spear, aimed directly at Majin Bu's chest. Majin Bu attempted to evade, but it was too late. The black light penetrated his chest, the devouring power voraciously siphoning his strength. Majin Bu howled in agony, grasping at the black light in a futile attempt to sever it. Yet, Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, resolutely maintaining control over the devouring force. For a moment, both parties found themselves locked in a stalemate. Sweat beaded on Wang Cheng's forehead. He understood the gravity of this battle, knowing that a single misstep could lead to ruin. Meanwhile, Majin Bu fought desperately against the devouring power, his eyes alight with madness and defiance. In this moment, neither could easily extricate themselves from the other's grip, and the conflict escalated to a fever pitch. Suddenly, the transformed black gold Frieza charged in, exuding an aura of malevolence. The golden light flickering against his black armor, moving with incredible speed like a bolt of black lightning, intent on rescuing Majin Bu. As he approached the battlefield of Majin Bu and Wang Cheng, a figure suddenly materialized before him, none other than the deep blue Vegeta. Merged through the power of the Patera earrings, Vegeta stood with arms crossed, his gaze filled with disdain, emanating a formidable aura that caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Frieza, your opponent is me, Vegeta declared coldly. Frieza halted, glaring fiercely at Vegeta, retorting, don't think that your fusion can stop me. Vegeta smirked. Let us put that to the test. Before his words had faded, Vegeta vanished, instantaneously appearing in front of Frieza, delivering a powerful punch. Frieza reacted swiftly, raising his arm to block, yet Vegeta's overwhelming strength forced him back several steps. Simultaneously, Moro soared towards them, shrouded in an eerie black mist, his eyes glinting with malice. However, before he could come closer, the fused Kabuto appeared before him. Clenching his fists, muscles rippling, Kabuto proclaimed, Moro, your journey ends here. Moro scoffed. You think you can stop me? Without a response, Kabuto launched his attack, and the two immediately became entangled in fierce combat. On another front, the black gold Gula rushed in at breakneck speed, fueled by a violent force. Yet, the Potara-fused Tokitab stopped him in his tracks. With unwavering resolve, Tokitab asserted, Gula, you shall not pass. Gula roared back, get out of my way. The two engaged in a heated clash, their energy colliding and destabilizing the very fabric of the space around them. Meanwhile, the fused Shabi could not intercept the malevolent Shenron, radiating a potent and sinister aura. Shenron effortlessly broke through Shabi's defenses. Shabi, an amalgamation of Cell and Piccolo, wore a frustrated expression, exclaiming, damn it, this guy is too strong. Shenron cackled maniacally, surging forward, poised to invade the battlefield of Wang Cheng and Majin Bu. At that critical moment, Hit suddenly appeared in Shenron's path, blocking his advance. With an icy gaze, Hit stated, your progress ends here. Shenron looked disdainfully at Hit. You think you can stop me? Without a reply, Hit vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared behind Shenron, delivering a swift kick aimed at him. Shenron sidestepped, retaliating with a punch directed at Hit. Meanwhile, the battle between Vegeta and Frieza intensified. Frieza unleashed a barrage of powerful techniques, dark energy beams relentlessly shooting towards Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta nimbly evaded Frieza's assaults, occasionally striking back with precision. Is this all you've got, Frieza? Vegeta taunted. Frieza seethed with rage, retorting, don't celebrate too soon. The clash between Kabuto and Moro had also reached a fever pitch. Moro continuously released black mist, attempting to encroach upon Kabuto. Kabuto channeled his inner energy, forming a protective shield to withstand Moro's onslaught. The confrontation between Tokitab and Gula was equally thrilling, with Gula's ferocious attacks met by Tokitab's steadfast defense and sharp counterstrikes. On the battlefield, the sounds of energy collisions and roars intertwined, creating an atmosphere of utmost tension. The situation became increasingly complex and precarious as Wang Cheng faced the demon Majin Bu, exacerbated by the arrival of the malevolent wave. As the malevolent wave surged in, it unleashed a powerful wave of evil energy directed at Wang Cheng. Engaged in a fierce struggle against Majin Bu, Wang Cheng, sensing the attack from the malevolent wave, found it too late to evade entirely. He could only shift his body to avoid a fatal blow, Yet the energy wave grazed his shoulder, leaving it bloodied, only to heal instantaneously. Majin Buu, seizing the opportunity, intensified his assault, raining down punches upon Wang Cheng like a torrential downpour. Gritting his teeth, Wang Cheng endeavored to fend off Majin Buu's relentless attacks, while simultaneously remaining vigilant against the ambush from the malevolent wave. Chapter 120. The Great Chaos of Battle. Do you think this will defeat me? Wang Cheng roared, his aura surging once more, the power of devouring becoming more formidable. The overwhelming energy forced both Majin Buu and the malevolent wave to stagger back a few steps. Exchanging a glance, they resolved to launch a more ferocious joint attack. They charged towards Wang Cheng simultaneously. The malevolent wave gathered a sphere of dark energy in its hands, while Majin Buu swung his massive fists. Confronted by the ferocity of the two adversaries, a glimmer of determination flashed in Wang Cheng's eyes. Drawing a deep breath, he instantaneously elevated his strength to its zenith, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it were being crushed by his formidable presence. In a flash, Wang Cheng evaded Majin Buu's powerful punch and pivoted towards the malevolent wave. Startled, the malevolent wave hastily hurled the dark energy sphere at Wang Cheng. With unwavering resolve, Wang Cheng extended a hand, a radiant glow emanating from his palm, and astonishingly caught the dark energy sphere. The malevolent wave's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene. In that moment of astonishment, Wang Cheng exerted his strength, crushing the dark energy sphere, and the explosive energy forced the malevolent wave to retreat several paces. Seizing the moment, Majin Buu launched an attack from behind, his fist slicing through the air with a howling wind. Wang Cheng, as if possessing eyes in the back of his head, performed a backflip to evade the strike, delivering a swift kick to Majin Buu's chin, causing his head to snap back. Upon landing, Wang Cheng afforded no respite, swiftly forming hand seals as beams of light erupted from his hands, piercing towards the malevolent wave and Majin Buu like swords. The two hastily dodged, and the beams struck the ground, creating deep craters. Regaining his footing, the malevolent wave once again concentrated energy, conjuring a massive black vortex between his hands. Attempting to draw Wang Cheng in, with a disdainful snort, Wang Cheng unleashed a surge of powerful energy, breaking free from the vortex's pull and charging forward. Majin Buu, unwilling to be outdone, opened his mouth to unleash a pink energy beam. Wang Cheng deftly maneuvered to evade both attacks, then appeared before Majin Buu in an instant, delivering a punch to his abdomen, causing Majin Buu to double over in pain. Taking advantage of the moment, the malevolent wave attempted a sneak attack from the side. Sensing the danger, Wang Cheng sidestepped and blocked the assault with his elbow. He then retaliated with a swift motion, unleashing an energy wave that struck the malevolent wave, sending him flying. Majin Buu stood upright once more, charging forward with relentless determination. Wang Cheng engaged him in close combat, their fists and legs intertwining in a fierce exchange, each collision generating tremendous waves of energy. Wang Cheng moved with astonishing speed, his assaults akin to a tempest, leaving Majin Buu struggling to defend himself. Although Majin Buu possessed immense strength, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage against Wang Cheng's agile and unpredictable attacks. At that moment, Evil Aura joined the fray, teaming up with Majin Buu to besiege Wang Cheng. Undeterred by the peril, Wang Cheng's gaze remained unwavering as he meticulously searched for flaws in their onslaught. Suddenly, Wang Cheng discerned a vulnerability in Evil Aura's defense. He delivered a swift kick to Evil Aura's knee, eliciting a pained cry as Evil Aura knelt on one knee. As Majin Buu rushed to assist, Wang Cheng pivoted and landed a powerful punch on Majin Buu's face, causing his cheek to swell instantly. The battle intensified, with Wang Cheng valiantly facing two adversaries yet refusing to yield, emanating an unparalleled aura that instilled a flicker of fear in both Evil Aura and Majin Buu. Wang Cheng's form glided effortlessly amidst their assault, each movement imbued with resolute intent. Majin Buu unleashed another colossal fist, the wind howling as if to rend the very fabric of space. Wang Cheng deftly sidestepped this ferocious strike, seizing Majin Buu's arm and hurling him forcefully to the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Seizing the moment, Evil Aura unleashed a barrage of dark energy beams, resembling a torrential rain of arrows directed at Wang Cheng. With rapid motions, Wang Cheng conjured an energy shield before him, the beams exploding in a dazzling display of light upon impact. With a mighty shout, he expanded the shield, rebounding Evil Aura's attack back toward him, leaving Evil Aura scrambling to defend himself. At that instant, Wang Cheng propelled himself towards Evil Aura like a cannonball, executing a soaring kick that struck Evil Aura squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward. Majin Buu, having risen from the ground, roared in fury as his body began to transform, his muscles bulging and power surging. He charged at Wang Cheng once more, each step causing the ground to tremble. Unfazed, Wang Cheng met Majin Buu head-on, and they clashed with ferocity, fists colliding with a resounding thud. Though the force of Majin Buu's blows left Wang Cheng's arms numbed, he gritted his teeth and persevered. In a moment of clarity, Wang Cheng noticed a slight opening in Majin Buu's defense and seized the opportunity, delivering a precise chop to Majin Buu's neck. Majin Buu staggered, nearly toppling over. Meanwhile, Evil Aura had regained his composure, clasping his hands together and muttering incantations as dark energy coalesced around him, forming a massive energy sphere. Sensing the imminent danger, Wang Cheng sought to intervene, but Majin Buu clung to him tenaciously, preventing his escape. Evil Aura hurled the enormous energy sphere towards Wang Cheng, whose heart raced as he realized the devastating force behind the impending strike. Should it connect, the consequences would be dire. At this critical juncture, Wang Cheng unleashed a formidable potential, breaking free from the clutches of the demon Majin Buu, and swiftly sidestepped to avoid the impending danger. An energy sphere grazed his body, leaving a deep gash on his arm. Blood gushed forth from the wound, yet Wang Cheng appeared impervious to pain as he turned to charge at the evil thought wave. His eyes ablaze with fury, he executed a mysterious martial technique, and myriad phantoms surrounded his form, rendering it nearly impossible to discern his true self. The evil thought wave and Majin Buu were momentarily bewildered, unsure of whom to strike. Just as their hesitation lingered, Wang Cheng suddenly materialized behind the evil thought wave, delivering a powerful punch to his back. The evil thought wave stumbled forward, colliding with Majin Buu, and both fell to the ground. Wang Cheng offered them no respite, forming intricate hand seals as a colossal energy vortex manifested in the sky, its formidable pull drawing the evil thought wave and Majin Buu toward its center. They struggled desperately, yet were unable to escape the overwhelming force. Suddenly, a glint of cunning and ferocity flashed in Majin Buu's eyes. He seized the evil thought wave and yanked him in front of himself. Taken by surprise, the evil thought wave was ensnared by the vortex's immense suction, rendered incapable of freeing himself. Seizing this opportunity, Majin Buu pivoted and fled, his form darting like lightning toward Frieza. Frieza, embroiled in a fierce battle with Vegeta, was utterly oblivious to Majin Buu's approach. Chanting incantations, Majin Buu unleashed his sinister transformation magic. Chapter 121, The Great Melee V. Vegeta sensed a disturbance behind him and attempted to turn, but it was too late. Majin Buu's magic activated instantaneously, a flash of pink light enveloping them, transforming Vegeta and Frieza into two candies, which Majin Buu devoured in one bite. On Wang Cheng's side, due to Majin Buu's treachery, the evil thought wave lost his final support. The once formidable pull of the vortex became insurmountable, gradually drawing the evil thought wave into its depths. "No, save me," he cried out in despair, yet no one could rescue him. As the evil thought wave's form vanished completely into the vortex, it too began to dissipate, and the sky returned to tranquility. However, Wang Cheng did not relax for a moment. He remained fixated on Majin Buu and the bizarre entity that had emerged from the fusion, his heart brimming with vigilance. Panting heavily, the recent battle had drained much of his stamina and energy, yet his gaze remained resolute. He silently summoned the power within him, preparing to confront the new challenge. The fusion of Vegeta and Black Frieza had transformed Majin Buu into a being radiating an aura of terror. A thick shroud of dark energy encircled him, exerting an oppressive force that made the very space around him tremble. With each breath he took, it felt as though an energy storm was brewing. Confronted by the Majin Buu now at the 5th tier of the Divine King realm, Wang Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yet, rather than retreating, a more intense fighting spirit surged within him. He retrieved a Senza bean from his pocket and swiftly consumed it. The celestial beans melted upon entry, and an overwhelming force surged through his body, mending his injuries and replenishing his expended energy. With no hesitation, Wang Cheng roared and charged toward the fiend, Majin Buu. Majin Buu grinned malevolently, raising his hand to unleash a wave of dark energy aimed at Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng deftly sidestepped the attack, narrowly evading it. The energy wave struck a distant peak, reducing it to mere dust in an instant. Wang Cheng closed the distance to Majin Buu in a heartbeat, launching a powerful punch. Majin Buu, unfazed, raised his arm and easily blocked the blow. However, Wang Cheng's assault did not cease. His fists and feet rained down upon Majin Buu like a tempest. Majin Buu was forced to retreat repeatedly, roaring in fury as a surge of dark energy erupted from him, sending Wang Cheng flying. In midair, Wang Cheng adjusted his stance and landed firmly. He charged once more, this time harnessing the power of absorption. Dark light surged from his hands, coiling around Majin Buu. Sensing the threat of this consuming force, Majin Buu struggled to free himself, yet the black light clung to him tenaciously, siphoning his energy. Enraged, Majin Buu amplified his power output in an attempt to break free from the grip of absorption. His body radiated a blinding light, countering the consuming force. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to control the absorbing energy, veins bulging on his forehead. The two were locked in a stalemate, the surrounding space warping under their clashing powers. Wang Cheng's gaze grew ever more resolute as he continuously adjusted the intensity and direction of the absorption, searching for a flaw in Majin Buu's defenses. Unyielding, Majin Buu's grotesque visage was etched with madness and determination, dark energy pouring forth like a relentless tide, striving to break free from Wang Cheng's absorption. With a mighty shout, Wang Cheng intensified the output of his absorbing force. The black light thickened, coiling around Majin Buu like colossal serpents. Majin Buu roared, straining against the binding force, each movement causing the surrounding space to reverberate with thunderous sounds. Wang Cheng swiftly shifted his position, appearing at Majin Buu's left side in an instant, delivering a heavy punch. Majin Buu reacted with lightning speed, blocking the strike with his arm, yet the sheer force caused him to stagger slightly. Immediately, Majin Buu retaliated with a sweeping motion, sending a powerful energy wave toward Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng leaped to evade the energy wave while executing a complex series of punches midair, a flurry of fists striking toward Majin Buu with fierce momentum. The dark energy surrounding Majin Buu formed a protective shield, absorbing the impact of Wang Cheng's assault. Yet Wang Cheng's attacks came in relentless waves, gradually dimming the radiance of Majin Buu's shield. "You shall not defeat me," Majin Buu bellowed, unleashing his full power, scattering some of the absorbing force binding him. Wang Cheng snorted coldly. "Then let us see you try." He swiftly formed hand seals, and a mysterious rune appeared before him, shimmering with brilliant light, transforming into a colossal energy beam that shot toward Majin Buu. Majin Buu clasped his hands together, summoning a colossal sphere of dark energy before him, which collided with the energy beam emitted by Wang Cheng. The resulting explosion reverberated with a thunderous roar, sending powerful shockwaves that obliterated the surrounding peaks, reducing them to mere rubble. Both Wang Cheng and Majin Buu staggered backward several paces from the force of the blast. Yet they quickly regained their footing and charged at each other once more. Their battle intensified, each clash seemingly capable of tearing the very fabric of existence apart. Their bodies bore numerous scars, yet their fighting spirit soared higher than ever, neither willing to yield. Wang Cheng's garments lay in tatters, revealing his muscular physique, marred by wounds that oozed blood. Nevertheless, his gaze remained sharp and fierce, akin to a flame blazing with fervor. He clenched his fists tightly, each strike accompanied by a howling wind and an indomitable momentum. Majin Buu appeared somewhat disheveled, his once mighty dark energy now exhibiting signs of disarray. Yet his roars grew increasingly deafening, as if he sought to affirm his resilience through sheer volume. Wang Cheng surged forward again, his speed akin to lightning. His fists radiated a dazzling brilliance, encapsulating his final resolve and strength. Observing this, Majin Buu did not falter. He spread his arms wide, bracing himself for Wang Cheng's onslaught. As their powers collided once more, the surrounding space plunged into chaos, light and darkness intertwining to unleash a cataclysmic wave of energy. Both warriors were sent hurtling backward by the force. Wang Cheng managed to stabilize himself midair, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Majin Buu as he drew in his breath, preparing to launch a new offensive. Majin Buu crashed heavily to the ground, creating a massive crater, but he struggled to rise, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes. "Wang Cheng, Today it is either your demise or mine, he bellowed. Wong Chong replied with a cold smirk, then let it come. Let us see who will have the last laugh. Before his words could fully dissipate, he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards Majin Buu. With a powerful shout, Majin Buu summoned his dark energy to swell once more, forming a thick shield. Wang Cheng's fist struck the shield with a resounding thud, sending ripples across its surface, yet it did not shatter. Undeterred, Wang Cheng unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike infused with his boundless fury and determination. Majin Buu was forced to retreat, the shield's radiance waning. At that moment, Majin Buu suddenly opened his mouth wide and unleashed a torrent of black flames. Wang Cheng, caught off guard, was engulfed by the flames, letting out a pained scream as his skin charred. However, he did not relent. Enduring the excruciating agony, he summoned the last reserves of his strength and invoked his devouring power. Dark light surged from his being, gradually consuming the black flames. Seeing this, Majin Buu was taken aback, and in a frenzy, he intensified his energy output, desperate to thwart Wang Cheng's absorption. However, Wang Cheng's devouring power resembled an endless abyss, capable of absorbing any amount of energy without limit. How is this possible? Exclaimed the demon Buu incredulously, his voice laced with terror and despair. Wang Cheng's expression was grave and focused as he meticulously harnessed his devouring power, beads of sweat rolling from his forehead. Despite his body reaching its utmost limits, his will remained as steadfast as steel. Unwilling to be subdued by Wang Cheng, the demon Buu began to alter his attack strategies, attempting to breach Wang Cheng's defenses from various angles. Yet, Wang Cheng's devouring power appeared to form an omnidirectional barrier, no matter how Buu attacked. He could not escape the fate of being consumed. As time elapsed, Buu's strength waned, and his movements grew sluggish, while Wang Cheng's devouring power remained relentless, continually diminishing Buu's capabilities. No, I cannot be defeated like this, Buu shouted in a frenzy, unleashing a surge of potent energy that briefly distorted the surrounding space. However, Wang Cheng remained unfazed, gritting his teeth and channeling every ounce of strength into his devouring power. Ultimately, Buu's outburst was successfully absorbed by Wang Cheng, and his body began to tremble, unable to sustain the formidable energy output. With vacant eyes, Buu collapsed to the ground, the dark energy within him receding like a tide. Panting heavily, Wang Cheng approached Buu, coldly regarding him. You have been defeated, he stated, devoid of any emotion. Buu glared at Wang Cheng in defiance, yet found himself devoid of the strength to resist. From his pocket, Wang Cheng retrieved a mystical bean and consumed it. The miraculous energy of the bean swiftly spread within him, repairing his damaged body and restoring his strength. Feeling revitalized to his peak condition, Wang Cheng turned toward the direction of Moro and Black Goku. Upon witnessing Wang Cheng's triumph over Buu, Moro and Black Goku were gripped by fear. How can he be so powerful? Black Goku trembled. Moro feigned calmness, asserting, "Do not be afraid. Together we may not lose." As Wang Cheng approached with an imposing presence, he declared, "Prepare to perish," and launched the first strike. His form flickered like lightning, instantly appearing before Black Goku, delivering a powerful punch. Black Goku hurriedly raised his arms to defend, but Wang Cheng's strength was overwhelming, sending him flying. Seizing the opportunity, Moro attempted a sneak attack from behind, unleashing a wave of dark energy. Yet, Wang Cheng seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. He smoothly evaded the assault and retaliated with a beam of energy directed at Moro. Caught off guard, Moro was struck in the shoulder, letting out a pained scream. Wang Cheng offered them no respite, continuing his relentless onslaught. His moves were sharp, each strike imbued with formidable power. Moro and Black Goku could only struggle to endure, entirely suppressed by Wang Cheng. "It is over," Wang Cheng bellowed, unleashing a full-force strike. A formidable energy enveloped the figures of Moro and Black Goku, causing them to gradually vanish within the radiant light. After the battle, Wang Cheng, accompanied by Hit and others, returned to the 7th universe. Their faces were marked by exhaustion, yet predominantly illuminated by the joy of victory. Upon arriving in the 7th universe, Wang Cheng promptly summoned the dragon. The immense form of the dragon materialized in the sky, its authoritative voice resonating. "State your wish," Wang Cheng resolutely declared. "Please revive Goku and Vegeta." The dragon's eyes shimmered with brilliance, and moments later, Goku and Vegeta reappeared before the group. "Haha, we're alive again," Goku exclaimed with excitement. Vegeta, however, regarded Wang Cheng with a serious expression. We owe this to you. Wang Cheng smiled and shook his head. We all fought to protect the universe. Subsequently, they ventured into the realm of the gods of destruction. Upon their return, Whis greeted them with a reassuring smile. You have returned. This battle was arduous, yet we achieved commendable results, Whis remarked. However, a frown creased his brow as he continued. Although we triumphed, our strengths have lagged. We cannot predict what formidable adversaries may emerge from the Dark Demon realm next. We must seize the time to enhance our powers and prepare more thoroughly. Wang Cheng's expression grew grave as he contemplated a strategy. And then he instructed, Vegeta and Goku, you are tasked with patrolling the 3 universes. The circumstances in these realms are intricate, potentially concealing unknown dangers. Relying on your exceptional combat experience and adaptability, remain vigilant. In the event of unusual occurrences, avoid rash actions, prioritizing your safety above all. Vegeta crossed his arms confidently. Rest assured, with Kakarot and me, nothing will go awry. Last time was merely an anomaly. Goku nodded with a grin. Will be careful. Wang Cheng then turned his gaze to Jiren and Toppo. Jiren, Toppo, you two bear the responsibility of patrolling the 3 universes. The energy fluctuations in these realms are frequent, likely indicating the presence of formidable foes. Monitor any subtle changes closely, and do not allow yourself to become complacent. Jiren's gaze was resolute. Understood, I shall not fail in my mission. Toppo solemnly affirmed, I will give my all. Wang Cheng then addressed Caulifla and Broly. Caulifla, Broly, you are likewise tasked with patrolling the 3 universes. The environments in these realms are unique and may impose certain limitations on your powers, so exercise utmost caution. Caulifla clenched her fists. We will act with prudence. Broly declared loudly. Whoever dares to approach shall be sent flying. Wang Cheng surveyed the group once more and continued. I will patrol the remaining universes myself. Piccolo and Cell, your current strength is relatively weak, so you shall be personally trained by Lord Whis. This is a rare opportunity for enhancement, so cherish it. Piccolo and Cell responded in unison, yes. Wang Cheng reiterated. Those of you responsible for patrolling must not be negligent. Should fusion be necessary, do not hesitate, do not falter. We face formidable unknown adversaries, and any oversight could lead to dire consequences. Remember, our objective is to safeguard the peace of the universe. For this purpose, we must remain perpetually vigilant, without the slightest hint of complacency. In unison, the crowd proclaimed, understood. Subsequently, each individual, as per Wang Cheng's directives, hastened to their respective task areas, embarking on the arduous and intense duty of patrolling. Chapter 123. The emergence of the malevolent Saiyan. Once the arrangements were complete, everyone took their positions. Wang Cheng, however, retreated into the realm of Whis' staff for seclusion. He settled into a cross-legged posture, closed his eyes, and began to regulate his breath. His consciousness delved within, guiding the chaotic energies that swirled about, endeavoring to untangle and amalgamate them one by one. Initially, these energies were violently tumultuous, rampaging through his meridians, inflicting immense pain. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, yet his resolve remained unwavering as he forcibly suppressed these energies. As time elapsed, Wang Cheng gradually found his rhythm. Utilizing his own cultivation method as a foundation, he meticulously channeled these energies onto the correct path, allowing them to circulate through specific meridians, ultimately being absorbed and assimilated by his body. Throughout this process, his physique intermittently radiated with peculiar luminescence. Each flicker signified a further mastery over the energies. At long last, after a prolonged and arduous endeavor, Wang Cheng successfully digested the majority of the energies. He felt a notable enhancement in his strength, and his body had become increasingly resilient. Meanwhile, on another front, Goku and Vegeta faced dire circumstances. On a desolate planet, they encountered an unprecedented formidable adversary. This foe was a nefarious Saiyan, towering and robust, with well-defined musculature that seemed to harbor boundless strength. His hair stood erect like flames, and his gaze exuded an overwhelming aura of malice and madness. Goku and Vegeta cautiously observed this enigmatic enemy, a sense of foreboding rising within them. You two are the members of the universe's guard? You appear rather unimpressive. The malevolent Saiyan, Kamba, mocked, his voice deep and hoarse, imbued with a chilling sense of menace. Goku furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Kamba sneered, "I am Kamba, here to annihilate you." Vegeta retorted with fury, "Do not be so arrogant. You lack the qualifications to destroy us." Kamba erupted into laughter, "Ha ha. Then let us see." With that, Kamba's figure flickered and he instantaneously appeared before Goku, delivering a powerful punch. Goku, unable to evade in time, braced himself for the blow. A resounding crash echoed as he was propelled back several meters, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. "Kakarot!" Vegeta exclaimed in alarm, charging toward Kamba. Unperturbed, Kamba pivoted and delivered a kick aimed at Vegeta. Vegeta crossed his arms in an attempt to block the strike, but Kamba's strength was overwhelming. He sent Vegeta flying, crashing violently against a massive boulder, which shattered instantly. Goku steadied himself, his expression turning grave. "This foe is formidable, Vegeta. We cannot afford to be careless." Vegeta rose from the rubble, gritting his teeth and declaring, "Humph, I shall not fear him." The two warriors unleashed formidable auras simultaneously, charging toward Kamba. Unfazed by their combined onslaught, Kamba deftly evaded their strikes, weaving left and right with ease. Occasionally, he retaliated with powerful punches and kicks that left Goku and Vegeta struggling to defend themselves. Transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, Goku and Vegeta launched another assault, their fists propelled by roaring winds and overflowing energy. However, Kamba merely scoffed. "Is that all you can muster?" Suddenly, a dark energy surged forth from him, malevolent and potent, instantly neutralizing their attacks. Goku and Vegeta were pushed back by this force, feeling a tumultuous surge of blood and energy within them. "What manner of monster is this?" Vegeta gasped. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Goku replied, "Regardless, we cannot afford to lose." Kamba crossed his arms and proclaimed, "Your struggles are futile. Prepare to meet your demise." Exchanging a determined glance, Goku and Vegeta nodded in unison and charged at Kamba once more. Goku unleashed the Kamehameha wave, a blue energy blast hurtling toward Kamba, while Vegeta fired his final flash, the two attacks converging upon their foe. Kamba, however, clasped his hands together, summoning a dark energy sphere that absorbed both assaults entirely. "What?" Goku and Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Kamba laughed triumphantly. "Now it is my turn." He released the amassed energy, creating a powerful storm that swept toward Goku and Vegeta. They quickly raised their hands in defense, but the force was overwhelming, lifting them off their feet and crashing them to the ground. "Damn it!" Vegeta roared, attempting to rise again, but his body, severely injured, was unresponsive. Goku struggled to his feet and confronted Kamba, asking, "What do you truly desire?" Kamba coldly replied, "I seek to annihilate everything, including you." Gritting his teeth, Goku asserted, "As long as I draw breath, I will not allow you to succeed." Kamba, dismissive, challenged him, "Then come and try." Goku surged toward Kamba once more, his speed reaching its zenith, his fist brimming with immense power. Kamba effortlessly sidestepped Goku's attack, delivering a punishing blow to Goku's abdomen, causing him to double over in agony. At that moment, Vegeta consumed a Senzu bean, restoring his strength, and launched a surprise attack from behind. Sensing Vegeta's approach, Kamba pivoted and delivered a kick that sent Vegeta flying, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, as though several ribs had fractured. Nevertheless, he endured the torment and rose again, his eyes ablaze with indomitable fury. Kamba, incensed by this ambush, emanated an increasingly violent aura, the wicked energy surrounding him like ravenous black flames. "You insignificant ants dare to ambush me!" Kamba roared, his voice echoing like thunder throughout the battlefield. Recognizing the dire situation, Goku rushed forward to distract Kamba, employing instant transmission to appear before him like a specter, unleashing a torrent of punches. However, Kamba effortlessly waved his arm, easily deflecting all of Goku's attacks. "Don't waste your effort." Kamba scoffed, launching a powerful punch that sent Goku flying backward, blood spilling from his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta charged once more, unleashing a formidable energy wave with all his might. Yet Kamba neither dodged nor flinched, absorbing the blow with his body. The energy wave exploded upon impact, seemingly inflicting no substantial harm upon him. "So weak, so pitiful." Kamba laughed heartily, sweeping his hand and sending Vegeta hurtling away once more. Kamba's onslaught grew increasingly ferocious, each punch and kick imbued with cataclysmic power. Goku and Vegeta could only evade and defend, their bodies bearing countless wounds, their garments soaked in crimson. This is not a sustainable approach. Vegeta gasped. Gritting his teeth, Goku replied, "We can no longer hold back, Vegeta. Let us unleash our full strength." Chapter 124. Mutual Annihilation. Kamba offered them no respite, launching another assault with a beam of black energy aimed at Goku and Vegeta. The two exerted every ounce of strength to evade, but the beam's velocity was too swift, grazing their bodies and leaving deep gashes. Their stamina waned rapidly, their movements growing increasingly sluggish, while Kamba remained invigorated, his relentless assault akin to a tempest. In a moment of carelessness, Vegeta was struck in the abdomen by Kamba's fist, hurtling him like a projectile into a distant peak, which crumbled upon impact. Goku attempted to rescue Vegeta, but found himself ensnared by Kamba, utterly unable to break free. Haha, your resistance is utterly futile. Kamba laughed triumphantly, exchanging a glance. Goku and Vegeta unhesitatingly consumed the senzu beans. Instantly, a surge of formidable energy awakened within them, alleviating their pain and rejuvenating their vigor. Feeling the overwhelming power coursing through him, Vegeta let out a roar, his entire being erupting in a brilliant radiance. As the light faded, he transformed into his deep blue state, muscles bulging and veins prominent, his immense aura causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Goku, not to be outdone, steeled his gaze, his blue aura blazing even more fervently as he unleashed the 20-fold Kaioken. A faint crimson glow enveloped his form, the tremendous energy fluctuations causing the air to crackle audibly. With no hesitation remaining, the two surged toward Kamba. Noticing their transformation, Kamba's smile dimmed, a flicker of seriousness entering his eyes. Vegeta was the first to strike, moving with the swiftness of lightning, appearing before Kamba in an instant to deliver a heavy blow. Kamba raised his arm to block, and a thunderous sound erupted as their immense powers collided, generating a shockwave that shattered the ground beneath them. Seizing the moment, Goku launched his assault from the side, his fists and feet raining down upon Kamba like a torrential storm. While Kamba defended against Vegeta's strikes, he struggled to fend off Goku's relentless attacks, momentarily caught off guard. "Humph, do not think this will be enough to defeat me." With a thunderous roar, Kamba unleashed a surge of malevolent energy, sending Goku and Vegeta reeling. However, the two warriors had transformed since their last encounter. They swiftly regained their footing and charged forward once more. Every punch from Vegeta carried the weight of destruction, gradually revealing cracks in Kamba's defenses. Seizing the opportunity, Goku delivered a powerful Kaioken strike to Kamba's chest, causing him to grunt and stagger backward. Furious and humiliated, Kamba launched a frenzied assault, dark energy surging like a tide toward Goku and Vegeta. Yet, the two fighters coordinated seamlessly. Vegeta utilized an energy shield to deflect a portion of the onslaught, while Goku cleverly employed instant transmission to evade critical hits and counterattack. The battle raged on, neither side yielding, as the battlefield became enveloped in immense energy. Surrounding mountains crumbled, and the earth itself was torn asunder with great fissures. Breathless, Goku and Vegeta's resolve remained unshaken, their eyes burning with determination. Kamba, too, felt an unprecedented pressure. He had not anticipated that these two, having enhanced their powers, could stand toe-to-toe with him. Just as the conflict reached a stalemate, a glimmer of cunning flickered in Kamba's eyes. He seized the moment, exploiting a lapse in Vegeta's defense to release a dense aura of malevolence that enveloped Vegeta instantly. "Ah!" Vegeta cried out in agony, his eyes turning crimson as his reason succumbed to the encroaching darkness. Goku, sensing the change, shouted, "Vegeta, what's wrong? Snap out of it." Yet, Vegeta had completely lost his grip on sanity. He turned to face Goku, his gaze filled with hostility. "Vegeta, it's me, Goku." Goku pleaded desperately, attempting to rouse his friend. But Vegeta showed no signs of recognition. With no choice left, Goku braced himself for battle. "Vegeta, wake up. Don't let him control you," he shouted, defending against Vegeta's onslaught. The corrupted Vegeta remained unresponsive to Goku's cries, his expression a mask of madness and murderous intent. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, spinning with fury, his legs sweeping toward Goku like a whirlwind. Goku quickly raised his arms in defense, but the force of the impact sent him stumbling back. Before he could regain his balance, Vegeta charged at him again, his right fist slicing through the air toward Goku's face. Goku narrowly dodged the lethal blow. Vegeta pressed on relentlessly. Bringing his hands together, he gathered a powerful energy in his palms, then thrust it forward, unleashing a howling energy wave aimed directly at Goku. Goku, unwilling to relent, swiftly formed a series of hand seals and countered with the Kamehameha. The two energies collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion that distorted the very air around them. Vegeta, please come to your senses. Goku shouted once more, but Vegeta seemed oblivious, moving with increased speed and aggression. In an instant, he vanished from sight, appearing behind Goku and delivering a brutal kick to his back. Goku felt a searing pain shoot through him as he was propelled forward. Vegeta swiftly followed, grasping Goku's shoulders with both hands and forcefully hurling him into the air. He then leaped high, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes upon Goku, each punch imbued with formidable power, rendering Goku utterly defenseless. Gritting his teeth, Goku desperately attempted to withstand Vegeta's onslaught, his mind racing with anxiety as he pondered how to liberate Vegeta from the clutches of malevolent energy and restore his sanity. Under the influence of this dark force, Vegeta remained in a deep blue state, yet he now exhibited greater strength than when he was unrestrained. Each of his attacks was infused with ferocity and cunning angles, overwhelming Goku and leaving him scrambling. Vegeta, please wake up. Goku shouted loudly, evading the strikes with great difficulty. However, Vegeta remained impervious to his pleas, intensifying his assault. He unleashed a flurry of energy waves, resembling a torrential downpour, crashing down upon Goku. As Goku dodged left and right, several energy waves grazed him, shredding his garments and leaving numerous scars upon his skin. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Goku inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening with resolve. He realized that he had no choice but to employ the Ultra Instinct technique. In an instant, a mysterious aura enveloped Goku's body, and his energy underwent a dramatic transformation. His movements became fluid and instinctive, as if he could foresee Vegeta's attacks. When Vegeta charged at him once more, Goku effortlessly sidestepped, countering with a powerful punch to Vegeta's abdomen. The blow forced Vegeta to stagger back momentarily, but he quickly retaliated. In the state of Ultra Instinct, Goku engaged in a fierce exchange with Vegeta, each of his strikes perfectly neutralizing Vegeta's aggression, rendering his attacks ineffective. Yet, empowered by the dark energy, Vegeta's strength was inexhaustible, and he continued to assault Goku with unbridled fury. Meanwhile, Kamba, who had been lurking nearby, seized the opportunity to join the fray. With a sinister grin, he materialized at Goku's left side, launching a fierce kick. Goku hastily raised his arm to defend, but was jolted by the overwhelming force, leaving his arm numb. Kamba and the controlled Vegeta exchanged knowing glances, seemingly reaching a tacit understanding, and together they unleashed a tempest of attacks upon Goku. Vegeta unleashed a series of energy waves, each one containing devastating destructive power. Although Goku, in his Ultra Instinct state, could keenly perceive the trajectories of the energy waves, their sheer volume forced him to continuously evade and occasionally block with his arms. Kamba, utilizing his elusive movement, repeatedly appeared behind and beside Goku, launching surprise assaults. Each of his punches and kicks carried an insidious power, leaving Goku with little room for defense. Goku clenched his teeth, resolutely facing the combined onslaught of his two adversaries. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his breath grew increasingly labored. I will not be easily defeated by you, Goku roared, his aura surging once more. Despite the enhancement provided by the Ultra Instinct, which allowed him to withstand their assaults to a degree, he gradually sensed his strength waning. A powerful punch from Vegeta grazed Goku's cheek, leaving a trail of blood, and almost immediately, Kamba landed a kick to Goku's abdomen, forcing him to double over in pain. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Goku swiftly adjusted his stance and faced his foes once more. He utilized instant transmission to dart between the two, seeking any chink in their armor. Kamba and Vegeta's teamwork grew ever more synchronized, their relentless attacks leaving Goku scarcely a moment to breathe. New wounds continued to mar his body, blood staining his garments. Yet, Goku's gaze remained resolute. He understood that surrender was not an option. After narrowly evading a devastating energy wave from Vegeta, Goku seized the moment, delivering a powerful strike to Kamba that sent him staggering back a few steps. However, before Goku could catch his breath, Vegeta charged forward once again. With hands engulfed in black flames, he struck fiercely at Goku's chest. Goku quickly crossed his arms to shield himself, and with a thunderous crash, he was propelled several meters back, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Huh, you can't hold out much longer. Kamba cackled as he rushed forward once more, gathering a sphere of dark energy in his hands and hurling it at Goku. Goku sidestepped the attack, but the energy sphere detonated beside him, the force of the explosion sending him reeling. At this moment, Goku was battered and bruised. Yet he stood defiantly. His eyes radiated an indomitable spirit. Though his aura was somewhat chaotic, it remained formidable. Kamba and Vegeta offered Goku no respite, attacking him from both sides. Vegeta's fists howled through the air while Kamba's legs struck like lightning. Under this dual assault, Goku found himself in dire straits. His defense faltered, and Vegeta's punch landed heavily on his shoulder, eliciting a muffled groan. Damn it! Goku cursed inwardly, realizing that this situation was untenable. Drawing in a deep breath, he forcibly summoned his inner strength, once again elevating his mastery of Ultra Instinct. In an instant, a brilliant light radiated from Goku, his speed and power significantly enhanced. He flickered out of sight, reappearing behind Kamba and delivering a kick to his back. Caught off guard, Kamba was propelled forward, prompting Vegeta to swiftly turn and assist him. Seizing this opportunity, Goku unleashed a flurry of attacks, momentarily suppressing both Kamba and Vegeta. Yet, he was acutely aware that this reprieve was fleeting, as he could feel his stamina depleting rapidly. A swift resolution was imperative. As Goku continued his assault, he contemplated his strategy. Suddenly, he noticed a fluctuation in the malevolent energy emanating from Vegeta, as if the strain of their intense battle had weakened its hold. A spark ignited within Wukong, prompting him to take a daring risk. He deliberately feigned a weakness, enticing Kamba and Vegeta to attack. As Vegeta charged forward, Wukong summoned every ounce of his strength, infusing a surge of pure energy into Vegeta's being, attempting to dispel the malevolent aura that had overtaken him. Vegeta's body shuddered violently, a glimmer of clarity flickering in his eyes. Kakarot, he struggled to utter. Vegeta, awaken. Together, we shall confront Kamba. Wukong bellowed. Vegeta gritted his teeth, valiantly resisting the insidious corruption, gradually regaining his sanity. How infuriating! Kamba seethed upon witnessing this revival, unleashing another wave of fury. Yet by this time, Wukong and Vegeta had reformed their alliance, their cooperation flawlessly synchronized as they defended against Kamba's onslaught. Kamba's hands danced, and black energy surged forth like a tempest. Back to back, Wukong and Vegeta unleashed their formidable techniques. Wukong's Kamehameha wave and Vegeta's Gallic gun erupted simultaneously, colliding with Kamba's energy and igniting a spectacular display of brilliance. Do you truly believe this will vanquish me? Naive fools. Kamba roared, intensifying his energy output. The overwhelming pressure caused Wukong and Vegeta to tremble slightly. Vegeta, hold firm. Wukong urged. Enough chatter, channel your energy. Vegeta retorted. The two gritted their teeth, releasing their inner power without reservation. At last, their combined might began to gain the upper hand, suppressing Kamba's energy. However, Kamba was far from finished. Suddenly, he altered his tactics, vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind Wukong, launching a powerful punch. Vegeta, quick as lightning, instantaneously moved to shield Wukong from the blow. Vegeta! Wukong exclaimed in shock. Stay focused, the battle is not over. Vegeta commanded. Seizing this moment, Kamba unleashed a flurry of attacks against Vegeta. Despite his valiant resistance, Vegeta sustained injuries. Wukong's eyes widened in fury, his aura surging once more. Utilizing instant transmission, he materialized before Kamba, engaging him in close combat. Each strike fueled by boundless rage. Vegeta, undeterred, bore the pain and rejoined the fray. Their assaults descended like a tempest upon Kamba, leaving him scrambling to defend himself. Yet, Kamba would not concede easily. With a furious roar, he unleashed his malevolent energy, which surged wildly and ascended. His muscles swelled, and the sound of cracking bones echoed ominously. This is bad, his power has escalated. Wukong exclaimed. Before the words could fully escape, Kamba's form underwent a dramatic transformation. His physique expanded, hair grew rapidly, and in an instant, he morphed into a colossal, monstrous gorilla, a transformed Kamba. The gigantic figure blotted out the sun, eyes gleaming with a blood-red glow. exhaling an aura so intense it seemed capable of incinerating the very fabric of space. With each step, the ground trembled violently, mimicking a cataclysmic quake. Wukong and Vegeta found themselves nearly suffocated under the weight of this terrifying presence. This energy is utterly horrifying. Vegeta gritted his teeth, overwhelmed. The colossal ape Kamba swung its massive arms, generating a tempest that threatened to crush Goku and Vegeta. The two swiftly evaded, but the arms struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a vast crater and scattering debris. Kamba then opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of black energy flames, incinerating everything in their path. Goku and Vegeta darted left and right, narrowly escaping perilous attacks. "This won't do. We must discover his weakness," Goku proclaimed loudly. Vegeta responded, "His tail. We must sever it." Goku's eyes gleamed with determination. "All right, let us do just that." With that, they endeavored to approach the giant ape Kamba, searching for an opportunity to cut off its tail. However, Kamba's onslaught was relentless, akin to a raging storm, making it nearly impossible for them to draw near. Kamba's enormous foot came crashing down, prompting Goku and Vegeta to swiftly leap aside. The ground was obliterated, sending dust swirling into the air. Before they could regain their footing, Kamba's massive fist swept toward them with a fierce wind. Goku rolled to avoid it just in time, while Vegeta was caught in the gale and sent flying backward. "Vegeta!" Goku shouted. Vegeta adjusted midair and charged back into the fray. "This creature is exceedingly difficult to contend with." Vegeta gasped. Goku gritted his teeth. "Just hold on a little longer. We will find our chance." They charged once more at Kamba, but the beast opened its mouth wide and unleashed a powerful energy wave. Goku and Vegeta were forced to brace themselves against the impact, being pushed back by the force of the wave. Their stamina was rapidly depleting, and the supply of senzu beans they had brought was limited, heightening the urgency of their situation. "What should we do? If this continues, we will surely be defeated," Vegeta exclaimed in desperation. Goku's gaze remained resolute. "Stay calm. We will find a way." At that moment, Kamba swept its tail violently, resembling a massive whip. Goku and Vegeta jumped to evade, but Kamba's tail moved with astonishing speed, striking Vegeta and sending him hurtling away. Seizing the opportunity, Goku dashed toward Kamba's tail, only to be met with a swift kick from Kamba, striking him in the chest and launching him like a cannonball. He crashed heavily to the ground, struggling to rise as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Damn it, this brute's defenses are impenetrable." Goku wiped the blood away. Vegeta returned to Goku's side, and their eyes met, reflecting despair and defiance. Kamba roared triumphantly, continuing its relentless assault. Goku and Vegeta were left to desperately dodge and resist. Each collision felt as though their bodies might shatter. Yet, they refused to surrender, persistently seeking any potential opportunity. Suddenly, Goku noticed that Kamba would briefly expose its tail during its attacks. "Vegeta, look over there," Goku shouted. Understanding the implication, they both charged toward that direction. Kamba sensed their intent and frantically swung its tail to obstruct them. Goku and Vegeta, amidst Kamba's frenzied attacks, repeatedly drew closer, only to be repelled time and again. Yet they never relinquished their resolve, continuously adjusting their tactics in an attempt to breach Kamba's defenses. Breathing heavily, Vegeta declared, "Kakarot, this is untenable. We must hasten our pace." Goku replied, "Damn it. How can those who have been baptized in the dark demon realm be so formidable? Even Frieza is no exception." Just as their anxiety mounted, Kamba's onslaught grew increasingly ferocious. With a mighty sweep of his colossal hand, he unleashed a powerful gust that sent Goku and Vegeta hurtling through the air. They crashed heavily to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Struggling to rise, Goku felt as though his bones were about to dislocate. "Damn it. I cannot concede defeat like this," he gritted through clenched teeth. Vegeta, likewise, managed to rise with great effort, his gaze resolute. "Indeed. Even if there remains but a flicker of hope, I shall fight to the end." They charged once more at Kamba, who appeared somewhat overconfident, revealing a slight opening in his assault. Goku astutely seized this opportunity, teleporting beside Kamba's tail. However, Kamba quickly reacted, swinging his tail forcefully and striking Goku. The tremendous force sent Goku spiraling away, blood spilling from his mouth. "Kakarot!" Vegeta roared, recklessly dashing toward Kamba's tail. Kamba turned, unleashing a torrent of energy waves at Vegeta. Crossing his arms defensively, Vegeta strained to withstand the onslaught. "Ah!" He cried out in agony, his body quaking under the force of the energy. Just as he was on the brink of collapse, Goku, gritting his teeth against the pain, charged forward once more, channeling his last vestiges of strength into a powerful strike aimed at Kamba's tail. With a resounding crack, Goku severed Kamba's tail. Kamba howled in anguish, his massive form beginning to sway. Seizing the moment, Goku and Vegeta launched their final assault, converging all their might into a formidable beam of energy that surged toward Kamba. A tremendous explosion echoed as Kamba's body gradually succumbed to the radiant light. Exhausted, Goku and Vegeta collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, drenched in sweat. The air was thick with smoke, leaving a scene of devastation in its wake. After a considerable time had passed, Goku managed to sit up, casting a weary glance at Vegeta, who was equally fatigued. With a smile, he remarked, "Vegeta, we did it." Vegeta scoffed, "You always tend to indulge. If you had unleashed your Ultra Instinct from the start, we wouldn't be in such a predicament." Goku scratched his head sheepishly. "Well, as long as we emerged victorious. That's what matters." Just then, the seemingly defeated Kamba stirred once more. His immense form trembled slightly, the malevolent aura around him surging back to life. "Not good. This fiend is not finished yet," Vegeta exclaimed in alarm. Gritting his teeth, Goku attempted to rise, but found his legs weighed down as if laden with lead. Kamba slowly lifted his head, malevolent light flickering in his eyes. "Did you truly believe this would be enough to vanquish me? Such navet." He strained his body and rose once more, albeit with a slight wobble, yet the aura of oppression he exuded remained formidable. Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance, their hearts brimming with despair. They had little strength left to continue the fight. Chapter 127. An unprecedented crisis. Goku gasped for breath, laboriously turning his head towards Vegeta. His voice hoarse as he inquired, "Vegeta, do we have any senzu beans left?" Vegeta swallowed hard, shaking his head bitterly, responding weakly, "None left, not a single one." Goku's gaze dimmed instantaneously as he stared at the sky, murmuring, "Is this truly the end for us?" Vegeta gritted his teeth, attempting to rise, but after several futile attempts, he gasped, "Even without senzu beans, we cannot simply surrender." Goku let out a wry smile, "But we lack the strength to even stand. How can we fight?" Vegeta pounded the ground in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it! If only we were stronger, we wouldn't have fallen to this plight." Meanwhile, Wang Cheng had emerged from his seclusion. System. Open the character panel. Ding. Host. Wang Cheng. Abilities. Pain growth. Booze regeneration. Wish modification. Nebula technique. Gravity field. Normal state Ultra Instinct. Devour law. Combat power. 160 quintillion. Realm. Initial stage of Divine King 3rd level. Items. Binding immortal rope. The exhilaration of power enhancement. Goku and Vegeta are on the brink of collapse. These two are indeed in dire straits. System. Utilize a wish on Goku and Vegeta. Ding. Congratulations. Host has randomly stolen 5,000 trillion combat power from Goku and Vegeta. At that moment, a warm and potent force enveloped Goku and Vegeta. They felt every cell within their bodies brimming with vitality. Their exhausted forms were rejuvenated in an instant, and their wounds healed at a visible pace. Goku and Vegeta exchanged astonished glances, almost in unison declaring, "It must be Wang Cheng." Vegeta's face lit up with a smile of relief. There's always a way out. Goku's eyes sparkled with determination. "We must not disappoint Wang Cheng. We need to eliminate Kamba swiftly." With that, Goku's aura surged dramatically, a silvery light radiating as he transformed into Ultra Instinct. Meanwhile, Vegeta unleashed a formidable presence, enveloped in deep blue light, entering his blue state. "Kamba, prepare to meet your end," Goku shouted, his form darting towards Kamba like lightning, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages in the air. Vegeta followed closely, fists clenched as immense energy coalesced around them. Upon witnessing the resurgence of their peak states and amplified strength, Kamba felt a flicker of fear, yet he feigned composure, bracing himself for their assault. In the blink of an eye, Goku stood before Kamba, his fist imbued with cataclysmic power, driving forward with unyielding force. Kamba raised his arms to defend, but was sent reeling backwards by Goku's punch. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta launched a side attack, delivering a powerful kick to Kamba's waist. Caught off guard, Kamba lost his balance upon impact. Goku, relentless, offered no respite. initiating a flurry of attacks, each punch imbued with the essence of Ultra Instinct, leaving Kamba struggling to defend himself. Vegeta, demonstrating an array of formidable techniques, synchronized perfectly with Goku, overwhelming Kamba with their combined might. Despite Kamba's desperate resistance, the tempestuous onslaught from the two warriors gradually dismantled his defenses. Vegeta proclaimed, "Today marks your demise." As their assaults intensified, Kamba could no longer endure, ultimately being sent flying by a joint strike from Goku and Vegeta, crashing heavily to the ground. Just as Vegeta and Goku prepared to finish Kamba off, a familiar rift in space materialized. Emanating an eerie black light, the rift pulsed with potent energy, thickening the air around them. Pausing their actions, Vegeta and Goku turned their wary gazes toward the fissure, which slowly widened to reveal two figures emerging from within. It was Frieza and Cooler. Goku exclaimed in shock. Vegeta, astonished, remarked, "Aren't these two supposed to be dead?" Frieza, witnessing the disbelief in Goku and Vegeta's eyes, wore a smug grin. "Haha, did you not expect this? Saiyan monkeys?" Goku furrowed his brow. "Frieza, how could you?" Frieza crossed his arms, sneering. "The Dark Demon Realm possesses Dragon Balls as well, albeit the Dark Dragon Balls. Through the Dark Shenron, we were resurrected." Cooler added ominously, "Consider yourselves fortunate this time. We have no time to deal with you." Vegeta shouted furiously, "You wicked fiends. Do not presume you can escape like this." Frieza waved dismissively. "Humph, cease your bravado, Vegeta. We shall take Kamba with us, and when we meet again, we will be even stronger." Goku clenched his fists defiantly. "No matter how powerful you become, we will not cower." Frieza mocked, "Anyone can boast, Saiyan monkey. Just wait. Our next encounter will be your end." Cooler stepped forward, hoisting the barely conscious Kamba. "Let us go. There's no need to waste words with them." Frieza cast one last glare at Goku and Vegeta. "Remember, your days of peace are numbered." With that, the two departed through the rift, which promptly vanished, leaving Goku and Vegeta standing in solemn silence. Vegeta uttered vehemently, "Curse them. We must eradicate them completely next time." Goku took a deep breath. "We need to return and inform King Vegeta, strategizing our response." Vegeta nodded, his expression grave. "Indeed, Frieza and Cooler's return is utterly unexpected. Along with those Dark Dragon Balls, I dread the trouble they may bring." Goku's brow furrowed, anxiety evident in his gaze. "If they can be resurrected, their strength must have increased. We cannot afford to be complacent." Vegeta scoffed. "Regardless, we must not allow their schemes to succeed." Without further delay, the two set off on their journey homeward, enveloped in a heavy silence as they contemplated the challenges that lay ahead. The narrative unfolds in two parts. As Broly and Kale confront their own adversary, they find themselves on a desolate planet, surrounded by an eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, a figure materializes out of thin air, an overwhelming aura instantly enveloping Broly and Kale. At the sight of this formidable presence, both Broly and Kale's pupils constrict in shock. Before them stands the legendary dragon god. "Salama." Kale grits her teeth and exclaims, "This foe appears formidable." Broly, with a fierce roar, retorts, "Regardless of who he is, we shall fight." Aware of their opponent's might, they hesitate not for a moment, proceeding with their fusion through the earrings. In a brilliant flash of light, a powerful figure emerges, radiating an astonishing energy. However, Salama merely smirks with disdain, casually raising a hand. A beam of light shoots forth, striking the fused duo. They exert every ounce of strength to resist, yet find themselves swept away by an irresistible torrent of power. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupts. The fused pair barely has time to react before being vanquished in an instant. Their bodies crash heavily to the ground, vitality swiftly fading. Salama casts a cold glance at the lifeless forms below before turning unfeelingly towards the realm of the Destroyer God of Universe 6. Meanwhile, in the Destroyer God realm, Kappa is leisurely indulging in delicacies. Suddenly, he senses an approaching malevolent aura. Who goes there? Kappa rises, eyes scanning the distance with caution. In an instant, Salama appears before him. Kappa gasps in horror. "You are the Dragon God, Salama." Without uttering a word, Salama launches an attack. Kappa scrambles to defend himself, but his power seems insignificant against Salama's might. A scream pierces the air as Kappa is instantaneously obliterated. Chapter 128. The demise of Kappa, witnessing Kappa's instantaneous disintegration. Beerus' eyes widen in fury as he charges at Salama, shouting, "You fiend, I will not let this stand." Salama's lips curl into a scornful smirk as Beerus rushes towards him. He simply swipes his hand dismissively. The gust of his palm strikes like a blade, sharp and merciless. Beerus crosses his arms in an attempt to block the blow. But when the force meets him, he is overwhelmed by an irresistible surge of power. Bang! Beerus is sent flying like a kite with its strings severed, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a massive crater, dust swirling into the air. Struggling to rise from the pit, Beerus coughs up blood, his eyes reflecting pain and indignation. Salama approaches Beerus slowly, each step echoing like a death knell, instilling boundless terror. "Today, you shall all perish," Salama intones coldly. Beerus, fully aware that he is no match for Salama, feels an intense will to survive surging within him. Just then, a radiant light flashes, and the imposing figure of the Grand Priest materializes in the sky. With a steely gaze fixed on Salama, he emanates an overwhelming divine presence. "Salama, your malevolence ends here," the Grand Priest proclaims, his voice deep and resonant. As Salamara's expression shifted slightly, he quickly regained his audacious demeanor, addressing the High Priest with disdain. "Do you truly believe you can thwart me?" The High Priest, dismissing further discourse, acted decisively. With a flourish of his hands, myriad beams of light shot forth like swords towards Salamara. Salamara swiftly countered, and the two were soon embroiled in a fierce confrontation. The High Priest's hands danced, unleashing waves of radiant energy that surged relentlessly towards Salamara. With a grave countenance, Salamara crossed his arms before him, bracing against the formidable assault. At that moment, the High Priest's gaze sharpened. With a swift motion of his left hand, a gentle yet potent force enveloped Bados. She felt an irresistible power lift her, and before she could utter a word, this force swept her into a suddenly manifested rift in space. As she was drawn into the fissure, Bados witnessed the intensity of the battle between the High Priest and Salamara escalate, lights intertwining and energy overflowing. The rift closed rapidly, leaving her engulfed in darkness. Time became nebulous as Bados sensed her body jolt violently, only to be expelled from the shadows, crashing heavily onto the ground. The abrupt commotion caught the attention of Wang Cheng and others, who hurriedly approached. Weiss dashed to Bados' side with alarming speed, his face etched with concern. "Sister, what has happened to you?" Bados appeared pale as a ghost, her breath faint, and her wounds continued to ooze blood. Wang Cheng was taken aback. "Is this Bados? How could she be so gravely injured?" Bilas arrived as well, his eyes wide with disbelief. What transpired? How could someone injure an angel so severely? Weiss attempted to help Bados to her feet, his voice trembling. "Sister, please tell us what occurred." Struggling for breath, Bados managed to stammer. "It was Salamara." Wang Cheng quickly retrieved a celestial bean from his pocket, carefully administering it to Bados. Bilas, furrowing his brow, inquired with confusion, "Salamara? Who is this individual? I have never heard of him before." After consuming the celestial bean, Bados' wounds began to heal at a visible rate, and her breathing steadied. Drawing in a deep breath, she commenced to recount the recent events to Wang Cheng and the others. Salamara was an ancient dragon god, possessing immense power, and was the inaugural high priest. For reasons unknown, he had betrayed the divine realm, and it appeared he had allied himself with the dark demon realm. Just moments ago, he had appeared in our sixth universe's realm of destruction, launching an immediate assault without hesitation. Bado's voice trembled as she continued, pain and fury flickering in her eyes. At that moment, Lord Kampa had no time to react. With a mere wave of his hand, Salamara unleashed a black beam that struck Lord Kampa. He didn't even have the chance to scream before he was reduced to ashes. Tears welled in Bado's eyes, her voice thick with emotion. I stormed towards Salama, consumed by a desire for vengeance on behalf of Lord Kampa, yet I found myself utterly powerless before him. With a mere flick of his hand, I was sent flying by an overwhelming force. Bados clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms. Just as I feared I would perish at his hands, the high priest appeared. He opened a rift in space-time and whisked me away, unexpectedly bringing me to your presence. Bados took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. Upon hearing this, Whis and the others wore serious expressions. Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief, trembling with rage. That scoundrel Kampa was dead. I swore I would exact my revenge. His voice was nearly a roar, veins bulging on his forehead. Whis quickly interjected, Lord Beerus. Please calm yourself. Beerus glared at Whis, exclaiming, calm? My brother has been slain by that fiend. How can I possibly remain calm? Whis's expression turned grave as he replied. Salama possesses immense power. After all, he was the previous high priest. None of us, not even my sister, could withstand a single strike from him. It seems a significant event is about to unfold. Wang Cheng furrowed his brow, interjecting, since Salama was the first high priest, who would prevail between him and the current high priest? As his words echoed, a brief silence enveloped the surroundings. Whis, with a solemn demeanor, slowly spoke. It is difficult to say. Salama once held the esteemed title of high priest, and his foundation and talent are beyond question. However, the current high priest oversees many affairs of the divine realm and possesses equally unfathomable strength. After speaking, Whis inhaled deeply, his expression growing even graver. Very well. I shall visit the Omni King Palace to ascertain the outcome. Beerus could not contain himself, insisting, Whis, you must hurry back. After all, we cannot predict whether Salama will invade the seventh universe. It would be best to enlist the assistance of the Omni King. As soon as Beerus finished speaking, the tension among the group heightened. Wang Cheng echoed, indeed, Whis, the power of the Omni King could surely resolve this crisis. Batos, filled with concern, remarked, Whis, we are counting on you. Whis, with a serious nod, assured, I understand. Do not worry, I will clarify matters with the Omni King. With that, he wasted no time and vanished in a flash of light. Beerus began to pace nervously, muttering, What shall we do now? What shall we do? Wang Cheng offered reassurance. Lord Beerus, do not fret too much. Whis will find a solution. Just then, Goku and Vegeta returned. Chapter 129. Even the high priest has fallen. Goku spoke first. Wang Cheng, Lord Beerus, we are in dire straits. Beerus halted his pacing, anxiously asking, What is it? Speak quickly. Vegeta took a deep breath before continuing. While patrolling outside, we encountered Frieza and Cooler. Wang Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Aren't they supposed to be dead? Goku nodded gravely, indeed. But they have been resurrected by the Dark Dragon Balls. Moreover, according to Frieza, the Dark Dragon Balls originate from the Dark Demon realm and possess exceedingly malevolent powers. Beerus frowned. Dark Dragon Balls? What are those? Vegeta elucidated. We are also quite uncertain, but it appears that the Dark Dragon Balls possess the capacity to grant even more terrifying wishes, and the resurrected Frieza and Cooler seem to have significantly enhanced their powers. Goku added, Moreover, we have encountered another formidable foe, the malevolent Saiyan, Kamba. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, and Wang Cheng quickly inquired, From where does this Kamba originate? What is his strength? Goku, with a serious expression, replied, This individual is exceedingly powerful, emanating an aura of malevolence. His strength seems boundless. Even when we joined forces, it took considerable effort merely to suppress him. Vegeta scoffed. Had he not unleashed a sudden surge of power, we would have already defeated him. Goku continued, Additionally, this Kamba possesses the ability to control others with his dark energy. Vegeta was ensnared, and once under control, his strength increased. The group gasped in astonishment. Piccolo widened his eyes, incredulously exclaiming, Such an ability truly exists? Was the situation not extremely perilous at that moment? Goku solemnly nodded. Indeed. The controlled Vegeta completely lost his reason and launched a frenzied attack against me. His gaze was filled with malice, and his power became exceptionally violent, rendering me momentarily unable to defend myself. Vegeta's expression darkened as he recalled the experience of being controlled, his heart brimming with fury. That dark energy was terrifying. I felt as if my mind had gone blank, and my body was entirely beyond my control. Goku continued, While I had to fend off Kamba's assaults, I also sought ways to awaken Vegeta, which proved quite arduous. Fortunately, at the last moment, Vegeta managed to break free from the control through sheer willpower. Beerus furrowed his brow and remarked, This Kamba is quite troublesome. It seems we must approach him with greater caution. Bardos added, An adversary of this nature is indeed challenging to handle. We must prepare thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Wang Cheng felt a tightening in his chest. He had already learned through the system of Broly's demise, but could not reveal the existence of the system. He feigned composure and turned to Bardos, saying, Bardos, there has been no news from Broly and Caulifla. I wonder about their situation. Could you assist in investigating? Bardos paused momentarily before responding. Very well. I shall attempt to discern their fate. She closed her eyes, and her staff began to shimmer. The group watched Bardos with bated breath, as time seemed to stretch infinitely. After a brief interval, Bardos slowly opened her eyes, her expression sorrowful as she spoke. Broly and Caulifla have. Wang Cheng feigned shock, his voice trembling as he asked, "What? How could this be?" Bardos replied gravely, "They encountered the dragon god, Salam, and tragically fell in battle." Goku's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "This cannot be." Vegeta gritted his teeth, his voice filled with rage. "That accursed Salam." Wong Chong turned to Piccolo and said, "Piccolo, swiftly return to Earth, locate the Dragon Balls, and resurrect Broly and Caulifla. Additionally, have Shenron assist you all in mastering instant transmission." Piccolo nodded solemnly. "Very well, I shall go at once." Just then, Whis returned. His face was etched with exhaustion and worry. As soon as he landed, Weiss and the others hurriedly surrounded him. Taking a deep breath, Weiss slowly recounted the situation regarding the High Priest. He had engaged in a cataclysmic battle with the malevolent dragon god, Salama, resulting in mutual devastation. The High Priest was currently recuperating in the Divine Realm, gravely injured and nearly depleted of all his power. It was said that Salama's strength now far surpassed that of the High Priest. Utilizing forbidden techniques, the High Priest had sacrificed his vitality merely to achieve a draw. His voice quivered slightly. The group gasped, fear etched across their faces. Weiss continued, "Moreover, Salama's injuries are not nearly as severe as those of the High Priest. He will recover swiftly and unleash further havoc upon the world." Lord Zeno also finds this situation troublesome. His influence does not extend to the dark magic realm. Now, empowered by the energies of that realm, Salama has grown formidable to the extent that even Lord Zeno cannot easily eradicate him. Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "Are we to simply sit idly by?" Weiss shook his head in resignation. "The current circumstances are indeed dire, but we must not surrender hope." The group fell into a deep despair and contemplation. Beerus tightened his fists, his knuckles whitening from the strain. Is there truly no way out? Are we to merely watch as that evil being recovers and continues his rampage? Goku frowned, yet a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. There must be a way. We cannot concede defeat like this. Vegeta snorted dismissively. No matter how difficult, we shall fight to the very end. Wong Chong paced back and forth, his mind racing. Yet, if even the High Priest has fallen, what chance do we have? Weiss fixed a steadfast gaze upon Wong Chong, saying, "Although the High Priest has faced a temporary setback, it does not signify that we are devoid of hope. Every battle's outcome is fraught with unpredictability." Goku clenched his fists, his spirit ignited. "Indeed, we cannot allow fear to overpower us. No matter how formidable our adversary, we shall give our all." Vegeta wore a serious expression throughout our journey. "We have faced countless powerful foes. Each time, we have sought hope amidst despair." Beerus gritted his teeth, "But this foe is unlike any other. Salama's might is beyond imagination." Bardos furrowed her brow. "Yet, we cannot remain passive. We must find ways to bolster our strength." Wang Cheng halted, taking a deep breath. "I shall enter seclusion for a while. Weiss, I entrust you to be my sparring partner." Weiss nodded slightly. "Of course. I will do my utmost to assist you in your enhancement." Beerus turned to Wang Cheng. "You must make haste. We have little time to squander." Goku patted Wang Cheng on the shoulder. "Go for it. By the time you emerge, your power will surely have increased." Vegeta crossed his arms. "Just don't come out with nothing to show for it. That would be embarrassing." Wang Cheng replied resolutely, "Rest assured, I will not let you down." With that, he turned and stepped into Weiss's staff space. Weiss closely following, their figures gradually vanishing from the sight of the others. Chapter 130. Vis as the sparring partner within the confines of the staff space. Wang Cheng stood opposite Vis, surrounded by an aura of mysterious and potent energy fluctuations. Clenching his fists tightly, Wang Cheng felt his energy surge, his gaze brimming with confidence. He initiated the assault, his form darting towards Vis like a wraith. The wind from his punches howling fiercely, stirring a tempestuous current of air. However, Vis merely sidestepped with a subtle grace, effortlessly evading Wang Cheng's fierce advance. With a casual flick of his hand, a pale blue beam of energy shot towards Wang Cheng. Reacting swiftly, he executed a backflip to evade, landing and immediately charging forward again, his legs unleashing a flurry of kicks akin to a torrential storm. Vis crossed his arms, effortlessly blocking Wang Cheng's onslaught. then exerted a slight force, sending Wang Cheng staggering back several paces. Regaining his footing, Wang Cheng let out a mighty roar, radiating brilliance as an even greater surge of power erupted from within him. He charged at Vis once more, his speed and strength markedly enhanced. Like a flash of lightning, he closed in on Vis in an instant. A flicker of admiration danced across Vis's face as he vanished from sight. Wang Cheng found himself grasping at air, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he sensed a formidable force approaching from behind. Vis had reappeared behind him, delivering a seemingly gentle yet power-laden palm strike. Wang Cheng staggered forward a few steps, but managed to stabilize himself just before he fell, pivoting to launch another assault on Vis. At this moment, Wang Cheng had reached a point where he could engage Vis in a reciprocal exchange. His movements were agile and varied, each strike executed with relentless vigor. Vis, too, unleashed 80% of his strength, his actions growing increasingly swift, each attack accompanied by a rushing sound of wind. He raised his hand, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that surged towards Wang Cheng. Unfazed, Wang Cheng pressed his palms together, conjuring an energy shield that withstood the onslaught. Yet, Vis's assault did not relent. He instantly repositioned himself above Wang Cheng, delivering a downward kick. Wang Cheng sidestepped, retaliating with a punch. In that confined space, they engaged in a fierce clash, the collision of their energies causing fissures to appear in the surrounding realm. Vis swiftly created distance between them, panting slightly, his eyes filled with astonishment as he remarked, "Wang Cheng, your growth throughout this journey is simply astonishing. Lord Beerus possesses remarkable talent, yet compared to you, he pales slightly. Your rate of advancement is akin to the rise of a comet." Wang Cheng chuckled, "Your compliments make me feel bashful." Vis shook his head, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. "No, my child. At this rate of growth, it won't be long before you surpass even us angels. The potential and tenacity you exhibit are unlike anything I have ever witnessed." After a brief respite, they immediately plunged back into battle, fists and feet flying, energy radiating. Vis suddenly leaped back a distance, stating with gravity, "Wang Cheng, I shall now unleash my full strength. Let us see if you can withstand it. You are aware that you sought me as a sparring partner to harness the power of devouring for rapid advancement, though haste may lead to failure. The current situation is dire, leaving us no choice. Once you adapt to my solitary presence, I shall invite my sister Batos." Wang Cheng inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. "Ves. Come forth. I am prepared." Ves ceased speaking, his aura surging, exuding a formidable pressure that seemed to freeze the very space around them. In an instant, he appeared before Wang Cheng, delivering a powerful punch. Wang Cheng crossed his arms, exerting all his strength to defend, yet he was still forced several steps back, the ground beneath him cracking deeply. Enduring Ves's overwhelming assault, a trickle of blood escaped the corner of Wang Cheng's mouth, yet his eyes remained ablaze with determination. Ves's attacks fell like a tempest, each strike imbued with cataclysmic force. Wang Cheng dodged and defended, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Bang! Another violent clash sent Wang Cheng hurtling back, crashing against the barrier of space. "Stand up, Wang Cheng. This is far from sufficient," Ves bellowed, struggling to rise. Wang Cheng wiped the blood from his lips and grinned. "Ves, this is merely the beginning." With that, he charged once more, an ethereal glow enveloping him, a sign of his full power of devouring in motion. Noticing this, Ves's eyes flickered with appreciation, yet his assault showed no sign of waning. Under the immense pressure from Ves, Wang Cheng's body trembled, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Boom! Another collision of energies left Wang Cheng kneeling on one knee from the sheer force. "Is this all you are capable of, Wang Cheng?" Ves's voice echoed through the space. Wang Cheng suddenly raised his head, roaring as an even greater power erupted from within him, gradually shifting the tide of battle. With each blow from Ves, the pain coursing through Wang Cheng's body electrified him, awakening his ability to grow from suffering. His muscles tightened, veins bulging, as strength surged forth from the agony. Simultaneously, the power of devouring operated frantically, creating an invisible vortex around Wang Cheng, attempting to absorb Ves's released energy for his own use. Each encounter with Ves, though he was pushed back, only intensified the fiery brilliance in his eyes. His breath came quickened, yet it bore a resolute aura. Wang Cheng once more charged at Ves, his fists slicing through the air. VES sidestepped, countering with a strike that landed on Wang Cheng's shoulder. He grunted, but used the force to pivot and kicked at VES. VES raised his hand to block, and Wang Cheng seized the moment to absorb another wave of Visa's energy. He felt his strength rapidly ascending, this enhancement granting him unprecedented confidence. VES, receive my next move. Wang Cheng clasped his hands together, conjuring a colossal energy sphere that he hurled at VES. VES raised an eyebrow, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. Yet he secretly marveled at Wang Cheng's pace of improvement. Although Wang Cheng's fervent onslaught did not pose a tangible threat to VES, the relentless momentum and burgeoning potential he exhibited captured Visa's attention. At this moment, Wang Cheng was gasping for breath, beads of sweat cascading down like rain. Yet his gaze grew ever more resolute, as if fueled by an inferno. His body trembled not from fear or fatigue, but from the tumultuous power surging within, yearning for a more formidable breakthrough. Vis, arms crossed over his chest, remarked, Wang Cheng, your progress truly astonishes me, but it is still far from sufficient. Wang Cheng flashed a grin, revealing his pearly whites, and replied, Vis, the battle is not yet over. No sooner had he spoken than he launched another assault. His figure flickered like a phantom, instantly appearing at Vis's left, delivering a fierce side kick aimed at Vis's waist. Vis effortlessly sidestepped, extending a hand in a seemingly casual gesture that summoned a powerful gust, forcing Wang Cheng back several meters. In midair, Wang Cheng executed a somersault, landing gracefully before hurtling back like a cannonball. His hands waved continuously, unleashing streams of energy beams from his fingertips, hurtling towards Vis with a fierce velocity. Vis moved unhurriedly, evading the energy beams that grazed past him, striking the spatial barrier behind, resulting in a violent explosion. Before the echoes of the explosion faded, Wang Cheng had closed the distance to Vis, his fists raining down like a tempest. Vis, unflustered, parried each blow, the dull thuds of their contact resonating throughout the staff space. Bang! Another intense collision sent Wang Cheng reeling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 131. Secrets that fall seemed to drain the last vestiges of strength from Wang Cheng's body. Lying on the ground, he gasped for air, attempting to rise only to find his limbs completely unresponsive, utterly exhausted. Vis observed Wang Cheng's state, shaking his head gently. He raised his hand, emitting a soft glow that enveloped Wang Cheng. The warm energy gradually seeped into Wang Cheng's body, mending his damaged meridians and muscles. After a brief moment, the healing concluded, and Wang Cheng felt his fatigue diminish significantly, though he remained considerably weak. Without hesitation, he settled into a cross-legged position, beginning to circulate the nebula technique. Time passed slowly, and Wang Cheng's breathing gradually steadied, the energy within him becoming more solidified through the refinement of the nebula technique. After an indeterminate period, Wang Cheng slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. He rose to his feet, stretching his limbs, and a series of crackling sounds echoed as a powerful aura radiated from him. The system activated the character panel. Beep. Host. Wang Cheng. Abilities. Pain growth. Buzz recovery. Wish enhancement. Nebula technique. Gravitational field. Constant freeform ultimate skill. Devouring law. Combat power. 1000 Guy. Realm. Late stage of the 4th level of the God King realm. Items. Binding immortal rope. At that moment, Vis appeared before him, his expression grave as he said, Wang Cheng, a new mission has arisen. There are disturbances in the Dark Demon realm. As Wang Cheng and Vis exited the staff space, they were immediately surrounded by the others. Wang Cheng furrowed his brow and began to analyze. Even if we were to eliminate those who have emerged from the Dark Realms now, it would be futile unless we eradicate the source, Dragon God Salama. As long as the Dark Dragon Balls exist, the demon realm can perpetually resurrect. However, the might of the dragon god leaves even the high priest at a loss. Alas, Beerus clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, Is there truly nothing we can do? Wang Cheng pondered for a moment before slowly responding. Our understanding of Salama is still too limited. All we know is that he possesses immense power as the creator of the Dragon Balls, and beyond that, we are woefully uninformed. Bardas interjected. Perhaps we could inquire with the High Priest and the Omni King, as Salama was the first High Priest, and they might possess knowledge of his weaknesses. Wang Cheng's eyes lit up as he said, That is indeed a plausible approach. However, The High Priest is still recuperating, and the Omni King's naivety leaves us uncertain as to whether he can provide valuable information. Beerus stroked his chin thoughtfully. Nonetheless, it is worth a try. This may be our only hope at present. Goku nodded in agreement. Indeed, even if there is but a sliver of possibility, we must not let it slip away. Vegeta crossed his arms, remarking, "Humph, let us hope this venture is not in vain." Whis stated, "There is no time to lose. Wang Cheng and I shall head immediately to the Omni King's palace to see if we can glean any clues from him or the High Priest." With that, Whis and Wang Cheng vanished in an instant. Soon, they arrived at the grand palace of the Omni King, who sat upon his enormous throne, swinging his legs playfully. Upon noticing Whis and Wang Cheng, he greeted them with a bright, innocent smile. Whis respectfully bowed and said, "Omni King, we have come to seek your counsel regarding Salama." The Omni King blinked his large eyes in confusion and asked, "Salama? Who is that?" Wang Cheng hurriedly explained, "Omni King, Salama is the dragon god, the former high priest." The Omni King tilted his head in thought, then shook it and replied, "I do not know. I do not recall such a person." Whis and Wang Cheng exchanged glances, a wave of disappointment washing over them. Just then, the high priest approached slowly, supported by his attendants. Though his complexion remained pale, he endeavored to maintain his composure. Wang Cheng quickly stepped forward to support the high priest and inquired, "High priest, are you well?" The high priest waved his hand gently, saying, "It is of no consequence." The Omni King has dispersed many of his avatars across different timelines for the sake of managing the order of time and space, which has rendered his memory incomplete, retaining only the wisdom of a child. As for Salama, what I can tell you is that his source of power is the miracle force, also known as the law of miracles. Wang Cheng and Whis exchanged puzzled looks, and Wang Cheng could not help but ask, "High priest, how exactly is this miracle force generated?" The high priest cleared his throat gently and began, "This traces back to the Dragon Balls. You are all aware that the Dragon Balls were created by Salama. Their existence compels gods, humans, and demons alike to make wishes when faced with adversity or longing to fulfill desires. Each wish invokes a mysterious wave of power, which serves as the very source of the miracle force. As countless wishes are granted through the power of the Dragon Balls, a miraculous force converges upon Sarama. This power is formless and colorless, yet immensely formidable. It remains unshackled by conventional laws, capable of disrupting the balance of various forces. Moreover, as time progresses and the number of wishes increases, this miraculous power grows ever more potent and pure. It endows Sarama with abilities beyond imagination, enabling him to instantly alter the tide of battle and withstand formidable assaults from all directions. More alarmingly, this miraculous power appears limitless. As long as there are individuals making wishes, it continues to expand. Consequently, for us, this is nearly an insurmountable force. The high priest, with a grim expression, continued speaking, causing Wang Cheng and Whis to sink into deep concern. The high priest elaborated, "Yet, there is a way." Upon hearing this, Wang Cheng and Whis' eyes sparkled with renewed hope as they fixed their gaze upon the high priest. He turned to Wang Cheng and said, "In truth, opposing a law with another law can yield a solution. If my law of time had reached its zenith, I would not have been defeated by Sarama last time. But now, we have you, Wang Cheng. Your abilities are commendable. Although the law of devouring ranks lower among all laws, it possesses an enigmatic quality. It can consume everything, time, space, and even miracles. However, I am uncertain about its feasibility. This is merely my conjecture." Wang Cheng furrowed his brow, lost in thought. "High priest, are you suggesting that I utilize the law of devouring to counter Sarama's law of miracles? Yet, with my current strength, even attempting to devour a fragment of Sarama's energy could result in my own explosion." The high priest nodded slightly. "I understand. Perhaps this is why it holds a lower rank. After all, human capacity is finite. Although it is said to consume all, the prerequisite is that the body must not be overwhelmed." Wang Cheng, upon hearing this, solemnly nodded. "You are right, high priest. I often feel overwhelmed when employing the law of devouring. A moment's carelessness could lead to backlash." Whis, standing nearby, expressed his worry. "What shall we do then? If such a situation arises during a confrontation with Sarama, the consequences could be dire." The high priest pondered for a moment before replying, "Wang Cheng, you must continually strengthen your body and soul, enhancing your capacity to endure power. Simultaneously, You need to refine your control over the rhythm and quantity of your devouring. Wang Cheng clenched his fists. I understand, High Priest. I will double my efforts in training to overcome this challenge. The High Priest continued, furthermore, you must learn to filter and purify during the devouring process, absorbing only the power that is beneficial and manageable while discarding any chaotic energies that may pose a threat to you. Wang Cheng contemplated this. Filtering and purifying requires a high degree of focus and discernment. The High Priest encouraged him, but I believe you possess this potential. If you can achieve this, the law of devouring in your hands will undoubtedly unleash unimaginable might. Wang Cheng's gaze turned resolute. Thank you for your trust, High Priest. I will give my all. Chapter 132. Extreme Enhancement. Very well. You may return now. Weiss, upon your return, gather all the angels and destroyers together. I will require more than a month to fully recover. During this period, you formed a united front, for you could still resist the weakened Salama, who waved his hand dismissively. Wang Cheng and Weiss promptly bowed respectfully, affirming, Yes, great High Priest, please focus on your recovery. With a serious expression, Weiss turned to Wang Cheng and said, Let us hasten back to make arrangements. The two turned away, enveloped in a heavy silence, their hearts burdened with unease. Upon returning to where the others were gathered, Weiss immediately conveyed the High Priest's directives. The various angels and destroyers displayed a spectrum of expressions. Some were anxious, while others appeared resolute. Beerus furrowed his brow and remarked, Forming alliances may not suffice against Salama, yet it is the only course we can take for now. Bados spoke softly, Everyone must prepare. This will be a fierce battle. Suddenly, Wang Cheng fixed his determined gaze upon Weiss and Bados, declaring, Weiss, Bados, I wish to train alongside you, as this will enable me to adapt swiftly to high-intensity combat and enhance my strength and endurance. Weiss narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating for a moment before responding. Wang Cheng, this is not a trivial matter. You may encounter immense pressure and suffering. Without hesitation, Wang Cheng replied, I am unafraid. I am willing to exert every effort to confront the impending crisis. Bados smiled and nodded. Given your resolve, let us proceed together. Thus, the three entered the staff space. Wang Cheng took a deep breath, adjusting his state of mind. His gaze radiated determination as he resolved to adopt an extreme approach for dual enhancement. Standing firm, he refrained from retaliating, allowing Weiss and Bados' attacks to strike him. Weiss's energy beam pierced through like a sword, impacting Wang Cheng's chest, causing him to grunt breathlessly as a wave of excruciating pain coursed through his body. Yet, he gritted his teeth and did not retreat an inch. Bados' assault followed swiftly. Her palm winds were fierce, striking heavily against Wang Cheng's back. He felt an overwhelming force surge forth, his throat sweetening as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Nevertheless, Wang Cheng remained steadfast, enduring the agony as he concentrated on every blow his body received. Each surge of energy felt like flames scorching his meridians. Each clash of strength resembled a hammer forging his bones. His muscles trembled, and his skin radiated an unusual glow, a testament to his body instinctively resisting and adapting to the tremendous pressure. Wang Cheng's consciousness began to blur, yet the conviction in his heart grew ever stronger. He incessantly urged himself to endure and break through his limits. As Weiss and Bados' assaults intensified, Wang Cheng's body bore numerous wounds, blood staining his garments. Under the relentless onslaught of the two angels, his regenerative abilities struggled to keep pace. The wounds deepened, blood flowing profusely, and his complexion turned pale as paper. Yet his gaze remained unwavering, devoid of any inclination to retreat. Each strike brought excruciating pain, and Wang Cheng felt his awareness gradually fading. Still, he continued to shout within himself, forcing himself to remain alert. With a furrowed brow, Weiss inquired, Wang Cheng, do you wish to continue? If this persists, you may be putting your life at risk. Gasping for breath, Wang Cheng replied with difficulty, continue. I can endure. A flicker of reluctance crossed Bardas's eyes. Yet her assaults showed no sign of abatement. She understood that this was the path Wang Cheng had chosen for himself. His body swayed precariously, as if on the verge of collapse, yet he stubbornly stood firm, weathering wave after wave of onslaught. In that moment of near despair, Wang Cheng painstakingly retrieved a magical bean from his robe and swiftly consumed it. The bean dissolved instantly, and a surge of vitality coursed through him, alleviating his injuries slightly. Drawing a deep breath, he hoarsely called out, Weiss, Bardas, pause for a moment. Upon hearing his plea, Weiss and Bardos immediately ceased their attacks. Concern etched on their faces as they regarded Wang Cheng. Their gazes reflected both admiration for his indomitable spirit and an undercurrent of worry. Without further ado, Wang Cheng seated himself cross-legged on the ground, commencing the celestial nebula technique. With his eyes tightly shut, he immersed his consciousness within. The energy around him gradually converged, forming a barely discernible vortex. Initially, the vortex spun at a languid pace, reminiscent of the delicate mist at dawn. Wang Cheng's brow knitted tightly, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead, clearly straining to guide the energy. As time flowed, the vortex's rotation quickened, transforming from gentle and slow to vigorous and forceful. The edges of the vortex shimmered faintly, akin to a resplendent galaxy in the night sky. Wang Cheng's form became enveloped in this radiance, his skin appearing almost translucent, revealing the energetic currents flowing through his veins. Each vein resembled a rushing river, surging forth with power. The air around him rippled subtly due to the potent energy fluctuations, causing dust to rise gently before settling back down. Wang Cheng's breathing gradually steadied and deepened, synchronizing with the rhythm of the vortex's rotation. As time elapsed, Wang Cheng opened his eyes to find Weiss and Bardos gazing at him with concern. A flicker of gratitude passed through his eyes as he slowly rose, saying, "I apologize for worrying you." Weiss stepped forward, gently patting Wang Cheng's shoulder. "Your tenacity is commendable, Wang Cheng, but do take care not to overexert yourself." Bardos smiled and added, "Indeed, your dedication is both reassuring and concerning." Wang Cheng replied resolutely, "I understand your intentions are for my benefit, but the situation is urgent. I must elevate my strength swiftly." Weiss nodded. "Yet, be mindful of your methods. Do not let your efforts be in vain." Wang Cheng responded, "I comprehend. I humbly ask for your continued guidance." Bardos replied, "Very well, prepare yourself. We shall proceed." Wang Cheng inhaled deeply, adjusting his stance to once again face the tempestuous barrage of attacks. His figure flickered amidst the energy's impact, each block and counterattack infused with all his strength and will. Time seemed to lose its meaning as the fierce battle continued unabated. Unbeknownst to them, half a month had passed in the outside world, and Wang Cheng along with Weiss and Bardos had emerged from the staff space. Wang Cheng emanated a calm, yet formidable aura, his gaze imbued with determination and confidence. A hint of satisfaction adorned the expressions of Weiss and Bardos. The moment they stepped out of the space, Wang Cheng felt the refreshing air of the outside world. He tilted his head back to gaze at the sky, overwhelmed by a tide of emotions. The past half-month of cultivation had been akin to dancing on the edge of life and death, yet his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Weiss, observing Wang Cheng, spoke with a smile. "Wang Cheng, the results of your training are remarkable. I believe you are now prepared to face even greater challenges." Wang Cheng nodded solemnly. "I am grateful for your guidance and companionship. I shall not disappoint your expectations." Chapter 133. The enemy approaches. Weiss clasped his hands over his chest, his gaze intently scrutinizing Wang Cheng as he analyzed. "Wang Cheng, your current strength should surpass that of most angels. In this brief half-month, your progress is nothing short of astonishing. Your control over power has become more precise, your combat skills increasingly adept, and your mastery of various energies has reached an extraordinary level." Upon hearing Weiss's praise, a flicker of joy surged within Wang Cheng, yet he maintained a humble demeanor. Weiss continued, "However, we must remain acutely aware that the might of Salama is far beyond our current comprehension. The depth of his power is unfathomable, and his understanding of the laws has attained an extraordinary realm. Compared to him, your present strength still falls significantly short." Wang Cheng's expression sharpened, his eyes devoid of fear, filled instead with resolute determination. "Weiss, I understand the disparity, yet I shall not be disheartened." Weiss smiled gently, his gaze brimming with encouragement and trust. "I can sense your resolve, Wang Cheng. Given your current rate of growth and potential, I am confident that, with persistent effort, it will not be long before you reach that pinnacle. But remember, do not be hasty. Steady and solid progress is key." Wang Cheng met Weiss's gaze with unwavering determination. "Weiss, your words are etched in my heart. This period of training has taught me that the enhancement of power is not achieved overnight. Every breakthrough demands tremendous effort and patience." Weiss nodded in agreement, continuing, "Wang Cheng, Salama's strength stems from the accumulation of long years and a profound understanding of the essence of power. While you have made rapid strides, you still lack foundational depth. The road ahead may present you with greater difficulties and challenges, but as long as you maintain this determination and perseverance, continuously accumulating and refining your skills, you will undoubtedly narrow the gap between you and him. Wang Cheng clenched his fists firmly. I understand. I will not allow momentary achievements to lead to pride or complacency, nor will I be daunted by obstacles. I will advance step by step, continuously elevating myself. Weishi patted Wang Cheng on the shoulder. Excellent. I believe you can achieve this. He then added, now, let us gather everyone to discuss our next course of action. Subsequently, Beerus and the other gods of destruction along with the angels swiftly convened in the realm of destruction of the seventh universe. The atmosphere was tense, and the expressions of all present were gravely serious. Beerus was the first to speak. In the past half-month, numerous events have transpired, and fortunately, we gathered everyone in advance. The Dark Demon realm has struck again. This time, they have been exceptionally audacious, occupying the 9th, 10th, and 11th universes. The lives within those realms have suffered tremendous calamities. Countless planets have been annihilated, leaving the innocent in despair. Clenching his fists, fury ignited in Beerus's eyes. Yet, the Grand Minister has issued orders, forbidding us from acting recklessly. This fills me with pent-up frustration. I yearn to charge forth and engage them in battle immediately. The other gods of destruction echoed his sentiments, each filled with righteous indignation. The Dark Demon realm is utterly brazen. Shall we simply wait idly by? We cannot stand by while innocent lives are in torment. At this moment, the angels remained relatively composed. Whis remarked, everyone, let us remain calm. The Grand Minister has his own considerations. He will recover from his injuries in about a week. And then we shall strategize thoroughly. We will certainly devise a countermeasure. Bardos added, indeed, acting impulsively will only exacerbate the situation. We must trust the Grand Minister's judgment. Wang Cheng stepped forward, saying, everyone, although the situation is dire, we must not lose our composure. During this week, we cannot remain idle. We should prepare adequately, enhance our strength, and study tactics. As the crowd began to calm and contemplate their next actions, uninvited guests arrived. A powerful wave of energy surged forth, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Wang Cheng's heart raced as he quickly scanned the surroundings, thinking to himself, familiar faces. With a grave expression, Wang Cheng silently rejoiced. Thankfully, Salama is not here. Otherwise, this battle would be even more arduous. Frieza shrieked, Humph, you lot, today marks your demise. Cooler followed suit, shouting, prepare to meet your end. Moro cackled ominously, haha, allow me to drain your powers. Majin Buu joined in, roaring, you will all turn into chocolate. Haha. Wang Cheng stepped forward, declaring loudly, you think you can come here and die at our hands? Bring out your comrades. His voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the space. Frieza's expression darkened as he sneered, Wang Cheng, do not be too arrogant. We are more than capable of dealing with you. Majin Buu, twisting his corpulent form, chuckled, exactly. You shall all become my candy. Cooler's eyes flashed with a fierce glint as he urged, stop wasting time with them. Let us attack directly. Wang Cheng addressed Vegeta and the others. Let us make this swift. No dilly-dallying. We shall fuse immediately. Vegeta furrowed his brow, responding, Humph, understood. Goku's gaze was resolute as he shouted, then let us go. Wang Cheng clenched his fists, his aura surging with intensity as he bellowed. There is no time to waste. We must resolve this battle swiftly. To protect our universe and for the sake of those innocent lives, let us give our all. The crowd responded in unison, agreed. In an instant, Goku and Vegeta fused into Vegito, unleashing a formidable aura that erupted from him. His gaze was piercing, fixated intently on the black-gold Frieza. Sensing the intensity of his stare, Frieza's heart tightened, yet he stubbornly retorted, Humph, what can a fusion achieve? Vegeta let out a cold chuckle. Let's put that to the test. With that, Vegeta's form shimmered, and he instantaneously appeared before black-gold Frieza, unleashing a punch that carried the sound of a howling wind. Frieza hastily raised his hand to block, but with a resounding crash. He was propelled back several dozen meters by the overwhelming force. Vegeta offered no respite, launching a relentless series of attacks. His movements were as swift as lightning, each strike imbued with cataclysmic power. Frieza struggled to keep up, multiple wounds gradually appearing upon his body. Meanwhile, Jiren and Toppo had also completed their fusion, their formidable aura causing Black Gold Goku's expression to darken significantly. Goku gritted his teeth, declaring, "Don't think that fusion can defeat me." However, the fused Toppo wasted no time, directly initiating a fierce onslaught. Each of his moves resembled a cataclysm, forcing Black Gold Goku to defend desperately, yet he continued to be pushed back. Turning to Piccolo and Cell, they had fused as well, battling against Moro and Majin Buu, two exceptionally troublesome adversaries. Moro was the first to strike, his hands weaving as dark energy surged towards Kibito and Shape. Kibito scoffed, bringing his hands together to conjure a verdant energy shield that repelled the encroaching darkness. The entire God of Destruction realm was engulfed in chaos, the clash of energies causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Each warrior radiated boundless determination, exerting their utmost for victory and protection. Meanwhile, the other gods of destruction and angels remained on standby, awaiting the emergence of yet unseen foes. Chapter 134, Demon Sealing Wave. The narrative diverges. Vegeta transformed into Ultra Instinct, his overwhelming presence causing the battlefield to shudder. A mysterious light enveloped his form, his eyes exuding absolute confidence and authority. Witnessing this, Black Gold Frieza was engulfed by a wave of fear, yet he feigned composure. "Humph, even in this form, you won't easily defeat me." Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smile, vanishing from sight in an instant. Frieza blinked, only to find Vegeta had materialized behind him. Before he could react, Vegeta delivered a kick to his back, sending Frieza hurtling like a projectile, shattering several mountain peaks. Just as he struggled to regain his footing, Vegeta reappeared before him, landing a powerful punch to his abdomen. Frieza doubled over in agony, spewing forth a stream of purple blood. Vegeta offered no moment of respite, unleashing a barrage of energy beams with both hands. Frieza fought desperately to defend himself, yet numerous beams found their mark, leaving charred wounds across his body. "This is the disparity between you and me," Vegeta proclaimed, his voice echoing as though it were a decree from the heavens. "I am not so easily vanquished." Frieza roared in fury, his aura surging once more as the wounds upon his body began to slowly mend. Vegeta raised an eyebrow slightly, expressing unexpected surprise as he remarked, "You can still stand? There is some spirit in you." Frieza gritted his teeth, declaring, "I am the Emperor of the universe. How could I be easily defeated by you?" With that, he charged recklessly toward Vegeta, energy converging in his fist. Vegeta effortlessly sidestepped, countering with a powerful punch to Frieza's abdomen. Frieza let out a muffled groan but clung tightly to Vegeta's arm, attempting to retaliate. Vegeta forcefully shook him off and swiftly delivered a kick that sent Frieza flying. He crashed heavily into the ground, creating a massive crater. Yet, before Vegeta could approach, Frieza shot out from the pit, lunging at him once more. Annoyed, Vegeta muttered, "You truly are oblivious to your own limits." He instantly appeared behind Frieza, unleashing a flurry of rapid strikes that rained down upon him. Frieza's body tumbled through the air, enduring blow after blow, yet each time he managed to regain his composure and charge forward again. Vegeta furrowed his brow, contemplating, "This fellow is indeed tenacious and remarkably resilient." Taking a deep breath, he amplified his energy, powerful waves radiating outward from his core. The surrounding space warped under the weight of his immense power. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Vegeta's eyes. He resolved to end this once and for all, sparing Frieza no further chances. However, just as he was about to strike, an impulse to unleash chaos surged from deep within him. Clenching his teeth, Vegeta forcibly suppressed this urge, reminding himself, "Do not be careless. The battle must conclude swiftly to avoid unforeseen complications." He slowly raised his hands, conjuring a dazzling energy sphere between his palms, its brilliance intensifying as if it contained boundless destructive power. Frieza, witnessing the energy sphere, felt a surge of despair, yet he refused to relent. Roaring as he charged forward once more, Vegeta's gaze turned icy as he declared, "It is over, Frieza." He thrust the energy sphere toward Frieza with great force. At that critical moment, Wang Cheng dashed in like a bolt of lightning, positioning himself in front of Frieza. The energy sphere collided with Wang Cheng, erupting in a blinding flash that compelled those nearby to squint against the brilliance. As the light dissipated, the onlookers were astonished to find Wang Cheng had withstood the lethal blow. Vegeta frowned and inquired, "Wang Cheng, what is the meaning of this?" Others cast puzzled glances in his direction as well. Taking a deep breath, Wang Cheng explained, "Please do not misunderstand. Even if he were to perish, the Dark Dragon Balls could resurrect him. It would be wiser to seal him for now and deal with him once the immediate crisis is resolved." The crowd considered Wang Cheng's words and found merit in his reasoning. Wang Cheng ceased further discussion, swiftly forming seals with his hands while muttering incantations. A powerful wave of energy surged from him, gradually coalescing in his palms, forming a peculiar whirlpool of runes. "Demon Sealing Wave," Wang Cheng shouted, directing the whirlpool of runes at Frieza. A beam of light shot forth from the vortex, instantly enveloping Frieza within its grasp. Frieza struggled desperately, attempting to break free from the binding force, yet the power of the magic seal wave was overwhelming, rendering his resistance futile. Ultimately, Frieza was successfully sealed within a small vial. At that moment, Vegeta, witnessing Frieza's entrapment, showed no hesitation and turned to charge at Majin Buu. His speed was akin to a meteor, and in an instant, he appeared before Majin Buu. Before Majin Buu could react, Vegeta's fist hurtled toward him, striking heavily against his rotund abdomen. Majin Buu felt a surge of excruciating pain, and his body involuntarily flew backward. Vegeta swiftly darted, like a specter, into the path of Majin Buu's retreat, delivering a powerful kick to his back. Majin Buu emitted a wretched scream as he crashed to the ground like a cannonball, creating a massive crater. Before Majin Buu could rise from the pit, Vegeta descended from above, clasping his fists, and struck down upon Majin Buu with the force of a mountain. Majin Buu attempted to defend himself, but was utterly unprepared, and Vegeta's attack drove him deeper into the earth. Vegeta offered no respite, swiftly forming hand seals, unleashing a barrage of energy beams from his fingertips toward the subterranean Majin Buu. A series of explosive sounds resonated from the depths, accompanied by Majin Buu's anguished cries. Vegeta scoffed, "Is this all you are capable of?" With that, he launched another relentless assault, each punch infused with immense power and energy fluctuations. Majin Buu could only passively endure the onslaught, devoid of any ability to retaliate. Vegeta's strikes grew increasingly ferocious, inflicting severe damage upon Majin Buu, whose once arrogant demeanor was thoroughly suppressed. At this juncture, Wang Cheng seized the opportunity and invoked the magic seal wave once more. He rapidly formed hand seals and recited an incantation, gathering formidable energy before him. Wang Cheng bellowed, "Majin Buu, be sealed." A brilliant beam of light erupted from his hand, racing toward Majin Buu. Majin Buu's eyes widened in terror. He attempted to struggle and evade, yet was tightly restrained by Vegeta, rendering him immobile. The light swiftly enveloped Majin Buu, his form shrinking rapidly as he writhed in desperation, yet he remained unable to escape the potent force of the magic seal wave. As the light gradually converged, Majin Buu was ultimately sealed away. Chapter 135. The situation became clearer meanwhile. The battle between Tejepa and Black Gokula had reached a stalemate, with both combatants evenly matched in strength. Tejepa moved with agility, each attack accompanied by a fierce rush of wind, while Black Gokula retaliated with cunning and brutal strikes, his defenses impenetrable. Just as the two were locked in their fierce clash, Shabi entered the fray. Shabi's arrival immediately intensified the pressure on Black Gokula, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, Shabi charged at Black Gokula, utilizing both fists and feet in an onslaught that came like a tidal wave. Black Gokula struggled to cope, gradually accumulating numerous wounds. "Damn it!" he roared, forcibly amplifying his power in an attempt to push Shabi back. However, Shabi was nimble, easily evading his retaliation, and followed up with a heavy blow to Black Gokula's back. As Heijin Gula stumbled, nearly losing his balance, Tojbrok seized the moment to launch a more ferocious assault, coordinating seamlessly with Shabi to leave Heijin Gula defenseless, reduced to mere parrying against their relentless onslaught. "You despicable fiends!" Heijin Gula gasped, fury lacing his words. Shabi retorted with a cold sneer, "No need for fairness when dealing with such malevolence." With that, Shabi and Tojbrok once again joined forces, tightening the noose around Heijin Gula's predicament. Gritting his teeth, Heijin Gula's eyes blazed with resentment and rage. He desperately summoned his strength, attempting a final counterattack. Yet, Shabi and Tojbrok pressed their advantage, their attacks unyielding, denying him even a moment's respite. Shabi unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, the wind of his strikes howling, As Heijin Gula struggled to withstand the blows, his arms numbed by the force. Toj broke, seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen, forcing Heijin Gula to double over in agony. "Prepare to meet your end," Shabi shouted, bringing his hands together. A formidable energy coalesced in his palms before he unleashed it towards Heijin Gula. Eyes wide with horror, Heijin Gula attempted to evade, but it was too late. In a desperate moment, he erupted with a surge of dark energy, forming a shield that barely absorbed Shabi's attack. However, this dark energy exacted a heavy toll on his body, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Toj broke wasted no time, his hands dancing with speed as countless energy beams shot towards Heijin Gula. Under the relentless barrage, Heijin Gula's wounds multiplied, his breath growing shallower. "I will not fall easily," he bellowed in a final roar, yet despair tainted his voice. His body swayed precariously, yet he stood defiantly, bloodshot eyes fixated on Shabi, and Toj broke. His wounds bled profusely, staining his attire crimson, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, gritting his teeth as each muscle trembled and every breath weighed heavily upon him. Shabi, observing Heijin Gula, could not help but remark, like Frieza, his brother Gula is remarkably resilient. Toj broke scoffed, but no matter how tenacious, it is merely a cornered beast fighting for survival. Heijin Gula laughed maniacally, his voice laced with madness and defiance. "I, Gula, shall not be defeated by you wretches." Enduring excruciating pain, he once more gathered his strength, the surrounding energy swirling violently to form a powerful tempest. His body radiated an eerie glow, his aura surging to newfound heights. Shabi's expression darkened. This fiend still possesses such power. Toj broke, gritted his teeth. "We cannot allow him to prevail. Let us strike together." With that, the two charged at Heijin Gula without hesitation. Heijin Gula, undeterred, advanced to meet their assault. In an instant, the three were engulfed in a fierce battle once more. Each of Heijin Gula's strikes carried the weight of desperation, his movements no longer as agile as at the outset. Yet each blow brimmed with lethal force. Shabi and Toj broke poured their all into the fray, their techniques interwoven to deny Heijin Gula even a moment to breathe. Bang! Once again, a violent collision occurred, sending Black Gold Gula staggering back several dozen meters, a copious amount of blood spewing from his mouth. Yet, he remained standing, propped up by his trembling legs, his eyes still ablaze with an indomitable spirit. "Even in death, I shall take you down with me," Black Gold Gula bellowed, his voice echoing like a roar from the depths of hell, infused with boundless fury and resoluteness. At this moment, every muscle in his body was taut, veins bulging, blood gushing from his wounds. Yet none of this could diminish his frenzied will to fight. The radiance emanating from Black Gold Gula intensified, powerful energy fluctuations causing the surrounding space to warp ever so slightly. He charged recklessly towards Shabi and Tooji Pa, resembling a wounded beast making its final, desperate stand. Shabi and Tooji Pa exchanged a glance, sensing the gravity in each other's eyes. However, they did not retreat. Rather, their resolve to utterly defeat Black Gold Gula solidified. Tooji Pa formed hand seals, instantly conjuring a formidable energy shield before him. Meanwhile, Shabi swiftly maneuvered around to Black Gold Gula's rear, poised to deliver a decisive blow. Ignoring Tooji Pa's shield entirely, Black Gold Gula crashed into it with a thunderous impact, causing the shield to tremble violently and forcing Tooji Pa to stagger back several steps from the immense force. At that moment, Shabi seized the opportunity, launching a powerful punch towards Black Gold Gula's back. Gula stiffened momentarily, stumbling forward a few steps, yet he still would not fall. He turned, glaring at Shabi with eyes filled with hatred. "Come on, keep going," Black Gold Gula roared, charging once more. Like a madman, he surged forward again, his reckless momentum sending chills down the spines of Shabi and Tooji Pa. Shabi retreated swiftly, unleashing a barrage of energy beams in an attempt to halt Black Gold Gula's advance. However, Gula did not flinch or evade. He allowed the beams to strike him, his skin scorching and charred, yet he pressed on undeterred. Seeing this, Tooji Pa clasped his hands together, gathering a tremendous energy in his palms to form an enormous energy sphere. "Gula, it ends here," Tooji Pa shouted, hurling the energy sphere towards Black Gold Gula. The sphere, imbued with the essence of annihilation, soared forth, but at the last possible moment, Black Gold Gula abruptly sidestepped, narrowly evading the lethal strike. The energy sphere detonated behind him, unleashing a massive wave of energy. Taking advantage of the explosion smoke, Black Gold Gula charged towards Toji Pa, delivering a punch directly to his face. Toji Pa, caught off guard, was sent reeling, blood streaming from his nose. Damn it! Toji Pa roared, engaging in close-quarters combat with Black Gold Gula. Shabi, no longer holding back, unleashed his ultimate technique with all his might. In an instant, brilliance flickered and energy surged, the battle among the three entering a fervent climax. Black Gold Gula's wounds multiplied, his strength gradually waning, yet his eyes remained resolute, teeth clenched in defiance. "I will not lose," he roared, erupting with a final surge of power that sent Shabi and Toji Pa staggering back several meters. However, this was also his last struggle. After Shabi and Togi stabilized their forms, they united once more to launch an attack. This time, Heijin Gula could no longer withstand their onslaught and fell heavily to the ground. He gasped for breath, his gaze dimming gradually. Yet the indomitable spirit within him seemed to still flicker with defiance. Chapter 136. The four great evil gods. At that moment, Wang Cheng reappeared. With resolute determination, he fixed his gaze upon the exhausted Heijin Gula, swiftly forming hand seals as he prepared to unleash the magic sealing wave. Chanting incantations, a powerful surge of energy radiated from him. Sensing Wang Cheng's movements, Heijin Gula attempted to rise and resist, but his injuries rendered his body unresponsive. Magic sealing wave. Wang Cheng shouted, a brilliant light shooting forth from his hands, directly aimed at Heijin Gula. The latter's eyes widened in horror as he watched the radiant glow envelop him. He struggled with the last remnants of his strength to break free from this binding, but all efforts proved futile. The light gradually converged, and Heijin Gula's form diminished within its brilliance, ultimately sealing him within a small container. As the smoke of battle began to dissipate, only the demon Luo remained stubbornly resisting. Wang Cheng pondered. Could it be that the dark demon realm has truly sent only these few? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. An immensely powerful and malevolent aura suddenly engulfed the entire battlefield, making everyone feel as though a colossal stone had pressed down upon their hearts, rendering them breathless. Wang Cheng's expression changed drastically. He silently cursed his misfortune. Could this aura be? A colossal black vortex materialized in the sky, from which a figure slowly emerged. It was none other than Salama. He was followed by four subordinates, each radiating an aura far surpassing that of angels. Instantly, fear and despair filled the hearts of all present. Shabi's eyes widened, his body trembling involuntarily. How is this possible? Can we truly overcome such an enemy? Togi clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. Filled with unwillingness. Damn it, is today really our doomsday? Beerus's countenance darkened ominously, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Against such a formidable foe, we stand no chance. Wang Cheng and Whis exchanged glances, both recognizing the deep-seated concern reflected in each other's eyes. Wang Cheng feigned calmness and shouted, "Everyone, remain composed. If we unite our strength, we may yet have a fighting chance." However, his voice sounded feeble under the weight of the overwhelming pressure. Salama sneered contemptuously, surveying the group with disdain. "You think you can halt the advance of the Dark Demon realm? Today marks your demise." His four subordinates echoed with sinister laughter, as if they could already envision the tragic fate awaiting everyone. In this moment of despair, a dazzling light cut through the sky, heralding the sudden arrival of the Grand Priest. He emanated an aura of divine inviolability, standing in opposition to Salama, with a steely gaze fixed upon him. The Grand Priest spoke in a calm, yet commanding voice. "Salama, your ambitions shall not prevail." Salama narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of apprehension crossing his gaze. But he quickly resumed his brazen demeanor. "High Priest, even you shall not impede my path today." Simultaneously, the 12 angels sprang into action, confronting the four subordinates that Salama had brought with him. Each angel bore a solemn expression, their focus unwavering as they fixed their gaze upon their adversaries. The radiant light surrounding them flickered intermittently, betraying their inner tension and vigilance. One angel gripped his staff tightly and murmured, "These foes are formidable, yet we must not falter." Another angel nodded in agreement, responding, "Indeed, for the sake of cosmic peace, we shall fight with all our might." In stark contrast, Salama's subordinates wore expressions of arrogance and disdain. Do you truly believe you angels can stand against us? One of them scoffed. Humph, soon you will realize our true power. Another subordinate growled menacingly. The atmosphere between the two factions was charged with tension, as if a single spark could ignite the entire battlefield. Addressing the high priest, Salama proclaimed, "If we refrain from intervening, my 4 great evil deities shall easily dispatch your angels and the destroyer." His voice rang out, high-pitched and piercing, imbued with absolute confidence and audacity. Salama held his head high, arms crossed over his chest, a contemptuous smirk etched upon his lips. His eyes filled with disdain for the high priest, the angels, and the destroyer. "In my eyes, you are but a swarm of ants. Any one of my 4 great evil deities could effortlessly crush you." His words cut through the air like sharp blades, striking at the nerves of those present. The high priest, though maintaining a calm demeanor, exhibited a flicker of anger in his eyes. "Salama, your arrogance knows no bounds." Salama erupted into boisterous laughter. "Arrogance. This is the capital bestowed upon me by power. Today marks your doom." His laughter echoed across the desolate battlefield, sending shivers down spines. Behind Salama, the 4 great evil deities roared in wild abandon, twisting their forms and exuding a potent, malevolent aura, eager to unleash carnage upon their foes. Ceasing his laughter, Salama stepped forward, his formidable presence causing the surrounding air to crackle ominously. "High priest, widen your eyes and behold how your so-called guardians crumble before my evil deities." His voice seemed to weave a spell, intensifying the weight of pressure upon the hearts of those present. The high priest, resolute, coldly retorted, "Salama, do not celebrate too soon. Justice shall ultimately triumph over evil." Salama scoffed derisively. "Justice? In the face of absolute power, justice is merely a jest." With a swift motion of his hand, he commanded, "Evil deities, advance. Let them witness true terror." Obeying his command, the 4 great evil deities transformed into shadows, racing towards the angels and the destroyer. As they passed, the very fabric of space fractured, the overwhelming pressure causing the ground to splinter. In that moment, Salama crossed his arms, a triumphant smile gracing his face, as if he could already envision the sweet taste of victory. The 4 malevolent deities surged forth like phantoms towards the angels and the destroyers, their speed rendering them nearly imperceptible. The first of these dark entities, the flame demon, was engulfed in black flames, scorching everything in its wake into warped shapes under its intense heat. It lunged at one of the angels, unleashing a torrent of searing dark energy. The angel, resolute, brandished their staff in a desperate attempt to counter this onslaught. However, the force of the dark energy was overwhelming, propelling the angel back several meters and drawing blood from the corner of their mouth. The second malevolent being, the green giant, towered in size, each step sending tremors through the ground. It extended its massive arm towards another angel with the intent to strike. The angel swiftly sidestepped. Yet the giant's assault stirred a fierce gale, disrupting the angel's balance. The third dark entity, the phantom, moved with an elusive grace, making it difficult to track. It materialized behind one of the destroyers, launching a surprise attack. The destroyer, caught off guard, received a solid blow to the back, stifling a pained groan. The 4th malevolent deity, Elohim, waved its hands, unleashing countless dark tendrils that sought to ensnare the angels and destroyers alike. The combatants responded with fervor, unleashing their abilities to combat the encroaching darkness. Chaos enveloped the battlefield as the angels and destroyers found themselves increasingly on the defensive. Salama laughed triumphantly from the sidelines. "Do you see, High Priest? This is the chasm that separates our strengths." The High Priest, though grave in expression, maintained his composure, retorting, "The battle is far from over. Salama, do not revel in your triumph too soon." Chapter 137. United against Elohim, the High Priest's voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable conviction, as if he had cast a stabilizing anchor amidst the tumultuous battleground. His gaze bore into Salama, devoid of fear or retreat. Salama scoffed, "Even as death approaches, you remain defiant. High Priest, prepare to witness your subordinates fall to my malevolent deities." The High Priest raised his chin slightly, the radiance surrounding him swirling gently. "Salama, you underestimate the power of righteousness. Even in the direst of circumstances, we shall never yield." At that moment, the angels and destroyers on the battlefield, inspired by the High Priest's words, reignited their fighting spirit. They exchanged determined glances, a shared conviction igniting within them, resolved to fight valiantly against the dark deities. One angel wiped the blood from their lips, their gaze sharpening. Comrades, for justice, for protection, we shall not falter. Another angel nodded vigorously. Even if it means shattering into pieces, we will fight until the end. The destroyers roared in response, their auras swelling once more. Let these wicked beings witness our might. One destroyer bellowed, charging towards the malevolent deity opposing them. We shall not be defeated, they proclaimed in unison, their voices ringing out like thunder. The atmosphere on the battlefield transformed into one of fervent intensity as the angels and destroyers unleashed their full potential, engaging in a fierce struggle for survival against the dark deities. Wang Cheng, along with Vis, Bados, and Makalita, joined forces to confront the malevolent Elohim. The colossal figure of Alakai loomed at the center of the battlefield, resembling an insurmountable mountain. His body was adorned with a multitude of writhing tentacles, each robust and powerful, seemingly endowed with a life of their own. Alakai initiated the assault, several tentacles striking towards Wang Cheng and his companions like bolts of lightning. Wang Cheng's gaze sharpened as he swiftly evaded the oncoming attack. Weiss, with a flourish of her hands, unleashed a formidable wave of energy, attempting to sever the tentacles. However, upon contact, the tentacles absorbed the energy, growing even thicker in the process. Seeing this, Bados and Makalita exchanged knowing glances before launching their coordinated counterattack. Bados conjured a radiant staff, summoning a fierce storm in an effort to disperse the tentacles, while Makalita clasped her hands together, chanting incantations as a mysterious rune materialized before her, shooting towards Alakai. Yet, the sheer number of tentacles overwhelmed them, attacking from all directions, leaving them vulnerable. One tentacle struck Wang Cheng's back with tremendous force, inflicting excruciating pain as his garments were swiftly corroded, leaving a gaping hole and causing a searing sensation at the wound. Everyone be cautious. These tentacles possess corrosive properties, Wang Cheng shouted. Weiss frowned in concern. This adversary was exceedingly formidable. Alakai emitted a low, menacing growl, and more tentacles surged toward them, corroding the ground beneath and releasing a pungent odor. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, resolute in his stance. We cannot retreat. Let us charge together. With that, he emanated a powerful aura and lunged at Alakai. Weiss, Bados, and Makalita followed closely behind, and together they engaged in a breathtaking struggle for survival against Alakai. Wang Cheng moved like lightning, fists clenched, relentlessly striking at the tentacles. I refuse to believe I cannot sever these repulsive appendages. Alakai scoffed derisively. Foolish insects. His tentacles deftly parried Wang Cheng's attacks, effortlessly sending him flying with a sweeping motion. Weiss cried out, Blade of Light, as she summoned sharp blades of light that sliced towards the tentacles. Alakai disdainfully remarked, You think such trivial tricks can harm me? With a flick of his tentacles, the blades shattered into fragments. Everyone, stay focused. Let us coordinate our attacks, Bados commanded, wielding her staff to conjure a powerful whirlwind in an attempt to ensnare Alakai's tentacles. Seizing the opportunity, Makalita formed seals with her hands, invoking a sealing technique as a radiant rune shot towards Alakai. Yet, with a mere shake, Alakai freed himself from the whirlwind's grasp, effortlessly dispersing the rune's glow with a flick of his tentacles. Ha ha ha, you believe you can defeat me with such meager efforts? Alakai bellowed, his laughter echoing as the tentacle strikes intensified. Countless tentacles descended upon the four like a tempest, and Wang Cheng struggled to defend himself, each impact sending shockwaves through his arms. Damn it, this creature is too powerful, he roared through gritted teeth. Vis moved gracefully, continuously emanating radiant energy in an attempt to weaken the onslaught of tentacles. However, the brilliance merely flickered momentarily upon the tentacles before being consumed by the encroaching darkness. Bados' staff dimmed, and she gasped for breath, realizing that this approach was futile. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Makalita's eyes. She was determined to fight. With her hands clasped together, she radiated a dazzling light, which transformed into a formidable shockwave directed towards Aloy. Yet, Aloy merely scoffed, as several tentacles swiftly intertwined to form a vast net, effortlessly blocking the surge of energy. Foolish beings, is this truly your utmost effort? Wang Cheng roared defiantly. Do not underestimate us. The power within him surged once more as he charged recklessly towards Aloy, gripping a tentacle tightly in an attempt to sever it. However, the tentacle's strength intensified, flinging Wong Chong into the air. Aloy's tentacles swiftly followed, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. At that critical juncture, Vados and Makalita acted in unison, their combined forces manifesting as a powerful shield that stood before Wong Chong. The collision between the tentacles and the shield produced a thunderous sound, sending all four of them staggering backward. "Damn it, is there truly no way out?" Wong Chong exclaimed in frustration, gazing at the arrogant Aloy. His fury ignited to its zenith. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed his devouring power with all his might. His body began to emanate an eerie black glow, warping the very space around him. His eyes turned a fiery red as an overwhelming pull radiated from him. Aloy, sensing this extraordinary power, furrowed her brow slightly, muttering, "Humph." A desperate struggle. With that, more tentacles lashed out towards Wong Chong. "Bring it on," he bellowed. As the tentacles approached, they were ensnared by his devouring force. The potent corrosive energy attempted to erode Wong Chong, but he gritted his teeth, resisting fiercely. "Devour!" Wong Chong shouted, his power intensifying to the point of tearing several tentacles apart. Black blood erupted from Aloy's wounds. In pain, she let out an enraged roar. "You dare to wound me, you insolent brat." Chapter 138. Bitter battle. Wong Chong remained undeterred, fully exerting his devouring power as he faced Aloy in a stalemate. Vis anxiously cautioned, "Wong Chong, if you continue to exert yourself like this, your body will not endure. Aloy's energy levels surpass ours. You cannot withstand it." With gritted teeth and veins bulging on his forehead, Wong Chong disregarded her warnings. There was no hope without risk. Seizing the moment of Wong Cheng's distraction, Aloy violently broke free from the grip of the devouring force, a colossal tentacle slicing through the air towards him with a fierce wind. "Watch out!" Vados cried out. Wong Chong reacted swiftly, dodging to the side, though the gust from the tentacles still left his cheek stinging. "Wong Chong, don't act impulsively. Let us devise a plan together," Makalita urged. "There is no time. I can do this." Wong Chong roared in defiance. Aloy cackled maniacally. "You foolish creature, today shall be your last." More tentacles descended upon him like a torrential storm, each imbued with terrifying power. Wong Cheng's eyes were bloodshot, his body trembling slightly from the excessive use of power. Yet he stood resolutely, the force of devouring surging forth once more. The clash of black light against the writhing tentacles produced a deafening roar. The surrounding space crumbled incessantly, the powerful energy fluctuations causing the entire battlefield to shudder. Wong Chong felt as though his body might be torn apart, his insides churning violently. Yet his will remained unyieldingly steadfast. "I shall not yield, under no circumstances." Vis, Barduz, and Makalita, no longer hesitating, unleashed their most potent abilities in concert with Wong Chong. The enraged Aloy erupted with power, once again overpowering the four of them. The dark aura surrounding Aloy surged forth like a volcanic eruption, his massive form seemingly growing even larger, the terrifying pressure distorting the very fabric of space around him. Countless tentacles writhed frantically, each shimmering with a sinister light, imbued with a heart-stopping destructive force. The four felt an irresistible force enveloping them instantaneously. Wong Cheng's devouring power appeared diminutive in the face of this overwhelming might, easily repelled. His body was like a kite severed from its string, hurtling backward and crashing heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood erupting forth. Vis attempted to shield herself with a luminous barrier, but it shattered upon contact with Aloy's might, hurling her away, her delicate visage paling dramatically. Barduz's staff slipped from her grasp, her entire being nearly crushed under an invisible weight, her legs quaking uncontrollably. Makalita struggled to maintain her stance, only to discover she could not move, helplessly watching as Aloy's tentacles advanced toward her. "This is the fate that awaits those who dare challenge me." Aloy's voice boomed like thunder, resonating across the battlefield. His tentacles extended once more, sweeping toward Wong Chong and his companions, uprooting the earth in layers, leaving deep ravines in their wake. Wong Chong struggled to rise from the ground, facing the encroaching Aloy, despair welling within him. Yet, a defiant spark still flickered in his eyes. "Even in death, I shall not grant you victory." Aloy laughed maniacally, mocking, "You, a dying wretch, dare to utter such bravado?" His tentacles lashed out again, accompanied by the howling wind, striking fiercely at Wong Chong. Gritting his teeth, Wong Chong sidestepped to evade. But the edge of a tentacle still grazed him, sending him flying once more, crashing onto the ground in a cloud of dust. He felt as if his bones might shatter, a searing pain radiating from within, and he could not suppress the torrent of blood that escaped his lips. Wang Cheng, Vis, Barduz, and Makalita cried in unison, rushing to assist, yet they were thwarted by Eloi's other tentacles. With great effort, Wang Cheng raised a hand, retrieving a miraculous bean from his bosom, swallowing it. A powerful vitality surged through him instantaneously, his injuries visibly mending. I may lack in many things, but I possess an abundance of miraculous beans. Today, I shall outlast you. Wang Cheng laughed heartily, rising once more. At this moment, his breath had intensified significantly, with a formidable power swirling around him. Eloi's expression darkened. Do you think this will alter the outcome? Naive. Wang Cheng's gaze was resolute. How can one know without trying? In an instant, he appeared before Eloi, his fist imbued with ferocious energy, crashing towards him. Eloi countered with his tendrils, and the collision erupted with a thunderous sound. Wang Cheng's fist was deflected, yet he did not falter. Swiftly, he redirected his attack, his leg whipping towards Eloi like a tempest. Bang, bang, bang. The onslaught left Eloi somewhat overwhelmed, and he bellowed in rage as more tendrils surged towards Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng nimbly navigated through the oncoming tendrils, each dodge expertly timed, while he sought out Eloi's vulnerabilities for a counterattack. Take this, Wang Cheng shouted, pressing his palms together as a mighty energy coalesced in his hands, forming a radiant energy sphere, which he hurled at Eloi. Eloi extended several tendrils to seize the energy sphere, but upon contact, it detonated, the powerful shockwave scorching his tendrils black. Damn it! Eloi seethed with fury, his entire being emanating a more sinister aura, his tendrils growing thicker and more ferocious. Unfazed, Wang Cheng shouted, Come on, let us settle this once and for all. He charged again, engaging in an even more fervent battle with Eloi. The tendrils rained down upon him like a deluge, and Wang Cheng evaded left and right while continuously retaliating. Each of his strikes carried an indomitable momentum, as if he were determined to vanquish Eloi completely. You insignificant insect. Do not even dream of defeating me. Eloi roared. Wang Cheng scoffed. That remains to be seen. Suddenly, he spotted a flaw in Eloi's defense. In a flash, he appeared above Eloi, bringing his hands down with immense force directly onto Eloi's head. Eloi hastily shielded his head with his tendrils, yet the overwhelming force still pushed him back several steps. Not bad, kid, but the price for injuring me is your descent into hell. Eloi bellowed in humiliation and rage, his eyes turning crimson, the dark aura around him thickening as if to devour everything in its vicinity. Before his words had faded, Eloi wildly waved all his tendrils, launching an onslaught towards Wang Cheng like a tempest. Each tendril bore unparalleled strength and speed, the air torn asunder with a sharp whistle. Wang Cheng felt an overwhelming shadow descending upon him, the pressure akin to a mountain. He fought desperately to withstand the barrage, but Eloi's strikes were too dense and powerful. A tendril lashed against Wang Cheng's back, propelling his body forward, before he could regain his footing. Several more tendrils followed in swift succession. Some struck heavily against his shoulders, while others lashed brutally at his legs. Wang Cheng grunted in pain, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to succumb. Die! Eloi roared. A colossal tendril, infused with the power of annihilation, smashed towards Wang Cheng's chest. Wang Cheng crossed his arms to defend himself. With a deafening crash, he was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Wang Cheng. The trio of Vis gasped, eager to rush to help. However, the wrathful Airly would not allow them to succeed. He violently swung his tentacles, unleashing a wave of dark energy that surged towards Vis and her companions. Vis reacted swiftly, her hands weaving intricate motions to conjure a radiant shield for defense. Yet, the dark energy wave was immensely powerful, shattering her luminous shield in an instant and sending Vis hurtling backward, her fragile form tumbling across the ground until she barely managed to halt. Bardos and Makalita sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade. However, Airly's tentacles swiftly extended, ensnaring them like a constricting serpent. A cry of agony escaped their lips. Airly grinned wickedly, tightening his grip. The color drained from Bardos and Makalita's faces as they struggled to breathe. Release them. Wang Cheng grunted as he painfully rose from the ground, charging once more toward Airly. With a dismissive scoff, Airly hurled Bardos and Makalita towards Wang Cheng. causing the three to collide and tumble to the ground once more. Wang Cheng gazed at the injured Vis and her companions, his heart swelling with anger and guilt. I am still too weak. Do not speak so, Wang Cheng. This fiend's power surpasses that of angels. There is no need for self-reproach, Vis managed to utter with difficulty. With gritted teeth, Wang Cheng retrieved several celestial beans from his pocket, distributing them to Vis, Bardos, and Makalita. Quickly consume these beans. We shall fight together once more. Without hesitation, Vis and the others took the celestial beans and placed them in their mouths. The miraculous potency of the beans swiftly took effect, healing their wounds and restoring their vigor in an instant. Let us unite and show this vile creature our true might, Wang Cheng commanded. And the four charged once again at Airly. Seeing their rapid recovery, Airly roared in fury, "You wretched lot, resorting to such underhanded tactics. How dishonorable." Wang Cheng laughed heartily. "Honor among a vile god. The only goal is to defeat you." With that, he launched the first assault, his form a flash as he appeared before Airly, delivering a flurry of punches with remarkable speed. As Airly attempted to defend with his tentacles, Vis unleashed a radiant beam to disrupt his movements, allowing Wang Cheng's fist to land solidly upon Airly. Ouch! Airly cried out in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Bardos swung her staff, summoning a tempest that destabilized Airly. Makalita formed intricate seals with her hands, sending a mysterious rune spiraling toward Airly, which detonated upon impact. "You despicable fiends!" Airly bellowed in rage. "That's called strategy. Do you understand?" Wang Cheng teased as he continued his assault. Airly, now flustered and chaotic, flailed his tentacles wildly. Wang Cheng adeptly evaded the attacks, occasionally turning to shout encouragement to Vis and the others. "Sisters, give it your all. This brute is nearing his limit." Vis responded, "Wang Cheng, slip of the tongue." "Slip of the tongue," Wang Cheng interjected. With her hands pressed together, Vis conjured a massive energy sphere, hurling it forcefully towards Airly. Aloy was caught off guard and struck by the energy sphere, his body swaying slightly. "Haha, well done." Wang Cheng clapped his hands in approval. Aloy, infuriated, shouted, "Don't get cocky." Wang Cheng smirked. Oh, still defiant at this point. The quartet's cooperation grew increasingly harmonious, their relentless assaults overwhelming Aloy, who bore numerous wounds. "I will not let you get away with this." Aloy roared in fury. Yet Wang Cheng retorted with a laugh. "That is only if you possess the capability." In that moment, Wang Cheng suddenly spotted a flaw in Aloy's defense. His eyes gleamed as he called to his companions. "Now is the time. Attack together." The four unleashed their most formidable skills simultaneously, a powerful surge of energy converging towards Aloy. Just then, another malevolent deity, the Green Giant, approached like a moving mountain. With each step he took, the ground trembled beneath him, exuding a chilling aura of terror. His massive form was drenched in blood, and his eyes sparkled with a frenzied, killing intent. Moments ago, he had obliterated 2 angels and 7 destruction gods, and now he rushed to support Aloy. Upon witnessing the Green Giant's arrival, the expressions of Wang Cheng and his companions tightened, a wave of dread washing over them. What could they do now? Wang Cheng muttered helplessly. Weiss's complexion turned pale, his voice trembling slightly. "One Aloy is already enough for us to handle, and now there's another." Bardos bit his lip, a glimmer of despair in his gaze. "Is it truly our end today?" Makalita took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. "No matter what, we cannot give up." The Green Giant let out a deafening roar. "You insignificant insects shall all become my minions in death." Wang Cheng steeled himself, shouting, "Don't be afraid. We will face this together." Yet, they all understood that against such a powerful and unscathed adversary, their chances of victory were minuscule. Without hesitation, the Green Giant charged towards the four, stirring up a tempest in his wake. His fist was raised high, as if it could shatter the very sky. Wang Cheng and his companions exchanged determined glances, aware that retreat would lead only to demise. They had to fight with all their might for a slender chance of survival. With a fierce roar, Wang Cheng was the first to confront the Green Giant, his energy surging once more. The Green Giant's fist descended with a howling wind, and Wang Cheng crossed his arms to brace himself. A resounding crash echoed as he was propelled backwards several dozen meters by the tremendous impact, leaving deep grooves in the earth. Weiss, Bardos, and Makalita were not to be outdone. Each unleashed their signature techniques. Weiss waved his hands, shooting beams of light like swords at the Green Giant. Bardos wielded his staff, Conjuring a powerful storm in an attempt to ensnare the giant, Makalita continuously formed seals, unleashing the arcane power of mysterious runes. However, the green giant's body stood as impenetrable as a fortress, seemingly unfazed by their onslaught. With a sudden sweep of his arm, he scattered the radiant swords of light, the tempest dissipating beneath his immense strength, and the power of the runes was effortlessly repelled. Ha ha! Do you think you can harm me? The green giant roared with laughter, launching another assault. The four of Wong Chong found themselves struggling under the overwhelming onslaught of the green giant, their breaths becoming increasingly erratic, new wounds appearing upon their bodies. At this moment, Eloy, who was seated nearby to recuperate, addressed the green giant. Old Green, don't kill them just yet. Allow me a moment to regain my strength. I intend to personally slay them for putting me in such a predicament. Eloy's voice resonated with a chilling cruelty. Upon hearing her words, the green giant slightly eased his relentless assault but continued to press down on Wang Cheng and his companions. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng felt a sense of relief wash over him. Wang Cheng's thoughts. Just as I hoped, this works in my favor. I shall gradually consume their strength, refining it as I do so. For a moment, I nearly mistook Eloy for an ally. Her suggestion is truly splendid. Chapter 140. The sacrifice of Vis. Wang Cheng maintained an impassive exterior, secretly channeling his absorbing power while scheming. Humph, you underestimated me. Once I gather enough strength, you shall witness my true potential. He struggled to fend off the green giant's attacks while discreetly releasing his consuming power, the dark energy weaving around the green giant like delicate threads. Unbeknownst to the green giant, who remained convinced of his absolute superiority, his assaults grew increasingly ferocious. Wang Cheng reveled in his secret triumph. This fool is truly oblivious. Soon enough, he shall weep. As the consuming power continued its encroachment, Wang Cheng felt his strength gradually returning. He stifled his excitement and continued to evade the green giant's strikes. The green giant, relentless in his fury, launched each punch with the force of thunder. Yet he remained unaware that his strength was being stealthily siphoned by Wang Cheng. Under the nurturing influence of the consuming power, Wang Cheng's wounds began to heal. His breath grew steadier, and his gaze became resolute, his movements no longer as frantic as before. Humph, let you revel in your arrogance a while longer. Wang Cheng thought with a cold smirk. Skillfully dodging the green giant's attacks, he intensified the output of his absorbing power. The green giant's movements began to slow. Yet he remained oblivious to the cause, attributing it to fatigue from prolonged combat. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Cheng struck back with a powerful punch, far stronger than before, forcing the green giant to stagger back several steps. The green giant stared in disbelief. How is this possible? How did you suddenly grow stronger? Wang Cheng replied with a mocking smile. This is just the beginning. His strikes became increasingly fierce, each move infused with formidable strength. The green giant gradually found himself on the defensive, unease creeping into his heart, sensing that something was amiss. Wang Cheng brimmed with confidence. Continue. Let me harness all of your power for myself. In the distance, Eloy sensed something amiss. Initially intending to rest and regain strength before tormenting Wang Cheng and his companions, he could no longer afford to wait and promptly joined the fray. Eloy's presence instantly intensified the pressure on Wang Cheng and his allies. Wang Cheng felt an overwhelming aura enveloping him, emanating from Eloy's terrifying presence. This is bad. He has joined the battle far sooner than expected. Wang Cheng's expression shifted dramatically, his heart sinking into despair. A glimmer of hopelessness flickered in Weiss's eyes. We are truly trapped now. What shall we do? Bardos gritted his teeth. We must fight with all we have. Even if we perish, we shall take them down with us. Makalita gasped for breath. But can we truly succeed? Wang Cheng took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain composed. Do not panic. We have not lost yet. Let us focus our strength on Eloy first. However, such words were far easier spoken than enacted. Eloy and the green giant worked in seamless harmony, their assaults crashing down like relentless waves, leaving Wang Cheng and his companions overwhelmed. Eloy's tentacles flailed wildly, each strike imbued with lethal force. The green giant, leveraging his immense size and brute strength, charged recklessly. Wang Cheng and his companions were pushed back relentlessly, their wounds multiplying with each passing moment. This cannot continue. Our strength is depleting rapidly, Weiss exclaimed in distress. Wang Cheng dodged attacks while his mind raced. There must be a way. At that moment, Eloy seized the opportunity. A tentacle lashing out violently towards Wang Cheng. Unable to evade in time, he was struck with tremendous force and sent flying. Wang Cheng, the other three exclaimed in alarm. As he lay on the ground, momentarily unable to rise, he gazed at the impending assault from Eloy and the Green Giant. His heart swelling with bitterness. Is this truly the end? The Green Giant and Eloy, their faces contorted in malice, unleashed a brutal onslaught upon Wang Cheng. A powerful wave of energy surged forth like a tempest, poised to consume him entirely. In that critical moment, Weiss, without hesitation, leaped towards Wang Cheng, shielding him with his own body from the fatal blow. No! Wang Cheng cried out in desperate anguish. The immense force pierced through Weiss's form in an instant. Weiss's towering figure quivered violently, color draining from his face. Blood gushed from his wounds, staining his garments crimson. Wang Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to fathom the unfolding tragedy, time seemed to freeze. His world plunged into silence. He watched as this mentor and friend sacrificed himself to save him. His heart pierced by countless blades, the pain rendering him breathless. Weiss. Wang Cheng's voice trembled, laden with profound sorrow and despair. His legs felt as though they were weighed down by lead, each movement toward Weiss a Herculean effort. Tears blurred Wang Cheng's vision as he beheld Weiss's once bright and resolute gaze now dulled and lifeless. The smile that had always conveyed encouragement and trust was now eternally frozen upon his face. With trembling hands, Wang Cheng reached out toward Weiss, yearning to grasp the fading essence of life. Why must it be this way? He murmured to himself, his voice laden with guilt and remorse. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave, recalling the first encounter with Weiss and the lessons learned amid the destruction of the divine realm. I was too weak. I have caused you harm. Wang Cheng's voice trembled as he clutched Weiss's lifeless form, desperate to preserve the essence of his existence. Anger, sorrow, and self-reproach intertwined within him, igniting a fierce inferno in his heart. His gaze grew resolute, a silent vow forming within. Weiss, I shall avenge you, no matter the cost. Wang Cheng's body quivered from the intensity of his emotions, his teeth clenched so tightly that the veins in his jaw bulged. His fists, gripped with excessive force, drove his nails deep into his palms, crimson droplets cascading to the ground, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. His eyes, bloodshot and ablaze with fury, seemed capable of incinerating everything before him. The waves of sorrow crashed relentlessly upon his soul. Each recollection of Weiss shielding him from harm struck him like a hammer, rendering him breathless with anguish. The weight of self-reproach bound his spirit like a heavy shackle, prompting him to question incessantly, why could I not possess greater strength? Why could I not protect you? However, these negative emotions did not shatter Wang Cheng. Rather, they fortified his resolve. Gradually, he rose to his feet, gently laying Weiss upon the ground. Drawing a deep breath, he gazed skyward and shouted, Elohi, the Green Giant, your demise is imminent. His voice resonated with determination and coldness, echoing across the desolate battlefield. In that moment, Wang Cheng resembled a vengeful harbinger of wrath, fueled by boundless fury and an unyielding resolve, prepared to confront the ultimate struggle. Chapter 141. Wang Cheng's new form surrounded by roaring black flames. A manifestation of his utmost rage, Wang Cheng advanced step by step towards Elohi and the Green Giant. Each stride heavy yet resolute, as if the very earth trembled beneath his feet. Elohi and the Green Giant, confronted by the sight of Wang Cheng transformed into a figure of divine vengeance, felt an involuntary twinge of fear. Nevertheless, they swiftly suppressed this dread and united once more to assault him. Countless tendrils and massive fists, accompanied by a howling wind, descended upon Wang Cheng, yet he stood unwavering, arms outstretched as he bellowed, "Come forth!" The onslaught struck him, sparks erupting upon impact, yet he appeared impervious to the pain, relentlessly moving forward. "You two demons, today marks your end." Wang Cheng's voice resonated like an echo from the abyss, frigid and filled with lethal intent. Overwhelmed by his formidable presence, Elohi and the Green Giant faltered, their attacks becoming disordered. Seizing the moment, Wang Cheng vanished from sight, reappearing before the Green Giant, delivering a crushing blow to his abdomen. The Green Giant roared in agony, his massive form recoiling. Without a moment's pause, Wang Cheng pivoted and charged towards Elohi, seizing his tendrils and yanking with all his might. Elo, he screamed in anguish as Wang Cheng forcibly tore through the tendrils. The black flames enveloping Wang Cheng surged with an increasingly fierce intensity, harboring a devouring power that instilled dread. The slightest touch of these flames would result in a relentless consumption of energy from the opponent. At this moment, Wang Cheng had fully embraced a reckless approach, resembling a frenzied beast as he lunged towards the Hulk and Aleoi without a second thought. The Hulk swung his massive fist, striking heavily against Wang Cheng's back. Though staggered, Wang Cheng seized the opportunity to grasp the Hulk's arm, and the black flames swiftly spread, voraciously consuming the Hulk's energy. Seizing the moment, Aleoi lashed out with her tentacles, inflicting grievous wounds upon Wang Cheng's body. Yet, he showed no signs of retreat. Instead, fueled by the impact, he charged at Aleoi, gripping the severed tentacle with unwavering resolve, while the black flames voraciously eroded her being. Throughout the battle, Wang Cheng endured relentless blows, his wounds multiplying and staining his garments with crimson. Nevertheless, his gaze remained resolute and fierce, and with each injury, he unhesitatingly retrieved a bean from his bosom and consumed it. The bean's power rapidly coursed through him, restoring a portion of his strength and energy, enabling him to continue the fight. "Come on, you two beasts," Wang Cheng bellowed, his voice hoarse yet brimming with vigor. His movements grew increasingly aggressive, and the devouring power intensified. The Hulk launched another attack, but Wang Cheng did not flinch or evade. He met the Hulk head-on. The tremendous force sent blood gushing from his mouth, yet he clung tightly to the Hulk as the black flames raged, consuming the Hulk's strength like a flood breaching a dam. Seeing this, Aleoi attempted to ambush Wang Cheng, but he sensed her approach and swiftly turned, the black flames striking her like a whip, eliciting a cry of pain. Under the relentless assault from both foes, Wang Cheng bore grievous injuries. Yet his devouring power gradually weakened the Hulk and Aleoi. Their attacks began to slow, their expressions betraying fear and panic. "Today marks your demise." Wang Cheng ground his teeth, charging forward once more as the black flames blazed with renewed ferocity on the battlefield. The Hulk roared in fury, striving to break free from Wang Cheng's grasp. But the black flames clung to him like a parasite, refusing to let go. Aleoi's tentacles were now mangled, her breath coming in disarray. Though Wang Cheng's body endured immense agony, his will remained unyielding. Each time he was knocked down, he swiftly rose again, lunging at his adversaries. He continued to consume bean after bean, sustaining his combat prowess. "You two culprits, I shall make you pay for this." Wang Cheng's voice resonated like a curse from the depths of hell. Feeling a surge of trepidation, Aleoi contemplated retreat and turned to flee. But Wang Cheng would not grant her such an opportunity. He unleashed a surge of power, the black flames morphing into a whip that struck Aleoi's back with ferocity. She fell to the ground, shrieking in anguish. Witnessing this, the Hulk's fear intensified, leading to erratic strikes. Wang Cheng seized the moment to surge forward, wrapping his arms tightly around the Hulk's head, and the black flames surged into the Hulk's body with wild abandon. The Hulk let out a desperate roar, his body beginning to tremble as his strength was swiftly consumed. Wang Cheng's eyes were bloodshot, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Feel the despair. This is the fate you deserve." At last, the Hulk's formidable form crashed to the ground, falling silent. Wang Cheng breathed heavily, casting his gaze upon the fallen Aloy. The fear-stricken Aloy recoiled, pleading, "Don't kill me, please." Step by step, Wang Cheng approached, coldly declaring, "Now you seek mercy? It is far too late." With that, he waved his hands, and dark flames engulfed Aloy completely. Wang Cheng absorbed a significant portion of the energy from both Aloy and the Hulk. Yet he found himself on the brink of collapse. His skin was taut with bulging veins, as if they might burst at any moment. Waves of excruciating pain coursed through him, akin to countless blades slicing through his innards. Enduring the agony, he turned to Margarita and the others, saying, "Margarita, take me away first. I need to suppress this energy in your staff space. Vados, assist the others." His voice was weak and tremulous, yet it bore an undeniable resolve. Margarita, witnessing Wang Cheng's torment, promptly nodded. "All right, Wang Cheng, you must hold on." Vados' expression was grave. "Rest assured, Wang Cheng. Focus on healing. I will handle this." Wang Cheng gave a slight nod, and Margarita firmly grasped his arm. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned his last vestige of strength and, in a fleeting moment, teleported with Margarita to the realm of the Supreme Kai. Upon arrival, Wang Cheng could no longer withstand the strain. His legs buckled, nearly causing him to collapse. Margarita exerted all her strength to support him as they staggered into the staff space. The moment they entered, Wang Cheng felt darkness envelop him, a dizzying wave washing over him, and he lost consciousness entirely. Margarita stared, bewildered, at the suddenly unconscious Wang Cheng. Her eyes widened in panic as she beheld his motionless form, leaving her at a loss for what to do next. Chapter 142. Wang Cheng's unconsciousness. Wang Cheng, please wake up. Margarita cried out anxiously. She attempted to shake him awake, but Wang Cheng remained unresponsive, as if lost in an endless abyss. Desperation gripped her heart. Her mind raced as she contemplated her next move. She considered seeking help, but worry crept in. What if Wang Cheng's condition deteriorated while she was gone? No, I cannot leave. I must stay by his side. Margarita bit her lip, resolved to remain where she was. She gently laid Wang Cheng down, resting his head on her lap, striving to make him more comfortable. Her gaze never left his face, fearful of missing any subtle changes. At this moment, Wang Cheng was far from well. Having absorbed the energies of the two malevolent gods, his body had reached its limits, teetering on the brink of disintegration. Within Wang Cheng's body, a surging foreign energy rampaged like a wild stallion, colliding violently with everything in its path. Each impact inflicted heart-wrenching agony, leaving Wang Cheng in torment. His visage contorted and beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. In this dire moment, the nebula technique automatically commenced its operation. A faint glow enveloped Wang Cheng's form, akin to the twinkling of distant stars. This luminescence endeavored to subdue the frenzied external energy. However, given that Wang Cheng was absorbing energy beyond his capacity, his body could scarcely endure such an immense influx. The nebula technique struggled to exert its influence, initially permeating through Wang Cheng's meridians, gradually fortifying them. The once fragile meridians began to grow resilient under the nurturing of the nebula technique. Yet this process was excruciatingly slow. While the destructive force of the foreign energy showed no signs of abating, Wang Cheng's body convulsed intermittently, muscles taut and veins bulging as if they might burst through his skin. Low, muffled groans emanated from his throat, a testament to his valiant struggle against the torment. At that moment, standing vigil beside Wang Cheng, Margarita observed his anguished expression, her heart racing with concern, yet feeling utterly helpless. Wang Cheng, you must endure, she murmured, her voice trembling with profound care and fervent supplication. Time seemed to stretch infinitely until an overwhelmingly pleasant sensation coursed through Wang Cheng's entire being. It felt as though the parched earth had finally welcomed the long-awaited rain, or as if a weary soul had found refuge in a warm embrace during the frosty winter. This invigorating feeling spread like ripples, gradually easing Wang Cheng's once tense nerves. At that instant, a pure divine power quietly infiltrated Wang Cheng's body. This divine force, akin to a gentle spring breeze, soothed the previously raging energy, which began to quieten. Wang Cheng distinctly felt the tumultuous power within him, akin to a once ferocious beast now pacified. Elated, he hastily concentrated his mind and activated the nebula technique, attempting to compress all the energy into a singular mass. With unwavering focus, he guided the energy, beads of sweat once again adorning his forehead, not from pain, but from the intensity of concentration. Under his guidance, the chaotic energy streams gradually coalesced into a large energy sphere. Wang Cheng dared not relax for an instant, relentlessly propelling the nebula technique, inching the energy sphere closer to his dantian. With each encroaching inch, the pressure he bore intensified, yet he gritted his teeth, persevering with indomitable will. At last, the energy sphere was successfully drawn to his dantian. The nebula technique accelerated its operation, slowly absorbing the formidable energy. Wang Cheng felt his strength continually augmenting, every cell in his body rejoicing in jubilation. The meridians and organs that had suffered damage from the energy impact rapidly healed and fortified under the nourishment of this newfound power. As time passed, Wang Cheng's absorption of this energy grew increasingly seamless. His breath became steadier and more powerful, and the radiance surrounding him intensified, shining ever more brilliantly. As time passed, Wang Cheng's absorption of this energy became increasingly seamless. His breath gradually stabilized and grew powerful, the radiance surrounding his body becoming ever more resplendent. At long last, Wang Cheng slowly opened his eyes. The fatigue and pain that once resided within his gaze had vanished, replaced by a bright and piercing light. He blinked to acclimate to the surrounding luminosity, his consciousness gradually emerging from the haze of confusion. Wang Cheng gently wiggled his fingers, feeling an unprecedented strength coursing through his body. He slowly sat up, stretching his limbs, a series of crackling sounds emanating from his joints. Have I succeeded? Wang Cheng's voice carried a note of disbelief and surprise. He turned to his side to look at Makalita, offering a smile. Thank you for staying by my side. However, Makalita's complexion appeared somewhat unusual. Her eyes darted away, and her clothing was slightly disheveled. Observing her disconcerted state, Wang Cheng's confusion deepened, his brow furrowing tightly as he anxiously inquired, Makalita, what has happened to you? Why do you look this way? Have you encountered some danger? Upon hearing Wang Cheng's question, Makalita's body trembled slightly, her gaze becoming even more frantic, her lips quivering yet silent. Wang Cheng felt an increasing sense of unease. He stepped closer, grasping her shoulders with urgency. Makalita, please tell me, did something transpire while I was unconscious? Makalita remained silent, her head bowed, avoiding Wang Cheng's gaze, shaking her head repeatedly. As Wang Cheng studied the silent Makalita, fleeting fragments of memory flashed through his mind, like a bolt of lightning in the darkness, prompting an unsettling realization. During his unconsciousness, amidst the haze, it seemed he had touched something soft, accompanied by some indescribable intimacy. Could it be? Wang Cheng's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He had always assumed those were mere chaotic dreams, yet Makalita's current demeanor compelled him to reassess those fragmented recollections. His expression morphed into a complex tapestry of guilt, confusion, and a hint of barely perceptible panic. He parted his lips, intending to articulate something, but found his throat constricted, unable to utter a single word. Makalita. Wang Cheng stammered, at a loss for how to proceed. His gaze flitted nervously, avoiding direct contact with her. At that moment, Wang Cheng's heart churned tumultuously. He never anticipated that he could have engaged in such actions while unconscious. He endeavored to recollect more details, yet all he could summon were blurred images, deepening his disorientation and trepidation. Taking a deep breath, he sought to regain his composure. Looking at Makalita once more, his voice trembling as he asked, Makalita, what is the meaning of all this? Chapter 143. A harrowing outcome. Upon hearing Wang Cheng's inquiry, Makalita trembled even more violently, biting her lip as she replied, Wang Cheng. I do not know how to express this. Wang Cheng was overwhelmed with regret and self-reproach. Makalita, it is my fault. I should not have. He stammered, his thoughts a tangled mess. At that moment, you were in a deep coma, your internal energy in utter chaos. I only wished to help you regain control. Yet I never anticipated this outcome. Wang Cheng widened his eyes, unable to fathom the turn of events. He had never imagined things would unfold in such a manner. Makalita paused for a moment, took a deep breath, as if steeling herself for a decision. Wang Cheng, since what has transpired cannot be undone, I bear you no ill will. After all, you were devoid of conscious awareness at that time. Let us pretend nothing has occurred. Though Wang Cheng listened to Makalita's words, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. Makalita gazed at him and said, Wang Cheng, this is not the time for such discussions. We remain unaware of the situation in the Destroyer realm. Now that you have recovered, we must hurry. Wang Cheng fell silent for a moment, still troubled by recent events. Yet he understood the urgency of the moment. I understand, but, he began hesitantly, his face a canvas of inner turmoil. Makalita interrupted, no buts, Wang Cheng. We must first address the immediate crisis. We will discuss everything else afterward. Her gaze was resolute and unwavering. Wang Cheng inhaled deeply and nodded. Very well, let us proceed. Despite the chaos within, he endeavored to gather his composure, preparing himself for the imminent battle. With a firm grip, he clasped Makalita's hand, and in an instant, the two of them teleported to the Destroyer realm. Upon arrival, an eerie silence enveloped the realm, a stillness that sent chills down their spines. Wang Cheng and Makalita scanned their surroundings warily, their nerves taut. Suddenly, Bick flew towards them, his face alight with joy and excitement. Wang Cheng, it is wonderful to see you back. I am relieved you are unharmed. Wang Cheng furrowed his brow, urgency in his voice as he inquired, Bick, where is everyone? Why is it so quiet here? Bick took a breath and quickly replied, Wang Cheng, everyone has gone to the Omni Palace. The High Priest instructed that you should go there upon your return. A tightening sensation gripped Wang Cheng's heart as he pressed for more information. What exactly has happened? Why has everyone gone to the Omni Palace? Big's expression turned grave as he responded. The situation is quite complex. I will explain everything in detail once you arrive at the Omni Palace. With that, Makarito waved her staff, and a flash of light enveloped them, transporting the three of them to the Omni Palace. As they entered the palace, they were met with only a handful of individuals. Wong Cheng's eyes widened in shock as he quickly surveyed the surroundings, his unease escalating to a peak. How could this be? He muttered to himself, his voice laden with disbelief and dread. He had thought that, regardless of how dire the battle, it would not reach such a tragic state. The atmosphere within the palace was thick with a heavy, oppressive air, and the few figures present appeared isolated and forlorn. Wang Cheng's footsteps grew heavy, each step feeling as if it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. His gaze was filled with confusion and uncertainty as he sought clues from the expressions of the scant individuals present. However, their faces reflected only weariness and resignation. Wang Cheng's breath became rapid, and the sound of his heartbeat resonated distinctly within the silence of the palace. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. Yet he felt no pain. At that moment, the high priest turned to Wang Cheng and said, "You have returned." His voice was calm and gentle, though tinged with an unmistakable weariness. Wang Cheng gazed at the high priest, his urgency palpable as he inquired, "Esteemed high priest, what transpired after I went to recuperate? You managed to restrain Salama, but the other two malevolent deities should not have been capable of such a feat. Has a new adversary emerged?" The high priest sighed softly, his expression grave as he replied, "Just after your departure, the battlefield underwent a dramatic shift. Salama suddenly struck, absorbing the other two malevolent deities. The surge of power overwhelmed me, and the remaining angels and destruction deities were also caught in Salama's assault, resulting in death and injury among them." Upon hearing this, Wang Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of shock and fury, his voice trembling with agitation as he exclaimed, "Salama? How could this be possible?" The high priest shook his head in resignation and continued, "The magnitude of that power was beyond our expectations. Once Salama absorbed the malevolent deities, a palpable darkness emanated from him, seemingly limitless. Our attacks had little effect on him." Wang Cheng furrowed his brow, his urgency intensifying as he asked, "What happened next?" The high priest took a deep breath and said, "Just as we were on the brink of despair, Lord All-King arrived in the nick of time. His mere presence exerted such overwhelming pressure that it momentarily halted Salama's actions. With a wave of his hand, a brilliant radiance enveloped Salama, infused with boundless power of law, seemingly constraining the violent darkness that Salama wielded." Wang Cheng listened intently, pressing further, and then the high priest paused briefly before continuing. "Salama fought fiercely against it, the clash of darkness and light causing the very space around us to tremble. The intertwining of shadows and brilliance threatened to rend the world asunder." Salama's eyes were filled with madness and defiance as he roared, pouring forth all his strength, each surge creating ripples in the surrounding space. Yet, the power of Lord All-King ultimately prevailed. The radiance intensified like a searing sun, gradually overpowering Salama's dark essence. Salama found himself at a disadvantage, his body trembling, black blood oozing from his lips, yet he remained unyielding. Nevertheless, Salama is not what he once was. Even Lord All-King could not eradicate him completely, and he managed to escape. As Salama fled, he issued a dire proclamation. The next time they met, he would annihilate them all in his most formidable form. "Before your return, we had deliberated on this matter." The high priest's countenance darkened, his gaze reflecting profound concern. "Salama's abilities have become exceedingly peculiar. He has been scheming in the shadows, cultivating these individuals solely to absorb their powers to enhance himself. He has meticulously orchestrated this entire scenario, each step fraught with deception and calculation." Wang Cheng's brow remained furrowed, his demeanor solemn as he absorbed the gravity of the situation. The high priest continued, stating that he had not anticipated the demise of the malevolent deity at your hands, which disrupted his intricate plans. Consequently, he became somewhat frantic and directly absorbed the remaining two. The scene was utterly terrifying as dark whirlwinds enveloped Salamander, drawing the two sinister gods into their depths. Their powers were forcibly extracted, transformed into tendrils of black light that merged with Salamander's being. Wang Cheng clenched his fists, the knuckles turning pale, This individual was truly deranged. The high priest nodded slightly, acknowledging the situation. However, since he had sustained injuries from the All-King, it was likely that he would refrain from causing further disturbances for some time. Yet, we must not let our guard down. No one knows what new schemes he may be concocting in the shadows. We must seize the time to strengthen our abilities and prepare thoroughly to counter his next assault. Chapter 144. The Grim Consequences 2. Where is the All-King? Wang Cheng inquired. The high priest lowered his gaze, his expression grave as he replied. The All-King is currently merging with all the avatars across time and space. From the moment Salamander first emerged, the All-King recognized the gravity of the situation and began to consolidate his strength. During the last conflict, he sensed our peril and interrupted the merging process, returning to seclude himself. Upon hearing the high priest's words, Wang Cheng's face was etched with solemnity and determination. He earnestly asked, "High priest, what should we do next? What if Salamander appears again?" The high priest's countenance remained serious as he spoke slowly. "Wong Chong, for now, all we can do is wait and see." Wang Cheng's eyes widened in urgency as he questioned, "Can we still use the Dragon Balls to resurrect others?" The high priest gently shook his head, patiently explaining, "In theory, it is not permissible. You must understand that the Dragon Balls were created by Salamander. Each time we utilize them, immense miraculous energy is generated, which Salamander can sense and absorb. This will allow him to gain strength and undoubtedly expedite his recovery. Given Salamander's current formidable power, if we were to allow him to acquire even more, our situation would become increasingly dire." Wang Cheng's fists tightened, his knuckles whitening from the strain as he reluctantly uttered, "Are we to simply watch as our fallen comrades remain lost to us?" The high priest's gaze reflected helplessness and compassion. "Wang Cheng, I empathize with your feelings. I too share the anguish of watching comrades depart. Yet, at this moment, we must prioritize the greater good and not allow fleeting emotional impulses to provide Salamander with an opportunity. If our haste to resurrect our companions leads to Salamander's increased strength, we may ultimately lose even more, perhaps plunging the entire universe into irretrievable despair." Wang Cheng took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. "High priest, I understand. It is simply a bitter pill to swallow." The high priest stepped forward, gently placing a hand on Wang Cheng's shoulder, speaking with earnest gravity. "Wang Cheng, I recognize your pain and reluctance. This is indeed an exceedingly difficult choice. However, we bear the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the entire universe, and at times we must make painful decisions. Trust that time will gradually soothe your pain, and we shall ultimately welcome the dawn of victory." Wang Cheng nodded slightly. Though sorrow lingered in his eyes, a newfound resolve had taken root. "Great High Priest, rest assured, I will adjust my mindset and prepare myself for the battles that lie ahead." The great high priest smiled with reassurance and remarked, "Very well. I too must tend to my wounds. This battle has left me considerably injured. I require ample recuperation." Wang Cheng replied respectfully, "Great high priest, please take care of yourself." Consequently, Wang Cheng, accompanied by Margarita and Piccolo, returned to the God of Destruction's realm in the seventh universe. Throughout the journey, Wang Cheng remained silent, his mind echoing the high priest's words. Margarita observed Wang Cheng's troubled demeanor, wishing to offer comfort, yet unsure of how to begin. Piccolo occasionally glanced at Wang Cheng, equally burdened by apprehensions for the future. Upon their return to the God of Destruction's realm, Wang Cheng surveyed the few remaining individuals, feeling an indescribable wave of emotion surge within him. His gaze slowly swept across each familiar face. Those once vibrant and full of life had largely faded away, leaving only a handful of weary yet resolute figures. Of the 12 angels, only 6 remained, while the God of Destruction stood alone, a solitary Beerus. The once imposing aura of Beerus was now shrouded in profound sorrow. He cast his eyes downward, as if lost in memories of someone dear. The members of the Universe Patrol had dwindled to only Piccolo, Cell, and the 2 Saiyan youths. Wang Cheng's voice trembled as he spoke. "We have lost so much." Beerus raised his head, his gaze resolute as he declared, "But as long as we are alive, there is still hope." Goku clenched his fists tightly and proclaimed, "Indeed. We must ensure those fiends pay for their transgressions." Vegeta let out a scoff. "No matter the enemy, we shall not cower." Wang Cheng approached Margarita and said, "Margarita, I must once again transcend my limits. This battle has revealed to me that my power remains insufficient. I must grow stronger to protect all that we cherish. Therefore, I implore you and the remaining angels to assist me in my training. Margarita agreed and turned to speak with the other angels before joining Wang Cheng in his staff space. Meanwhile, Goku and the others were not idle. Goku stretched his limbs and addressed Vegeta, Piccolo, and Cell. Brothers, we cannot fall behind. Let us commence intense training. Vegeta huffed, of course. I will not be outdone by Wang Cheng. Piccolo's expression turned grave. We must swiftly enhance our strength in preparation for the next battle. Cell revealed a sinister grin. Huh? I shall grow even stronger and crush our enemies. They immediately plunged into rigorous training. Within the staff space, Wang Cheng stood resolutely at the center, emanating an air of determination. He looked at the 7 angels and announced loudly, "Everyone, please hold nothing back. Unleash your attacks upon me." The 7 angels exchanged glances, their hearts tinged with concern. Raditz could not restrain himself from speaking. Wang Cheng, is this not too perilous? After all, you have only just acclimated to the 2 of us, and now you wish to engage with 7 at once. Wang Cheng, with unwavering determination, interrupted, "Do not worry. I am well aware of my limits." Makalita furrowed her brow and replied, "Yet, this is undeniably hazardous. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise, Wang Cheng stepped forward, his tone resolute. "I am resolute in my decision. Trust me. This is my sole opportunity." The 7 angels fell silent for a moment, ultimately nodding in agreement. Makalita took a deep breath and said, "Very well, Wang Cheng, since you are so adamant, we shall exert ourselves to the fullest. But you must exercise caution." Wang Cheng smiled faintly and reassured her, "Rest assured. Let us commence." With a mighty shout, Wang Cheng was enveloped in swirling black flames. These flames danced as if imbued with life, voraciously seeking to consume everything in their vicinity. This was no ordinary fire, but a newfound ability he had comprehended during his previous battle. Upon closer inspection, one could discern enigmatic runes flickering within the black flames. Any object that came into contact with them would be ensnared instantaneously, as if gripped by countless black tendrils, rendering escape impossible, gradually siphoning away their very essence. The absorbed power transformed into delicate beams of light, feeding back into Wang Cheng, augmenting his strength. Moreover, these black flames served as a formidable defense. Any attack that did not annihilate Wang Cheng in a single blow would be devoured by the mysterious fire. Seeing Wang Cheng prepared, the angels no longer hesitated and unleashed their formidable assaults. The Angel of Curse clasped her hands together, chanting incantations, as a brilliant beam of sacred light surged forth toward Wang Cheng. The space illuminated by this divine radiance was akin to midday. However, upon contact with Wang Cheng's black flames, the light was as if caught in an invisible maw, swiftly consumed by the darkness, vanishing without a trace. Next, Raditz waved his hand, summoning a multitude of ice spikes that pierced through the air, exuding a biting chill as they hurtled toward Wang Cheng. Upon colliding with the black flames, the ice spikes melted instantaneously, transforming into wisps of vapor, yet were also absorbed, contributing to Wang Cheng's burgeoning power. The angels were astonished. Suddenly, Makalita exclaimed, "Brothers and sisters, I have an idea. Given Wang Cheng's current state, conventional attacks may not suffice to push him beyond his limits. I propose we coalesce our energies and direct our combined strength towards him, allowing him to consume it entirely. Of course, we must remain vigilant. Should he falter, we must withdraw immediately, ensuring his safety is paramount." Makalita's eyes shone with determination and resolve as she continued, "This is a gamble. But I believe in Wang Cheng's potential and will. Since he has chosen this path of breakthrough, we must offer him our utmost support and trust. Despite the immense risks involved, should success be achieved, Wang Cheng's prowess would undergo a profound transformation, thereby providing us with formidable support in navigating future crises." The other angels, upon hearing Makalita's words, fell into a momentary contemplation. One male angel voiced his concerns, stating, "Makalita, this course of action is exceedingly perilous. If we falter, the consequences could be catastrophic." Stepping forward, Makalita replied earnestly, "I understand your apprehensions. Yet we must not allow our fear of risk to hinder an opportunity that could enable Wang Cheng to break through. We are angels, endowed with precise control. If we remain focused, we can certainly manage the situation at a critical moment." Bardos nodded in agreement, adding, "Makalita makes a valid point. Wang Cheng has consistently demonstrated extraordinary tenacity and resolve. Perhaps we should place our trust in him. The angels collectively nodded, resolving to follow Makalita's suggestion. They swiftly dispersed, each taking a designated position, hands clasped, and began to concentrate their energies. In an instant, the space within the scepter was illuminated with brilliance, as 7 distinct hues of energy radiated from the angels, resembling 7 resplendent ribbons of light. Makalita closed her eyes, beads of sweat forming on her brow as the energy she cultivated manifested in a pure white hue, imbued with the power of healing and vitality. The other angels also poured forth their energies unreservedly. Some emanated a fervent red, akin to raging flames. Others, a profound blue, reminiscent of an endless ocean, and still others, a mysterious purple, brimming with enigmatic magic. As the energies continued to coalesce, the entire space became saturated with powerful energy fluctuations, and the surrounding area began to exhibit signs of instability, hinting at a potential rupture. Wang Cheng observed the angel's actions intently, the black flames engulfing him burning more fiercely, as if preparing for the impending surge of energy. At last, the angels completed their energy accumulation. The 7 colors of energy fused together, forming a colossal, resplendent energy sphere. Makalita proclaimed loudly, "Wang Cheng, we are ready." With that, the angels exerted their collective strength, propelling the immense energy sphere towards Wang Cheng. As the energy sphere traversed the space, it tore open black fissures, its contained energy overwhelming in its intensity. Wang Cheng inhaled deeply and shouted, "Bring it on." The black flames surged dramatically, forming a massive fiery shield to confront the oncoming energy sphere. When the energy sphere collided with the black flame shield, the entire scepter space was engulfed in blinding light, accompanied by a thunderous roar that resonated deafeningly. Wang Cheng felt an irresistible force crashing against him. The black flame shield compressed under the sphere's impact, his muscles tensed, and his bones creaked under the strain. The energy sphere resembled a volatile star, relentlessly unleashing apocalyptic power. While the black flames desperately consumed the energy, they struggled to fully assimilate it. Wang Cheng's body began to tremble, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Yet his gaze remained resolute as he valiantly resisted the overwhelming pressure. The angels anxiously observed Wang Cheng, their powers held in check without the slightest hint of relaxation. Should any sign of danger appear from Wang Cheng, they would immediately cease their assault. As time elapsed, the brilliance of the energy sphere gradually dimmed, while the veracity of the black flames intensified. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, desperately holding on, feeling as though his body was on the verge of being torn asunder. Yet, the conviction within his heart compelled him to persevere. At last, through the relentless efforts of the black flames, the energy sphere was completely consumed. Wang Cheng let out a long howl, his voice resonating with exhilaration and liberation. He then sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes closed, his expression serene and focused. With his hands forming seals, he initiated the nebula technique to harness the immense energy for his own use. As the nebula technique operated, the ferocious energy that had just been devoured surged through Wang Cheng's meridians like wild stallions, rampaging uncontrollably. Each surge caused his body to tremble slightly, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, and his complexion turning pale. Nevertheless, Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, while continuously adjusting the flow and rhythm of the nebula technique. Gradually, the tumultuous energy began to be tamed, flowing along designated meridian pathways. Wang Cheng's breathing became steady and profound as he immersed himself completely in the guidance and transformation of the energy. Within him, the energy resembled countless streams converging into rivers, which in turn merged into seas, ultimately settling gently in his dantian, becoming a part of his own power. As time passed, the aura emanating from Wang Cheng grew increasingly formidable, causing the surrounding space to warp slightly from the fluctuations of this power. A faint glimmer enveloped his body, akin to a mysterious armor. After an indeterminate passage of time, Wang Cheng slowly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within them. At that moment, he had successfully transmuted the formidable energy into his own strength, resulting in a significant enhancement of his power. Chapter 146, A New Challenge System. Open the character panel. Ding. Host, Wang Cheng. Abilities, Pain Growth, Buzz Regeneration, Wish Modification, Nebula Technique, Gravity Domain, Constant State of Ultimate Freedom, Devouring Law. Devouring Form. Combat Power. 2000 G. Realm. Peak of Divine King. Items. Binding Celestial Rope. The multitude of angels gazed at Wang Cheng, their eyes filled with astonishment. Their gazes were fixed upon him, as if witnessing an extraordinary miracle. Makalita stepped forward and remarked, Wang Cheng, your current strength surpasses all the angels. She paused, a hint of helplessness and sentimentality evident in her eyes. At present, with our abilities and realms, we can no longer aid you in your cultivation. Upon hearing Makalita's words, Wang Cheng furrowed his brow, plunging into contemplation. After a moment, he lifted his head, a flicker of enlightenment gracing his eyes. Perhaps I should seek out Lord Xuan Wang's 2 guards for a trial? Their strength is inferior to that of the High Priest, but surpasses that of the angels. Engaging in sparring and training with them might facilitate another breakthrough for me. Makarita sighed softly, her face etched with concern. However, your Majesty is currently in seclusion. It may not be appropriate to disturb him at this time. Furthermore, those 2 guards are known to heed only the direct commands of His Majesty, without his consent. They may not agree to assist you in your training. Wang Cheng furrowed his brow even tighter, falling into a brief silence. Then, as if having made a resolute decision, he spoke with unwavering conviction. Then we must seek the assistance of the High Priest. He is well aware of the dire situation we face and should comprehend my request. If the High Priest intervenes, perhaps he can persuade those 2 guards to lend me their support. Makarita bit her lip, contemplating for a moment before responding. That is certainly a possibility, but the High Priest has just emerged from a great battle and is recuperating. Would it not be inappropriate for us to disturb him so abruptly? Wang Cheng's gaze remained steadfast as he replied without hesitation. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures, Makarita. The current crisis is pressing, and the threat posed by Salama looms large. If we cannot swiftly enhance our strength, our future circumstances will only grow more precarious. The High Priest, who cherishes the peace and tranquility of the universe, will likely understand our urgency and be willing to assist us. After hearing Wang Cheng's words, Makarita's hesitation diminished slightly, though a trace of worry lingered. Wang Cheng, you make a valid point. Yet, the High Priest has sacrificed so much to protect us. And with his current injuries, I fear our request may further burden him. Wang Cheng stepped closer, grasping Makarita's shoulder earnestly. Makarita, I understand your concerns. But this is a choice we must make. I believe the High Priest would wish to see us actively seeking breakthroughs to strengthen ourselves in order to confront this crisis together. Makarita nodded gently, her resolve solidifying. Very well, Wang Cheng. Let us set forth. With that, Makarita led Wang Cheng towards the palace of the sovereign. Upon arrival, the vast hall lay empty. The silence so profound that one could almost hear their own heartbeat. The opulent decor and shimmering lights felt somewhat desolate in this stillness. Makarita employed the unique method of communication reserved for angels, clasping her hands together and closing her eyes, channeling her focus to send forth a signal of request. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng anxiously awaited beside her, his gaze darting around, his heart filled with trepidation. Before long, a gentle radiance enveloped the space, and the figure of the High Priest emerged slowly. Though his complexion remained pale and his steps somewhat labored, his eyes still radiated warmth and authority. The High Priest regarded Wang Cheng and Makarita, his voice soft yet commanding. What brings you here with such urgency? Makarita promptly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. High Priest, Wang Cheng wishes to seek a breakthrough and hopes to receive your assistance. Wang Cheng immediately followed suit, saluting with urgency. High Priest, I am fully aware of your need for recuperation, but the situation is critical. I implore you to intervene and request the 2 guards of His Majesty to assist me in my training. The High Priest furrowed his brow slightly, falling into silence for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. Finally, he spoke slowly. Wang Cheng, I understand your determination, but those 2 guards are not easily swayed by others' commands. A flicker of disappointment crossed Wang Cheng's face, yet he resolutely spoke. Esteemed High Priest, I understand this is a challenging request, but I find myself devoid of other options. I am willing to grasp any opportunity to enhance my strength. The High Priest, gazing into Wang Cheng's steadfast eyes, felt a stir of compassion within, and with a sigh, he replied, Very well, I shall endeavor to facilitate communication with those 2 guards, but I cannot guarantee the outcome. Upon hearing this, both Wang Cheng and Makalita displayed expressions of elation and hurriedly expressed their gratitude. The High Priest waved his hand, saying, do not rush to thank me. This matter may not yield success. Allow me to attend to it." With that, the high priest's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Wong Chong and Makalita anxiously awaited in the palace, each passing moment stretching into eternity. After what felt like an age, the high priest reappeared, his demeanor gravely serious. Wang Cheng's heart leapt into his throat as he nervously inquired, "Esteemed high priest, what news do you bring?" The high priest spoke slowly. "The two guards have consented, but they are solely responsible for Lord Quan's safety. Therefore, they will remain unmoved by any circumstances in the cosmos, and they may not hold back against you." It is possible, the high priest paused, his expression heavy as he regarded Wang Cheng, that they could inflict severe injuries upon you during the sparring, even jeopardizing your life. Wang Cheng, you must think this through. This is not an ordinary contest, and its peril surpasses your imagination. Taking a deep breath, Wang Cheng's eyes reflected unwavering resolve as he declared, "Esteemed high priest, I am prepared mentally. No matter the cost, I must seize this opportunity to enhance my abilities." Makalita, gripped by concern, grasped Wang Cheng's arm and urged, "Wang Cheng, this is far too perilous. What if?" Wang Cheng gently patted her hand, reassuring her, "Makalita, do not worry. If we abandon our pursuits out of fear, we shall never conquer the foes that lie ahead." The high priest nodded in satisfaction at Wang Cheng's determination, a flicker of admiration gleaming in his eyes. "Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall escort you to meet them. Remember, give it your all, but also be adaptable." Wang Cheng solemnly nodded and followed closely behind the high priest, venturing deeper into the palace. His steps were resolute and powerful, his heart brimming with anticipation and determination for the challenges that awaited. Chapter 147. Confrontation with the pencil guards. Wang Cheng accompanied the high priest as they traversed through a series of ornate and enigmatic corridors, ultimately arriving at an expansive training arena. The ground of the arena was paved with a peculiar metallic substance that emanated an otherworldly glow, while the surrounding walls were adorned with ancient and cryptic runes. In the center of the arena stood two towering, formidable guards. These guards were tall and slender, resembling two upright pencils. Their bodies were sculpted with straight, robust lines, as if hewn from the most resilient metal. Their heads were narrow and pointed, and their eyes gleamed like two brilliant gems, radiating a cold light that deterred any direct gaze. Their skin shimmered in an unusual silvery gray hue, exuding a metallic quality under the light. Wang Cheng took a deep breath, his gaze unwavering as he focused on one of the guards. The guard stood impassively, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. The guard positioned on the right spoke to his companion, instructing him to engage the young man while he continued to protect Lord Wang. Thus, the battle commenced instantaneously. The left guard flickered and surged toward Wang Cheng like a phantom. Unperturbed, Wang Cheng was enveloped in roaring black flames, forming a formidable shield around him. The left guard's fist, imbued with a fierce gale, struck toward Wang Cheng with great force. Wang Cheng deftly sidestepped, countering with a punch wreathed in black flames. The left guard reacted with remarkable speed, raising his arm to block the impact, resulting in an explosive burst of energy that seemed to tear apart the surrounding air. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Cheng pursued, his footwork shifting as he executed a series of intricate boxing techniques. Each strike was imbued with the searing might of the black flames, forcing the left guard to retreat defensively, his posture becoming increasingly precarious. Suddenly, the left guard let out a furious roar, radiating a potent aura that pushed Wang Cheng back several steps. With his hands clasped together, he uttered incantations, summoning a beam of light that transformed into a colossal sword of illumination, cleaving towards Wang Cheng. Crossing his arms, Wang Cheng concentrated the black flames before him, forming a sturdy barrier. The clash of the light sword against the flame shield emitted a piercing sound, sparks flying in all directions. Gritting his teeth, Wang Cheng summoned the black flames once more, intent on counterattacking. However, the left guard seemed to anticipate his every move, deftly neutralizing Wang Cheng's assaults while delivering heavy blows in return. Gradually, Wang Cheng found himself fatigued, his movements growing sluggish. Spotting his moment, the left guard delivered a powerful kick to Wang Cheng's abdomen, sending him hurtling against the arena wall, which cracked under the impact. Struggling to rise, Wang Cheng gasped for breath, yet his gaze remained resolute and defiant. The left guard regarded him coldly, launching yet another assault. He vanished from sight, reappearing before Wang Cheng, delivering a swift uppercut aimed at his chin. Wang Cheng attempted to evade, but his injured body reacted sluggishly. He barely managed to tilt his head, yet still felt the force of the punch strike his cheek, propelling him sideways. Wang Cheng crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. He felt his insides roiling, pain washing over him like a relentless tide. Nevertheless, he valiantly suppressed the agony, bracing himself against the ground in an effort to rise once more. The left guard offered no respite, his hands moving rapidly as countless energy orbs materialized before him, then launched toward Wang Cheng like a barrage of projectiles. Clenching his teeth, Wang Cheng summoned every ounce of strength to manifest a massive flame barrier. Yet, the sheer force of the energy orbs was overwhelming. Each impact caused the barrier to shudder violently, forcing Wang Cheng to retreat, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Veins bulged on his forehead as he strained to maintain the flame shield, but several energy orbs broke through his defenses, striking him directly. Blood gushed from several wounds that appeared on his body. In an instant, the left guard teleported above Wang Cheng, raising his foot to deliver a crushing stomp to his chest. At a moment of imminent peril, Wang Cheng crossed his arms, summoning every ounce of strength to resist. However, the might of the left guardian was overwhelming, and a sharp crack echoed as Wang Cheng's arm clearly fractured. He emitted a stifled groan of agony. Yet his gaze remained resolute. Enduring the excruciating pain, he seized the fleeting moment when the left guardian descended, launching his head forcefully into the guardian's abdomen. Caught off guard by Wang Cheng's unexpected defiance, the guardian staggered back a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Cheng executed a roll, creating distance between himself and the left guardian. He gasped for breath, his wounds bleeding profusely, causing his strength to wane rapidly. Nevertheless, his fighting spirit surged ever more fiercely. He understood that he could not succumb so easily. As he struggled to catch his breath, his eyes remained fixed intently on the left guardian, his conviction growing ever stronger. The left guardian smirked disdainfully, forming intricate hand seals once more. This time, a series of mysterious runic halos materialized around him, the potent waves of energy causing the entire arena to tremble. With a sudden, forceful sweep of his hands, a colossal wave of energy surged towards Wang Cheng, uprooting the ground in its wake. Wang Cheng's pupils constricted sharply. He was acutely aware of the devastating power behind this strike, yet retreat was no longer an option. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he gathered the black flames with all his might before him, forming a swirling inferno akin to a shield. The energy wave collided violently with the flame vortex. Wang Cheng felt an irresistible force crashing against him, causing his feet to slide back across the ground, carving deep grooves into the earth. With a thunderous crash, the flame vortex was breached, and the residual energy struck Wang Cheng with tremendous force. He was propelled like a cannonball, crashing violently into the distant ground, a cloud of dust erupting around him. Lying amidst the debris, Wang Cheng's consciousness began to blur, blood staining his garments. Yet, through sheer willpower, he managed to support himself with trembling hands, struggling to rise once more. The left guardian approached slowly, each footstep resonating eerily in the stillness of the arena. He regarded Wang Cheng coldly, declaring, "Give up. You are no match for me." Gritting his teeth, Wang Cheng forced a few words through clenched jaws. "As long as I draw breath, I shall never surrender." With that, he summoned every last ounce of strength. Unsteadily rising to his feet, his eyes ablaze with indomitable spirit, Wang Cheng stood upright with great difficulty, blood streaming down his cheeks, yet his gaze remained steadfast and fervent, fixed on the approaching left guardian. The guardian narrowed his eyes slightly, raising his palm once more, gathering an even more formidable energy that radiated with a brilliance too intense to behold. Wang Cheng clenched his fists tightly, the black flames flickering feebly around him, as if on the brink of extinguishment. Yet, he exhibited no sign of retreat. Instead, he inhaled deeply, preparing for one final stand. Just as the left guardian was about to unleash his attack, Wang Cheng suddenly roared, charging recklessly towards the guardian. His speed had diminished significantly, his steps faltering. Yet the indomitable spirit he exuded was deeply moving. The left guardian scoffed, unleashing the energy he had amassed with a fierce thrust. A powerful wave of energy struck Wang Cheng instantaneously, propelling his body high into the air before he crashed heavily onto the ground. For a considerable time, Wang Cheng lay motionless on the earth, The left guard assumed he had lost consciousness and was about to turn away. However, at that moment, Wang Cheng's fingers twitched slightly. He struggled to lift his head and murmured to himself, "I cannot afford to lose." Supporting himself on his elbow, he gradually attempted to rise once more. The left guard halted in his tracks, turning back in surprise to observe Wang Cheng's tenacious and almost obstinate figure, a flicker of admiration rising within him. Chapter 148. Confrontation with the pencil-headed guard. The left guard, witnessing Wang Cheng's relentless attempts to rise, found the coldness in his eyes gradually dissipating. "You are impressive," he remarked. "Go tend to your wounds. Since Lord Quan has entered seclusion for the sake of this universe, I shall assist you in your training. Once you have healed, come find me." Wang Cheng's eyes brightened, as though a ray of hope had pierced through the darkness. Yet, he resolutely replied, "Thank you. However, I do not require healing." With that, he produced a celestial bean from his bosom and unhesitatingly placed it into his mouth. A gentle yet potent force surged through his body, swiftly mending his battered form. Wang Cheng could distinctly feel his fractured bones knitting back together, damaged meridians restoring rapidly, and wounds healing at a visible pace. The energy he had almost exhausted rejuvenated in a heartbeat. The left guard raised an eyebrow, surprised by Wang Cheng's transformation. "The effect of that bean is indeed remarkable," he said. "Yet the recent battle has drained you significantly. Are you certain you do not wish to rest and recuperate?" Wang Cheng clenched his fist, sensing the revitalizing power coursing within him. "The celestial being has completely restored me," he declared. "I am eager to commence my training and enhance my strength. Time is of the essence. I cannot afford to be complacent." The left guard nodded, a glimmer of respect flashing in his eyes. "Very well, since you are so resolute. Let us begin at once. But I must forewarn you, the upcoming training will be even more arduous than the previous battle, so prepare yourself mentally." Wang Cheng stood tall, proclaiming, "No matter how challenging it may be, I shall endure." The left guard ceased his words, his figure flickering before appearing before Wang Cheng in an instant. He raised his hand, unleashing a fierce gust of energy. Wang Cheng reacted swiftly, sidestepping the attack and countering with a punch. The left guard effortlessly blocked it, executing a spinning kick in response. Wang Cheng quickly crossed his arms to defend himself. With a resounding thud, Wang Cheng was pushed back several steps, his feet carving deep marks into the ground. Yet he quickly regained his footing and charged at the left guard once more. The left guard rapidly formed hand seals, chanting incantations, and a beam of light shot from his hands, morphing into countless arrows of light aimed at Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng darted about rapidly, evading the onslaught of arrows. However, the barrage was too dense, and several struck him, leaving faint wounds. With a fierce roar, black flames erupted from his body, forming a wall of fire that deflected the arrows entirely. Seizing the opportunity amidst the left guard's assault, Wang Cheng lunged forward, engaging him in close combat. His boxing technique was as swift as the wind, each punch imbued with an indomitable momentum. The left guard, undeterred, matched him blow for blow, their fists and feet colliding with a series of resounding thuds. Spotting a flaw in Wang Cheng's defense, the left guard delivered a punch to his abdomen. Wang Cheng let out a muffled groan, yet harnessed that force to leap backward, creating distance between them. He gasped for breath, steadying his respiration. The left guard, arms crossed, regarded him coldly and remarked, "Is this all you can muster?" Clenching his teeth, Wang Cheng summoned the black flames once more, which coalesced into a long blade in his hands. He swung the fiery weapon towards the left guard. The left guard sidestepped effortlessly, seizing Wang Cheng's wrist with a swift motion and twisting it forcefully. Wang Cheng winced in pain but persevered, lifting his leg to kick at the guard's chest. The left guard was compelled to release him, retreating a few paces. Wang Cheng again swung the flaming blade, but the left guard effortlessly evaded with a slight shift of his body. Seizing the opportunity, the left guard unleashed a powerful wave of energy directed at Wang Cheng. Instinctively, Wang Cheng raised his fiery blade to defend, but the force jolted his arm, nearly causing him to lose grip. The left guard advanced, delivering a kick to Wang Cheng's chest. Caught off guard, Wang Cheng was struck and sent crashing to the ground. He swiftly regained his footing and charged at the left guard once more, yet with merely a few simple maneuvers, the left guard had him retreating again. New wounds adorned Wang Cheng's body, blood staining his garments, yet his gaze remained resolute, devoid of any hint of surrender. As the left guard continued his assault, he remarked, "You have commendable perseverance, boy. but your strength is still lacking. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, retorting, I shall not concede easily. Before his words could fade, he inhaled deeply, channeling all his strength as the black flames surged around him, intensifying his aura. With a powerful push from the ground, he surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, his fist enveloped in a fierce wind and raging black flames, aimed squarely at the left guard's face. Unperturbed, the left guard calmly sidestepped, evading Wang Cheng's forceful punch with ease. Wang Cheng followed up with a spinning kick, but the left guard merely raised his hand slightly, firmly grasping Wang Cheng's ankle and flinging him aside, causing him to lose balance and fall awkwardly to the ground. Wang Cheng quickly rolled back to his feet and lunged at the left guard again, unleashing a rapid flurry of punches. The left guard crossed his arms, effortlessly blocking all of Wang Cheng's attacks, each collision sparking brilliantly. Seizing the right moment, the left guard delivered an elbow strike to Wang Cheng's abdomen, eliciting a pained groan as Wang Cheng instinctively doubled over. Yet, enduring the agony, he retaliated with a headbutt aimed at the left guard's chin. The guard leaned back slightly, raising his foot to send Wang Cheng flying. He crashed heavily against the wall of the training arena, causing the entire structure to tremble and dust to cascade down. Dazed, Wang Cheng stood unsteadily, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained fierce and unwavering as he charged at the left guard once more. This time, his speed was even greater, as if he had transformed into a bolt of black lightning. The left guard narrowed his eyes slightly as Wang Cheng's punch approached with alarming speed. He shifted his body slightly to the side, allowing Wang Cheng's fist to graze his cheek. Seizing the moment, the left guard grasped Wang Cheng's arm and twisted it forcefully, causing Wang Cheng to break into a cold sweat from the pain. However, with his other hand, he swiftly formed a fist and aimed a blow at the guard's abdomen. The left guard raised his leg to block the attack, while simultaneously exerting force to fling Wang Cheng away. Wang Cheng performed a somersault in midair, landing steadily before launching himself back like a cannonball. The left guard joined his hands, summoning a formidable energy barrier that materialized before him. Wang Cheng collided with the barrier, rebounding violently and rolling several times on the ground. Struggling to rise, he gasped for breath, his eyes ablaze with unwavering determination. Once again, Wang Cheng summoned the power within him, causing the black flames to burn even more fiercely, enveloping him in what appeared to be a sea of fire. The left guard observed Wang Cheng with a mixture of admiration and surprise at the young man's tenacity, yet his own actions did not waver. He waved his hands, sending a wave of energy hurtling towards Wang Cheng. With arms crossed, Wang Cheng exerted all his strength to resist, the impact of the energy wave forcing his feet to slide backward, carving deep grooves into the ground beneath him. Chapter 149. Battle against the pencil-tipped guard. 3. Wang Cheng's feet finally ground to a halt, having managed to withstand the energy wave, though his arms trembled slightly and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Yet, the resoluteness in his gaze remained unyielded. "Ah!" Wang Cheng roared, charging once more at the left guard. He leapt high, twisting in the air, and aimed a kick at the guard's head. The left guard raised his arm to block, the force of the impact causing him to take a small step back. "Interesting," the left guard remarked with a slight upward curl of his lips, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared behind Wang Cheng, delivering a downward chop towards his back. Sensing the impending danger, Wang Cheng rolled forward to evade. However, the left guard's assault was relentless, as beams of energy shot from his hands, pursuing Wang Cheng closely. Wang Cheng darted left and right across the training ground, the energy beams striking the ground and sending up clouds of dust and debris. Suddenly, in a moment of miscalculation, one beam grazed his shoulder, causing him to stagger. Seizing the opportunity, the left guard advanced, delivering a powerful punch to Wang Cheng's chest. In a hasty response, Wang Cheng raised both hands to block, yet he was still sent flying by the overwhelming force, crashing heavily against a pillar. The pillar shook violently, teetering as if it might collapse at any moment. Wang Cheng slowly rose from the ground, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes still burned with fighting spirit. "Why not take another one of those beans you had earlier?" the left guard suggested. Without hesitation, Wang Cheng retrieved a celestial bean from his pocket and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a surge of healing energy coursed through him, visibly mending his wounds and rapidly restoring his stamina. Feeling strength flooding back into his body, Wang Cheng's eyes glimmered with resolve as he charged forward once more. His speed had increased, and he reached the left guard in an instant, throwing a punch aimed directly at his face. The left guardian raised his hand to block, and Wang Cheng swiftly executed a sweeping kick, prompting the left guardian to leap away. Wang Cheng joined his hands, summoning a massive fireball of black flames, which he hurled toward the left guardian. The guardian thrust his hands forward, unleashing a surge of energy that collided with the fireball, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Amidst the swirling smoke, Wang Cheng's figure darted like a wraith, relentlessly attacking the left guardian. The guardian, unfazed, met each strike and counterattack with perfect precision. Wang Cheng grew bolder with each assault, his techniques becoming increasingly fierce, while the left guardian silently marveled at the young man's enhanced prowess. Each of Wang Cheng's strikes bore an indomitable momentum, the black flames dancing upon his fists as if intent on consuming everything in their path. He moved with the swiftness of the wind, deftly altering his attack angles, leaving the left guardian slightly overwhelmed. The guardian's eyes narrowed, no longer holding back. He emanated a formidable pressure. With a flourish of his hands, beams of energy shot forth like sharp swords towards Wang Cheng. Undaunted, Wang Cheng formed a shield of black flames, successfully repelling the radiant projectiles. With a thunderous roar, the collision of energies distorted the surrounding space momentarily. Seizing the opportunity amidst the billowing smoke, Wang Cheng closed the distance and delivered a powerful punch directly to the left guardian's chest. The guardian let out a muffled grunt, retreating several steps. Surprised that Wang Cheng had breached his defenses, he elevated his assessment of the young man. Impressive, but not enough. The left guardian bellowed, his energy erupting once more, radiating a blinding brilliance. The light struck Wang Cheng's eyes painfully, and the overwhelming energy pressure made breathing arduous. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, brimming with defiance and determination. Taking a deep breath, Wang Cheng summoned all the power within him to withstand the potent pressure. The black flames enveloping him surged wildly, as though vying against the guardian's radiance. The left guardian thrust his hands forward, transforming the light into a torrential wave of energy that surged toward Wang Cheng. With a furious roar, Wang Cheng propelled his hands forward, solidifying the black flames into a formidable barrier. The energy wave collided with the fiery shield, producing a deafening roar. Wang Cheng felt an irresistible force bearing down on him, compelling him to retreat involuntarily. His feet carved deep grooves into the ground, shattering the stones beneath him. Nevertheless, Wang Cheng steadfastly held his ground, refusing to let the energy wave breach his defenses. His teeth clenched, veins bulging on his forehead, his muscles quivering from the strain. The left guardian, witnessing Wang Cheng's tenacity, experienced a fleeting moment of admiration, yet his own power remained undiminished. Wang Cheng felt as if his arms might buckle under the tremendous force, yet his unwavering faith propelled him to persist. With wide eyes and a fierce roar, the black flames around him surged violently, pushing the energy wave back. The left guardian, momentarily taken aback, intensified his output, the brilliance growing more radiant and searing. Wang Cheng sensed his body nearing the brink of being crushed by this force, yet he continued to endure with unwavering resolve. Just as Wang Cheng was on the verge of collapse, he suddenly felt a surge of new power coursing through his body. Without pausing to contemplate, he channeled this newfound energy into the black flames. In an instant, the black flames became ferociously wild, instantly consuming the energy wave of the left guardian and retaliating fiercely. The left guardian's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily withdrew, swiftly evading the formidable attack. At this moment, Wang Cheng was panting heavily, his clothes drenched in sweat, yet his eyes sparkled with an unwavering desire for victory. The left guardian regarded Wang Cheng and said, "Kid, you have indeed impressed me. However, the next round will not be so easy." With that, he formed seals with his hands once more, preparing to unleash a new wave of assault. Wang Cheng gasped for breath, his gaze fixed intently on the impending attack from the left guardian. Though his body was utterly exhausted, the fire of his spirit burned even brighter. The left guardian completed his hand seals, murmuring incantations, causing the surrounding space to warp dramatically. Mysterious runes appeared before him, coalescing into a colossal sphere of energy that emanated a heart-stopping aura, as if it could annihilate everything in its path. "Go!" the left guardian bellowed, propelling the energy sphere towards Wang Cheng. A sense of unprecedented peril surged towards him, yet he did not flinch. Instead, he charged forward. He gathered the black flames in his hands, attempting to seize the energy sphere directly. As his hands made contact with the sphere, an overwhelming force coursed through his entire being, causing his body to tremble violently, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Yet he gritted his teeth, his hands clenching the energy sphere tightly, refusing to let it advance any further. "Break for me." Wang Cheng summoned every ounce of his strength, and the black flames erupted, enveloping the energy sphere. Under the searing intensity of the black flames, the energy sphere began to destabilize, its brilliance flickering erratically. The left guardian's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated that Wang Cheng could resist so tenaciously. Finally, with a thunderous explosion, the energy sphere detonated in Wang Cheng's grasp. The powerful shockwave hurled Wang Cheng through the air, and he crashed heavily to the ground, momentarily unable to rise. Chapter 150. Is Wang Cheng dead? The left guardian observed Wang Cheng and pondered inwardly. This young man's potential is truly remarkable. If properly nurtured, he is destined for greatness. All right, let us conclude for today. Continuous combat is not beneficial for your mental fortitude. Return and rest well. Wang Cheng struggled to rise from the ground, his body swaying, yet his gaze remained resolute. He looked at the left guardian and, in a hoarse voice, expressed, "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance." The left guardian nodded slightly and remarked, "Your performance today was commendable. Adjust your state well and come back tomorrow." Wang Cheng mustered his strength, bowed respectfully to the left guardian, and then turned to slowly depart from the training ground. After consuming a celestial being, he instantaneously appeared beside Makalita and the high priest. Upon seeing Wang Cheng's sudden arrival, Makalita's face reflected concern. "Wang Cheng, that battle was truly intense." The high priest gazed deeply at Wang Cheng and slowly inquired, "How do you feel?" Wang Cheng took a deep breath and replied, "I have gained invaluable insights, yet I am acutely aware that I have a long journey ahead of me." The high priest nodded slightly. Such self-awareness is commendable. His eyes reflected a hint of satisfaction and anticipation. "Let Makalita guide you to a room for rest. I must attend to my own healing. Afterwards, you may engage in practice with the pencil guard on your own." Makalita stepped forward and said to Wang Cheng, "Come, I will lead you to your resting place." Wang Cheng nodded and followed her. As they walked, myriad thoughts swirled in his mind. "I must strive harder. I cannot let the high priest and everyone's expectations down." Makalita seemed to sense his inner turmoil and smiled. "Do not place too much pressure on yourself. Your performance today has been remarkable." Wang Cheng responded, "Yet I know it is far from sufficient. I must become stronger." They traversed a lengthy corridor and arrived at a modestly furnished, comfortable room. "Rest well here. Do not hesitate to call me if you need anything," Makalita instructed. Wang Cheng entered the room, gazing at her with gratitude. "Thank you, Makalita." She gently closed the door behind her. Wang Cheng lay upon the soft bed and fell asleep in an instant. Ding. "Would you like to begin today's check-in?" Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability of infinite resurrection." Wang Cheng looked puzzled. Ding. "Each time the host dies and resurrects, their strength will double. A death-seeking path?" Wang Cheng was utterly bewildered. "Should I give it a try?" Celestial Arena upon his arrival. Wang Cheng beheld the upright figure of the left guard, standing resolutely. His stature was imposing, his demeanor calm, akin to an unmovable mountain. Wang Cheng slightly bowed in respect, his eyes filled with determination and reverence. The left guard, with a serious expression, commanded, "Let us begin." No sooner had the words left his lips than Wang Cheng surged forth like an arrow released from its bow. The ground beneath him stirred with each step, leaving faint imprints as he approached the left guard with remarkable speed. His right fist clenched tightly, propelled by a fierce wind. It struck with intent. The left guard remained unperturbed, effortlessly sidestepping the swift blow. Seeing his initial strike fail, Wang Cheng swiftly swept his left leg. The left guard nimbly leapt, evading the attack, while simultaneously launching a palm strike toward Wang Cheng's back. Quick to react, Wang Cheng executed a forward roll to evade, immediately rising to unleash a flurry of punches upon the left guard. The left guard crossed his arms, skillfully blocking each attack, producing a series of resounding impacts. Beads of sweat began to form on Wang Cheng's forehead, yet his assault showed no signs of waning. Instead, it intensified. Suddenly, he altered his approach, crouching low to sweep at the left guard's legs. The left guard deftly jumped to avoid the strike, retaliating with a powerful kick aimed at Wang Cheng's chest. Wang Cheng crossed his arms to absorb the blow, the force pushing him back a few steps. Regaining his footing, he charged forward once more, this time moving with even greater speed, resembling a fleeting shadow. The left guardian's gaze sharpened, his demeanor turning serious as a faint glow began to emanate from his hands. Preparing to confront Wang Cheng's next onslaught, Wang Cheng leaped high into the air, executing a spin, and with the rush of wind, he aimed a kick toward the left guardian's head. The guardian raised his arm to block, the impact resounding as the force reverberated through his arm, leaving it slightly numb. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Cheng supported himself with his hands and unleashed a flurry of kicks, forcing the left guardian to retreat in evasion. Suddenly, the left guardian spotted an opening. He grasped Wang Cheng's ankle and with a powerful throw, sent him crashing to the ground. Just as Wang Cheng attempted to rise, unsteady on his feet, the left guardian appeared before him like a specter. With a swift jab, accompanied by the sound of rushing air, he struck towards Wang Cheng's face. Wang Cheng, caught off guard, raised his arm in defense but was jolted back by the sheer force of the blow, his arm going numb as he staggered backwards. Before he could regain his balance, the left guardian followed up with a side kick, striking Wang Cheng's waist. A sharp pain coursed through Wang Cheng's body, causing him to tilt sideways uncontrollably. The left guardian did not relent in his assault. He swiftly formed hand seals and chanted incantations. In an instant, a surge of potent energy shot from his hands, transforming into a beam of light that surged toward Wang Cheng. Caught unawares, Wang Cheng was struck by the beam, his body hurtling backward and crashing heavily to the ground. He felt as if his very insides had been displaced, the agony nearly rendering him unconscious. Yet he persevered, shakily rising once more. Observing this, the left guardian renewed his attack, unleashing a relentless barrage of energy waves towards Wang Cheng. In a desperate attempt, Wang Cheng dodged left and right, appearing quite beleaguered. Suddenly, during his evasive maneuvers, Wang Cheng feigned a vulnerability. The left guardian's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful strike of energy aimed directly at Wang Cheng. There was no time for Wang Cheng to evade. The energy struck him squarely. His body was instantly engulfed in light, and he fell backward, crashing to the ground, motionless. The left guardian approached, scrutinizing Wang Cheng's lifeless form. His brow slightly furrowed in confusion. How could this young man have made such a basic error? Yet, at that moment, Wang Cheng had already lost all breath, his body growing progressively colder. Just as the left guardian prepared to turn away in search of someone to retrieve the body, Wang Cheng's corpse unexpectedly began to change. Chapter 151. The Pencilhead Guardian's Astonishment. The once lifeless Wang Cheng suddenly radiated a faint black glow. This light flickered in and out, as if mending his broken body. The left guardian sensed the anomaly and immediately turned around, his eyes filled with wariness. He watched in astonishment as Wang Cheng's wounds healed at an observable pace. His fingers twitched slightly, and then he abruptly opened his eyes, a glint of cunning flashing within them. It was then that the left guardian realized he had been outsmarted by Wang Cheng. However, having just been utterly convinced that Wang Cheng was beyond the realm of life and death, how could this be? He furrowed his brows, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Cheng, striving to uncover the truth behind this enigma. Observing the left guard's bewildered expression, Wang Cheng smirked, a hint of triumph in his tone as he remarked, "Left guard, did you not foresee this? I possess a secret treasure." The left guard scoffed dismissively. "Enough with the theatrics. Will you continue?" With unwavering resolve, Wang Cheng replied loudly, "Of course. The battle has only just begun." The left guard's eyes narrowed, and he declared, "Very well. I shall observe what further abilities you possess." With that, the left guard's aura surged once more, the surrounding air seemingly compressed. Emitting a crackling sound, he stepped forward with great force, causing the ground to fracture beneath him. Wang Cheng inhaled deeply, calibrating his energy, as black flames erupted around him, forming a protective barrier. The left guard swiftly maneuvered his hands, unleashing beams of light that sliced through the air like swords toward Wang Cheng. He darted between the gaps of light, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, Wang Cheng spotted a flaw in the left guard's defense. He accelerated towards the opening. Yet, just as he was about to close in, a cold smirk crept across the left guard's lips. Alarmed, Wang Cheng realized he had fallen into a trap. The flaw was a calculated ruse, meant to ensnare him. With a mighty roar, the left guard unleashed a tremendous force from within, sending Wang Cheng hurtling away. He crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Gritting his teeth, he rose once more, his eyes ablaze with unyielding determination. The left guard stared at Wang Cheng, disbelief etched in his features. "Kid, in just one day, you have made astonishing progress." Wang Cheng wiped the blood from his lips and grinned. "Left guard, I owe it all to your guidance." The left guard shook his head slightly. Recalling their duel from the previous day, when Wang Cheng had been riddled with flaws, his strength nowhere near what it was now. Today, Wang Cheng's speed, power, and strategies had undergone a transformative leap. The left guard mused inwardly. This lad is akin to an uncut gem, rapidly honing himself through pressure and combat. Each of his attacks yesterday had been somewhat clumsy, yet today he adeptly utilized his surroundings and advantages, even feigning weaknesses to lure me in. Wang Cheng stretched his limbs, the black flames around him blazing brighter. "Left guard, let us continue." The left guard's expression turned serious. "Very well, I shall see just how far you have come." With a swift motion, the left guard appeared before Wang Cheng, launching a powerful punch. Wang Cheng remained composed, sidestepping while delivering a counterpunch to the left guard's ribs. The left guard reacted with remarkable speed, blocking the strike with his arm, though it left him slightly numb. "Indeed, your strength has increased considerably," the left guard praised. Wang Cheng's assault grew increasingly fierce, with each strike imbued with formidable strength and unwavering resolve. The left guardian, no longer holding back, unleashed a series of intricate counterattacks. The two engaged in a flurry of punches and kicks, their figures intertwining, igniting the very air of the training ground with the intensity of their combat. Beads of sweat adorned Wang Cheng's forehead, his breath quickening, yet his gaze remained resolute, fixated on every motion of the left guardian. The left guardian, taken aback, noted that Wang Cheng had not only significantly enhanced his strength and speed, but his combat skills had also matured remarkably. Just yesterday, he could easily anticipate his moves. Today, he found himself fully engrossed in the fight to keep up. With a resounding thud, their fists collided once more, the force propelling them each a few steps back. Wang Cheng panted heavily, yet showed no sign of respite, charging forward anew. The left guardian's eyes glimmered with admiration as he met the advance. At that moment, Wang Cheng unexpectedly altered his attack style. His originally forceful punches became agile and unpredictable, striking towards the left guardian's vital points with serpentine finesse. The left guardian, momentarily caught off guard, felt the impact on his shoulder, causing him to stagger slightly. "Not bad, you've got some skill," the left guardian commended, a surge of competitive spirit igniting within him. Wang Cheng pressed on relentlessly, and the left guardian responded with equal fervor, their clash reaching a fevered pitch. Wang Cheng moved like the wind, circling the left guardian swiftly, making it difficult for him to pinpoint his exact location. The left guardian, however, steadied himself, attuning to the subtle shifts in the surrounding air, discerning Wang Cheng's attack direction. Suddenly, Wang Cheng launched a surprise assault from behind, aiming a kick at the left guardian's waist. The left guardian reacted swiftly, pivoting to block the strike with his arm. But Wang Cheng immediately followed with an elbow strike aimed squarely at his chest. The left guardian let out a muffled grunt, retreating a few steps. He couldn't help but marvel at how rapidly Wang Cheng's combat skills had improved, his attacks growing increasingly cunning. "Wang Cheng, you have truly impressed me," the left guardian proclaimed, radiating an even more potent aura. Undeterred, Wang Cheng replied, "To receive your commendation, I shall give my all." The intensity of their battle escalated, their forms flickering amidst the interplay of light and energy. Each of Wang Cheng's attacks was infused with an indomitable determination, his eyes glinting with a steadfast brilliance, as if he vowed not to relent until his objectives were achieved. The left guardian, inspired by Wang Cheng's fervor, unleashed increasingly ferocious strikes, each blow carrying the weight of a tidal wave. With another violent clash, both Wang Cheng and the left guardian were knocked back several meters. Wang Cheng knelt on one knee, bracing himself against the ground, breathing heavily, yet his gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on the left guardian. The left guardian stood firm, though beads of perspiration had begun to form on his brow. He regarded Wang Cheng with a blend of admiration and concern. "Wang Cheng, let this be the end. No need for you to return. If you continue, I may find myself out of a job," the left guardian remarked. Wang Cheng was momentarily taken aback, halting his assault, and gazed at the left guardian with a hint of confusion. Left guardian, what do you mean by that? The left guardian chuckled helplessly. You've made such remarkable progress. At this rate, it won't be long before I am no match for you, and my position as a guardian may be at stake. Wang Cheng quickly responded. Left guardian, you jest. Chapter 152. The crisis approaches. The left guardian waved his hand dismissively. Enough. With your current strength, when paired with the high priest, victory is not out of reach. Wang Cheng furrowed his brow and inquired, will you intervene? If you and another esteemed individual collaborate with the high priest, Salamander will surely be no match. The left guardian's expression turned grave as he replied, no. Wang Cheng, you must understand, our duty is to safeguard His Majesty the All-King. Everything else is irrelevant unless commanded by him. The left guardian's gaze was resolute and steady, as if proclaiming an undeniable truth. Wang Cheng displayed a look of confusion on his face and urgently exclaimed, but against a formidable foe like Salamander, without your assistance, this battle will be exceedingly arduous. The left guardian slightly raised his head, gazing into the distance, and slowly articulated, Wang Cheng, the safety of His Majesty the All-King is paramount. We cannot recklessly take risks or sustain injuries. Our existence holds a unique significance for him. The All-King is the linchpin of the entire cosmic order, as his guardians. We bear an immense responsibility. Any lapse could potentially endanger His Majesty. The left guardian's voice was deep and resonant, imbued with an unquestionable authority. Wang Cheng listened quietly, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of understanding, yet still tinged with reluctance. However, left guardian, if we do not act, what shall we do if the divine realm falls? The left guardian turned to face Wang Cheng, his gaze imbued with determination. Wang Cheng, this is our mission. Even if the divine realm succumbs, as long as His Majesty remains unharmed, there is hope for restoration. Our uniqueness lies in being the final bastion for His Majesty, the force he trusts implicitly. Should we lose this strength, the All-King would be left isolated and vulnerable. The left guardian sighed and continued, Wang Cheng, it is not that we lack compassion, but rather that we must weigh the consequences. Our foremost obligation is always the safety of His Majesty. This does not imply we are indifferent to the crisis in the divine realm. Should His Majesty grant permission, we will undoubtedly lend our aid. But until that moment, you must comprehend that everything must prioritize His Majesty. Wang Cheng remained silent for a considerable time before finally nodding slowly. I understand, left guardian. I will do my utmost to fight for the divine realm. The left guardian looked at Wang Cheng with satisfaction. Go forth, my child. May you grow through battle and become the hope of the divine realm. Wang Cheng turned and departed, each step heavy yet resolute. The left guardian watched Wang Cheng's retreating figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. He was acutely aware of the arduous battles that lay ahead for Wang Cheng. Yet he firmly believed in the young man's indomitable spirit and boundless potential. As the days passed by, Wang Cheng, who was engrossed in profound meditation and cultivation within the realm of destruction, was abruptly awakened by the resounding voice of Beerus echoing outside the hall, shattering the tranquility of his practice. Upon emerging, he was surprised to find everyone gathered. Bados approached him swiftly, her voice laced with urgency and tension. Wang Cheng, Salama has commenced his actions, targeting the Grand King Palace. It is Lord Zeno. Her beautiful visage was etched with a grave expression. A jolt of alarm surged through Wang Cheng as he clenched his fists and inquired, what is the situation? Bados continued, I have just contacted the Grand Priest. But Lord Zeno has yet to conclude his seclusion. We can no longer afford to wait. We must rush to provide support. This will be a battle for our very survival. Her gaze was resolute and unwavering. Wang Cheng surveyed the surroundings, noting Beerus with his arms crossed, brows furrowed, embodying seriousness. Macarita stood quietly beside him, her staff shimmering with a mystical light. The other deities also bore expressions of tension, poised for action. Taking a deep breath, Wang Cheng declared, in that case, we shall depart immediately. No matter the cost, we cannot allow Salama to succeed. Everyone nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with the determination to fight. In a flash of brilliance, they arrived at the Grand King Palace, which was now enveloped in a palpable atmosphere of tension. The Grand Priest observed that all had assembled, his expression grave. Wang Cheng was the first to speak. Grand Priest, how many followers has Salama brought this time? His gaze was intense, fixated on the Grand Priest, awaiting an answer. With a slight furrow of his brow, the Grand Priest responded, "It is just him and an evil Saiyan." Wang Cheng furrowed his brow in confusion. "Isn't he able to resurrect those individuals through the Dark Dragon Balls? Why are there only two?" His face was a mask of bewilderment, his brows knitted tightly. The Grand Priest inhaled deeply and slowly articulated, "Even before Salama arrived, I sensed his malevolent aura. His strength this time surpasses that of our last encounter. I suspect he has resurrected his subordinates through the Dragon Balls, only to absorb them afterward to augment his own power." Concern flickered in Beerus's eyes as he spoke with a tremor in his voice. "What shall we do? If he has absorbed the strength of so many subordinates, then we—" His words trailed off, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists. Remaining composed, the Grand Priest reassured, "There is no need for excessive worry. Salama is targeting Lord Zeno, and the royal guards will also intervene. Individually, neither of them matches my level. But together they are formidable. Their techniques complement each other, yielding an unimaginable power when combined. Once they join forces, even Salama may find it challenging to gain the upper hand. Moreover, we have the protection of Lord Zeno. I have faith that justice will ultimately prevail over evil. Beerus, as the god of destruction, you must maintain your composure and confidence. United, we shall withstand this crisis. Salama is indeed powerful, yet we are not without the means to resist. Do not forget, we are the guardians of the entire cosmos, upholding its order and balance. This profound responsibility endows us with boundless strength and courage. As long as we remain steadfast in our convictions, unyielding to fear, we shall surely discover a way to vanquish Salama." Listening to the Grand Priest's words, Beerus took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions, and nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, Grand Priest, you are correct. I momentarily lost my composure. I will regain my focus and stand side by side with everyone in battle." At that moment, as the group braced themselves, a dark vortex suddenly manifested in the distant sky, an overwhelming aura of malevolence surging forth from within. "It has come," the Grand Priest exclaimed sharply, causing everyone's nerves to tense instantaneously. Emerging slowly from the vortex were Salama and the nefarious Saiyan, Salama wearing a sinister grin, his eyes gleaming with madness. "Ha ha ha, you insignificant ants, today marks your demise," Salama declared arrogantly. Chapter 153. The battle commences. Wang Cheng glared fiercely and shouted, "Salama, do not be so arrogant." Salama cast a disdainful glance at Wang Cheng and retorted, "You dare to act defiantly before me?" At that moment, the left and right guards flickered into view, positioning themselves before the group. They emanated a powerful presence, counterbalancing Salama's evil aura. The left guard coldly stated, "Salama, as long as we are here, you shall not harm Lord Zeno." The right guard added, "Today marks your end." Salama scoffed, "Just the two of you? You overestimate yourselves." With that, Salama waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of formidable dark energy towards the group. The left and right guards shouted in unison and struck out, a dazzling light surging forth to meet the encroaching darkness. Boom! The thunderous clash of energies resonated through the heavens, sending ripples across the surrounding space. Observing this, the Grand Priest called out, "Everyone, join forces." The group unleashed their ultimate techniques, and in an instant, an array of lights and energies intertwined, engaging Salama in a breathtaking battle. The battlefield was ablaze with brilliance, the collision of energies causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Yet Salama remained unfazed, his hands weaving as dark energy flowed forth ceaselessly, effortlessly repelling their assaults. The malevolent Saiyan seized the opportunity to charge at the group, moving with a speed as elusive as a specter. Beerus roared in fury, confronting the Saiyan, and the two became entwined in a fierce skirmish. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng coordinated with Bardos, attempting to launch a flanking attack on Salama. However, Salama's reactions were remarkably swift. With a mere flick of his sleeve, he sent them reeling backward. "Is this the extent of your prowess?" Salama taunted. The Grand Priest's gaze sharpened, his staff radiating a brilliant light as he chanted incantations. A mysterious power surging forth from the staff, aimed directly at Salama. Salama's expression shifted slightly, compelled to confront the Grand Priest's onslaught earnestly. Seizing the opportunity, the left and right guards united once more to unleash a potent offensive. Their combined strength coalesced into a cataclysmic wave of energy. Recognizing the threat posed by this power, Salama bellowed, unleashing the full force of his dark energy to collide with the wave. Bang! A tremendous explosion reverberated, causing the entire royal palace to tremble. The overwhelming shockwave compelled the onlookers to retreat in disarray. Salamander gasped for breath, yet his eyes remained ablaze with madness. You cannot stop me. Despite being besieged by numerous angels and high priests, Salamander held his ground, albeit marred by numerous wounds. Strangely, these injuries seemed to intensify his inner chaos and ferocity. His dark energy surged forth like a relentless tide, each attack embodying an annihilative force. The radiant spells of the angels appeared to struggle against his dark might. The high priest's staff flickered with brilliance, unleashing formidable laws of power in an attempt to subdue Salamander, yet he adeptly evaded or neutralized their efforts. The flanking guardians coordinated seamlessly, one confronting the enemy with sheer force, while the other sought vulnerabilities with agile finesse. Yet Salamander's combat experience was unparalleled, allowing him to evade lethal strikes at crucial moments and retaliate with precision. Wang Cheng and Bados, watching anxiously from the sidelines, yearned to discover Salamander's weakness, only to find his defenses nearly impenetrable. Meanwhile, the malevolent Saiyan Kamba grasped Beerus by the throat, his face turning a deep shade of crimson as he struggled futilely against the iron grip. Humph, the so-called god beneath me is nothing but trifling, Kamba sneered, his eyes radiating contempt. With great difficulty, Beerus managed to utter a few words through clenched teeth. You scoundrel. Not far away, Bados, observing this alarming scene, was consumed with urgency and waved her staff, sending a beam of light towards Kamba. Yet Kamba merely shifted slightly, effortlessly evading the assault. Don't waste your energy. None of you can save him. Kamba's voice dripped with arrogance. At that moment, a powerful force erupted from Beerus, enveloping him in a radiant violet glow. Kamba was momentarily taken aback, loosening his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Beerus broke free, leaping back a considerable distance, gasping for breath. You despicable fiend. I will not let you prevail. Beerus roared, charging once more at Kamba. Does a little kitten still wish to dance? Kamba replied with disdain, his gaze laced with scorn, as if Beerus's fury was merely a farcical performance in his eyes. Kamba stood nonchalantly, arms crossed, indifferent to Beerus's onslaught. Like a furious lion, Beerus surged with violet energy, unleashing a punch that cut through the air with a howling wind aimed at Kamba. Kamba merely sidestepped slightly, easily avoiding the seemingly ferocious strike. Following up with a flying kick, Beerus executed it with fierce intent, yet Kamba simply raised a hand, effortlessly deflecting the force, causing Beerus to stagger back a few steps. Is that all you've got? Kamba mocked, a smirk of disappointment playing on his lips. Gritting his teeth, Beerus charged again, his punches becoming more relentless, each blow infused with his boundless rage and strength. However, Kamba navigated through Beerus's attacks with the ease of a leisurely stroll, occasionally delivering a gentle punch that sent Beerus staggering or lifting a leg to kick, causing Beerus to fall clumsily to the ground. Regardless of how Beerus attempted to elevate his strength and struggle, Kamba remained effortlessly dominant. At times, he deliberately exposed minor weaknesses, enticing Beerus to launch full-force attacks, only to effortlessly counter them at the crucial moment, rendering Beerus's efforts futile. Beerus's breath grew increasingly labored, sweat cascading down like rain, yet his gaze remained resolute, unwilling to concede. Observing Beerus's stubborn demeanor, Kamba smirked, pitying the poor soul whose struggles were merely in vain, adding a layer of intrigue to this performance. Beerus roared defiantly, I will not surrender. He gathered his strength once more, preparing to initiate another offensive. Kamba remarked, enough of this game, let us end it. He then turned to Salamander, exclaiming, Salamander, we must focus on the matter at hand. As his words fell, Kamba conjured a pitch-black orb of energy, emanating a terrifying aura, and hurled it towards Beerus without hesitation. The energy sphere whistled through the void, creating ripples in space, as if unable to withstand such formidable power. Beerus widened his eyes, confronting this lethal strike with no avenue for escape. Yet, he did not waver. Instead, he straightened his body, bracing to absorb the impact. In this moment of dire urgency, Wang Cheng flashed into position before Beerus. Chapter 154. Kamba, are you not the real deal? Wang Cheng's face was resolute as he crossed his arms over his chest, attempting to shield Beerus with his own body from Kamba's overwhelming energy sphere. Wang Cheng, get out of the way, Beerus shouted anxiously. Yet, Wang Cheng remained undeterred, radiating a fierce glow as power surged within him. The energy sphere struck Wang Cheng with tremendous force, erupting in a blinding flash of light. The immense impact sending him hurtling away like a kite severed from its string. Wang Cheng, Beerus, and Whis exclaimed in unison. Wang Cheng crashed heavily to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he still managed to rise. I can still fight, he roared, charging once again at Kamba. Kamba furrowed his brow, sneering. You fool. Ignoring his injuries, Wang Cheng accelerated to his utmost speed, appearing before Kamba in the blink of an eye, delivering a punch aimed directly at his face. Kamba sidestepped the blow and retaliated with a kick towards Wang Cheng's abdomen. Wang Cheng raised his arms in defense, but the overwhelming force left his limbs numb. Seizing the opportunity, Kamba unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, his fists raining down like meteors, each blow accompanied by a whoosh and an aura of terror. Wang Cheng fought valiantly to defend himself, yet new wounds continued to accumulate, making complete defense an insurmountable challenge. With a sudden and powerful hook, Kamba struck Wang Cheng squarely on the jaw, launching his body into the air. Before Wang Cheng could even descend, Kamba leapt into the air once more, delivering a fierce kick to his chest. Like a cannonball, Wang Cheng plummeted to the ground, creating a deep crater and sending dust swirling into the air. Struggling to rise from the pit, blood flowed ceaselessly from the corner of his mouth. Yet, Kamba showed no mercy, pressing his relentless assault with a flurry of blows. Wang Cheng's consciousness began to blur, but the conviction in his heart refused to allow him to succumb. However, Kamba had grown impatient. He gathered a formidable surge of energy, forming a colossal energy sphere, and hurled it at Wang Cheng with deadly intent. The sphere, imbued with an aura of annihilation, hurtled towards him, but Wang Cheng found himself unable to move. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted as the energy sphere detonated upon impact. A blinding light instantly engulfed Wang Cheng's figure, and when the radiance dissipated, he had vanished without a trace, leaving not even a speck of ash behind. The battlefield fell into a momentary silence, stunned by the brutal spectacle of Wang Cheng's disappearance. Beerus' eyes widened in shock as he bellowed in fury, Kamba, I demand retribution for his blood. Makalita's gaze was filled with sorrow and rage, her staff glowing with intensity as she prepared to unleash a fierce counterattack against Kamba. Yet, Kamba merely sneered, this is merely the beginning. On the other side, Salama intensified his assault, dark energy surging forth like a tide against the Grand Minister and his guards. They fought valiantly, but their efforts appeared increasingly strained. Makalita clenched her teeth, tears brimming in her eyes. However, she suppressed her sorrow and summoned her strength to the utmost, charging at Kamba, exclaiming, I will avenge Wang Cheng. Kamba easily evaded Batos's attack, countering with a blow that sent her reeling. At that moment, the atmosphere within the palace of the Omni King became increasingly heavy and tense, as the tide of battle seemed to shift unfavorably for the forces of justice. Yet, the indomitable spirit of the assembled warriors remained unquenched. Their resolve to vanquish evil grew stronger amidst their grief. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted, the dazzling glow causing everyone to instinctively squint. As the illumination gradually faded, Wang Cheng astonishingly reappeared before them, unscathed. He radiated a mysterious and potent aura, distinctly different from before. His gaze was resolute, as if he had undergone a profound transformation. Everyone gazed at him in astonishment, momentarily forgetting the fierce battle that raged on. Beerus' eyes widened in delight as he exclaimed, Wang Cheng, are you all right? Wang Cheng turned to Beerus, offering a faint smile, and replied, Lord Beerus, I am not so easily slain. Beerus laughed heartily, good lad, I'm relieved to see you well. Your current presence seems even more formidable than before. Wang Cheng slightly lifted his chin, confidence sparkling in his eyes. Lord Beerus, let us join forces to defeat this impostor. Confused, Beerus and the others inquired, what impostor? Wang Cheng took a deep breath and explained, Goku and Vegeta have encountered Kamba before and fought against him. According to their description, at that time, Kamba's strength was certainly not as formidable. Moreover, during the recent battle, I discerned that his aura was one of darkness. Although the original Kamba was an evil Saiyan, his essence was never of such pure malevolence. Thus, I surmise that this is not the true Kamba. He is likely being manipulated or transformed by Salama through some nefarious sorcery. Beerus furrowed his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, what you say does indeed resonate with me. Bardos nodded in agreement, adding, Wang Cheng's analysis holds merit. If he has been manipulated or transformed, then the mastermind Salama must harbor even darker schemes. Makalita's expression grew grave as she cautioned, we must be exceedingly vigilant. We cannot afford to be complacent. Wong Chong, with unwavering determination in his gaze, addressed the forward Kamba, stating, regardless, we must first defeat him to unveil Salama's conspiracy. He stepped forward, fixing his gaze fiercely upon Kamba, declaring, you are not the real one, are you? Who exactly are you? Kamba regarded Wang Cheng with a cold stare, a hint of disdain curling his lips into a smirk. Humph, do you think you can uncover the truth? Wang Cheng's eyes remained locked on Kamba, undeterred by the mockery. As he pressed on, who is orchestrating all of this? Where has the real Kamba gone? His tone grew increasingly urgent, desperate for answers. Kamba erupted into laughter. Ha! Do you think you can extract answers from me? Don't delude yourself. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. The significance of this matter is not for you to decide. But today, by defeating you, I shall uncover the truth. His voice was resolute and unwavering, as if he had made up his mind to unveil this enigma at any cost. Wang Cheng's aura surged once more, the overwhelming energy causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. His eyes brimmed with an indomitable resolve, fiercely locked onto Kamba, poised to launch a lethal assault at any moment. Chapter 155. Fierce battle. Suddenly, Wang Cheng roared and, like a flash of lightning, charged at Kamba, his fist brimming with potent energy, cutting through the air with a fierce whoosh towards Kamba. Yet, Kamba merely sidestepped, effortlessly evading the blow. Wang Cheng, undeterred by the miss, swiftly pivoted and unleashed a powerful kick aimed at Kamba's head. Kamba raised his arm to block, Wang Cheng's foot colliding with his arm, producing a thunderous sound. Yet Kamba remained unyielding. With a derisive sneer, Kamba struck back with a punch, its speed akin to lightning. Wang Cheng had no time to evade and was struck squarely in the chest, sent reeling backwards and crashing to the ground, struggling to rise. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but his resolve remained unshaken. He charged at Kamba once more, executing a flurry of intricate punches, creating a dazzling display of motion. However, Kamba appeared to handle it all with ease, effortlessly deflecting Wang Cheng's attacks while occasionally countering with strikes of his own. Gradually, Wang Cheng's stamina waned, his movements becoming sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Kamba delivered a brutal kick to Wang Cheng's abdomen, doubling over in pain. Wang Cheng was met with another heavy punch to his back from Kamba, sending him hurtling away once again, this time collapsing to the ground, struggling to rise. Is this all you've got? Kamba taunted. Lying on the ground, Wang Cheng felt an inexplicable joy. A subtle smile graced his lips. Despite the immense pain coursing through his body, his eyes shimmered with a peculiar excitement. To the onlookers, Wang Cheng's predicament appeared dire, nearly devoid of any hope for victory. Yet, only he understood that he was fortified by 3 layers of enigmatic power. These mysterious forces surged within him like a tumultuous tide, continually reshaping and enhancing every cell of his being. Each moment of absorption in battle allowed him to harness the energy embedded within his opponent's attacks, transforming it into an integral part of his own strength. Those strikes, seemingly capable of delivering his demise, instead nourished his growth. Every punch and kick, though leaving his body marred with wounds, simultaneously rendered him stronger. Without hesitation, Wang Cheng consumed a mystical being, and in an instant, a vibrant vitality spread throughout his body, healing his grievous injuries at an astonishing pace. His eyes ignited with an indomitable spirit, and he charged once more towards the counterfeit Kamba. Kamba regarded the advancing Wang Cheng with a flicker of surprise. Furrowing his brow, he pondered, this boy is exceedingly strange. Just moments ago, I had him completely at my mercy, yet now he seems to have become significantly more powerful. Wang Cheng's speed was blinding, akin to a bolt of lightning. Kamba, wary and focused, prepared to confront him. No matter your peculiarities, you shall not escape my grasp today. Kamba bellowed, unleashing a formidable punch, the air whistling with its immense force. Wang Cheng stood firm, directly countering with his arm. Kamba's heart soared with delight, convinced this blow would surely incapacitate Wang Cheng once more. However, the moment their fists collided, Kamba felt a powerful recoil, a stinging pain radiating from his hand. How is this possible? Kamba's eyes widened in disbelief. Seizing the opportunity while Kamba was momentarily distracted, Wang Cheng lifted his leg and aimed a kick at Kamba's abdomen. Kamba swiftly sidestepped, yet Wang Cheng's toes grazed him, causing his body to sway slightly. In such a short span, his strength had escalated to this extent. It was utterly abnormal. Gritting his teeth, Kamba's murderous intent intensified. He resolved to hold nothing back and to unleash his full power to swiftly eliminate Wang Cheng. With a furious roar, Kamba's dark energy surged violently, encircling him in a vortex of shadowy force, emanating an overwhelming pressure in all directions. Nevertheless, Wang Cheng remained undeterred, his gaze unwavering and calm, meticulously tracking Kamba's every movement. Kamba clasped his hands together and thrust them forward, unleashing a massive wave of dark energy that hurtled towards Wang Cheng. In a flash, Wang Cheng evaded the lethal strike with agility. The energy wave struck the palace wall behind him, obliterating it in an instant. Seeing his attack miss, Kamba immediately lunged forward, unleashing a relentless flurry of punches and kicks upon Wang Cheng. With composure, Wang Cheng responded, his movements both agile and precise, deftly countering each of Kamba's assaults. The battle between the two intensified, causing the surrounding space to warp and contort under their immense power. While defending, Wang Cheng sought out Kamba's vulnerabilities. Suddenly, he noticed a slight opening in Kamba's left defense and seized the moment to launch a counterattack. In an instant, Wang Cheng appeared at Kamba's left side, delivering a heavy punch that landed squarely on Kamba's waist. Kamba let out a muffled grunt, his body shuddering slightly. He had not anticipated that Wang Cheng could exploit such a fleeting opportunity, raising his vigilance towards him a notch higher. Impressive, kid. Kamba gritted his teeth and remarked. Wang Cheng responded with a cold smirk. This is just the beginning. Kamba summoned a surge of energy, dark energy swirling around him like a raging inferno, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure that made it almost impossible to breathe. The space around them seemed to warp under this terrifying force. Wang Cheng's expression turned grave, yet his gaze remained resolute, devoid of any sign of retreat. He clenched his fists tightly, his muscles taut, bracing himself for Kamba's more ferocious assault. Kamba roared like a wild beast, lunging towards Wang Cheng with blinding speed, appearing before him in an instant. A devastating punch, imbued with an aura of destruction, came crashing down. Wang Cheng raised his arms to defend, but the sheer force of Kamba's blow was insurmountable. With a thunderous crash, Wang Cheng's body was propelled like a cannonball, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily into the ground, creating a vast crater. Dust billowed, obscuring the sky. As the dust began to settle, Wang Cheng was seen lying motionless at the bottom of the pit, his body battered and blood staining the earth beneath him. Wang Cheng, Beerus, and the others gasped, their hearts leaping into their throats. Kamba approached the edge of the pit, looking down at Wang Cheng with a cold sneer. Humph. This is the fate of those who dare oppose me. However, just when everyone presumed Wang Cheng was lifeless, his fingers twitched. A radiant glow began to emanate from his body. As the light gradually coalesced, Wang Cheng slowly opened his eyes, revealing an unprecedented sharpness and determination. He stood up, exuding an aura even more potent than before, as if he had undergone a rebirth through fire. Kamba's expression shifted to one of panic as he beheld the newly empowered Wang Cheng. His pupils constricted, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead involuntarily. How is this possible? You should be dead. Kamba's voice trembled, disbelief etched across his face. Wang Cheng's lips curled into a mocking smile. Did you really think you could kill me? You're far too naive. Chapter 156. The Omni King awakens. With that, Wang Cheng charged towards Kamba once more. His form moved like a specter, swiftly closing the distance between them. Wang Cheng's speed reached its zenith, whipping up a tempest that sent dust swirling around them. Kamba, taken aback, quickly swung his fist to counter. Wang Cheng sidestepped Kamba's punch, simultaneously delivering a powerful elbow strike to Kamba's chest. Kamba winced in pain, letting out a grunt. Yet he reacted swiftly, lifting his leg to kick at Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng crossed his arms to block the incoming kick, the tremendous impact causing him to stagger back a few steps. However, he quickly regained his balance and charged forward once more. His punches were fierce, each strike accompanied by the sound of whistling wind, aiming directly for Kamba's vital points. Kamba, unwilling to yield, defended with all his might while simultaneously searching for an opening to counterattack. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of blows, each impact resonating with explosive sounds. Wang Cheng's assault was akin to a tempest, leaving Kamba struggling to keep up. Despite Kamba's tight defense, cracks began to appear. Seizing upon a moment of carelessness, Wong Chong landed a punch to Kamba's abdomen. Kamba's body bent slightly, and Wong Chong swiftly followed with a kick to his chin, sending him flying backward. Adjusting his position mid-air, Kamba landed firmly, his eyes filled with surprise and fury, astonished that Wong Chong could fight him with such ferocity. "Don't get cocky, kid," Kamba roared as he charged at Wong Chong once more. Meanwhile, the battle between Salama and the High Priest along with his guards was reaching a fever pitch. Enveloped in dark energy, Salama unleashed a flurry of powerful attacks, striving to break through the defenses of the High Priest and his guards. The High Priest's expression was solemn, his staff radiating brilliant light. Each swing carried the weight of sacred law, neutralizing Salama's assaults one by one. The guards coordinated seamlessly, one using agile movements to distract Salama while the other confronted his attacks head-on with sheer strength. Though Salama fought valiantly against 3 opponents, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage despite his formidable power. His breath grew labored, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his movements lost the initial sharpness. Casting a glance towards Kamba, who was unable to assist him, a flicker of panic crossed Salama's eyes. His mind raced like ants on a hot skillet, restless and anxious. "At this rate, we will be defeated before that brat Quan can emerge," Salama thought, and this notion spread through him like wild grass, exacerbating his agitation. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to go all in, gathering all his dark energy into his hands, preparing to unleash his final move in a desperate bid to turn the tide. The dense dark energy between his hands surged and expanded, as if seeking to consume everything around it. His eyes were bloodshot, and his expression contorted from the immense strain. The High Priest sensed Salama's intent and shouted, "Guards, be wary of his last-ditch effort." The guards tightened their formation around the High Priest, their collective radiance intensifying, forming a robust defensive barrier. Salama bellowed, "Die, all of you," and hurled the amassed dark energy sphere towards the trio. As it soared through the air, it tore apart the very fabric of space, leaving behind black fissures, accompanied by a piercing howl, surging towards the High Priest and his guards with overwhelming force. The High Priest raised his staff, its light blazing forth as he chanted incantations, summoning a colossal light shield to materialize before them. The Guardians simultaneously infused their own strength into the radiant shield, enhancing its fortitude. A thunderous crash ensued as the dark energy sphere collided violently with the luminous barrier, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy. The entire battlefield was enveloped in this blinding brilliance, rendering it nearly impossible to behold. As the light gradually dissipated, the High Priest and his companions swayed slightly, yet remained steadfast in their positions. In stark contrast, Salama found himself kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath from the backlash of his all-out assault. At that moment, a powerful surge of energy emanated from deep within the palace, indicating that the sovereign was on the verge of emerging. The intensity of the energy fluctuations escalated, and a dazzling beam of light burst forth from the depths, illuminating the entire battlefield. Filled with trepidation, Salama gazed towards the source of the light, his heart heavy with despair. Was this the end of everything? Suddenly, within the radiance, the figure of the sovereign gradually materialized. His diminutive stature exuded an aura of unparalleled authority, making it impossible to gaze directly upon him. The sovereign surveyed the battlefield with a piercing glance and declared in a clear voice imbued with undeniable command, "Your farce must come to an end." Salama struggled to rise, attempting a final act of defiance. "Sovereign, do not celebrate too soon." The sovereign raised a hand gently, and in an instant, a beam of light ensnared Salama. Binding him tightly, he writhed in agony, desperately trying to break free, but to no avail. His visage contorted in extreme pain, muscles taut as he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to escape the binding light. Yet, the sovereign's power was beyond his comprehension. The radiance acted like unyielding chains, securing every inch of his being. Meanwhile, Kamba observed this scene, gritting his teeth, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. He recognized the futility of their situation. Retreat was no longer an option. Useless trash. It seems I must rely solely on myself. Suddenly, Kamba's body began to swell dramatically, exuding a dangerously unstable and volatile energy. This is bad. He intends to self-destruct. Wang Cheng exclaimed, but it was too late to escape. With a cataclysmic roar, Kamba's form erupted into a colossal energy sphere, instantaneously unleashing devastating power. A blinding light and shockwave radiated outward, tearing apart the surrounding space and creating massive rifts. Despite Wang Cheng's best efforts to maintain his defenses, he was still caught in the self-detonation's aftermath. His body was hurled violently, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. He felt as though his internal organs had shifted and countless bones had fractured, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. The smoke from the explosion billowed, obscuring the sky. After a considerable time, it began to clear. A strange black mist surged forth from the epicenter of the blast, racing towards the bound Salama. Salama, filled with dread, watched as the mist approached, crying out, "No, help me." But his voice was laced with despair and helplessness. The black mist paid no heed to his pleas, unhesitatingly merging with his body. Salama's form trembled violently, his expression one of profound torment, as if he were enduring unimaginable suffering. Salama emitted a chilling scream, his veins bulging and his eyes bloodshot. Before long, the black mist had completely merged with Salama's body. Astonishingly, his injuries vanished in an instant, and the once feeble aura transformed into an overwhelming force. The dark energy radiating from him became even more intense and malevolent, creating a powerful sense of oppression that rendered those nearby breathless. Salama's gaze turned exceptionally fierce and grotesque. With a sudden exertion, he broke free from the binding light of the king. The king furrowed his brows slightly, clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Chapter 157, Secrets of the Divine Realm. King, you little brat, when my true form descends next time, you shall all perish. Salama's laughter echoed across the desolate battlefield, infused with boundless arrogance and malevolence. Dark energy swirled around his body like a vortex, as if intent on devouring everything in its path. The diminutive figure of the king stood tall, his youthful visage imbued with authority, as he coldly declared, "Do you truly believe you will have another chance? Today marks your end." Salama laughed insolently. "King, do not be so conceited. The abyss of darkness in this universe is beyond your imagination. My true form possesses the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. You, a mere child, stand no chance of resistance." With that, Salama swiftly gestured with his hands, causing dark energy to coalesce into a swirling vortex before him. Soon, fissures began to appear in the surrounding space, continuously spreading and expanding. Upon witnessing this, the king's eyes narrowed, and he immediately unleashed a powerful energy beam directed at Salama. Yet, it was too late. Salama's figure instantly vanished into the fissure, and just as it was about to close, his audacious voice echoed from within. "In a year, the ants of the divine realm shall meet their demise." Ha ha ha. That laughter lingered in the vast battlefield, filled with provocation and threat. The king gazed at the closing rift, his expression dark and brooding. Wang Cheng approached the king and inquired, "Your Majesty, Salama claims that this is not his true form. Have we not been facing the real dragon god?" The king pondered for a moment before slowly responding, "It is of no consequence to reveal this to you. What we encountered was no longer Salama." Wang Cheng and the others were taken aback, disbelief etched across their faces. The king continued, "At the dawn of the universe, amidst chaos, two primordial beings were born, Salama and I. I emerged with the ability to erase all, while Salama embodies the power of creation." The group gathered closely, hanging on his every word, fearful of missing a single syllable. The king's gaze grew distant, as if transported back to a time long past. Salama had a passion for research. Through countless ages, he created the Dragon Balls, glass orbs capable of granting wishes. The power of creation encompasses miracles, for when mortals successfully make a wish, it manifests as a miracle in their eyes. Wang Cheng furrowed his brow and asked, "Then, Your Majesty, what does he mean by his so-called true form?" The expression on the King of All's face grew grave as he slightly tilted his head, his gaze seemingly transcending the boundless realms of time and space. "Desire is not solely a trait of mortals. Even deities possess it. Salama devoted himself to the miraculous powers bestowed by the Dragon Balls, yet I had already surpassed him." Salama's heart brimmed with discontent, for we were both born simultaneously. Yet I outclassed him significantly, leading to an explosive confrontation between us. The King of All's voice was low and solemn. his eyes shimmering with memories as if that breathtaking battle were unfolding once more before him. It was a cataclysmic clash, shaking the very stars of the universe under the force of our confrontation. Salama frantically wielded the creative powers at his disposal, striving to vanquish me. Two streams of energy intertwined, unleashing a tempest that engulfed the cosmos. His eyes were filled with jealousy and resentment, each strike infused with his utmost effort. Determined to prove his strength was not inferior to mine. In the aftermath of the battle, Salama fell silent. No longer did he exhibit the flamboyance and confidence of yore. Instead, he often found himself lost in solitary contemplation. The universe gradually regained its tranquility, and to uphold cosmic order, we established the divine realm. Salama assumed the role of the Grand Priest, and at first, everything seemed to progress favorably. However, unbeknownst to me, darkness had already begun to seep into Salama's heart. He grew increasingly enigmatic, frequently murmuring to himself in shadowy corners. I mistook his introspection for a reflection on his defeat, unaware that it signified the encroachment of dark forces deep within him. His smiles became increasingly insincere, and the flickers of light in his eyes began to feel alien to me. The king of all sighed, a hint of regret etched upon his face. Amidst various affairs of the divine realm, he performed his duties diligently, yet subtle details instilled an unshakable unease within me. For instance, his excessive fascination with certain arcane spells and his clandestine inquiries into formidable powers. Yet, out of our shared bond of origin, I chose to overlook these ominous signs. The king of all clenched his fists, his voice heavy with remorse. The audience listened intently, their hearts filled with shock and sorrow at Salama's transformation. The king continued, eventually, the angelic race emerged, and Salama entrusted many matters to the then leader of the angels, now the Grand Priest. Subsequently, Salama's presence in the divine realm became increasingly rare. A trace of helplessness and confusion flickered in the king's eyes. Later, I divided myself into countless avatars to guard various timelines, which unfortunately diluted my strength. This enabled Salama to instigate a rebellion. At that time, the Grand Priest was still quite weak, no match for his formidable moves. Moreover, he had inexplicably gathered a cadre of subordinates imbued with dark powers. The king of all's voice grew heavy with gravity. Thus, I found myself engaged in a second fierce battle with Salama. He paused, as if the intensity of that brutal conflict resurfaced vividly in his mind. It was an extraordinarily harrowing encounter. Salama's powers had grown even more formidable and sinister, every strike imbued with a dark curse and devouring force. I fought with all my might to resist, yet gradually found myself at a disadvantage. The Omni King took a deep breath and continued, in this instance, I was injured by him, and just when I thought everything was coming to an end, he halted his assault and began to recount the events that led to this moment. At the dawn of the universe, the dark demon realm already existed. In those primordial times, no creatures inhabited it, and it was not even referred to as the demon realm. It was merely an unremarkable expanse. However, through the passage of eons, dark forces gradually coalesced and settled there, ultimately giving rise to a malevolent consciousness. At some point, Salama entered into a pact with this malevolence, seeking to utilize the power of the dark demon realm to overthrow my dominion and seize control of the entire universe. Hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped, filled with trepidation about the future. The Omni King continued, in those days, the dark demon realm was unremarkable, merely a desolate void infused with pure dark energy. Yet, as time progressed, the dark forces birthed a number of sinister beings who delighted in devouring negative emotions and wreaking havoc, thereby intensifying the realm's ominous aura. Upon discovering the existence of the dark demon realm, Salama was irresistibly drawn to its formidable dark powers. He clandestinely conspired with the malevolent consciousness within the realm, seeking to amplify his own strength. The Omni King's face bore a trace of anger and regret. Chapter 158, A Proactive Strike. During the Second Great War, although I was injured by Salama, he paid a considerable price in return. Many of his subordinates perished in battle, and he himself suffered backlash from his excessive use of dark powers, resulting in a diminishment of his strength. The Omni King paused briefly before continuing. In the aftermath of the conflict, I intended to eradicate the dark demon realm entirely to prevent future calamities, only to discover that I was incapable of doing so. My powers could not penetrate the dark demon realm. Moreover, I sensed an overwhelming magical energy within the realm, far surpassing even Salama's might. At that moment, I realized that the situation had long since spiraled beyond my control. The dark mist that had just entered Salama's body must have originated from the very consciousness that emerged when the Dark Demon Realm was first born. He may still be unable to escape the Dark Demon Realm. Otherwise, the two of them would have already joined forces to assault the Divine Realm. The Omni King's expression grew grave, his brow furrowed, and his gaze was filled with profound concern. Wang Cheng inquired, "Your Majesty, now that you have merged all your avatars and restored your strength to its zenith, coupled with the support of your loyal guardians and the Grand Priest, we should not fear them, should we?" The Omni King remained silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. "That magical energy is unfathomable, and the power it contains far exceeds our imagination. Although I have regained my strength, I cannot afford to be complacent in the face of such an unknown and formidable adversary. Salama, now fused with that dark consciousness, has undoubtedly significantly augmented his power. The challenges we face are unprecedented." Wang Cheng furrowed his brow and urgently proposed, "Then let us take the initiative and strike while they are still unprepared, catching them off guard." The Omni King shook his head, his expression grave as he replied, "No, you do not understand. The Dark Demon Realm is not an ordinary place. The magical energy within it possesses a potent suppressive effect, and should you enter, your own powers would be greatly diminished. It is a realm fraught with unknown dangers and malevolent forces. To venture recklessly within it would yield unimaginable consequences." Wang Cheng, with unwavering determination in his gaze, asserted, "Even if we are suppressed, I believe now is the opportune moment to strike." Salama mentioned a year. Thus, he will undoubtedly require that time to regain his strength. If we wait until a year has passed, by which time he has fully restored his power, our chances of victory will diminish significantly. By striking now, we may disrupt their plans and seize the initiative. Qian Wang slightly raised his head, contemplating for a moment before responding. "Wang Cheng, your courage is commendable, but this matter cannot be approached so recklessly. The perils of the Dark Demon Realm far exceed your imagination. The rules and powers within remain largely obscure to us. Once we enter, we must confront not only Salama and that dark consciousness, but also contend with the various unknown traps and formidable restrictions that may exist within the Demon Realm. Moreover, even if we manage to enter successfully, how can we ensure we will locate and defeat Salama swiftly while our strength is suppressed? If we cannot resolve the conflict quickly, prolonged entrapment in the Demon Realm will lead to the gradual depletion of our powers, rendering our situation increasingly dire." Wang Cheng clenched his teeth and insisted, "Your Excellency Qian Wang, I comprehend the inherent risks. However, if we continue to wait, we shall remain in a passive defensive stance. Such an action will only amplify our psychological burdens and gradually erode our morale. Instead, let us seize this moment while we possess courage and resolve, and take a bold gamble." Qian Wang regarded Wang Cheng's resolute gaze, and a flicker of hesitation stirred within him. He fell into contemplation once more, the atmosphere around them growing increasingly tense. After a considerable pause, Qian Wang spoke slowly. "Wang Cheng, your perspective is not without merit, yet to take the initiative entails substantial risks. Should we fail, the repercussions would be dire." Wang Cheng stepped forward, clasping his fists, and declared, "Your Excellency Qian Wang, fortune favors the bold. If we remain timid, we shall never triumph over this malevolent force. We already know that the demonic energy of the demon realm suppresses our strength. Thus, we can prepare adequately in advance and devise countermeasures." Qian Wang's gaze lingered on Wang Cheng for a moment before sweeping over the others, stating, "But how great are our chances if we choose to strike first? Our knowledge of the inner workings of the demon realm is scant. It is akin to groping in the dark, where a single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences." A determined light flickered in Wang Cheng's eyes as he proclaimed loudly, "Your Excellency Qian Wang, how can we ascertain our chances of success without attempting? Salama has just fled. They likely did not anticipate our swift decision to take the offensive. This presents a prime opportunity for us to catch them off guard. Even if the odds are slim, as long as there exists a glimmer of hope, we must not relent." At this moment, the high priest stepped forward, adding, "Your Excellency Qian Wang, Wang Cheng's argument holds merit. Rather than passively awaiting fate, it would be wiser to take the initiative. We might uncover a flaw within the demon realm." The guards exchanged glances and, in unison, declared, "Your Excellency Qian Wang, We are willing to follow you into battle, even if it leads us through mountains of blades and seas of fire. Observing the steadfast expressions of those around him, Qian Wang's hesitation gradually dissipated. He took a deep breath and proclaimed, "In that case, let us prepare to take the initiative." However, prior to this, a meticulous plan must be devised to ensure absolute certainty. The crowd responded in unison. Indeed, there stood the sovereign king, his expression formidable, surveying the assembly with a piercing gaze. He slightly raised his hand and addressed the venerable high priest standing respectfully beside him. "High priest, you shall lead Wong Chong and the others ahead." The high priest bowed in acknowledgement. "I shall faithfully obey the sovereign king's command." He then turned to Wong Chong and his companions, signaling them to follow. Wong Chong and his group, not daring to show any hesitation, swiftly trailed behind the high priest. Meanwhile, the sovereign king remained steadfast in his position, resembling an immovable mountain, seemingly intending to bolster the resolve of those venturing forth with his formidable presence. In the dark demon realm, Wong Chong and the high priest finally arrived at their destination. It appeared to be a forsaken land of chaos, shrouded in darkness as thick as ink, seemingly poised to engulf all. The air was laden with a pungent sulphurous odor, making each breath a struggle. The ground beneath them was a bizarre dark crimson, as if stained by countless lifebloods, each step accompanied by a viscous resistance. In the distance, jagged and grotesque rocks stood ominously, their twisted forms resembling faces contorted in agony. Between these monstrous stones flowed a foul-smelling black liquid, occasionally erupting in bubbles that burst with a chilling pop. The sky offered no glimmer of light. Heavy clouds churned ominously, intermittently illuminated by flashes of purple lightning, which momentarily revealed the malevolence of the land, heightening its sinister atmosphere. The wind howled fiercely, intermingled with sharp wails and curses, as if countless trapped souls were crying out in despair. Wang Cheng and his companions pressed deeper into the darkness, which thickened around them, threatening to consume their very forms. Suddenly, from the shadows ahead sprang forth a horde of diminutive demons. These creatures were hunched, their skin a dark green, riddled with grotesque lumps, and their eyes flickered with an eerie red glow. They lunged at Wang Cheng and his companions, emitting piercing shrieks. Chapter 159. The Dark Demon Realm. Wang Cheng was the first to react, shouting, "Everyone, be cautious." With a swift movement, he darted towards the swarm of demons like a specter. The high priest, undeterred, waved his staff, unleashing a powerful energy beam that struck the demons, sending several of them flying, dissolving into clouds of black smoke midair. The others quickly joined the fray, and in no time, the demonic horde was vanquished. At that moment, a look of astonishment suddenly crossed Beerus's otherwise serious face, and he exclaimed, "This is dire. We have overlooked a critical detail. The energy expended here cannot be replenished effectively." His voice trembled with a hint of panic, startling the group. They attempted to summon their internal energy, only to find it sinking into the abyss, yielding no response. The high priest's expression grew grave as he remarked, "It appears this demon realm is indeed peculiar. We must conserve our energy to prepare for potentially stronger adversaries ahead." Beerus, in a state of urgency, lamented, "What shall we do? If this continues, our strength will be severely diminished." Wang Cheng gritted his teeth and said, "Let us not panic. We must proceed with caution to avoid unnecessary conflict and swiftly locate Salama." The group nodded in agreement, their expressions growing increasingly vigilant as they ventured deeper into the demon realm. Yet, a shadow of foreboding cloaked each heart, leaving them uncertain of the dangers that awaited them ahead. In that fleeting moment, Wang Cheng felt as though he were driven by an unseen force, a bold thought surging within him, to wield his unique devouring power to absorb the surrounding energies. He inhaled deeply, slowly closed his eyes, and his hands began to form intricate and enigmatic seals with remarkable speed. As the patterns of his gestures shifted, a faint glow enveloped his body, not blindingly bright, yet exuding a palpable aura that sent shivers down the spine. Simultaneously, concentric waves of peculiar energy emanated from him like ripples across a pond. Time passed slowly, each second stretching as the onlookers anxiously observed Wang Cheng, holding their breaths in tense silence. At long last, after what felt like an eternity, Wang Cheng abruptly opened his eyes, two beams of brilliance shooting forth from them. His face radiated exhilaration, an uncontainable excitement bubbling within him as he exclaimed to those around him, "I have found a solution. I just attempted to use my devouring power to consume the energies around us, and it is entirely feasible. What is even more remarkable is that once these energies enter my body, through a special transformation and filtration, they can convert into divine power. Now, if I share this divine power with all of you, we may collectively overcome the predicament before us. Upon hearing Wang Cheng's words, the previously tense expressions of the crowd instantly relaxed, akin to dark clouds parting to reveal the sun, and hopeful glimmers appeared on every face. Among them, Beerus, standing at the forefront, seemed particularly impatient. He hurriedly approached Wong Chong, grasping his shoulders tightly, eyes wide with urgency as he pressed. Wong Chong, is this truly viable? This concerns the survival of us all. We cannot afford a single misstep. In response to Beerus's anxious inquiry, Wong Chong remained remarkably composed. He gently patted Beerus's hand on his shoulder to signal for calm, then nodded earnestly and replied, "Please trust me, Lord Beerus. I have already tested this myself. Although the energies surrounding us are rife with endless malevolence and various impurities, my devouring power can indeed purify these negative elements one by one. However, this process may take some time, so I kindly ask everyone to remain in place to recuperate while maintaining heightened vigilance to guard against any unforeseen circumstances." The high priest gazed intently at Wang Cheng, speaking with gravity. "Very well, Wang Cheng. The success of this mission rests entirely upon your shoulders." With a serious expression, Wang Cheng responded, "High priest, I shall exert every effort. However, the transformation of divine power is quite time-consuming. Should they encounter Salama, they may not have the opportunity to complete the transformation." Beerus, visibly anxious, interjected, "What can we do? If we encounter Salama during the transformation, we would be utterly defenseless." Wang Cheng pondered for a moment and replied, "We can only proceed while I attempt to reserve a small amount of transformed power in advance. However, this also carries risks. The reserves are limited, and should we face a prolonged battle, it may prove insufficient." The Grand Priest nodded slightly, stating, "For now, this is our only option. Let us quicken our pace, hoping Wang Cheng can accumulate enough reserves before we confront Salama." The group wore solemn expressions, hastening their steps. The eerie winds of the demon realm howled around them, as if foretelling an impending crisis. As Wang Cheng walked, he silently channeled his devouring power, beads of sweat steadily forming on his forehead. He bore the immense pressure, striving to gather that precious divine energy for everyone. As the group moved forward anxiously, the surrounding darkness thickened, as if countless invisible eyes were watching them. Beerus scanned the vicinity warily, gripping his weapon tightly, and remarked, "This place feels ominous. Danger could strike at any moment." The Grand Priest spoke gravely, "Everyone, be cautious. Do not let your guard down." Before long, the dark energy around them grew increasingly dense, resembling thick ink, weighing heavily upon them. Those with lesser strength, like Goku, found it increasingly difficult to endure. Their bodies trembled slightly, and their faces turned pale. The Grand Priest commanded, "You few should not advance any further. Retreat. Deeper within, you will be consumed by the darkness." His voice was serious and resolute, carrying an undeniable authority. Goku clenched his fists, eyes filled with reluctance. "Grand Priest, we can endure a bit longer." Vegeta gritted his teeth and added, "I refuse to back down like this." The Grand Priest shook his head, concern evident in his gaze. "This is not the time for bravado. Your strength is insufficient to confront the dangers here. Retreating is for the greater good." Piccolo gasped for breath, saying, "Goku, the Grand Priest is right. We cannot hold everyone back." Cell concurred, "Let us go. While there is still hope, we need not fear the future." Though Goku and the others were unwilling, they understood the wisdom in the Grand Priest's words and ultimately chose to withdraw. Goku glanced back at the group, declaring, "Everyone, be careful. I await your victorious return." With that, he turned and led his weaker companions away. Ultimately, only the Grand Priest, the 7 angels, and Beerus pressed deeper into the darkness. The surrounding dark energy surged like a tide, relentlessly compressing their minds and bodies. Chapter 160. The battle commences. They trudged forward with great difficulty, each step feeling as heavy as lead. At long last, a grand palace appeared before them. The palace loomed majestically, yet exuded a sense of decay and malevolence. It was palpable that a powerful aura emanated from within. Wang Cheng and the Grand Priest fared relatively well, though their faces were somewhat pale. Wang Cheng clenched his jaw, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as he endeavored to withstand the overwhelming pressure. The Grand Priest furrowed his brow, his hands trembling slightly. The angels and Beerus, on the other hand, trembled all over, their teeth chattering. Beerus's body swayed as if he might collapse at any moment. The aura was utterly terrifying. Kes struggled to speak. Grand Priest, I fear we may collapse to the ground before we finish our words. The Grand Priest took a deep breath and replied, You should withdraw as well. It will be just Wong Chong and me. The suppression from the Dark Demon realm is extraordinarily powerful. Although the angels and Beerus were reluctant, they understood their predicament and could only nod helplessly before slowly retreating. With heavy steps, the Grand Priest and Wong Chong approached the mysterious and ominous palace. With each step closer, the overwhelming sense of oppression intensified, as if countless hands were tugging at them, attempting to hinder their advance. The palace doors were tightly shut, yet the bizarre patterns carved upon them seemed almost alive, flickering with a dim light that sent chills down their spines. Wong Chong swallowed hard and said, Grand Priest, we cannot fathom the dangers that lie behind this door. The Grand Priest's gaze remained resolute as he replied, Regardless, we must uncover the truth. Standing before the door, they paused briefly to steady their breath. Then, the Grand Priest extended his hands and forcefully pushed against the heavy door. With a deep rumble, the door slowly creaked open, releasing a wave of dense dark energy that struck them, causing both to stagger back a few steps. As the oppressive aura began to dissipate, they glimpsed the interior of the palace. A thick darkness enveloped the space, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed from the shadows. Ha ha! You have finally arrived. The Grand Priest shouted, Salama, today marks your end. And the voice dripped with mockery. Since you dared to intrude here, do not expect to leave alive. As the voice reverberated, a colossal silhouette gradually emerged from the darkness. It was Salama, now fused with the dark consciousness. An overwhelming and sinister power radiated from him, as if an endless vortex of darkness spun wildly around him. This power was tangible, and merely touching it sent tremors through their very souls. His figure was tall and grotesque, muscles bulging, with black veins crawling upon his skin like living creatures. His eyes glimmered with a strange red light, akin to infernal flames. Each blink seemed to unleash a wave of scorching fire, threatening to incinerate everything in sight. Above Salama's head, black mist billowed upward, forming bizarre shapes that resembled the twisted faces of the tormented, silently screaming in agony. He gripped a massive staff, adorned with gemstones that emitted a dim light. Wherever that light shone, the air appeared to freeze. He advanced step by step out of the darkness, each movement accompanied by a heavy pressure that shook the ground beneath him. Wang Cheng and the Grand Priest, despite being filled with shock and fear at the sight of this terrifying entity, kept their gazes steady, prepared to face this seemingly fatal confrontation. They braced themselves against the chilling oppression, focusing intently on the gradually approaching Salama. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Salama's mouth, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. You dare to challenge me? Where's the All-King's little brat? Why has he not come with you? The High Priest glared fiercely, commanding, Salama, cease your insolence. The majesty of the All-King cannot be desecrated by you. Salama threw his head back in laughter, the sound echoing through the palace, causing dust to fall from the ceiling. Ha ha ha, insolence. I was born alongside him in this universe. Why should he be the ruler while I cannot? The High Priest's gaze sharpened, rebuking, Salama, the All-King possesses unparalleled wisdom and strength. His reign exists to uphold the balance and order of the cosmos, while you, blinded by evil, seek to overturn it all. Salama scoffed, his face a mask of resentment and fury. Balance? Order? Those are merely his excuses to consolidate his power. What I seek is true freedom and strength, unbound by any constraints. Wang Cheng's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed. Your so-called freedom and strength would only bring disaster and chaos to the universe. Salama cast a disdainful glance at Wang Cheng, retorting, You, an insignificant insect, dare to speak boldly before me. The High Priest raised his staff, its brilliance intensifying. Salama, further words are futile. Today you shall pay for your ambition. Salama crossed his arms, laughing brazenly. You think you can stop me? Come, let me see what you are capable of. Wang Cheng was the first to strike. His form a flash of lightning as he charged at Salama, his weapon radiating dazzling light as he swung it fiercely. Yet, Salama remained unhurried, effortlessly sidestepping Wang Cheng's attack. With a swift motion, he unleashed a torrent of dark energy that surged toward Wang Cheng like a tidal wave. Undeterred, Wang Cheng shouted, summoning a radiant shield of light that absorbed the onslaught, though the force still sent him sliding back several meters. The high priest joined the fray, wielding his staff and chanting incantations as mysterious runes shot forth, transforming into chains of light that ensnared Salama. With a focused gaze, Salama murmured an incantation, dark energy coalescing before him into a shield that thwarted the luminous chains. A resounding crash echoed as the chains collided with the dark shield, unleashing a tremendous energy wave that shook the entire palace. Seizing the moment, Wang Cheng lunged forward, engaging Salama in close combat. His strikes were fierce and rapid, each blow infused with formidable power. Salama, however, responded with ease, his seemingly casual attacks packing a tremendous punch. Realizing the tide of battle was turning against him, Wang Cheng's eyes flashed with resolve as he roared, "Devour mode, activate." Instantly, black flames encircled him, blazing as if summoned from the depths of hell. His aura surged, muscles bulging, veins protruding, transforming him into a formidable titan. Chapter 161. Intense Battle with Salama. The high priest inhaled deeply, emanating a radiant light as he summoned his full power. A dazzling shield of light enveloped him, his staff shining like a miniature sun. Wang Cheng was the first to launch an assault, his feet seemingly treading upon the void as dark flames trailed behind him like a long, ethereal ribbon. With a fierce determination, he swung his weapon toward Salama, cleaving through the air with a force that fissured the very fabric of space. Salama let out a cold smirk, gesturing with his hand to unleash a wave of darkness that surged toward Wang Cheng. The two forces collided with a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves that shattered numerous stone pillars within the palace. Seizing the moment, the high priest intervened, reciting incantations as a formidable beam of light erupted from the tip of his staff, hurtling directly toward Salama. Salama deftly sidestepped, the beam narrowly missing him and crashing into the wall behind, leaving a gaping hole. In that fleeting instant, Wang Cheng closed the distance, unleashing a Kamehameha blast with fierce intensity. Though it produced a cloud of smoke, Salama remained unscathed. Meanwhile, the high priest continued to cast powerful spells, manifesting various forms of luminous attacks, flying swords, fireballs, and bolts of lightning, all converging upon Salama. In a fit of rage, Salama unleashed a surge of dark energy that sent both Wang Cheng and the high priest staggering back several meters. "Do you truly believe this will defeat me? You are woefully naive," he bellowed, his eyes wide with fury as he gathered a colossal sphere of darkness in his hands, exuding a chilling aura of dread. The sphere spun ominously, warping the surrounding space and emitting a spine-tingling shriek. Its surface flickered with eerie purple arcs of electricity, each stroke leaving a blackened trace in the air. With a sinister grin, Salama raised the fearsome energy orb high, proclaiming, "Feel the power of annihilation." He hurled the dark sphere toward Wang Cheng and the high priest. As the sphere passed, the ground fractured instantly, dissolving into nothingness. The air crackled and hissed as it was seared by the malevolent force. Wang Cheng and the high priest exchanged grave glances, swiftly drawing together to amplify their powers to the utmost. The high priest's staff blazed with light, forming a grand luminous shield, while Wang Cheng gathered the dark flames before him, creating a barrier of fire. The dark sphere collided violently with the shield and fire barrier, producing a deafening explosion. An unparalleled shockwave erupted, causing the entire palace to tremble violently, walls crumbling and boulders tumbling. Wang Cheng and the high priest were thrown back by the ferocious force, their bodies soaring like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily onto the ground. Their garments were torn to shreds, blood gushing from their mouths as their breaths became labored. Struggling to lift his head, Wang Cheng beheld the advancing Salama, preparing to strike once more, a glimmer of resoluteness flashing in his eyes. Trembling, he retrieved two mystical beans from his possession, unhesitatingly tossing one to the high priest while swiftly consuming the other himself. Yet, just as the high priest received the bean, Wang Cheng surged to his feet, shoving the high priest away with a sudden force. The high priest was propelled backward, rolling away from the impending danger. "Wang Cheng," he cried out hoarsely. At this moment, Salama had once again harnessed a terrifying surge of energy, a pitch-black radiance shimmering in his hand, as if it could consume all light. "Die!" Salama roared, unleashing the energy towards Wang Cheng with tremendous force. The beam shot forth at an astonishing speed, leaving Wang Cheng no time to evade. In an instant, he was engulfed by this formidable dark energy. Within the swirling shadows, Wang Cheng's figure vanished, leaving only the relentless darkness that roared and rampaged. The entire palace succumbed to an eerie silence. The high priest's eyes widened in shock, filled with sorrow and despair. He gazed at the spot where Wang Cheng had been consumed by the dark energy, his body trembling uncontrollably, his heart ablaze with fury. "Salama, I shall fight you to the bitter end," the high priest bellowed, summoning every ounce of his remaining strength. His eyes were bloodshot, and his staff emanated an unprecedented brilliance. However, Salama merely sneered coldly. "You, a mere remnant, dare to challenge me?" At that moment, an unusual wave emanated from the mass of dark energy. Salama furrowed his brow, a flicker of unease stirring within him. After all, past experiences suggested that this adversary might not be so easily vanquished. The dark energy began to churn violently, and a figure slowly emerged from within. It was none other than Wang Cheng. In that moment, he radiated a mysterious and formidable aura, his wounds completely healed, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination and resolve. Just as expected, the two immediately clashed once more. Salama's fists flew with ferocity, each strike accompanied by a fierce wind and dark power, attempting to breach Wang Cheng's defenses. Wang Cheng, nimble and agile, evaded left and right. Salama shouted amidst his onslaught, "Wang Cheng, you are so powerful, why toil for the All-King? Join me." A hint of urgency and temptation danced in his eyes. "After overthrowing the All-King, we shall govern the cosmos together, sharing in supreme power and glory." Wang Cheng glared back fiercely, responding loudly, "You vile wretch, do not attempt to seduce me. The All-King's rule is just and luminous, while you only bring destruction and chaos." Salama scoffed, "Just and luminous? That is merely a facade to deceive the masses. Only by following me can you truly seize your destiny." As he spoke, he intensified his assault. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, valiantly resisting the overwhelming pressure. Veins bulged on his forehead, sweat pouring down like rain, yet he showed no sign of retreat. "Wang Cheng, do not cling to your delusions. A mere nod from you, and all the wealth and power of this universe shall be at your disposal." Salama continued, attempting to sway Wang Cheng's resolve. Wang Cheng erupted into laughter. "Salama, your words hold no sway over me. The justice in my heart shall never be tainted by your wicked rhetoric." With that, he unleashed an even greater surge of power, counterattacking Salama. The battle grew increasingly fierce, the entire palace trembling under the force of their clash, as if it might collapse at any moment. Salama launched another offensive, his legs kicking out like a whirlwind, each strike carrying a sharp gust of wind. Wang Cheng skillfully evaded, simultaneously launching rapid strikes with both hands, colliding with Salamander's legs, producing a deep, resonant sound. "Wang Cheng, you are courting death," Salamander bellowed, forming intricate hand seals as dark energy coalesced before him into numerous black orbs, hurtling toward Wang Cheng. Taking a deep breath, Wang Cheng summoned his inner strength to its zenith, creating a protective barrier before him. The energy orbs struck the barrier, erupting in a dazzling display of light and immense force. "Is that all you can do?" Wang Cheng taunted, his gaze laced with contempt. Salamander's expression darkened as he amplified his power output, unleashing an onslaught of additional energy orbs. Cracks began to appear in Wang Cheng's protective barrier, and his body trembled slightly. Yet he steadfastly resisted. "Cooperate with me, and you shall no longer suffer such anguish," Salamander cried out. Wang Cheng retorted loudly, "I would rather die in battle than conspire with a villain like you." At that moment, Wang Cheng suddenly unleashed a surge of tremendous power, scattering all the energy orbs before him. In a flash, he appeared before Salamander and delivered a powerful punch to his chest. Taken by surprise, Salamander staggered back several steps. Regaining his footing, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes as he lunged at Wang Cheng once more. Chapter 162. The ultimate battle against Salamander. Wang Cheng found himself once again under siege, as Salamander's dark power surged like an unrelenting tide, crashing wave after wave upon him. Wang Cheng exerted every ounce of strength to resist, yet his power gradually waned under Salamander's relentless assault. With each collision, he was pushed back several steps by the overwhelming recoil. His breaths grew rapid, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, and his clothing became tattered amidst the fierce battle. Salamander's attacks intensified, his fists and feet raining down like a tempest, and Wang Cheng's defenses began to crumble. In a moment of carelessness, he was struck hard in the chest by Salamander's punch, sent hurtling like a cannonball into a massive stone pillar. The pillar shattered instantly, and Wang Cheng fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing Wang Cheng in peril, the high priest rushed forward without hesitation. He waved his hands, casting powerful spells, beams of light shooting towards Salamander. Salamander merely smirked coldly, casually waving his sleeve to disperse the beams with ease. Observing this, the high priest vanished and reappeared behind Salamander, his palms imbued with formidable power, striking fiercely at Salamander's back. However, Salamander seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, swiftly turning to seize the high priest's wrist, flinging him several dozen meters away, where he crashed heavily to the ground. The high priest struggled to rise, but his injuries were too severe. He barely stood before collapsing again. In this dark realm of magic, I, Salamander, am the sovereign. Your resistance is but a futile endeavor. Salamander laughed maniacally, the dark power surrounding him growing ever denser, as if it sought to engulf the entire palace. Wang Cheng struggled to rise from the ground, locking eyes with the high priest. Both their gazes infused with an unyielding defiance and resolute determination. Despite their awareness of the overwhelming odds against them in the face of Salama's might, they resolved to fight to the bitter end. Just as Wang Cheng and the high priest found themselves in dire straits, a sudden distortion rippled through the space, and the king along with his two guards materialized instantaneously within the palace. The king, with his diminutive stature, emanated an aura of boundless authority. His calm gaze concealed a chilling power. The two guards flanked him, their expressions stern and bodies taut, poised for immediate combat. Upon witnessing the king's arrival, Salama's previously arrogant demeanor softened slightly, only to be replaced by a scornful smile. King, you have finally arrived, but even your presence cannot alter the outcome. The king lifted his gaze slightly, his voice ringing with clarity and strength. Salama, your ambitions must come to an end. With that, the king vanished from sight, reappearing before Salama in an instant, his small fist infused with terrifying force, aimed directly at Salama. Salama, refusing to underestimate the assault, swiftly raised his defenses. The collision of their fists unleashed a tremendous wave of energy, threatening to rend the very fabric of space itself. The king's onslaught was relentless, akin to a tempest, each strike imbued with cataclysmic power. Salama gritted his teeth, engaging with all his might, as their fists and feet clashed in a fierce exchange. The two guards were equally undeterred, their forms darting like the wind toward Salama. One executed an intricate maneuver, circling Salama in search of vulnerabilities, while the other formed seals with his hands, releasing a series of mysterious runes aimed at constraining Salama's movements. Salama let out a furious roar, dark energy surging from within him, coalescing into a black barrier that deflected the guards' assaults. Simultaneously, he launched a kick at the king, who deftly sidestepped, countering with a powerful punch. The blow, accompanied by a howling wind, struck towards Salama's face. Reacting swiftly, Salama raised his arm to block, resulting in a dull thud as his body shuddered, retreating slightly. Seizing the moment, the king pressed his advantage, appearing like a specter at Salama's left side, delivering a swift kick aimed at his waist. Salama twisted just in time to narrowly evade the strike, yet the king's barrage continued unabated. With rapid hand movements, the king unleashed beams of light from his palms, transforming into sharp blades that shot towards Salama. Salama's eyes widened as dark energy swirled before him, forming a massive vortex that absorbed the incoming blades. Meanwhile, one of the guards made his move, appearing behind Salama and striking forcefully at his back. Sensing the impending attack, Salama quickly amassed dark power at his rear, creating a thick layer of protection. The guard's palms struck against this defense, producing a muffled thud that sent him reeling backward. The other guard, palms pressed together and chanting incantations, shaped a formidable spell in his hands. A colossal luminous cage descended from above, aiming to envelop Salama. Salama let out a cold snort, and dark power erupted from his being, transforming into countless black tendrils that ensnared the radiant cage tightly. With a fierce tug, the luminous prison shattered instantly. At that moment, the king of all launched his assault once more, forming hand seals as a colossal sphere of energy coalesced in his palm. The energy sphere radiated blinding light, making it impossible to gaze upon directly. With a mighty roar, the king hurled the energy sphere towards Salama. Salama's expression turned grave. He waved his hands, conjuring a dark shield from the abyssal power before him. The energy sphere collided with the shield, producing an earth-shattering explosion. The tremendous force sent tremors throughout the entire palace, cracks spiderwebbed across the walls, and debris rained down. Suddenly, Salama erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! I have awaited this day for far too long. Do you believe this is the extent of my power? Open your eyes and behold. From this day forth, I, Salama, shall no longer be the dragon god, but the embodiment of all dark magic." With that declaration, Salama opened his mouth wide, unleashing a potent suction that drew forth the dark energies of the entire realm, which surged towards him like a tidal wave, consumed by his ravenous hunger. As the dark power flowed into him incessantly, his form began to transform. His physique swelled, muscles bulging, and the black patterns on his skin deepened, as if threatening to tear him apart. His eyes morphed into pure black, devoid of any whites, emanating a chilling glow. The atmosphere around him became violently chaotic, manifesting as a tempest of darkness that engulfed the palace. Everything in the path of the storm was obliterated, reduced to dust. The king of all and his two guardians sensed the rapid escalation of Salama's power, their expressions turning grave. Yet, they did not falter. The king of all formed hand seals once more, preparing to unleash a more formidable attack. However, Salama denied them the opportunity, sweeping his arm to unleash a wave of dark energy towards them. As it approached, space itself distorted with a hissing sound. The two guardians stepped forward, hands clasped together, radiating brilliant light in an attempt to withstand the impending wave. Yet, the force of the wave proved overwhelmingly powerful, swiftly breaching their defenses and sending them flying. The king of all's gaze sharpened. His diminutive form erupted with formidable strength as he charged towards the wave. However, upon contact, the terrifying energy within the dark wave struck him like an insurmountable mountain, propelling him away with immense force. His body soared through the air like a meteor, crashing violently against a distant wall, which collapsed instantly, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Struggling to rise from the rubble, the king of all tasted blood at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, the entire realm of dark magic began to tremble violently, the ground splitting, vast fissures spreading like a spider's web. Thunder roared and lightning flashed across the sky as dark energy rampaged, heralding an impending apocalypse. Realizing the dire situation, the king shouted urgently, "Wang Cheng, High Priest, we must leave at once. The realm of dark magic is on the brink of destruction." His voice, filled with urgency and resolve, resonated clearly amid the chaos. Wang Cheng and the High Priest exchanged resolute glances upon hearing the call of the All-King. Despite their excruciating pain, they summoned their strength and dashed towards the All-King. Chapter 163. Pinnacle against pinnacle, the environment around them grew increasingly perilous, with massive boulders plummeting from above and searing magma erupting from the depths below. The All-King, consumed by urgency, gestured frantically for them to hasten their pace. "Quickly! If you delay any longer, it will be too late." His voice trembled with anxiety. Wang Cheng and the High Priest gritted their teeth and ran desperately, finally reaching the All-King at the last possible moment. With a sweeping motion of his hands, the All-King enveloped them in a radiant light, and in an instant, he propelled himself toward the exit of the dark demon realm. Behind them, the entire realm erupted in a deafening roar, as if it were unleashing its final lament. Under the protection of the All-King's brilliance, the five of them surged toward the exit like meteors. Along the way, dark energies surged toward them like tumultuous waves, relentlessly battering against the luminous shield. Each impact sent violent tremors through the shield, threatening to shatter it at any moment. The All-King squeezed his eyes shut, exerting every ounce of his strength to maintain the shield, while beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. Wang Cheng and the High Priest leaned closely together, their expressions tense as they surveyed their surroundings, while the two guards forged ahead, fending off the debris and energy flows that occasionally assailed them. "Hang in there. We are nearly at the exit," the All-King called out, his voice tinged with fatigue. Just then, a colossal dark tornado materialized abruptly before them, whirling violently and exerting a powerful suction that instantly hindered their progress. "This is bad," the High Priest exclaimed in alarm. The All-King suddenly opened his eyes, determination flashing within them. He poured the last remnants of his strength into the radiant shield. Push through, he bellowed. The shield blazed with renewed brilliance as the five of them, against immense resistance, struggled toward the heart of the tornado. Amidst the dizzying turmoil, they finally broke free from its grasp, spotting a faint glimmer of light. The exit of the dark demon realm lay just ahead. Let us give it our all, Wang Cheng urged. Summoning their final reserves of strength, they burst forth from the dark demon realm. In that fleeting moment of their departure, the entire realm erupted with a thunderous sound, crumbling into nothingness. Exhausted, the five of them collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath as they gazed at the vanishing dark demon realm, their hearts filled with gratitude for their survival. Before they could catch their breath, the transformed Saiyama, now a full embodiment of darkness, appeared before them. He emanated an oppressive aura, his eyes glinting with mockery and disdain. Wang Cheng and the others exchanged determined glances and charged toward Saiyama without hesitation. Wang Cheng was the first to strike, moving like lightning to appear before Saiyama, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, each infused with fierce momentum. Saiyama merely sidestepped effortlessly, evading Wang Cheng's attacks, and with a swift motion, unleashed a potent wave of dark energy that sent Wang Cheng staggering back several steps. The high priest immediately followed, his hands weaving intricate patterns as he cast formidable spells, beams of light shooting forth like arrows toward Saiyama. Calm and unhurried, Saiyama summoned a shield of dark energy that effortlessly deflected the oncoming light attacks. Two guards approached from either side. One leapt into the air, delivering a series of rapid kicks, while the other swiftly maneuvered behind Saiyama to launch a surprise assault. With a cold smirk, Saiyama's body trembled slightly, and a powerful force sent both guards flying. Witnessing this, the king flashed above Saiyama, forming intricate hand seals as a colossal beam of energy descended from the heavens. Saiyama looked up, raising his hands to catch the energy beam with sheer force. Outnumbered 5-1, Saiyama navigated the conflict with ease, his movements fluid and seemingly playful, while Wang Cheng and the others grew ever bolder, undeterred by Saiyama's might. Suddenly, Saiyama unleashed a torrent of dark energy, enveloping them all. Wang Cheng and his companions struggled valiantly against the oppressive force, striving to break free from its grasp. In this moment of crisis, the king grasped both guards with a hand each. There was no trace of fear on their faces, only steadfast loyalty and resolve. With a grave expression, the king declared, "Your mission has arrived." The guards responded in unison, "All for the honor of our lord." The moment the words left their lips, two blinding beams of white light erupted, and a powerful suction emanated from the king's hands, gradually transforming the guards into radiant energy that merged into his being. Upon absorbing the two, the king's aura intensified dramatically. A resplendent glow surrounded his form, imbued with immense strength capable of tearing through the endless darkness. With eyes tightly shut, the brilliance around him fluctuated, indicating his strenuous effort to integrate and master the newfound power. In this moment, the suffocating pressure of dark energy receded, granting Wang Cheng and the high priest a brief respite. When the king reopened his eyes, they brimmed with determination and confidence. As if he had steeled himself for a final confrontation with Saiyama. Observing the transformed king before him, Saiyama exclaimed, "You two possess hidden strength. How infuriating." His face contorted with rage, dark energy surged more violently around him. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his arrogant composure and added, "Yet even now, you remain no match for me." The king retorted, "We are both at the pinnacle of the God's sovereign realm. There is no need for grandiose claims." His voice was resolute, the light emanating from him countering Saiyama's dark power, causing the very air to tremble with instability. Saiyama scoffed, thrusting his hands forward as dark energy surged like a tidal wave towards the king. Unyielding, the king pressed his palms together, conjuring a massive light shield to withstand the onslaught of darkness. The collision produced a deafening roar, the shockwave of energy radiating outward, forcing Wang Cheng and the high priest to stagger backwards. "Today shall be your demise, king," Saiyama bellowed, intensifying his output of dark energy. The sovereign clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, desperately maintaining the luminous shield. "Saiyama, you shall not prevail," he shouted, his voice brimming with indomitable resolve. The battle between Saiyama and the sovereign intensified, the clash of darkness and light causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Saiyama's hands moved gracefully, dark energies coalescing under his command into countless sharp spikes, raining down upon the sovereign like a torrential storm. With a focused gaze, the sovereign expanded the light shield in an instant, deflecting the onslaught of spikes. Each impact against the shield erupted in a dazzling display of sparks, each collision sending shivers of fear through onlookers. With a forceful stomp, the sovereign unleashed a radiant wave from beneath him, transforming it into myriad chains of light that spiraled toward Salama. With a fierce roar, Salama unleashed his dark power, shattering the chains in an explosive display. The two combatants exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch. Each of Salama's strikes wielded cataclysmic force, tearing the space around him with jagged black fissures. In contrast, the sovereign's light manifested as piercing swords, slicing through darkness and illuminating the surroundings. Their figures intertwined in a ballet of light and shadow, moving at such velocity that they were nearly impossible to track. Each clash generated monumental waves of energy, causing the surrounding stars to tremble precariously. Wang Cheng and the high priest observed the fierce confrontation from a distance, their hearts racing with anticipation. The sovereign pressed his palms together, murmuring incantations. As radiant energy coalesced above him into a colossal blazing sun, its searing light even making Salama flinch. Unyielding, Salama conjured a vast vortex of dark energy behind him, as if it could consume all. "Prepare yourself, Salama," the sovereign bellowed, propelling the blazing sun towards his foe. Salama roared defiantly, "Sovereign, you seek your own demise," as he directed the vortex to meet the radiant sun. In that moment of collision, time seemed to freeze. Then, an unparalleled explosion of power erupted, sending tremors throughout the cosmos. Chapter 164. The Loss of Origins in the Cataclysmic Blast. Both the Sovereign and Salama were engulfed. Light and darkness intertwined, forming a chaotic tempest. Wang Cheng and the High Priest were hurled far from the epicenter by the forceful shockwave, struggling to maintain their balance as they anxiously peered towards the heart of the explosion, attempting to discern the outcome of the battle. After a brief moment, the light began to fade, and the darkness gradually receded. Both the Sovereign and Salama were seen kneeling on one knee, panting heavily, their bodies marred with wounds. Yet their gazes remained resolute and fierce. The Sovereign slowly rose to his feet, his brilliance reigniting. "Salama, today marks your end," he declared, summoning the light to coalesce into a massive sword, aimed at Salama. Salama's eyes widened in fury as dark energies formed a long black whip in his hands to counter the luminous blade. The clash of the sword and whip resounded sharply, sparks flying in every direction. Both combatants poured every ounce of their strength into the fray, distorting the very space around them. Suddenly, the Sovereign let out a mighty roar, his light surging dramatically, amplifying the power of his sword. Salama could not withstand the onslaught. The long whip was severed by the lightsaber, which then thrust menacingly toward his chest. At that critical moment, Salama's form flickered, narrowly evading the fatal strike. However, his shoulder was still grazed by the lightsaber, and dark blood gushed forth. "All King, do not revel in your triumph too soon." Salama gritted his teeth, summoning the dark powers once more, his aura surging anew. He laughed maniacally. "I have awaited this day for far too long, my sovereign lord." In an instant, he appeared behind the All-King, wrapping his arms around him. "Did you think I was unprepared? Friends, I have discovered the means to counter you. Today, let your essence become my strength." Immediately, a formidable dark energy enveloped both figures, resembling a ferocious beast that swiftly consumed both the All-King and Salama. Within the shadows, their silhouettes could be seen struggling against an invisible force that bound them tightly. The dark energy spiraled and expanded, warping the surrounding space and completely devouring the light. Wang Cheng and the High Priest attempted to approach and assist, but were repelled by the overwhelming force, unable to draw near. At the core of this darkness, the All-King's radiance flickered intermittently, seemingly engaged in a final struggle. Salama, his visage twisted with rage, chanted fervently as dark power flowed unceasingly from within, intensifying his dominion over the All-King. In that moment, the entire universe seemed to plunge into an abyss of darkness and fear, leaving no one aware of the outcome of this ultimate confrontation. Suddenly, following a resounding explosion, the All-King and Salama re-emerged. The All-King's aura was feeble, his body swaying precariously, his light dimmed to the point of imminent extinction. Conversely, Salama, though battered and bloodied, his garments tattered, remained undiminished in vigor. A triumphant smile adorned his face, his eyes gleaming with greed and madness. Salama proclaimed, "Ha ha, I shall gladly accept your primordial power." He spread his arms wide, dark energy swirling around him in victorious vortices. Standing resolutely, he closed his eyes as the dark power surged within him like a tidal wave, his body trembling slightly as he seemed to fully absorb the All-King's essence. Observing this, Wong Chong and the High Priest hurriedly flew to the All-King's side, inquiring about his condition. With a troubled expression, the All-King weakly explained, "Salama has taken my primordial power. He is on the brink of transcending to the Dominion realm. None of us will stand a chance against him." Upon hearing this, a flicker of determination crossed Wang Cheng's eyes as he declared, "We must stop him at once." Without waiting for the All-King's response, Wang Cheng surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. His figure transformed into a streak of light, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Wang Cheng's expression was resolute, his mind consumed by a singular thought: Salama must not succeed. The High Priest, too late to intervene, could only follow closely behind. In the blink of an eye, Wang Cheng arrived before Salama, unleashing a furious roar as he channeled all his strength into his fist, striking down upon Salama with tremendous force. This punch carried his wrath and determination, the wind howling fiercely, shaking the very fabric of space itself. With a powerful punch, Wang Cheng struck Salama with great force. However, Salama merely shuddered slightly, not even bothering to open his eyes. A veil of dark energy enveloped him, effortlessly neutralizing Wang Cheng's assault. A tremendous recoil surged back, sending Wang Cheng hurtling through the air. He tumbled several times before managing to stabilize himself. At that moment, the High Priest arrived, swiftly forming hand seals while reciting incantations. A brilliant beam of magical energy shot toward Salama. With a cold grunt, Salama unleashed a torrent of dark energy that instantly consumed the spell's light, rendering it utterly ineffective. How foolish! Salama's eyes snapped open, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing within. With a casual wave of his hand, a massive hand formed from dark energy surged toward Wang Cheng and the High Priest. Their expressions changed dramatically as they braced themselves with all their might. Yet, the power of the dark hand was overwhelming, rendering their resistance utterly insignificant. With a resounding crash, they were both struck down hard onto the ground, creating a massive crater. Lying at the bottom of the pit, blood gushed from their mouths, and their injuries worsened. Salama, however, paid them no further mind, continuing to immerse himself in the absorption of primal energy. His aura grew increasingly potent, and the surrounding dark forces thickened, as if intent on devouring the entire world. "What shall we do?" Wang Cheng asked anxiously. The High Priest shook his head, his face a mask of helplessness and worry. At that moment, the All-King soared over, seemingly having made a momentous decision. "I have lost my primal source, and I can offer no assistance in the battles to come. Wang Cheng, since my inception, I have never encountered anyone as exceptionally gifted as you. Thus, I entrust this crisis to you." Wang Cheng replied, "If even you cannot prevail, how can I succeed?" The All-King waved his hand dismissively. "I shall lend you my final support." With that, the All-King began to ignite, engulfed in brilliant golden flames that blazed brightly. The High Priest, witnessing this, wished to intervene but found it too late, his heart heavy with sorrow, tears welling in his eyes. Before long, the All-King transformed into a luminous orb, radiant in its brilliance, and instantaneously merged into Wang Cheng's being. Wang Cheng felt an immense power surging within him, but there was no time to savor it. He hastily teleported himself and the High Priest back to the All-King's palace. Upon entering the palace, Wang Cheng dared not linger, leading the High Priest directly into the scepter's space for seclusion and absorption. The scepter's space was suffused with mysterious energy fluctuations. Wang Cheng sat cross-legged, eyes tightly shut, striving to calm the turmoil within as he began to fully channel and integrate the power bestowed upon him by the All-King. The High Priest stood vigil beside him, anxiously observing Wang Cheng, silently offering prayers. The energy within the space ebbed and flowed in rhythm with Wang Cheng's breath, at times surging fiercely, at others tranquil as a lake. Beads of sweat dotted Wang Cheng's forehead, soaking his garments, yet he gritted his teeth, determined to persevere. Chapter 165. The final battle time flew by, and finally, Wang Cheng opened his eyes, feeling the immense power coursing through him. He gradually rose to his feet, stretching his limbs, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly with his movements. He clenched his fists, and a powerful wave of energy surged from his palms, making the air crackle with sound. The high priest, witnessing this, revealed a look of astonishment. "Wang Cheng, it seems you have successfully merged with the power of the Omni King." Wang Cheng nodded, his gaze resolute as he replied, "This power is indeed formidable, but whether it can vanquish Salama remains uncertain." With that, he took a deep breath and stepped out of the staff space. Upon their return to the Omni King Palace, the outside world had succumbed to the encroaching darkness even more severely, enveloped in a profound silence. Wang Cheng gazed towards the source of the dark power in the distance, murmuring, "Salama, today is the day of reckoning." In a flash, he dashed towards Salama, with the high priest closely following. The winds howled fiercely, and the dark forces relentlessly attempted to obstruct their path. Yet Wang Cheng, empowered by the formidable strength within him, shattered these barriers without hesitation. At last, they beheld Salama, who was absorbing the primal energy. At this moment, the dark power surrounding Salama had intensified to an extreme degree, resembling a black hole poised to consume everything. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Cheng surged forward like lightning, his fists charged with immense energy, exuding an unstoppable momentum. Salama sneered, effortlessly sidestepping the attack and retaliating with a swipe of dark energy aimed at Wang Cheng. Reacting swiftly, Wang Cheng rolled to evade the strike, then propelled himself off the ground to charge at Salama once more, employing both fists and feet, each move infused with astonishing power. Salama, unhurried, adeptly parried Wang Cheng's relentless onslaught. Wang Cheng grew increasingly tenacious, the strength within him erupting continuously, his speed accelerating and his techniques becoming ever more fierce. Salama began to feel the pressure and started to take the encounter more seriously. With a thunderous shout, Salama coalesced the dark power into a long black sword, thrusting it violently towards Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng sidestepped the attack while delivering a powerful punch to Salama's chest. Salama countered with his sword, and their forces collided, generating a tremendous shockwave. The battle escalated in intensity. Wang Cheng bore numerous wounds, yet his eyes remained unwavering, undeterred. However, Salama's power was overwhelmingly formidable, and Wang Cheng gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Salama delivered a fierce kick that sent Wang Cheng sprawling to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Salama, reveling in his superiority, proclaimed, "Though I have yet to fully attain the Dominator realm, I am now half a step into it. You insignificant insects are no match for me." Grinding his teeth, Wang Cheng rose from the ground, charging at Salama once more, his heart infused with a singular conviction to fight to the end. Wang Cheng surged forward again, radiating brilliance, each punch and kick imbued with a desperate resolve. Salama swung his black sword, the shadows of the blade dancing as they clashed violently with Wang Cheng. Seizing the moment, Wang Cheng struck decisively against Salama's sword, the overwhelming force causing the blade to tremble. Salama furrowed his brow, twisting his wrist as the blade grazed Wang Cheng's arm, blood gushing forth instantly. Wang Cheng, seemingly oblivious to the peril, launched into a flying kick aimed directly at Salama's face. Salama tilted his head back to evade the strike, simultaneously sweeping his sword horizontally. In a daring leap, Wang Cheng narrowly avoided the blow. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their formidable powers distorting the very space around them. Wang Cheng's breath became increasingly erratic, yet his assaults remained relentless. A flicker of impatience flashed in Salama's eyes as he gripped the hilt of his sword and forcefully swung it, unleashing a massive wave of black sword energy toward Wang Cheng. With arms crossed, Wang Cheng attempted to withstand the onslaught. The impact was thunderous. He was propelled backward, skidding across the ground for several dozen meters, leaving deep gouges in his wake. Kneeling on one knee, he gasped for air. Salama advanced menacingly, sneering, "Give up. You possess no chance of victory." Wang Cheng lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with indomitable spirit, rising once more to charge at Salama. Overwhelmed by Salama's immense strength, Wang Cheng was struck by a torrent of dark energy, sending him flying like a kite severed from its string. He crashed heavily to the ground, his body broken and blood staining the earth beneath him. Just as Salama believed Wang Cheng was lifeless, a mysterious force surged from his shattered form, rapidly healing his wounds and restoring the breath of life. Wang Cheng's eyes flew open, and he rose once again, his aura even more formidable than before. Alive again, Salama's expression turned to one of astonishment. With a fierce roar, Wang Cheng launched himself toward Salama once more. Yet, Salama's power was overwhelming. A mere flick of his black sword sent a dark glimmer slicing through the air, propelling Wang Cheng away again, this time nearly obliterating him. Bones shattered, organs ruptured. However, soon after, Wang Cheng's broken body began to reassemble. Amidst flickering light, he was resurrected once more. This time, an immense pressure radiated from him, as if he could shatter the heavens. Salama sensed the transformation, his demeanor growing grave. Wang Cheng, disregarding all else, lunged at Salama again, igniting another fierce confrontation. Yet, no matter how hard he fought, how fiercely he unleashed his power, he could not breach Salama's defenses. Seizing the opportune moment, Salama executed a lethal strike, bringing Wang Cheng crashing to the ground once more, his vitality hanging by a thread. Yet, a miracle unfolded as Wang Cheng revived yet again. Though each resurrection made him stronger, the shackles of the divine realm remained unbroken, the chasm between him and Salama insurmountable. Panting heavily, Wang Cheng's eyes brimmed with defiance and resolve as he gathered his strength for another assault. Once again, he was felled by Salama, his body hitting the ground with a heavy thud, his breath growing fainter. Just as Salama turned to depart, a peculiar light enveloped Wang Cheng. His body healing at an astonishing rate, shattered bones reconnected, and damaged organs were swiftly restored. In the blink of an eye, he stood whole once more. Salama, witnessing this, displayed a mix of surprise and fury, unable to fathom why Wang Cheng was proving so difficult to eliminate. Through numerous trials of life and death, Wang Cheng has increasingly mastered the control of his own power. He senses a force within him surging, seemingly on the verge of breaking through a certain threshold. This time, he takes the initiative to attack, his speed and strength surpassing that of before, each strike infused with formidable energy. Salama remains vigilant, responding with all his might. The battle between the two escalates into a fierce confrontation, shockwaves radiating from their clashing techniques, tearing the surrounding space into dark fissures. However, despite Wang Cheng's enhanced strength, he is still unable to inflict fatal harm upon Salama. Seizing the opportunity, Salama launches a powerful counterattack, sending Wang Cheng flying. His body strikes a distant mountain like a cannonball, causing it to collapse instantly. Yet, not long after, that mysterious force revives Wang Cheng once more. Upon resurrection, he feels closer than ever to breaking the shackles of the divine realm, his eyes reflecting determination and resolve as he charges once again at Salama, continuing this seemingly endless battle. Chapter 166. Body of a black hole. Wang Cheng finds himself unable to break through, his anxiety and rage burning within him like a fierce fire. He understands that without a breakthrough, he cannot eliminate Salama, and the entire world is destined to succumb to endless darkness and calamity. Resolutely, he decides to stake everything on this moment. Taking a deep breath, he channels the devouring power to its utmost limit. In an instant, the radiance enveloping him vanishes, his body begins to twist and contort, and the surrounding space collapses around him. Wang Cheng's form transforms into an unfathomable black hole, an immense gravitational pull emanating from it, mercilessly drawing everything nearby into its depths. Salama senses this terrifying force and attempts to break free, only to realize it is already too late. The black hole's pull intensifies, like an invisible giant hand gripping Salama tightly. "No, Wang Cheng, you are sealing your own doom," Salama cries in terror, but his voice is swiftly consumed by the black hole's overwhelming power. Wang Cheng's visage twists in agony as he expends all his strength to maintain the black hole's operation. Salama's body is gradually drawn into the abyss, the dark power rendered powerless before it. Finally, Salama is completely engulfed by the black hole. In that instant, an eerie silence envelopes the surroundings, with only Wang Cheng's black hole continuing to spin slowly. Yet, due to the excessive use of power, Wang Cheng's body suffers immense pain, his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred. At this moment, Wang Cheng resumes his human form, but he is in excruciating agony. Every inch of his skin and every bone feels as if it is being gnawed by countless ants. Inside him, Salama battles fiercely for control of his body, pushing Wang Cheng's consciousness to the brink of collapse. Nevertheless, he grits his teeth, intensifying the devouring force to combat Salama, a torrent of energy surging within him. Striving to suppress Salama entirely, simultaneously, He struggles to operate the nebula technique to nourish his body, a refreshing energy coursing through him, mending his damaged meridians and organs. At this juncture, the High Priest and the Legion of Angels arrive. They descend upon this desolate planet, their gazes urgently searching for signs. However, there was no sign of Salama. The only sight was Wang Cheng, lying motionless, his face contorted in agony, features twisted together, beads of sweat rolling from his forehead, and his body occasionally convulsing. The High Priest, deeply anxious, hastened to Wang Cheng's side, crouching down to extend his trembling hands towards him, attempting to sense the turmoil within. His brow furrowed, veins protruding on his forehead, his gaze brimming with concern and distress. Yet, when his power made contact with the chaotic and formidable energy within Wang Cheng, the High Priest was met with a surge of violent energy that constricted his heart, inducing an indescribable palpitation. The force resembled a multitude of ferocious beasts tearing at one another, a cacophony of chaos and overwhelming strength, rendering the High Priest hesitant to intervene. Fearful that any rash action could exacerbate Wang Cheng's plight, gradually retracting his hands, he rose, the worry etched deeper upon his face. He surveyed the surrounding angels and gravely announced, "I can no longer sense Salama's presence. We must take Wang Cheng back." No sooner had he spoken than Makalita gracefully stepped forward, her eyes radiating tenderness and resolve. She cautiously bent down, cradling Wang Cheng in her arms with utmost care, as though he were the most precious treasure in existence. After securing Wang Cheng, a flash of light enveloped her, and in an instant, she vanished from sight, leaving the High Priest and the other angels gazing in the direction of their departure, silently praying for Wang Cheng's safe return. Makalita reappeared in the Grand Palace, gently laying Wang Cheng upon a soft bed, her gaze filled with concern. The High Priest and the other angels soon arrived, encircling the bedside with tense expressions. Wang Cheng remained unconscious, his body trembling intermittently, his face still a mask of pain and torment. Makalita reached out, tenderly wiping the sweat from Wang Cheng's brow, silently wishing for his swift awakening. The High Priest, brow furrowed, paced back and forth, contemplating a strategy. This energy is so chaotic. Can Wang Cheng endure? He mumbled to himself. At that moment, the atmosphere within the palace was thick with tension, each individual troubled by Wang Cheng's predicament. Seconds ticked by, yet there was no sign of improvement in Wang Cheng's condition. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Wang Cheng, knocking those gathered at the bedside back several steps. "What is happening?" exclaimed Makalita in alarm. The High Priest steadied himself, his expression grave as he replied, "If I'm not mistaken, Wang Cheng has likely consumed Salama using the law of devouring. However, Salama's energy is immense, and Wang Cheng's body may not be able to withstand it." Makalita, her voice trembling, inquired anxiously, "What should we do?" Her hands instinctively clenched the hem of her garment. The High Priest shook his head, saying, "I have no solutions. It is up to him now." His gaze remained fixed on Wang Cheng, filled with worry and helplessness. Makarita's eyes immediately brimmed with tears, as she pondered in anguish. Are we to merely stand by and witness his suffering, powerless to intervene? The High Priest let out a deep sigh. This is a battle that belongs to him alone. All we can do is trust in his strength and will to conquer it. A heavy silence enveloped the room, thick with tension. Wang Cheng's body continued to tremble, the energy fluctuations ebbing and flowing, as if engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Makarita bit her lip and resolutely declared, "Wang Cheng will be fine. He has endured so much hardship and emerged victorious before, and he shall do so again this time." The High Priest nodded slightly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Wang Cheng. Unbeknownst to them, a decade had elapsed since Wang Cheng's fierce confrontation with Salama. Throughout these 10 years, he lay in a tranquil slumber, as if ensnared in an endless nightmare. On this day, Makarita, as was her routine, gently approached Wang Cheng's bedside with a basin of clear water. She soaked a towel, wrung it out, and tenderly began to cleanse his face. Her movements were gentle and focused, her eyes filled with concern and hope. Just as the towel brushed softly against Wang Cheng's cheek, he suddenly opened his eyes. In that moment, it felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. Makarita froze, nearly dropping the towel from her hands. She gazed at Wang Cheng in disbelief, her lips quivering, unable to utter a word. At first, Wang Cheng's eyes appeared somewhat dazed, as if he had not fully awakened. Yet, soon clarity and determination flickered within them. He gradually turned his gaze toward Makurita, a faint smile gracing his lips, a weak yet warm expression. Tears streamed down Makurita's face, her hands instinctively covering her mouth to suppress her sobs. "You're finally awake." Her voice quivered with emotion, suffused with joy. Wang Cheng attempted to speak, but found his throat parched, managing only a faint whisper, "I have returned." Chapter 167. The conclusion. Wang Cheng rose to stretch his rusty body, the sound of cracking bones resembling an ancient machine awakening from an extended dormancy. He cautiously extended his limbs, each motion appearing somewhat stiff and laborious. He lifted his arms, vigorously shaking them, and twisted his waist, striving to restore his physical agility as swiftly as possible. A frown creased his brow, his face contorted in pain, a consequence of prolonged slumber resulting in sore muscles and obstructed meridians. Makurita watched anxiously from the side, unable to restrain her concern. "Take it slow, don't rush." Wang Cheng inhaled deeply, continuing to mobilize his body, the sharp pains in his joints causing him to gasp. Nevertheless, he persevered, incrementally increasing the range of his movements, as if attempting to dispel a decade's worth of stiffness in one fell swoop. System. Is the system there? Ding. Present. Open the character panel. Ding. Host. Wang Cheng abilities. Pain growth, booze recovery, wish modification, nebula technique, gravitational domain, constant state of ultimate freedom, devouring law, devouring form, infinite resurrection, miracle power, annihilation power. Creation power. Having devoured the essence of Salama, he acquired new abilities. Combat power. Realm, dominator item, binding immortal rope. The news of Wang Cheng awakening swiftly spread, drawing many to his side. The room soon brimmed with people, their faces alight with joy and anticipation. Wang Cheng recounted the circumstances of his ordeal, though his voice bore traces of weakness. It resonated with clarity and resolve. "I have consumed Salama. Through that long and arduous process, I have ultimately subdued and merged with his power." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The high priest declared, "Wang Cheng, you have now ascended to the realm of Dominator. Lord Quan Wang has perished. It is now your duty to reign over all universes." Wang Cheng paused momentarily, surveying the crowd, then solemnly nodded in acceptance. He straightened his posture, exuding an intangible air of authority. "In that case, I shall not disgrace this mission and will safeguard this universe." The crowd erupted in cheers, their eyes brimming with hope and faith for the future. Observing their expressions, Wang Cheng silently vowed to ensure peace and prosperity in the universe, free from calamity and strife. Positioned at the center of the cosmos, Wang Cheng gestured with his hands, and the miracle power flowed from his palms like a resplendent river of stars. This wondrous force transcended time and space, reaching back to those tragic moments, resurrecting all who had been brutally slain by Salama's gang. Amidst a radiant glow, the once lost souls reappeared before the crowd, their faces marked with bewilderment and awe as they beheld this new world. Loved ones embraced tearfully, friends rejoiced, and the entire universe basked in the joy and emotion of reunion. Soon after, to commemorate Wang Cheng's ascension as the strongest being in the universe, a grand coronation ceremony was held within a magnificent palace. Deities of destruction and angels from various universes gathered to celebrate. Music resounded, cannons boomed, and ribbons fluttered. The crowd chanted in unison, expressing their respect and affection for Wang Cheng. He raised his hands, signaling to all. In that moment, his figure seemed to merge with the entirety of the cosmos. After the ceremony concluded, Wang Cheng entrusted all complex matters to the high priest. Although the high priest felt a sense of helplessness, he understood Wang Cheng required time to relish life. Wang Cheng departed the bustling palace with Bulma and Makurita, embarking on a journey that belonged solely to them. Initially, Bulma harbored resentment towards Makurita, having learned that Makurita had engaged with Wang Cheng to save him. Gradually, however, Bulma and Makurita grew close, akin to sisters. Witnessing their bond, Wang Cheng felt warmth and joy blossom within him. He knew that with Bulma and Makurita by his side in this vast universe, his life would no longer be solitary. The end.